When the game started, everyone was rushing to level up, but I quietly answered questions for 5 hours because I knew that answering all the questions would grant me a super godly talent. The Divine Realm is a trial world created by the gods to stop the invasion of void demons for humans. 3 years later, the game will merge with reality, and once a player dies, they will completely disappear from this world. In my past life, I had won 3 consecutive championships in the popular Game World Tournament and was hailed by fans as the strongest mage, the mortal god. However, I inexplicably got involved in a fake match scandal, not only getting expelled from the club but also facing a claim for a 10-digit astronomical breach of contract penalty. The name of God has completely become stinky in the esports circle, and I, who have no way out, can only farm gold for the studio to pay for my sister's expensive treatment. Even so, I reached the top 10 heights after the game was launched. However, in the 5th year of the Divine Domain era, I obtained a top quality item while exploring ancient ruins, only to be ambushed and killed by the strongest guild in China, the Dragon Mark, in a group. When I woke up again, I found myself back at the time of the game's launch. 5 hours later, a system prompt sounded. Ding! You are the first player in the world to complete the questionnaire. Congratulations on receiving a super god level soul imprint. Congratulations on awakening the left eye of the SSS level talent giant spirit god. For every 10 demons killed, the skill range increases by 1 meter, with a primary limit of 1 kilometer. For each demon killed, the blue amount permanently increases by 1 point, with a primary limit of 10,000 points. Looking at the system prompt, Lin Fan exclaimed, it turned out to be a growth-type talent. Through career selection, successful career, Mage, ID, Fan Shun. With a turn of the screen, Lin Fan appeared in the newbie village of 777. The game has been online for more than 5 hours, and the newbie village is still bustling with people. Lin Fan didn't have time to run any main quests and headed straight to the monster respawn point on the outskirts of the newbie village. In the forest, a goblin with a machete appeared. A level 1 yellow-haired goblin with 80 health points and 6 attack power. Lin Fan quickly glanced at his attribute panel, magic attack power 10 points, health 100 points, mana 50 points. He cast a basic fireball attack, enduring the goblin's damage, and quickly resolved the battle, losing 8 mana points. This is one of the reasons why mages are considered pay-to-win professions, as even basic attacks consume mana. They heavily rely on premium equipment with mana recovery attributes and powerful, expensive spellbooks. Even if they have to spend a fortune, they may only be slightly stronger than common professions. Typically, only the wealthy can handle the mage profession. After killing the yellow-haired goblin, Lin Fan gained 3 experience points and received a blessing from the giant spirit, improving his attributes. Lin Fan endured his excitement and checked the panel again. Sure enough, there was a slight increase in the blue energy limit. It seemed insignificant, but Lin Fan knew that this could have a glass spectrum. If he kept brushing the first level goblins to fill the primary talent, he would gain 10,000 energy points, and the range would reach an incredible 1 kilometer. This is not just a mage, this inappropriate Chinese rocket army can kill the field bosses in the newbie village. Lin Fan took care of 10 goblins in one breath, and his level increased to level 2, with an attack range of 11 meters. He opened the attribute panel. Since he could increase the range, he temporarily did not consider defense issues. He immediately allocated all 5 upgrade attribute points to spell attack power. After returning to the newbie village, Lin Fan received the main quest from the village elder, and then he opened the talent tree, gaining 1 talent point with each level up. Before changing jobs, mages have 4 main branches: wind magic skills with short cooldowns and strong solo combat abilities, earth magic with high defense and control abilities, and water magic with balanced offense and defense. Due to the talent bonuses, the most suitable for Lin Fan is fire magic, with high output but low survival ability, also known as a glass cannon. The talent tree needs to reach level 10 to unlock, but Lin Fan knows there is a hidden task that can unlock the talent early. In a corner of the newbie village, a girl is anxiously searching for something on the ground. When she sees Lin Fan approaching, she hurriedly asks, "Have you seen my hat?" Ding! Activate the hidden task. The anxious apprentice kills the monsters around the novice village, and there is a chance to obtain the task item, Apprentice Hat of Eve. Lin Fan decisively accepted the task. At this time, the game has been online for 6 hours, and the number of players staying in the newbie village has started to decrease, reducing the pressure of monster stealing. After killing 30 goblins, Lin Fan finally dropped the task item. He returned to the village to complete the main quest, and his level also reached level 3. After finding Eve to submit the task, the originally dim talent tree was lit up, and 3 basic talents appeared at the bottom row: Flame Burn, Magic Absorption, Spell Cooldown, each corresponding to the growth path of a fire mage. Lin Fan didn't hesitate. Flame Scorch. That's it. Flame Scorch. Effect, normal attack/skills come with 1% of your own blue damage for 3 seconds. Up to 10% blue damage. Cooldown 2 seconds. For the average mage this talent is almost useless in the early stages. Level 10 mages all upgrade points are added blue. The base blue is less than 500 points of blue. With 10 talent points pulled in full. 3 seconds of cauterize is only 150 points of damage. Nowhere near the utility of magic seize or spell cooldown. But for Lin Fan, this his grandmother was a god level talent. 10,000 points of blue will bring 1,000 points of burning effect per second. And 3 seconds is a full 3,000 points of damage. Who the fuck can handle that? Lin Fan returned to the demon refresh point to bury his head in the liver. And in the blink of an eye, another 4 hours had passed. An entire 1,000 kobolds died under his magical machine gun. Lin Fan's mouth almost grinned to the back of his head as he opened his attribute panel to check. LD, Mortal God. Race, Human. Level, 4. Spell attack power, 25. HP, 110/150. MP, 720/1100. Attack speed, 0. 50. Agility, 5. Defense, 3. Range, 110 meters. The amount of blue is completely without worry. Out of combat, meditation, 5% per second. Back to full blue flat A can be used for a long time without interruption. As for the 110 meter range, exempt. This makes him a novice village monster. What fire mage? I'm a mobile turret. The more Lin Fan swiped, the more excited he became. And all 4 talent points were added to Flame Scorch, which came with 4% blue damage. Standing on the hillside he picked up his staff and pointed down the hill. Fireballs poofing down. -25. -44. -44. Simply hit a flat A on a monster and immediately turn around to continue solving the enemy. With 132 points of scorching damage in 3 seconds, the kobold with only 80 points of blood hadn't rushed towards the hillside yet, and had soon risen in place, brushing the monsters with a crunching efficiency. Brother Quinquin, how can I play this garbage game? I just entered the game and I can't even grab the monsters. Ruthless Pile Driver, WOJ. You guys see on that hill over there? The novice village defense tower is automatically hitting the monsters? Into the game late players standing in the refresh point. They people numb. In front of the kobolds fell one after another. Some people backhandedly want to send a bug report to the official, but the game did not have this option. 4. The gods would not make such a lowly mistake. Region announcement. Player Mortal God is cynical and kills the number of goblins up to 1,024, earning the 1000 Devil Chopper title, Goblin Ripper. Regional announcements. A notice popped up on the chat channel, and all the players were collectively petrified. Killing a level 1 monster like a goblin. This fucking kills over 1,000 of them? Zenith Werewolf, Thick Gift Crabbit. Who is this? Dude can be boring as hell. Frost on Snow, weak question. The kobold is so cute. What exactly offended him? What's the point of painting a trash title? This LD looks familiar. Various players had been spitting on the World Channel, stating that they had never seen such an egghead player like Vanguard, and had condemned his bad behavior without any sense of public decency. At this time, the Starry Sky Studio Open team was heading towards Edgar City. The level 7 warrior lifted his gray cloak. He had short radiant silver hair and a question mark on his handsome and extraordinary handsome face. What's he up to, Brother Van? Half a day and 1,000 level 1 monsters that don't drop shit for me. My ass. Chen Weiren, who led the team to open up the land, was almost mad with anger and cursed. Fuck, everyone get offline and go eat. I think he doesn't want to mix in our studio anymore. Getting a prop drop rate of 10%? Lin Fan looked at the title attribute above his head before his eyes. 10% treasure drop rate is very practical in the opening period. It means that the more trash the monster drops, the probability of an extremely valuable item appearing will also go up. Be warned, the beast feels strong malice from you. Level 10 elite boss, the Goblin Emperor, will personally crusade against you. If you die in battle/run away, the title will be recalled. Lin Fan froze as a boss battle reminder appeared in the upper right, as well as a 30-minute countdown appeared. He was only level 4 now, and he knew the strength of a level 10 elite boss. Lin Fan was considering whether or not to look for someone from the studio to form a team, when suddenly there was a flash of red light in front of his eyesight, and there was actually someone who tried to forcibly wake him up outside of the game. Star Studios. Lin Fan removed his holographic helmet and looked up to see Chen Wei's disgusting horse face. Is your brain kicked by a donkey? Ex-professional Lin Fan. Chen Wei scolded. What's wrong with me? Lin Fan stood up with an expressionless face and realized that Fatty and the others had all gotten offline as well and walked towards him. Still put here to pretend to me. The opening service has been 8 bells. You just brushed 1,000 kobolds. Do you think the studio is for your retirement? Chen Wei cursed and shouted. I didn't feel that way. Manager Chen. Lin Fan smiled helplessly. The fat man came around and smiled apologetically and said to Chen Wei, "Calm down, manager. Fan's business level is obvious to everyone. He's just doing it to brush up on his title. He understands." The fat man's face was full of smiles, politely handing out cigarettes to Chen Wei, who twisted his head and glared at him, not reaching out to take it. "A few hairy business levels. I'm not the one who took you in. Who the hell studio would dare to want you, mortal god?" Chen Wei sneered twice with a sneer on his face, and Lin Fan looked at him faintly without saying anything. "Now all report on the progress of the work." Chen Wei coldly grunted. Li Kai, a level 6 priest, sold 2 white plate outfits for 10 silver coins. Wang Chong, level 6 knight, bidding split 12 silver coins. Fatty sighed at that and said, level 7 warrior, sold a green suit for 40 silver coins, kind of a small $400. "What about you, my professional god? Play dead?" Chen Wei laughed grimly, obviously intentionally trying to make a fool out of Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked indifferent and said without any hesitation, "Lin Fan, level 4 mage, 90 coins. Listen, all of you, this is the level of a former pro? How thick-skinned." Chen Wei seized the opportunity to make a big mockery. The other co-workers were also stunned, and everyone else except Fatty couldn't help but laugh out loud, looking playfully at Lin Fan, the Triple Crown champion. God's domain, 1 gold coin is equal to 100 silver coins, while 1 silver coin is equal to 100 coins. I've only hit 90 coins in all the time I've been in the service, which is $9. Sure, it's enough to pay the electric bill? The game just opened. It's not hard to catch up with this progress gap. Lin Fan didn't want to get into it with Chen Wei. People like him had a disgusting mouth and would never let go of any opportunity to make an example of him. As long as you hold him as an ex-professional, other co-workers won't dare to make a move. Belonging to the classic workplace SUV. Seeing that Lin Fan was still looking bland, Chen Wei directly became anxious and pointed at him, cursing, "You came to my place to mingle and wait for death, didn't you? I still have to pay you such a high base salary a month. Fuck you, Chen Wei." Before Lin Fan could snap, the fat man next to him became angry and said, "I'll grass your ancestors." Tugging at the other man's collar about to jerk him up with an old punch, Lin Fan reached out and stopped him, saying, "Don't fight. There's no need for that." He more than 200 pounds to move his hands. 3 or 5 people are not necessarily stopped. Hurriedly persuade the fat man to the side. Fatty looked at him with tears in his eyes. From Lin Fan's professional debut at the age of 16, Fatty had always been his hardcore fan. He couldn't see his idol being insulted like this. "Brother Van, isn't this blatant bullying?" Fatty trembled with anger. Said angrily, $3,500 base salary. Hi, his mother. The proceeds of the gold strike also have to pay 70%. What the hell is he dragging? Can't generate effective revenue for the studio. So give me. Before Chen Wei could finish his words, Lin Fan's mouth rose lightly and said, "Manager Chen, I resign." Brother Fan, really resigned? Ah? Fatty froze for a moment, knowing that Lin Fan's sister is still waiting to do a kidney transplant, and now resigned from the job that can be done? Lin Fan nodded and Fatty nervously asked, "What about Xiao Xian's surgery?" "Don't worry, I've already planned it out, and I'm planning to set up a gaming guild afterward," Lin Fan said with a smile. Fatty said with some embarrassment, "But a seat in the Divine Realm Guild is expensive." "Old brother, Che, this clown is still loaded. 5 million a guild seat. You can afford it? You think you're a professional god?" Chen Wei sniffed and laughed, and the dog-legged man next to him helped. "Awesome. Then when you see Brother Fan again in the future, you'll have to call out to the president at a high or low level. Scream. Keep screaming. You won't be able to cry later. A bunch of asshole things." Fatty's face was red with anger, feeling stifled anger for Lin Fan. A slap on the table, a bucket and run, and his fat master quit. The two exited the studio to the jeers of the crowd. 1 year at most. No, 3 months. I'll whip your faces. The fat man rubbed his fists with all sorts of intentions, and was close to letting out the words that there is no such thing as a poor middle-aged man. Good brother. No need to say more. Seeing this, Lin Fan patted him on the shoulder and said bluntly that he wouldn't let Fatty lose his job for nothing. Lin Fan didn't say anything on the surface. A flash of gloom and doom surfaced in his eyes as he mentally whispered, "Don't worry. At most half a month I'll make Chen Wei will call you dad." Back at the familiar rented house, the room was shabbily decorated and as messy as ever. The only thing that stood out was a huge poster in the bedroom of a clean-cut teenager surrounded by people, holding the Sword and Conqueror National Championship trophy for the 3rd year in a row, witnessed by millions of viewers across the country. What an honor! What an intention! And now, the freshly dressed boy is not there. Only, the undead returning from the end of days. "I didn't play a fake match," Lin Fan muttered. The fake match fiasco had put him behind bars, and his sister's death had demoralized him. "And it's time to stand up." The ringtone interrupted the thoughts. And the caller said, "May I ask if you are the seller of Missy's own 90% new gaming pod? Can the price be any lower? I'll take it for 50,000 huge dollars." Lin Fan swept a glance at the corner of the dusty game cabin. 2 years ago spent more than 200,000 yuan to buy the old top model. Was going to hang sweet fish on the sale to raise the cost of surgery. "Sorry, you have the wrong number." Lin Fan simply hung up the phone. With the commercial potential of God's domain, trying to make $50,000 is too easy for the old bird. In his previous life, Lin Fan was unaware of how lucrative Divine Realm was, so he sold his family's gaming pods to rely on studio equipment to strike gold. It resulted in a wasted year in strength that has been behind the big boys, and in the studio net income but also to pay 70%. But let Chenwei, that bastard calf, became a millionaire. Casually ate some instant noodles, plugged in the gaming pod and gamed online again. Countdown to the coming of the Goblin Emperor, 29 minutes, 3 seconds. Regular boss battle preparation time is calculated based on the player's online time to avoid players missing quests due to other things. You killed the black-skinned kobold, experience +1. Lin Fan took up a hilltop position and named the kobolds one by one. With his current monster burning efficiency, it was easy to burn 50 monsters a minute. And he intended to grab the left eye of the giant spirit god proficiency and pull it up as much as possible before the boss appeared. He knows that men do not grow and do not last. That is definitely a disease. And if there is a disease, then it has to be treated properly. Exploding skill books? Just after brushing 200 goblins, a white skill book dropped out. Lin Fan's heart rejoiced. It should be the Goblin Ripper, increasing the drop rate taking effect. You have gained the Book of Magical Apprenticeship, a streak of fireballs. Level E Fire Magic, Fireballs. Effect, consumes 40 MP to unleash 3 explosive fireballs, dealing 120% damage to targets within 5 meters. Cooldown time 5 seconds. It's just 20% more damage than flat A, and the blue consumption is still not bad. So it's kind of crap. Lin Fan skimmed his lips. A very common basic magic book that could be bought for 1 silver coin at the Edgar Magic Shop. The AoE group damage effect is okay. And if you can get the monsters together, a 3-shot fireball slam feels okay. Lin Fan learned the skill and pondered in his heart that with the addition of the U Flame Scorch talent, there should be a qualitative leap in monster brushing efficiency. Unfortunately, this is always a newbie village. The monsters are all standing relatively sparsely, and it usually requires the player to take the initiative to attack before the monsters will return fire, which is considered to be a regular measure to protect the newbies. Attention! The Kobold Emperor will attack in 1 minute. The beep sounded, and Lin Fan stood by to check the human soul seal panel. The left eye of the giant spirit god, super god grade. Passive skill 1, gain 1 meter range bonus for every 10 demons killed, primary cap 160/1000 meters. Passive skill 2, gain 1 point of blue growth for every demon killed, primary cap 1600 out of 10. 000 MP. Lin Fan sat down on his knees and started meditation to adjust his state to the best. At the moment, although he was only at level 4, this exaggerated range and blue reserves were enough to support him in a tough battle. An angry growl resounded through the valley as a giant kobold-clad investments appeared, shrouded in shadow magic. Elite boss, Kobold Emperor, grade 10, life value 12,000, attack power 240, skill undead summoning. This blood and attack power is strong enough. It's a bit interesting. Lin Fan's heart was awe-inspiring, and his nervousness was mixed with excitement. The Goblin Emperor had 240 attack points, but Lin Fan only had 150 blood points, which meant that he would have to kneel down after being touched by the boss. The general opening squad can't deal with it at all, but it's a pity that it met the earthly cannon. Lin Fan, 170 meters of extreme distance card leveling a cannon fire delivery. Listen to the rain on the second floor, build it. The big boss appears. Third floor singing, what a bullnose boss. It can't be a world boss, right? The blood is so thick. Ti-on-chi. Berserk, what are you waiting for? Kill it, as long as there's a bloodstain. It's doomed. Here's your chance to get rich. Lin Fan stood on the side of the valley, just calculated the attack distance. However, the nearby players saw the boss appeared all excited crazy. Even if it is in the head of the Goblin Emperor diarrhea that will have to stink it to death. 12. -25. A group of people went berserk and rushed at the Goblin Emperor, mostly with low attacking power. But soon the group was all dumbfounded. The staff in the Goblin Emperor's hand waved. The dark black hexagram totem appeared, and densely packed goblin zombie warriors broke out of the ground. Goblin Undead Warrior, level 5. HP, 300 to 300. Attack power, 20. When the boss was attacked, the white names of these goblin warriors instantly transformed into red names and began to autonomously pounce towards the nearby players. A necromancer? This monster density can be Lin Fan's eyes were bubbling with light. The fact that the boss was able to summon so many undead warriors by using his skills couldn't help but give him a bold plan. Regional chat channel. Naya. These kobold mongrels will pool their output. Soon the nearby players were slaughtered, and more than 30 souls flew back to the resurrection point like fireworks. Steady everyone. Resurrected follow. Someone in the channel tried to reorganize the defense, but this person was purely overthinking it. Novice village players were generally only around level 3 to 5, and facing more than 3 undead warriors surrounding them at the same time. They simply couldn't resist for more than a few seconds. A large number of players afraid of death began to run to the novice village, so that the undead warriors who could automatically attack nearby players were all lured to the entrance of the village. As long as there were players who left the safe zone, out of one will have to die. Mr. Steelplate Lang AO, it's over. The zombies are slaughtering the city. It's a mess. Michelle, it's so hard to be almost level 5. And my experience has dropped 30%. What should I do? The death penalty in Divinity is high, dropping 10% experience each time, as well as a smaller chance of dropping item props. The players who had killed the boss in a brain frenzy just now had already been scared off by the high penalties. However, as long as the undead warriors stayed around, they would not be able to leave the novice village in a short period of time, and would be severely behind the first tier in terms of game progress. Bug. Al. The person who had organized the boss kill earlier came forward to explain, trying to calm the crowd. I'll believe the hell out of you. You bad old son of a bad old man. That's right, if you hadn't yelled at people to kill the boss, these little monsters wouldn't have attacked us. My brother is brushing monsters in the main city of Edgar, and now he can earn dozens of dollars up and down an hour. Can you afford to pay for delaying your master's time? The overwhelming taunts caused a level 5 swordsman player to shut himself down and be blocked by a large number of players at the healing point of accountability. Rumble. Right at this moment, 3 flames fell from the sky and suddenly exploded at the dense point of small monsters at the entrance of the village. -30, -85, -85. 3 fireballs covered all targets within 5 meters, and a large number of undead warriors were blown away as fire snakes spread and bursts of inflammation burned. A dozen undead warriors were burned to ashes. Immediately after, there is a series of small fireballs fall, like a meteor fire rain is quite spectacular. Was hit by the undead warrior is touching that is dead. Everyone was stunned and looked uncertainly into the distant woods. T-on-chi. Berserkers instantly rejoiced, with an unsurprising expression. Ha ha, I knew the official domain of God would step in to fix the bug. Steelplate Daru, Bullnose, the defense tower is out. Just love burgers, as far as I know. Only our village 4396 has a defense tower. Where do the other newbie villages get this treatment? You killed, Goblin Undead Warrior, experience +7. You killed. You have not yet been discovered. Lin Fan kept releasing flat A's plus continuous fireballs, and the small monsters blocking him were quickly cleared by him, leveling up quickly to level 5. At the same time, he realized that he was hanging on to the undead warrior's hate, but his own range was clearly beyond the mini monster's claiming distance. The undead warrior scurried around like a headless fly, and the boss, impotent and furious in its place, once again waved its staff to summon the undead. Since most of the players had ducked back to the novice village, these newly brushed out small monsters had no target to attack, and surprisingly could only stand in place and fume. Lin Fan, who was disguised as a cracked man on the hilltop, was already smiling crookedly, and the staff in his hand was almost jacked up. The other players would be slaughtered when they left the village anyway. He was not at all worried that anyone would dare to steal the monsters from him. Super long range to hit fixed target brush monsters, simply a movable mortar. Standing on the other side of the hill can also lock the monster, and since it was beyond the boss's range of claiming enemies, even if he ran out of blue, he only needed to stop his hand to get out of the combat state, and then perform meditation to recover. My village is sheltered by a divine tower, leading a tower in the opening round. What village has this? Born in an extraordinary village. I will surely make it big in the world of God's domain. The crowd was overjoyed and looked with excitement in the direction of the hilltop, where the sacred pagoda was the god of flame that guarded the village. Only a few players noticed the anomaly. How come the white plate equipment that popped out can't be picked up? In less than 10 minutes, 400 undead warriors fell to the ground, with the Goblin Ripper title added. The normal white plate suit and green suit exploded with 3 pieces and 2 silver coins. The equipment level of God's domain is divided into 6 grades: white plate ordinary, green excellent, blue exquisite, purple hero, orange legend, red forbidden devil. A level 10 blue suit with excellent attributes during the opening period of the game is not difficult to sell for 5 gold coins, or $5,000, at the auction house. On top of that, various rare props, soul seals, and secret treasures can also fetch a hefty price. This bit of trash equipment Lin Fan didn't put on his mind. Now brushing the left eye of the giant spirit god was the right way to go, and the kobold boss became a veritable emperor of the workforce, with the empty attributes of a bludgeoning player unable to be utilized. Lin Fan had long since lost track of how many batches of undead warriors he had summoned, and in his eyes there was only one word: brush. Can vigorously brush up on primary passive talents. What? Card bug behavior? There is no such thing as getting stuck in a bug to brush up on monsters in God's domain. The original purpose of the gods in developing the game was to allow players to become stronger by any means necessary. In his previous life, Lin Fan had seen an even more perverted way of brushing monsters. A dragon master sitting in a castle drinking red wine and singing, with 9 giant dragons under his command autonomously wreaking havoc on the ruins. In one night, the copy ruins equivalent to a medium-sized country were destroyed, the bosses were all killed, and billions of dollars worth of loot was harvested. As long as one is powerful enough in divine domain, to a certain extent the players themselves are the game bugs. However, compared to those horrible creatures of other dimensions, just the strength is actually not enough to see. Time flew by and 5 hours passed. 9,991, 9,995, 10,000 demon kills reached. Lin Fan tiredly lay on the ground. Seriously, he now saw the kobolds such creatures want to vomit. Region announcement: player mortal god descended like a heavenly god, killing the number of goblins up to 10,000, and obtaining the title of 10,000 demons beheading, beast heresy. Region: ruthless young master, 10,000 kobolds. All I can say is sure is that you? Purgatory berserker: killing 1,000 kobolds is killing coins, but killing 10,000 you're a fucking genius. Born meat shield: what exactly did the kobolds do to you? Couldn't brushing kobolds drop superb equipment? The world channel exploded. 10,000 kobolds died tragically in less than 20 hours. This could no longer be described as heartless. My brother Fan is a dick. What inhuman efficiency in brushing monsters. In Edgar's main city, in front of the final level boss, a silver-haired warrior muttered to himself excitedly. Even if the goblins were just low-level beast mongrels, such a terrifying efficiency in brushing monsters was still shocking. Lin Fan leveled up to level 6. His talent, Flame Scorch, was added to level 6, and his own attributes continued to add spell attack power. The soul seal has finally been upgraded. At this point, Lin Fan didn't know that he had dicked up and couldn't wait to click on the panel. Lin Fan stared at the panel in disbelief for half a day, half stifling a single word: what a dick. I thought that ascending to the intermediate level at most the range and blue cap all doubled, but it turned out to be a whole 5 times. The left eye of the giant spirit god, super god grade. Passive skill 1, gain 1 meter range bonus for every 10 demons killed, intermediate cap 1000/5000 meters. The god's comment: truth, only within range. Passive skill 2, gain 1 point of blue growth for every demon killed. Primary cap 10,000/50,000 MP. Review by the gods: no mage can refuse to be a fighting machine. He sucked in a breath of cool air, simply underestimating the growth potential of a super god level soul seal. Didn't the medium have to make him a pervert? What the hell is this 5,000 meter range? Isn't that proper magic artillery? You might not even be able to see the target. It is clear that under normal circumstances the limit of the player's field of vision is 2,000 meters, and anything further away will be blurred. Not to mention what to lock the target. That's a happy worry. This Tama, God's domain in the longest range is the archer profession. In the 20 level of professional awakening, the range can reach a distance of 100 meters. Relying on the special skills, Light of the Eagle, can lock beyond the range of the target. Therefore, in the early guild stronghold war, an ace archer can even snipe the enemy back row mages. The existence of such elite players, large guilds can easily mix a subsidy of 30,000 per month. I need a fire control system, satellite positioning or something, or else just have the range also what soft use. Lin Fan secretly calculating. Lin Fan checked the demon slaying title that was sent by killing 10,000 monsters. Orcish heresy. Effect, 10% item drop rate, 1% treasure drop rate. Note, when stepping into a beast city-state with this title, you will be besieged by all beasts in the area. This title attribute is good. Lin Fan was shocked. The new title is only more than the previous 1% drop rate, but he knows that the difference between the word drop and drop treasure, the actual effect is very different. Once the probability of the treasure drop rate takes effect, the things that pop out from killing the monsters will be extremely rare, and will be at least 1 blue fine grade or higher equipment. As for being surrounded by beasts, Lin Fan really begged for it, saving him from wasting time looking around for monsters. The Kobold Emperor's roar resounded through the canyon, and Lin Fan heard a hint of stifled harboring emotion from it. Most of the elite bosses in the god's domain have a certain degree of intelligence. At least it's a big boss in the opening period. Froze by Lin Fan. This old 6 is a kobold miscellaneous fish generator. a kilometer away in the jungle. The boss in Lin Fan's eyes was only a blurry silhouette, and it took a while for him to adjust the angle of his firing. Starting off, he shot a series of fireballs. The result was unsurprisingly all bosses exploding at their feet. Missed? Geez, it's true that it's not that easy to hit from too far away. Lin Fan's eyes were spent, and when the target locking range in God's domain exceeded 200 meters, the locking was no longer in effect, so he could only use his senses to attack the boss. Moreover, locking the target is not equal to a certain hit. New players do not operate skillfully. Face-to-face distance flat A may fall short. Old me this cannon. Can you catch it? Lin Fan looked excited and pumped himself up. 4 years of professional gaming experience. 3 years of Divinity gaming experience. Plus 2 years of experience surviving in ultra-hardcore mode. And fuck a way out if there's no way out. Windward. Okay. Coordinates calibrated at. Okay. Angle 55 degrees. Okay. The fire hexagram totem lit up. His black hair fluttered, and his body was agitated with magical power. 3 large fireballs swayed above the staff, gradually releasing a tyrannical aura. Lin Fan's expression became solemn. At this moment, he would become a flame dharma god. The fireballs cut through the blue sky, smashing into the level 10 elite boss Goblin Emperor in unison amidst the shouts of the many players in the 4396 novice village. -42. Not surprisingly, Lin Fan's fireballs hit the boss squarely in the head, hitting the boss with a stumble, and at the same time, the Flame Scorch talent, which had been added for 6 points, came into effect, and the flames spread rapidly on the boss. A number popped up in Lin Fan's battle log. 603. 603. In 3 seconds of cauterizing time, the boss is up to 12,000 blood dropped by a large amount, and this hit dealt a full 1,800 plus cauterizing damage. Well, against all odds, even though he had expected it, seeing the scene still startled Lin Fan. Does the defense tower want to help us kill the boss? I love white crystal, what's the hesitation? Everyone, rich and powerful, my life is up to me and not to God. Charge! Thousands of players instantly boiled. The existence of the distant guardian of the novice village from the slaughter of monsters, where is what defense tower, is clearly the grandfather of the tower that helps people. The service immediately a day. There is no squad can take down the level 10 elite boss. It is not difficult to imagine that once the boss is killed, we'll certainly drop the very best props. At this moment, there was only one thought in everyone's mind. The heavenly riches bestowed by the divine pagoda will naturally be inherited by me, regardless of the cost, regardless of casualties. A headlong rush towards the Goblin Emperor. You have been discovered. As the attack hit, the boss discovered Lin Laolu's hiding place at the first opportunity. The Goblin Emperor stepped away, moving at a speed far beyond that of ordinary players, completely ignoring the players who rushed over to deliver their heads. At the same time, a large number of undead warriors were summoned and began to launch a death charge towards Lin Fan. But Lin Fan did not panic in the slightest, twisted his head and retreated a few steps back, turning back and then flat A aiming to prejudge the boss moving direction. In the next moment, more than a dozen flat A fireballs connected in the air, like a meteor fire shower smashing into the boss. Even if most of the flat A's are empty, as long as you can touch the boss to trigger Flame Scorch, you've already achieved your goal. -603. A few minutes later, the boss fought its way to less than 200 meters away from Lin Fan, but itself was almost burned to black charcoal. Crap, the boss is going to be burned to death. Master Tower is mighty and domineering. I really don't blame the Goblin Emperor for not being fierce enough, but I can only blame the Tower Master for being too perverted, and ultimately it was hard to escape the fate of being burned to ashes. Luckily this boss is a necromancer. The blood skin is not too thick, or else I'm afraid I'll be killed in seconds if I really give him a chance to chase me within 100 meters. Lin Fan sucked in a breath of cool air and counted on the end of the Flame Scorch cooldown, hitting a flat A again to trigger the Scorch effect. Boom! The boss fell humbly to the ground. The extra drop rate took effect, and several bright lights lit up. The crowd was drooling as a bunch of equipment exploded on the ground, and there were even a few imperial gold coins mixed in. His grandmother's kiss. That one gold coin can be $1,000. Moreover, the boss popped out equipment of ridiculously high quality. There wasn't even a single piece of white plate equipment. It was all green and blue goodies. This staff is purple? This can't be a hero-level weapon, can it? Quinkin's 30-year-old fan, let me show you my 30-year-old unicorn arm. A swordsman player's hand speed is extremely fast. Grab the hero weapon is ready to run. Who knows a turn the staff once again fell to the ground. Chicken shit, can't pick it up? The swordsman's face stiffened. Angry as when breaking defense, God's domain would day you immortal. Such a serious bug. We all died 7 or 8 times. Shouldn't these equipments be regarded as our compensation? Go you at #UN%. A whole bunch of players gathered around a field full of equipment and tried repeatedly, but none of them could pick it up. Heaven's providence, Berserk Battle picked up a blue armor, and a prompt popped up in front of his eyes: this loot does not belong to you, and it will be automatically unlocked if no one picks it up after 30 minutes. If it doesn't belong to me, then who does it belong to? GM, muttered Heaven's Gift Berserker with a puzzled look on his face. Ahem, please move over. Thank you. Oh. At that moment, Lin Fan cleared his throat and squeezed through the crowd. Lin Fan turned off the Black Beast Heresy title and slowly picked up the 2 Imperial gold coins on the ground. Not bad. A little too grand to get there. What can he pick up? Take the shoots. On what grounds? Don't tell me the boss was killed by him? Still wearing a level 1 newbie outfit. Is this guy really? GM? Tianchi Berserkers and a bunch of other players fell into a stupor as they watched Lin Fan, who was dressed in a newbie outfit, casually move his hand, and the level 10 purple staff was quietly held in his hand. Just now, the boss's second damage was over 600. By no means something that players at this stage can fight. It must be. It's not like we haven't seen programmers fixing bugs manually before. The crowd looked at the staff in Lin Fan's hands with dry mouths, literally burning with fishing fire, and began to speculate about his identity. Eyes like wolves stared at Lin Fan. If it wasn't for the fact that the novice village prohibited players from piking, he didn't doubt for a second that he would be killed by the group. Norlander's Spirit Staff. Grade, 10. Profession, Mage. Spell attack power, 70. Attack speed, 0. 78. Effect, 3 points of MP back per second. Set of 3 activated, blood boosted by 120/blue boosted by 150. 6-piece set activation, blood boosted by 200/blue boosted by 300. It actually comes with the MP recovery attribute. It's just too shabby with only 3 points. Lin Fan faintly shook his head, slightly disappointed. Weapons with blue returning properties are valuable, but they don't have any use for him. If it's a percentage restoration of MP, it's pretty much the same. Players in Divinity can wear 6 pieces of weaponry and defense and 4 pieces of jewelry. However, only hero-level equipment above will appear set. The same type together 3/6 pieces of equipment, or 2/4 pieces of jewelry will receive additional attribute bonuses. Extremely rare set can also activate the awakening skills. This weapon's blue bonus was dispensable to Lin Fan, and the blood bonus was good. But being a very long man, there was no intention of posting up for a while. On top of that, the boss had also popped 3 pieces of level 10 blue defense gear, which Lin Fan casually put up on the auction house. Level 10 equipment is too low grade and can only be used as transition equipment. It is most cost effective to sell it in his current situation. Otherwise the low grade equipment will depreciate in value once the opening period is over. Are you a player? Lin Fan twisted his head and swept a glance at the swordsman blocking the way. Avoiding unnecessary trouble, Lin Fan faintly shook his head. Official website tester. Number 404. Ever since learning the truth behind Divine Realm, Lin Fan would rarely refer to himself as a player. 3 years from now, there will be no more players, but instead trialists who will be killed and die. Well, scared the hell out of me. I told you that Tower Father couldn't be a player, or else this fucking game is too unbalanced. The group of players were instantly balanced in their hearts. Otherwise a fucking level 7 novice suit small mage, actually a few hundred meters away from the boss to death. This change who can stand? Then can I borrow one to talk? Lin Fan looked at the other party's LD prefix, and a touch of contempt appeared on his face as he took all the loot and turned around. So what? Since the staff is dropped in the game and our heaven's best guild boss is a mage profession, can you give a price? Berserker once again caught up with Lin Fan and spoke on a private channel. It can be sold, but not to your guild, Lin Fan said meaningfully. Not selling our guild? What does it mean for an official wage earner to talk so taut? The more Berserk Battle heard, the more wrong it sounded, and he chattered on, pursuing the question. Lin Fan didn't talk much and directly blocked the other party privately. Many players prefixed with the name of an organization, and this swordsman would be a pony under the Heaven's Best Club, and Lin Fan's connection with the Tianchi Club was a deep one. In the game of Sword and Conqueror, he won countless honors for this club, and in the end he was a victim of backstabbing. In his previous life, Lin Fan was weak and his personal power was not worth mentioning in front of the capital, but now the situation was completely different. Framing me to play a fake match and making me infamous. Wait for it, this account will be settled slowly. Lin Fan sneered. Go back and finish submitting the main quest and set the staff to start at 20 gold coins with a bidding time of 2 hours. In order to avoid being harassed by the group of players who kept trailing behind, Lin Fan chose to go offline and take a bath to sleep for a few hours first. The next day, just after dawn, enter the game again. You have new mail. Please check. Your consignment item at the Imperial Auction House has been sold. You're in the Empire. Just after going online, 5 email messages popped up, and Lin Fan clicked on his mailbox to check it. I built that. That crazy? Lin Fan's entire body was submarginal dull. Checking the item auction records, the 3 blue suits were sold for a total of $30,000. That staff dropped by the Goblin Emperor, which had been coaxed by more than 40 tycoon players, was sold for a sky-high price of 200 gold coins. After deducting the 10% auction handling fee, he netted 207 gold coins, a whole gain of over $200,000. What kind of job is this? What kind of bike do you need? In his previous life he had foolishly worked as a nigger for the studio for a year, and now the thought of it made him want to vomit blood. Ding dong. Echidna, does my friend have any other level 10 hero costumes in his hand? You can buy them at a high price in person, so you save a bit of handling fee. The private chat rang. Lin Fan saw that the other party's level was only 1, and also offered to trade face to face, so he guessed that it was a schoolboy scammer. The cheap player is the best at ghost hand god stealing and making a game to catch fools. After playing the game for so many years, he is too familiar with this set. And in the god's domain this kind of person is especially rampant. Players are cheated equipment gold. The scammer pressure will not take any responsibility, because intellect and mind are part of strength in the divine realm, and deceit is the norm. Echidna, a word, please? I just got into the game in the wee hours of the morning and I'm planning on getting my level 10 gear together first. I'm not short on money. Echidna seemed to realize that Lin Fan suspected him of being a scammer and simply sent over a screenshot of the Norlander's spirit staff. Lin Fan was stunned and checked the auction records. The staff was really auctioned off by this person. Tianqi's boss froze and didn't snatch it from him. The first day of the opening service of God Domain National Game Online number of people exceeded 100 million, which is not only the esports circle guild into the field of gold, and even there is no lack of large-scale consortiums to invest huge sums of money into the game. It's n times better than Sword and Conqueror with 10 million people online, and the probability of a tycoon appearing is much higher. Lin Fan hesitated a little and replied, currently there is no goods in hand for the time being. I'll contact you if there are any. After a while, Etched Bone sent a message. Is it convenient to ask what monster was fought to drop it? Level 10 elite boss. Echidna, awesome. Although it's not a world boss first kill, you should be the only battle team in the country that can take down a level 10 elite boss, right? Lin Fan guffawed. The other party thought that he had a big guild behind him. Unbeknownst to me, the master not only soloed, but didn't lose a single drop of blood. Echidna, upgrading in this game is quite troublesome. Can a pit take me to brush the monsters? I'll pay. Hearing this, Lin Fan immediately became interested. Since the other party wasn't poor in money, then he couldn't sharpen his sword to the pigs and sheep. Lin Fan said dryly. 100,000 for a pit. Dude, that's not very nice, is it? It's too expensive. Echidna sent a black question mark emoji. Bring it to level 10 and finish it in 6 hours. How about it? Lin Fan said blandly. Echidna, 6 hours? Are you sure you're not kidding? The top of the rank list is only level 13 and it took a full 25 hours. You get an extra hour for bringing an extra friend. And I don't want a dime over the time limit. After saying this, Echidna immediately sent a group request. Lin Fan was secretly delighted. Teaming up with a small number to upgrade would undoubtedly slow down the upgrade progress. But for him now upgrading was only secondary. Brushing the soul mark passive effect and earning money was the king's way. According to Lin Fan's experience, if the monster exceeded the player by more than 5 levels, the player would gain double the experience, and triple if it exceeded 10 levels. With his current exaggerated output of 600 plus second damage from Flame Scorch, even a level 10 monster wouldn't be able to carry it for a few seconds. 6 hours is enough. Ebonized Bone entered the queue, and Lin Fan immediately told him to let go of the main quest first and run the map directly to Misty Jungle. This was the border of the novice village. As long as you entered the jungle range, different numbered novice village players could only meet up and form a group. 10 minutes later, a mage trumpet ran in, ringing an unusable hero staff in his hand. First client in position. Ebonized Bone looked at Lin Fan wearing the same new manipulation robe as him and twisting a wooden stick in his hand, and his heart went cold. Secretly thinking that his buddy should have been taken for a ride by a god teammate, he waited patiently for a while. Open the brush, Lin Fan said, picking up his new staff and locking onto the level 8 spectral wolf. Open brush? How does a buddy brush? Echidna was confused. Still no strong teammates grouped in, and asked tentatively, are your teammates coming soon? Lin Fan rubbed his chin and shook his head. Teammate? What teammates? Supreme VLP service, I'm all 1 on 5. Clam? Echidna froze. Echidna, hey, demon spirit? Someone's running a scam. Echidna repeatedly confirmed the staff seller LD, and it was indeed this guy who sold it, or he would have quit the team long ago. Old brother, want me to give you some more gold? You find a few level 10 players to help you brush monsters? Don't push it, boss. Just sit tight and wait for takeoff and be done with it. Lin Fan patiently continued to inquire. Sure you don't want to find 2 more people to hang out and chat with you? Big brother, you'd better be more efficient. If not, I'll help you fight. Ebonized Bone was completely speechless. To him being cheated of money was a small matter. Delaying the efficiency of upgrading was a big deal. Or else the level would be too low and he would be laughed to death by those pussies. Lin Fan shook his head and refused the good intentions. Taking Ebonized Bone deeper into the misty jungle, brush point. Spectral Wolf, level 8. HP, 700 to 700. Attack power, 40. Skill, Fear Strike. Ghostly giant wolves whose bodies took on a ghostly dark color appeared. The strength of the monsters was more than a notch stronger than the novice village. So the players who brushed the monsters here were almost all in groups. And there were at least 3 groups standing around Lin Fan alone. Echidna, there are too many people robbing the monsters here. Let's change places. No harm done. They can't rob me, Lin Fan said with a smile. Speechless, a level 7 mage dares to bring a level 1 trumpet here. Hurry up if you don't want to die. Not far from his side, a level 9 archer looked at Lin Fan and his duo with disdain, raising his hand and firing 3 point-blank shots, pulling the monster's hatred from a distance. The 6-man squad was clearly divided, and 8 spectral wolves were pulled in. The meat shield knight and the team roared out to meet them, using the basic skill, group taunt, to suck in the monsters. The priest continued to heal and milk the main tea, and the others began to maximize the output of the wolves. Lin Fan could see that this team was obviously a bunch of experienced online gaming veterans regardless of their staffing or operation. Brother, difficulty is too high. Withdraw. Ebonized Bone beat a retreat at the sight. Who knew that Lin Fan smiled at the archer's line? Thanks for helping me gather monsters. Raising her new staff high, fire magic enveloped her and 3 successive fireballs exploded in the center of the wolf pack. -55. -55. The lad's got something. He actually learned the AoE skill so quickly. But that's not enough. The archer smiled very playfully when he saw Lin Fan grabbing the monster. The situation of grabbing monsters and bosses often occurs in God's domain. Usually the first player who attracts the hatred of monsters will take the first opportunity to kill them and will get full experience. However, there is an exception to this. That is, the output ability of the side that robbed the monster is much stronger than your side, which will lead to the main hate point knight OT. Lose the hate control of the monster. Yes? Lin Fan laughed lightly. -704. In an instant, a string of terrifying red numbers exploded from the heads of the spectral wolves, and all 8 spectral wolves were destroyed. You killed the spectral wolf, experience +30. You killed. Your level has increased to 3. This nifty. What damage? What brush efficiency? Are you sure this mage is a person? Ebonized Bone was asking 3 consecutive questions in his heart quality. His eyes glazed over. 1 second he was still disliking Lin Fan as a hitman for being a disgrace. And now he himself had jumped directly from level 1 to level 3. Echidna seriously suspected that the two were not playing the same game. You've leveled up to level 8. Before brushing a large number of level 5 goblin undead. Due to the undead dependence than the boss summoned, the experience decay is very serious. Otherwise normal monsters should also be level 9 now. Lin Fan continued to pile up all of his upgrade points in spell attack power. And his talent, Fiery Scorch, came to level 88% Blue Scorch, which would be able to deal out a sickening 800 plus damage per scorch effect. The 6 grouped players were wide-eyed, their brains in bricks, unable to react to what was going on. Nervous Wanderer's jaw dropped in shock. Woken. What the fuck is this? Next Lin Fan turned into a relentless monster brushing machine. Regardless of whether there was anyone else, he would burn the monsters when he saw them and change the target after he burned them. Uncivilized and unqualified? For a pervert, someone else's moral bottom line is his upper limit, with no ripples inside. The archer and the others started to struggle a bit, but they never thought that 5 minutes had passed and they hadn't gotten any experience from a single monster, which in turn saved Lin Fan the time of pulling monsters. Boss, get a few more people to come. For seats are empty. I'll give you a discount of 88%. Lin Fan picked up the silver coins on the ground along with the equipment and looked at Ebonized Bone in a very serious manner. Etched Bone stayed standing in place completely messed up. Stuttered. You give me weight. Indeed there are a few friends sleeping. I notify them to come over. Don't run away. Great God. You must wait for me. Money is not a problem. Etched Bone sent a friend request backhandedly, with an air of fear that his thighs would run away, repeatedly urging Lin Fan to wait for him in place. Lin Fan nodded helplessly for him to hurry up. Time is money. Lin Fan looked around the surrounding several brush point situation, found that all by the guild squad pack field. Immediately the area shouted, northeast of the underworld wolf 3 brush point, occupying an hour. If you have disturbed sorry. Etched Bone was stunned. Damn. Directly clearing the field. Brother, it's still you who's domineering. Someone in the area immediately replied back. Chi Xiaoban, I'm just meh. When our sacred cliff guild doesn't exist? War Tianchi, you what guild are so arrogant? I am not afraid of anyone dragon scar. Have the balls to grab it. There were a total of 6 spectral wolf refresh points in the vicinity, with Dragon Trace's people occupying 3 of them exclusively, and the other being occupied by the Sacred Cliff Guild. A large number of casual players can only grab monsters to paint at the last 2 points. This situation is very common in the opening period. Large guilds have more people and better equipment. Ordinary players have absolutely no resistance. Lin Fan's face sank. From the early days of the opening of the game in his previous life, the strongest guild, Dragon Trace, had shown a trend of asking for the Divine Realm. Now that the top 50 on the rank list, at least 1/3 of them were from the Dragon Trace Guild, coupled with the support of a $100 billion sized consortium behind them, the style of acting was naturally quite overbearing. And I said I'd leave you 2 spots. Well, I'm requisitioning the 4 refreshment spots you're holding. Lin Fan responded with a cold smile. Since they had all mentioned the enemies that had killed him in his previous life, there was nothing for him to be polite about. Then we'll see who's more savage when it comes to black on black. War Tianchi, where is the wisdom? If it is not here, cannot kill people. Early burst to kill you this kid. Chi Xiaoban, the shrimp head man begged you to bring someone to rob the brush spot. I'm afraid you're not capable of doing anything but howling somewhere. Within the area channel, the guild squad leader taunted as he brushed the monsters. Lin Fan didn't say a word and observed the terrain on his own. Neuro Wanderer, you're a bit strong for a mage. Come to my team and let's switch to high-level monsters. The archer who had been robbed of his monsters earlier cozied up to Lin Fan, kicking the scattered mage out of the group and launching a group request to him. No, thanks. Lin Fan chose to refuse without any hesitation, and the neurotic wanderer was a bit offended, staring at him like a fool and said, I admit that you're indeed fierce, but for you to do it alone with them would be an act of looking for death. Lin Fan indifferently swept a glance at the other party. Then let's wait and see. Nervous wanderer, Che, what's the big deal? Don't be hilarious if you get killed to the point of retiring then. Lin Fan no longer paid attention to his opponent and began to mark the coordinate points on the minimap, silently predicting the flat A distance angle. His plan is clear. They all like to rob monsters, don't they? Then he'll contract all the brush spots. The mindless range of 1022 meters now covered exactly half of the small, misty jungle. At the same time, with 300 blue power, the continuous fireballs were on a 5-second cooldown, and were directed towards the 4 monster refreshment points for indiscriminate firepower delivery. It didn't matter even if there was no accuracy beyond the line of sight lock. As long as you didn't stop casting spells, you would always be able to kill the freshly brushed spectral wolves. Your friend Etched Bones is online. 10 minutes later, Etched Bone brought a few people to in the misty jungle. Kong Xiao, eldest sister, applied to join the team. Kong Xiao, second senior sister, applied to join the team. Kong Xiao, fourth sister. Lin Fan looked at the application list for a while dumbfounded. TM all girls? And this LD is what is going on. The last added in the sister player LD is even more outrageous. Actually called the big young master of the female kitchen god. This is a normal player to take the nickname? Lean. Tell him to call a few of his friends. What's the point of calling out so many girls? Explode and kill the 10,000-year-old single dog 10,000 times. Lin Fan grimaced. And not long after, Etched Bone appeared with 4 girls who were leveled around level 5. This group of girls were tall, with skin like gelatin, each with a stunningly beautiful face and a body that was hotter than the other. Even if Lin Fan is aware that these are all faces pinched out by players, in reality, it may not be possible to grow one more than one domineering. But the image of these 4 sisters surrounding Erosion Bone was still quite shocking. Lin Fan's expression was serious, and the fire of jealousy was burning madly. Rich people are just arrogant. Other people can bring 1 sister to play even good. This be he even brought 4. The whole 4. That's a goddamned outburst. Lin Fan couldn't bear it and directly gave Eroded Bone an ultimatum. 500,000 pitfalls at a 20% discount. 440 gold coins. Transfer now. Money is no object. Great God. Etched Bone said, seeing Lin Fan's unsmiling face, and then thinking about his domineering in bold words just now, he instantly felt that his figure was taller. So sleepy. Where did the game god come from? How come I didn't see it? Big sister. A knight? Asked with a yawn. Second senior sister, that's right. Little old brother can't lead us. So you're just waiting to get your ass kicked. Female kitchen god, young master. Why don't you eat the breakfast made by others? So sad. A petite lowly looking 4th senior sister had a wary gaze and coldly looked at Lin Fan. Kong Dajo, you're going to be cheated again. The last online game also said that he was a personal disciple of the god of law, and as a result, He was cheated of more than $5 million in worship fees. Etched Bone retorted. He's really strong. I'm not going to lie to you guys. The super strong and fierce kind. Mr. Kong? Lin Fan froze for a while, then looked at the LD of a few people, and tentatively asked, You Woon, really call your real name Kong Beijun, right? Echidna, crap, God you've heard of me? Lin Fan Man stupid, suddenly thought of the Sword and Conqueror, the hottest 2 years ago. He inexplicably received a lawyer's letter, saying that he defrauded the Kong family's big young man 5 million. Outrageous. He's the Peacock King. Lin Fan sucked in a mouthful of cool air. This big fat goat was actually one of the 4 big broads in Magic City, the boss of the Kong family compound, one of the strongest members of the heavenly ranking who was born with the ability to pay money and the ability to have racy encounters, also the first being batch of forbidden spellcasters to die a horrible death by being sucked dry by a chimera in ultra-hardcore mode. He was only 21 years old at the time of his death, but he had a racy life that countless geeks looked up to. Cough. I happened to read your post on the internet. Lin Fan coughed dryly, somewhat embarrassed. Ha ha, the internet buzz is just part of the brother urban legend. Ebonized Bone laughed proudly and continued. Rather, old brother worships the god of law as much as I do, and dares to use my master, the mortal god, as a LD. So he does indeed have a couple of tricks up his sleeve. Get outta here. You're a big man. When did I ever have a disciple like you? Lin Fan was speechless for a while in his heart. He had little interest in the playboy. In his previous life, the reason why this little old man had become a heavenly ranking powerhouse was purely because of the Kong family's incredible financial strength, the result of a hard smash. Otherwise, how else would a hallowed forbidden spell mage die at the hands of a chimera? Are you sure you want to transfer money? Aren't you afraid of becoming the 38th experience of being scammed since you've been playing the game? Eldest sister shook her head and teased. No way, I swear never. Etched Bone straightened his waist and took out the style of a great young man who swung money like dirt. Lin Fan looked at his dilettante look and lamented in his heart that it was good to have money. Whoa, more than 400 gold coins were credited. Lin Fan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Together with the money he had earned from selling equipment before, he would be able to take care of his sister's surgery fee in one go today. 125? Oh, Lin Fan told them to sit and hang out, and the 4th senior sister smiled contemptuously. Don't argue, you're the one who's full of crap. Just wait for the great god to operate. I'm full of crap? It's not because you're too stupid. Senior brother. Echidna gave her a blank look, hardening for less than 2 seconds before taking a hard thunderbolt to the head. At present, even those players who are in the teens, with the gold master to brush the level at best, only dare to drag 2 upgrades. If you take one more person will even be difficult to protect themselves. Moreover, there wasn't a single priest profession in the team. Even if the package was full of recovery medicine, a mage with a fragile body couldn't carry monster damage at all. Lin Fan opened the area to shout and came out with another affirmation, occupying the brush point for an hour. Thank you for your cooperation. War Tianchi, thank your mom. Get lost. Lin Fan smiled blandly, and the streak of fireball smashed towards the Dragon Trace Guild's brush point at the first opportunity. Boom! A ball of fire lit up in the depths of the mists, and Warrior Tianchi and the others were instantly blown away as 3 fireballs exploded right by their feet, and the 6 phantom wolves were almost instantaneously secured. You killed the spectral wolf, experience plus 20. The cold smile on the 3rd senior sister's face froze, and she looked at Lin Fan with utter dismay. Level 8 monsters say seconds? Second sister, still AoE group damage brushing monsters. This is horrible. Eldest sister, oh by God, what kind of range is that? It's several times more than other mages, isn't it? Lin Fan cried and laughed. Only a few times longer than the others? Then he Tower Master still makes a chicken duster. A kilometer range refresh point all locked. Only to the casuals left a way to live. As for the refresh point where the Dragon Trace Guild was located, it would be the target of Master Tower's focus. Chi Xiaoban, who the hell is sick? We're brushing up nicely. Who's doing a sneak attack? War Tianchi, wicked. I'm a living ghost. Successive long-range fire drops. Lin Fan calibrated through the screams of his opponent after each bombardment. That's right. The more accurate he blew up, the more vicious the cursing from the Dragon Mark Guild on the regional channel became. Everything is anthropomorphized in Divinity, and area channels can not only pop up text conversations, but you can also hear the player's voice as long as they're relatively close. For a true Ashes old player, listening to sound is a means of survival engraved in the bones. Aside from the cook who was still chanting about the young master not eating breakfast, the 3 sisters brought by Echidna's jaws were about to drop to the ground. Last night they struggled for 8 hours in the novice village before barely making it to level 5. Now sitting on the ground and hanging out. In just 10 minutes. The experience value rubbed off and skyrocketed, quickly reaching level 6. The most frightening thing was the man standing in front of him, standing in the same place to cast spells since the beginning, and the ghosts didn't know where the skills he shot out flew to. One could only see the firelight that kept lighting up in the mists, and then pieces of spectral wolves were killed in seconds. I'll ask you guys, is my brother he strong? Right? Is it worth spending this $400,000 or so? The BGM played, and Etched Bones danced in place to Subject 3, and was wildly dejected in front of the four sisters. Lin Fan swept a glance at the Peacock King who was addicted to female color and couldn't help himself. Damn it, I really wanted to kick this thing to death. After another half hour and minutes, more than 800 spectral wolves were taken out in one breath. Lin Fan's blue stack was about to break through 11,000 points, and his level 8, Flame Scorch, damage reached 880 points, even though it was a drag of 5, and the experience was spread out quite evenly. It was still Echidna who had risen to level 5, the girls leveled up to level 7, and there was a decay in the monsters gaining experience. Due to the fact that they were all outputting with their skills, the blue consumption was high, so Lin Fan could only stop and take off for meditation. I'll build Nima, who's a mortal god. Get your ass over here. Just then, the knight dressed in a green outfit walked out of the mists, accompanied by a female swordsman. Dozens of the guild's elite players followed out, each looking viciously at Lin Fan and his party, and each of them, although they hadn't received any substantial damage, had been smashed by the fireballs. You have a problem with that? Lin Fan raised his head and eyed the world. Calm tone let War Tianchi and others frown. They 30 or 40 people present. Is this rabbit cub stupid enough to not see the situation? You're the one who robbed the monster, aren't you? Delaying our monster brushing progress. Say it. How to compensate? Battle Tianchi sneered. Lin Fan had a smile on his lips and only said one word, get lost. Etched Bone and the others were stunned and looked at each other. It's not. Big god brother so handsome? Not even a little bit of dragon mark guild's face? Little friend is a bit interesting. I like this temper. Eldest senior sister pursed her red lips and smiled delicately, looking at Lin Fan with a little more appreciation in her gaze. Kiki Savage, that's fine. You're good at pretending. Everyone get ready to turn on the red clear. Etched Bone couldn't help but get a headache upon hearing this, and muttered in a low voice. A good man is not a good man. The great god will withdraw first, and when brother goes back to gather a few hundred fighters to fight them again. You're scared? Lin Fan glanced lightly at Etched Bone. Etched Bone, I'm afraid of them a ball. I now have a low level is not convenient to fight. The most critical thing is that the body, bullets with a little too much, be killed is estimated to be a little miserable. The misty jungle is outside of the novice village and is not protected by a safe zone. In the early stages of the game, when you kill someone in the field on red, you will accumulate the sin value to become red. Once the sin value exceeds the upper limit, the game NPC will no longer provide services to red-named players, and they can only go to buy high-priced items on the black market, as well as being wanted by the Imperial Guards. However, there is another benefit of being a red player. You will get an extra prop drop bonus for killing a player, and the amount of gold dropped will be in accordance with the percentage drop of the amount of gold on the killed person, which is usually 5 to 10% for a single death. Therefore, there are many unscrupulous players with strong operations who choose to play in the red name, specializing in hunting down single tycoon players to make a fortune. Of course, once a red-named player is counter-killed, the cost will be 3 times that of a normal player. Lin Fan was stunned and said in private chat, I mean, just how much gold have you recharged? Etched Bone was directly embarrassed, weakly replied, just charged 20,000 gold coins by hand. $20 million? Black lines sprouted from Lin Fan's forehead, and Etched Bone nodded helplessly. This Timos is truly a fool's errand. 20,000 gold coins once you are killed by a red name. You can drop up to 2,000 gold coins once you die, which is 2 million big tickets. Lin Fan almost kneeled to him. Peacock King is Peacock King, worthy of being the man who died on the belly of a chimera. He was now pressed to be a mobile treasure trove of gold coins. Kill him once and the entire field of players would have to offer him incense and kowtow to him and thank Lord Echidna for his gifts. Warrior Tianchi laughed wistfully. How about compensating at 200 gold coins, and let this matter go? Shi Xiaoban, of course you can run back to the safe zone and spend time with us. We can afford it. Lin Fan helplessly returned. You guys go eat farts. War Tianchi grinned coldly. Kid, your mouth is a real bitch. These people really dare to think 200 gold coins is 200,000. When he is a bank. Either pay up or wait to be killed until you quit. Our Holy Cliff Guild is on to you. Shi Xiaoban snorted disdainfully and coldly as she stood outside the safe zone, and her LD immediately turned from green to red. You guys back off. I'll play with them. Lin Fan twisted his head to look at Erosion Bone and the others. How can you fight without bringing me along? I'll resist damage for you and you output. The Elder Knight sister leapt into action. swinging the round wooden shield on her hand to be in front of Linfan. However, in the next second, several of them were kicked out of the queue one by Linfan. Echidna, woken. Brotherly righteousness is the word. How do you expect me to get along in the future? Eldest sister and the others looked at him in great confusion, and Linfan shrugged his shoulders. Don't worry about the matter of the fighter. Golden Master. Dragon Trace and Sacred Cliff Guild's people turned on red collectively, preparing to circle back to break Linfan and the others' retreat, or else they would only be able to stare in disbelief when they withdrew to the novice safe zone. Warrior Tanchi, leave this mage to us. Dragon Scars, and you guys kill those chicks. Qi Shaoban, no problem. Brother Battle. The chicks? Eroded Bone sniffed as a man's dignity was trampled on. Furious and cursed, woken. I am a man, there is no I. Qi Shaoban, I can't believe you're holding a hero-level weapon in your hand. You're the one who snatched my wife's weapon yesterday? Echidna, damn. Get the hell away from me. Man-child. Qi Shaoban looked at the weapon in Echidna's hand with a greedy face, and with a single step, she pounced not far in front of Echidna. Etched Bone was only level 5 with no defense on him, and when he was caught by a level 9 swordsman in a green suit, he would basically have to kneel down with a single sword. Old me is going to burst gold coins. Etched Bone sighed bitterly. Being exploded in gold coins was a small matter, but losing face for the hallowed 4 young men of Magic City was a big matter. Seeing this, Linfan swung his staff and pointed. A minuscule flat hitting Qi Shaoban. -12. Qi Shaoban was first stunned, then snorted and laughed wildly. Just this? That's all you're going to show me? -795. Suddenly a blood-red number popped out. Qi Shaoban's face was stunned. Then her whole body was steaming with flames as the flame scorch damage continued to skyrocket. No way. Qi Shaoban panicked. Even though she was fully equipped with green equipment and possessed a decent magic resistance and blood quantity, she only resisted the scorching once, and 2 times the scorching effect appeared, and she was instantly burned into a charcoal. Echidna, my brother. Invincible. Eldest sister drew in a breath of cool air. What a monster. Flat a second swordsman. Sister Qi. She has more than 1,000 points of blood, and she will actually be killed in seconds? The people from the Sacred Cliff Guild were dumbstruck. All of them were stunned by this explosive damage from Linfan. Next, Linfan smiled faintly as a blue heavy sword exploded out of Qi Shaoban's body, allowing Etched Bone to hold it and keep it for him. War Tianchi eyelids jumped straight. See, the situation is not only not afraid, even face full of ecstasy. With his previous guess, this mage must have what is not props. Warrior Tianchi, all of you, kill that kid. He has extreme equipment on him. Equipment that allows a level 8 mage to instantly second a level 9 swordsman. All the people are red-eyed. All know that God's domain is not a lack of God's rich. If this burst out to hang the auction house, what about the big bueno, the beautiful women, the luxury cars? That's still whatever you want? All the players rushed towards Linfan in a swarm. People die for money and birds die for food. Linfan couldn't help but laugh out loud, since the efficiency of brushing monsters and striking gold was too low. Then with so many red-named players taking the initiative to come up and send their equipment, there was no reason for him not to accept it. Fire magic stirred, and the hexagram totem shone through the misty jungle. With 3 booms, the streak of fireballs instantly killed an entire team of players, exploding in bits and pieces all over the place. Battle Tianchi saw the situation, forehead cold sweat straight. This horrible long-range killing power is simply not like a person. It is not too much to say that it is a humanoid boss. However, as the Dragon Trace Guild's beaters, all of them were core players of other online games, so they naturally knew quite a bit about the weaknesses of mages. The opponent's blood level was a mere 230 points, and either of them could do away with the kid in 2 slashes if they could just stall until they got close enough. Linfan teasingly smiled, using a pineapple cap to think he knew what the other party's idea was. The distance was now too close for his gunmaster's extra long range to be utilized, but with the mist covering the area, it would be difficult for the other side's long-range output to lock him down. Here, try operating with me. Linfan laughed blandly and dodged into the mist with a flash. How boring. There's nothing more for us to do, ah? Linfan disappeared, and the naturally haughty 4th senior sister skimmed her lips. The 2nd elder sister, who was full of imperial style, held her chin and analyzed. Let's grab and run. If the mage is entangled by the melee, even if the output is high, he will die. Etched Bone frowned tightly into a dilemma. Has been very low-profile. Divine Chef suddenly opened his mouth and said, Dragon Trace Guild is behind the Dingxing Consortium and the Kong family have friendships. The young master of this muddy water we cannot wade. Shut up, touch my brother. I don't give a fuck about the consortium. I'll fucking fight them to the death. Echidna gritted her teeth and fumbled for the only new staff she could wear. And with that, she chased after him into the mists, and the eldest sister looked speechless. Silly ass. It couldn't be helped. Young Kong had to go and help Lin Fan deliver a big ticket, and the few of them could only follow. Mages have low agility. He must not be able to run far. Give chase. Warrior Tianchi chased into the mists without seeing Lin Fan's figure and immediately had his people spread out for a siege. Battle brother. Beware, a teammate yelled. With a clattering sound, a waist-thick tree fell down, and Battle Tianchi's back was so cold that he was almost blown out of his head by the tree. With a freedom comparable to reality, any object can be violently destroyed in Divinity, and collapsing objects can be even more devastating to the player during the opening period. Warrior Tianchi, with this tactic, you still want to kill me? The strongest MT of the future Dragon Trace Guild? Hilarious. You're overthinking it. Lin Fan in the mist responded with a cold smile, and in succession, a number of large trees were violently blasted down by him with a flat A. Battle Tianchi and his party hurriedly dodged away. The world knows that mages are weak in close combat, and once they are brainlessly plastered in the face by melee, they are dead. Lin Fan's thought process was very clear, taking the initiative to change the terrain to create output conditions. The constantly falling trees formed an obstacle in front of Battle Tianchi's group. Lin Fan was like a ghost, raising his hand to continue his flat A output. A swordsman just jumped over the collapsed trees and ate a shot, and without falling for 2 seconds he turned into a wisp of white light and returned to the west. Damn rabbit! What kind of equipment has such a high output? Warrior Tianchi's heart was pounding, letting the long-range profession output cover as he led a group of melee fighters to sprint at top speed. Facing the flying arrows and magical fireballs, Lin Fan calmly withdrew 2 steps back, and all the attacks exploded in front of him, but they could never hurt him in the slightest. Turning to Battle Tianchi and the others, he teasingly shook his head. Older brother, your teammates are just as short as you are. Battle Tianchi and his party were exasperated and clenched their teeth. While it was true that knights had the strongest defense in the game, but with a mere 2 meters or so of attack distance, it was just as short as the thief player. Got stuck at attack distance. So how can this asshole stand outside of mage range and output? The long-range players of Dragon Trace couldn't help but smack their lips. I've only heard that long-range character professions increase their range after awakening, but the opposite side is just a level 8 mage. War Tianchi continued to chase after him with an iron head, and Lin Fan played with walking his dog with a calm face, relying on the pro player's control of distance. He stands just 21 meters away and walks A. The main fight is one that gasses people to death. The streak of fireballs slammed across the room again, and Battle Weather's eyes widened as the burning sensation hit his face. Just now, he remembered clearly how miserable the vice president of the Holy Cliff Guild was hanging, that he might not be able to take this move even if he was a MT Knight. Brother Battle, help me pick up my equipment. The swordsman player in the group rushed to the front with a sullen face, using his body to harden himself against the horrifying continuous fireballs, and was burnt to a crisp without a doubt. Seeing his teammates go to their deaths for him, Battle Tianchi roared angrily, "If I don't fucking kill you to the point of autism, my last name isn't Battle." Lin Fan's eyes flinched. No wonder in his previous life, Dragon Trace could become the strongest union in China. It had to be said that their guild members, regardless of their experience in killing and combat decision-making, had completely opened up a gap with other guilds. It's hard for guilds in general to cultivate that kind of trust when someone is willing to have their experience docked to take a bullet for their teammates. Like this, not long after the service has started. Nice. You guys have earned some respect from me. The corner of Lin Fan's mouth arced out as he continued in a chilling voice. So, I'll try to let you guys die as quickly as possible. Dog, how dare you pretend to be AB? Death. War Tianchi roared. Lin Fan's complexion changed slightly. A killing intent startled behind him. 3 black shadows did not know when they touched behind him. It was actually 3 relatively rare thief players. However, Lin Fan was able to survive for 2 years in ultra-hardcore mode with a raggedy outfit, so how could he be a generalized person? His perception of killing aura far exceeded the current realm of understanding of ordinary players. Thief, level 1 has 10 seconds sneak skill, behind the target to launch an attack. Once hit such as the head, heart and other vitals will have a high probability of hitting the blitzkrieg. However, due to this profession's high requirements for skill books and weapons, and the key is that it is a bit obscene to stab people in the back every day, so the number of players who chose thief was extremely small among the 6 professions. 3 thieves appeared at once, which was indeed unexpected by Lin Fan. Lin Fan's breath stuttered as a thief drew his knife and stabbed him in the back. The cold light was so cold that it was as if he could smell the cold air on the tip of the knife. The sound of a dagger breaking through the air rang out, and the thief suddenly froze. The surefire hit fell through? Where to look? A cold voice rang out, and the thief subconsciously looked up, his face suddenly changing. The dark-haired man was seen with his feet in the air, holding his staff in the air and locking him in place, the hexagram totem lighting up against the thief's forehead. Boo! -40, -950, point-blank headshots. jumping up to release an attack. What kind of operation is this? Dragon marks people's scalps exploded. Woken, aerial strike. Just rushed to the scene of the etiolated bone excited wild howl. Big sister a few sisters all surprised a little speechless. It's clear that the second day of Divine Realm has just begun. And we've agreed to dislike each other with flat A plus a bit of garbage skills. Come up with output strength that rivals bosses. And melee can also crush Mage Nemesis Thief. The scariest thing is also being able to do two things at once and complete the aerial output, which is unbelievable for normal players. Realizing that in a holographic game, the player's neurons are interconnected with the game, and that releasing skills and attacking targets requires maintaining focus. Otherwise, there will be penalties such as magic backlash, normal attacks failing, and stiffness. Like this mage in front of him, not only could he use two minds at once, he could even cast spells during a jump. This operation was simply perverted to the extreme. Of course, just because an operation is difficult for ordinary people to achieve doesn't mean that some top experts can't do it, like the National No. 1 Magic Swordsman and Holy Priest in the Sword and Conquest of Tianchi Club. They often play a magnificent operation of multitasking in the professional field, but to speak of the best of them, there is only one. That was the recognized number one person in the French system, the Mortal God. In the World Finals of Sword Journey 2 years ago, after all of your teammates have been killed, you are forced to use the forbidden spell, Infernal Purgatory to the death. Summoning 8 elemental doppelgangers to operate at the limit, nearly toppled the world champion with his own strength. I think I see the shadow of the master. Etched Bone muttered. He had watched the finals game where the Vanguard's almost extreme flipped hundreds of times and could clearly remember every detail of the Vanguard's maneuvers. The moment the gold medalist jumped up, the two figures seemed to overlap in his eyes. Hey, what I hate most in my life is thieves and archers. Lin Fan frowned inside. The two thieves reacted extremely fast. Even if their teammates were killed in seconds, they didn't let these two men spare his little chrysanthemum. The opponent looked to be a veteran thief player, choosing to clamp down one after the other, blocking off as much space as possible for him to maneuver. Lin Fan silently shook his head. Then there's nothing I can do. Create my own stance. I love playing basketball. Unable to dodge by walking, Lin Fan suddenly unleashed a barrage of fireballs at one side of the ground. A huge recoil caused his body to move sideways, forcing him to pull away from the two thief players by more than 10 meters. Etched Bone saw this and said dumbfounded. Big brother dares to say that he is not changed by Apiao? What kind of operation is this? Putting skills to displace. Warrior Tianchi's face turned white, completely dumbfounded by Lin Fan's handful of body techniques. Lin Fan looked at a bunch of little chickens who hadn't seen the world and couldn't help but wonder if the abuse was overdone. God's domain combat system freedom is high exaggerated, like this use of attack skills to achieve the means of dodging. In fact, is ultra-hardcore mode that is the base of any trialist manipulation. Magic, battle techniques, shield techniques, assassination techniques, and other skills, no matter how strong the numerical panel is, if it cannot be flexibly applied in actual combat with magical creatures, then there is only one way to die. 2 shots of fireballs killed the two thieves one by one, only exploding a floor of coins. Come on, keep operating and see how many more people can block your shots. Lin Fan's overbearing remote pointing at War Tianchi. The latter's face was like a color of earth. This person in front of him, whether it was the exaggerated strength of his attacks or that ghostly and incomparable positioning, it was simply not comparable to their group of half-assed people. The distance was drawn to 21 meters away, and accidentally went into a buffet session with Lin Fan. Kid, you wait for me. You remember you. Prepare for the Dragon Trace's pursuit. More than 30 guild members died most of the time, and when Battle Tianchi saw that the situation was bad, he let out a vicious word and turned around and ran away. Run? Lin Fan really didn't have the ability to hold back his laughter. His tone of voice, how many people from Dragon Trace come? How many I kill? How many times I resurrect? How many times I kill? These guys actually turned on the red and tried to run, and exposed their backs to him. This is a complete lack of understanding on their part of the amazing length of Master Gunner. Massacre, one-sided massacre. So relieved, Etched Bone laughed excitedly. As Lin Fan waved his staff, each fireball turned into a death scythe and more than a dozen souls were sent back to the novice village. War Tianchi was blown away by the continuous beat of fireballs. Lying on the ground and glaring viciously at Lin Fan, Ikong City won't let you go. You're dead. Lin Fan's face was chilly as he said, the boss of Dragon Trace? Don't worry, I'll kill him before he does. In his previous life, Lin Fan had died under this person, and this time he would choose to strike first. This fellow was really quite needy. He actually hasn't died yet. Lin Fan frowned slightly. War Tianchi, who had 2200 plus blood, resisted 3 times, Flame Scorch, before being burned to death. His candor was evident, and it was no wonder that he dared to be so arrogant. Ding dong. A pair of knight shoulder armors exploded from War Tianqi's corpse. Purple equipment? Lin Fan was a bit surprised and picked it up to check its attributes. Wild shoulder armor. Quality, hero. Grade, 5. Profession, knight. Physical defense, 30. Magic resistance, 30. Effect, in combat state. Restores 10 life points per second. Set of 3 activated, blood level increased by 300 points. 6-piece set activation, blood quantity increased by 500 points. The attributes are good, but it's a pity that it's only level 5 equipment. Lin Fan nodded. It wasn't a wasted effort. The level 5 heroic protector was worth at least 40,000 to 50,000 dollars. Just about to hang up the Imperial auction house to bid. Who knew that? Turning his head, he saw eldest sister pouting her red lips and looking at himself with a face full of longing. Lin Fan subconsciously stepped back, really a little worried that this tiger lady would push herself down with one hand. Big sister, sell me for 100,000. I love the shoulder armor look. It's so sexy. Second sister, $100,000 you don't lose. This thing is worth 50,000 at most at the auction house. Fourth senior sister glanced at the two and glared at young Master Kong coldly grunting. Don't pay the bill yet. The shoulder armor is adorned with a pair of monster horns at each end, looking barbaric in style. Etched Bone weakly muttered. I didn't say anything. I think this orc shoulder armor doesn't look a little too savage. Hold your tongue if you can't speak. The fourth senior sister's big eyes glared, and when she said that, she was ready to drill holes in eroded Bone's brain. Brother, do you think 100 gold coins will do? Etched Bone looked at Lin Fan pitifully. Lin Fan was a bit headstrong. Couldn't make sense of what the relationship of these people was. How did it feel like the Peacock King was like a resentful seed? Did rich males like the feeling of being abused? Seeing that the price was not bad, Lin Fan agreed to the deal. Whoa! 100 gold coins arrived. Lin Fan began to clean up the rest of the loot. The group killed the 2 guilds of Dragon Trace and Sacred Cliff, and a total of 5 green suits, 2 blue suits, and 8 gold coins were popped out. This strikes gold with efficiency. If it wasn't for the fact that becoming a red-named player would result in some of the quests not being able to be done in the early stages, or else I would really like to simply do nothing and stare at the people of Dragon Trace to explode their equipment. Turning back to the VLP clients, he proceeded to brush the spectral wolves, and first brushed the single quest of Eclipse Bone and the others. And at that moment, the World Channel was buzzing with activity. Wang lang lang, crap now. Watching the World Channel, I'm human numb. Dragon Trace Guild's 3rd echelon was actually brushed by someone as a wild monster burst. I told you that some guilds would capsize sooner or later, and now even the purple armor has been blown up. Strict Father's Love, 6666. Brush kobolds, that guy does bull nose. War Old Master, how you dare not call again? Dragon Trace Club. Explain the situation. What's going on? A cold man in a black suit opened the video conference. Boss, this really can't be blamed on us. We really tried our best, but that guy can explode a passive skill that can do 1000 plus seconds of damage. No one can hold it for 2 seconds. The video shows a middle-aged man spouting out the appearance of a bereaved dog where there is still half a bit of the majesty of the war chief. Oh, even this lady's level 13 water spell can only deal 300 plus second damage. A Pathfinder mage can deal 1000 plus damage. Who are you fooling? An arrogant and cold beauty in the meeting cocked her snow-white long legs and despised. It's nothing that you lost more than 100,000 equipments to the guild, but the guild's prestige is damaged because of you. Can you afford the responsibility? Yes, I admit that I underestimated my opponent. Battle Tianqi admitted his mistake with a red face. If Lin Fan was here, he would definitely be able to recognize this woman. Chu Frost, a professional player and the chief mage player of the Dragon Trace Guild, had been violently crushed by Lin Fan in the Sword and Conquer National Competition Elite 8, despite having the advantage of attribute restraint. Empty City's sword brows furrowed slightly as it said, 1000 plus second wounds? The output ability does exceed most players at this stage. But won't your 6 squads use tactics? Warrior Tianqi's face was full of bitterness, and he said with a bitter smile, I would like to, but you can see that this operation of his is definitely not an ordinary person. After saying that, while Battle Tianqi released the game recording screen, from Lin Fan vacated to release an attack to kill a thief in seconds, then abruptly rely on skills to force displacement. See the problem? Frost. Yakanchang's eyes stared slightly and pressed pause. Zhu Shuangshan was attracted by Lin Fan's operation in the screen. Amazement flared in her beautiful eyes, and she took a deep breath and said, this is the maneuver of a professional player. There's absolutely no mistake. Zhu Frost paused briefly, her face growing shocked. Keep replaying the footage over and over again, trying to catch every detail. The smoothness of the opponent's walk and his control of the distance of the attack were simply of a hollow level. Even after playing professional esports for so many years and seeing many professional gods, He was still shocked by this operation to the point of goosebumps on his arms. It's at least at the T1 level in a pro operation. T0 level is possible. Zhu Xuanxiang's pretty face turned white. Even though she was watching through the video, she could still feel the terrifying sense of oppression on the other party. This is the absolute confidence in their own operation, as well as all-round crushing the opponent from the comfortable embodiment. Ikancheng smiled a meaningful smile at his words and faintly shook his head. You're missing the point. Ha, no, right? Zhu Xuanxiang was a bit at a loss for words, worrying about making a fool of herself in front of her boss and affecting her own future status in the Dragon Trace Guild. Stop. Empty City raised an eyebrow as the screen settled on the looks of the level 8 mage. The point is here. His looks. Empty City laughed playfully. Looks? The character's looks can only be described as airy, but not very refined. War Tianqi and Zhu Xuanxiang were confused, not understanding what this boss with $100 billion fortune was thinking. Is a different game with the same character modeling and you guys don't recognize it? The corners of Empty City's mouth rose, and his eyes flashed with essence as he said, he's the only player who plays the game and never upregulates his own face value, so he should be preparing for a resurgence in the making. That's impossible. He's already been permanently blocked by the Huaxia Gaming Association. Zhu Xuanxiang exclaimed in a very out-of-control manner, and that teenager's back appeared before her eyes. No wonder he dares to call himself a mortal god. Warrior Tianqi sucked in cool air. He had thought that the other party was just a fanatic fan. Who knew that it was actually the honored one? God's domain is not regulated by the Esports Association, and as far as I know even the state can't interfere with the game's progress. Empty City said. Exaggerated maneuvering, absolute calmness, and steady play are almost like artificial intelligence. He is the nightmare in the hearts of countless professional players. A big mountain across everyone's heart. Zhu Xuanxiang said in a trembling voice. He's Lin Fan. Empty City picked up a cup of coffee and sipped it elegantly, whispering with a smile, if you can't join my Dragon Trace Guild, then destroy it. In order to pursue the fastest efficiency in brushing monsters, Lin Fan led his people to kill the misty jungle. I am the god's domain on the dash, brothers now offline rest. Brother kill the mage that son of a bitch to rob the monster to come. Xing Wuya, this kills 1,000 knives guy. I heard that it is the game administrator. False public assistance to help people upgrade official does not care about it? Lin Fan shouted at every area to borrow a brush point, and the nearby players cursed and defied with their mouths, but their bodies were still very honest. Even the people from the Dragon Trace Guild had been destroyed by this asshole, and they, the small guild players, could only actively avoid it. Lin Fan is overbearing a little bit. Credibility no say? Each monster refreshment point only brush 1 hour. Brush finished with the team to go. The Great Gold Master Eclipse level always maintained a 3-level difference with the monsters. And with the efficiency of experience gain pulled full circle, Lin Fan quickly rose to level 10. Centaur Warrior, level 12. HP, 1500/1500. Attack power, 60. Skill, Wild Rush. Within a dry riverbed. For level 10 wild monsters scurried out. Lin Fan looked around at the surroundings and muttered to himself in his mind. There seems to be a mission here that's not bad. Come back later. Echidna spoke. These monsters seem to be able to attack on their own accord. So beware. After entering the Vile River Road, it was already considered to be within the territory of Edgar's main city, and the monster intensity was quite a bit higher than before. Moreover, the newbie protection mechanism no longer existed, and monsters would actively attack players who stepped into the territory, so the danger factor had skyrocketed. Good timing, eat my sword. Holding a fine broadsword that had just been exploded not long ago, eldest sister took the initiative to enter the monster's attacking distance, intending to try out her current candor first. The centaur moves fast and jumps up to launch a chopping attack on the big sister. -110. -110. Swinging his sword and crackling a lot, the centaur only dropped less than 300 points of blood, but instead, the elder sister was under siege. But this tiger lady froze not to goad. In place to open the group taunt hard to resist damage. Still playing back and forth. The fourth senior sister opened her bow and drew an arrow. Her eyes resolute, the blood level is so high. I'll come too. The other two sisters also killed up. And only Etched Bone was anxious. Brother's heroic staff can't be used yet, or else all these monsters will be seconded by brother. Lin Fan shook his head helplessly beside him. It was like taking a bunch of noble children on a wild hunt. Taking someone to brush up on a level and still having to let them go through the motions first. Eldest sister and the others struggled to cut down a centaur warrior, and then 3 more rushed out of the bushes. For noble women with little experience in the field were quickly plunged into a bitter battle. Please, don't waste time. Lin Fan laughed bitterly. The streak of fireballs started with 3 thuds and sparks. -1100. -1100. You have killed centaur warrior experience +40. The magic skill damage stacked with the scorching damage, easily killing 6 centaur warriors. The eldest senior sister was stunned, and swept towards Lin Fan with a grudge. Hey, you're boring. Can you have a little bit of an exploratory spirit or not? That's right. Shouldn't playing a game involve going through bitter battles and then gaining the joy of growing from it? Second senior sister said with an air of understanding. This question confused Lin Fan. When did brushing monsters too fast become a mistake? Lin Fan smiled bitterly and did not respond. These rich people are horribly naive. And to them it's just a game. And naturally reasoning doesn't work at all. In his previous life, ever since the Peacock King was killed by the Phantom's colorful seduction, the Kong family has been devastated. The women around him all ended badly. Some were even taken captive by other guilds and used as tributes to be sacrificed to the demon god. Lin Fan hesitated for a moment and said meaningfully to Eroded Bone, if they're important to you, then grab them and get stronger. Echidna frowned and turned back, the unique clarity plus stupidity of a college student appearing in his eyes. Again unable to understand that playing the game was just a game. What was a dude doing being so serious? Look to Lin Fan open mouth want to say. Very want to ask him exactly is not their worship of that man, but feel a little embarrassed cannot say. Lin Fan waved his staff and swiped the fireballs in a flurry. 3 hours later, the crowd walked out of the Vile River Road, and the main city of Edgar was close at hand. Lin Fan leveled up to level 12, and the lowest leveled Ebonized Bone also reached level 10, and the time limit was successfully completed for the substitute list. Well, this is Edgar, the main city closest to the novice village? It's huge. The crowd looked to the end of the horizon, where a magnificent giant city lay ahead. Finally level 11. Thanks yo, handsome boy. Eldest sister thanked her. Minor problem. I should do what I'm paid to do, and I have to thank you for taking care of business. Lin Fan said with a smile, and along the way, he exploded 6 good level 5 blue suits, and packed them up and gave them to Ebonized Bones for the low price of 20 gold coins. Echidna, what's the point of talking about this? Old brother. I'll still look for you the next time I play a difficult copy. Lin Fan nodded. The Peacock King kid was dull, but there were a lot of girls around him, so he might be able to get him to even one out for himself. Well, a character worth befriending indeed. After calculating the gold coins in his hand and the money in his bank card, there was still some surplus after he had gathered enough money to pay for Xiao Xian's 800,000 yuan surgery fee. I plan to get off the game a little later and go to the hospital to pay for the surgery, so that Xiao Xian won't have to worry that his family can't get the money. The left eye of the giant spirit god, proficiency came to 14,000 points. Fiery Scorch, 10 talent points all full. 10% blue damage to burn monsters don't be too cool. Level 10 ordinary monsters are basically 1 a second. Normal boss white scaled python, level 10. HP, 18,000/18,000. Attack power, 150. Skills, Crazy Strike, Toxin Spread. On each of the 7 drawbridges leading to the main city, there was a giant python coiled up, which was the novice village's bottom boss. That bed that night that year, don't give up, all of you. Let's fight another wave. This time we'll stomp the stupid longworm to death. Yo-Yo loves to dance. Give me a break. It's too hard. I can't even nurse my teammates when they get sprayed with venom. Hundreds of players were blocked on the bridge, and many of them had leveled up to over level 10 long ago, and as a result, the white-scaled serpent froze and blocked the bridge for 7 or 8 hours. Milk me, come on. What's the third priest fuming about? Call your mom. Can't you see I've been milking it? Lin Fan watched from the side as people were dumbfounded and had to admire the imagination of this group of players. The most deadly thing about the white-scaled serpent was the toxin spread skill. So a team had formed a group of 3 priests, 1 knight, and 2 long range with the intention of grinding the boss with a blood level of 18,000 to death. However, the white-scaled serpent comes with a mitigating buff aura that reduces the amount of healing players receive by 50% once exposed to the toxin, and as the battle continues to reduce the healing effect increases, the 3 priests lineup will only make the output even more lackluster. To put it bluntly, this bottom boss is a test of the player's operation and output ability. Watching the 3 priests fall one by one, Lin Fan couldn't help but spit out. Don't you even read the skill descriptions? You can't pass if you fight like this. Laughed. You girl? You line you come ah? The only remaining knight cursed at Lin Fan. His body was paralyzed by the spread of toxins, and his mouth was the only thing that could still move. Echidna, dude, you're going to kill me with laughter? Do you know who you're talking to? My old brother has no problem soloing this boss. Single brush? Put. This guy is out of his mind. Brushing the white-scaled serpent alone. Even if the Heaven's Best Guild's Operation Monster comes, he'll surely die. Playing a game of devil's advocate is nothing. When the surrounding players heard Ebonized Bone say this, they all began to taunt Lin Fan. Lin Fan was also speechless and turned his head to look at Erosion Bone. Do you want me to help you guys beat the boss to a crippled blood? And then I'll back out of the team at that time. Aren't you going to go to the main city? Echidna was surprised. I still have novice village quests left to do, and I plan to go back after I clear them. Lin Fan looked towards the Vile Riverbed, coordinates on the minimap and thought. There was a level 10 special copy opening point there with special activation conditions, and once you crossed the drawbridge and entered the main city, the hidden rewards would expire. Many of the top players in the previous generation had missed this quest and were directly regretted in the back. Sure, you don't want me to help you cripple the boss? There's growth. Lin Fan was quite a bit surprised. Echidna finally put on the heroic staff after reaching level 10, and seemed to be a little puffed up, actually refusing the past benefits that Lin Fan had gifted him. Older brother, don't be sarcastic. If I didn't see your operation, I would have thought that this game was invincible with as long as you have money to pile up the values. Eroded Bone looked at his 4 wives that looked like flowers in jade, showing his teeth and smiling strangely. Masters don't only need to be rich, but also hard enough. See if I dry this little boss is finished. Lin Fan smiled bashfully and exited the queue, turning around and heading straight to Vile River Road to execute his next plan. Region announcement: Player Light Dancing Flyer is the first to complete the main quest prologue, rewarded with 30 attribute freedom points and 1000 reputation. Region announcement: Player Against the Sky 1997, 30 attribute points? Doesn't that mean the system gave him 6 levels for nothing? This is too brainless. Behind the misguided Kiwis, is there any balance left in this game? These big guild players sure move faster than us casuals. Bisui Lasan, ha. I'm embarrassed to tell you guys that I was rewarded 15 attribute points for accompanying an NPC fishing, and I was also given life skills. Some players on the World Channel complained that the rewards were too outrageous, but Lin Fan didn't feel surprised. The biggest highlight of God's Domain is that there are many side quests and hidden quests, many of which are rewarded with attribute points, skills, and special props. Simply fighting monsters and upgrading to save equipment is not the only way to become a top player. Immersive experience of the game triggers the chance of quests is also an important means to become stronger. Lin Fan returned to the Vile River Road, and picked up a mushroom from the trunk of a dead tree. This thing was highly poisonous any way you look at it, or the kind that you have to lie down on the board if you eat it. Mushrooms, quality, normal. Effect, the best mountain treasures melt in your mouth, with a beautiful and sweet flavor. Review by Gods, White Pole Red Umbrella. The Gods party must have delicious. Looking at the system introduction, Lin Fan fell into hesitation. I don't know what kind of tendon those players in the previous life had, but they would actually stew this thing and almost cause a group annihilation. God's Domain doesn't require you to specifically point out the cooking skill to stew ingredients, and the taste is almost indistinguishable from reality. You just can't really fill your stomach. And the cooking process is even more interesting with the addition of rare spices, magical meats, and more. The dishes made can also increase the buff of player attributes. Of course, if the cooking level is too poor, the player attributes will also have negative effects such as weak legs and fainting. Some players who are chefs in reality can make a lot of money in the game just by being able to cook well and sell dishes and recipes. And all the major guilds have full-time chefs sitting around. And the top chefs can even make the strength of the guild members skyrocket by a notch. Wanting to open the elite copy of Vile River, the pre-qualification task was to eat the poisonous mushrooms and get mesmerized. And Lin Fan had no choice with his sad face. Now with no cooking utensils in hand and no water source in the dry riverbed, the only thing left to do was to grab the poisonous mushrooms and eat them raw. A bite crushed the root of the fungus, a juice exploded in the lips and teeth, and a strange aroma was instantly emitted. Lin Fan frowned and realized that this thing was not as hard to eat as he imagined. It just didn't look a bit bitter without being cooked, with the general feeling of chewing wax. You ate the divine illusion mushroom. Your willpower is being disintegrated. 3, 2, 1. You're caught up in a hallucination. System prompts came one after another. Lin Fan didn't panic and lay down with his back against a rock to enter dreamland. His eyes became disoriented, and Lin Fan opened his eyes with difficulty. When he entered, he was surrounded by a pink wall, and on the front wall hung a photo of Lin Fan with an innocent girl. On the bedroom bed, a familiar face with closed eyes and a quiet mouth was sleeping peacefully. She was still as pretty and lovely as ever, and her fragrant shoulders, exposed outside the quilt, were snowy white and took on a youthful, healthy glow. The long black hair wantonly tugged at Lin Fan's heartstrings, and the stunningly beautiful face made him go out of his mind for a while. Lin Fan heart cannot help but give birth to an inexplicable sense of celebration. Muttering to himself, so, it turns out that everything is a dream. What God's Domain world? What sister's serious illness turns out to be a dream? Lin Fan could not hide his excitement and went forward to hold his sister's beautiful hand. However, after only taking a step forward, the image in front of him began to shake violently. The sleeping Xiao Shan snapped his eyes open and suddenly grabbed Lin Fan's arm in death. Brother, I don't want to die. Brother, Xiao Xian is so scared. Lin Fan immediately felt creeped out, and the sister in front of him became extremely unfamiliar. He tried to withdraw his hand but couldn't, and his sister's delicate face became twisted with resentment. In a daze, he noticed that the scene had turned into a hospital room. It's not true, it's not. The smell of disinfectant filled the air, and Lin Fan cried out in fear as his inner nightmare was awakened once again. At this point, the scene switches again. Brother Van, hurry up, I'll give you the back. Above the wreckage, a silver-haired man reached out and grabbed him by the shoulders, roaring with red eyes. Don't fucking hesitate. Live with that hope of mine, fatty. Lin Fan's heart trembled as the afterglow of the setting sun poured down in the distance, and a terrifyingly sized dragon-scale python opened the way, followed by various powerful people. On the back of the two-headed chimera an imposing man sat on the golden throne, his eyes blossoming with divine light, like a heavenly god reigning over the entire apocalyptic world. Dragon Trace, remember the empty city. By the way, if you see my wife at the trialist stronghold, tell her. I'm sorry. Fatty's tears flashed as he pushed Lin Fan away, only to see him surrounded by holy light and various magical patterns encircling the huge sword in his hand, and with a furious cry, he rushed towards Yikong City. Yakancheng's expression was cold as he raised his hand and pointed, kill. The terrifying magical blow of the searing dragon flames lit up the apocalyptic wasteland, and Lin Fan watched as Fatty's body was disintegrated until it was completely annihilated. No! Lin Fan suddenly woke up with a start and once again returned to the divine realm. With the moon and stars overhead and the trees swaying, in just a few moments, the game had actually reached nighttime. Ahem! Damn! Lin Fan was panting violently and sweating profusely, having never felt so bad. Reaching out to wipe the cold sweat from his head, he found that his hands and feet could not move, and he barely turned his head sideways. Lin Fan froze. He was strapped to a horse, a centaur warrior to be exact, and resisted on his back towards the depths of the river. Lin Fan can clearly smell the stench of the monster, even if he knows that the game god's domain is not simple, but still can't help but make him spit. This is not a hardcore mode. Make it so realistic to do what You entered the orc tribe. You've opened a level 10 elite copy, the Frightening Knight. Everything is going according to Lin Fan's plan. That team of players in his previous life was kidnapped after eating poisonous mushrooms, only to wake up and realize that they were in the vile river. Tao, in the copy. After a few minutes, inside one of the orc camps, Lin Fan was unloaded as rations and casually thrown into a cellar. Fright Night copy. Task 1, escape from the cellar. Mission 2, kill all elite centaur soldiers. Minotaur soldiers. Mission 3, kill the orc chief. Entering the quest progression. Lin Fan secretly nodded his head. Only needing to complete the first pass quest would result in additional rewards. But the Fright Night copy is just the appetizer. The real main event comes after killing the boss. MP1. MP2. A ball of fire lit up in Lin Fan's hand, lighting up the surroundings of the cellar. Lin Fan couldn't help but frown. The ground was full of white bones along with bloody remnants, which was filled with a large number of human bones. I guess it's true that this place is called Vile River Road. Most of the natives who died here were kidnapped. The walls of the cellar are uneven. A definite tread mark is generated in front of you, and you need to follow a specific climbing technique to get out of it. However, as soon as Lin Fan raised his head, his eyes suddenly went black. Something was thrown down from above, and Lin Fan hurriedly leaned to the side against the wall. Boom! A muffled sound came along with a grunt of pain. Lin Fan was dumbfounded and probed the fireball in his hand over. It was actually a woman? Crap, it's not right. This copy has been swiped in times by others. I haven't heard that there will be any women? Lin Fan was completely dumbfounded. He wasn't teamed up with anyone right now either, and it was even more unlikely that there were players within the same copy as him. The woman's delicate body was marvelous. Her skin as white as snow. Especially the surging life source impressed Lin Fan. A sense of familiarity came over me. Lin Fan froze and tentatively shouted down. Evoya? Evelia heard someone call her name and opened her large Khazarian eyes in a daze. Have you seen my silver glow sacred chaos magic robe? And the magic apprentice hat? Sacred light life staff? Silver dragon white rhino shoulder armor? Boots? And gloves yet? Oops. If I lose it, my teacher will scold me, said Evia as she began to wail and cry again. Lin Fan rubbed his chin, holding back a laugh as his face turned red. Nice guy. Lost his hat last time. Now this chick had simply lost a set of equipment, which among NPCs that generally had high intelligence, belonged to a very bombastic behavior. Hidden mission open. Panicked Evoya sequence 2, Gluttony Evoya. God's comment, Evie, who followed the adventurers and ate the God's phantom mushroom, has become smarter. You followed me? Lin Fan reacted, feeling very surprised. Although the NPC intelligence of God's domain is very high, but in the early stages of the game players and NPC interaction are functional mode. For example, if a player goes to a blacksmith to buy equipment, he can only realize the buy and sell options, and only some of the side quests will activate the NPC's intelligence. Now that Evoya had actually tailed him here from the novice village and even imitated him eating poisonous mushrooms, it was indeed a bit fishy. Aha! Evoya nodded stupidly. For what? Give a reason. Lin Fan raised a hint of interest. I've never seen an adventurer as plain and weak as you, and I thought you'd be in danger. So, said Evelia with a small blush. Saying that, he also looked up and down at the novice equipment on Lin Fan's body, and the color of the Kelvin others in his big eyes couldn't be hidden at all. 3 black lines sprouted from Lin Fan's forehead. What kind of reason was this? Speaking of danger, if he hadn't reacted quickly just now, he probably would have been ass-kicked by this chick. Evelia Hidden Quest Sequence 2 condition pops up. Help Evelia recover her lost equipment and return it to Edgar City after completing the elite copy. Evoya sees you as too weak and intends to teach you magic. Do you accept? The corners of Lin Fan's mouth twitched, wanting to headbutt the wall, actually being looked down upon by a silly girl. Having the left eye of the giant spirit god, Lin Fan had a low need for equipment in the early stages, but he couldn't relate to the word weak. On the contrary, it only had 320 points of blood at the moment, so once it encountered close-range combat, it would be prone to problems even if it operated well. Give a magic skill for free, there is no reason not to want it. Decisively chose to accept. Look at the flat, just look at the flat. 2 books of magic appeared in front of Lin Fan, casually ordering a book to view. Lin Fan's eyes glowed. He had earned a lot. Class C fire magic, blood detonation. Effect, after the target bleeds from an injury, consume 100 MP to cause the blood to detonate, dealing no less than 250 plus spell attack power damage with a cooldown of 8 seconds. The higher the magic level, the more terrifying the power. Magic skill level can be divided into the lowest E level to the highest S level, as well as forbidden spells that you can only get through special quests. In his previous life, the Kong family had raised their entire clan to make the Peacock King a super mage with 3 forbidden spells. When conditions are right, a single person can slaughter a city. If it wasn't for the death of this kid, Etched Bone, that was too stifling. Or else the Kong family in ultra hardcore mode possessed the capital to call the shots with Long Scar. Currently, the Imperial Auction House has a starting price of 50 gold coins for D-ranked magic books, and C-ranked or higher magic is worth more than 200 gold coins, and it's still priced to sell. Blood Scorch was undoubtedly a pure damage skill, possessing a notable burst of damage and tied to the player's own attack power, with a cooldown of only 8 seconds, and was considered an excellent product amongst C-ranked spellbooks. Lin Fan was a little heartbroken, but he still clicked on the second book of magic. D-rank fire magic, Sacred Blazing Sun Shield, the self-created magic of one of Edgar's 3 great magicians. Ascend Tree. Effect, consume 400 MP points to generate 1 magic shield, up to a maximum of 9 magic shields. Magic shield protects against 700 points of physical/magical damage, and consumes 100 MP points per minute while the shield is continuously on. Having just finished reading the magic description, Lin Fan didn't even bring his hair to shake, and decisively chose the Sacred Flame Shield, which was only of D rank. Lin Fan's mouth was dry with excitement. This magic was of no use to a normal mage at this stage because the blue consumption was just too ditch high. Just turning on a magic shield could suck a level 10 mage dry, not to mention anything about a constant blue drop every minute, and almost no one could resist such a high drain. Except, Lin Fan, with a terrifying amount of blue of up to 14,400. This magic was simply customized for Lin Fan, consuming 3,600 points of blue. It can generate 9 magic shields at once, which can resist a full 6,300 points of damage. This his grandmother was equal to having 6,300 extra life points if done correctly. Who can beat him at this stage? A burglar? He's not even vain to come up with a bunch of them. I am indeed weak and helpless, and you have good eyes. Lin Fan's hands trembled with excitement, and he gave a wolf kiss to Edia's porcelain doll-like cheeks. I damn love you, old sister. Yes? Evoya stared blankly at Lin Fan, red clouds appearing on her stunning face. Her head slightly lowered and her 2 hands were nowhere to be placed. Wait for me to save you. Lin Fan hemmed and hawed, and under the moonlight even he felt that his smile was obscene to the extreme. Follow the hinted path to climb out of the cellar in 3 tries. Several bonfires were lit up not far away, and a group of orc soldiers were enjoying the meat of an unknown beast, not noticing a certain dead pervert approaching. Elite Centaur Archer, level 13, HP, 3500/3500, attack power, 120. Skills, jumping and shooting. Elite monsters' blood volume was several times higher than ordinary monsters, and their attack power was also substantially increased. and players before level 20 who were non-elite players entering the vile replica were afraid that it would be difficult to deal with a small monster. Put. 3 fireballs cut through the night sky as Lin Fan launched an artillery attack on the orc camp from 100 meters away. -125. -1350. -1350. The 4 centaur elite monsters were smashed to the ground, and the 3-second sustained scorch somewhat barely burned them to death. You have killed the elite centaur and gained 300 experience points. You killed. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. The experience given by the elite monsters was more than 3 times higher than that of the normal monsters. It was really worth the difficulty of this copy at this stage. A muffled warning horn sounded, and 10 huge centaurs began to counterattack, a rain of powerful arrows hurtling towards him. Lin Fan's face was calm. Fire magic spurted out of his new mace, and the 2 reddish giant shields were placed across his body and head. The rain of arrows dripped down on them, failing to pose any threat to him. Cool. It's not a dream to become a god's domain human battery. Lin Fan laughed maniacally, and his flat A struck quickly, burning the approaching centaur melee soldiers into flying dust. Rumble. A loud bang came as Lin Fan was attacked by a sneak attack from behind. It was a group of berserk minotaur warriors carrying totem poles with a blood count of 5,000. The bull's hooves stomped into the ground, and the dust flew up with considerable noise. As a result, Lin Fan didn't even turn his head back. The hexagrams lit up behind him to generate a shield, and the 4 shields wrapped his entire body inside. It was completely brainless to resist the damage. Not a single drop of blood was lost, only the number of decaying shield values rose above his head. The fire magic ravaged the elite orc, howling more than a dozen hooves stomped on his head, and the giant battle axe smashed swiftly into the shield. Seeing his shield crack and shatter, Lin Fan smiled and added another safety gate. Sacred Blazing Sun Shield. This skill fits perfectly with his lazy attribute. Brush a day of monsters. Has long been lazy to walk. With more than 10,000 blue amount of dry why do not properly squander. Standing in the shield and calculating the Joy Flame Scorch cooldown time, he used his flat A to trigger the natural skill to slowly grind the Minotaur warrior with thicker blood. Lin Fan swiped from the entrance of the orc camp, all the way to the end, and a huge pile of equipment and silver coins exploded on the ground. Elite copies are that good, and although they are very difficult, the probability of dropping treasures is also much higher than outside, especially the Minotaur elite warrior. 10 monsters could produce a blue equipment, directly earning Lin Fan numbness. Minotaur leggings, quality, fine, grade, 10, profession, warrior, physical defense, 32, magic resistance, 32, agility +1, dodge rate +1, Minotaur warrior's crown, quality, fine. The vile copy is actually a warrior equipment specialty, dropping almost exclusively warrior defense. God's domain warrior professional players are numerous. At this stage, level 10 blue equipment 5,000 pieces apiece in short supply, and 10 level elite copy out of the equipment. Even if there is no hero equipment with set attributes, each piece has a relatively rare special attribute bonus, can be described as the highest cost-effective warrior profession fine defense. Lin Fan dragged the monster to change the fight, killing it again from the 100 grass garden to the 3 flavors house, and only stopping when he had pulled the monster to the boss point. Soon, the 200 elite monsters were all resolved. Lin Fan sat outside a hidden altar, meditation, to recover his blue amount. More than 10,000 blue amount is still a bit less. Carrying the shield only for 20 minutes or so, the blue amount is going to bottom out. Lin Fan faintly shook his head. Men were endlessly obsessed with long and large things, and he was certainly no exception. It's just that those so-called no-one mages heard those words, and presumably they had already started planning to go offline to kill him solo. Strange. How come none of the equipment Evoya lost exploded? Lin Fan frowned, his gaze falling to the altar. Could it be that it's all on the boss? In the distance, a bull-headed shaman with a parched body chanted incantations around the altar with his hands in the air. Suddenly, a strange blue light shot straight up into the sky, and a hollow zone appeared in the sky, as if the gate of time and space had been opened. Minotaur Witch, level 15, HP, 80, 000/80, 000. Attack power? Skills? The boss is of Lord level. You may not be able to deal with it. Do you call your teammates to come and help? Denied. A system prompt popped up, and Lin Fan shook his head faintly. Killing the Minotaur Witch demon to pass the copy was difficult for him, but it was not much of a problem when he knew the skills and attack patterns, and the Sacred Flame Shield, protection. But it would miss the real heavy hitters of mean copy. Hidden boss, Dark Elf Queen. Please interrupt the Minotaur Witch demon sacrifice process within 1 minute, or there will be potentially disastrous consequences. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Fan still didn't make any response. He knew the way to open the hidden boss level, but in fact was not required to do anything. Just need to hold it up until the Minotaur Witch Demon finishes its sacrifice and summons the Dark Elf Queen. The Fright Knight copy players once more than 20 levels. Enter the copy of the Minotaur Chief will not be refreshed again. The subsequent hidden boss is no way to talk about. As a result, there were many players who had missed out on the hidden levels in their previous lives, and at that time Lin Fan was naturally no exception. The reason why many players didn't realize this is that they are actually used to following the system's prompts for quests and ignoring many of the quest details. As expected, a minute later, a blue glow enveloped the entire sky over the altar. Bugs as if they were fireflies flew out of the space rift. Dark Elf, level 15. HP, 300 to 300. Attack power, 50. Skills, Dark Flash. Sublimation. Mutation. It was a handsome-looking dark elf, only the size of a palm, with 2 pairs of transparent wings on its back. Looking harmless, this little monster is a bit tricky. Lin Fan frowned and stared warily at the dark elf with only 300 points of blood. It's not because of anything else. These little things look weak and actually have outrageous skills. In addition to the offensive skill Dark Flash, the sublimation skill is to explode itself once it has been fatally damaged, with a ripple effect and power enough to wipe out a small group. The mutation skill, on the other hand, is that after the number of elves is reduced to a certain number, all dark elves will collectively mutate, with their attributes and desire to kill skyrocketing dozens of times. Compared to the mutation skill, Lin Fan was more worried about these little things blowing themselves up. Dozens of dark elves gathered together and exploded. Lin Fan might not be able to resist even if he could summon 9 shields. Sensing the adventurer's aura, the dark elf let out a sharp whistling sound and began to fly towards Lin Fan. Dozens of flashes of light and darkness came. Lin Fan backhanded and 2 blazing sun shields blocked in front of his body to resist. In an instant's work, the first blazing sun shield cracked and exploded, and the second was about to be pierced. The dark elves in their normal state didn't have high attack power, but there were simply too many of them, and cohesive attacks could hit quite exaggerated values. Compare me to Lando? Lin Fan retreated calmly, and 2 more blazing sun shields stood up, blocking the dark elf swarm's concentrated fire one after another. The hexagram totem flashed in front of his body, and a series of fireballs broke through the air and smashed into the dense area of small monsters. A large swath of the dark elf's blood level cleared, though it didn't disappear, and instead the petite body began to expand dramatically. There was a loud boom, and Lin Fan was nearly toppled over by a wave of air, and only barely managed to stand still by supporting himself on the ground with his new handstaff. Nima, this is a nuclear bomb, right? Lin Fan couldn't help but spit out as he looked at the mushroom cloud rising not far away. No wonder the vile copy hidden level was only a handful that could be cleared in the previous generation. Most players hadn't even seen the face of the boss, and I'm afraid that they had already died in this exaggerated self-destruction. Fortunately, he, Lin Fan, had a long enough range and hurriedly pulled away to continue casting spells to shell the elf group. You have killed the dark elf and gained +1 experience value. Lin Fan was a bit powerless to spit. He had thought that these little bugs were at least level 15. Even cannon fodder could brush a lot of experience, but it turned out that they just gave 1 point of experience value. Lin Fan also noticed that killing the dark elf didn't even provide proficiency to the left eye of the giant spirit god, which meant that this thing didn't belong to the category of magical creatures, and couldn't even be talked about as a living creature. Sort of completely put to rest his idea of mindlessly painting dark elves, Lin Fan fought and retreated as explosions rose and fell, but the number of dark elves increased instead of decreasing. Seeing that his blue level was getting lower and lower, there was almost no chance for him to survive once he was unable to summon a shield. However, Lin Fan didn't panic and began to quickly position himself towards the Minotaur boss to pull in monsters, as a massive swarm of insects surged towards the vicinity of the altar. At the same time, 9 NPC maidens with their necks wiped appeared on the altar, which were the sacrifices offered to the Dark Elf Queen. The 9 souls let out mournful screams and were detached from their physical bodies to be sucked into the spacetime rift. In an instant, countless demonic patterns flickered in the air, and a terrifying aura was awakening. Almost. Lin Fan's eyes were certain. The streak of fireballs accurately smashed down above the head of the Minotaur Witch Demon, and hundreds of dark elves were scraped down by the fireballs. The body crashed to the ground and quickly coalesced into a ball of light. The bullhead Witch Demon couldn't dodge in a hurry, and was instantly surrounded by a terrifying mushroom cloud. -8,000, -16, 000, -30, 000. A string of astonishing damage numbers stormed up, and the boss with a blood volume of up to 80, 000 was nearly blown up directly. The bull-headed witch demon let out a roar, his body boiling with magic power, and the weird green light swept across everything to kill. Wherever it went the grass and trees withered, and the life force withered rapidly. Lin Fan's face was cold as he waved his staff, and the 5 blazing sun shields were erected. and were instantly pierced through too by the green light. This killing power took Lin Fan by surprise. A shield could resist 700 points of damage, which meant that the boss released a skill that dealt an unbelievable 1400 plus damage. The Minotaur Witch Demon waved his staff to open a space once again, and soon a group of Orcish elite monsters rushed out. Lin Fan's mouth smiled. The experience given for free for nothing. Another 3 rounds of fireballs served, once again causing the Dark Elves to collectively self-destruct. -6,000, -12,000. A large number of orcs were blown up, and the ground was full of equipment and some special materials produced by the copies. You have killed the elite Minotaur Close Guard, gaining plus 400 experience value. The Minotaur Witch Demon was hit by the close-range self-detonation wave, and its dry body fell to the ground with a bang. You have killed the elite boss Minotaur Witch Demon, gaining 30,000 experience points. Your level has increased to 13. You've leveled up to level 14. Lin Fan couldn't help but be ecstatic, rising 2 levels in a row in the blink of an eye, instantly ranking amongst the first echelon in terms of rank. Heroic equipment. 3 at a time. Lin Fan's eyes heated up as 2 pieces of defenses and a weapon appeared on the boss's corpse, and the body blossomed with the purple light unique to heroic suits. Just as written in the guide, the Dark Elf's self-destruct skill is both a player's nightmare and at the same time an opportunity to pass the Witch Demon boss without injury. However, for a normal 6-member squad to achieve such an effect, at least 4 powerful long-range DPS with a second damage of 300 or more are needed to pull monsters in a wide range and detonate the Dark Elves to be able to do the job of blowing up the boss. You have become the first player to pass the replica, Frightening Night. Do you choose to anonymously publish a regional announcement? Lin Fan smiled faintly, his eyes becoming more and more determined. For the sake of unnecessary hassle, most players choose to remain anonymous so as not to be snuffed out before they can grow up. After all, jealousy would always drive people crazy, and Lin Fan knew this. But the bizarre and dramatic changes to be faced in the future are not something that can be survived by the word low profile alone. He, Lin Fan, was now going to tell all the players in the entire God's Domain world that the Triple Crown King would get back everything that belonged to him. No need to keep a low profile when the king returns. Region announcement: congratulations to player Fanshin for becoming the first person to clear the elite copy, Frightening Night, single-handedly. Reward 50 free attribute points, 10 skill points, 5,000 reputation points, and 50 gold coins. As soon as the regional notice came out, the entire world channel was silent for more than 10 seconds, and all the players stopped brushing monsters and doing quests, all of them showing stagnation and disbelief. Passing an elite copy, and solo at that. Is this what a newbie player who has been in the game for less than 2 days should do? There's no point. Master Kai's expedition, bullshit, you're a dick again. Van. Echidna, I knew it. You're fucking super strong. I wish I was as sick as you. Eldest sister, worthy of being the man I've been eyeing. He's really flirty. Actually took advantage of us not paying attention to single brush the elite copy. Lin Fan instantly received multiple private chat messages. Fatty Etched Bones and the others sent congratulatory messages. And eldest sister even flirted with the idea of finding him a CP. Lin Fan was speechless, cursing whether or not these people could praise people. What a fried dick. What a pervert. Is that even remotely related to him being such a big handsome guy? Leahy. Collectively, they are blacked out and blocked. Moments later, Star Studios. A beautiful woman with exquisite makeup awakens from a game pod and finds Chen Wei to force her out of the game. I told you to treat him well, and you forced him to resign. Asshole, you spoiled my big event. The gorgeous woman found Lin Fan's separation report and ruthlessly slammed it in Chen Wei's face. Misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. I will turn around and explain it properly to the mortal god. In the face of the woman's strength, the usually arrogant and domineering Chen Wei lowered his head and didn't dare to put in more than a single fart. Her name was Lu Xingqian, the boss behind Star Studio and the majority shareholder of several escort and gaming clubs. She was the one who arranged for Chen Wei to pull Lin Fan to join Star Studio when she first learned that Lin Fan had been blocked. A few moments later, Lu Xingqian took consecutive deep breaths and slightly calmed his mind. As a Divine Realm player, she knew how difficult it was to single brush an elite copy at a dozen levels. It could almost be described as a non-human operation. She didn't understand how Lin Fan did it, but the only thing she was sure of was that, if she wanted to make a big splash in the Divine Realm, she couldn't do it without Lin Fan's trump card. Opening the limited edition bag, he took out a bank card and said, "Transfer this 3 million to Lin Fan and let him reconsider going back to work for the company. In addition, I will personally make a trip to visit his sister in the first hospital downtown. You have obtained the quest items, Holy Light Life Staff, Silver Dragon White Rhinoceros Shoulder Armor." Evoya's lost equipment automatically flew into the package, and Lin Fan casually swept a glance, and a sentence of crouching came out of his mouth. Holy Light Divine Staff. Quality, Legend. Grade, 50. Profession, Mage. Spell attack power, 1200. Attack speed, 1. 30. Strike rate, 30%. Effect 1, restores 5% of life value per second. Effect 2, increase life limit by 30%. Set activates the only awakening skill, Hymn of Life. Effect, increase the life value limit of all friendly troops within 100 meters by 50%. Duration 30 minutes. Cooldown 2 hours. Lin Fan looked at the rows and rows of orange fonts on the weapons, and tears almost flowed out of the corners of his mouth. Every piece of equipment from Evoya was an extreme legendary outfit among the extreme ones. Only the Magic Apprentice hat, which had almost no attributes, appeared to be a different kind of hat. Old me wants to gross out the NPC's equipment offline. Lin Fan thought viciously. It was hard for a young man not to want to go for shortcuts. This item is an exclusive weapon of Evoya. It cannot be used, and cannot be discarded/destroyed. Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Sure enough, he was still overthinking things. The world of God's domain will not have a good thing falling from the sky. All of Evoya's equipment can only be used by herself. Even if it is placed on the ground, others cannot pick it up. Lin Fan wanted to pick up the 3 pieces of heroic equipment, and had just walked over when a woman's whispering saint resounded from the spacetime rift. The flirtatious feeling voice made Lin Fan's goosebumps rise. It's just so right. No wonder so many dead geeks swooned over the Dark Elf Queen in her previous life. Who can stand the sound of such joy? Any man would have to have weak legs and a sore back. A snow-white long leg stepped out of the space gate, so eye-pleasing that it exploded, and no leg controller could remain calm. Then another long leg stepped out, and Lin Fan's mouth went dry as a small fire rubbed upwards. Then, another long leg, and then, again. Teasing me? Lin Fan's face turned from mesmerized to stupefied, and then from stupefied to gloomy. A whole 8 big long legs that were 2 to 3 meters long were squeezed together. A giant face with a black crown, and 6 wide wings gradually unfolded. Speaking of face value alone, the Dark Queen was indeed good, like a flawless sculpture, but her face was lifeless, and she exuded a cold deathly aura around her. I throw thunder, old mother. Cold sweat broke out on Lin Fan's forehead as his dense phobia and giant object phobia broke out collectively. Who wrote the sand sculpture strategy? Come out and suffer death, Lin Fan frantically said. No wonder the copy of the previous life of the guide has, Fright Night, all the details of the process, only missing the most critical link. That's the Dark Elf Queen in HD. Dare I say that any player who had actually opened a hidden copy was all disgusted. This is no regal queen. It's clearly an oversized spiderling. Dark Elf Queen, level 15. Lordly creatures, HP, 500000/500000. Attack power, 680. Skill, Dark Magician Skill Mastery. The boss is a projection of the Dark Elf Queen with about 3% of the main body's combat power. The prompt text appeared and Lin Fan muttered in his heart. Enough 500. 000 blood. Actually only materialized projection. Hell knows how strong the real principle is. It was at least of the intensity of a world boss that belonged to the mid to late game. Moreover, the boss in front of him appeared to have only one skill, but in fact, in the Divine Realms Mage Association rank division, only those who had mastered at least 10 dark magic spells of C rank or above, and raised all 10 skills to the full 10th level, would be qualified to become a magician. That means this boss has 10 dark magic skills. Dark magic is the profession chosen by level 20 mages during their first career awakening, and the opposite of it is the light magic practitioner. The boss was about to awaken, and looked at the hero's equipment on the ground, as well as the dark elf who had temporarily stopped moving. Lin Fan could only give up the idea of picking up equipment for the time being. He didn't dare to be sure that getting close to the boss would not wake it up early. With a slight calculation he turned and ran, putting as much distance as he could between himself and the 8-legged woman. Seeing that the boss and the small monsters weren't chasing after him, Lin Fan simply ran to the cellar in one breath, keeping the distance at 800 meters. It wasn't that Lin Fan didn't want to stretch the distance to the limit and rely on the current 1600-meter limit to kite his output, but exceeding 800 meters would be considered as breaking away from the copy. Half the range is half the range. Lin Fan took a deep breath and adjusted the direction of his output. At the same time, he threw Evoya's equipment into the cellar and did the quest to return the equipment first, so that he wouldn't be killed by the boss later for nothing. You returned Evelia's lost equipment. Please escort Evia to Edgar City. Got it. Got it. Lin Fan nodded helplessly. In fact, in addition to trying to kill the boss solo, he had also considered whether or not to lure the Queen of Darkness over, so that Evoya, a giant murderous beauty, would tear into the Queen of Legs, and then he would wait on the side to reap the benefits. But Lin Fan several times rushed to the cellar kindly shouting, "Let that silly girl out a piece of home to return." The result of Evoya a sentence let him dead heart. Oh, this lady doesn't have a servant to help put on her equipment. Will you help me? Plain and weak adventurer. How dependable. the Mage world's girl of shame. Lin Fan was powerless to spit. Sickly young girls were just broken. If he hadn't sensed that Evoya's true combat power could instantly second him hundreds of times, otherwise he would have really wanted to throw fireballs into the cellar to smash her ass. In the distance, more than half of the casualties of the Dark Elves began to mutate. More than a dozen of them fused into one to form a black light cocoon, and then quickly broke out of the cocoon. Queen's Own Guard, level 15. HP, 20,000/20,000. Attack power, 230. Skills, Flash Strike. Dark Energy Unleashed. Insane Bloodlust. A full 12. Queen's Own Guards clad in grey armor and holding lances appeared, each with enough strength to rival a level 10 normal boss. Spreading his transparent flying wings, he began to search around for Lin Fan's location. Lin Fan gazed into the distance. As a trialist, he was well aware of the first key to soloing a copy. Always kill the stragglers first, then clear the bosses. Divinity's glitches are not the same thing as normal online game glitches. It's not uncommon for strong people to get careless for a moment in ultra-hardcore mode and die at the hands of some oddly skilled stragglers. The hexagram totem lit up the night sky, and the continuous fireballs started, swiftly smashing into the area where the monsters were most densely packed. With the experience of sniping goblin undead warriors from a super long distance, Lin Fan's accuracy in striking from a long distance improved dramatically. Flames leapt and dust rose near the altar as two of the proctors were hit by a fireball. The level 10 passive talent, Flame Scorch, began to grill these black grasshoppers. -1,554. -1,554. The distance Lin Fan was at was beyond the monster's hate lock range, and the Queen's Konoha was attacked and started flying back and forth. However, the intelligence of a high-level boss like the Dark Elf Queen far exceeded that of the Goblin Emperor, and the Queen's close guards began to divide their troops into 3 groups and began to search from all areas. Lin Fan didn't dare to be half-hearted and continued to strike with continuous fireballs from a distance. 5 consecutive rounds of skills plus flat A triggered the talent passive. 3 Queen's Konos were burned to death, and the remaining Queen's Konos instantly fell into a frenzy. The Mad Bloodlust skill was added, and the flight speed was increased dramatically, at the cost of the Queen's Konoha starting to continuously lose blood every second. You have slain the Queen's Konoha and gained plus 900 experience. Lin Fan switched his stance as he fought and began the traditional talent of a mage player, walking the dog. However, these monsters had ridiculously high blood counts, and with 1500 plus burn damage, it would take dozens of seconds to grind down each monster. With this outrageous strength of small monsters, coming here to brush a copy before level 20 is just looking for death. It was important to realize that the squads that were able to pass the level were all stuck at the level 20 node and had gone through their first career awakening, which had significantly increased their combat power in order to pass the level, or else they wouldn't have been able to even handle these small monsters. The remaining 4 Konoha guards killed in front of him. Lin Fan was calm, and a blazing sun shield blocked the Konoha guards' flashing leaping strikes. In order to conserve blue, start dodging with a walk, rolling backward on one side of your body and dodging another hit of dark energy release. If a player saw this scene, he would definitely take in a whole lot of Mage's knees, idly walking and releasing skills, and every time he walked and dodged, he was appropriately benefited. Just like that, while maintaining only 1 shield, he hardened the only 4 remaining Konoha guards and wore them down. Lin Fan looked up as a huge shadow enveloped him. The Dark Elf Queen flapped her terrifyingly huge wings and rolled up waves of air, looking down on him from above, as if a god was gazing at an ant. There was one thing to say: the Dark Queen moving so fast was something Lin Fan hadn't expected. Of course, more than anything else, he hadn't expected to find the woman's pores so large that it made his scalp numb when he viewed the details of the boss's looks so closely. From a distance the boss looks wonderful, like a god descending from the heavens, but on closer inspection it's a fucking disaster. The leg hairs that were comparable to steel needles made Lin Fan almost suffer from Yan Wei, and it was good that the key area of the boss was covered with black leather armor, or else he would really go crazy. Unreliable past life strategies. Just how many ignorant teenage boys and girls have been tricked into coming here to die? Lin Fan shook his head and spat. As a geek he was chilled. Nah. The Queen of Darkness seemed to have sensed Lin Fan's blasphemous to the extreme gaze and lifted her 8 long legs and began to mercilessly trample on him. Lin Fan had been prepared for this and continuously stepped back to avoid the boss's continuous physical attacks. However, the boss attacked at a very swift speed and soon blocked his retreat with its long legs. With a wave of his hand, 3 black flashes killed towards him. Lin Fan smiled calmly. A blazing sun shield appeared under his feet, and he stepped upwards with 1 foot, dodging the attack by flashing around at a weird angle in the air. Regardless of whether it was in his previous life or in this life, to say that there were very few strong people who could match him. Lin Fan, in terms of practical use of magical techniques, facing a boss with a relatively dull attack pattern and only 3% of the body's combat power, Lin Fan was naturally able to deal with it with ease. The moment he landed, He raised his hand and struck out with 3 consecutive fireballs, accurately hitting the boss on its chest leather armor. -1, -1, -1. The fireballs only left a shallow mark on the leather armor, not causing any substantial damage. But Lin Fan didn't feel surprised. There are roughly 2 types of strikes against monsters in Divine Realm. Those that hit a target without an equipment-covered area to deal normal damage, and those where the attack is resisted by the target's high-level armor/guard. The latter is the case now. -1355. -1355. The Queen of Darkness howled a few times as wisps of flame spread across the boss's chest. Using the skill didn't break the boss's defense, but the Fire Mage's natural passive could still take effect. Lin Fan once again retreated after a successful strike. The Queen of Darkness was angered by the pain and attacked more and more fiercely. A spear of dark magic was generated behind the boss, and with a swish, it broke through the air and killed Lin Fan. Lin Fan's eyes stared. The space trembled wherever the magic spear reached. The killing radius was visually estimated to be at least around 3 meters. He was different from those players in his previous life who had already had their careers awakened and had blood quantities above 3,000 plus. With his palatable 300 plus points of blood, the probability was that he would die if he was grazed. Look at the shield. Look at the shield. Or the shield. Lin Fan generated 4 fiery sun shields in one breath to defend himself. Boo! 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 The spell attacks are so high. Lin Fan's heart was shocked. Cold sweat broke out on his back, and in an instant, the 3 blazing sun shields were pierced through by the magical spears. The last shield struggled to block the spear penetration. Each blazing sun shield could resist 700 points of damage, and 3 shields were pierced, which meant that this boss instantly exploded for at least 2,000 points of damage. One random hit was enough to kill half a dozen times. Lin Fan's face changed and he put away his mentality of playing with bosses, not daring to be half-hearted. Lin Fan's magic power stirred. Flat a starting hand immediately articulated with a series of fireballs. 4 fireballs once again locked the boss chest leather armor. -2, -2. 4 consecutive hits were scored, and the mandatory deduction for damage was increased. Lin Fan secretly nodded his head and immediately ran away with his feet on the blazing sun shield. Behind him the rumbling continued. The earth trembled, and the Queen of Darkness continued to attack furiously. -4, -4, -1355. The surrounding orc camps were bombarded by Lin Fan, creating favorable terrain to slow down the boss's movement. However, even if the Flame Scorch continued to drop blood with outstanding effect, the Queen of the Night's blood volume was as high as a horrifying 500,000, and if he continued to fight like this without waiting for the boss to fall, Lin Fan would hang up due to blue depletion. At least a couple dozen more rounds of fireballs must come before this ugly girl breaks her defense. Lin Fan muttered to himself in his mind, relying on the smooth walking technique to turn around and continuously lock onto the boss's chest. One hard blast. It wasn't that Lin Fan was lewd by nature and had to hammer at people's chests, but it was because of the Divine Realm's special defense mechanism. Although all of God's domain's defenses and weapons had no durability, they could indeed be violently destroyed. Once the target's defenses have been destroyed, the damage taken will be significantly increased. In some vital areas, heart, head, and organs, once the defense is broken, it will be hit with 100% bludgeoning damage, and there is a probability to cause the target to freeze, float and other negative effects. The area that Lin Fan continuously bombarded was exactly where the boss's heart was vital. Currently, Lin Fan's bludgeon rate was only 2% because he didn't have equipment to boost it, but for a trialist, even with a 2% bludgeon rate, as long as the spell-casting attack was accurate enough, he was even able to do a 100% bludgeon. After 10 long minutes of tugging and pulling, the armor on the boss's chest began to crack, revealing large swaths of snow white. But in Lin Fan's eyes that was not beautiful at all. He only wanted to quickly kill this ugly girl who kept screaming in a hurry. The boss's blood level was worn down by 20%, when it suddenly stopped continuing the pursuit. The boss has switched attack stances. Lin Fan understood for a second when he saw this. The more powerful the boss not only has one mode of attack, but as the blood is knocked out by the player, thus triggering one or more attack stances. This is one of the main difficulties in raiding Divine Domain bosses. Suddenly, a huge dark hexagram emerged behind the boss, covering the sky and silencing the stars. A streak of blood-colored magic pattern fell from the sky, ignoring the fiery sun shield above Lin Fan's head, and the dark magic scored a direct hit. Several black magic patterns appeared on Lin Fan's body. Lin Fan casually swept a glance and muttered to himself, "Graded dark magic, deadly spell pattern. Class of dark magic, deadly spell tattoo. Effect, all targets within range are forced to reduce their life value to 10% for 1 minute, decreasing according to the target's magic resistance. Cooldown 30 minutes. This is the perversion of the dark magic. if there is no light mage present to protect, no matter how good the player's equipment. Once the curse is generated, the opponent's equipment attribute advantage will be significantly weakened. In his previous life, there was a curse mage from a small guild that used this move, deadly curse pattern, to make the entire rival union of the various great godly men dumbfounded, and in turn was easily surrounded and destroyed by the small guild. And the darkness of the curse magic in the god's domain of the first mid-stage is almost hit both insurmountable. 8. This move with waiting to be slaughtered no difference. After all, the blood quantity is left 10%. A few flat A will have to kneel down. Just using this kind of big move to deal with him, Lin Fan, was simply like hitting a mosquito with an anti-aircraft gun. Basically ineffective. After such a big battle, this is what you're showing me? Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh out loud. This move in exchange for normal players to come surely can only lie on the ground and wait for the Lake Sister to stomp to death one by one to finish the matter. But Lin Fan was pursuing to pass the level without any injury. Not to mention the 35 points of blood left. Even if there was only 1 point of blood left, it was not even a hair with a shake. As long as he had enough blue, the 9 fiery shields were his blood. The Queen of Darkness shrilled in triumph, wantonly mocking the cursed adventurer in front of her. With a flap of the wings of the 6 large moths, 3 dark magic swords broke through the air and impacted. Lin Fan beckoned to use his 6 blazing sun shields to perfectly neutralize it 2-on-1, while taking a look at his own blue level. With less than 1,000 points left, the amount of blue was about to run out. But Lin Fan remained calm and continued to tickle the boss's leather armor. -20. -20. Every flat A hit accurately hit the boss's chest. Lin Fan had the illusion that he was born to do this. This accuracy was scary even for him. The blue amount is bottoming out, and the leather armor opening is getting bigger and bigger. Seeing the right moment, Lin Fan raised his new staff and grunted coldly, "Strip for the master." Click. The black leather armor shattered open and fell from the air, and Lin Fan raised his eyelids, ignoring all the images that were disturbing his mind, and forced himself into sage mode. Blitz -230. Blitz -230. A series of fireballs exploded. A string of blood-red numbers lit up, and the boss's huge body flew backwards uncontrollably. Miserable pain grunts rang out. Lin Fan's eyes were like torches, and one after another, the flat A fireball struck the heart vitals. The Queen of Darkness was actually hit by him with a continuous floating effect. Lin Fan once again demonstrated his hallowed A walking techniques. Each flat A was nearly seamless, constantly causing the boss to fall and rise again. It was impossible for a mage with a new mace and an attack speed of just 0.5 to do continuous floating strikes with even a fraction of a second difference in the interval between each attack. What was even more frightening was that Lin Fan was able to do 2 things at once, silently turning on the game's built-in screen recording function. Soon a minute passed, and the number x33 of combo hits appeared on the boss's head. 10 minutes had passed, and the number of consecutive hits had reached a terrifying 352. Half an hour later, the number of consecutive hits surpassed the 900 mark, and the boss's blood level bottomed out. If there were veteran players of Sword and Conqueror present, they would have shouted, "This is the God of Law." Lin Fan key fuck do not 6. Region announcement, player memory Hollow City led the team to pass the elite copy, Dark Dungeon. The team rewards 30 free attribute points, 3 skill points, 1,000 reputation points, and 15 gold coins. Pizza doesn't eat spicy, boss Long Scar is awesome. Spread flowers. Divine Realm Lu Chi Chong, Dragon Trace is invincible. Boss Empty City is a born arrow god. Asking for the Divine Realm is just around the corner. Sad Shallow, personal evaluation is not as good as the mortal god. Not a single brush still notice a hair a bit of technical content are wooden. The core players of Dragon Trace Guild had successfully cleared the first level 15 elite copy of Edgar City after a hard battle, but many players had mixed feelings about it. The gold content was naturally far less shocking than the mortal god's single brush, Fright Knight, but it didn't affect in the slightest the large number of doglickers online who gave a knee-jerk to Memory Hollow City, remembering Empty City's first time to spend 10,000 to buy the whole region's speakers. The success of opening the land cannot be separated from the help of teammates. Empty City is here to thank everyone for their contribution. Looking forward to more players to join us. Dragon Trace. Seeing this, Fatty, who was hacking monsters in the field, said disdainfully, "What a fucking hypocritical piece of shit. It's not the same face when you're robbing monsters and bosses." Ding Dong player Dragon Trace has distributed red packets to players across the region. Amount, 1,000 gold coins. Limited to 999. Suddenly the whole service players received a prompt. The fat man was stunned. What day? 1 million red packets. His mouth cursed to curse. Hand speed as fast as a batch. Seconds to grab the world red packet to open a look. A full 5 gold coins. 5,000 large rounds will make him happy. Wildly slashing a street, godly hero in the world. Old brother empty city is too magnificent. Help brother up. I want to join Dragon Mark. Send with tears. What is a mortal god? It's still Dragon Trace that's more fierce. Emma. Half a month's living expenses are there. Devil Walker, no blackness, no blowing. Econ City is the #1 person in the divine realm. The million red packets directly blew up the world channel. After all, who would refuse the love and care of a godly bully? Even remarks bragging about Econ City being the #1 person in the divine realm appeared. Players who hadn't known about Dragon Trace as a guild before were now considered to have thoroughly memorized the bravado of Dragon Trace's boss. And in their hearts, they seemed to have listed Dragon Trace as their first option for joining the guild. Exactly the same as in the previous world, the Dragon Trace Guild established an image of not being poor in the minds of players early on. Linfan stood in front of the gradually melting corpse of the Dark Elf Queen and watched as Memory Hollow City pretended to be the strongest guild in the entire service. And he had to say that it wasn't for nothing that Dragon Trace became the strongest guild in the entire service. It is important to know that when it comes to purely competing for financial strength, there are quite a few guilds that can compete with Dragon Trace. But there are very few guild presidents who are capable of having the same kind of vigor as Empty City. Millions of red packets are ostensibly to celebrate the copy of the pass. In fact, it is in the Dragon Scar to establish a persona to create an advertising effect. The actual value generated to be far more than the number of millions of this number. Sorry, Linfan smiled blandly. In the next second, players across the entire service received another alert. Region announcement, player Fanshin was possessed as if by the Holy Spirit. And actually defeated the hidden boss, Lord level, Dark Elf Queen, alone. Reward own attribute points 70 points. Skill points 20 points. Reputation 10,000 points. Gold coins 80. What? A Lord boss? Single brush? I top your old lungs. This Fan Shintama is a relative of the boss family. A dozen level mage fucks up a Lord boss. For a time, countless players were inflicted with the petrification curse. All of them brain dead. Suspecting that they were not playing the game on the same dimension as the mortal gods. Devil Row, ahem. I will unilaterally state that Boss Longscar is now temporarily second in my mind. Master Kai's expedition, the punch in the face came so suddenly. I'm going to die of laughter. My great mortal god never does anything. What to do? Are the red envelopes still being sent? Inside Edgar City, Zhu Shuangshang, who was wearing a water-based hero's robe, had a difficult look on her face. Tianqi Berserker was furious and cursed. That dog must have gotten stuck in a bug. Otherwise how could he have soloed the Lord Boss? What a shameless thing. Sending out millions of red envelopes now allowed another player to steal the limelight. Yet Empty City acted particularly calm. Even if he got stuck in a bug or found a boss weakness mechanic, just being able to solo the Lord is enough to show that he's strong and prove my vision right. Yi Kongcheng said with a smile, showing no signs of annoyance. Remembering Empty City looked at his somewhat frustrated guildmates and laughed softly. I've already gotten the drawings for the level 15 legendary bow and arrow, so my partners in each group please help me out. Heaven's best berserker, don't worry, boss, our group can be responsible for the skins of 500 blood crocodiles. Shu Shuangshang, 3,000 magic crystals. I'll find living players to take care of it. No problem. Empty City nodded and once again cast the money ability. 2 million red packets were sent out in the team channel, and the crowd once again became joyful and smiling. Inside a copy of Fright Night, 2 silver holy lights erupted from the boss's vanished body, a half-man-tall somewhat broken statue, and a fist-sized sapphire. Lin Fan's eyes lit up and he picked up the statue to check it out. Statue of the Elf Queen. Quality, damaged sacred. Description, a legendary holy relic from the elves, with its effect reduced by 99% due to destruction by the Dark Elf Queen. Put it in the package to get the special skill. Skills. Indestructible spiritual body, from the blessing of the Queen of the Elves. Enter the state of a spiritual body that cannot be attacked for 3 seconds with a cooldown of 12 hours. 3 seconds of invincibility. Lin Fan was overjoyed. Geek Raider is honest. It's the very thing that had caused countless high-level players to pound their chests because being over level 20 resulted in losing the chance to be a 3-second real man. A 3-second invincibility effect might seem like a short period of time, but this would be a trump card in Lin Fan's hands in a real battle. There is no doubt that for those thieves who have attacked and blitzed all over the place, the strike is both a one-hit kill. But if you see this thing high and low to kowtow to Lin Fan, even if the cooldown was horribly long, this would greatly avoid the success rate of being sneaked around by a thief. What is this thing? An extra drop item? Lin Fan looked at the sapphire on the ground with some confusion. This boss was not descending in its original form, and the drops could be considered quite stingy, with only 3 dry gold coins and the holy relic, and the guide didn't say what gems the boss would drop. Lin Fan had just been too busy to pay attention to pretending to be AB. I guess it was the product of the Beast Heresy title taking effect, with the 10% extra drop rate coming into effect. Elf diamonds, quality, sacred. Use level 20. Unique effect, reduce the cooldown of all skills by 30%, and have a certain probability of copying 1/2 normal attacks/skills, depending on the quality of the weapon. Description, the main material used to create legendary weapons. A few words made Lin Fan's mouth grow long. How could he not know the gold content of this thing? Just 30% cold reduction was enough to make players go crazy. And the scariest part is the copy attack effect. Putting one skill is equal to putting 2 or 3? If he is lucky enough to use a streak of fireballs once, 9 fireballs fall at the same time. Isn't that like a meteor shower? Off the charts. How can you explode the Immaculate Sacrament? Lin Fan people stayed. Boss dropped the statue that is just a broken holy thing. This thing is actually a proper elf holy thing. Reopen the battle log to check. You have killed the Dark Elf Queen and gained plus 30,000 experience points. You have leveled up to 15. Scroll down further and continue. Congratulations! Additional 1% treasure drop rate in effect. The entire Frightening Night copy was brushed down single-handedly, and Lin Fan earned hemp. Pick up 2 holy relics, 3 level 15 warrior hero suits, and a lot of first pass bonus gold. The key thing was the reward of 30 skill points, and a full 120 own attribute points, which was enough to allow Lin Fan to get a firm footing in the early stages of the game. It doesn't take much to see the importance of own attribute points, which increase a player's initial attribute value. The subsequent enhancement of the magic level will require the use of a large number of skill points/gold, especially at level 20 when the profession awakens, which usually has a more demanding requirement for the player's magic level. However, it was indeed a great harvest to get the first pass for a single copy, but Lin Fan didn't think that this advantage would make him an invincible existence. Generally after level 10 difficulty side quests, hidden quests, and achievement rewards are almost always skill/attribute point rewards again. It's not uncommon. It's just a matter of more or less reward, and the game is the most lack of liver emperor. Relying on the advanced game cabin comes with nutrient liquid. Some players can even do for several weeks in a row do not go offline. It could be said that as long as Lin Fan slacked off, a player would soon catch up. Lin Fan checked the properties of the equipment that had exploded and shook his head. It's a pity that these 3 pieces of equipment are all level 15 transitional outfits, or else they would all be thrown to fatty. These 3 pieces of equipment were all heroic. 1 weapon and 2 pieces of defense. And the rare thing was that they were all warrior sets named after Bonebreaker. It also boosts attack power by 150 points when worn, which is very strong in the early game. However, the equipment of level 15 is actually a bit awkward, because the upgrade speed is very fast before level 20, and after the professional awakening at level 20, the amount of experience needed for each upgrade is massive, and the efficiency of leveling up will be greatly reduced. To be able to get a level 15 hero outfit to wear before level 20, only a godly man like Eclipse Bone, who is not short of money, would dare to be such a loser. Lin Fan casually threw the 3 pieces of equipment onto the auction house. The last auction of the staff sold for 200 gold coins, and this time, since it was a set packaged for sale, Lin Fan, thinking that the godly man was not short of money, simply bid a high price of 1,000 gold coins for a second. A glance at real time, 3:30 p.m. And a little later the hospital would be closing, so he converted the 700 gold coins in his hand into money, then quit the game, intending to go to the hospital first to pay for Xiao Xian's surgery. Bonebreaker, Set, the seller of the mortal god. It's him again. The dog said his heart is also too black. $1 million for 3 pieces of equipment who buy off? Geez. These 3 pieces of equipment should not be. He just played a copy of the explosion. This game is faster than the old man delivery to money. The poorers who were keeping a close eye on the Imperial Auction House, as well as the top brass of the various guilds all went crazy, staring at the 3 pieces of purple equipment with wide eyes. Although these 3 pieces of equipment individually can't rank in the top 10 of the equipment list, the set attribute plus attack power is too ruthless. What should I do? Should I buy it? Will it be a loss? Everyone was hesitant to act rashly. After all, it was a whole $1 million. Fuck, it's been seconded. Someone bought it so fast. It's a pity. If Boss had taken down the 3 pieces of equipment, there wouldn't be any problem at all in clearing the normal copy of Crimson Slayer. The boss of a large guild was dumbfounded. He had just finished recharging his gold coins, and as a result, he opened the auction house again. Things were actually gone. However, an even more breathless operation was still to come. Just 30 seconds later, the Bonebreaker set was actually bizarrely listed on the auction house again. The price tag is 1,200 gold coins, sold by Anonymous. Damn. Don't you just want to earn more money? I'll let you have it. The warrior boss was mad with anxiety, thinking that Lin Fan had downgraded the item and then put it up again at a higher price instead. But it's not over. After only half a minute, The warrior boss had just recharged an additional $20,000, only to have Bonebreaker unexpectedly go back down. This time the price tag, 1,500 gold coins. The seller remains anonymous. Imperial God War, fan god, you are really hook 8 of the disgusting, not sincere sell you hang what spike price. Now actually increase the price? You play me? The Imperial Guild boss breaks defense on the spot. Imperial God's milk, be generous, my friend, no one is poor and crazy as you. Berserk battle, Tian Chi, oh. As expected, just a poor loser. The 3 pieces of equipment had been operated by multiple second-hand dealers, and one way or another they had been topped up to a sky-high price of 1,800 gold coins. In the end, it was taken by Empire Guild boss God War with tears in his eyes, nodding up as a wrongdoer. Shiver. It smells so good. I really did eat too much magical beast meat. The noodles have become so fragrant. At this moment, Lin Fan was shivering his noodles in the living room, and if he was playing the game, he would have realized that there were countless private messages that were greeting him cordially from his ancestors. Of course, if Lin Fan knew that the equipment was speculated to 1.8 million, I'm afraid that his thighs would have to be swollen, and he is simply too small. God's domain second-hand trafficker's level of operation. After changing his clothes and washing his face, Lin Fan took a car to the hospital, thinking that he would be able to see Xiao Xian soon. Lin Fan could not hide his inner excitement because Xiao Xian had disappeared from his world for a full 5 years. Standing under the hospital's internal medicine building, Lin Fan paced back and forth without going in directly. He had faced countless life and death crises in the apocalyptic world, but he had never been as nervous as he was now, and his hands were trembling as he held a handful of carnations. Say something nice? Your favorite old brother came back with a ticket to kill? Isn't there being handsome? Or, slugs have not seen old brother for a few days. Is the thought of not being able to sleep? Come buying one. Lin Fan's brain was messed up into a pot of porridge, and after glancing at the toll window where people had become less, he immediately walked over. Hey, Fan, what a coincidence. At that moment, someone suddenly called out to him. Lin Fan turned around in slight dismay, only to see a fashionably dressed, beautifully groomed beauty waving at him. There's a horse-faced man standing beside him. Chan Wei? Lin Fan froze for several seconds, reacting to the fact that the beautiful woman was actually Star Studios' boss. Lu Xingchen. Mr. Lu, what brings you to the hospital? Are you not feeling well? Lin Fan looked the other party up and down suspiciously. The woman was 25 or 26 years old. Her face was charming. Her figure was pretty. Her pair of electric eyes seemed to be able to talk, and she just couldn't see any feeling of being physically ill. See what you're saying? Can't I come and visit when an employee's family member is sick? Lu Xingchen's red lips pursed slightly, pretending to be displeased and quite affable. Employee dependence. Lin Fan frowned and immediately shook his head. Mr. Lu might have some misunderstanding. Yesterday, Tang Kai and I have already submitted our resignation report to this manager Chen. Chen Wei looked flustered, and quickly explained with a smile, Xiaolin Na, yesterday that thing we are a little bit on the head. Why do you always take it to heart? Misunderstanding. It's really a misunderstanding. Sorry, talk to you later. I have to get to the payment window first. Lin Fan didn't want to get too entangled with the two and roughly understood that Lu Xingchen had come to show him favor. No. Lu Xingchen furrowed her willow brows, and Lin Fan was puzzled for a while. No, why not? Lu Xingchen's mouth smiled with a flirtatious tone and said, of course not. You wrote a separation report, but it didn't go through me, so it just doesn't work. Ha! Lin Fan was rendered speechless by the whole thing. Why did this woman even play a rascal? Lin Fan opened his mouth and was just about to speak when Lu Xingchen swept a glance at Chen Wei and said in a cold voice, how is the matter that I asked you to do? And how did the hospital side reply? Chen Wei hung a fawning smile and said, don't worry, Mr. Lu, Xiao Xian's surgical fee has already been paid, and the surgery will be performed by Dean He himself. Lin Fan, who was standing next to him, was stunned, not knowing what the hell this woman was up to. What surgery costs? What dean of surgery? Sure, this is the level of treatment that should be given to a studio gold-digging nigger? Lin Fan was a bit confused. Lu Xingchen then added, here is 3 million. Not much money. You take it. 3 million is still not much to call it, said Lu Xingchen, then handed over a platinum card. Lin Fan's entire body is messed up. A serious asked. Not, I say, suddenly give me so much money for what? Lu Xingchen was hairy from Lin Fan's regal eyes and coughed dryly. Ahem. Congratulations to you, Lin Fan. You've won this year's Best Employee Award, with a prize of $3 million. $3 million for an Outstanding Employee Award? If it was before yesterday, Lin Fan didn't care if the other party was playing a prank or not. He would have snatched the card and shoved it directly into his pants. But now, a measly 3 million, that's a joke. You're a funny one. Mr. Ryu. Lin Fan looked at the uncomfortable Lu Xingchen with a smile on his face and recognized the other party's intentions almost immediately. Instead of this huge sum of money being an employee bonus, it was more like an investment money to invest in him. Lin Fan. This woman wants to wrap her water snake waist, which she can hold in one hand, around him to death. Ahem. To hug his leg, to be exact. There was no way that Lu Xingchen hadn't noticed Lin Fan's strong performance in God's domain and was still thinking of binding him to Star Studio to work for him. Business has been bad for other games lately, hasn't it, Mr. Lu? Lin Fan teased with a smile. Lu Xingchen's face gradually turned cold, but he still managed to hang on to his smile and said, "It's not bad. Lu Xingchen is a rich second generation. Previously earned a lot of money by forming professional battle teams and playing gold to accompany the studio in a number of popular games such as Sword and Conqueror. However, since the announcement of the opening of Divinity was rumored, the descending blow to other games began. The number of players of Sword Journey, which she had poured a lot of money into, began to explode in number, and now the company in Lu Xingchen's hands was seeing its daily income plummet. She had no choice but to start investing all her financial resources into God's domain, hoping to expand the studio's size to establish a guild, hoping to achieve a salty turnaround by relying on God's domain's terrifying player base. Lin Fan has the Triple Crown title and has also shown sharpness in the game. Obviously, he became a key investment target for Lu Xingchen. Lin Fan re-examined Lu Xingchen. "I have to say, you're really smart. I'm flattered." Fan. Lin Fan's eyes that were almost capable of peeling people apart made Lu Xingchen feel angry, but she didn't dare to show it now and could only force a smile. The game had opened in just 30 hours, and the name of the mortal god had dominated the list many times, even crushing the momentum of Dragon Trace, Memory of the Empty City. Once he rejoined Star Studio now and played a phenomenal leading role in setting up the guild, the Star Guild's name would be completely made famous. This handful of wishful thinking is indeed this woman's style. In his previous life, the guild, Star, was very eye-catching in the early stages of the game, and Lin Fan was also the gold-beating leader of one of the 100-member regiments. At that time, the gap between players was not too big, relying on to Lin Fan and other games retired former professional players. Successive success in opening difficult copies. That time the guild development is actually not bad. It wasn't until the guild stronghold battle was fought that Lu Xingchen rested on his laurels and made a misjudgment. She didn't think the guild could have the strength to take down the stronghold, much less spend $5 million to buy a guild war seat qualification. The result was that the core players of Star were disorganized. A number of ex-professionals were poached, and it didn't take long for the guild to disappear into the mainstream echelon. What do you think? I can promise that you will lead the guild in the future. Lu Xingchen clenched her silver teeth and made a choice. Lin Fan didn't strain to laugh, his face full of mockery. "Look at this, Mr. Lu is talking nonsense again. Where can I take on this big job?" If he was still working under them like in his previous life, would this Lu Xingchen come over low and beg him to take the money? Don't look at this woman with a face of pure lust with big boobs and seemingly a good heart that will come to the table. But in reality, she is a business biatch who sees what she wants to do. In the Star Studio to play gold these 2 years, take the lowest wage-based salary in Jiangchuan City, more than 12 hours a day to sell as a game social animal. Lin Fan wanted to laugh. If it wasn't for her, Lu Xingchen, aiding and abetting behind the scenes, he, Chen Wei, a manager, would have dared to oppress his staff so much. Fan brother, you solemnly consider. We have been living together for 2 years. I just mouth-out offended you. Chen Wei sniffed and showed his teeth as he hurriedly stepped forward and continued. Why don't you beat me up to take the edge off? After saying that, this pussy Chen Wei even made a gesture to smack his own mouth. Lin Fan looked nauseous and waved his hand. Don't come to this. Yesterday you couldn't wait to eat me and fatty alive. The hospital is not the place to talk about such things, and I won't be asking you for the surgery or the bonus. Lin Fan shook his head with a cold face. Lu Xingchen immediately felt a chill in his heart, and was just about to continue persuading when Lin Fan turned around and added, however, to be able to ask the dean to personally master the knife, this is counted as something I owe you. Lu Xingchen's expression changed, instantly reading Lin Fan's meaning, proving that there was still room for maneuver in this matter. But soon Lin Fan broke her thoughts. Lin Fan laughed. I won't be joining your guild. I can only help you take the guild stronghold, but there is a precondition for that. Don't listen to his nonsense. Mr. Lu, guild strongholds are not that easy to take. Chen Wei's face sank as he lowered his voice and said to Lu Xingchen, he's only one person even if he's strong. The list of stronghold wars released on the official website has more than 50 names reported right now, and after that, it can be increased to at least 100. But the first batch of strongholds only has 12 city-state strongholds. Lu Xingchen's face was cloudy, looking at the man in front of her who was as calm as water. She didn't know exactly where the other party got his backbone from, as if the stronghold said that he would be able to do it if he shot it down. Tell me what the conditions are first, and I'll try to fulfill them. Lu Xingqian made a certain compromise. With her current dire financial situation, it's all she can do about it. Knowing that if the stronghold was really knocked down by this man, with the current hotness of Divine Realm, transferring the stronghold out would make her immediately earn a lot of money. Lin Fan had the same scale in his heart. When he was fired by Tianqi, it was this woman who took him in at the most difficult time. Although the treatment wasn't great, no matter what purpose this woman held, but all in all he did owe Lu Xingqian a favor. Lin Fan looked at Chen Wei slyly, and the latter instantly felt something bad. Then Lin Fan made a call to Fatty. Fatty, hey, what are you doing? Just getting ready to dry copy. Lin Fan, someone wants to have a word with you. Fatty, who is it? A girl? As soon as the words fell, Lin Fan heard a snap, and the fat man on the other end of the phone was brutally beaten by his sister-in-law. Sister Nima. Dead fat man, you give me a roll. Fatty, sorry. Van, you were hallucinating just now. Lin Fan was amused by this. Don't worry, my ears are closed. Lin Fan put the phone on speakerphone and handed it to the blushing Chen Wei. Under Lu Xingqian's murderous gaze, Chen Wei stumbled and shouted, Dad, I was wrong. After saying that, Lin Fan heard the fat man crunch out a piggy laugh. Ha? Who is it? Bad signal. Didn't hear you clearly. Speak up. Chen Wei was as if he had eaten a fly. His old face reddened, and finally yelled at the top of his lungs. Father, I'm fucking wrong. After letting the fat man get his revenge, Lin Fan dismissed Lu Xingqian with a few words. Taking the flowers and arriving outside the soulful ward 414, Lin Fan took a deep breath and padded over to the tiny window in front of the ward. No matter how many times I die, I swear I won't let the nightmare come back. Lin Fan summoned all his courage and did countless times of psychological construction. He only wanted to be a qualified elder brother. A young girl with long chestnut-colored hair sat on a hospital bed in the bright sunlight. Her clear face was slightly pale, her long hair was gently lifted by the breeze, and she was paddling her tablet in her hand, a sweet smile hanging on the corner of her mouth. In an instant, tears came to Lin Fan's eyes. He knew that the heart was broken and the dream had come true. Pushing the door open and ignoring the strange looks from the other patients, he went forward and hugged her tightly. Lin Fan tenderly touched her long hair. Her ear murmured, I come back. This time. Really come back. Brother, aren't you at work? The young girl looked at him in surprise. A smile blossomed on her face. Her pretty face was slightly red and looked a little shy. In the sunlight appeared to be extraordinarily pure and touching. Wow. You're a disgrace. Who's the slug anyway? I just changed into my hospital gown and you stained it. Yi Shaoxian was speechless throughout. His normally ever-tall brother was crying like a child. She couldn't resist the eyes of the patients, pinched Lin Fan's ear to break it, and said with a red face, Alright, brother, we haven't seen each other for only 2 days. There's no need to make it so melodramatic. Lin Fan noticed the gaze behind him. The nurse was looking at him with a face full of disdain. Lin Fan hurriedly got out of the way of the aisle, and said with a stiff upper lip, What do you know about it? It's called Iron Man's tenderness. You're still an Iron Man. You can't do 20 push-ups weakling. Yi Shaoxian mocked without mercy. Lin Fan was a bit embarrassed at once. This body that lacked exercise for a long time was indeed weak. Yi Shaoxian playfully raised his eyebrows. So what? Pick me up and take me home? I'll pack my bags. 1 minute. On the surface, he was joking. Lin Fan's heart was sour for a while, knowing that this niece was afraid of wasting money on a cure. Pick you up and go back to messing me up. Ha! Lin Fan gave Nizi a blank look in mock disgust, tilted his chin and said, Get ready to be transferred to the VLP ward. Your brother and I are now back in the ranks of the rich. I've already paid for the surgery, and Dean he will personally operate on you on the 1st of next month. Really? That and false. Yi Shaoxian suddenly frowned and said decisively, You won't borrow from loan sharks, right? If that's the case, if you don't return the money immediately, I'll jump from here right now. Lin Fan was shocked. Knowing this girl's temperament, this was never a joke. So he told the story of how he had been killing it in God's domain and how he was making money. Ha 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 ha, I told you. This player known as Tor, the adulterer. Why does he look so much like you? Yi Shaoxian suddenly laughed heartlessly, and Lin Fan had a black question mark on his face. Yi Shaoxian handed the tablet over to him, and Lin Fan's face quickly collapsed when he took it. On the screen was the official forum of God's domain. The top post was titled Remember this scum. The official trust hired to cheat us out of our kryptonite. Click in a look. The first thing is a mortal god high-definition Wuma handsome photo. Follow-up. Xiao Zhuang, I've never seen such a brazen person. There have long been revelations that this mortal god is an official tester, but also a single brush copy to deliberately induce players to recharge. Montenegro Old Waste, From the beginning I felt something was wrong with this person. He admitted to being a tester himself. And the officials still won't deal with it? Imperial God of War, broken game dead traders ruined my youth. Where got I chow at #UN%? The post had only been sent out for less than an hour. And the number of followers had broken 10,000, directly becoming the headline of the forum. 1 million for transition gear, really anyone? Lin Fan stroked his chin in wonder. He was still planning to dispose of it to Eclipse Bone at a low price if he couldn't sell it. Yi Shaoxian shook his head and smiled playfully at him. I knew my brother was the strongest no matter what game he was in. I'm brainlessly fanning you. Triple Crown King Oniai-chan. It has to be. Lin Fan pretended to nod his head. Seeing that his sister was in good spirits, his mood followed suit. In the past, no matter whether he was playing a professional match or training, the seat closest to the stands always had Shaoxian's figure. This way of life Lin Fan had long been accustomed to, so he would do his best to guard this silly girl. Instead of Shaoxian always relying on him, it was more like she was his spiritual support. Remember to listen to the nurse, sister, and don't keep losing your temper. Seeing the doctor come over to change the bottle, Lin Fan kept on rambling on his instructions. Yi Shaoxian was as good as a kitten, beaming and nodding his head. Brother. Before saying goodbye, Shaoxian called out to Lin Fan with a desire to speak. What? Lin Fan turned to look at the silly ninny. Shaoxian's pretty face had an extra flush, blinking her big eyes and smiling daintily. When I'm done with the surgery, I'll be the nurse to give you an assist, okay? Lin Fan's heart warmed and nodded with a smile. Okay, brother, will wait for you. Back at the rental house, Lin Fan called Fatty. I'm fucking laughing my ass off. The idiots in the work group posting what upside down, all apologizing like crazy in my circle of friends. Fatty couldn't help but laugh maniacally. The colleagues in his circle of friends who had previously taunted him were lined up to be publicly executed by Fatty under Chen Wei's authorization, which made the bastard so happy. Don't laugh. I'm discussing something serious with you. Remember the establishment of a guild that I mentioned to you before? Lin Fan said with a straight face. Remember? Of course I do. Really? Lin Fan thought for a while and said, the guild stronghold war is about to start. Missing this time will be more troublesome to follow up. We need to stand the pit first. But a fucking $5 million entry fee. That's too expensive. Fatty was a bit hesitant. The money was really astronomical for the two of them, who were hard up. There's no rush, there's still a week left. The money should be able to be gotten. Even if we go borrow it, we must borrow it. Lin Fan said seriously. Guild strongholds are crucial in the mid to late game. As players/monsters level up, the stronger the guild, the more they can get a head start on copy openings/general battles. Some rare props/world boss takedowns are hard to capture with personal strength alone, and player reputation points are set up in large part to serve guild wars. Fatty, oh, that's right too, haha. With the equipment you scored this afternoon, you damn well did make a fortune. Well, I saw someone on the forums talking about it. It should be a small 100. Shrimp, isn't it 180W? Can you be more sincere? Comrade Lin Fan. It was Lin Fan's turn to freeze. $8 million? The fat man told the matter of the peddler speculating on the price, and Lin Fan only felt his heart dripping blood, so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. His grandmother, after working so hard to finish the boss, the merchant poured in 2 hands and netted 800 gold coins at 0 cost. What kind of game is this? Are you going to play it or not? Black-hearted merchants are in all games, but only God's domain black merchants have the blackest heart. This is even Lin Fan have to admire 3 points. After all, not any player has the eyesight to dare this hype. Otherwise equipment if smashed in the hands, that is a blood loss. Adjusting his emotions, Lin Fan agreed with Fatty to enter the game. Time travel. Picture twisting. Lin Fan appeared in the Vile River, and Evoya crouched behind a boulder to peek at him. Plain and weak adventurer. Could you please change my lady's clothes? Evoya asked with reddened cheeks. Lin Fan instantly had a wolfish gleam in his eyes. Such a wonderful start just after going online. In front of Evia, who was wearing a single garment. This hot petite body. This absolutely beautiful face. Lin Fan's excited heart and trembling hands were self-evident. As a die-hard nerd, that's what he's most happy with about Divinity. What with the anti-harmony system existing in name only, there is no such thing as a maze mosaic that hinders the course of civilization. Because of this, to a certain extent, God's domain since the opening of the service has been strongly resisted by parents of bare children of all walks of life. But, of course, the gods don't give a damn about parental nonsense. You have gained Evelia's favor. Friendliness value plus 10, 10/100. By equipping the sickly girl, Lin Fan's friendliness value with the NPC gained an increase. Lin Fan's eyes glowed and he muttered, it's rumored that when you reach 100 points of friendly value with a heterosexual NPC, you can also have a wife and a monkey. In his previous life, Lin Fan was either striking gold or languishing in ultra-hardcore mode, and didn't have the leisure to study relationships with NPCs. However, he knew that once the Divine Realm world and reality merged with each other, the NPCs in the game would not disappear, and were somehow no different from the players. Of course, Lin Fan is a proper silver. He cares about clues to some hidden quests/professions that would require a certain level of friendliness to trigger, but it's not easy to raise the friendliness value with NPCs, and the conditions are usually very harsh. If he hadn't cleared Frightful Night and gotten Evoya's lost equipment, he wouldn't have boosted his friendly value by 10 points otherwise, and the difficulty could be imagined. However, Evia, the girl, does make a nice breakthrough. Well, it's worth making more use of it. Lin Fan pondered for a moment and took Evoya back to the drawbridge to Edgar City. That man is a mortal god, with an NPC girl by your side? Holy shit, it's huge. Is this the style of a great god? Lin Fan's arrival caused a small commotion. Wow, chimeras, look at that, what a handsome warrior. According to my many years of experience in judging men, analyzing from the standing posture, he must be a big handsome man in reality. But the commotion was quickly drowned out by the screams of the girl players. In the distance, a high-impact warrior clad in a grey cloak and wielding a silver sword stood dashingly handsome with his back grounded against the drawbridge. The warrior lifted his cloak and instantly there was a wave of screams. He had handsome and invincible features, diamond-like shining silver hair, and a figure as straight as a sword, and with a super magnetic voice. His golden pupils gazed at Lin Fan and said indifferently, "Dare I ask your excellency, where is your sword pointing?" Needless to say, the big handsome silver-haired guy was Fatty himself. Looking at that excessively handsome face, Lin Fan was practically powerless to spit. If Fatty hadn't been in the business of game goldsmithing, this guy would definitely be a genius at pinching character images, just by relying on this craft. If the character modeling he made was put up for sale on the forums, he would definitely have realized his wealth. In the face of such a middle-aged question from the fat man, Lin Fan was filled with embarrassment and pointed his staff to the sky with a red face. My sword points to the North Street, Jiangchuan's red light district, and my heart points to the river, Jiangchuan City's largest clubhouse. Fatty walks up and touches fists with Lin Fan X3. American boy gestures X6. Lin Fan tense face to accompany him through all the joint password. The players next to them are looking silly. Where are the two middle-aged lunatics from? Oh yeah, my good man. The fat man laughed with satisfaction, jumping up and down and banging his chest. I swear I'll hide LD next time. Lin Fan couldn't wait to find a hole in the ground. This American boy meeting method made him really shameless. Master Kai's expedition application to join the queue. Lin Fan helplessly nodded his assent. Fatty tossed his head in a dashing manner and looked toward the white-scaled serpent boss gawking at the bridge, proudly saying, "I'll brainlessly show it off, and you do the output." Lin Fan looked at Fatty's level. Level 14, 2150 blood points, and he was still wearing a blue suit. This attribute value was already very strong amongst the non-divine hero players. Lin Fan wasn't surprised. It was true that Fatty wasn't an ex-professional, but after following him around for all these years, the level of the game naturally far exceeded that of ordinary players. Don't bother. This mini-boss is randomly second. We still have to go into the city first to send this NPC back to the Mage Guild, Lin Fan said. Fatty was stunned, and only then did he notice Evoya, who was hiding behind Lin Fan. This dead fat man's eyes instantly sprouted green light. Dug trough. How come my wife is at your place? Give back my wife. Lin Fan's forehead sprouted 3 black lines. Tang Kai, you are really tired of living. Let that mouth of your family catch you mentally cheating on the NPC. Have to skin you. Che, know anything about family status? She dares to bleep more with the head of the family. Laugh. Fatty face disdain. Lin Fan in the side ha. This good's dead face personality has not changed. 2 people painting Whitesnake? The priests don't even want it? That mage is still wearing level 1 novice equipment. Sure, it's not here to be funny. What's the word of the tiger and the wolf? Whitesnake 20. 000 blood and still random seconds? Surrounding players cast a surprised look. The opening of the service for so long now being blocked here, players are still quite a lot. The 2 of them walked idly on the bridge, as if the white-scaled python in front of them did not exist. Fatty, I say nah. The establishment of the guild this matter in the end how to get. Even if you can handle the money thing, that guild management candidates how to do? We can't just pull 2 random shrimps to make up the numbers. There's no rush. I already have a candidate. It's just that people don't recognize me for the time being. Lin Fan laughed. Really? I'm convinced. As soon as the words fell, the giant python twisted its body and charged violently at Fatty. Madaka. The silver longsword swung and jumped to block the python's sharp fangs, followed by a stab to the python's eye. Blitz minus 570. The python let out a roar and opened its mouth to spit out green venom. The fat man is agile and operates in a fluid manner. Backhandedly, he took off his cloak and threw it out, just in time to block the boss venom, and with a charging silver sword raised above his head, he once again struck the vital blast. Peerless swordsman, boss venom attacks can still be blocked like that? Lone rainy night, I've seen this warrior yesterday. Their team was completely wiped out, and it was this guy who dangled a sliver of his blood skin and froze to operate the boss to death. What a boss! It moves so slow. Hearing someone praising Fatty, the corners of his mouth grinned to the back of his head, intending to show his hand in front of Lin Fan. Awesome indeed. Lin Fan would smile, starting with a flat A and hitting a fireball. Pust. Minus 223. Fatty immediately looked surprised. No way. Brother Fan, you can do over 200 damage with a level 1 staff. Lin Fan smiled without saying anything. The own attribute points he got from the first kill of the copy, he still clicked all the attack power. Even though he had only gotten a level 1 staff, his spell attack power had already broken the 200 mark. A succession of damage values popped up immediately afterward. 1560. 1560. Crap now. Close to 5,000 damage in a few seconds? I'll play your big turtle. Fatty's mouth opened wide, becoming unable to speak properly. I go. Too sick. Is this guy really a trust found by the officials? Is this output really scientific? The mage profession is actually this strong. I'm going to delete my number and start over. The onlookers were in an uproar. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed that the divine realm, created by Al, would have a TO. It's true that it's a random second. Old me is a clown line blah blah blah. Fatty's face was lifeless. He thought that he had gotten some chance quests in the main city, and now he wasn't weak by any means. But compared to this dead pervert in front of him, it was really far from being the same. There was no difficulty in taking out the boss in 3 tries. The boss pops out a bunch of white trash, along with a few limited amounts of silver coins. Of course, it couldn't be helped. The white-scaled serpent was only a main quest boss. The difficulty of killing it wasn't high, and it wasn't at all comparable to the elite bosses within the replica. There's hanging. Where did you get it? I'll get a whole one. Fatty sent a private chat in a godly manner, thinking that Lin Fan had gotten a game plugin somewhere. You want farts to eat? Lin Fan couldn't help but want to laugh. To him, a reborn person, perhaps he himself was the plugin. I don't believe it. I admit that I'm a piece of trash. Okay? Fatty had a disbelieving face. I'll tell you what to do when we get into the main city. Lin Fan had long had the intention of making Fatty get stronger quickly. Good buddy. I'll buy you a foot wash tomorrow. Lin Fan. In his previous life, Fatty's first career awakening, he got the hidden career magic swordsman. With one hand of magic, one hand of sword skills, and his own talent for maneuvering, his battle power is actually not weak. Magic swordsman belonged to the B-level strength profession, although it could crush ordinary players, but when it came to those S-level awakened players it was still a few notches behind. Therefore, Lin Fan decided to give Fatty a start before saying anything. Right. I have another video file to send you. Check it out. Lin Fan said after thinking about it. Fatty was stunned and raised his eyebrows obscenely. A small movie? It's still Brother Fan, you know me. Fuck off. Lin Fan laughed and cursed, sending him the video of himself soloing the Dark Elf Queen with infinite combos, asking him to put it up on the Divine Realm forums at the right time. The two of them chatted about one thing or another as they led Evelia into the city of Edgar. Most of the first-tier players had walked out of the novice village, and the city was now bursting at the seams with players. But the city was so large that it was basically uncrowded. What's the point of coming to the Bounty Hunter's Tavern? The two stopped in front of a tavern, and Fatty shook his head and said, I've been there. The quests in there are too trashy, and you have to pay 10 gold coins to become a bounty hunter. Here's some gold for you. Go ahead and become a bounty hunter. Lin Fan made a trade request, and Fatty tapped confirmation in a confused manner. It's a great feeling to be adopted by the landlord. A full 100 gold coins were thrown onto the trading window, and the fat man laughed heartlessly, not clicking on the confirmation in a polite second with Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded with a light smile. His brother and sister had worked together for so many years, let alone giving 100 gold coins for 100. 000. Even if it was 10. 000 he wouldn't frown. Moreover, in his previous life, Fatty had died to cover him, so naturally Lin Fan would not treat him poorly. Bounty hunters are relatively special in the Divine Realm setting. As long as the player becomes a bounty hunter, he can go out and perform hunting quests to get paid, and he can even team up with NPC hunters. There were very few player people in the tavern, mostly NPC manginas drinking dark beer. 10 gold coins is 10,000 dollars, and not many casual players are willing to spend this amount of money in the early stage. Fatty took the money and smoothly processed the bounty hunter certificate, looked at Lin Fan and asked, and then what? See that bomb in the corner? The corner of Lin Fan's mouth raised an imperceptible bad smile and pointed at the disheveled man in the corner. Fatty nodded his head dumbfounded, not knowing what kind of medicine Lin Fan was selling in his gourd. Go up and beat him up. I'll wait for you at the resurrection point, Lin Fan said with a smile. Ha, I can understand beating him up, but why wait for me at the resurrection point? Fatty was completely puzzled, but still walked up out of trust in Lin Fan. Fatty frowned. The homeless man in front of him was full of dirt and stench. Even the NPC next to him didn't dare to approach. Trust me, there's a quest trigger. Lin Fan looked serious, clenched his fist and shouted at Fatty. Dry butterfly. I'll beat you, big turtle. Fatty mouth cursed ceaselessly, but still bravely raised a foot, to give himself the courage to shout, even if it is immoral, but in order to hide the task brother spelled. With that, a big kick hit the homeless man in the cheek. However, the fat man was shocked to find that the other party was not even moving. The tramp was like a black iron statue, and the beer in his hand didn't even make a ripple. The vagabond turned stiffly, his long, straggly blonde hair falling down, his bright silver eyes like whirlpools capable of devouring the sight of others. Adventurer, would you like to have 1,000 fair duels with me? Master Kai's expedition. I don't fucking know. Fatty tried to turn to Lin Fan for help, but as soon as he turned his head, where was Lin Fan's grandson cub? Fatty subconsciously checked the tramp's attribute panel. Hobo, level 80, HP, 70, 000, attack power. Skills, thick gift crabtree, goddamn hobo, 80 levels, 70 million blood. Instantly, a chill rushed out of the fat man's ceiling, and the tramp in front of him stood up like a flooded beast. Adventurer, you are very courageous. The vagabond stood up, his 2-meter-tall stature particularly imposing. The fat man looked up at his opponent, panicking a batch. You have taken the initiative to challenge the Holy Sword Envoy. The duel is about to begin. Hearing the system prompt, Fatty cold sweat. The Holy Sword Envoy. This name sounds like it can scare people to death. Crap, I was wrong. Wrong. The homeless man's big hand grabbed. The fat man was lifted up like a small chicken. No matter how much the fat man begged for mercy, the other party did not pay the slightest attention. With a bang, the door of the Bounty Hunters Guild was kicked in, and the door panel broke in and killed 4 players on the spot. Tramp eyes boiling with wariness, grabbing the fat man's collar feet. The ground slate exploded, even a leap to fly out dozens of meters away. Wazinama Van help The fat man was scared out of his wits, his hands clawing helplessly in the air. The hobo had horrible bouncing power, stepping on the roof of the road to quickly weave through the streets of the main city, and soon arrived inside a sizable training ground. The vagabond stood there like a mountain. His aura was like a rainbow, and his battle intent was astonishing. The fat man watched this with dumbfounded astonishment, and in the next moment, the vagabond's left hand rose up with black demonic flames, and his right hand erupted with terrifying holy light, a 2-handed magic sword. The fat man was shocked inwardly, his vision became blurred, and in a trance it was as if what stood in front of him was not a person, but a terrifyingly powerful divine sword, turning both hands into swords. This was the maneuver of the twin-blade stream warrior, and the hobo itself is the hilt of the sword. Begin. Young man, the vagabond's silver eyes flashed in a chilling way. S-rank hidden profession quest opened, 1,000 hammers. If you die in battle 1,000 times, the mission fails, and your experience value will decrease each time you die in battle until you succeed in wounding the Holy Sword Envoy. The prompt appeared again. The fat heartgrass mud horse wildly. The other party level up to 80 level. This hit the egg. Do you want to be abused 1,000 times by stinky beggars? Minus 2,250. In an instant, the fat man's face was shocked and his body fell back uncontrollably. Old man. This is a second? But the other party's stance movement. He didn't see it at all. Fatty came back to his senses again, and the man was already standing on the nearest resurrection point. An old Silverby tapped him on the shoulder with a big smile on his face. How was it? Isn't it cool? Fatty looked at Lin Fan, froze for a long time, swallowed his saliva and cursed. Death is indeed cool. 1 second painless. That old rogue is also too dickish to be an S-rank hidden profession quest. Damn. I'm going to fuck that grandson, Fatty said with a fixed expression, a flash of excitement welling up in his eyes. Operate well and think about each challenge first before you go. Lin Fan lightly laughed. Don't look at the fat man, usually like to bluff, but this bastard has never wimped out when it comes to difficulties, belonging to the typical iron head of bean. Even if he gets spiked by a hobo, it only fuels his stronger side. That tramp was naturally not an ordinary NPC, but the head of the 7 sword envoys of the Light Dragon Empire's Sanctuary, Sword Saint Bingha. In the backstory, the Sanctuary Sword Ambassadors are a group of magical swordsmen who wield light magic, yet Glacier is an anomaly. This person's dual system of light and darkness was cultivated together, and his strength was exceptionally terrifying. It's just that the dark and light systems are inherently incompatible, and dark magic users are discriminated against and ostracized in the Empire. Glacier has been unpopular with the Imperial Temple as a result, and spends his days in the Bounty Hunter's Tavern, drinking and mucking about. In the previous life, Thousand Hammers, there were not a lot of players who knew about this quest, but there were almost none who could pass any test. Not only the difficulty of the task pull full, the warrior player's operational awareness requirements harsh. The most critical is that every time you are killed will also drop experience. Players who had been killed hundreds of times by Glacier in order to get their S-rank profession awakening, and whose levels had dropped to level 1, abounded. However, Lin Fan has confidence in Fatty. On the level of operation alone, Fatty was one of the strongest magic swordsmen in his previous life, and the only thing worse than the others was the equipment and the soul seal. Fatty continued to challenge Holy Sword Envoy Glacier, and Lin Fan walked to the Mage Guild with Evia. An old white-haired man with a hobbling gait approached and looked at Evelia with reproachful eyes. Evoya pouted and went up to take the old man's arm. "Teacher, I'm back. This old man is magical instructor S entry." Lin Fan muttered to himself in his mind. D-rank fire magic, sacred blazing sun shield. It was this old man's self-created magic. The magic grade was only D-rank, but as long as there was enough blue in actual combat, the defense of this magic was ridiculously strong, not inferior to C-rank or B-rank defense magic. The only regret was that the magic grade was too low to use skill points for enhancement, but it was enough to prove the old man's mastery of magic. I got lost. It was this brave adventurer who escorted me back. "Teacher," Evoya said with a red face. The old man nodded with a stern face and said sternly, "Why don't you go and get ready for the banquet hosted by the city lord? Don't disgrace your noble status." "Ha, this chick is still an aristocrat?" Lin Fan was stunned. "You have completed Evoya hidden quest sequence 2. Magician Essentry has offered to use 50 silver coins as payment for the quest. You have the option to decline/accept. Is labor so cheap?" Lin Fan was a bit speechless. Taking care of a sickly young girl wasn't simple. Just helping her put on her equipment that could almost kill him. "No thanks." Lin Fan faintly shook his head and refused the good intentions. "Wait a minute, adventurer. The mission to exterminate the demons is exceptionally difficult. I have a volume of suitable magic for you to learn here." Lin Fan had just turned around to leave, when old Aizen seemed to feel that it would be undignified not to pay, and took out a magic scroll as compensation. Lin Fan's heart was happy. He knew that the hidden mission wouldn't be so simple. Sometimes the benefits of retreating for advancement were doubled. C-rank fire magic, Inferno Serpent's Touch, the self-created magic of one of Edgar's 3 great magicians. Essentry. Effect, consumes 500 MP to create a magical inflammatory serpent that deals 200 plus spell attack power damage and 300 points of burning damage to targets within range. Cooldown 1 minute. Current level, 1. Special effects awaken when raised to full level 10. Typical large range AoE damage magic. Damage is relatively substantial. Is high blue consumption. Cooldown time is too long. However, this wasn't a problem for Lin Fan. Both with a super long range of over 1,500 meters, as well as the Elven Treasure Diamond, Holy Relic in his hand, which could both reduce the cooldown and copy magic. Standing a kilometer away. If one was a bit more lucky, one could unleash a 3-headed Inferno Snake in one go, and that would definitely have a heaven-destroying effect. However, what concerned Lin Fan the most was the special effect he could obtain by raising Inflamed Serpent's Touch to full level. He remembered that only powerful magic above level B had the characteristics. This magic was only level C yet the special effects awakened, which really didn't make Lin Fan think about it. Currently, the entire auction house didn't even have a single B-rank skill book for other professions, not to mention B-rank magic books. Even the C-rank skill books were extremely rare, and each one cost more than 50 gold coins, which ordinary players simply couldn't afford to spend. At this stage, most of the skills that players can learn come from the career store's E-rank/D rank only. Saying goodbye to Evoya, Lin Fan immediately began to point up his skills. You have spent 1 skill point/40 silver coins in magic has been raised to level 2. You have spent 2 skill points/90 silver coins in magic has been raised to level 3. You have spent 4 skill points/9 gold coins to raise magic to level 4. Inflamed Serpent's Touch, leveled up to level 6. And Lin Fan began to sweat profusely. The mage profession is recognized as the most kryptonite profession, and the number of skill points/gold consumed to upgrade skills far exceeds that of other professions. After all 30 skill points, the skill was barely at level 8, and more than 50 gold coins were consumed, which was more than $50,000. This was only a C-rank magic. Switching to a higher grade magic would further increase the amount of resources consumed. Well, fortunately the numerical panel has improved quite a bit. Skill damage becomes 350 plus spell attack power damage and deals 470 points of burning damage. And the cooldown is reduced to 52 seconds. Still missing at least 20 skill points. Where do I get them? Lin Fan hesitated for a moment. He had planned to go solo the elite copy, Dark Dungeon, in the city. But the first pass reward had already been taken by Dragon Trace's people, so it didn't make much sense to go get another solo achievement. You have received an invitation from the Lord of the City. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow and opened his mailbox to check. Lord City Lord invites the top 100 adventurers on the rank list to attend a banquet at the City Lord's mansion to discuss plans for destroying the demons. You are currently ranked 27th in terms of rank, and have gained the qualification to participate in the side quest, Night Banquet. Mission description: this mission can earn a large amount of experience value, skill points, and attribute points rewards. This mission is difficult. Please proceed according to your ability. Looking at the quest prompt, Lin Fan's brows tightened and his face changed slightly. This quest seems to be fishy. Wu Dong Shan He, ha, brother ranked 100th. Just pressing through the line. Love power, little trash, don't pretend. This mission to gather the top 100 players. Surely the difficulty is not low. You enter the mission is also a gift. Wushang Shanha, you know a mallet. There is empty city and a bunch of their big brother horizontal push copy. I in the back of the soup is enough. The players on the world channel who didn't reach the standard lamented. This is the benefit of leveling up fast. One step faster than others. It's a mission that seems like it can't go. Lin Fan pondered. This quest would be the first lesson the gods taught players. A trap that only targeted elite players. Lin Fan opened the rank list to check the list. 10th place, Crazy 16th grade 22%. 9th place, Mr. Dragon Scars, level 16, 45%. 8th place, Heaven's Gift, Crazy Wolf 16 level 77%. 3rd place, Memory of the Empty City, level 17, 13%. 2nd place, Hayu Empress, level 17, 35%. 1st place, 55% at level 19 blank. That guy killed his way to 10th place. What a lunatic. Lin Fan saw the familiar faces from his previous life at a glance, and a pleased smile appeared on his face. The 10th place thief player had a lot of history with him, and in his previous life, Lin Fan, Fatty, Crazy, and 3 others had experienced quite a bit as a fixed team. The Empress is still so fierce, worthy of being a woman who can milk and resist. The top 11 female players on the rank list rushed to second, and even suppressed Empty City by a head. Lin Fan was under the impression that this female player was not only a superb operator, but was also the boss of the Haoyue Guild, which only recruited female players, and in less than 3 days, this female biker player will awaken to her AA profession, Paladin. Well, it's a AA. It's as straight as her body, infinitely close to the strength of the S-level occupation. Both can give their own milk and the night exaggerated defense. In the early copies of this woman is basically the existence of the unkillable. However, it was rather unfortunate that the Haoyue Guild was only a niche guild with a majority of female life players. Although the few top players under the Empress were strong, their numbers were too sparse, and it didn't take long for the Dragon Trace Guild to pull a hostile and give them a crosscheck. As for the first place Blank Thief, he was even leading all players by a cliff, and had already stepped half a foot into the threshold edge of professional awakening. No one had ever really seen the Blank Thief's face, but she was the only ruthless person who had ever single-handedly killed Empty City multiple times. It was well documented that this person didn't belong to any guild. Yet he possessed at least 2 god-level soul seals, and it wasn't too much of a stretch to call him the favorite of the gods. It was also the divine assassin in hardcore mode that prevented Ecom City from sitting comfortably on the golden throne and made him the most fearful. The pride of heaven, no matter if it's chance or wealth. This person is an enigma, Lin Fan muttered. Lin Fan knew that this, Hongmen Night Banquet, was a trap, but truthfully, he was also curious about what a god-level assassin actually looked like. I'm on my knees, why can't this crappy quest come out earlier? I've been killed 8 times and dropped out of the top 100. I lost $100 million. Fatty sent a private message full of resentment, and his level had dropped to level 13. It's fine. I've researched this quest. Basically not many people can clear it, and the punishment is very severe. Lin Fan replied calmly. Fatty, oh, that's alright. Lousy, continue to fuck this old rascal. Go for it. Lin Fan laughed lightly and told Fatty not to think too much even if he dropped to level 1. With the speed at which he was leading people to brush up their levels now, he would be able to quickly drag him back to the first echelon in a day at most. Compared to this small loss of experience value, it was clear that the S-rank career possibilities were more important. In Lin Fan's opinion, even if he got an extreme divine seal afterward, he wouldn't be able to utilize the power of the divine seal if his occupation was too trashy. In the previous life, almost every one of those hefty heavenly rank powerhouses started with an A-rank awakened profession. paired with an ingenious rank or above soul seal in order to be able to make a difference. Lin Fan walked towards the city lord's mansion. The hangman is here. Stay away from him. I'm afraid the system will block his number and even me. Officials invited by the trust really do not have a little bit of actor training. Take the newbie equipment to hit a few thousand points of damage casually. Who the hell believe Lin Fan walked to the replica opening point. To do the night banquet, task players to avoid him, for fear that the sky outside a shocking thunder struck the hanging wall to get himself involved. Hey, kid. A big and burly knight walked up to Lin Fan. So what? Sorry about before, the burly man said vaguely. You are? Lin Fan cocked his head to look at the other party with a confused expression. The burly man froze for a moment, showing his teeth in anger and wanting to lash out, but he forced himself to hold back and said, War Tianqi, the one who robbed you yesterday. Oh, someone from Dragon Trace. Marvelous. Lin Fan smiled back. My friend, listening to your tone, other than the previous misunderstanding, we, Dragon Trace, have offended you? Xu Fanshuan walked with a displeased face. She was wearing a blue vestment and holding a level 10 heroic staff, which made her stand out in the crowd. Nothing, simply don't like you guys. Lin Fan turned his head with a smile, revealing a clear and handsome face with an amiable and harmless smile. Really? It's you? Xu Fanshuan instantly blanched and involuntarily took a few steps back, one hand clenching her staff in death. I have an impression of you. A handful of water mages playing with thin air. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes and recognized the other party, opening his mouth to kill and kill. Asshole, you still think this is sword expedition? What qualifications do you have to be arrogant? Zhu Xuanshang's cheeks turned red at her words, and next to her, War Tianqi hurriedly gave her a wink and lowered his voice. Don't forget what the boss has explained. Here's the thing, brother. We at Dragon Trace are interested in having you join the family, and the boss said you can pay whatever you want for the annual salary. Warrior Tianqi hemmed and hawed, intentionally getting close to Lin Fan. Interesting. A hint of teasing flowed out from the corner of Lin Fan's mouth, and he came over to battle Tianqi's ear and whispered, Stay away from me, or else I won't be able to control my hands and slaughter you guys. War Tianqi's face suddenly changed. Strong and calm and angry, you really don't know how to appreciate it, right, kid? Lin Fan looked at the crowd of onlookers and said indifferently, It's not impossible for me to join the Dragon Trace. The prerequisite is to let Ecom City bring up its head and see it through. As soon as the words fell, everyone couldn't help but to draw in a breath of cold air. So fucking crazy. Upper Road 1 through 3, well, this dude is so bloodthirsty. Actually dared to refuse Long Scar's invitation. Not bad for a hanging wall. Deep in love. What's so arrogant about Long Scar? Other than being rich, it's nothing. Many of the players present had been bullied by Dragon Scars during their upgrades, and Lin Fan's words had caused no small amount of resonance. Triple Crown King Lin Fan, there's no need to be so troublesome. At that moment, a hearty laugh rang through the crowd. Recognize me? Lin Fan trembled and his pupils contracted violently, only to see an imposing archer slowly walking towards him, and the surrounding players made a path on their own. The man had handsome features, a long body, and was wearing a full set of level 15 heroic grade defense gear, which could be considered extravagant to the extreme. Remember the empty city? This man had a lazy smile on his face, exuding a kingly demeanor, with an aura of swallowing mountains and rivers spreading among the players. Wait a minute. Empty City boss said that this person is the Triple Crown King? Lin Fan. Holy crap, is it really a mage ceiling? Mortal god. Crazy, really crazy. Hasn't he been banned by the Esports Association a long time ago? As soon as the name of the Triple Crown King came out, everyone in the entire regional channel chilled their hairs, and the crowd stared at Lin Fan incredulously. Many players, even if they don't play Sword Journey, then they must have eaten the satiated takeout endorsed by Lin Fan. However, Lin Fan, 2 words, both on behalf of the Lonely and Proud, Invincible, and other labels, but at the same time it is a symbol of China's gaming shame. The World Series match-fixing fiasco dropped him from the throne of God to a street rat. The Triple Crown King wants my head. I'm right here. Just come and get it. Yakancheng smiled and pointed to his head, then said, but before that, let's talk about cooperation. Before the words were finished, Lin Fan hesitated for just half a second, and he suddenly smiled with relief. Fine. Fulfill your request. The crowd was collectively shocked, and the smile on Yakancheng's face came to an abrupt end. As the new mace was waved, a large hexagram totem appeared in front of Lin Fan, causing creepy fire magic to boil. The flames let out a death cry, and a red inflammation python over 10 meters long rushed out of the totem. Omnidirectional. No dead ends. Full coverage of the Dragon Trace line. A creepy red monster kills, indiscriminately launching a stranglehold. What the hell kind of skill is this? The range is so big. The players who were watching were too close to Empty City, so Lin Fan couldn't care less and took the surrounding players with him for seconds. Boss. War Tianqi's face changed greatly. The first time he rushed in front of Yakongcheng wanting to help him block the damage. Lin Fan's eyes were cold, die together. How nice to be neat and tidy. The Inferno Snake wreaked havoc across the field under his control, and no one was spared within a skill range of about 20 meters. Ranged AoE magic damage the sick? Minus 780. A dozen or so, Inferno Serpent's touch, damage lit up, and the group of players' scalps went numb as they all lost about half of their blood almost instantly. But what was even more terrifying was yet to come. Inflaming Serpent's touch was a sustained damage skill that lasted up to 10 seconds, and once caught up in the flame effect, it would constantly trigger the talent, Flame Scorch, to bring about sustained effects. Minus 1530. Battle Tianqi and Zhu Shuangshang were quickly turned into white light and were killed, and Yakongcheng did have the demeanor of a king, standing in the midst of the flames without changing his face, relying on the high blood bonus from the heroic suit to harden against the damage. Is this the result you want? Empty City said in a cold voice. Minus 1530. The scorching damage continued. Hollow City's equipment was about to bottom out even if it was good, and the LD on Lin Fan's head had turned blood red. You can interpret it like this: so go to war. Lin Fan's expression was cold. The pretentious man in front of him would never have imagined that only 3 years later, the terrifying demonic creature that descended from the heavens would, along with the minions of the dragon scars, become the natural and man-made disaster that all the trialists would face. I accept your challenge, Lin Fan. Yakongcheng responded in a cold voice, then was quickly flooded by fire magic. It's so strong. Boss Long Scar has been seconded. What exactly is the equipment he's hiding? Could it be the God-tier soul seal introduced on the official website? Red name. I didn't realize that he dared to open red and kill people within the city. Not afraid of being killed for his equipment? The players present quickly withdrew from the battlefield. This group of people were all first-tier gods, and immediately some people realized that there was something fishy about Lin Fan's equipment. Props that can deal far more damage than an ordinary mage in the early stages of the game. In addition to legendary equipment, that is only high-quality soul seals. Endless sinking. If it's a soul seal then naturally it can't be killed to drop it. But this kid made a lot of money selling Bonebreaker sets. Reasonable indeed. The Dragon Trace Guild's people are certainly hateful, but it's only natural to clean up the red names. The 8th in the rank list, Mad Wolf, stood out. Naturally not a generalized person to be able to squeeze into the top 10. Staring at Lin Fan with a cold smile. That can be had. I'd like to see what some official invited trust or some Triple Crown champion really has to offer. Fuck him together. Red name players deserve to die. Yes. What arrogance. Daring to kill people in the city. With some incitement from Heaven's Gift Berserker Wolf, a dozen players immediately responded. Those who follow Tianqi make a move and I'll kill them all together. Lin Fan indifferently looked back with a wisp of a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. These people were talking about righteousness, but they were still not trying to kill him to reap the benefits. If you want to play the siege game, let's settle old scores with new ones. Tianqi. Wild Wolf, no matter how strong he is, as long as he is forced into a physical fight, he will definitely die. With a command, more than a dozen elite players quickly drew closer to Lin Fan, attempting to forcefully drag him into the most unfavorable close combat for mages. Lin Fan smiled bashfully at this. They had no idea of the terror of the 9 Fiery Sun shield. Even the Dark Elf Queen's direct damage could be blocked, let alone a group of their low-level players who hadn't yet had their professions awakened. However, as soon as Lin Fan raised his staff and prepared to release his shield, he suddenly felt a chill at his back, and when he jerked his head back to look, he was instantly confused. Dude, take a shot of my head back and pull it out. A black-clothed thief player turned into a black mist in front of him, and by the time he reappeared he was already behind Lin Fan. And the asshole who struck was no one else but the madman he had been friends with in his previous life. This big dumb ass. Actually follow the money in sight. This is a picture that Lin Fan did not expect at all. Lin Fan was in a daze. And the madman struck too quickly. One hand actually passed through the Fiery Sun shield that was about to be generated. A black sharp blade dug straight into the vitals of his heart. And once it hit, he would surely die. Suddenly, the change resurfaced. Lin Fan only saw a silver light flash before his eyes, and a slender, cold female rider with a stunningly beautiful face appeared behind him, saying in a deep voice, "Wushwang, shield wall." The Broad Knight's large shield slammed into the ground, and the ground quickly sank by more than an inch, shaking the ground and shaking the mountains, causing all the players close to Lin Fan to fall backwards. Forced knockout plus stun. The madman opened his mouth in a bit of shock and shouted in his duck voice, "Shivering S, what are you up to? You're holding at least a few thousand gold in your hand, and you still want to take it all by yourself? You're full of crap. Crazy. Concentrate on him for seconds." The Empress grunted coldly as 3 long-range female players rallied on the madman, who was done in by the rallies before he could regain his senses. Retribution. What a good retribution. Lin Fan laughed at this scene. The madman who was called the second thief under the blank thief also had his day. He deserved it. The Empress twisted her head to look at Lin Fan, not understanding what this man was laughing about when he was almost killed. The Empress carried a large shield in front of Lin Fan and said coldly, "Whoever wants to kill Red Name, pass me first, come." A priest player spoke up. "Empress, do you realize what you're doing? This man killed Empty City. Do you want your Hao guild to be destroyed along with him? Long Scar dares to kill casually. Why is he afraid of being killed?" Unconvinced. "Come," the Empress coldly grunted, looking at the opposite LD, Lord Dragon Scar in disgust. "This sister, who dares to make trouble in front of the Great Knight who was close to 5,000 horsepower. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow and muttered that the Empress had almost more than double the blood volume of the other knight players and had at least 3 heroic suits on her. And with this body, this aura, even when facing a siege of elite players, relying on the knight's unique protection skills, the players of the White Moon Guild were able to stand behind him and output brainlessly. Duke Long Scar, waiting for the stronghold battle to be beaten into a sieve. The Empress sniffed stolidly and was just about to have her players make a move when Lin Fan jumped ahead of her and blasted the dragon-scarred Duke with a trio of fireballs. Dragon-scarred male body on fire. The first time to use the priest skills to wildly milk themselves. What single healing, group healing, healing aura, plus 360, plus 420, minus 1600. Dragon-scarred Duke was eating a blue recovery potion and throwing 5 or 6 skills at himself in a single stream, but the result was still that his blood was dropping fast. What is this shit damage? Holy shit. Once the 3 seconds were up, the still dragon-scarred Duke burned into a black charcoal with a face of disbelief. My god, is the fire method this strong? This damage is a bit off. The players of the White Moon Guild sucked in a breath of cool air. The Empress then looked at Lin Fan and said quietly, "Is this the power of a divine-level soul seal?" Lin Fan didn't answer positively. He just smiled at the righteous Empress and opened the door. "Speak, what benefits do you want from me?" The Empress was a little surprised that Lin Fan would be so straightforward and said flatly, "I just don't like people bullying the few with the many." Lin Fan's face didn't have many fluctuations. He had experienced the end times. He didn't believe in any outpouring of help for no reason, especially if the outpourer was a strong person like the Empress. The Empress, her condescension still intact, said, "You only need to remember that you owe me a favor." Good. Lin Fan sniffed without much ado and directly walked into the Lord's Mansion banquet hall. Lord Kane is sitting on top of the throne. The banquet hall is full of songs and dances, and the table is full of all kinds of delicacies waiting for players to enjoy. One by one, the top 100 ranked players entered the banquet hall, and Lin Fan searched the crowd for the blank assassin, but the result disappointed him a bit. At least half of the players chose to hide LD to enter the copy. And since thief players are notorious for keeping a low profile and engaging in sneak attacks, it's hard to tell who's the blank from their outward attire. Lin Fan get ready to have his rank zeroed and become the #1 laughingstock of the Divine Realm. Kill our people and don't think you can hide in a safe zone and live in peace. The players who had been killed by Lin Fan earlier arrived from the resurrection point, and when Empty City and the others reappeared, they were all enraged to the extreme. But in the way here is a copy of the inside. Players cannot kill each other. Can only mouth call to cannot be shot. Count on you kid will hide in the jittery S-cross output. Next time don't let me catch the opportunity. Have to touch all your equipment clean. The madman who had failed to sneak attack was a self-made man, coming up and reaching out to put his hands on Lin Fan and the Empress' shoulders, looking at the two of them with a grim smile on his face. Fuck off. The Empress grunted coldly, grabbed the madman and threw him out, even if she couldn't do any damage. But her strike was very decisive. Crazy man's hands are extremely good, shaking his body in the air, light as a feather to land gently. Shivering S, don't be complacent. When my career awakens I'll be the first to dismantle your defenses and strip off your armor piece by piece. The madman sneered with a lewd face. Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh at the situation. Be careful, Empress, he's serious. Dead fly, get lost. A male warrior beside the Empress reprimanded. The little lickspittle beside the Empress is so official. It scares me to death. The madman let out a grim smile and turned to grab the food on the table and began to feast on it. The Empress ignored the madman and looked at Lin Fan and whispered, "What do you think of this copy? If it's just a banquet, the system won't be able to prompt a high difficulty quest. Look around NPC. Lin Fan prompted. The Empress followed her gaze to look around the banquet hall. In the corners stood 4 white-robed mages respectively, were constantly carving some strange patterns on the wall, while from the attire it should be the people from the Holy Temple. A sanctuary mage? That shouldn't have any reason to attack players. The Empress was slightly surprised, impressed with Lin Fan's insight. Then I don't know. Wait and see. Lin Fan said, his eyes locking onto the beautiful young girl sitting next to the Lord, none other than Evia, who had just been escorted back to the city by him not long ago. The party begins. The Lord began with an impassioned proclamation, stating that the adventurers were more than welcome, and so on. Lin Fan sat in his seat, calmly holding an apple and eating it. The food in Divinity tastes like reality, and while it doesn't really fill the stomach, it has somehow fooled the brain for the player. Lin Fan noticed the gaze and looked up, just in time to touch his gaze with Yakoncheng. Yakoncheng's heart was shocked. The inexplicable killing intent on the other party's body made him feel like he was on pins and needles. He didn't understand what exactly he had done to make Lin Fan hate himself so much. Do we know each other in reality? Remembrance of Empty City sent a private message. Lin Fan froze for a moment and replied, I don't recognize it. And what good does it do you to offend me? Please ask. Yakoncheng said in a deep voice. No favors, but when I get a chance to see you, I'll still kill every one of you I see. After Lin Fan finished speaking, he even gave Yakoncheng a playful smile in passing. Yakoncheng's face became gloomy, thinking that he was broad-minded and possessed the ambition to unify the divine realm. He was going to walk the path of a king that ordinary people could not imagine. Brainless trash. Yet Yakoncheng was enraged by this brainless asshole. Lin Fan was like a huge stone that had been thrown into a calm lake, making it difficult for Yakoncheng to control his raging anger. Yakoncheng took a deep breath, quickly calmed down, and laughed softly. I look forward to meeting you in reality. Lin Fan. Hearing this, Lin Fan's complexion changed slightly and his eyes became unusually cold. Reality and the virtual have not yet fused, and now that Yikong City is backed by the Ding Sheng group, it is simply easy to eradicate him as a nuisance in reality. However, to erase a trialist who had endured the torture of Doomsday Purgatory, it would require a pile of heads. Recently, the boundary of Edgar City has loosened. I'm afraid that some demons have taken advantage of the chaos and entered the city. In order to eliminate this crisis, I'd like to ask for the cooperation of all adventurers. At that moment, the Lord's speech interrupted Lin Fan's thoughts, and a treacherous atmosphere spread out. Duke Longscar, cooperate with one or two? How? Crazy, why in the hell do I feel like I'm being shaded? What a weird mission. The players present were all the best of the major online games, and immediately realized that the atmosphere of the entire banquet hall was starting to become weird, and stood up. Lin Fan looked behind him. The 4 temple mages who were just standing had disappeared at some point. Night Banquet, Mission 1, all players try to survive by all means. The quest prompt appeared, and everyone's cold hairs stood up at once, at the same time realizing that the restriction of not being able to kill in the safe zone had been lifted. Brave adventurers, this will be your moment of glory. Lord Kernan laughed. As soon as the words fell, Empty City coldly got up, very boldly, and pulled up the heroic longbow to attack at Kane. Swish! In a very short period of time, the 3 sharp arrows connected into a straight line, each strike heading straight for the Lord's brow. Archer's skill multi-strike? Nope. This is simply a high hand speed flat A. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Without a career awakening archer at this stage had an attack speed of 1.5 at best, while Empty City shot 3 arrows a second, indicating that the attack speed was at least 3.0, equal to the same attack power. Yakoncheng could deal twice as much damage as others, even if it was only in the opening phase of the game. This kind of strength was indeed not something that ordinary people could reach, and he did have the capital to be proud of himself. Lord Kane didn't move at all, and Evoya suddenly struck out. A blazing sun shield crossed in front of the Lord, easily blocking Yikong City's attack. Lin Fan's brows were tightly locked. Evoya's complexion was bleak and her brows were torn. It was obvious that joining this Hongmen banquet was not her intention. Enjoy, my honored guest, the Lord laughed harshly. In the next moment, more than a dozen figures appeared in the banquet hall. This group of people was shrouded in blood mist, with a handsome appearance and scarlet eyes, emitting a bloodthirsty aura. Blood familiars, level 20. HP, 50,000/50,000. Attack power, 380. Skills, soul imprisonment. Blood feeding. Elementary blood magic. Crap ah, vampires are colluding with the lords. What kind of bloody plot is this? What kind of monster strength is this? It's higher than the panel of a level 10 elite boss. A dozen bosses and still a fight. Many players realized that it was bad and planned to voluntarily abandon the mission. However, when they retreated to the gate, they were surprised to find that a sealing effect had been applied to the lock. Shit. Whatever. Let's kill the way out first. It's just a big deal to die once. What's the big deal? A level 15 warrior player was cornered and led his companions in an attempt to break out. Suddenly, a bloody shadow flashed in front of him like a ghost. Scarlet nails instantly tore through his armor, followed by a bite on his neck, and his face quickly turned pale. Under a few breaths, his body began to petrify. His horrified facial expression solidified and he turned into a lifeless stone sculpture. This target's soul is imprisoned. It takes 48 hours to get reborn. The crowd was alarmed as a 48-hour countdown appeared on the head of the stone statue. Wouldn't 48 hours be so wasted once a vampire bites you? It's no wonder that many of the first-tier players of the opening stage in their previous lives died out after attending the banquet. Lin Fan suddenly came to a realization. Delayed 2 days in the opening period. Will be other people a moment to pull level or equipment gap? Such a loss most players are difficult to bear. Miserable screams continued to ring out. And in the blink of an eye more than 20 players became stone statues that could not be revived. I am pleased with the feast, Lord Kane. At this moment, a red-robed woman walked out from the blood mist, very satisfied with the feast of carnage in front of her. Carol the Butcher, level 20. HP 120000/120000. Attack power 770. Skills, Group Confinement, Blood Dragon Roar, Domination, Blood Sacrifice Upgrade. All long-range DPS stand behind me. Knights form a shield wall, and priests add light barrier to melee. The Empress reacted quickly, commanding as she rushed to the front. And other players she didn't recognize joined the formation one after another. Several shields that could withstand 400 points of damage were added to the front row players, and the Empress shouted in a deep voice, "Prepare to press forward. Knights pull minions to taunt. Deal with the stragglers first. What are you gawking at? Stand behind me." A warrior shouted with sharp eyes and tried to yank Lin Fan, who was standing in front of him, over, only to be sidestepped by Lin Fan. "Mortal God?" the Empress shouted with a frown. Lin Fan shook his head and said, "It can't be beaten. The barrier can't block a few damage, and as soon as it's killed it will be petrified. So is it better to hunker down and wait to die?" The madman said. "Wait first. There's something fishy about this mission." Lin Fan remained motionless. The difficulty copies of God's domain are indeed perverse, but not so much that they set players up for a 10-death situation, or at least give them a glimmer of hope that they can win. However, the doors of the banquet hall were sealed, and there was limited space for the players to dodge and move. And facing so many vampires that were no less than elite bosses, it was theoretically impossible for them to have a chance of winning. So, it needs to wait. Lord Kane has used you. Please survive the copy as long as you can. The quest prompt rang out, and all the players were startled. There were constantly hasty dodging players who were caught and killed by the vampires, and in a matter of moments a large number of players were turned into stone statues. War Tianchi, damn. Killing one is enough. Killing two is blood money. Long Scar's group rushed up, relying on their good equipment. The two knights with thick blood rushed in front and hardened themselves. The back row of Yukongchang and Zhu Shanchuan frantically output, and a vampire was soon crippled under the crowd's fire. But before they could rejoice for long, the powerful fire attracted 5 vampires to charge together, and the front row of knights quickly fell to the ground with hatred. Seeing that Yukongchang was about to be struck against his face, he suddenly tightened the longbow in his hand and a burst of arrows exploded. The vampire was instantly bounced off. Immediately, a flash brought Zhu Shuangshan to squeeze in behind Lin Fan and the others. A group of vampires obediently rushed towards Lin Fan and the others. Due to standing too close together, the front row of knights panicked and turned on group taunts to reduce damage. By getting it wrong, it drew the hatred on Yukongchang, and in the blink of an eye, the vampire killed and petrified him. "This asshole!" the madman cursed in anger at the sight. He was trying to pull their backs. "Empty city, Lin Fan. It doesn't feel good to be undermined, does it?" Lin Fan didn't say anything. Ekong City's move was indeed shady enough, but he knew that there was more than one means of preserving his life in this person, even if he didn't use them to block the gun. Yukongchang still had other cards on him. After all, most of the players in the previous life's Night Banquet copy had been petrified, while Empty City was one of the few players who survived. "I'll do it," the Empress said in a cold voice. The knight's shield in her hand sank violently. A strong suction force emerged. All the monsters within 10 meters were sucked in front of her body. C-rank battle skill, Cruel Strike? Lin Fan recognized the skill when he saw this startup move of hers, which was the main monster sucking skill of the early night players. Each copy of Brutal Strike at the auction house sells for over 200 gold coins, and players can make a lot of money by hitting a copy. The Empress bellowed angrily, and the knight's sword slashed down vigorously, and the 6 vampires were hit with a group stun/attack decay buff. Unfortunately, even if the Empress is strong, she can't stand up to 6 vampires besieging her. And the back row nanny's hands are sore from milking, and the Empress's blood has been jumping back and forth across the board from 300-1200, and she may be pounced on by the vampires to kill her at any time. Seeing this, Lin Fan decisively struck out, pointing his staff. The fire snakes danced wildly. -830, -830, -1600. Flame Scorch, plus Inferno Serpent's Touch, continued to power up, and the vampire was burned up and down, screaming in agony. Seeing this scene, Zhu Xuangshan, who was also in the mage profession, was horrified. As always, perverted and strong. Yakancheng's eyes flickered as he muttered, "It is indeed excessively strong, but if it can't be used by me, then it will only die. What are you looking at me for?" Output. Lin Fan glared back at Empty City, who nodded in slight embarrassment. In order to avoid being petrified for 48 hours, the crowd had to agree to cooperate for the time being. Although the vampire's blood level was high, there were all top players present, and the 6 small monsters were quickly taken care of. The Empress looked at the output stats panel and couldn't help but to draw in a cold breath. Yakancheng had dealt 15% damage in a heroic outfit, while Lin Fan alone had contributed 70%, and the others combined had only contributed 15% output. I'll be damned. Dead hanging dog, bosses burned as small monsters, how dare you? The madman was dumbfounded. The outrageous output of the mortal gods was not something even the Empress could resist for a few seconds. You have killed the blood favors. Experience value plus 2000. You killed. Highly difficult copies of small monsters dropped all the best props, and the equipment and skill books in front of them exploded all over the place. Crap, so many goodies. The madman let out a strange cry and went down to grab the loot. As a result, in the next second, a certain person waved his hand and the loot disappeared into thin air. 2 skill books. 4 blue suits. Not bad. Lin Fan smiled smugly, and the Empress and the others were somewhat speechless. To say that robbing the equipment, Lin Fan called himself the second, no one dares to say the first. He intentionally slowed down his output before the vampire's blood had seen the bottom, or else his output would have been higher. The crisis was temporarily lifted, but the players on the other side had lost most of them, yet the blood mist was still spreading, and more vampires swiped out of it, killing again. Crazy, geez, is it over? No good, the Empress exclaimed. 6 vampires were already the limit of what the Empress could resist, and it was only a matter of time before the formation was breached with a few more. However, it wasn't these stray fish that Lin Fan cared about. It was because the real boss, Carol the City Slayer, never made a move. It's ready to go. At that moment, a cold light flashed in the Lord's eyes, and Evoya by his side suddenly raised her staff, and a terrifying wave of magic power came out. Lin Fan's complexion shook as the magic patterns on the walls of the banquet hall radiated white light, and several pillars of light drilled out of the walls, forming a huge cage. Surprisingly, the boss is locked in. Filled with resentment, Kiro roared at the Lord. Liar, 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 destroying the boundary and killing my citizens. You deserve to die. The Lord revealed a smug smile and looked at Evoya beside him. Do it, Evoya. Evoya's expression was solemn, her red lips slightly opened. Holy light magic, angelic judgment. Holy light erupted in front of Evoya, and a 6-winged angel's shadow descended. Dozens of spears of light fell from the sky, and the boss, along with the small monsters nearby, were instantly poked into hedgehogs. Minus 99,999. Minus 99,999. A large number of small monsters were wiped out, and the boss's blood level dropped wildly. The soul-rending spears fell irregularly, and the 3 players standing together were instantly secured. The madman was dumbfounded. Naya, we're in the strike zone too? The Empress revealed a bitter smile. I knew. Players were just bait that needed to be used in fishing enforcement. This Lord is really sinister. Lin Fan couldn't help but cry and laugh. The Lord was really fucking ruthless, deliberately utilizing players to attract bosses for a feast before wiping them out in one fell swoop. As expected, there was not a single simple commodity in the Divine Realm NPC. Please note that it has been decimated by S-rank magic, angelic judgment, and its level has dropped by 5 levels. The prompt rang out, and Lin Fan's face suddenly changed, all shivering. Evoya's decimation of small monsters should be a mechanic type of decimation. Otherwise the damage wouldn't be so exaggerated. And with his knowledge of this chick, she wasn't so much as to make a move to slaughter the players, so the landing point of the decapitation spear was something she herself couldn't control. Lin Fan was secretly calculating. Although he had the holy skill, indestructible spirit body, in his hand, which was able to be invincible for 3 seconds, it was just that he didn't want to expose this trump card too early. So the time has come to spell out the character. Lin Fan, very chicken thief, looked toward the memory of the empty city. If you can let the people of the Dragon Scar to help themselves to carry a little bit, that would be so good. However, Yakancheng also learned the ropes and understood what he was calculating in a second. And with a stern face, he took Xu Shuangshang and hid in another corner. How boring. What are you so afraid of me for? Lin Fan helplessly shrugged his shoulders, and Yakancheng coldly snorted and stopped ignoring him. Players were constantly being decimated, and it looked like the boss was about to be eradicated. But who knew that at that moment, a strange change would occur again. the boss suddenly turns into a large swarm of black bats, bursting through the narrow gaps in the cage and crashing through the walls to disappear into the night sky. The crowd was stunned. The boss actually ran away? Progress update on the side quest, Night Banquet. Task 1, completed. Surviving players are rewarded with 12,000 experience points, 5 skill points, and 10 free attribute points. Quest 2, assist the Lord's Guards in recapturing the lost boundary stones and kill the severely wounded and dying, Carol the Slayer. Lin Fan was considering whether or not to immediately pursue the boss when a sudden chill ran down his spine and a shadow quickly flashed past him. Is it a madman? No. This thief hasn't been seen before. Hiding behind us the whole time? Lin Fan was taken aback. The banquet hall was located on the 3rd floor of the city lord's mansion, more than 20 meters from the ground, and this assassin had actually jumped directly from the gap that the boss had crashed through. Boy, you want money or not? I wouldn't dare jump like that with my full fucking agility. Startled, the madman gloated and poked his head out to see if the little thief had fallen to his death. Who knew that the thief landed on the ground and then quickly disappeared into the darkness of the night with a nimble rolling cushion? The thief with such a low presence. Could it be him? Lin Fan muttered to himself in his mind. The favor has been returned, so we'll talk again sometime. Lin Fan smiled at the Empress and said that he also jumped down from the gap. Crazy, crap. What kind of demons are you all? Lin Fan summoned the blazing sun shield in the air and used the shield as a cushioning step to land smoothly. The crowd was stunned, even if the thief was agile. A mage who dared to play like this. After them, Boss Point Rendezvous. Ye Kongchang said, following Lin Fan's footsteps with a leap. Dragon Trace's people wouldn't miss the opportunity. After all, now that the boss had been seriously injured, the difficulty of killing it had been greatly reduced, so they just needed to follow the city lord's houseguards to pick up the pieces. However, how could Yu Kongchang and the others not be able to think of just how treacherous the Jianghu was? Lin Fan, check the loot for me. Thanks. The Empress froze when she received Lin Fan's private message. Loot? Wasn't it all raided by your kid? I mean the next one. Lin Fan smiled blandly. Lin Fan didn't pursue immediately after landing. Instead, he waited quietly outside the city lord's mansion, looking at Ekong City assembling a squad consisting of 6 or 7 people. Lin Fan couldn't help but sneer, still wanting to pick up the pieces, thinking too much. After saying that, he stood 100 meters away and blasted out a round of inflamed serpent's touch, the skill accurately hitting the crowd of empty city. Yu Kongchang and the others were blown away, scattering in all directions. -780, -1550, multiple white lights lit up, and everyone except for empty city was sent back to the resurrection point, and a field of gold coins and equipment was also exploded. Even Zhu Frost's heroic staff was exploded. The Empress snapped back to her senses. Only then did she realize what exactly Lin Fan was talking about, and she couldn't help but have a cold sweat on her forehead. This brat was simply too insidious. Surely there is a means to save your life. Lin Fan stood in the darkness and stared at empty city, only to see that this guy fell and did not return to the resurrection point, but his body turned into a charred black mannequin, and his main body reappeared not far away. A puppet double? May take 1 fatal injury in place of my father. Lin Fan recognized this item. It belonged to the secret treasure dropped by special bosses. It could exempt from death experience reduction, but had a 24-hour cooldown. Lin Fan, you must not fall into my hands. All of Empty City's teammates were killed in action, so they could only rage impotently in place, vowing not to let Lin Fan pay the price. Seeing that Empty City didn't dare to risk chasing after them, Lin Fan didn't get involved in the battle and continued to rush towards the boss point. The adventurer has worked hard. We will help you decapitate that damned city slayer. Lin Fan had just stepped out of Edgar City when a few city lord's mansion experts quickly arrived, saying that they wanted to assist the player in killing the boss. Heavy-duty swordsman land blade armor, level 20, HP, attack power, skills, Earth Mage Lanto, level 20, HP, attack power, skills, 2 melee fighters, a mage, and a priest, and Lin Fan didn't see Evoya following. Lin Fan nodded with a slight hesitation and chose to accept the assistance. You guys go first, I'll be right over, Lin Fan said, and Lu Blade Armor nodded his head in greeting, taking the torch and chasing it towards the outside of the city. A few NPCs had just left when a cold aura suddenly erupted from the grass beside them. Lin Fan's face sank. His heart had already expected it, and a blazing sun shield blocked in front of his body. With a bang, a dagger exploded in front of him, and the flame shield, which could withstand 700 points of damage, was actually shattered. At the same time, an appalling killing intent once again came from behind Lin Fan, and without looking back, he struck a succession of fireballs. 3 fireballs lit up the night sky, and the opponent seemed to know that Lin Fan's output ability was terrifying, immediately dodging the scorching range with consecutive backflips. Lin Fan's eyes stared. taking advantage of the firelight to finally see the other party's appearance clearly. The thief player wore a serpentine mask, and underneath the cloak was long purple hair and a pair of eyes that were cold to the core. First feint with a concealed weapon skill, then take the opportunity to go around and pull out a heart attack. Lin Fan shook his head inside, mocking, "Do you thief players like to look at a master's ass that much?" Don't look at Lin Fan's apparent lightheartedness and sense of pretense pulling full weight, but in reality, he took the opportunity to frantically put a shield on himself. If the other party was a blank, Lin Fan didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless, even if he himself had the left eye of the giant spirit god, super god rank soul seal to add to it. But based on the agility and damage ability that his opponent had shown, he currently had at least one god rank soul seal in his possession. Thief player eyes more than a trace of hopelessness, the use of concealed weapons at full strength only to penetrate a shield. However, in front of this mage is simply incomprehensible. Pure hooliganism, summoning a full 9 shields at once, wrapping himself up in that solid. It was not too much to say that he could be called a humanoid Iron King's bastard. "You're strong." A cool voice rang out through the serpentine mask. "A sister?" The blank assassin who kills and slaughters demons without blinking is a sister. Lin Fan dropped his jaw in shock. "But I can still kill you," Blank said in a chilling voice, instantly pulling away from Lin Fan and standing to stay out of range of normal mages. "Give a reason why you must slaughter me." Lin Fan smiled blandly. Blank said unapologetically, "Red name, grabbing bosses, and the fact that I need skill points." "Yeah, then you'll know if you give it a try." Lin Fan signaled that she could operate as she pleased. Blank, however, wasn't in a hurry and laughed softly. Maintaining a high-intensity protection skill should consume quite a bit of blue, and besides, I'm at a safe distance, so I just need to keep following you around and wait for you to run out of blue before I can kill you. Slap. Lin Fan applauded, gave a thumbs up and said, "You're really smart, little sister. I'll admit you're more fun when you bluff." The cheeks under the blank mask blushed slightly in a defiantly sarcastic manner. Lin Fan saw through it and didn't say anything. The blank in front of him was still far from growing to the point of being a god-level assassin, and his ideas and fighting style were all very young, not to mention the safe distance of more than 20 meters, even if the distance is more than 200 meters. So what? But Lin Fan wants to kill the opponent is also a problem. The distance is too far with his only 0.5 attack speed. Skill hit rate will be very low, solely with his shield on. Lin Fan simply lay down on the ground and started counting stars, saying, "Come on, let's see who wears out who." "You." Blank was dumbfounded by the situation and looked towards the distant boss spot, his heart secretly anxious. How much blue does he actually have? Why is he still able to maintain the shield? Blank whispered in his mind. "No need to guess. I'll probably be able to stay in shape for a few hours." Lin Fan saw through his opponent's small mind at a glance. Close to 17,000 points of blue. Enough for him to squander for a long time. A few hours. Not seeing any change in Lin Fan's facial expression in the slightest, Blank realized that this guy didn't look like he was joking. Blank fell into hesitation, not daring to act rashly, and not seeing that taking out a killer weapon would definitely kill this mage in seconds. "Why don't we work together? Split the loot 50-50ths. You and I both seem to be short of skill points anyway." Lin Fan raised his eyebrows and spoke. Blank, "Okay, tell me about it. We players almost got screwed over by the lords. Can you swallow this anger?" "I can't anyway." Lin Fan revealed a bad smile on his face and his blank brows furrowed. "Then what do you want?" "It's not just revenge. I heard that killing NPCs seems to drop quite a lot of stuff." Lin Fan got up and patted the dust on his body. "You don't think you want to kill NPC?" Blank was shocked. "How about killing the NPC first, then the boss? It doesn't conflict with the branch quest objective anyway?" Lin Fan raised his eyebrows and laughed. This heartless words heard Blank sweat hairs erect. Think of himself as an unusual assassin, but compared to this person in front of him, simply simple and ridiculous. "Who did you hear about NPCs dropping things? Who am I to believe you?" Blank asked back, not being stupid. This question puts Lin Fan on the spot. It's true that at this stage it's not like there aren't any players with itchy hands who have tried to kill NPCs, but it almost always ends up with being killed in seconds. Take Evoya for example. On the surface is a sickly young girl. In fact, a legendary god costume. Lifting the hand is S-class magic heaven judgment. This change who cannot top. However, this is only the opening period of the game. It will not be long before some players will find that certain NPC not only can be killed, the things dropped are even more abundant than elite bosses. Some large guilds in the previous generation will even join hands to sneak up on NPC, just based on the fact that my game comprehension is better than yours. Is that answer satisfactory? Lin Fan stated calmly. Blank hesitated. Thinking of Lin Fan's status as a former professional player, the other party was more than likely telling the truth. If it weren't for the fact that there are priest professions in the NPC that would always heal their teammates, I wouldn't need your help. Lin Fan said. After saying that, Lin Fan pulled Blank into the line. Blank dismissed his worries when he was so sure, and quickly ran to the direction where the 4 NPCs were. And at the end of the mountain road outside the city was a haunted old castle, which must be the lair of the City Slayer. Blank, what's your plan? These NPCs seem to be waiting for us to strike. That's a bit of a headache. Still planning to have this NPC work for us and then reap the benefits. The 4 NPCs looked at Blank suspiciously, waiting for her to come over before killing the old castle together. This is the difference between Divine Realm NPC and normal online game NPC. In this world, NPC must be treated as a living human being. They also have an inherent set of intelligent thoughts. While each character is different and does things in a style not unlike a normal person, Lin Fan said in a deep voice, "Get down directly. I'll deal with the 2 front row fighters. The priest and the mage will be handed over to you. Don't ask for a kill as long as you stall and wait for me to finish." Blank, will it take too long? What if the boss is grabbed by someone else? It's fine. Let them fight first. They can't rob me. Lin Fan laughed lightly. Blank nodded at the words, very decisively, and walked up to the priest with a heartfelt question. Blitz 736. Bleeding 120. Bleeding 120. Bleeding from a real wound? Lin Fan was shocked in his heart when he saw this, and blanked a knife on the priest's aorta. The blood clicked and flowed, and the priest's head jumped out with a full 4 real damage effects. The earth mage next to him immediately countered Blank with a round of stone cones, and Blank dodged with a sidestep, once again slashing the priest's neck with his short sword. The bleeding effect is a thief-specific passive skill that usually only appears if you stab the target in the vitals, but the output gain is not high in the early stages, and it only deals normal sustained damage. And the real damage that is awesome, usually only a rank or above Thieves' Awakening profession can have. The damage will ignore the target equipment resistance, usually in a percentage of continuous deduction of blood. True Wound Assassin can put a Blood Bowl Knight down with a single blast plus bleed after the attack is stacked up later in the game. Blitz 736. Bleeding 130. Bleeding 130. Stalker buff lasts for 5 minutes. Duration refreshes after storm? Lin Fan's face changed as he looked at the strange buff gain that appeared on the Blank status bar. Bleeding damage could actually stack with the number of normal attack strikes? It seemed to be just as he had expected. Blank definitely had a divine human soul seal on him currently. Lin Fan didn't dare to imagine that if this divine level soul seal was utilized properly, it would blank out the ability to fight one-on-one to reach a perversely strong height. For example, first go to the training ground and find a puppet to brush up on passive for half an hour. Stacking true injury bleeds to a few thousand or more. Then go fight someone in a life and death PK and bet everything you have. What are you fuming about? Don't make a move yet. Blank raged. He was surrounded by 4 NPCs. And if it wasn't for his fast and scary stance, he would have been seconded by the NPC slash. I'm sorry, the beautiful woman moved so beautifully that for a moment I was lost in thought. Lin Fan snorted and said that he would do it right away. But in reality, he started to run back furiously. Blank, you assholes trying to screw me over to get the boss all to yourself? Don't rush. Brother is too long. You hold back a little. As soon as Lin Fan opened his mouth and realized that the picture wasn't quite right, Blank sniffed and looked at each other in shame and anger, cursing, what triple crown champion? Bereaved dog. I knew you weren't a good thing. Beautiful words too hard to say. I'm not just a little longer. Not. I mage pull away a little distance how? Lin Fan laughed bitterly. Feeling that it was getting a bit darker and darker, he stopped speaking. Pulling away? Over 300 meters away. Who are you operating for? Blank was furious, but couldn't remain distracted. The 4 NPCs' entire blood quantities had been revealed due to their change into hostile relationships. The heavily armored warrior Lu Blade Armor had a blood quantity as high as 300,000, and even the mage with the most brittle skin had a blood quantity of 100,000. Dare to betray the Lord. Suffer death. Lu Blade Armor with a broadsword rushed over. Blank leaped up on 1 foot, as if a dancer on the tip of a sword. Toe point on Lu Blade Armor's head and stomped the air head to the ground on a backstab. Bludgeoning damage once again to pull full. Holy shit. Is this a normal thief's operation? Lin Fan was shocked to be able to tell that Blank didn't use any special battle techniques, yet he was able to hit moves that professional players couldn't even do. That could only mean one thing. In reality, this woman could do the exact same stabbing stance. The reason for this is simple. The Divine Worlds applies to everything that is physically common sense in reality. And the player's brain nerves are connected to the game helmet. It's like a player who can't swim in reality. If he doesn't learn the swimming skill in the game, he still can't swim in the game. She's not an ancient martial artist, is she? Lin Fan muttered to himself in his heart. Lin Fan thought of the group of ancient martial artists who rushed to the front line to meet the enemy when the end came in his previous life. All of them came from the great clans of Huaxia and mastered ancient martial killing moves that were unimaginable to ordinary people. If it wasn't for the fact that this group of people had raised the strength of their entire clan to resist the most intense frontline of the war in China, then it wouldn't have been the turn of the Dragon Trace Guild to flaunt their power in the Great Backlands. 4 against 1. Facing 4 NPCs that were no less than level 20 elite bosses, Blank quickly fell into an absolute disadvantage. Especially the 2 front row fighters, born to be the nightmare of the thief players, high attack and high defense. Once unable to hit the vitals, it is easy to be caught by the other side counterattack. With a bang, Blank was slapped away by the broadsword, his blood level dropping to crippled. Blank stared viciously at the direction of someone's escape, and swore in his heart that he would catch that brat no matter what, and then kill him 100 times. No, killing 10,000 times are not relieved of hatred. Just as she was despairing, Blank suddenly looked up, a little dazed, only to see a brilliant bright light streak across the night sky. Blank muttered, "A shooting star? No, that's clearly Big Daddy coming." Lin Fan stood on the hilltop, waving his new mace and launching a crushing attack with a high strike. The triple fireball articulates with a flat A, and then the flat A starting move cancels out. Inferno Serpent's Touch, S lengthy forward swing. Even 2 different skills as if they were connected into a whole skill. Rumble. Minus 1557. Minus 1440. A series of blood red damage raised up. 2 skills plus a flat A, and for the first time, the damage dealt exceeded the passive Scorch. Lin Fan secretly nodded his head. Now as long as he upgraded to level 20 and took the Elven Treasure Diamond to the blacksmith to create a legendary weapon, there would be a qualitative change in damage ability. Seeing this scene, the small mouth under the blank mask has already closed. Full of question marks, this is indeed a little long, hey. After saying this, Blank pretty blushed and quickly poo-pooed it to show her innocence. The 4 NPCs were completely bombarded and dumbfounded, unable to find a counterattack target for half a day. Another round of baptism of fire followed, and Lin Fan focused on the other 3 besides the priest. The heavy armored swordsman class professions were really unfriendly to thieves, and Lin Fan struck out to pull away the melee's hate value first, then wait until Blank disposes of the priest, then have her hide behind her to engage in sneak attacks to match his output. Immaculate and undefiled God Nah, please heal everyone. The priest NPC started chanting healing magic. Interrupt him, Lin Fan said in a deep voice. Without waiting for him to remind him, Blank had already waited for the opportunity and rushed up to stab the priest through the heart, forcibly interrupting the priest's spell casting. It's okay, it's still quite spiritual, Lin Fan commented with a smile. 3 NPC moving speed is very fast. Lin Fan frowned. Flata fell short one after another. Immediately rushed to the Blank, shouted, "The sky is too dark. I can't see too well. Report the coordinates to me." He's even shooting beyond lock-on distance? Blank's scalp tingled. 271. 122. Warrior. 258. 114. Mage. Blank couldn't think too much and stared at the 3 NPCs to report the coordinate points. Ness, doesn't that match up? Lin Fan stood on the hill and laughed. Flat A's plus fireballs constantly slamming downwards, dealing burning sustained damage while the priest was firmly locked down by the Blank. Blank was a little speechless, never having seen such a nasty guy. Control a lot of shield blue can top a few hours even if the key to this range is even more outrageous to the home. The prediction ability is so exaggerated. These NPCs know about irregular alignment but are still within this guy's prediction range. Blank felt a chill run down her back. Not even she could guarantee that she would be able to dodge the mortal god's predetermined output every time. Knowing that her current blood level was only 1800, she basically had to die if she was hit once with the scorching effect. However, when he saw that on the team list, the mortal god's blood level was just over 400 points, and he couldn't even withstand a single bludgeon from her. This made Blank feel slightly better in his heart. Lin Fan was outputting as he walked around, and the 2 front row NPCs were wailing as Lin Fan was exasperated. Although the level 20 Earth Mage was a long-range NPC, it was still too far from Lin Fan's range, so he could only chase after him in general with an Ironhead waif. On the other side, the priest became a plaything for Blank, and the few attack skills were easily neutralized by Blank. Blank kept hitting blasts and stacking true wound bleeds, and the priest's blood level quickly dropped to a crippling level. "Please, let me live, and I'll definitely give you a generous reward when I return." The short sword in her hand lurched, and Blank was incredibly surprised to find the bloodied priest actually kneeling down towards her, crying out in pain and constantly begging for forgiveness. Blank's face was bewildered. Opening the service until now is the first time to see this picture. As if the old priest in front of him is no different from a real person. Come on, being an assassin and actually being soft? The distant Lin Fan was powerless to spit at the sight, and he wondered if he was looking for the wrong person. Where was this girl in front of her with her childish fighting style and simple-mindedness? Where did she have any semblance of a godly assassin's demeanor? If you don't want to be counter-killed, I suggest you hurry up and do it. Lin Fan reminded. But, Blank's willowy brows locked. Making her take on an unresisting old man made her uncomfortable. It didn't fit her style. Seeing her hesitation, Lin Fan said no more and continued to pull the hatred of the 3 NPCs for continuous output. This is all my gold coins. Use this money to ransom me for a dog's life. May I? The priest threw out a bag of money, and Blank's eyes flickered, not knowing what to do. Even though she kept reassuring herself that this was just a game and that she had to get her hands on the priest as soon as possible, everything here was just too real, making it hard for her to get her hands off him. Just as Lin Fan expected, the priest lowered his head and a sinister streak flashed in his eyes. Go to hell! Blank's heart shook dramatically. The cunning of the NPC in front of her was beyond her knowledge. A cross of holy light suddenly slammed into the void, covering a not-so-small area, and the surrounding trees were crushed into pieces at the first opportunity. However, the moment the priest's staff was about to fall, 3 fireballs fell from the sky, forcing the priest's high-level magic to be interrupted in one fell swoop. The loud explosion jolted Blank back to his senses, his face turning from bewilderment to anger as he finally put away his naivety. A healthy step rushed up and slashed 5 times in a row. A deadly move. The priest screamed miserably and fell to the ground and died violently, bursting out 2 pieces of purple armor and 3 whole skill books, all of which were high-grade goods of C rank or above. Blank, however, had no intention of checking the properties of the loot, ripping off the mask from his face and leaning his back against the fallen tree trunk, breathing heavily. Whether it's the feel of killing NPCs or the distribution of human vitals, everything is the same as the special training I received in killing. Too real. All too real. Blank fell into deep suspicion. Although the NPC corpse in front of him disappeared, the smell of blood in the air was so familiar. You can work with me if you want to, provided you don't hold me back. Lin Fan woke up the dreamer with a word. Blank alertly stood up and looked towards the uphill end, unable to help but clench his fists. Even without her help, Lin Fan fought 1 against 3 without losing a single step. Both the output maneuvers and the operational skills displayed had to make Blank mind-blowing. A mage's greatest fear was close combat. While in the hands of the Triple Crown King there was no such concept. The streak of fireballs came with a certain degree of impact effect, and Lin Fan disrupted the 2 front row formations first at close range, utilizing the limited space to lose the earth NPC that had the lowest blood volume, but was able to restrict his positioning. Put. -290. -290. Lin Fan's hand held the flames, mercilessly crushing them, and he could accurately prejudge the position of multiple targets outside of the 300-meter range, easily controlling the psychological state of the targets. And within 20 meters of the target, he, Lin Fan, was a Dharma god in the true sense of the word. The most common flat A but always found the weakest head of the earth law. A dozen rounds of flat A hit and blasted off the mage's crown defense. -580. -580. Flat A started hitting consecutive bludgeoning headlocks, a sight that looked jaw-droppingly blank from afar. Blank didn't have much experience in the game, but she knew how terrifying it was to switch to real combat and swim the dragon alone through 3 strong enemies. Is this the caliber of a professional champion? Blank had always been arrogant, but at this moment, he was suppressed by a man who began to gasp for air. At the same time, the Empress and her group discovered Lin Fan in the middle of the fierce battle. Lu Bao, sister, how you eh? That mage just now seems to be getting rounded up by NPCs. Should we go over and take a look? Speechless smiled. What are you thinking? Do we have to help our competitors? We're the ones to blame for our own red names being hung up on by NPCs? Leper. Indeed too. If we don't rush over there, those anonymous players might have already gotten their hands on them. A total of 5 of them had survived the attack earlier, coupled with the fact that the Dragon Trace Guild, led by Empty City, had been crippled by Lin Fan. The Hayu Guild had now become a strong force in the competition for critically injured bosses. The Empress showed a difficult face. She greatly admired the operation and boldness of the mortal god. Perhaps befriending him could pull him into the guild. It was just that the other guild members seemed to reject Lin Fan's presence and strongly opposed the Empress's offer to go up and help. The Empress shook her head helplessly. She could only respect the opinions of her members for the sake of the team's interests. However, Lin Fan, who was surrounded in the eyes of others, was firmly in the upper hand at this point, positioning and pulling to continuously hit AoE skills. Lin Fan landed blow after blow to the head. The Earth NCP had its defenses broken, and one of the key points, the head, was hardened and blasted into slag. Backhandedly opened the blazing sun shield to ward off the melee heavy attacks, and smoothly retreated backwards, taking advantage of the gap between the opponent's attacks before hitting a flat A to trigger blazing flame scorch. 1440. 1440. The heavy armored warrior Lu Blade armor roared, his movement speed skyrocketing as he raised his heavy sword and began to slash frantically. Frenzied continuous chopping. Lin Fan's eyes stared as the 3 blazing sun shields that were held in front of him were all destroyed. -119. The blood dropped by a third. Lin Fan frowned. Still careless. These NPCs couldn't be talked about as strong, but they all had their own killing moves. This move, the Frenzied Chop, actually managed to deal more than 2000 plus damage, and if the damage had been a little higher it would have given him a second. Fortunately, his strategy against the enemy was correct, prioritizing killing the mage with the highest damage among the 3, or else waiting for a few NPCs to gather fire. Even if he could summon the 9 blazing sun shield, I'm afraid it wouldn't help. Next, Lin Fan didn't give his opponent any chances and cupped the only flaming fireball in his hand that could strike a knockback effect. Knock back the highest attacking land blade armor as soon as it gets close, and then continue to kite a constant fire roast. You have killed the guards under Lord Kane's command. Experience value plus 5000. You have killed a mage under Lord Kane's command. Experience value. 10 minutes later, Lin Fan killed all 3 NPCs, waved his hand and used the squad leader privilege. No matter what, the loot was first loaded into the package. Watching his blue level about to run out, he sat on the ground and started meditation. Since you killed a Lord's House NPC, sin value plus 10, 000, reputation plus 4, 000. The system prompt rang out that killing an NPC produced 30 times the sin value of killing a normal player, and the LD on Lin Fan's head changed from light red to dark purple. The accumulated sin value now reached 11,300, and if he wanted to clear his name now, he would have to atone for his sins by swiping an equal number of demons. Wicked achievement reached. Region announcement coming soon. Whether to anonymize/hide the trigger cause. Real name released. Hit cause hidden. Lin Fan smiled faintly. The opportunity to be on TV was something he wouldn't miss, but in order to be able to muddle through at the Lords, he chose to hide the reason. Region notice, player Lin Fan has committed many sins and has reached the Evil Man achievement, earning the title, Evil Man. Please be sure to kill this person when you see him. Regional announcements. Hibiscus, this guy is up to no good again. I don't know which dog got that from this kid. This title is said to take 10,000 sin points to get. Barb, brother is so ruthless. A role model for red name players of my generation. So much love. The players who saw the announcement were speechless for a while. This mortal god's various outrageous behaviors. And now even the system couldn't stand to see it anymore, and was actually prompting the players to make sure they killed him. Only, this dead pervert had even killed Boss Longscar in seconds by him. So how many people would dare to say that they would definitely be able to take him down now? Wickedness really fits his style. The Empress looked at the notice with a stunned face, and the Hayu player who had spat at Lin Fan earlier was dumbfounded. Speechless smiled. That kid even killed the NPC? Are the NPCs in this game so fragile? A few people from the Hayu guild looked at each other in dismay, and all of them were slapped in the face, thinking that it was the NPC that had surrounded the player. But in reality, it was Lin Fan who surrounded the NPC in a 1-3 fight. I said I wouldn't play the red name game, but I ended up seeing red anyway. Who made me so poor? Lin Fan sighed and checked the title attributes. Title, The Wicked. Effect, increase the drop rate by 10% when killing players and 50% when killing NPCs. When killed by other players/NPC. All equipment, props and gold will be dropped. Lin Fan was taken aback by this title. Evil in the dark, the gains from killing NPCs were explosive. But this as long as he was killed, he wouldn't even have a pair of bottoms left for him. Ness. For hero outfits and 9 skill books, that's really not a bad return. Luckily, killing 4 NPCs was quite rewarding. 2 of the 9 skill books could be upgraded with C-rank magic, and the rest were all for other professions, which Lin Fan did not intend to keep. In addition, 3 pieces of heroic grade defense and a priest scepter, all level 20 gems, could be sold for 2,000 gold coins in a package anyhow. Wait, what is this thing? Lin Fan's expression changed slightly as he found 2 strange quest items in his package. Quest item, Boundary Stone. Purpose, a corner of the hexagonal boundary formation. The boundary will be restored when returned to its original position. Lin Fan was confused and looked at the Night Banquet quest bar, 1/1 Boundary Stone. One of the mission objectives surprisingly showed up as having been met. That's not right. Didn't that lord say that the Boundary Stone was snatched by the boss? Lin Fan smelled a flavor of intrigue, and then associated it with the fact that the lords were pitted against the players along with them, as well as luring players to kill bloodied bosses to get the Boundary Stones. But in reality the Boundary Stones were right there on the NPC the whole time. If we follow the branch quest, at that time, once a player kills the boss, the NPC will only need to find an excuse to hand over the Boundary Stone to the player. It can be said that the whole process is all about the lords using the knife to kill people, using the players as tool people. What's this again? Lin Fan rummaged through his parcel and pulled out an old bottle. Again a quest item. Quest item, Soul Collection Bottle. Usage, collect 20 souls of bosses of elite level or above to obtain a demon lifting elixir. The stronger the collected bosses are, the more powerful the demon lifting elixir will be. NPC only. Crap. Demon Rising Pill. I got it. Lin Fan instantly became excited, thinking of the big event that happened in his previous life a month after the opening of Divine Realm, Demon Tide Rampage. At that time, it was the first large-scale event in this game, and the boundaries of many large cities, including the city of Edgar, were broken, and the city was attacked by countless magical creatures. The appearance of multiple Lord-level powerful bosses in Edgar City had caused countless players defending the city to suffer. At this point, Lord Cain suddenly appeared and exploded with amazing battle power, cooperating with the players to kill all these bosses. It was thought that this lord had asked his men to bring soul collection bottles, saying that they were here to help players kill bosses, but rather to collect boss souls. As for the intent, it was naturally to refine the Demon Rising Pill. It is important to realize that 3 years later in hardcore mode, not only were there traitors among the trialists who defected to the demon god, but there were also not many strong people among the NPCs who defected. The main way to do this is to take the Demon Rising Elixir, which will cause the NPC to transform into an earthly demon. Awesome! The game has only just begun and there are NPCs plotting to raise the devil. Lord Cain is hiding very deeply. The corner of Lin Fan's mouth raised in a cold smile. After thinking everything through, Lin Fan raised his eyelids to look at the blankness in the distance. What a disappointment! This is a god-level assassin? This is it? Throughout the killing process, Blank was just like a lost soul. Neither chose to go up to help, nor had the intention to withdraw from the team to sell his opponent. Just stood there in a daze watching him operate. Blank, you're wasting my time, Lin Fan said as he walked over. Blank grimaced as he grabbed a handful of dirt and muttered, "Don't you think everything here is too real?" I know. Lin Fan's face was gloomy. He had thought that the blank would be a key part of his plan to complete the next step, but now it seemed that the other party was simply difficult to take on this important task. Then why are you still so decisive? Have you ever killed anyone in reality? Blank frowned and looked up, revealing an attractive face. Lin Fan shook his head and laughed at the words, striding towards the boss's lair with a meaningful laugh. Who cares if I've killed or not? The hard hand is only because the old man doesn't want to die. You're too young. Get lost. When he finished, Blank twisted his head in surprise as a searing ball of fire crashed head-on. Blank's expression changed from shock to relief as he endured the flames burning his body and stared at Lin Fan. The next time I get my revenge, I hope you'll still be this cocky. Player Blank has requested to add you as a friend. Lin Fan smiled bashfully and agreed to the friend request, picking up the level 15 heroic shortsword that had fallen on the ground. It was the very weapon that Blank had just dropped. The other party didn't say a word. Lin Fan understood very well what Blank was calculating. With Blank's level of condescension he wouldn't claim the exploded equipment. She had only one purpose, and that was to be able to know the general area Lin Fan was in at any time through the coordinate information in her friends list, so that she could hunt him down and kill him. God's domain doesn't need weaklings. Lin Fan, who was bent on protecting his sister and friends, was equally unwanted, so he decided to give Blank the chance to prove himself all over again. Letting Blank hunt himself down without interruption constantly honed Blank's assassination skills, while reminding himself that he could not let his guard down at any time. Compared to the hardcore mode that could crunch at any time, the relatively easy novice period of God's domain now felt like Lin Fan was living too comfortably. Got a bunch of good stuff going? Lin Fan sent a message as soon as he saw that Erotic Bone was online. Echidna, haha, how could there be a reason not to want something good produced by the master? Send it to take a look at it. Lin Fan was stunned and didn't say anything. He hadn't admitted to having Eroded Bone as a wasted disciple, but who let the person be a big gold master? Since the last time the Bonebreaker set suffered from crazy speculation prices, Lin Fan simply packaged all of them this time and sold them to his acquaintances, lest the money be made by the peddlers again. Echidna, holy shit, drooling, so many skill books, you've stabbed the boss's nest here. Ha, Ebonized Bone, level 20 heroic costume. This attribute is too exaggerated. The level 10 staff I'm holding right now is garbage. Although the hero outfits popped by killing NPCs were all loose pieces, the individual attributes were very exaggerated. A priest's scepter had 300 points of mana, double the mana of a level 20 normal blue outfit, with additional healing boosts. As for these skill books, Lin Fan kept 2 magic books, a C-rank Wind system, Wind Whisperer, and a C-rank Earth system, Shaking Stone Vine. C-rank Wind Magic, Wind Whisperer. Effect, consume 200 MP, gain Wind Spirit Blessing, increase normal attack speed/spell efficiency by 20% for 30 seconds. Cooldown 45 seconds. C-rank Earth Magic, Shaking Stone Vine. Effect, consumes 300 MP. causes terrain changes in the target area and deals equal damage to spell attacks. Cooldown 2 minutes. Both skills were very useful, especially Wind Whisper, which made up for Lin Fan's lack of attack speed and long casting lead time. Lin Fan considered for a little while and decisively tapped on Learn Skill, and if this scene was seen by other mages, they would probably laugh their asses off. Purely a naive act of wasting skill books. Usually mage players will follow the magic talent tree and specialize in a certain line of magic skills, so that the talent is linked to the magic attribute, thus achieving the magic effect of 1 + 1 is greater than 2, with very limited talent points. Learning other magic skills at the same time will result in far less magic power in the mid to late stages than a mage player with a single specialization. However, Lin Fan didn't have so many worries. Although the way of obtaining talent points in God's domain is very limited, the majority of players only know that they can obtain talent points after upgrading. In fact, some high-level chance quests can also obtain talent points. That was the capital he dared to squander on skill books like that. For system magic proficiency, feels good to me, Lin Fan muttered to himself with a smile. A mage with full training in all 4 types of magic can be said to be too strong to be true in the early stages. In the past life, there are indeed some heroes triggered the 4 system mage hidden profession task, but because of the difficulty is too high, without exception, all fell a deleted number to start over the end. 1. Because this quest is too difficult, and 2. Because the number of skill points required is ridiculously high, and the cost effectiveness is too low compared to specialization. However, for Lin Fan, who had a large amount of information about the game, it was still possible to do so by spending a billion points of time. Echidna, name your price. Master, how many rounds to pack? How about 3,000 gold coins? Lin Fan said after thinking for a while. Last time, 3 pieces of equipment 1,800 gold coins were bought by someone. This time, 4 pieces of level 20 hero equipment, and 7 good skill books. This price is definitely a friendly price. Echidna, good. Mortal God's great justice. Seeing Eclipse Bone's quick agreement, Lin Fan said, I'll put the equipment up on the auction house. You take a second. However, just after the words were said, Lin Fan's mailbox rang, and 3,000 gold coins arrived directly. You boys aren't afraid I'll cheat you? Lin Fan was amused by his move. Godho is Godho 3 million even equipment have not seen, will dare to directly mail over the genus of the Ho horizontal. Echidna, I'm scared shitless. Even if you lie to me, I'm happy to do it. Lin Fan. You damn true sword ah. With that, Lin Fan mailed all of the equipment, leaving a sizable auction fee in the process. Then Lin Fan clicked on the blank chat window and threw all 1,500 gold coins and the blank dagger to the mailbox. Regardless of how unpleasant the process of working with blank to kill NPCs was, the promised 50/50th split of the dirty, Lin Fan had never been true to his word. Besides, without a blank hold to kill the priest, he alone might not be able to take down the NPC quartet before he ran out of blue. This was something Lin Fan still carried with him. See you once, kill you once. Blankly replying, Lin Fan was speechless and spat. What an unqualified girl. With such a vicious mouth, there was no delay at all for people to receive their dividends, making Lin Fan really regret it. Outside the City Slayer lair, more than a dozen survivor players had already finished clearing the elite mini-monsters outside the ancient castle. Lin Fan stood at a distance without making a rash move, silently observing the changing situation. Blurry figures emerged. A river of blood flowed outward down the large hole in the dilapidated old castle, and the creepy cries of a woman could be faintly heard. A pair of blood-red eyes lit up in the darkness, blossoming with a demonic red aura, and the smell of blood in the air rapidly thickened. Carol the Butcher, level 20. Lordly creatures, HP, 60000/120000. Attack power, 770. Skills, Group Confinement, Blood Dragon Roar, Domination, Blood Sacrifice Upgrade. The Slayer revealed his true form and slowly crawled out of the hole in the ground. This was the giant blood bat that had one of its wings chopped off. Its blood level was half lower than before, and its body was covered in hideous wounds, so it seemed that it had been injured by Evoya quite badly. Those on the other side, join forces together, the Empress shouted at the top of her voice. Not far away, Empty City followed 5 players with ranks around level 16 standing together, and this group of people uniformly hid their LDS. Lin Fan's eyes stared. There were at least 20 very difficult blood dependents lying at the feet of this group of people. It seemed that apart from Empty City, these people were still above the strength of the people from the Hayu Guild. Anonymous warrior, what does the Empty City say? Ikanchan coldly swept his eyes towards the Empress and coldly said, I'm not familiar with them. You guys can play it however you want. The madman who followed the Empress sniffed and cursed. Damn. What kind of hare are you pretending to be? If it wasn't for us resisting most of the small monsters in the banquet hall earlier, you guys would be able to spread your wildness here now? The anonymous warrior laughed coldly when he heard this and sneered. Silly ex-thief. You think I don't know that without that fake Psy brother you would have been petrified and hung up a long time ago? The madman laughed back in anger and said, yes, what you said really makes sense. I don't believe that the 6 of you can eat this big boss. In the face of the lunatic's sarcasm, the other 4 anonymous players sniffed but laughed out loud, a playful and belittling laugh that made the lunatic blush. Pretend nigga. The boss is right there. Please show me. The madman cursed defiantly. Anonymous warrior, with your little skills, dish out more practice. As the words fell, the anonymous warrior dodged and killed the boss with a flash, raising the battle knife in his hand and throwing it violently. A cracking sound rang out, and the tip of the battle knife pierced the boss's eyeball with unerring precision, and the boss immediately let out a pained howl. Blitz minus 1100. I made it. The throw was so accurate. It doesn't seem to be a skill. Is it a maneuver? The White Moon Guild's warriors sucked in a breath of cool air, and even the Empress couldn't help but change her expression slightly, only to see the sword hit, as if it had the power of life. It even folded out a weird curve in the air and bounced back to the anonymous warrior's hand. The anonymous warrior struck another two-handed slash, landing a painful blow on the boss's injured wing. Once again, you hit the weakness strike and the strikes add up. Blitz minus 1100. Boss raised sharp claws to swing. Anonymous warriors do not panic in the slightest. The war knife counter frame skill block. Body inertia backward tilt unloading force. Blood only dropped 1 point. This stupid ex-boss. Can he play? The madman angry that called a gnashing of teeth. I did not expect to really be the opposite side to pretending to be. The boss let out a roar, raising a storm of blood as a magic blood dragon enveloped the anonymous warrior. The madman rejoiced at the sight. I told you to show. Give me death. City Slayer's strong point is blood magic, and with its slow movements in close combat, it makes sense that it would be messed up by the warrior's messy show. Snowy, interrupted from casting a spell. The warrior said in a cold voice. Only a female mage among the anonymous players stood out. She was holding a silver staff. Her long black hair was like a waterfall, and her temperament was exceptionally high and cold. Lin Fan, who was hiding in the distance to watch the battle, was shocked and muttered to himself in surprise, Shui and I Wu, could it be that this group of people are from the Heaven's Best Club? The hexagram magic pattern surged, sonic booms exploded, and several violent wind blades shot out. The moment before the blood dragon took shape, this mage used a wind blade to interrupt the boss's spell casting with consecutive strikes, and the anonymous warrior was able to get out of the trap unscathed. Know how to play the game yet, thief? The warrior stood calmly from his stance and taunted the madman. QNMGB. Lunatic raging English, more or less with incompetent rage. On the other side, the anonymous knight carried a large shield against the boss's subsequent output. Minus 189. Minus 320. This knight was just over 3,000 blood, with a bloodstain thickness far inferior to that of the Empress, but was more skillful than her in terms of maneuvering techniques. The lost blood was quickly milked back by the priests in the group. Seeing that the single skill was ineffective, the City Slayer immediately used the AoE control skill, Group Imprisonment. 6 blood spheres coiled around the heads of Ekong City's group, and once they hit they would be immediately petrified. Dodge. Back row outputs follow. The anonymous warrior grunted coldly, and the other players moved in unison, none of them being hit by the skill. Fighting bosses with an expert is just smooth. The pros do live up to their name. Empty City couldn't help but praise it, raising his hand to shoot multiple arrows to knock the boss back, and the Wind Mage followed up with an output that similarly dealt notable damage. Professional players? No wonder these people's operational sense is too much higher than ours. The Empress murmured grimly to herself. The difference clear at a glance. Most players at this stage are still at the level of figuring out the gameplay. The professional players who had been trained in holographic gaming for years had long since modeled the fighting style of many types of bosses. Apart from Ekong City, who had all the luxurious equipment, Anonymous Warrior and the others were actually less equipped than the Empress and the others. But the actual combat effect was not at all something that the Empress and the others could imagine. That's the difference between amateur and professional. The equipment disadvantage is only momentary. As long as the technology is good enough, the equipment gap will not take long to catch up. Speechless smile. Boss, just go straight up. If you don't go up and output the boss, they're going to steal it. Lu Bao, that's right. Sister Hao Yue hasn't competed yet. How can she be discouraged? Besides, how can they operate as well as the mortal gods? Indeed. My question. Prepare to strike. The Empress nodded as she sniffed. It was true that she was intimidated by the other party's aura. The Wind Mage on the other side was indeed powerful, but not so much so that it could be compared to a monster like the mortal god. I'm here. Who dares to rob the boss? The Empress and the others had just approached the City Slayer. when Empty City raised its longbow with a cold expression, targeting the female priest called Lu Bao. Call your grandmother, this boss is your mom, and you're not allowed to grab it? The madman's mouth was sharp and directly greeted the elders in the family of Ecom City. Yakoncheng's face sank and he clenched the bowstring. Although he was infuriated, he didn't care to bother with such a lowly-mouth high thing like a madman. Sure you want to be my enemy? The Haoyu Guild? Or the Chen family, miss? Yakoncheng smiled coldly as his gaze gazed at the Empress. It's just a game. How dare you use real forces to oppress me? You can't afford to lose. Can you? The Empress's face changed. Feeling the pressure which came from the super consortium where Ecom City was located. The Chen family was also a prestigious family business in China, but it was more than one position away from the Ding Sheng group behind Long Scar, and the two were not above a level. Losing never existed in my dictionary. Empty City was still strong, and his eyes swept over every player with a domineering look. Having suffered defeat after defeat at the hands of Lin Fan, he would now show the other players who was really in charge of the entire Edgar City. Long Scar's original intention was to sweep away everything, no matter what guild the other party was and what kind of giant stood behind them. He, Empty City, was confident that he would destroy them. The Empress gripped the Night Shield tightly, her fingers lightly trembling, gritting her teeth in hatred, not expecting that memory of the Empty City would still be so shameless and brutal when playing a game. As they spoke, the anonymous squad cooperated with each other, outputting and resisting injuries in a well-organized manner, and kept suppressing the boss storming. The boss blood volume quickly dropped to around 400,000, and even though it possessed a variety of powerful outputs, it was never able to break through the double line of defense formed by the anonymous warriors and knights. The Empress had an indignant look on her face, knowing that if the fight continued like this, the boss would already be in the other party's pocket. Has your pride been cut off, Empress? A playful laugh reached the Empress's ears as Lin Fan sent a private message. The Empress' eyes flared with disdain as she replied, "It's fine to bury me, but aren't you just as afraid to make a move? Could it be that you've been scared out of your wits by the guy across the street who's hiding his head and tail?" Lin Fan smiled lightly and said, "You don't dare to offend Ecom City. I'll come and do it for you, but only if you do something for me." "You say," the Empress said with interest. "It's simple. First have your 4 men go straight over to give the boss their heads." Lin Fan had an extra bad smile on his face. "Sending heads? Why?" The Empress frowned and asked, unable to understand Lin Fan's thoughts. "There is only one way you can trust me if you want to get this mission done, and it's up to you how you choose to do it." Lin Fan simply stated that in the event that the Empress didn't complete this matter, it was impossible for him to step in and pull out this thorn in the side of Ecom City. "By the way, I don't suppose those men of yours will be disobedient?" The Empress heard the strings of Lin Fan's words and felt some blush. Just now, out of the interests of the team, she didn't choose to go up and help Lin Fan with the NPC. "Don't bother, I'm the only one they trust." The Empress pretended to be calm and told a few of her teammates about the plan to give the boss a head start. "Lu Bao, Sister Hao Yue told me to go to the Mountain of Swords. Can I not obey? I love you." Moonwhite Frost, dying just once. As long as you don't get petrified by the boss banning skill, you shouldn't be penalized for 48 hours of forced hanging. 10 minutes later, the boss blood level was beaten down to just under 50,000 left. The madman was anxious and dry-eyed, but a man was afraid to go up and fight the output. But soon enough, he saw all 4 of his teammates walking up, and the madman was even more confused. "What are you guys doing? Robbing a boss without calling me a super thief?" Crazy asked. "They go to their deaths. Do you go?" The Empress blankly glanced at the madman. The madman looked suspicious, feeling that the other party had something good to hide from him, and bristled. "Then what am I doing? We're on the same team. I have to follow even if I'm going to die." The Empress didn't have the good sense to yank the madman back with one hand and said at him with a smile, "An old friend of yours told me to keep you alive for the time being." "My old friend? Make sure it's not my oldest." Cough. "Don't hit me on the head. Thanks." The madman shrugged off the Empress's hand in false seriousness, and muttered in his heart how it smelled like he'd been manipulated by the old cunt. "Chen Shan, what do you mean? You still want to make a move?" Seeing the people from the Haoyu Guild charging up, Empty City immediately rebuked angrily. "They didn't turn on red to interfere with your output." The Empress revealed a helpless smile, causing Yakoncheng to stare wide-eyed for a better look. Empty City was taken aback, only to see the 4 Haoyu Guild players voluntarily unloading all their equipment and weapons, and then began to swing their fists at the city slayers. -1. -1. MLSs. This set of maneuvers made Yakoncheng and the rest of them collectively look dumbfounded. Anonymous warrior, is this an outburst of anger? Not so much. Are we overdoing it with the Empty City daredevil? The 5 boss fighters were dumbfounded, watching the boss's sharp claws swing, one claw and one little friend, sending the White Moon Guild players back to the city one by one. Immediately after the bizarre scene appeared, blood orbs appeared on the corpses left behind by players killed in action, and the boss opened its mouth wide, and 4 fist-sized blood orbs flew into its mouth, as many as it could. Fuck, this can't be a boss sacrifice to upgrade this skill, right? The anonymous warrior froze. The original boss that was about to be killed had its blood level skyrocketed, and its blood level became a full 400,000. Blood sacrifice upgrade, for every player killed, blood level is increased by 100,000. Writers of the second team, pay attention. That female writer seems like she's preparing to grab the boss hate. At the same time, the wind magic girl prompted, and a wind blade struck towards the Empress. The Empress' eyes blazed as she set up her knight shield to block the damage, and her greatsword swung violently, raising a large amount of dust to disrupt the opponent's output. The Empress rolled to get close to the boss again and hit the boss with a taunt skill that would maximize the hate value. Cruelty, strike, lion roar. Relying on his equipment advantage, he forced Carol the Slayer to turn around and attack her. Get in there for me. The Empress erupted into a low roar, fierce beyond words, her strong prima donna aura shaking the room. Afterwards, the knight shield in his hand slammed into the boss, hitting the skill once again. Unparalleled shield wall. In the next moment, the boss, whose body type held an absolute advantage, was actually hard pushed into the broken hole of the ancient castle by her. The Empress fought to push the boss away, then quickly backed away from the cave. What the hell? Quick! Go in and pick up the boss hate. Yukoncheng sensed a hint of bad news. Fearing that there would be another change, he immediately led his men to chase into the ancient castle. Do it, mortal god! Seeing the situation, the Empress suddenly opened her mouth and shouted, Lin Fan? Team Lin? The anonymous warrior's expression froze with the Wind Law Maiden, only to see a deja vu figure appear at one end of the skyline. The staff in Lin Fan's hand flew, and he slammed the palms of his hands together. Shake the stone vines! The ground near the ancient castle began to shake as if a giant object was traveling through it. The Empress and the madman hastily dodged. The soil under their feet clicked, layers of earth waves surged endlessly, and the entire ancient castle began to tremble violently. A large amount of debris came crashing down from above, quickly blocking the hole. Asshole! Lin Fan, what are you doing? The anonymous warrior came back to his senses and roared angrily at the distance. Lin Fan indifferently returned, buried alive. Anonymous knight, what's going on out there? We can't get out. Yukoncheng, Heatsong, are you crazy? Empty City and the others could only watch the exit get smaller and smaller, and they also had to deal with the boss's attacks, so the scene was in chaos. Lin Fan, I'll fucking kill you. The anonymous warrior's face clouded over as he gritted his teeth and attempted to rush up to kill Lin Fan. But when he looked at Lin Fan's stance clearly, he realized how naive that thought was. The anonymous warrior was in a cold sweat, and the distance between the two sides was surprisingly different by at least 500 meters. Is this the distance a player can currently attack? If he rushed over to kill a mage at this distance, even if his skill was strong, I'm afraid that he would be blasted into a sieve before he could run to Lin Fan. Besides, that son of a bitch is a legal sealing mortal god. Can his skill alone be worse than his? Lin Fan ignored the anonymous warrior and raised his hand to continue blasting the ancient fortress with a series of fireballs plus flat A's. Looking at the fireball falling from the sky, Crazy Flax froze and marveled. One defa. This dude is from the second gun, right? So long, so far, and so vicious. The Empress smiled to herself. Ha, playing a different game. I knew he had a problem with his attack distance, but I didn't realize the problem was this serious. With a clatter, the foundation of the ancient castle cracked and soon collapsed as a whole, and the cries of Yukoncheng and the others could no longer be heard inside. You have killed player Orcus. Sin value plus 100. You have killed player Memory Hollow City. Sin value plus 100. Aside from those who didn't enter the boss's lair, all the people inside were stoned to death. This was a poisonous trick that Lin Fan had come up with after observing the periphery for half a day. With this level of building collapse, not to mention that players with only a few thousand blood could not carry it, even most of the bosses at the early stages of the Divine Realm would have to be smashed half to death. -10, 000, -10, 000. A large number of blood-red numbers popped up from the ruins, and Carol the City Slayer hissed and screamed miserably, her blood level directly dropping by more than 200,000. Too bad it didn't smash the boss together. Lin Fan frowned. The boss body erupted with black light. The surroundings were bounced off at any time and drilled out of the ruins once again. It was the effect of using the skill Overlord. Boss skill, Bully. Effect, ignores all control effects such as control, staleness, levitation, etc. For 3 seconds. Let's get to work. Tai Z's. Lin Fan laughed out loud as fire magic power stirred out around him, and long flaming snakes once again flew from the sky. The madman saw this and gulped and spat. Wipe. You're simply cheating. How can you let us thieves live when you have such a long range? Lin Fan was in an exceptionally good mood when he sought his old acquaintance and laughed. Thief players? Just steal chickens and dogs. Why should you think about my noble mage's little chrysanthemum? Roll your grandma, sand sculptor mage. The madman cursed without a trace of anger. I'll carry the boss hate. Crazy lunatic, keep an eye on those two, the Empress said in a deep voice. Fearing a sudden attack from the two professional experts of heaven's best, Lin Fan approached with quick steps and said with a faint smile, all they have to do is start attacking and I'll instantly second them. Team Van, long time no see, said Wu Shuianai somewhat timidly. Lin Fan glanced at Wu Shuianai and said nonchalantly, I wouldn't dare to take this title of Team Fan. Wu Shuianai's face showed embarrassment, and the anonymous warrior glared at her fiercely, then rushed at Lin Fan and said, what's wrong with the fake Sai brother? How do you still have the face to meet people? What's wrong with the no one magic swordsman in the country? Flustered at the sight of me, Lin Fan sneered. Heatsong snorted coldly, revealing the LD of the Tianqi prefix, Tianqi, floating dust, the first magic swordsman. He is the undefeated Heatsong? The Empress was shocked. No wonder the swordsman operated so sharply. He was actually the current star player of the Heaven's Best Club, Heatsong, the first magic swordsman of Sword Journey, and also his trumpet is a top 10 swordsman and mage in the national service. Undefeated? I'm laughing at this stunt every time I hear it. Aren't I? Heatsong. Lin Fan laughed out loud. Heatsong was the rising star of the Tianqi Club, and admittedly had good gaming talent, but he met Lin Fan. People on the internet are blowing him off as the undefeated king and the most promising candidate to replace Van God in carrying the flag for the Heavenly Club. However, the word undefeated was a great insult to Heatsong. Whether he was using a mage character or a swordsman character, he had never won a club simulation battle with Lin Fan. Heatsong sniffed the old face red hot. Hysterical roar, even if you are very strong, but cannot cover up the identity of you are a street rat, the entire Tianqi Club's shame. The shame of the Chinese esports. Yes, you're right about everything. Lin Fan laughed playfully. In the past he would have been furious, but now that he has been reborn and returned to the heart has long changed. Past glory was important, but that had long since ceased to be something he wanted to pursue. Stop him, don't let him touch the boss. I'll take care of the two people over here, Heatsong said as he clutched his battle sword. Wu Shuianai's pretty face turned white as she watched the man approach with a dragon's stride, but she couldn't raise a single thought of resistance. Whoever was able to join the Heaven's Best Club was still an esports genius, and she was naturally no exception. However, there were a few geniuses who played as mages who didn't panic when they encountered Lin Fan, because he was the god of law of the Heavenly Club, the true team spirit of the Divine Club. The Empress boss is injured and slow, so you can just pull the boss and walk the dog. Yeah, no problem. The Empress continually taunts the boss hate, pulling it aside and using the terrain to pull the boss. Seeing as how the details of your operation just now were a bit stronger than they were, it seems that you haven't slacked off just because you became a starter. Lin Fan brushed past Wu Shuianai and said without looking back. After hesitating for a long time, Wu Shuianai finally put down the staff in her hand and said softly with a guilty face, I'm sorry, Team Van. The Empress and the madman froze, watching Wu Shuianai's figure gradually fade away, and even chose to go offline within the copy. I say, old cousin, what kind of person is that woman to you? She ran away after you said 2 words. The madman marveled with his mouth wide open. My disciple, Lin Fan said calmly, the waves on his face flickering away. Scratch that, bullnose, what does the real thing look like? It's not a meatball chariot, is it? The madman lewdly and strangely shouted. Lin Fan rolled his eyes. Come on, my disciples never pinch their faces like me. They are all realistic looking. The madman excitedly said. Oh, exempt, introduce me. I'll add 1 for how much she VX. VI 50. Proof of strength. You want money or nothing? Get out. Lin Fan and Crazy Man gagged while walking towards Heatsong. 2 against 1, the Hall of Law God is nothing more than that. Heatsong laughed coldly. No, of course it's a 1v1 real man battle. Lin Fan said with a smile on his face, knowing that this kid Heatsong was unconvinced by him. Then he would give the other party a chance. Even if I have the power to kill you in seconds, I prefer not to do so. Lin Fan's expression was indifferent, and every step he took carried a powerful sense of oppression against Heatsong. Heatsong gripped his battle sword tightly, cold sweat sliding down from his temples. It wasn't that he, Lin Fan, was so invincible, it was just because his opponent was defeated. I want to torture you and everyone in your heavenly club. Lin Fan laughed, his eyes flashing with madness as he took the initiative to turn off the passive, Flame Scorch. Even more so, there was no left eye of the giant spirit god range to suppress the opponent, stepping into a normal mage's 20-meter range in a dignified manner. Fuck you. Song let out a low roar, killing intent erupting in his eyes as he wanted to cut off his own heart demon with his own hands. Crazy, ha 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 ha, warrior beware of your asshole. Song had just made a move when the madman's words made him freeze in place. It would not be wise for any profession to actively expose their back to a thief. Knife blitzes hollow out the heart and always teach every tenacious seed the importance of protecting the little daisies. Do you want to make a move, crazy? Lin Fan asked casually. Crazy guy dug his nostrils, flexed his fingers and flicked. Wait for you two to be bloodied. I'll harvest you. Mortal god, you have a lot of money on equipment on this big red name, right? It's alright then. I'll take you back to the spring to revive now. Lin Fan grinned. He knew too well but the madman's person. This bastard was sure to do what he said. The madman smiled awkwardly at his words, thinking of the horrific output Lin Fan had shown before. Seconds was more than enough for a thief like him. Crazy, this lord will let you go for now. Saying that, he decisively backed up 100 meters before stopping, just for fear of being sneak attacked by some old brother with an incredible length. Die. Seeing this, Song secretly rejoiced and fished out another blue battle sword from his waist to equip it. The eyelids of the madman in the distance jumped. This person was actually a twin-blade stream warrior. Lin Fan wasn't surprised. Song had obviously not shown his true strength when he fought the boss just now. There is a very wide variety of warrior genres in God's domain, and in the early stages, most players will choose to equip themselves with a sword/shield, or two-handed greatsword, among other gearing styles. One of the hardest to maneuver is the twin-blade flow, which gives up most of its blocking ability to gain maximum output efficiency, and doesn't compromise agility with a heavy half-body shield. However, the warrior who dares to choose the double blade flow is either a white man or a player who is absolutely confident in his own operation. Lin Fan's face was expressionless as he flat-A tried to start hitting fireballs. Bang! 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 Launching successive attacks with the advantage of hand length. -33, -11. Blocking. Song smiled conceitedly as he swung his dual swords, each one hitting the fireball with precision. Facing a flat-A attack with an attack speed of only 0.5, Song demonstrated the pro's basic skill of timing control to the fullest. Moreover, he was still in a situation where he was using dual swords. If he were to switch to a single sword plus shield combination, he would be able to manage to block almost all of the attacks. Crazy man saw this and screamed. Can you do it, old table? How come flat-A doesn't even break defense? Sparrow touches too much. Lin Fan was almost amused by this grandson when he heard this, and shook his head helplessly as he continued his flat-A output. Song killed to Lin Fan less than 10 meters in front of the range. Lin Fan is still calm and collected. 3 consecutive fireballs instantaneous, connected to the flat-A to hit the combo. Song finally sensed a hint of pressure and suddenly stood still, swung his dual swords round and danced wildly. Using the warrior's D-rank skill, Berserker Dragon Scroll, the wind is blowing in all directions. Once again, all of Lin Fan's attacks were all eaten up, still not really hitting Song. Lin Fan's head whipped around and he quickly sidestepped, dodging Song's battle knife throw and relying on his exquisite A-walk to edge out. -15, -29. The damage inflicted by Lin Fan was very limited, and he was never able to break through Song's sword blade to offset it. The corners of Song's mouth rose, revealing a sinister smile. Visually, you've embedded a soul seal in your hand, or else you wouldn't be able to gain a wide-range attack distance. But you're stupid enough to dare to fight me in a melee battle. Song teased and flirted. Let me guess, it's at least a spirit-level soul seal, right? Lin Fan didn't say anything, and still seemed to be doing something useless, whether it was a flat-A or a series of fireballs being steadily eaten by his opponent. You're so impatient. It's not easy for you to come to trouble us when you've gained some momentum. Don't you know that spirit-grade soul seals are just garbage to the truly strong? Song looked arrogant and said more and more vigorously, constantly venting the depression accumulated over the years by Lin Fan's suppression. Spirit-level soul seals. That's that. Lin Fan's ability to hold in laughter was first-rate. This game's lock-on indicator fails outside of 300 meters, so even if you have a 500-meter range against a player of my level, what's the point? Song laughed openly and wildly. He knew that a snowball's worth of shame was today. In the future, the word undefeated will not be a disgrace, but a sign of his rise. He's going to make all the mindless knee-jerk fanatics of the mortal god snap in the face. What French ceiling, what triple crown, was not worth mentioning in front of him. Song. Lin Fan suddenly spoke out, interrupting Song's endless yay. Ha! Why do you always like to beep so much when you PK? Shouldn't it be that you had too low self-esteem when you were a kid and were often bullied in school? So you want to prove that you operate better than others in the game? Lin Fan frowned and said. Song froze. Those black eyes seemed to be able to see through all truth, the sight going straight to the deepest part of his heart. How would he know? Song was confused. So it is. Lin Fan smiled indifferently. If he wanted to destroy a professional player, then he would start with his proudest maneuver. Wind Whisperer. Lin Fan whispered softly, and the corner of the formation belonging to the wind element in the hexagram lit up. 3 types of magic in the same discipline? Heatsong was taken aback. In his opinion, this kind of mage development route was just killing the goose that lays the eggs. It was simply a pure amateur player's development route. Learning 3 different series of magic is really strong in the early stages, capable of incredible combos. The price is not enough talent points, not enough skill points, and a gold consumption that even ordinary players cannot afford. In order to get back at our club's people, it seems like you're really going to do whatever it takes. Heatsong thought he had seen through Lin Fan's thoughts. In the next second, Lin Fan's first flat fireball hit Heatsong's body. -248. The blood level dropped by a fraction, and Heatsong froze for a moment. The attack speed boost from Wind Whisperer caused Heatsong to misjudge his block. Then another barrage of fireballs slammed through, striking 20% faster. -332. -332. Blocking. Heatsong's complexion suddenly changed, and he barely blocked the last bit of damage. This was the effect Lin Fan wanted. Crazy, ILO ago. Intentionally flat A feeding. This is paralyzing the nerves of this stupid warrior. That's not all. Then Lin Fan looked at Heatsong with a mocking face. You can't play a warrior. You can't play a mage even more. I don't understand why you keep treating me as a thorn in your side. Are we in the same subgenre? Lin Fan's words were killing him, and Heatsong's face turned blue as he knocked on a blood recovery potion and started charging forward, thinking that he had already adapted to the rhythm of Lin Fan's attacks. However, Lin Fan paused slightly with the staff in his hand, and the frequency of his attacks became erratic. The fireballs were fast and slow, seemingly without any pattern, but extremely precise and effective. Lin Fan had been a professional player, and he knew that a professional player's offense and defense often had their own rhythm. However, this rhythm is prone to errors once it is broken. -248. Flat A hit again and Heatsong's blood was crippled. Heatsong's eyes were full of disbelief. He didn't understand why he couldn't even touch the other party, even if the distance between the two was less than 5 meters. I've told you many times before, there's something wrong with your playing style, Lin Fan said lightly. It was unfortunate that Heatsong prided himself on being the #1 magic swordsman in the national service, and he was very much a fan of the fixed high-ranking professional playing style set, and his ability to improvise was very poor. If the opponent got into the rhythm of his attack, it was indeed easy to be crushed and win by his violent style of fighting. But the Lin Fan in front of him was a feather floating in the air. No one knew his next trajectory. The lunatic next to him dropped his jaw in shock. Holy shit, mages can still play like this? This was Lin Fan's ability honed in hardcore mode, to respond to changes. No chapter was a chapter. Moreover, the layout had begun as soon as he stepped within 20 meters, knowing everything from the target's mental activity to his physical dynamics. In this wave, he was standing on the atmosphere to unleash his output on Heatsong. I'm not convinced, Heatsong roared furiously. What's not to like? Professional players also have a gap. Lin Fan laughed lightly and raised his hand to send a flat A, sending old teammates to the west. Heatsong was sent back to the resurrection point as a white light, but unfortunately his luck was rather poor and he exploded a few dozen silver coins. Empress, is it done yet? I can't carry on much longer. Sister Empress, I'm here. Lin Fan smiled contentedly. The Empress said breathlessly. Fuck off. You can stay away. Several group bans fell. Lin Fan's trio operating online easily dodged them, and the heavily injured, Carol the City Slayer, was quickly punched into residual blood. Stab him. Burn him. The boss is going down. Madman urged as the boss blood dropped to less than 10,000. At this time, Lin Fan suddenly received a private message from Heatsong, and his mood instantly fell to the bottom. Everyone in the Heaven's Best Club does deserve to die. Lin Fan held back his anger. T-on-chi. Floating dust, Lin Fan. Laugh as much as you want. I'll see how long you can laugh. Do you want to know how you got banned by the Esports Association? Just you Van God is noble. Just you Van God is a superstar does not lack of money. To tell you the truth, that match that will make you lose your name, except for you is full of every one of us as an actor. Everyone knows you're a good faker and you sure as hell won't agree to play a fake game. So, ha, you know, each of us netted a few small goals. Even your favorite apprentice, Sydney Wu, made hemp. Now isn't that infuriating to hear? That's right, and I forgot to tell you. You wanted to appeal to the Esports Association before? Do you know that the biggest gold owner of the gaming association is the Heaven's Best Club? So if you don't block them, who will you block? After Heatsong finished his speech, he didn't forget to curse. Stinking beggar thing. Even after experiencing the brutal end times era. At this time, Lin Fan's heart still set off considerable waves. He now finally read why Shui and I Wu had shown that expression earlier, going offline without even daring to meet his eyes. Because Sydney Wu had no face to see him, no face to dare to talk to him. Lin Fan wanted to laugh at how naive he was back then, still thinking all along that he had made an operational error, that he hadn't commanded everyone well. That's why it lost so badly. Lin Fan had always suspected that there was a mole in the team at the beginning, but he had completely never expected that everyone except him, including Shui and I Wu, who he had brought up by his own hand, had all participated in the fake match. Crazy crap. If you don't do it, old watch, we're going to get hung up. Empress, what are you gawking at? Output, keep up. Seeing that his two teammates were about to hang up, Lin Fan snapped back from his thoughts and the Inferno Serpent's touch slammed into the boss as if in a fit of rage. Ding dong! A bunch of things popped out of the boss's corpse, and Lin Fan had no desire to go up and check them out. Lin Fan was silent for a long time and replied to Heat Song in the private chat channel. You guys are ready to delete your numbers. After saying that, without giving Heat Song the opportunity to continue to beep directly, pull black. Every single one of you won't get away. I swear, ITMD swear, Lin Fan roared in his heart. This time he was really angry, and he felt sick at the thought of those images of spending time with his teammates, laughing and joking. You killed Carol the Butcher, experience plus 20,000. Your level has increased to 16. Soul collection bottle, a collectible boss soul has been detected. Is it to be collected? The prompts came one after another, and Lin Fan chose collect after a slight hesitation. A wisp of white smoke emanated from the boss corpse and quickly entered Lin Fan's package. Soul collection bottle. Progressive collection, 1/20th. The progress bar rose. Lin Fan couldn't decide what to do for a moment. The Demon Rising pill could only be taken by NPCs, so he could only collect the souls first. Regional announcement coming soon. Is it anonymous? Lin Fan gradually regained his composure and blandly said, real name. Region announcement. Player Mortal God led the team to defeat the boss, Lord level, Carol the City Slayer. Only 3 people survived this copy, doubling the reward for clearing the level without NPC help. Reward: own attribute points 60, skill points 40, reputation 12,000, gold coins 30. Skynet hee against all odds. Even Empty City and the others didn't grab this guy. What a drag. King, I'm going to die laughing. Why don't the people from Dragon Trace put up a fart? Where are the people? 36D's chest shattered. I heard that Long Scar didn't team up with Tianchi. Is this it? Just this? The entire chat channel boiled over, and the players who had previously clamored the fiercest, stating that Dragon Trace plus Heaven's Best was equal to dominating the service, collectively lost their voices. The Dragon Trace players were self-conscious about their faces. The elite squad was continuously killed by the same person in seconds. Even if their mouths were hard, they couldn't call out now. I express my great admiration for Brother Fanshin. Come to our Battle Intentions Guild. With an annual salary of no less than $20 million. We sincerely invite you to join us. Azure, all afraid of offending Dragon Trace? Sorry, brother does not pretend. $35 million a year plus lifetime privileges in the massage city of Sky Blue City. Inviting the law ceiling for a moment. News of recruiting Lin Fan began to appear on the World Channel, casually offering tens of millions of dollars in annual salary, which made the melon eaters envious. The corners of Empress's mouth raised a touching arc. Looking at Lin Fan, she flirted. Going to their guild would be better than coming to our Havyue, with an annual salary of $50 million as well as 2 accompanying playing ladies. How about it? The madman jumped up with excitement at the words, pointing at himself and yelling, Shake S, consider me. Brother don't want a yearly salary, just missy. The Empress swept him a very disgusted look. Go play in the mud, little brat. Damn. Digging my master. Why don't you guys go shit? Etched Bone, who was brushing monsters in the wild, saw the message and immediately followed up with a response. Buying 2 golden horns worth 1 million. This thing can extend the shouting range to the entire Asian server, and translates into over 20 languages and scripts rather outrageously. Divine Realm Cross-Service Channel. Huaxia Region Player Etched Bone. Ahem. Hey. Hundreds of millions of players across the Asian servers were dumbfounded as an inexplicable golden announcement appeared in the sky. Master Kai's expedition. What family? Golden trumpet hair for fun? What the fuck is this again? Psycho player? Crazy was dumbfounded. The Empress looked at the etiolated LD, frowned and said, this person has robbed the boss with me in the field. He inexplicably threw me 100 gold coins, let me watch him operate from the side, and also did not allow me to make a move. I admit that in the face of the money sis succumbed. Echidna, I, the president of the Kong family compound, with an annual salary of $200 million, invite my master, the mortal god, to join the compound and eat, drink, and have fun together to create a bright future. $200 million a year. What more battery car? I want to fly an airplane. Clueless. Which company's rich second generation is losing money? $200 million to buy a mansion. Doesn't he smell good? Since when did that beast of a mortal god have an apprentice? Looking at the golden announcement floating over his head, Lin Fan's face finally revealed a smile. Secretly spitting. Money to buy speakers. Not as good as directly Vimy to help the poor. This sand dollar. Immediately after that, Lin Fan received a whole bunch of private messages, most of which were from guild stewards pulling him in, saying that they didn't lack money but lacked him to join. Lin Fan chose to ignore all of them, turned off the private chat channel, and began to collect the loot. Night Banquet. This side quest is actually not that difficult. He went with the blank to do away with the NPC first, causing the reward for the service-wide announcement to double. But normally with NPCs out to help in figuring out the skill mechanics of the blood monsters, clearing this side quest isn't that hard. The quests in the Divine Realm had risks proportional to the rewards, so the loot dropped by the bosses was average, with only a level 20 purple defense and 2 D-rank skill books. Seeing that the Empress and none of them could use it, they hung it up at the auction house and sold it for money to be divided equally among the three. Wiped out. Didn't I say there was a so-and-so quest prop? The madman pored over the corpse for half a day and didn't find the prop for submitting the quest. Only then did Lin Fan think of the boundary stone that was still in his parcel that had been dropped from killing NPCs. Crazy, damn, stupid quest. The bosses are all killed and the quest items are gone? Lin Fan's heart fluttered and he didn't say this out loud, shaking his head to show that he didn't know. A look at the Night Banquet quest list showed that it was currently possible to submit the quest to the lords, and there was no penalty for choosing to abandon the quest. Check the task details again. Due to the loss of Edgar City's boundary stone, a large number of magical creatures have been pouring into the city recently to cause trouble. Please help Lord Kane recover the boundary stone. Massive influx of demons. That's interesting. If I don't pay the boundary stone, I should be able to brush the monsters without having to leave the city blah blah blah. Lin Fan took the idea that Lord Kane probably wouldn't even dream of having an old 6-player like him. Back to the banquet hall. Crazy, what's this old guy so mad about? Why did he turn the table? When Lord Kane learned that his men had been killed and the boundary stone had not been recovered, he stormed out in front of Lin Fan and the others and slapped the table. Lin Fan secretly snickered. Killing the guards had inadvertently spoiled the Lord's big event. Could this old thing not be furious? You failed to submit the quest item, boundary stone, so the quest reward has decayed significantly. You have gained 4,000 experience points, 10 free attribute points, and 5 skill points. Just as Lin Fan had guessed, eliminating the boss would still earn him some quest rewards. Although it was a little heartbreaking to have most of the rewards deducted, it was a risk worth taking in order to be able to utilize the junction stones to swipe a lot of monsters. After getting out of the copy, the Empress went to meet up with the guild, and the crazy person still had a few things to do and planned to go offline first. Lin Fan pondered for a while and thought of the madman's first career awakening in his previous life, where he got an E-ranked hidden career, the lockpicking burglar. So reminded on his encounter with the hidden profession first, do not make a decision. You can first send a message to him to discuss. Crazy, what? You're pretty deep in your game strategy? Are you going to pull me in? Lin Fan said with a smile. Indeed, this is what I'm considering. I'm planning to set up a guild. I'll buy guild war seats when I turn around. Are you coming or not? The madman, some consternation, looked at him, thinking in front of this brat really a bit of strength, but also very real, said, there are chicks, I'll come. Anyway, casual players casually play. That's fine. Count you in. Lin Fan smiled happily. This maniac was actually quite uncomplicated. The best thing he could do was tactics and obscene development. On the surface, he's a sleazy guy who can't stop looking for girls, but in reality, he's a senior at the military academy. He played Divine Realm purely for fun, and there wasn't much care in choosing a profession in the early stages, so he hadn't been able to catch up with those godly thieves in the later stages. But the madman, a casual player, no resources and forces to support, but can once mixed into the top 10 thieves, enough to show that this guy with the means of the city. Now that he had pulled in madman to join him, Lin Fan already had a rough idea of his guild's bottom class. It's not about how big the guild is, it's just that every player is both able to fight and trustworthy enough to do so. As he was contemplating whether or not to go offline for a midnight snack, a sudden bellowing voice sounded behind him. Human offender, don't give your hands to be captured. Lin Fan turned around in a bit of a daze and realized that a group of NPC soldiers had killed behind him. It was only then that he remembered his whopping 10,000 plus sin value and that he would be hunted down both inside and outside of the city. First time I've seen a guy who kills people and turns his name purple. How many sins did he commit? Brothers, this kid is that mortal god. Kill him and we'll soar. On the streets of the city, Lin Fan's appearance caused the eyes of dozens of players to redden at once. If there are no NPC soldiers present, this group of players estimate that they still do not dare to make a move in front of this master but let the memory of the empty city to eat the master. Lin Fan patted his head, revealing a bitter smile. There were too many things scheming in his head recently, causing him to forget all about the red name. The surrounding players acted that quickly and started calling out to their friends. He's a strong mortal god, isn't he? But in the eyes of Chinese players, as long as his grandmother's opponent has a blood bar, dozens of hundreds of people are not enough, then thousands of people together. Mana War is the invincible battle method in the opening period. Looking at the increasing number of players around him, Lin Fan was momentarily speechless. The crowd thought that he would plan to run away in order to save the large amount of gold coins on his body. But who knew that Lin Fan smiled evilly and leaned his hands together in place. Everyone was dumbfounded for a while. In front of everyone's eyes, super big red name just like this NPC soldiers to catch? Fuck, the dignity of the Triple Crown champion is worthless? We can't seem to attack him. I poo. Kong family compound spend 200 million is ready to buy him a soft egg? Conservatively estimate that he has at least a few thousand gold coins on him. That's a few million. My divine collection just flew away. Many players could not cry, but could only watch Lin Fan being escorted away by the NPC. You were arrested by soldiers of the Light Dragon Empire. Given your current sin value, you need to pay a fine of 190 gold coins or be imprisoned for 300 days before you can gain your innocence. Is the fine paid? Lin Fan was caught in the city's dungeon and immediately chose to refuse after hearing the system prompt. Just kidding. Killing a few NPCs and players is just a matter of killing a few NPCs and players. But the bail is actually more than $1 million. He doesn't have this kind of free money. As for holding 300 days of ordinary players encountered this situation, do not even have to think about direct deletion of the number to start again. Lin Fan, on the other hand, didn't panic too much. Maybe going into the dungeon would be an opportunity for a makeover. Lin Fan crouched in the dungeon and tried to release his skills, but there was no response. Opening the equipment panel, all the equipment columns turned gray. He dismissed the idea of a violent jailbreak, figuring that the shackles on his hands had a forbidden magic effect. I need to see the head of your cell, Lin Fan shouted at the top of his voice. What are you yelling about, asshole? Shut the hell up, a jailer named Zhao Laowu scolded. Lin Fan smiled faintly. Just because the equipment bar wasn't working anymore didn't mean that the packages weren't working. With a ding-dong sound, suddenly an imperial gold coin fell at Zhao Laowu's feet. Zhao Laowu's eyes glistened, hurriedly lying down and carefully picking up, but also held in his mouth and bit to confirm the authenticity. Hey, what are your orders, young master? Zhao Laowu changed his face in seconds, comparable to an Oscar-winning movie star. Lin Fan couldn't help but spit in his heart. The divine realm is worthy of being the masterpiece of the gods. Mama, when really any world money can make the ghosts push the mill. Take me to your steward. I have something important to discuss with him. Lin Fan frowned, perfectly brought into the role of a prisoner. Our boss is afraid that it is not very convenient now. Change it, and buy you a chicken leg to gnaw on. Okay, Zhao Laowu for it. Ding! Another gold coin popped out of Lin Fan's hand. Zhao Laowu excitedly quacked and laughed strangely. The great adventurer is really something. I'll take you there. Then Lin Fan was brought to the city wall defense post by Zhao Laowu. Lin Fan smiled petrified, completely convinced. Before, when playing the game, how did not notice that there are so many exit? Squire, a prisoner wants to see you. Zhao Laowu carefully pushed open the door, and a stinky iron boot was immediately thrown out from inside, scaring Zhao Laowu to hide back. Damn, can't you see I'm having a good time? Get lost, the head guard cursed angrily. Soon a naked woman ran out in panic. Lin Fan's heart praised God again. No code. Really no code. If there's nothing important, I want you dead. The head of the guards, Wang Mang, sat on the bed with a gloomy old face. Do you think this is important? After Zhao Laowu finished speaking, he smiled and took out an imperial gold coin and waved it in front of him, signaling that the kid next to him was a big fat sheep. Wang Mang asked Zhao Laowu to retreat first and looked Lin Fan up and down. Humph, kid, do you know what crime it is to bribe an imperial city guard official? Seeing the other party's hat, Lin Fan smiled lightly. I'm not sure about that, but it is clear. Solely took out a bag of gold coins, a total of 50, and threw it over. Wang Mang's eyes were green, full of greed, said in a serious manner, Humph, I am upright and honest. Less to this set. With that, he got up and went to close the door to his room. Seeing your fine skin and tender flesh, you have suffered a lot in the number, right? Wang Mang immediately changed his face. That's. Lin Fan's heart moved, and he nodded his head in obedience to the other party. And Wang Mang took out the key to remove the forbidden demon shackles for him. The restraints were undone, and Lin Fan was going to make a move to slaughter the little assholes. But after pondering for a while, he gave up. View each other's attributes. Guard Captain Wang Mang, level 30. HP. Attack power? Skill? Lin Fan secretly pinched a cold sweat. Fortunately he didn't do anything directly. The strength of this cell head was at least above that of an ordinary lord servant, or else there wouldn't be a situation where he couldn't probe the specific attributes. If the opponent didn't have a dominating skill, he might be able to kill the opponent, but if he fought here he might still be surrounded by NPC soldiers. How about we make a deal? Squire, Lin Fan calmed down. Wang Mang smiled with narrowed eyes at his words and said, "Young man, I'm very fond of you all. You managed to bribe the captain of the guards guarding the city. The squire offers 300 gold coins to redeem your freedom, but the sin value cannot be reduced." The prompt came. Lin Fan's face didn't move, and he started wielding his Dragon Slayer sword to cut the price. "At most, I'll give you another 100 gold coins, or else I might as well go back to squatting in a jail cell. Squire offers 200 gold coins. Just 100 gold coins. Don't bother." Lin Fan slapped the table and took the initiative to grab the shackles and put them on his hands. Now Wang Mang was anxious, and hurriedly raised his hand to hold him down. "Egu, I have an old man and a young man. 120 gold coins. I still have to get through all the relationships. It really can't be any less." Looking at Wang Mang pretending to be pitiful and pretending to have suffered a great loss, Lin Fan really had to admire the creativity of the gods. This game, even if it doesn't merge with reality, is no different from the real world just for this freedom. In addition, I need a fake identity and for a week the guards in the city can no longer hunt me down, Lin Fan said blandly. Wang Mang frowned and said that the matter of fake identity is good, and then said, "A week ah. The guarding officers and soldiers of the city change their defense once every 3 days. At most, I will give you 2 days. Otherwise I can't care so much." "Yes, 2 days will be enough." Lin Fan nodded in agreement. "You have acquired the Imperial Mage set. You have been granted a limited time leave LD/48 hours. Lin Fan had an extra set of level 15 green mage outfits in his package. However, all equipment attributes are displayed in gray, and can only overlap with his own novice outfit, meaning it can only be used as an accessory costume. Please name the fake LD. The corners of Lin Fan's mouth rose. This was the benefit of playing Gold in depth and specializing in various playstyles in his previous life. Thief players often hide their identities in order to do something unseemly, and will use various channels to disguise themselves. Like this fake LD is just a regular operation. Some advanced thieves can also use morphing potions to disguise themselves as other species, NPCs, and even manhole covers. LD Lin Boss. Confirmed. Confirmed. The LD on his head changed from purple to NPC-specific blue, and Lin Fan's mouth cracked with laughter. No wonder the thief profession is the most difficult. Kryptonite degree is second only to the mage, but there are still so many players immersed in it. Dare to be the old six can also be so cool. Through Wang Mang's connections, Lin Fan arrived at the southeastern direction of Edgar's outer city as labeled in the boundary stone. It was a slum, with stinking gutters everywhere, and some dilapidated buildings caused by a demonic invasion. Cough. Idlers avoid retreating. Boss Lin is here to inspect the work. Lin Fan walked down the path with a pace that left no room for recognition, and there were very few players around. Because it was so stinky, no player wanted to come over and pick up quests to do. Mage-sama. A mage lord is here. Heavenly Lord. At last we are saved. With the help of the mage this place will be solid gold. A group of poorly equipped NPC soldiers saw him approaching, and all of them were ecstatic and cheered continuously. In the various kingdoms of the divine realm world, mages have traditionally held a high status. Mages are naturally super destructive, and the number of high-ranking mages determines to a certain extent the level of the country's combat power. This was only the outermost area of the city of E, and the city walls were much lower than those of the inner city. So whenever there was a problem with the protective boundary, the outer city with the largest number of poor people was always the first area to suffer. Lord Lin, recently, demons have been frequently killing into my fortified area, and now the demons have begun to gather again. So I'd like to ask your excellency to come out of the city with us to exterminate the demons. A soldier came forward to salute and said, "Good point. What's the approximate number of demonic creatures?" Lin Fan inquired. "I'm afraid there are hundreds of them at visual distance." "Only hundreds of heads?" Lin Fan frowned. This amount was gone in 2 swipes, so how else was he going to upgrade his soul mark level and wash his sin value? Plus, in order to disguise himself as a city guard NPC, he had spent more than 100 gold coins, more than $100,000. It's not a big loss, my lord? A group of NPCs were at a loss for words. Could it be that this mage who was suddenly transferred from the inner city was too weak and thus did not dare to make a move? Too little. This deal is a big loss. This broken boundary stone has also made me lose so many rewards. Lin Fan was a bit enraged and cursed himself for thinking too much. It was always the opening stage now. And even if the outer boundaries of the City of Air were missing, it would be difficult to have a wave of monsters for him to explode the brush under normal circumstances. Lord Lin, according to my scout's estimation, if the demons that haven't been completely assembled aren't dealt with as soon as possible, I'm afraid that the number of demons will skyrocket within a day. Then when the time comes we can't top it, the NPC soldier said anxiously, and Lin Fan sniffed and immediately became excited, patting his thighs and lamenting, "It's only right if you can't top it." The crowd of NPCs panicked even more when they heard this, and the thought of the many tidal waves of demonic creatures simply scared them to death. Ding dong! You refused to go out of the city to meet the battle, thus triggering the hidden quest. Lin Fan's expression shook. Finally he had caught the unattainable hidden quest again. Hidden quest, hold down the boundary stone gap. This quest is of legendary level difficulty. Please also recruit members of the warband to defend the enemy together. The difficulty of quests in God's domain is categorized into normal, elite, legendary, abyssal, infernal, and unearthly legend. Usually the duplicate system will prompt to allow 6-member squads to go there, while some high difficulty quests will suggest battle groups to fight, i.e., 60-member minigroups. The difficulty of this hidden quest had reached the legendary level and was by no means comparable to ordinary hidden quests. Mission requirement, fend off a large number of demonic invasions. Demonic killings into the inner city. Mission failed. Penalty for failure, level reduced by 3, prestige reduced by 20,000 points. Experience value gain halved for 10 days. Note, the demonic invasion will last for 24 hours unless you have a boundary stone to fill the protectorate boundary. When he heard the details of the mission, Lin Fan finally couldn't hold back his laughter. Gave me a whole laugh. This hidden quest normally would not appear at all, because the boundary stone should be in the hands of the Lord, but because he killed the NPC boundary stone and did not turn it in, which led to the subsequent quest plot of the demonic invasion. With the boundary stone in his hand, even if the number of demons was too shocking to defeat, he could put the boundary stone back to its original position and thus terminate the mission and retreat in one piece. Boss Lin reluctantly climbed up the tower to check out the gathering of demons after the generals persuaded him to do so. Goblin Vanguard, level 18, HP, 4500/4500, attack power, 185, skills, swift dash, ground stab, elite skeleton knight, level 22, HP, 12,000/12,000, attack power, 270, skills, halberd charge, soul frenzy attack. There were quite a few elite monsters among the hundreds of demons, most of which were around level 20, which was just right for brushing levels and proficiency. Taking a look at the start of the demonic invasion, there were still 2 hours to prepare. Lin Fan turned around and walked down the tower, calculating that it would be more cost-effective if he could do the quests that required fighting monsters/getting magic materials together. The sin value is too high. What about this? Lin Fan frowned and muttered to himself, although there was a fake LD on top of it. With the experience of those old thieving brothers, such a low-level disguise couldn't be hidden from a functional NPC. Otherwise disguised as a lord or king, then the other players wouldn't be able to mix shit. So in a state of too high a sin value, the NPCs that can take side quests to fight monsters won't give a shit about him at all. Lin Fan had a flash of light in his head. Right, there's a place where you can pick up tons of monster scrubbing quests. Lin Fan walked back to the inner city in his NPC costume and went straight to the Bounty Hunter Tavern. Scared the hell out of me. I thought the cops had come into the Hunters Guild to make an arrest. What's this? Imperial mages mixing with demon hunting missions too? Lin Fan stared at Boss Lin's LD appearing just as a few red-named players were picking up quests, scaring these little villains so much that they almost fled through the door. The Bounty Hunter Guild was a rather special existence in the Divine Realm, with its strongholds in almost every town. The biggest main quest of God's domain is to exterminate the demon race. Even red-name players and imperial criminals can hang out here as long as they have proof of demon hunting. Spend 10 gold coins to get your hunter credentials, and a whole bunch of quests appear in front of you. Hunter mission levels range from E to SSSS. Most of the E-rank quests are miscellaneous quests, such as retrieving a certain adult's kitten, searching for a missing teenage girl, and so on. Level D and above are usually demonic crusade quests, e.g., kill 100 demon moon werewolves, collect 50 troll fangs. As for the A-rank and above quests, they are more perverted, and the S-rank difficulty will even allow players to team up and go ahead to slay the dragon. Currently, Lin Fan's hunter credentials were at the lowest black iron level, and he could only receive E and D level difficulty quests. Usually the game hadn't been open for long and there were very few D-rank quests that could be received, but because of the lack of the Echidna boundary, the variety of D-rank crusade quests had increased. You have taken on a D-rank crusade, kill 50 skeleton mages. You have taken on a D-rank crusade, obtain 60 demon ape claws. The maximum number of D-rank quests you can take has been reached, 2 halves. Lin Fan froze for a moment. Only being able to take on 2 quests at once was a bit troublesome. It was more than a 10-minute walk up here to the outer city slums. How much time would be wasted running back and forth to the mission? Do you choose to purchase the Hunter Quest Expansion Bundle? Hunter Expansion Beginners Bundle. Effect, quest pickup limit expanded to 20. The system prompt appeared. Lin Fan smiled helplessly and bitterly. The option to purchase the gift pack automatically popped up in front of him. The gift pack was priced at 50 gold coins. The Demon Hunter game is a benefit for Divine Realm bricklayers, which rewards them with a certain amount of silver coins and skill points. But in his previous life he hadn't even bothered to open the pass package, and now he had no choice for the sake of efficiency. Buy the premium bundle. You have consumed 300 gold coins and obtained the premium gift pack. Hunter Expansion Premium Bundle. Effect, the quest pickup limit expands to 60. And you also gain the right to enter the town limits and pick up/submit quests remotely. Lin Fan's heart was called a meatache. Running back and forth to submit tasks was really troublesome. Wanting to raise the level of hunter credentials, only by completing a large number of tasks pile. The man known as the King of the Road, Fark. All the D-rank quests are gone? Weren't there about 24 quests just now? Tears of Tianxiang, who's boss Lin? What do you mean you don't see if you can finish it all and pick it up? The few players surrounding the bar were enraged. And when they turned around to look at Lin Fan they were all confused. There's a snake charmer amongst the NPCs? Lin Fan didn't care if he could complete all of these tasks. He'd go next to all of them first. According to his experience, crusade quests were refreshed every 2 hours, and quests that couldn't be completed could just be replaced at that time. Fatty, how long will you be done over there? Are you good or not? Lin Fan sent a private message to Fatty. He hadn't seen any movement for a few hours, and this guy's level had dropped to level 9. Master Kai's expedition, lousy. He motherfucker. If I don't touch the old drunkard's armpit hair tonight, I don't believe Tang. So sad. Lin Fan was a bit speechless. Fatty the stubborn donkey had been abused by the Holy Sword Envoy for hundreds of times, but he still had a high fighting spirit, worthy of being a rake-eared masochist. Lin Fan, strive to finish early. I'll bring you back to brush up your levels. Fatty didn't say a word and continued to take serious abuse in the training match. Looking at the time of the demon attack, there was still over an hour left. Figured it must be a liver-bursting night, so I got offline, took a shower, and bought a dozen skewers of roast lamb downstairs for a big meal. With a 10-minute countdown, Lin Fan got back into the game. Region notice, player Chaotic Sins and Sinkings is bold and has successfully awakened the A-rank hidden profession, the Mad Demon Knight. Reward own attribute points 100, skill points 40, reputation 5000, gold coins 50. Heavy Duty Milkman, Old 4 Bullnose. This is the first A-rank hidden profession in the entire service blah. Chaotic Sin Dash, Old 4 Kana. Not scattered millions of red envelopes old son looked down on you. God's Domain's first A-rank hidden profession appeared, and World Channel players threw in their gazes. Chaotic Sin Sinking is not stingy at all. Issued 500 gold coins red packets to spread the wealth. Many players a burst of bragging. Chaotic Sin Guild to win no small attention. Lin Fan shook his head faintly at the sight. He remembered that this person was the 4th leader of the Chaotic Sins Guild, and had a strong pre-game performance after obtaining an A-rank hidden profession. However, he himself has an average sense of maneuvering and did not keep up with the pace of the game in the mid to late game, and eventually died out. It's good to get powerful professions in the opening period, but in the end, God's Domain doesn't have pure garbage professions, only garbage players who can't operate. It was not uncommon to see cases of the lowest level E-rank awakening players, toppling high-level awakening players. Returning to the outer city slums, Lin Fan climbed the defense sentry tower again. Lord Lin, if we don't go out of the city to meet the enemy, we'll be finished, the NPC soldier anxiously reminded. Well, that's a lot. Lin Fan sucked in a mouthful of cool air as a black pressurized patch of demonic creatures appeared in the distance, the number of which had reached thousands. Lin Fan's scalp is a little numb. No wonder this mission can group 60 people war group. This number of demons with the intensity of 6 people squad up is to send to death. A rough estimate of the distance to the monster was about 2 kilometers apart. Lin Fan frowned. It's a bit troublesome. It's actually beyond Brother's range, now that his maximum range could reach 670 meters. The idea of trying to consume the number in advance before the demonic creatures launched their attack fell flat. Countdown 60 seconds. You have gained command authority over NPC soldiers in the outer city. The quest prompt pops up. Lin Fan turned back to check the number of NPC soldiers guarding the city. There were just less than 30 of them, most of them leveled at around level 15, far less powerful than the inner city NPCs. Relying solely on this group of NPCs to go out of the city to meet the battle would be giving away their heads. Lin Fan made a slight plan to start raising his magic level. You have consumed 9 skill points / 6 gold coins and magic has been raised to level 9. You have consumed 12 skill points / 14 gold coins and magic has been raised to level 10. Ding dong. The C-rank fire magic, Inferno Serpent's Touch, has been enhanced. C-rank fire magic proficiency. You get fire magic, Inferno Dragon. Effect 1, consume 600 MP to summon a magical Inferno Dragon. Each Inferno Dragon strike deals 400 plus spell attack power damage. Inferno Dragon lasts 15 seconds. Cooldown 50 seconds. Effect 2, inflicts 220 points of damage per second for 3 seconds on targets that come into contact with the Inferno Dragon. Inflammatory Serpent's Touch was raised to full level. Lin Fan's face showed joy. After spending a lot of gold coins and skill points, he finally got a qualitative change. On the surface, this skill was only a C-rank magic, but in Lin Fan's opinion it wasn't the slightest bit weaker than a B-rank AoE skill. With 25 skill points left in his hand, Lin Fan clicked Shaking Stone Vines to level 5 along with Wind Whisperer. These two skills' damage ability to improve the general can only be considered as a secondary skill. Level up is only reflected in the cooldown time becomes less. The countdown is over. The demons have launched an attack. Lin Fan's eyes were austere as the earth began to tremble, and the demons in the distance were like layers of black clouds pressing in. The fastest moving of the magical creatures in the group were the skeleton cavalry, along with some agile magical beasts that numbered between 200 and 300. The first time Lin Fan looked back, these powerful mini-monsters all had a blood level of 10,000 or more. Sending NPC soldiers to form a shield wall for defense will definitely not be able to defend. At most 2 or 3 rounds all NPCs will have to be trampled into mush. Wind Whisperer. Wind Whisperer, enchanted. Spell casting efficiency is increased. Lin Fan started casting a spell to release a level 5, Shaking Stonevine, but instead of releasing it towards the pile of demons, the magic took effect 600 meters from the city wall. A boulder pillar broke out of the ground and turned into a dozen stone rejects under Lin Fan's control. It's a known fact that the cavalry and DUI vets are most afraid of this. Even if it couldn't bring direct damage, it could greatly slow down the demon's movement. Each reject was about 2 meters tall and spaced about 3 meters apart, creating a cavalry exclusion zone in the open area outside the city. This was the ability of earth magic to change the terrain. Earth magic had the worst attack power among the 4 types of magic, but had a plasticity beyond imagination. Usually in a guild defense battle between players, the defense ability is superb, and the earth specialization archmage can resist an entire battle line by himself. After completing a defensive line, Lin Fan didn't do anything right away and continued to wait for the 1 minute and 45 seconds long skill CD of Shake the Stonevine. All of you old iron men mount your horses, 5 men on each side of the flanks, and lead the scattered demons toward the refusal of the horses. At Lin Fan's command, his NPCs immediately mounted their horses and went out of the city, which was considered to be at NPC General's addiction. Most of the 20-odd NPCs were infantrymen and archers, and the noble heavy knight lords were basically only stationed in the inner city. Therefore, these NPC soldiers getting on the horse does not bring attribute bonuses either. The good thing was that since they were all light infantry, they moved faster than most demons, just enough to attract demon hate. A minute or so later, a second stone reject was generated at 500 meters. This time the spacing between the rejects was further reduced and took on a V-shape. Lin Fan's eyes were sparkling. According to his judgment, after the skeleton knights were hindered by the first wave of rejects, the subsequent follow-up demons would inevitably be thrown into chaos. Eventually a large number of demons will be jammed in the V-shaped rejects and will have trouble moving, which will be a classic group pocket formation. As expected, an ear-piercing explosion came, and Lin Fan glanced at it, and bone residue splattered all over the sky. Minus 3,500. Minus 3,500. More than 10 skeleton knights crashed headlong into the refusal horse, and their bodies, along with the skeleton horse underneath their seats, crashed into several pieces. Skeleton knights, as necromantic creatures, basically do not have any thinking ability, and only know to charge forward. Encountering roadblocks simply do not bring to dodge. But even if they were hit beyond human shape, these undead creatures were still running forward with missing arms and legs. Under Lin Fan's command, the NPC soldiers went out of the city and began to attract monsters, and the demons that were scattered to the surrounding areas were once again gathered together by the NPCs. At the same time, he took the remaining 10 NPC archers out of the city. Approaching the front of the pocket formation, the archers lined up and drew their bows in preparation for battle. More and more demons crowded into the pocket formation, and the corner of Lin Fan's mouth lifted into a cold smile. Try the new skill. The hexagram magic array erupted with crimson light, and a whistling sound like the hissing of a wild beast broke through the sky. Lin Fan's heart was startled. He could clearly feel the temperature around him suddenly rise by more than 10 degrees. The magic elements in the air were ignited at this moment. Boom! A flaming mad dragon that grew more than 20 meters in length coalesced in the air. The scene was extremely spectacular. The Inferno dragon let out a furious roar, as if it had life force, and rolled up dozens of fireballs to ruthlessly slam into the group of demons. -1100, -220, -220. This thing is C-rank magic? The gesture made Lin Fan unsure of himself. The Inferno dragon would release a massive fireball every 3 seconds, and each summoning of the Inferno dragon would last 15 seconds, capable of releasing a full 5 fireballs. Although the single output ability is really average, the large range AoE effect is comparable to the hard-to-find A-rank magic. -1530, -1530. The passive skill, Flame Scorch, was activated, and a large number of half-dead skeleton cavalry were burned to death. In the blink of an eye, the entire outer city wasteland was ablaze with fire, and patches of monsters were reduced to ashes. Hundreds of demonic creatures were blocked inside the pocket formation and it was difficult to move an inch. While once a leakage drilled out, the peripheral archer soldiers immediately shot to make up for it. You have killed the elite skeleton knight. Experience value plus 600 inch. You have killed the demon ape. Experience value plus 450 inch. You have killed the goblin cavalry. Experience value plus 430 inch. The experience value dabbled and skyrocketed. Only a few minutes of work, the level 16 experience bar rose to 15%. According to this efficiency brush down less than half an hour will have to rise 1 level. A large number of quest items and magic materials entered Lin Fan's pockets in full. Lord Lin's divine might is overwhelming. Long live Lord Lin. The NPC soldiers were encouraged by the situation and began to blow their rainbow farts to Boss Lin. And Lin Fan accepted the foot-licking behavior with peace of mind. Where's the weird? Where's the old man's weirdness? Strange. How come the monsters ran away while brushing? At this time, the players who were brushing monsters outside the city were confused, and the small monsters at the dozen or so nearby monster refresh points just brushed out and ran away. Regardless of how the players attacked the monsters all ran wildly towards one place, as if there was a big meal waiting for them in front of them. Legend of Master Pride, OMG. Things are not right. How come I'm showing MLSs when I fight these little monsters? My heart is empty. Go after them and take a look. It's not possible that we've triggered some kind of quest, right? Many players sensed something was wrong and chased after the monster out of the refresh point. Oh by God, the number of these monsters is horrifying. I guess there must be 1 or 2,000 of them. So many monsters gathered together. Who can brush through I tube call dad? Smoke filled the air in the distance, watching the NPC soldiers riding around luring monsters, and the demons were all lured under the city walls. Dry. What kind of magic is this? This summons a fire dragon? Too scary. Elite monsters with more than 10,000 blood counts all fell in less than 10 seconds? Is this the strength of an NPC mage? A group of players froze in place, only to see the staffs of the mages among the NPCs swinging, easily smashing down patches of demons. This terrifying blue reserve, as well as the exaggerated damage dumbfounded them. I bet going up there and interacting with this Boss Lin's NPC Pharaoh will get you at least one hidden quest. No. Might be able to get an S-rank law hidden profession, a player said with certainty. A few of the mage players among the players sniffed their hearts out and began to wipe the dirt off their bodies, each straightening up their attire. They learned that these NPCs are not low IQ and often look at people. One must strive to leave a perfect impression of being a good student in front of His Holiness. Your omnipotent Archmage Excellency, may I ask if I need my little man's help? A male mage walked up and scowled at Lin Fan. A pure image of a lapdog. Damn. Vegetable B, get out of here. Only level 13 and still holding a level 10 green weapon. You can do a hammer favor. However, this practice was immediately despised by other players. Brother, I'm level 15. Just like the Law King. Fire magic is at its peak. Pure fire. Choose me. Immediately, another person rushed up, patting his chest and stating that he was able to single-handedly take on at least one level 20 elite monster, and that he was quite confident in his strength. Seeing this, Lin Fan forced himself to hold back his laughter and assumed the stance of a worldly superior, releasing a series of fireballs to continuously strike the demonic creature. I've heard that a remarkable guild has emerged amongst you adventurers. What's it called? Trace? Lin Fan said. His Holiness has also heard of Dragon Mark? The players were collectively shocked, judging from the talk and strength of Boss Lin in front of them. He was definitely the best of the NPCs. He's the right guy to take on hidden quests. Humph. More than just heard of it. Lin Fan shook his head and laughed coldly, and the big guys were a bit puzzled at this. Lin Fan continued with a gloomy face. Right now, the demonic riot in the outer city has led to the tragic deaths of countless adventurers and the Empire's subjects, and the people are suffering from a lack of life, all because this Dragon Mark Guild has done something that is unconscionable. The crowd was wide-eyed. It seemed that they didn't see any relevant system notices. I guess you're all here for the mission? Lin Fan tried to stifle his laughter and change the topic. Holy shit, there's really a mission. This is a big profit. The players in the room were instantly enraptured and hurriedly nodded their heads. Right. Is there any quests that you have explained for us to do? Each of you will list 10 sins of the Dragon Mark Guild, and I hope that you will spread the word widely so that the countries of the Divine Realm will know of their bad behavior. Upon completion, you may seek out the head of the inner city guards, Wang Mang, to receive your reward. Lin Fan said blandly, pinching his thighs to prevent himself from laughing. That's it? A group of players were shocked and instantly fell into ecstasy. Wouldn't such a simple task be given for nothing? His Holiness is still strangely nice. After 10 minutes, piles of skeleton knights fell, and only a small half of the 1,000 or so monsters remained. The frequency of the demons attacking began to slow down. Lin Fan was not careless and raised his hand to generate another, shaking stone vine, once again reinforcing the pocket formation and lengthening the defense line. More than 30 fox demons covered in flickering firelight approached. These elite monsters weren't too many in number, but their attribute values far exceeded those of ordinary small monsters, and to a certain extent, they weren't much weaker than a level 20 ordinary boss. The most crucial thing was that these demons were very cunning. Instead of charging playfully like the skeleton knights, they suddenly turned into a whole group and started to chase after the NPC soldiers who were leading the monsters on the periphery. Lin Fan's face sank, and within moments the horses that the 3 NPC soldiers were riding were pounced upon, and the other demonic creatures saw this and rushed up in a swarm. After a bloody storm, NPCs with a blood count of up to 50,000 were eaten to the dregs. Demon Sacred Fox, level 22, HP, 35,000/35,000, attack power, 300, skills, sharp claw strike, elementary fire magic. This little monster isn't common. If memory serves, this monster will drop Mage level 20 sets. Lin Fan gave the order for the NPCs leading the monsters to retreat back so that they wouldn't be broken one by one. Although these demon foxes possessed a certain amount of intelligence, they were far from comparing to him. Lin Fan, the old 6th. With the Wind Whisperer, enchantment and increased attack speed, Lin Fan's flat A interrupts the lead demon fox's pursuing footsteps, and immediately follows up with a series of fireballs to blow it away. However, a thunderbolt suddenly smashed down, and an NPC soldier was struck with blue smoke coming out of his body, falling to the ground and entering a state of forced paralysis. The leading fox demon was incredibly handsome, his body glittering with lightning as he rushed at Lin Fan and let out a low roar filled with hostility. Demon Sacred Fox King, level 22. HP 140000/140000. Attack power 470. Skills, Fire and Thunder Spell. Sharp Claw Strike. As he had guessed, the demon fox in the lead was a normal level boss, but the blood and skills were not much worse than an elite boss in the slightest. In particular, the skill Fire and Thunder Curse is the fire variant school, Thunder. In each of the 4 basic mage school settings, there are a variety of advancement career options ranging in strength from D rank to A rank. One is to look at the difficulty of the career awakening quests, and the other is to look at the player's own operational talent and preferences. Thunder Mage belongs to one of the Fire Normal Awakening C/B professions, with both destructive power and release speed, and is considered to be one of the more powerful types among the normal awakening professions. Lin Fan looked at the flaunting Fox Demon King and smiled indifferently. The Inferno Dragon quickly coalesced on the Fox Demon's head, and with a bang, the Fox Demon King couldn't dodge enough to be swept up by the flaming giant wave. Lin Fan's eyes were cold, and with the frontal knockback effect that Yen Long came with, he hit the Fox Demon King with consecutive flat A's. With a super long distance of over 200 meters apart, he froze and hit a combo effect with his flat A. Combo X10, Combo X30. At the same time, Yen Long threw out a large number of fireballs. The sound of frenzy was incessant, and a large number of fox demons were burned by the sea of fire. The Fox Demon group attempted to break out and kill Lin Fan. However, one step forward and they once again fell into the range of the NPC archer's arrow rain. A large number of arrows rained down to zap the Fox Demon group into hedgehogs, their blood levels clicking off furiously. You have killed the Demon Sacred Fox. Experience value plus 1000. You killed the Demon Saint. Your level has increased to 17. Lin Fan was secretly pleased that the leveling up was more efficient than he had imagined, conservatively estimating a 24-hour liver binge, even though the upgrade experience needed after level 20 would be significantly higher. With this exaggerated monster swiping efficiency, it would be possible to rise to around level 23 anyhow. Minus 1640. Minus 1641. The Fox Demon King was struck by the crazy blow of continuous moves plus the talent, Flame Scorch. Screaming miserably, suspended in midair and never came down. This is a FA wine tactic? Brainless combo x 182 times. What the hell? I offer my knee to the pharaoh. It's hard for me to hit the minions 10 times in a row, but he was actually able to hit them so many times. 1 or 2,000 damage per second. Scary as hell. The mage players who had stopped to watch the battle gave a knee on the spot, even if they had decided that Boss Lin was the best of the NPCs. This image of hanging the boss like a sun was still mind-blowing. Random infinite combo normal boss for unusual players is a miracle. But in hardcore mode this belongs to as the trialist essential survival techniques. Ordinary bosses do not have a class of domineering, hard body, peerless stance and other skills to get out of the trap game. Just a battle-hardened trialist can hit hundreds of thousands of combos. Tears in heaven, scratch that. Exploding hero costumes. There's more than one. Kingdom Minotaur, it seems to be a vestment. And other defenses. Can this go up for grabs? The Demon Fox King exploded in the air. And a large amount of materials, gold coins, and equipment exploded everywhere. Purple light rises up to the sky, really to brighten the eyes of the crowd. But before they could see clearly the equipment modeling, Lin Fan waved his hand and loaded it all into his waistband. Fox robe, quality, hero, grade, 20, profession, mage, defense, 20% reduction to physical/magical damage, life value, 300 points, effect, restores 1% of blue power per second, 3 sets activate the awakening skill, thunder. Effect, increase lightning/fire magic blitz by 50% within 1 minute. Cooldown 10 minutes. Set of 6, thunder cooldown reduced to 7 minutes. Lin Fan's scalp was numb. The Fox Mage set was one of the strongest heroic level mage sets in his previous life, which was the level 20 stage. In particular, the awakening skill obtained after putting together the 6-piece set, Thunder, can be called the exclusive divine skill of the early violent mage, doubling the blitz rate in a minute. Even a godly man in a legendary suit might not be able to top it. And the base attributes of the Fox Clan set itself are excellent, with percentage defense resistance is important for thin-skinned mages. Percentage blue return in defense was far less useful to most mages than a fixed increase in blue, but it was exceptionally friendly to a male silver like Lin Fan who had a huge amount of blue. Currently he had 17,500 blue, and 1% blue return equaled a return of up to 175 points of blue per second, enough to make him a perpetual motion machine for spells on the battlefield. Lin Fan continued to look at the second purple suit that had been popped out by the little monster. Fox ring, left hand, quality, hero, grade, 20, profession, mage. Effect 1, increase strike rate by 5%. Effect 2, attack speed increased by 0.2. 3 sets activate the awakening skill, swiftness. Effect, reduce the cooldown time of all skills by 10%. 6-piece set, 20% reduction in all skill cooldowns. Comfortable. The corner of Lin Fan's mouth lightly raised. The jewelry does not enhance the character's panel attributes highly, but it is the equipment that can most easily open the gap with other players. Because the probability of trinkets dropping is much lower than that of defenses and weapons, many players have not been able to put together a set of trinkets even at level 30 or so. Having gotten a taste of it, Lin Fan continued to bury his head in brush furiously. The frequency of the gathering of demons in the distance gradually slowed down. Nearly 2,000 monsters were brushed, and an hour had passed. Congratulations on holding the first round of demonic attacks. Experience value reward of 20,000 points, 5 skill points, 5 free attribute points and 2 gold coins. Please don't let your guard down. In 10 minutes the demons will make a comeback. The system beep sounded, and Lin Fan relaxed slightly, looking at the large amount of loot scattered everywhere on the battlefield. The corners of Lin Fan's mouth distorted into a smile. If it wasn't for the fact that there were people watching, he would have wanted to laugh. But he could only endure it for the sake of the glorious image of Boss Lin. Start cleaning up the battlefield. The crowd's jaws dropped at the sight, and a massive amount of loot flew into Boss Lin's hands. You have gained 27.5 gold coins. You have obtained 53 pieces of green equipment. You have obtained 15 pieces of blue equipment. You have obtained 2 pieces of purple equipment. You have obtained 12 skill books of each profession. You have learned C-rank water magic, chaotic tide. You have learned D-rank fire magic, explosive fireball. 4 of the skill books dropped were for mages. The grade was not high enough to learn though. Now it was considered that all 4 types of magic had been put together. The only regret was that high-quality magic books were too rare. Only this C-rank water magic, chaotic tide, was still somewhat useful. Effect, consumes 200 MP, creates a chaotic body of water, within the range of magical creatures for 3 seconds. Indistinguishable from the enemy. Cooldown time 45 seconds. Typical PvE small range disruption skill. The skill description is pretty awesome, but it's actually useless to both NPC and player. Learning it all. Lin Fan does not care. In short, masters have money. Not to mention that there were so many waves of monsters waiting to be brushed now. The last thing that was lacking was skill books and equipment. With the Orc Heretic title, the 10% extra drop probability is simply not too good. If it were any other player it would never be possible to brush so many things. As for the true treasure drop rate, it was only 1%, but he couldn't help but brush too many monsters, and there was always a time when he stepped on the spot. A purple knight's greatsword and a warrior's defense all blew up at real drop rates. The left eye of the giant spirit god now had a proficiency of 20,000, and this was just the beginning. Lin Fan sensed that the demonic creature was getting stronger as the attack went on. Taking advantage of the lull in the regrouping of the demons, a line of stone rejects once again appeared in front of them. In a short period of time, there were 12 lines of defense, almost wrapping the entire outer city. He wasn't sure if the next monster would break through the defense, so he could only continue to ensure himself. Their own current sin value is still 9,000 plus. As long as they are killed the same as the equipment with the front, all will be exploded. Sitting and meditating to adjust his state, he was ready to continue brushing the monsters. At this time, the world channel was not quiet. Region announcement, player memory of Empty City is holding a divine weapon. Fearing a world of invincibility, the divine weapon list is asking for the first place. The first legendary divine soldier owner is rewarded with 2 talent points, 20 skill points, 30 free attributes, and 50 gold coins. The players were shocked, and Lin Fan opened his eyes from his meditation and muttered, "Still the same as his previous life? Duke Long Scar, congratulations to the boss for creating the divine soldier. The whole world is celebrating. Thornwoody, level 15 legendary bow and arrow. It's nice to have money. It cost more than $10 million, right? Against the sky, Yakancheng is also a joyful person. A level 15 weapon only. As to waste so much money to build a chicken rib?" Lin Fan tapped on the weapons list. First place, Memory of the Empty City. Weapon, golden feathered bow. Quality, legend. Attack power, 400. Strike rate, 20%. Effect? Weapons have all awakening effects hidden except for the base panel, which is a protective measure for the bottom card in the player's hand. However, the attack power alone can crush a level 20 purple hero bow and arrow, and the 20% bludgeon rate enchantment is even more exaggerated. But Lin Fan knew that these weren't the most powerful parts of this bow and arrow. In his previous life, he had seen someone post the specific attributes of this bow and arrow on the official website for him. The golden feather bow has the characteristic of ignoring certain physical resistances, as well as having a range increase and a triple split arrow effect, making it quite a powerful weapon. It was by relying on this bow and arrow, in the upcoming guild stronghold Warikong City killed in all directions, killing more than 600 players by himself, ranking high in the first place of the kill list. It was this battle that allowed Ikong City to begin to soar. Not only did it sit as the first archer of God's domain, but it also allowed the entire Dragon Trace to skyrocket in fame. Any new player who enters this game and thinks of joining a guild is aiming to join Dragon Trace. In the end, the first guild stronghold battle in the Divine Realm. The first battle is the final battle for the guild's fame. This was an irresistible force at this stage. And Empty City was the soul that stepped on the tip of the wave to wave the flag for Dragonmark. Memory of Empty City. Thank you for the great help from the guild brothers and sisters, and the various gold-hitting studios. If it wasn't for you guys giving up your practicing time, this bow wouldn't have been able to be made even if there were drawings. Remembering the Empty City bought the region's loudspeaker to send out a notice of thanksgiving, playing the role of a benevolent ruler as always. The many guild leaders silently watched without saying a word. Although they were very unhappy with Empty City's overbearing stance, there was nothing they could do about it. Anyone with eyes can see that Memory City has been continuously suppressed by the Triple Crown King, but this hasn't affected the Dragon Trace guild's ability to continue to grow bigger and stronger. After all, in everyone's eyes individual players were no longer strong enough to fight against a guild supported by a top consortium. It was simply impossible. Legend of the Master's Pride, that's something. Interrupting the big guy's Thanksgiving speech. My heart is empty, that's it. What's the point of pretending? Doesn't anyone know that Dragon Scar's doings are so bad that even the Divine Realm's Pharaoh NPCs can't put up with them? At that moment, some unholy statements began to appear on the World Channel. NPCs upset with Dragon Scars? What are they talking about here? The oldest member of the Chaotic Sins Guild, Emperor Demon, was drinking beer with a few of his core backbones at the Inn of Air and was discussing how to deal with Dragon Trace in the Guild War. The Chaotic Sin Guild was not a small one, and it was also aiming to become the #1 guild. And in the future, it would inevitably have to have a head-on collision with Dragon Trace. They never wanted to see Long Scar dominate the Divine Realm world. Players on the World Channel began to come forward to accuse Dragon Scar of all sorts of crimes. The legend of Master Pride, crime number 1, my niece just started high school. Do you guys have any idea how excited and happy she was when she was faced with the chance to defeat a kobold for the first time in her life? Falling Frost Dance, there are melons, there's melon, I love melons. The Legend of Master's Pride, the people from Dragon Trace actually didn't even look at each other. They went up and stomped the kobolds to death. And they also saw a monster and grabbed one. Do you know how heartbroken my niece she was? Little Demon Prowl, strongly resonates with you. Our squad plays the game next shift. And every day we are robbed of refresh points by Dragon Trace. Damn it. Ahem. Crime 2, my friend's classmate got in with his girlfriend to play the game together. But by the Dragon Scar Steward with a piece of green suit abduction. My friend's classmate his life deep love wrongly paid. Sad and lamentable. Crime number 3, the last time I went to the Dragon Trace Guild to sell healthcare products offline. They even looked down on me and called me a lowlife? How is selling condoms and gasoline a way to make a living based on one's ability? And how does that make one a lowlife? Isn't that proper occupational discrimination? The lore of Master Pride continues to fire. And the words of grief and resignation cause players to empathize. And then, another literary maven stepped forward to write a long list of sins. It covers a wide range of topics, including environmental protection, such as spitting after killing monsters, destroying the environment of mankind's second home, and so on. The ethical aspect involves the fact that a certain Dragon Trace executive, being a married man, is suspected of having an affair with Venerable Zhu So-and-so, and the topic is a powerful one. Immediately, someone took a screenshot and reprinted it to the official forum, becoming a super powerful hotpost with over 10,000 comments that day. Ha, what is this? I'm going to piss myself laughing. The Chaotic Sins Emperor Demon stared blankly at the gossip. And several Chaotic Sins backbones covered their stomachs and laughed maniacally. It was thought that Dragon Trace's momentum was unstoppable, and they could only calculate that they could only suppress it by playing brilliantly in guild wars. But now with a large number of expositors showing up enthusiastically, it has actually forced Dragon Trace's momentum down, instantly diverting the attention of many players. Players who had Dragon Trace are either losers or idiots. Don't want a girl's wife anymore, right? Just join Dragon Trace. Disgusting guild. Disgusting players, go to hell. Return justice to Master Ao's niece. I treat Yakongcheng as a big brother. He treats me like a minotaur. Nothing. Holy shit. Has talent. Lin Fan, who was brushing the monsters, froze for a moment. The smile on the corner of his mouth was even harder to fucking suppress than an AK-47 rifle. And Dragon Trace's already bad reputation went into collapse mode once again. Mindlessness. But it was just a casual flirtation with a few small mages. And I didn't expect one to be more talented than the other. This group of players in order to get the mission reward is simply too hard. All of them are talented writers, on this ability to make up stories, comparable to a certain article v. Ha, shouting to complete a hidden quest. It's so cool. Brother AO is so eloquent. If you hadn't asked me to copy after you, I definitely wouldn't have been able to list the whole 10. The Legend of Master Pride and his entourage smiled with joy. And after creating the rumor resolutely went to the inner city to find the head of the guards to collect the reward. Ding dong. However, a few people had just reached the gates when there was a commotion coming from the mailbox. Master AO was stunned and opened his mailbox to have a look. Quest reward, you received 5 gold coins sent anonymously. Crap, getting rich. 5,000 bucks? I got it too. In his previous life, the Dragon Trace Guild did have a very bad reputation, and the players who were victimized by it all hated it with a passion. But in general it was caused by the fact that Dragon Trace was too powerful and was insanely squeezing the living space of small guilds and casual players. And now it was different. The Dragon Trace Guild hadn't even begun to really make an impact in the God's domain world. And the word of mouth and win reviews were crumbling again and again. This was an image that none of the Dragon Trace management such as Empty City had expected. Chingfeng, can you stop scolding? Can't I quit the guild? Region speakers appear again. The melon players slightly surprised. Think about it, but it makes sense. The warrior called Chingfeng is a high-level player of the technical stream, often posting in the forum to discuss the various ways of playing the warrior genre, and has a lot of prestige in the player community. The signal released by Chingfeng's sudden indication of quitting the guild meant that Dragon Trace was an ironclad. The other Dragon Mark experts are naturally not stupid. Following Ekong City to Mix does have meat to eat, but not anyone can have such a good mindset that they can endure being blocked and trolled every day. As things intensified and a number of tycoon players quit one after another, a group of executives from Dragon Trace had to go offline to hold an emergency meeting. Don't want people who see the wind. I want the truly strong. However, during the meeting, Ekongcheng looked calm. Harvesting legendary grade weapons had made him burst with self-confidence now. From his point of view, sifting out some of the unreliable members in advance might not be a bad thing for the guild. So what now? Recruiting players is currently experiencing difficulties. Shu Frost said with a frown. That super hot post on the forum had put her under tremendous pressure. My advice is to do nothing and respond to nothing. Empty City said blandly. Why? We obviously just grabbed the monsters aggressively and didn't do anything excessive. Shoefrost felt suffocated on behalf of the players under her. Right. Let that gang bounce around for a few days first. Once the guild wars start, these clowns of theirs will show their true colors. Warrior Tianchi stated. Ikonching nodded his head with a smile. He always believed that as long as it was a human being, then there would be a strong mentality. Dragon Trace always crushed other guilds in terms of strength. Then the lost hearts and minds would always be won back. And guild stronghold battles are a good place to start. Have you found out that person's address? Ikonching's words turned to the person in charge in front of him. Check it out. Guess where the Triple Crown champion lives? Ha ha. The poorest shantytown in Jiangchuan City. The person in charge couldn't help but laugh. Ikonching smiled lightly at his words, a touch of coldness radiating from his eyes. Go to the door and have a good talk with this Triple Crown king. Good. We can make a house call tomorrow at the latest. On the other side, Lin Fan was completely unaware that trouble had come to his door. Still immersed in the joy of brushing monsters and equipment, after 8 hours of furious brushing, he squeezed into the top 3 from 30 places on the rank list. What the hell? After sleeping all night and getting up, the mortal god is level 21. 4 levels in a row? Some players who had been staring at the leaderboards noticed that something was wrong. Every few minutes when the rank list was refreshed, the progress of the mortal god's experience bar would have a noticeable uptick. Keep brushing. Brush from night to day and back again. Another 10 hours passed. A total of 18 waves of demons were brushed. More than 20,000 demons. Check the soul mark proficiency. Left eye of the giant spirit god, super god grade. Passive skill 1, gain 1 meter range bonus for every 10 demons killed, mid-level cap 4247/5000 meters. Passive skill 2, gain 1 point of blue growth for every demon slain, mid-level cap 42470/50,000 MP. Relying on the super god tier soul seal, the passive damage got higher and higher, and now that hit flame scorch, damage reached a terrifying 4000 plus per second. Even if the more you brushed to the back, the demonic level and panels were much stronger. But with this passive damage even a level 20 lord couldn't withstand it. You have gained 63 gold coins. You have obtained 82 pieces of green equipment. The stronger the demon means the better the stuff that pops out. The Fox Demon heroic equipment is all there except for the weapons. And the hardest to brush jewelry is only missing 2 earrings. Hey, pity, if only this quest could be painted all the time. Lin Fan looked at the devastated wasteland in front of him and couldn't help but feel pity. He's talking like he's brushing off the weakest kobold. As a matter of fact, if other players saw the elite troll monsters with a blood volume of up to 110,000, a level of 25, and a size comparable to that of a mammoth charging in pairs, they would be so scared that they would immediately disconnect from the connection. The intensity of the demons became stronger, and the frequency of demonic gatherings was much lower. Right now, there were only about 300 powerful elite monsters in each wave of monsters, as well as 1 elite boss. So it seemed that the desire to raise the soul seal to high level was sort of lost. The troll warrior twisted his big bony stick and slowly approached. The NPC soldiers under Lin Fan were all killed in battle, but he wasn't the least bit panicked. Changing into a white fox clan suit, Lin Fan checked the panel attributes. LD, mortal god. Race, human. Level, 23. Spell attack power, 390, new mace. HP, 1300/1300. MP, 39500/42470. Attack speed, 1. Agility, 33. Defense, 170/20% double resistance reduction. Strike rate, 12%. Range, 4,249 meters. Free attribute points remaining, 140. Skill points remaining, 190. This panel attribute without carrying a weapon. Buff bonus, this cannot be said to be invincible. Let's just say it's pretty sick. With a range of 3 kilometers, Lin Fan didn't know what the furthest this cannon could do with a random flash shot towards the sky. The various attribute points and talent points Lin Fan kept for the time being. Compared to equipment, skill books and other things that can be bought with money, the distribution of points has no pills of regret to speak of. Waiting to receive the career awakening task to consider a reasonable distribution. What's the situation now? Lin Fan chatted with Fatty while casually shelving a set of 6 cruiser archer profession heroic sets in the auction house. This set features skill cooldown / bludgeoning damage, and the awakening skills are rather ribbled, only resetting the 2 skills that went on cooldown at one time. At first glance it feels pretty good, but in reality the archer's skill CD is inherently shorter. The only redeeming feature is that the set has a nice attribute panel. The starting price of the set is set at 1 gold coin, with no cap, and is limited to half an hour. Wait, am I blind? Heroic level set. 1 gold coin? Crap, crap, crap. Brothers, look at the ruthless goods on the auction house shelves. It's from that mortal god guy again. Days squatting in the auction house of the second-hand dealers crazy. At present, even the level 20 blue suit is still relatively small. Purple suit is even more scarce in number. But this is a whole set of level 20 heroes set on the shelves. Or the 6-piece set of the popular profession archer. Who wouldn't be dumbfounded if it was anyone else? Old devil. Look at the auction house. Speed of fire. Chaotic Sins sinking immediately found the oldest emperor demon. Because the boss of Chaotic Sins was the archer profession. A mortal god strikes out? Is this man a monster? Emperor Demon was astonished. The weapon panel stats were no less than the legendary bow and arrow in the hands of Empty City. He was practically drooling. In the few moments of Emperor Demon's hesitation, the cruiser bidding was topped at 3,000 gold coins. The number of gold coins is skyrocketing every second. Call finance to make the call. Get me the cruiser suit at any cost. Emperor Demon roared under his breath. Sinking Float, send me a private message to the mortal god. From now on, we will take all the level 20 or higher sets he produces for our union. It wasn't true that the Guild of Chaotic Sins was wealthy, but the Imperial Demon Man was also very shrewd. He wasn't bad with money. What he was bad with was finding the right equipment for the core staff. Level 20 gear is not the same thing as level 15 transition gear. And even if you use it until level 30 you can sell it back without losing much money. Chaotic Crime Sinker, brothers have any other profession equipment? All profession purple sets our guild mindlessly collects. Ding dong. Ding dong. Hundreds of private messages popped up, and he ignored even when he received a private chat from the Chaotic Sins Guild's godly hero. In addition to the archer's suit, he had a knight's suit, a priest's suit, 4 warriors' loose pieces, and 3 thieves' loose pieces in his hands. With 6 hours left to brush the demon swarm, you should be able to put together 4 heroic suits with a bit of luck. Lin Fan understood the importance of these powerful equipment to the top fighting forces of the major guilds, especially at the juncture when the guild stronghold war is about to be fought. Allowing expert players to wear a heroic outfit to join the fray will inevitably affect the balance of the entire guild war. Therefore, he has long since chosen the gold owner for these outfits. Echidna, Vakan, Wogan, dear master, why don't you give notice when there's something good? Lin Fan laughed bitterly and said, I knew you were going to ask, and left you a set of knights for your eldest sister to wear to be directly invincible. Echidna, master, or you know me. Lin Fan's goosebumps fell to the ground as he added, how much gold does the cruiser drop for the auction? And the knight set is 50% off for you. Eclipsed, love you yo mojo. Lin Fan, get lost. At that moment, Fatty finally returned the message. Damn, look at the level I'm at now. The fat man growled, as if he'd eaten dynamite. Lin Fan was stunned and opened his friends list and scanned it. Level 3? This is the rhythm of being killed by the Holy Sword Envoy until his level goes to 0. Leave me alone. I can die 20 more times at most. I must take my last chance in this life. I'm going to continue to be fucked by him to go. Rub, it's me fuck him ya. The fat man yelled without end. Lin Fan sweated, seriously suspecting that he had been abused to the point of schizophrenia, and his words became upside down. Never mind. Seeing as you're pathetic, I'll help you out. As Lin Fan said that, he threw the explosive fireball towards the group of trolls, and as if it was a small sun-like fireball exploded in the group of demons. Minus 1233. Blitz 2466. Minus 4130. This magic is a strengthened version of continuous fireball. Short CD. High damage. The disadvantage is that the ballistic trajectory is too slow to meet the high sensitivity of the target is easy to be dodged. What AB power is useless. You don't realize how perverted that old dog is. Fatty was about to continue complaining when he directly froze in the next second, and a large row of skill books appeared in his mailbox. Grade C Combat Skill, Wind and Thunder Steps. Grade B Battle Skill, Endless Chopping. Class D Battle Technique, Flying Dragon Strike. Other people's skill books that were hard to find for thousands of dollars went into the parcel, and Fatty's eyes almost fell to the ground. Thick gift shatter. The whole 21 books. The most outrageous thing was that one of them was actually a B-rank warrior skill. It was important to realize that there were just 8 B-level warrior skill books at the auction house right now, and each book was selling for more than 400 gold coins. Fucking hell. 400,000 for a skill book. Is this to learn or not to learn? Fatty simply went offline and called Lin Fan with a video voice. Not brother. You this B-level skill book I'll send me I'll ask you again. Do you really have a hang-up? Only to see the fat man hiding in the toilet. Hard to hide the excitement of the lowered voice, making it like a 007 joint. Scratch that. There really isn't one. I left it here to brush the monsters randomly. Lin Fan said in a bad mood. Fatty was still in disbelief. How many leveled monsters still explode this? level 25 elite boss. Seems to be called something like Dark Knight Leader. More than 700. 000 blood I jacked half a day. Don't want to give it back to me. Lin Fan said after thinking for a while. I'll give you back your hammer. Even though he knew that he, Brother Fan, was bullish in Gaijin, the fat man still couldn't help but burst out. Mardfark, your grandson really isn't human. After saying that, Fatty hung up the video. Lin Fan wondered. Good intentions to send this kid skill books, but also somehow received a scolding? In fact, the biggest difficulty of the fat man's challenge to the Holy Sword Envoy Glacier quest is not the operation, much less the damage problem. Because this S-rank awakening quest only required Fatty to injure Glacier, the so-called wounding of the opponent is essentially the same as hitting with 10,000 HP-1, but there is no difference at all. The reason why the fat man has been killed by the Glacier, mainly or their own level of low available skills are too few. Out of the move basically can only flat A, can be operated in a limited space led to, of course, the opponent was always the Holy Sword Envoy of the Light Dragon Empire, Glacier, and possessed a few more dimensions of killing experience than Fatty. Sending a bunch of skill books to Fatty is only a boost. Success or failure still depends on him. After a round of demonic swipes, Lin Fan began submitting crusade quests in bulk. You have completed the C-rank crusade, hunt the spectral two-headed crocodile 50-50, plus 3 freedom points, plus 4 skill points, 30 silver coins, plus 4,000 experience. You have completed the level D collection quest, the skeleton archer's badge of life 30-30. The low-level crusade attribute points added are not much, but a mosquito leg is also meat. Lin Fan's hunter level had risen from black iron to bronze, and he had been able to pick up a C-rank character. It usually takes at least half a month of livering to raise a level, and just finding quest monsters is also very time-consuming, and the further you go the harder it is to upgrade. The good thing was that there was a wide variety of demons in the City Watch quest in front of us, and you could always run into the quest objective a few times during a brush round. Quests that are never completed are simply abandoned and picked up again. A dozen hours to complete 65 C/D level quests. The crusade alone was worth 130 free points and 154 skill points, combined with the quest rewards gained for each round of fending off demonic attacks. The two added up to a very substantial amount. However, Lin Fan was not yet satisfied. Relying only on these 300 plus skill points in his hand, he still could not meet the requirements of the 4-system Mage hidden quest. Still have to brush. Still have to liver. Madness. Imperial Demon is crazy. 13,000 gold coins to take the cruiser. 13 million spent just like that. Imperial Demon's financial power is no less than that of Empty City. With this divine armor, the Chaotic Sins Guild has already reserved a guild stronghold. Imperial Auction House. The cruiser set was a hit. Ding dong. Lin Fan received an auction house email. There was a clattering sound of scattering coins, and after deducting the transaction fee, a total of 11,700 gold coins fell into Lin Fan's pocket. Damn. So many gold coins. Lin Fan sucked in a breath of cool air. He didn't understand the world of the gods Ho at all, and the money earned actually made him feel a bit uneasy with his conscience. The set that was so hard for others to brush out by exploding their livers to the point of crying. He had the Orc Heretic title to add to it, but it was just a matter of brushing it for a few hours before he beat it out. Under normal circumstances, the loot from a legendary level 60 player hidden quest would be split between dozens of top players. He, Lin Fan, was alone. That's the beauty of having the ability to single brush. This archer's equipment was just the tip of the iceberg in his package. Thousands of level 15 to 25 green equipment are enough to satisfy the leveling needs of most ordinary players. At the market price of 30 silver coins apiece, you can sell 300 gold coins just for these rags. But Lin Fan didn't intend to sell it, but had other uses for it. It was the 300 or so high-grade blue suits in his hand that were the mainstay. Blue suits are the ones that can make guild elite players' hearts flutter at this stage of existence, selling for 10 to 20 gold coins for a single piece. As most players reach level 20, the price will only get higher. This batch was enough to arm a 60-man warband, capable of influencing the scale of victory or defeat in a guild war. Ding dong. Lin Fan received the email again, and this time it was from Etched Bone. 500 gold coins. Lin Fan smiled with satisfaction and raised his hand to throw a whole set of Skyrim Knight heroic outfits into the mailbox for express delivery. This outfit adds 500 points of blood, 400 points of physical defense, and 300 points of magic resistance to the attribute panel alone, which is quite luxurious. With its own 15-second damage reduction 35% awakening skill, wearing it will become a humanoid fortress on the battlefield. Echidna, I don't even know what to say to thank my teacher. Ebonized Bone knew very well that this price was definitely a friendly price. If this set of equipment was put into the auction house, it would definitely be speculated to the sky by those few big knights. the price would only be higher than the cruiser, with the skill of crotch pulling, so at least that player called the White Moon Empress wouldn't miss it. Holding more than 20,000 gold coins in his hand now, Lin Fan had a lot more confidence. Tap on the mall and find Guild Stronghold battle seats. You are about to consume 5,000 gold coins. Do you confirm? Lin Fan took a deep breath. He had waited for this moment for a long time, and had long since begun planning for it from the first day of his rebirth. The equivalent of 5 million RMB spent. In his previous life he might have been heartbroken, but now Lin Fan is clear that 3 years from now, virtual reality will merge, and the currency in reality will be like waste paper. Besides, without power, all the money in the world is nothing. Confirmed. Lin Fan settled his mind. You have gained a guild token. Please name your guild. The system beep sounded, and Lin Fan took a moment to consider and said in a deep voice, the guild name will be Godslayer. Why not Demon Slayer? Lin Fan's eyes showed a fierce light because he knew it in his heart. In the apocalyptic world, no matter how the gods give mankind strength and power, in the final analysis, the trialists are just weapons built by the gods, and the gods are the cause of all the woes that lead to the cataclysm. Gods or heavenly demons. He, Lin Fan, would slaughter them one by one as long as he was still alive. Region announcement. Congratulations. Player Mortal God created the guild, Godslayer, and obtained a guild war seat. Regional announcements. What? The Mortal Gods. He didn't even go to the Kong family compound's 200 million annual salary, but he actually created the guild for himself. There's going to be a change in the sky. I'm afraid these large guilds like Dragon Marks, Heaven's Providence, and Chaotic Sins have a rival. The entire world channel was abuzz. So many days had passed since the opening of God's domain, and there were hundreds of announcements of obtaining a guild war seat. Everyone had been stone used to seeing it for a long time, and it wouldn't have been such a surprise. But the problem is that the creator turned out to be a former blocked Triple Crown winner. That's a serious problem. Today's times are different. Before the Triple Crown King, because of the fake race, was reduced to a laughingstock, who did not expect to be able to God's domain in his own strength, successively thwarted the process of dragon traces and Heaven's gift copy. The unstoppable Yakancheng was even tragically killed multiple times. Turning down a $200 million annual salary and choosing to create his own guild signaled the return of the former holographic online gaming god of law as king. Echidna, not much else to say. Kinda my master one. Of scattering money. Although Ebonized Bone was surprised by Lin Fan's creation of the guild. But this guy has a very high IQ and doesn't care. The World Channel immediately sent 666 gold red envelopes. Empress Haoyu, congratulations O mortal god. Looking forward to the next deep cooperation. Chaotic Sin Imperial Demon, I look forward to us battling it out in the guild wars. Successively a number of big brothers stood out to spread wealth and congratulations. Attracted the players' fire pincers surrounded. Grab red envelopes or grab to the soft hands. I remember this Imperial Demon guy. Battle Maniac. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. The boss of Chaotic Sins was a public company boss. Once a handful of S-rank awakened Thunderbolt archers gave several major guilds a huge headache. Just now Lin Fan ignored the private chat of the person who messed with the sin. And this guy didn't hold a grudge. Belonging to the category of maniacs who were very enthusiastic about fighting. Player Purple Sword level 17. Occupation, Warrior applies to join the guild. Player Demon in the Snow level 16. Profession. System prompts rang out one after another, and in a split second's work more than 300 players popped up, all because of the Triple Crown King's name wanting to join, Godslayer. Lin Fan faintly shook his head and chose to temporarily turn off the application channel. Soldiers are not as numerous as they are precise. Black Iron level guilds can only hold a maximum of 300 people. If you want the guild to level up faster, then you need a lot of professional life players to join. Taking out the slots for life players, there aren't many slots left for main combat players. These members should not be weak, and at the same time, they should be credible enough so as not to allow other guilds to plant 007 in. Otherwise it would be very tricky for key strategic layouts to be leaked out by the time the stronghold battle was fought. You sent an invitation for membership to Player Master Kai's expedition. You sent a membership invitation to Player Crazy Lunatic. You are sending a message to the player clearing the air. Fatty, I'm only level 2. Fan, are you sure you want me to slow you down? Crazy man, mom. Where did you get so much money? Did you get a rich woman? I'm not that lucky. Qingfeng, ? Player Master Kai's expedition agreed to the invitation. Fatty and Crazy quickly agreed to join the guild. These two buddies need no introduction. One is a good brother who shares the same pain and suffering, and the other is a dog-headed mastermind from the military academy. The bottom line is that they are both trustworthy. As for inviting the Qingfeng who had been forced to run away from Dragon Trace, the technical forum warrior section blogger, this was something Lin Fan had thought about before. In his previous life, Qingfeng's first career awakening was only at rank B. and his strength was not ranked on the warrior list. However, he had a characteristic that was hard for ordinary players to have. He was not only proficient in the warrior school of operational play, but he also knew a lot about other professions. Qingfeng once wrote the all-occupation restraint strategy, which was a firestorm in the whole god's domain. A 50,000 word occupation teaching paper, almost a must-read boutique for every newbie in the pit. Most of the players at this stage of the fighting ability is a mess. Fighting to all chopping and shooting. Simply than the competition who charge more money who was equipped with good only. If Qingfeng could be roped in to join the guild and allow him to take on the position of chief instructor, it would be a considerable boost to the battle power of the entire guild's players. My last guild was in Dragonstrike. Do you trust me? Qingfeng sent a private message, and Lin Fan replied with a smile. Not sure yet, but I trust your level of game theory. After a long period of silence, Qingfeng looked at the private messages coming from the friends list method, all of which were abusive insults sent by previous teammates of the Dragon Trace Guild. He was chilled by remarks that he was a traitor, glassy-eyed, and so on. I don't like fighting equipment. Just come if you manage my equipment, Qingfeng said after a moment of contemplation. Small problem. Lin Fan smiled faintly and threw over a set of level 20 blue boutique warrior outfit worth over 100 gold coins. Qingfeng did not expect the other party to be so forthcoming and immediately agreed to the membership invitation. After completing this, Lin Fan continued to bury his head in the monsters. Checking the time, the Guild War still had more than a day to open, and most players were now burying their heads in a feverish leveling binge. Level 20 is a watershed, because level 20 will be able to carry out the regular professional awakening, but also on the level 20 new equipment, will have a qualitative transformation of their own strength. Another hour passed, and 3 hours later the demonic siege ended. It's done. I've fucking become it. I'm the sword god of the world. Fan, read the notice. You must read it. I will make a name for myself. At this time, Fatty suddenly sent out a voice ghost call, scaring Lin Fan into a jolt. Region announcement, unbelievable. Player Master Kai's expedition has completed the S-rank hidden profession quest, 1,000 hammers. Obtained S-rank hidden profession, light and dark sword envoy. Rewarded with 100 own attribute points, 120 skill points, 10 talent points, and 150 gold coins. As soon as the news came out, the players on the World Channel were in an uproar. The first S-ranked hidden profession was actually a level 1 player. I would have been heartless. Shit, this is really stepping on shit. How else could a level 1 player possibly awaken an S-rank profession? Tianya Love, where did you pick up the quest? 50 gold coins bounty for quest clues. It's too anticlimactic. Dragon Scar Warblade, on what grounds? I'm in the top 50 of the rank list, and I'm wearing a level 20 blue suit. So why would an S-rank hidden profession be given to a novice warrior? Master Kai's expedition, geez, don't even argue. Man, I got through it with good skills, so you guys just wash yourselves out. Lin Fan was amused by this guy. Master Kai continued to play beyond the channel and said, you guys can't do anything if you're not happy. Remember, this master is the European emperor. I'm not sure if you know what I'm talking about, but I'm sure you know what I'm talking about, and those who pull me into the guild don't want to think about it. I'm the second leader of the Godslayer. The fat man who had been abused 998 times before he was able to pass the level in a shocking manner had long been delirious, and now he only wanted to vent his inner grievances in a brain. It made those players who considered themselves warrior gods angry to the point of splitting their livers, wondering on what grounds the benefits were all taken up by those associated with the mortal gods. Cut the crap. I'll pull you into the copy and take you to level 20 with 3 hours left. Lin Fan sent out a team invitation. Fatty, what? 3 hours to level 20? Fatty froze, suspecting that Lin Fan was jealous of his natural talent and was now starting to talk nonsense. Or what? Look at my current rank. Lin Fan laughed lightly. I'll be damned. 24 levels at 90%? Ranking list number 1. Are you eating pig feed to upgrade? Fatty's mouth owed a great deal of cursing, unable to believe his own dog's eyes. Eat your ass. Lin Fan cursed without a good breath. Brush leveling progress was quite a bit faster than Lin Fan expected. The number of demons in these last 4 hours was not large, but their levels were all around level 25 to 29, each with incredibly thick blood, but the experience brought by killing them was equally exaggerated. Where are you? 10 minutes later, a bare-chested, white-haired level 1 dapper guy appeared, with all of his equipment off his body due to the level reduction. Fatty was confused and looked around for Lin Fan. Where are you looking? I'm in front of you. Lin Fan was speechless, and Fatty looked at him dumbfounded for half a day. Boss Lin, NPC. I fucking kind of understand. You don't have hangings. You should be a game planner, right? The fat man's godly bold assumption. I'm your father. Lin Fan jumped up and slapped him on the head. Blitz minus 99. The lovable fat man was almost sent back to the spring with a slap on the wrist. Just stay right here. I'll open the brush. Lin Fan sighed. Wait, I'll try the new skill. The fat man touched his head and showed his teeth and laughed, stretching out a hand. An eye-catching white inflammation erupted from his palm, which was one of the two-handed swords used by the holy sword envoy Glacier. The light law sword. Not a moment later, Lin Fan's face froze. The fat man raised his eyes in embarrassment and muttered, "Damn, not enough blue, a little short." The fat man's level was too low, and the originally powerful and domineering magic sword was only the length of his little finger in his hand. Lin Fan's mouth twitched, patting his shoulder and saying in a serious manner, "For this length of words, let's not pull it out." Oh, exclusion. Gray. Fatty sat next to the hangout. The upgrade speed is comparable to riding a rocket. The first 10 levels are basically a few elite monsters to rise one level. After the last 3 rounds of magic swipes, Fatty leveled up to level 19. Even if you didn't helicopter to level 20, the leveling efficiency could only be described as outrageous. Poor. Really poor. A level 25 elite boss just exploded a bunch of rags for me. The last elite boss fell, and the expected purple blow didn't appear. Only a few level 25 blue suits with average attributes. You have gained 5 gold coins. You have obtained a copy of the Dragon Maiden quest scroll. Wait, abyssal copy clues? Lin Fan was stunned and opened his package to check the scroll. The lost ruins of the Frost Dragon Kingdom. Travel outside of Purple Cloud in search of the Maiden Clue. You will die 9 deaths, but the gods will bless you. Good luck. The mission coordinates appeared on the minimap. Purple Cloud City is the second town the player needs to reach, farther away from Edgar City, and the intensity of the demons is quite a bit stronger than near the city of EI. However, some players who choose to run the main quest first will choose to rush over there brainlessly first, opening up teleportation coordinate points to make it easier to ride the teleportation array over there afterward. Abyssal level copy difficulty. Kind of interesting. Lin Fan came to be interested. It was hard enough to reach the legendary level for general quests, and the abyssal level was just as the name suggested. It would be a nightmare for players. In the previous life, the service was opened for half a year before the first abyssal level copy was conquered by a group of professional players. However, the higher the difficulty of the Divine World copy, the harvest will be exponentially higher. The most typical feature of an abyssal level copy is that it can burst out legendary equipment, and A rank and above skill books may also appear. The 24-hour countdown to the devil's attack is over. The screen switched before Lin Fan and Fatty's eyes. The demons in the distance no longer gathered, and the NPC soldiers and terrain around them returned to their original state. Region announcement. Player Mortal God is like the Lord of Earthly Gods, defending the attack of the demonic swarms in the outer city of Edgar. Legendary tier copy first pass achievement reached. Experience value reward of 100,000, 30 skill points, 25 free attribute points, 30 gold coins, and 20,000 reputation. As soon as the region-wide notice came out, the World Channel collectively lost its voice, surprisingly feeling a slight numbness. No wonder I was able to brush out a whole set of archer equipment, so I ran into a legendary copy. Well, it's a good thing it didn't say it was done in a single swipe. It would have been horrible if it was done in a single swipe. Numerous top-playing parents breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that there were no duplicate solo achievements displayed. Have self-compassion. That the Mortal God is originally a professional player. The game up than others have an advantage. Coupled with strong teammates to assist, past the legendary level copy is reasonable. However, Lin Fan had brought a drag along with him, and the entire time the fat man was left to his own devices to drum up the skills of his new profession. Not to mention contributing anything. What? Why isn't it weird anymore? Fatty fiddled with the dual Dharma sword in his hand and looked up at Lin Fan in wonder. Your grandfather's hang-up still hang-up addicted. The task has been completed. Lin Fan laughed and scolded. But also the fat man, this guy thick-skinned. Rubbing experience, rubbing the heart of peace. Then I'll go on to do quests to upgrade. And when I'm at level 20 is when I'll really stand up for myself. Man, Fatty heatedly laughed. Lin Fan smiled without saying anything. The S-rank awakened professions were indeed strong. But the special skills that came with the professions required a lot of time to polish, especially with a dual sword school like Light and Dark Sword Envoy. It's hard to maneuver when it comes to basic professions. The shield defense is now discarded, and 2 primary weapons can be worn, as well as the ability to enchant the weapons with light and dark magic. Maximizing attack gains will mean that the difficulty of the operation will skyrocket. Right, I almost forgot to ask you, how did you pass the mission? You actually messed up such a limit? Lin Fan asked curiously. Fatty gave a grim smile and raised an eyebrow at him. I'm so close to dying last 2 times I'm going to delete my number. But who is Master Kai? A genius. Lin Fan heard the fat man finish, and was immediately stunned. He thought it was the fat man who was relying on a fancy skill set as well as a bit of luck to win. Who knew that this dude was really relying on his intelligence? Earlier, this kid saw that he was going to level up to 0, so he changed his mind and spent 10 gold coins to buy a wagon load of spirits to give to Glacier. What kind of person is Glacier? He's a super drunk. And he's drunk as a skunk after a big meal. That's when Fatty Chicken Shit challenged him. Sure enough, Glacier made a fatal mistake and really caught him, managing to hit the blood -1 and complete the S-rank trial. You kind of got the gist of this game. Lin Fan had to be convinced that being poor was far better than being an iron-headed waif in the Divine Realm world with a good brain. Take the gear. I'd been brushing all day. It's time to get offline and get something to eat. Lin Fan threw a level 20, bloody 1000 horseman, warrior set to Fatty. Fatty playfully accepted it and said, "Brother Fan, you're mixing so well. Tomorrow, I'll come to you. Move out of that shitty rental house, and we'll get an offline guild spot." Lin Fan nodded as he sniffed. He had exactly that intention. Now that he wasn't short of money, there was no need to snail in the shantytown. Besides, his gaming pod was long outdated, and it was hard to last long without nutrient support. Further, most guilds have their own offline studios for things that are inconvenient in-game. After all, meeting in the virtual world always lacks credibility for most players, and it's safer to meet offline. Lin Fan disconnected from the game and went offline. Slightly tired, he climbed up from the game pod. It was physically bearable to keep bursting into monsters, but it was indeed a torture to the spirit. At 10 o'clock in the evening, he sent a message to his sister, and after learning that the dean had personally approached her to study her condition, having an internal medicine specialist to take care of her put Lin Fan's mind at ease. I have to say that Chenwei, that grandson's character, is not good, but it is true that the ability to do things is first class. No wonder it is deeply valued by Lu Xingchen. I'm the only one who holds tens of millions of dollars in his hand and still likes to eat boiling water noodles, right? Lin Fan laughed to himself and found a plate to cover the bubbly. It is indeed true to say that he likes to eat instant noodles. The years of doomsday survival. Every trialist eats magical beast meat until they go crazy. Instant noodles, a product of the technological epoch, is a scarce commodity. Unbelievable to play such a god start in just a few days. Tian Chi, Dragon Trace, Gods, and Heavenly Demons. We'll see. Lin Fan sat on the balcony and lit a cigarette, breathing in the air greedily. The gorgeous night scene outside the window made him nostalgic. In 3 years, all of this would change dramatically, and this rare moment of leisure was worth savoring. Knock knock. An untimely knock sounded on the door. Someone would come looking for me at this late hour? It couldn't be that woman Lu Xingchen, could it? Lin Fan frowned and stood up. The trialist's characteristic sense of crisis kept him still, and there were no lights on in the living room, so he was going to look through the cat's eye to see who the other guy was before he said anything. The knocking on the door became much more urgent, and Lin Fan felt more and more bad. Lin Fan, open the door to talk to you. An impatient voice came from outside the door, and Lin Fan still didn't respond. Snail living here for 2 years. Usually almost no one door-to-door initiative to find him. Even to pay rent to the landlord is on the phone transfer. Don't pretend. The meter on your house downstairs keeps spinning. I suggest you be honest about it. The woman continued. Lin Fan sighed. The person looking for trouble seemed to be a bit professional. Wait a moment. I'll be right there. Lin Fan settled his mind and said calmly. You guys looking for me? Just open the door to the room. 3 men and a woman stood in the doorway. A few men are tall and big. A face of horizontal meat does not look like a good man. Lin Fan took a half step back vigilantly. Not out of fear, but the awareness of a trialist, pulling back ready to strike at a moment's notice. Introduce yourself. My name is Qian Jiao, Dingsheng Group Legal Department. The woman had a gorgeous makeup, wore a leather jacket with long hair, and had a very strong attitude. Seeing that Lin Fan was cold and didn't say anything, Qian Jiao hummed lightly and laughed. What? It's not convenient to invite us in for a seat? Sit. Of course. Lin Fan laughed meaningfully and invited Qian Jiao and the others into the living room. 2 of the bodyguards blocked the doorway while the other stood behind Lin Fan, which made Lin Fan feel very uncomfortable. You should know what we are, right? Qian Jiao asked. I know. The consortium behind the Dragon Trace Guild. Lin Fan picked up the noodles. He expected that Ecom City would come to trouble him, but he didn't expect it to come so quickly. Long story short then, the meaning conveyed to me from above is clear. You have 3 choices. Qian Jiao took out a stack of documents from her bag and casually placed them on the coffee table. Lin Fan patiently smiled and said, You say. First, join Dragon Mark with an annual salary of $500 million and serve as vice president. Second, a one-time payment of $1 billion for your buyout, and you delete your number and quit Divine Domain. Third, shiver. Shiver. Qian Jiao's words lurched, and there was more than a trace of anger in her eyes. Lin Fan had actually eaten a large mouthful of noodles in front of her, not putting her in her eyes at all. Cool. What about the third point? Lin Fan took the time to look up. Third, You will go in and squat for more than 10 years due to the exposure of the actual evidence of the fake match back then. Qian Zhao sneered. Lin Fan continued to bury his head in the noodles after hearing this. With the strength of the Ding Sheng Consortium wanting to plant evidence on himself was simply easy. And at one time the Heaven's Best Club had done just that, making him infamous. This time, on the other hand, Yakangcheng was going to throw him into a cell, which wasn't too different in essence. He just didn't understand why the group was so disgusting. It's okay to be bullied and humiliated in a previous life, but this is still the same thing in this life. Did he really think that Lin Fan was a weakling to be pinched? Qian Zhao smiled gently and said, Lin Fan, I also play this game of God's domain. I know that you are very good in the game again, if it is not that the young director looks up to you. Otherwise you are not even qualified to sit here and negotiate with me. Then beautiful girl, you are very noble, yo. Lin Fan teasingly shook his head, and the bodyguard behind him immediately crumpled his face, taking a step forward intending to give this ungrateful brat a little color. Chen Zhao frowned slightly and stopped the bodyguard's next move. Smiling, make your choice. Vice President of Dragon Mark? I'm not interested. Lin Fan finished his soup, stood up and threw away the phone box, and casually said, as for the $1 billion to buy me out of my retirement tour, to be honest the temptation is not enough. So your choice is. Qian Zhao's face changed. Her tone became gloomy. Her index finger tapping the papers on the coffee table sneered. Mr. Lin, even if you don't think about yourself, you should at least think about your sister, who is seriously ill and hospitalized, and will have to undergo an operation next month to come. As soon as these words were uttered, the killing intent in Lin Fan's eyes instantly flashed, which touched his bottom line. The biker in front of me is playing with fire. You guys seem to have investigated quite carefully. Professionals indeed. The smile remained on Lin Fan's face as he turned around and rubbed shoulders with the bodyguard behind him and laughed. Sorry, my mouth is full of oil. Wash your face. The rental house wash basin was right next to the kitchen. When Lin Fan finished washing his hands and turned around again, Chen Zhao's face suddenly changed and she bounced up from the sofa in fear. What do you want to do? I just saw that the kid was actually twisting 2 kitchen knives in his hands. The several tall bodyguards were also taken aback, completely not expecting Lin Fan to be so ballsy. What do you think I'm doing? Coming up to my house to spread your wildness? Do I still have to offer you up? Lin Fan said calmly. Little brat, you seek death. The bodyguard standing in front of him suddenly snapped, pulling out a throwing stick from his pocket and smashing his head against Lin Fan's face. Lin Fan's eyes were cold as he sidestepped and dodged, kicking the man in the ankle, causing the other to yell out in pain. The kitchen knife in his hand flicked backhandedly and smashed the back of the knife hard on the back of the opponent's neck, and the bodyguard almost stumbled and fainted. Qian Zhao and the other 2 bodyguards looked dumbfounded. I've never heard that the former esports genius was still a practiced athlete? Raising his foot and stomping down the bodyguard who tried to stand up, Lin Fan's face was flushed with a ruthlessness. Killing was only at his whim. Normally these professional fighters were really not easy to deal with, but the other party saw that he was young and not physically strong, so they took it lightly. Besides, with him being a reborn and returned trialist, even though this body was ridiculously weak, he could chop these things up twice with his battle sense. Lin Fan's face was cold. His breath was smooth. One foot stepped on the bodyguard's face, and the terrifying aura emanating from his body made Qian Zhao and the others' hearts go cold. I choose the 4th condition. You roll or die. Lin Fan gave an ultimatum. Lin Fan, remember, you missed the chance to make peace. You'll die an ugly death if you go against us. There are countless ways to make you regret it. Qian Zhao forced her composure to put away the documents. For some reason she actually detected the flavor of horror in a youth. Subconsciously every cell was frantically begging for help, only thinking of getting out of here quickly. Lin Fan's face didn't have too many waves. The bodyguard who was almost punched unconscious was dragged out of the room by him twisting up the waistband of his pants. I won't send you guys downstairs. Take your time. From the balcony, he watched Qian Zhao and the others get into a Cullinan before Lin Fan returned to his room. Jiangchuan City was always too small, and it was too simple for the horsemen under the Dingxing Consortium to find him. Lin Fan once again lit a cigarette to soothe his emotions. He had long since gotten used to being hunted down, and in his previous life this situation could only be described as minor. But in this world sister is still alive. Still need to have a dependence like him. Can't go risk to fight hard with Yakangcheng to the end. Lin Fan was considering whether he should have to pick his sister up from the hospital overnight, preferably to find a new big city with better medical conditions. Between the lingering smoke, Lin Fan's inner anger and killing intent coiled in his chest. A single person's strength trying to fight against a giant power was tantamount to hitting a stone with an egg. It was fine in the Divine Realm world. He could play Ekong City and the others to death. But this was the real world. There were many factors to consider. Although he wasn't afraid of things, the feeling of being missed by thieves all the time was very unpleasant. Fuck. Lin Fan couldn't help but curse. And under the strong emotional fluctuations, he suddenly felt a heavenly rotation, followed by his eyes starting to ache intensely. His left eye to be exact. The light before his eyes suddenly became strange, and the images of the divine realm world and the real world began to switch back and forth, for a time making him unable to distinguish whether it was an illusion or the real thing. Well, what the hell happened? A few minutes later, Lin Fan sat paralyzed in front of the bed, the feeling of continuous deep breaths that were difficult to take calming down. Just as he was plunged into doubt, the lights in the rented house suddenly went out. A cold breeze brushed his cheeks, and his heartbeats suddenly became faster. Bad. Could it be Qian Zhao and the others have killed back? As Lin Fan was thinking this, he jerked his head up towards the balcony fence, and his heartbeat suddenly stuttered. A silhouette shaped like a spirit cat was crouching on the fence, its long black hair dancing wildly in the wind, and a pair of chillingly bright eyes were staring at him. You look like such a wimp in reality. A clear and cold female voice rang out, and the figure jumped off the fence in a very weird movement, like a sharp sword filled with killing intent coming out of its sheath. The sound of metal clashing exploded. Lin Fan's wrist tiger's mouth was bleeding, torn apart by a huge force. Luckily, the kitchen knife in his hand saved his life, while his body was forced down on the bed by the woman. Who the fuck are you? Do I know you well? Lin Fan couldn't see the other person's face. His forehead veins rippled as he fought to block the short sword in the person's hand with his kitchen knife. The opponent's amazing hands made Lin Fan's back in cold sweat. Then the light from the window could barely tell that the woman was quite intolerant in her looks, and the other guy's body is strongly pressed against him, and his body seems to be quite wow. But although the girl is good cannot pick up even if, but also hands to slaughter him, Lin Fan simply have no time to appreciate. Didn't you want to seek death? I've come to find you. Why is the hallowed Dharma god afraid? The woman teasingly laughed softly, like a cat playing with a mouse. It seemed that both sides were wrestling against each other, but Lin Fan could clearly perceive that the other side still had some strength left, clearly leaving his dog's head untaken, in order to just humiliate him. This body is so fucking jacked up, so weak. Lin Fan was anxious in his heart. His weak body couldn't keep up with his mind at all. Otherwise it was impossible to be this passive. After a few seconds, Lin Fan saw that the other party was still beeping. He sort of resigned himself to his fate and simply let go of the chopper with a loose hand. Die. Hurry up. Lin Fan completely swung for the fences. With this woman's stature it was easy to kill him. Resisting would only make himself more humiliated. The woman was a little surprised. Nighttime in the bedroom. Four eyes met. Bodies pressed against bodies, and a strange atmosphere filled the room. After a while of this stalemate, Lin Fan's hands were numbed by the other party and squirmed slightly. So an inexplicable hand, swimming up the dragon, easily gripped her brute waist. What's wrong with having a good time when you're dying? Lin Fan blushed and muttered to himself. Pow! The woman bounced away electrically and subconsciously slapped the smelly rascal. She was all but shocked by Lin Fan's sudden lewd behavior. Shit! Whip me! Lin Fan will not be spoiled. Killer is male or female. The other party has not returned to God, but also solidly received his slap. Where has the female assassin ever received this aggravation? Froze by the steel straight man's slap to the dumbfounded, standing in front of the bed to cover the cheeks, do not know what to do. Lin Fan stared at the other party's petite body for a moment, dumbfounded. This shouldn't be crying, right? Never thought that a female killer with such a good hand, she'd cry? Who's the victim and who's the victimizer? Anyway, people like you deserve to die, 10,000 times over. The female assassin broke her defense and forced her little pearl to yell at Lin Fan. How familiar is that tone? Lin Fan frowned, once again took a close look at the female assassin from top to bottom, and was suddenly startled. Empty. Are you blank? Lin Fan was a bit confused. What kind of a day is tonight? First the people from Empty City came to the door to find fault, and then the blank line to engage in assassination. The eyes are still inexplicably hard to see. So is the goddamned game even playable anymore? Good boy. Don't cry. Baby, be obedient. Okay? Lin Fan found the tissues on the bedside table and kindly comforted. As a result, the more Blank thought about it, the more aggrieved he was, even if he was killed by this smelly man in the game. In reality, he still had to be taken advantage of. But on the contrary, he couldn't do anything to him, so he cried even more, pearly wailing, heartbreakingly sad. Lin Fan slapped his head. Today was really like hitting a ghost. Half a meter away from the blank chick, an effort to convey tissues for her to wipe her nose in tears. When we get on the game tomorrow, it's always okay to let you kill 8 or 10 times. In reality we have one life. You've come to stab me with a knife. I can't take no advantage at all. The blank chick is considered to have completely captured Lin Fan's soft underbelly. He is a real straight man of steel, but what he is most afraid of is women crying. Because of this trick, Yi Shaoxian often used it and tried it 100 times. I don't want to say anything more to the likes of you. It was a mistake for the hall master to ask me to come to you in the first place. You don't deserve to join us at all. After a long time had passed, Blank finally spoke with a face full of disgust. Shopkeeper? Is selling something? It's not a scam, right? Lin Fan was stunned and asked curiously. Blank twisted his head to look at him with a murderous gaze. Lin Fan grinned, just kidding. Why are you angry? I vaguely feel that you look much better in real life than in the game. Especially the small nose and small eyes are very easy on the eyes. Blank sniffed and nearly had another emotional meltdown. Was small nose and small eyes some kind of high-end adjective? There was one thing to be said for turning on the lights before Lin Fan saw the Blank in its true form. Dressed in a black close-fitting tactical suit, with a shapely and slender figure, a face with a fair complexion, and a pair of electric eyes edged with a little tear mole. She gave off a feeling that was both cold and flirtatious. No wonder people are so angry. I dare say I just took a big advantage. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. Blank was so angry at hearing this that he was about to spit out blood, his chest heaving violently as he tried to control his emotions. I won't tease you anymore. Say it, what is the reason for your ancient martial arts family to come to me? Lin Fan said with a smile. You. Blankheart was shocked, feel very surprised. Do not understand. The other party seems to be very clear about their own origin. It was important to realize that ordinary people had no access to them at all. And even the top echelons of Huaxia only had a handful of people who knew of the existence of the ancient martial world. If you still want to enter the divine realm undisturbed, I'm only going to say this once, and you'd better listen to me, Blank squarely said. A few moments later, Blank explained her intentions. She was entrusted by an organization called Immortal Spirit Hall to come to find him. The purpose was very clear, that she came to take Lin Fan to join the layout in the divine realm, the Temple of the Immortal Spirit. Lin Fan's heart was startled by huge waves. When the ultra-hardcore mode was initially opened, there had been a very large force that had almost integrated the ancient martial science and heavenly rank powerhouses in the divine realm. Regardless of any cost, this group of people poured out the first line of defense against the heavenly devil with blood and tears, forcibly guarding the temporary peace of the pure land of China. This force was none other than the Immortal Spirit Hall. When he had contacted Blank before, Lin Fan had suspected that this woman was from an ancient martial arts family, and it seemed that his guess was correct. However, Lin Fan was still a bit surprised. To be clear, that the game had only been opened for a few days. The layout of the Immortal Spirit Hall was so ahead of its time that even the divine assassin Blank had been a member of the Immortal Spirit Hall for a long time. In his previous life, although Lin Fan was a little famous amongst the players, because he had delayed the progress of the divine realm for too long, he could only be considered a small shrimp and naturally could not attract the attention of the Immortal Spirit Hall. And this time, they had even approached themselves. Lin Fan didn't know whether he was lucky or unlucky. Join the Immortal Spirit Hall and we can offer you protection, Blank said directly and plainly. Obviously she knew what happened to Lin Fan. What about Long Streak's side? Lin Fan thought about it and said that the Immortal Spirit Hall was an idle organization as of now, and wouldn't ask him to join any guilds or even ask him to do too much. Humph. Standing on the national level, the Ding Sheng Consortium is nothing more than a flag. What is there to worry about? Blank smiled disdainfully, simply looking down on the stream of empty city. That's true. Lin Fan laughed softly. It can be seen that the Immortal Spirit Hall is subordinate to the state. No matter how powerful the Ding Sheng Consortium is, in front of the state that is just a stronger ant. However, Blank had also explicitly stated that Lin Fan needed to get a guarantee from him to join the Immortal Spirit Hall, i.e., to be the first among hundreds of millions of players throughout all the regions, and always be loyal to your country. After Blank explained all this, he raised his hand and threw him a business card, telling him to call in the morning and someone would make arrangements for him. With that, Blank grunted coldly, got up, and walked out of the bedroom. The more wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. It's not just the large companies that have entered the divine realm, even the country is starting to make moves. Lin Fan secretly pondered, still feeling that he was a bit naive. Many settings and operations of this game, God's domain, were not regulated by any country, and in the face of such an unstable virtual world, it was unlikely that the higher echelons of Huaxia would sit back and do nothing about it. And he had rarely paid attention to this aspect in his previous life. Luckily, joining the Immortal Spirit Hall would finally spare him the worry of having to worry about being singled out offline again. Organizing his thoughts, Lin Fan yawned and walked out of the bedroom, intending to take a shower and sleep first. Now that he was ranked first in the rank list at level 26, it was almost impossible for others to catch up in a short period of time. Dropping, the electronic lock alarm sounded, and Lin Fan froze for a moment, realizing with a puzzled face that the Blank chick standing in front of the door actually hadn't left yet. Could it be that the woman was upset after being eaten? Intend to pay back exponentially. Lin Fan showed a wary look on his face, shielding his hands in front of his chest as he tried. Why aren't you leaving yet? The blank chick with her back to him blushed and said in a very small voice, the fingerprint lock is locked by you. I can't open it. Not. Don't you know ancient martial arts? The fact that you were able to flip in from the balcony just now means that you should be able to jump, right? Lin Fan said in a serious manner. This is the 13th floor. The corners of Blank's mouth twitched. If she didn't know how to curse, or she would have messed up her code. What's wrong with the 13th floor? It's not like you can't jump. Lin Fan looked at her very seriously, his eyes filled with anticipation. Just now it was too dark to see the elegance of the ancient martial artist clearly. This time he must look carefully and closely. I can't talk to a fool like you. The blank chick was so angry that her little feet stomped around, forcing her to drag Lin Fan by the collar to the door and forcefully unlock the fingerprint lock. Lin Fan stood in the doorway to send her downstairs, muttering, oh, if you're not practiced enough, just say so. What a big deal. Blank's blood pressure spiked again and his silver teeth clenched. Die 10,000 times. Die 10,000 times for me. The next day, Lin Fan called according to the business card given by Blank. The people of the Immortal Spirit Hall were very efficient, and in less than an hour's work, an SUV with a military license plate picked him up. The person who drove the car called himself Lao Su, the provincial military region. The specific position is not convenient to disclose. Lin Fan didn't think too much about it because it was useless to think about it. As long as the Immortal Spirit Hall could provide protection, it was fine. The car drove to the Ring City Lake Villa area. The old Su will Villa access control to him and hurriedly drove away, and said that the hospital side will have a person in charge of protection. Lin Fan was a bit confused though. The single house was decorated quite well and was equipped with 6 of the latest gaming pods as he had requested. He then didn't bother to pursue anything more. With Lao Su's cold attitude it was obvious that he wouldn't talk to him much. Check your equipment and get back online to God's domain. Time travel and screen switching. Lin Fan returned to the inner city of Edgar. Yesterday's 24-hour brush frenzy had cleaned up all the sin values, and finally I was able to walk down the street peacefully enough. Opening the equipment panel, all 12 pieces of the Fox Clan set that had made countless Thunder Mages dream were assembled by him. After a little bit of consideration, Lin Fan planned to replace the Demon Spirit Staff, Fox Race Boots, and Fox Race Shoulder Armor, with 3 pieces of extremely high-quality equipment afterward. Most players like to pursue sets to be able to get the Awakening Skill Enhancement effect. The enhancement effect in the Fox Clan weapon and defense set was a cockamamie. It was just that the Yi Thunder cooldown was 3 minutes less, and the cost effectiveness wasn't really that great. The correct way to open it is to keep the Fox defense to get the Yi Thunder effect, and the 3 empty pieces of equipment to put together another set of equipment to get the second Awakening Skill effect. The 3x3 model is the strongest fitting option at this stage. Lin Fan was still holding a rare holy object like the Elven Treasure Diamond in his hand. It would be a shame if he didn't use it to build legendary equipment. Lin Fan went straight to the equipment building street in the city. Adventurers, feel free to look around and tell me which one you see. A stout man stood at the door to solicit customers, and Lin Fan just went up and blocked him. Top quality extreme equipment can be customized. 99% discount on the whole site for the grand opening. The blacksmith is full of talk. Lin Fan is a little speechless. 99% off. What is the difference between this fucking with no discount? Lin Fan ignored him. There was more than one NPC of the same type in the Divine Realm. There were 8 blacksmith stores on this street alone, and the craftsmanship of each NPC could be said to be very different. Many players have complained in the forum. Continuous stepping on the pit met the blacksmith apprentice made out of equipment. Thousands of dollars to smash into knocked out a bunch of green rags. Therefore, finding a blacksmith to hammer iron is actually heavy on the luck factor. The legendary longbow from our master forger is mighty. Across the street, a forging/equipment store attracted the attention of a large number of players. Dozens of people stood in line at the entrance. The divine bow on Yakangcheng's body was from here. Super Kryptonite store. The forging cost is a full 5 times more than other stores. Lin Fan muttered to himself in his heart. This store is purely landlord exclusive. Both the price of ready-made equipment and the cost of forging are ridiculously high. However, it was indeed handcrafted by the master forger of the City of Air, and was able to guarantee the quality of the equipment forged, and the success rate was the highest amongst its peers. Lin Fan walked all the way to the end of the alley and stopped in front of a very simple-looking makeshift store. $1 billion girl's dream. I fucking spent 50 gold coins and dozens of materials to build a purple weapon. And you give me a line about a forging failure and that's it? Green shy guy, spicy next door. Refund, refund, old man. Inside the store, a red-bearded dwarf held a barrel of wine and poured it towards his stomach, ignoring the complaints of the many players. Told you guys a long time ago to take garbage and build it for me. It would just turn into a pile of garbage. The dwarf blacksmith solely also put up a sign of, closed for the day. Boss, order the gear. Lin Fan calmly walked into the store. Green shy boy, this dead midget exploded 2 out of 3 pieces of equipment. And there's a blue suit that turned into a white plate. You're still looking for him. Aren't you a fool with too much money? The surrounding players who had fallen for it looked puzzled. This dude jumped down knowing that there was a pit on the ground? Isn't that pure mendacity? Other blacksmiths get the forging materials. If there is a probability of forging failure, at most the quality of the equipment will be downgraded, while this old guy will only give back to the player a pile of broken iron. Lin Fan ignored the others and entered the store and walked over to the dwarf blacksmith Vader. Vader glanced at him with a frown and said with a huff of alcohol, 30% success rate for heroic suits, 20% success rate for elite suits. You're on your own. What about legendary equipment? Lin Fan teased. Vader put down the keg in his hand with a sniff, narrowed his eyes and smiled. Kid, you sound very ambitious nah. It's okay, I need 3 legendary outfits. Weapon, vestment, and shoulder armor. Can I order them? Lin Fan smiled bashfully. The players standing at the door watching the fun were shocked. Legendary 3-piece set? Empty City had only made 1 weapon and 1 battle armor by now. 1 on the weapon list and first on the defense list. Who's this guy? He's got such a big mouth. And to seek out this unreliable sand dollar dwarf to order equipment is pure psychotic behavior. If you really have the financial strength to go with the best materials, why not go to the opposite side of this equipment line, where the tycoon player belongs? Bring the holy relics. 100% success rate for a level 20 legend suit. Vader sent his little short legs towards the side of the operating table with a face full of disdain. You want Vader to submit an elven treasure diamond. Flutter. The apparatus on the operation map was swept away by the little short legs, and Vader stood up with unparalleled dismay. Really is a holy relic. Grey Dwarf Vader has an attitude shift. The next moment, Vader, disguised as a little electric motorized motor, closed the store door in a trice. The players outside defending their rights are confused. What's going on here? Vader hastily put on his old glasses and placed the crystal and gem of a diamond under the candle flame for closer inspection. Blessed by the god of grey dwarves, I have finally found the legendary forging divine material. Vader shook his head and muttered to himself with a face full of fervor. Can you build it? Don't waste my time if you can't build it. Lin Fan made a gesture to retrieve the precious diamond, and Vader hurriedly turned around and covered the holy relic in his arms, muttering, yes, there's no reason why I can't. What about the equipment drawings? I don't have the time to brush monsters to explode drawings, Lin Fan said, a hint of imperceptible laughter flashing through his eyes. Vader sniffed and cried out eagerly, I'll provide it. Of course I can provide it. It's just drawings. The last thing I need here is drawings. 2 legendary equipment drawing descriptions immediately popped up in front of Lin Fan. Eternal Fury Suit. Style traits, additional spell penetration effect, high blue bonus, high cooldown reduction, power Sacred Realm Suit. Style characteristics, additional true damage effects, high attack power bonus, high attack speed bonus. The cost of forging a single piece of equipment is 1,000 gold coins. Lin Fan revealed a satisfied smile. This was why he was looking for a pitiful dwarf to build his equipment. This old thing had an egg on him. When the player provided 2 subpar materials, he would haphazardly build the player a messy success rate. But if the player provided high-grade materials, this old thing would bring out his undercover forging skills. Not only does it provide the equipment drawings that must be used when customizing equipment, at the same time the handling fee is 10 times lower than the Forge Master Vis. Otherwise 3 pieces of legendary equipment would require $30 million in handling fees alone. Power Sacred Mirror 3-piece set it is, Lin Fan said with a smile. The attribute panel of the equipment was random, and the equipment style could only be judged by the overview, and compared to the 2, it was obvious that the second set of more equipment met his needs. Main weapon Forging Rough Embryo Condition, 1 out of 1 Elven Treasure Diamond, fulfilled. In addition you need to acquire 200 Fine Iron, 100 Vengeful Beast Fur, 30 Troll Leg Bones, 5 Sky Feather Crystals, and 3 War God Hearts. The system prompt appeared, and Lin Fan was a bit of a dilemma. He could handle the first 3 materials. Essence Iron could be broken down using a level 20 green suit, with a 20% probability of obtaining 1 Essence Iron, and with over 1100 green suits in his hand, he should be able to barely break them down. Hides, furs, leg bones, all just enough to explode when the demons attacked the city. The only thing was the Heavenly Feather Crystals and the Heart of the God of War, which were all extremely high quality materials second only to Holy Relics, and for a while, he really didn't know where to get them. Never mind. Let's do it next time, Lin Fan said regretfully. However, Vader, who had lit the stove with the intention of doing a big job, was anxious instead. Come on, what's next time? Now, give me 5 hours and I'll be done. Lin Fan helplessly shrugged his shoulders and said, I would like to, but unfortunately the materials aren't quite enough. So he told Vader about the lack of 2 extreme materials. Ha ha, it's hard to beat the knowledgeable me. Since you were able to get your hands on the holy relic, it means that you are far above the other adventurers. Vader sniffed and laughed. Lin Fan was stunned as the copy quest clue popped up. Hidden quest, Mystery of Feathering, clue, head to the Frozen Valley and find the entrance to the Feathering Kingdom's ruins. The riddle of feathering? If this copy remembers correctly, it should have been first passed and opened by someone from Heaven's Providence. After a player conquers a hidden quest in God's domain, some copies of the quest will be retained, while the difficulty is reduced to facilitate access for other players. Lin Fan had a deep impression of Feathered Mystery, which was a legendary level difficulty copy. If he hadn't completed the missing boundary stone first, then the first person to conquer the legendary copy would have been the Heaven's Best Club. Did you mission clue you ever give it to anyone else? Lin Fan questioned Vader. Vader sniffed a little heartily and said with a big stab, Kid, I'm a good judge of character, and I'm even more optimistic that you'll make it through. Sure enough, he wasn't the only one who knew about the Grey Dwarf Blacksmith's egg. The people at the Celestial Club should have known about it as well, and judging from Vader's behavior, the other party had submitted at least 1 extreme main material, otherwise they wouldn't have gotten the quest clue. That being the case, he had to move as soon as possible. Lin Fan understood in his heart that at this stage, Tian Chi Club, which had a large number of professional players, was in fact stronger than the overall combat power of the financially rich Long Hung. The efficiency of attacking difficult copies is naturally far from being comparable to that of a tycoon team. Lin Fan marked the directions on the minimap and ran fast all the way towards the Frozen Valley. Half an hour later, Lin Fan appeared on top of a snowy plain. Ice Bandits, level 27. HP, 36,000/36,000. Attack power, 580. Skills, continuous shooting, jumping slashes. There were quite a few elite monsters scattered on the snowy plains, and the attack attribute panels were a great deal stronger than the monsters near Edgar City. As soon as Lin Fan appeared, more than a dozen Ice Plains thieves surrounded him. Lin Fan raised his demon spirit staff and torrential rain began to fall over the snowy plains. Grade C water magic, Rainblade tidal wave. -200. -200. This type of magic is a sustained damage effect with a low value per damage. However, the number of Rainblades could not help but be amazing. Not to mention the full coverage within a 30-meter range. It could also create a linkage effect with the frozen ground, causing negative effects such as reduced movement speed of the target and probability of falling. The Ice Plains thieves fell to the ground, and Lin Fan summoned the Inferno Dragon with a wave of his hand, scorching it recklessly. -4170. -4170. 100 meters away. Multiple magic strikes. A mixture of 4 types of magic. The output efficiency was simply unresolved. Blitz 1500. -750. With a set of level 20 heroic sets in hand, Lin Fan's spell attack power now reached 800 points, and even if it was just a flat A attack, the blast damage was already quite considerable. Lin Fan simply did not dare to think that after completing the Professional Awakening, and then wearing the legendary 3-piece set, that output ability that would reach what heights, easily take care of the nearby elite minions and continue all the way. Just then, there was a fighting commotion in the distance. Lin Fan stopped vigilantly and looked up. One could only see dozens of players blocking the entrance to the Frozen Valley, besieging a large boss that was over a dozen meters tall. Troll King of the Ice Age, level 27, HP, 637000/800000. Attack power, 850. Skills, Troll Ruler, Relentless Pounding, Bone Cracking Maiming. The troll boss with greenish skin held a hammer, and every time it struck the ground hard, the entire valley rumbled and the wind and snow danced wildly, making the scene very shocking. However, although the Troll King was strong, the players he faced were all operating online, and several consecutive smashes failed to effectively kill the front row knights. Lin Fan also noticed that although the number of players was around 30, there were only a handful of people who actually got their hands on the boss. Most of the other players were on guard around the area, not sure if they were preventing anyone from approaching or watching out for small monsters interfering. The discipline and maneuvering alone shows how high the level of this group of players is, not at all like new players who are new to similar online games. Heaven's Best's people are really here already. Lin Fan's eyes flashed with a cold aura, and with a glance, he saw that the dual blade stream warrior at the top of the front output was Heat Song. Heat Song held a two-handed single blade in his hand and leaped high into the air, his body rotating as if he was transformed into a tornado. A series of more than 10 slashes viciously slashed at the boss's chest. Strike -1100, -550, -550. He had gotten the A-rank profession, Bright Blade Saint, a few hours ago. The twin swords had light-based enchantments on them, and their killing power was a whole lot higher than the last time they were seen. The Troll King's heavy hammer slammed down to counterattack, and Heatsong's double swords plunged into the ground, relying on inertia to easily dodge the attack. Heatsong laughed coldly and harshly, saying, "Having said that, this boss is so bulky, I can single-handedly brush it alone." Heavenly Sob, Master Tsong's hand is indeed bullish. I saw it with my own eyes just now when he single-handedly challenged a level 20 normal boss without any injuries. Heavenly Sorrow, with Master Tsong's great output present, what legendary copies aren't just passing through? A few players on the periphery kissed Heatsong's ass. Heatsong said coldly and proudly, "If you're a vegetable, practice more. Don't try to hug Lousy's thigh all day long. If you're really strong, then you should be able to kill Lin Fan alone, right?" A cold voice came from the team. The smile on Heatsong's face solidified as he sneered. "Last time, he was just careless. If I run into that dog again, I'll make him doubt his life." At this time, the Troll King was beaten to death and threw back his head to let out a berserk roar. Skill, Troll Ruler. Hundreds of giant wolf warriors emerged near the frozen valley. These giant wolf warriors were all elite monsters with a blood count of 60,000, which immediately made the Tianqi crowd notice the pressure. "Don't let the little monsters get close enough to interfere with my spell healing." The white-robed priest who had choked Heatsong earlier reacted quickly and commanded, "Teams 2, 3, and 4, all go to the left flank to intercept the small monsters. Sydney, follow me to support Heatsong and Shaolin." The three squads split up and each pressed their formation up, forcing the elite monsters to keep approaching the main battlefield. Lin Fan's face sank in the distance as he muttered to himself, "It should be her by the sound of her voice." The Troll King began to use his skills to power up. The front row of meat shield knights were knocked away with a hammer. The Troll King's giant palm swung in the air, intercepted them once again. -1,330, -1,557, -1,600. The B-Job Templar with at least 3 level 20 purple suits on his body was being hammered like a chick with a burst of hammering. Even if his blood level was as high as 7,000, he couldn't top it. Seeing that the meat shield was about to be killed, a silver hexagram lit up in front of the white-robed priest. Holy Light Magic, Defense Plus. Holy Light Magic, Lamentation of the Eternal One. Physical Resistance plus 300. Blood plus 800. Plus 900. Plus 1000. The Templar who was originally bloodied and about to die instantly had his blood lifted, while his physical resistance increased rapidly. The troll swung his hammer again, this time with the heavy strike skill but only dealing 1000 points of damage. And that's not the limit of this priest, as the hexagram glow once again shines across the field. Holy Light Magic, Life Goes On. An additional life aura appeared over the heads of more than 20 players, with plus 200 points of blood per second, along with an increased blood cap and increased double resistance. Immediately, the peripheral players were allowed to stabilize the battle line and began to counterattack the group of elite small monsters, not to mention the strength of our big sister. The number 1 priest in the whole district is well deserved. The number 1 in the entire region is nothing. Big sister is the number 1 in the entire service. Do you understand the gold content of the world's number 1 priest? A group of heaven's best players had fervor in their eyes. The presence of a white-robed priest had made them invincible from the opening of the service until now, and there was no copy that they couldn't open. This is the S-rank hidden profession Holy Spirit Priest. Lin Fan's face was gloomy. The white-robed priest had blonde hair and soft features that made her look soft and sweet, but she was an uncompromisingly ruthless character. If there was anyone in the Heaven's Best Club that Lin Fan was most afraid of, it was Qi Ziyue, the first holy priest of the Sword Journey. She was the captain of the Tianqi battle team. In addition to the club owner, in Tianqi she was the talker, in charge of all matters large and small. When he was at the Tianqi club, Lin Fan basically didn't ask about anything other than playing matches. Having been an orphan since childhood, he knows that he can only rely on himself in all matters and has no time to worry about what others think. But this gave Qi Ziyue a reason to bring the rhythm, intentionally or unintentionally pulling in other team members, inevitably allowing Lin Fan to be ostracized and isolated by others. This woman had a very deep heart, and not to mention that she specialized in the priest profession, but she was the most dangerous character in the Heaven's Best battle team. To talk about the fake match planting, Lin Fan could confirm that if Qi Ziyue hadn't masterminded it, it was because she had been instructed by the Tianqi boss. With Qi Ziyue stepping in to protect them, the members of his men began to sell their efforts to kill the monsters. The front row knights brainlessly resisted the Troll King's damage. Heatsong stayed close to all kinds of magnificent show operations, while Wu Shui and I stood in the back row, outputting the boss at full strength with another archer. These 6 people had all completed their professional awakening, and everyone's professional level was at least A rank or above. Plus their own operation was much stronger than the others, so it was difficult for a single Troll King to fight against them at all. 5 minutes later, the boss's blood level dropped to less than 200,000, and half of the summoned giant wolves died in battle. At this rate, this elite boss would surely become a bag of tricks for the heaven's best crowd. Adventurer, do you need me to do my bit? Suddenly, a voice sounded behind the crowd. Chizuyue looked back in surprise as an NPC wearing Imperial vestments appeared 100 meters away. NPC Imperial Mage? How did Boss Lin show up here? What kind of situation is this? Could it be that we've triggered some hidden quest? The Tianqi people looked at each other in dismay. There are no villages or strongholds near the ice field. How could an NPC suddenly be refreshed? Don't get distracted. Keep focusing on the boss. Chizuyue's willow brows were slightly knitted. Her concentration was overpowering, and a scolding made the crowd rush back to their senses. No thanks. Chizuyue responded indifferently. She understood that this game, God's Domain, was different from other online games, and that the appearance of NPC characters didn't necessarily mean chance, and very often could be a sign of an impending crisis. I am very strong and do not require any payment from you. I only wish to wish you luck in your endeavors. Lin Fan took the initiative to expose his blood bar and level. Ha! Little mage with 1,500 points of blood. Actually saying he's strong? The brittle professions on our team who aren't 2,500 blood points upwards. Hurry up and die away. Hitsong couldn't help but laugh, waving his hand in a fly-repellent manner for him to get lost. Please consider carefully. This Troll King isn't simple. If you don't get it right, you'll all be wiped out. Lin Fan lowered his head with a somber expression and continued to speak kindly. Chizuyue was impatient by his words and said nonchalantly, even if the sin value of killing an NPC will be very high, if you don't leave again, I don't mind killing you. Get lost. After saying that, the scepter in Chizuyue's hand locked onto Lin Fan, and a holy light struck through a large hole in front of his heel. AI, wait for the doom to come. Lin Fan shook his head inside, turning around and disappearing into the mist under Chizuyue's angry gaze. 2 minutes later, Lin Fan climbed onto the ridge next to the ice field. 2,200 meters range. Wind to the left. There is destructible terrain above the valley. The CD of the Holy Spirit priests applying powerful protective magic is long. Lin Fan muttered as the corner of his mouth lifted lightly. He had planned to pretend to be an NPC and directly enter the interior of the valley to find the copy entrance first. However, Chizuyue and Hitsong's two mouths are really owed. But he is the boss of the forest, the king of the law of the city of Egypt. This breath he really cannot swallow. Simply do nothing. Field measure the skill release distance, and plan to bury the whole group of them. Lin Fan's expression was cold. A bizarre inscription appeared on his staff. A thundercloud gathered in the sky, and lightning roared down without entering the interior of the staff. Thunder! A purple gain buff immediately appeared on the status bar, increasing fire/thunder magic blasts by 50% for 1 minute. Wind Whisperer. Attack speed and spellcasting efficiency increased. Anyone who betrays me deserves to die. Killing intent blossomed in Lin Fan's eyes. The image of being humiliated by his former teammates vivid in his mind. He was set up to become a street rat in the gaming world. No money for treatment led to my sister's death. Now, this is just the beginning of clearing that score. A blood debt is paid in blood. Inferno Dragon. Explosive Fireball. Rainblade Tidal Wave. Shake the Stone Vines. The previous skill had just flown into the air, and the next skill was immediately generated. What with precision and such things, Lin Fan didn't care at all. Just throw all the killing skills at the haters and be done with it. No, something's wrong. Chizuyue suddenly felt a palpitation and her face turned a little white. Sydney Wu looked at her with concern and said, "What's wrong, Captain? What's wrong? The boss will die soon. The grade is wrong." Chizuyue's heart chilled as she took off. What rank is wrong? What the hell are you talking about? Didn't sleep well, did you? Hitsong had a puzzled look on his face. How could there be a level 26 NPC mage when the levels of the Light Dragon Empire NPCs are all integers? Also, how could the NPC blood level be so low? Chizuyue explained. Hitsong shook his head helplessly, not understanding what she was talking about, and continued to give a burst of output to the Troll King. You don't mean that NPC is a thief in disguise? I've heard of a thief who did something similar and cheated a few players out of a lot of money, another teammate said. Chizuyue snapped to notice a hint of something and immediately opened the rankings. At the top of the rank list was written a line in big letters. First place, Mortal God. Rank 26, level 15%. Disperse, all scatter. That NPC is Lin Fan in disguise. Chizuyue panicked at the sight and loudly reminded the crowd to dodge the attack. However, the other members were confused. Even if the NPC is that bereaved dog in disguise, it seems like he's not around anymore, right? Besides, so many of us would be afraid of him. Would be afraid of him? Hitsung's expression changed when he heard this, thinking of the last time he fought with Lin Fan within the copy. That bastard's incomprehensible attack distance instantly made his chills stand up. Run! Heatsong just opened his mouth and subconsciously looked up towards the sky. A burning firelight came from far and near. It was actually a terrifying inflammatory dragon. In an instant, the ground shook, and the entire valley and beyond exploded violently, as if the world was halfway to the end. Blitz 2000. Blitz 8500. Minus 4250. The four basic magics formed a maelstrom of reaping lives, and a large number of blood-red damage numbers jumped wildly. Little Lin. Shield wall. Heatsong anxiously shouted, still trying to get the Templars to open up a shield wall to protect their main teammates from some unnecessary resistance. Nearly a dozen players hadn't even regained their senses as to what had happened, and their blood levels were immediately cleared to a miserable death. Under the saturated blow of wide-range AoE magic, any maneuvering or positioning became ridiculous and pale. Even if there was an S-rank priest profession sitting there that could provide a lot of magic resistance protection for his teammates, it was just a drop in the bucket in front of Lin Fan's violent output. AI. Accept the punishment. Wu Shuian sighed softly and gave up struggling. She couldn't bring up the slightest thought of resistance in front of her master. The master in her mind had always been mild-tempered, but once he decided to do anything, then no one could stop him anymore. Magic scorch hits for 8,000 plus damage. Ha! No wonder I feel sick every time I see this guy. Qi Ziyue revealed an intriguing expression. Even though she had used all her means, the Templar in front of her surprisingly did not last 3 seconds. She couldn't fathom how the man had done it, much less why such a person should be in her world. When she was in the battle team, Qi Ziyue originally served as the conductor, but after that man came, she was once unable to speak during the game, and the right to command was taken away from her. This was unacceptable to the naturally proud Qi Ziyue. Just being called around and made to do things for 3 whole years and thinking I'd finally gotten over it. However, the asshole reappeared. Qi Ziyue looked up at the falling boulder above her head, her heart ashen. You have killed Tian Qi. Floating life, sin value plus 100 inch. You've killed Tian Qi. Sobbing blood, guilty value. Dozens of battle messages popped up, and Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Just cleansed. This is red again. Said I wouldn't play with red names. You have killed the Ice Plains Troll King. Experience value plus 12,000. Just as Lin Fan had planned, the high hate value players who surrounded the boss were killed, and the boss would become a master of none. All the loot as it is. Lin Fan walked into the entrance of the valley and cleaned up the battlefield. On a rock covered with ice crystals stood a silver cross half a man high, with holy light magic constantly gathering from all directions. What a great life. This isn't even dead. Lin Fan muttered. The S-level Holy Spirit Priest not only has a high blood bonus and exaggerated shielding/milk ability, but also has such a perverse skill as Holy Spirit Rebirth. When a Holy Spirit Priest is killed, he or she will respawn at the cost of a certain amount of experience, and the more experience he or she has, the higher his or her panel attributes will be after respawning. Come on, you resurrect me. How many times you resurrect I'll kill you. Lin Fan stepped on the cross to guard the corpse. Fucking lower head man. Qi Ziyue was so angry that she was about to spit out blood, but she was even more hesitant to revive. Priest players rarely have a pure milkmaid. High-level priests generally have not bad single output ability. Just group damage is no way to compare with the mage archer. Even if she was an S-rank profession possessor, did she really have the guts to resurrect and stand up in front of a violent mage who bombarded the entire field with violent AoE? And on an operational level, no one dares to say that they can win 1v1 solidly against a fawn. Qi Ziyue's priest could be called the strongest in the country, not because of how unbeatable her operation was, but the teammates around her were so strong that they could perfectly utilize the upper limit of the strength of her priest profession. Lin Fan recklessly counted the loot in front of Qi Ziyue. The Troll King dropped a level 25 purple defense, and 3 low-level skill books, 2 for archers and 1 for thieves. More than 100 gold coins were exploded from Qi Ziyue, Heatsong and the others, but unfortunately they were not able to explode the purple clothes on them. Afraid? If you're afraid, lie down honestly. Lin Fan said to himself. Guild War, all of you wait for me. If I can get a stronghold, count me as a loser. Lin Fan has not yet won or lost. Remember that. Qi Ziyue in her soul state threatened. More than remembering, when it comes to framing me for a fake match, you should have realized that sooner or later this day would come. Lin Fan responded in a cold voice. Qi Ziyue calmed down and didn't recklessly reborn in front of Lin Fan. A few seconds later, the silver cross shattered and a ray of white light flew back to the resurrection point. After resolving Tian Qi's group, Lin Fan walked into the frozen valley. The interior of the valley was a bit spooky, and after half a day's walk I didn't even see a single monster. The further inside he went, the narrower the valley terrain became, and when he saw that he was about to reach the head, Lin Fan stopped. Found it. Lin Fan felt around on the ice wall for a while and blasted through the obstacles as he remembered, easily finding the entrance to the replica. You are about to enter the ruins of the Feathered Kingdom. This copy is of legendary level. It is recommended to enter in a group. The system prompt appeared, and without hesitation, Lin Fan drilled into the cave. This copy Lin Fan has only brushed a few times. The probability of monsters dropping inside is too low. The copper coins are also popping less, but the strength of the monsters is not low. Very few high-level players usually come here to brush up on their skills, but this copy is actually similar to Fright Night, with hidden levels. Feathered Stone Statue, level 25. HP, 85,000/85,000. Attack power, 550. Skills, Self-Destruct. Heavy Blows. Lin Fan had just entered the pit, and in front of an arched stone door, two stone statues watching the door rushed up when they saw him. In his previous life, these two stone statues had trampled to death an unknown number of openers. The relatively high value of the monsters was only one aspect. The most troublesome point was the self-explosion skill. These two stone statues have a special mechanic. If the player focuses on activating one monster, when there is a 10% difference in blood between the two monsters, the one with more blood will blow itself up. 10,000 points of self-destruct damage and death by touch for pre-existing players. Often the players who come in groups will be blown up by the chickens and dogs, which is a great test of the ability of the squad personnel to cooperate. Controlling the monster's blood is the key point. The approach Lin Fan took was straightforward, shaking the stone vines to seal the road, stopping one stone statue from approaching, and then smashing the other one with C-rank water magic, Chaotic Tide. The two monsters began to fight each other. Lin Fan turned off his passive, Flame Scorch. His passive damage was too high, easily unbalancing the monster's blood level. You can only start to flat A for damage from a distance, always checking the blood levels of both monsters. As the stone statue was about to crash through the stone vines, Lin Fan's staff swung and a grey swamp appeared on the ground, trapping the stone statue once again. D-rank Earth Magic, Quagmire, has a low damage capacity, but the advantage is that it can limit the movement speed of monsters to the maximum, and the greater the weight of the target, the better the effect. That wasn't all. A gust of wind blew into the pit. C-rank Wind Magic, Sound of Cracking Wind, blowing the two stone statues to the ground, combined with the Mud Swamp, Slowing Effect Barrage. The four systems of Archmage is strong and comprehensive. A variety of control plus output skills often can cause some incredible effects. A few moments later, the two stone statues exploded, and the door to the tightly closed relic slowly opened. Lin Fan quickly stepped into the stone door, and the view before him opened up. This was the remains of a grand-scale dungeon, and the place where he was a stone platform that provided an unobstructed view of the entire dungeon. Rumor has it that the king of this place raised his family to ascend to godhood, hence the kingdom's name, Feathered. And you need to find the secret behind the feathering of the entire family. The prompt text appeared, and Lin Fan naturally knew where the copy plot was going. Ostensibly, what is said about the feathered ascension is that the king of this country was a madman who led hundreds of thousands of people to self-immolate and sacrifice themselves to a powerful being. Before the stone platform was a broken bridge, so you had to find a way to get across it. Lin Fan looked at a crumbling stone tower in front of him and hit it with a flat A shot. The stone tower broke in two, and a pile of rocks blocked the broken bridge just enough to be able to let people pass over it. You have alarmed the ghosts in the ruins. The beep sounded, and a large number of translucent gargoyles rushed out from the broken bridge. Feathered Undead, level 25. HP, 30,000/30,000. Attack power, 420. Skills, Fearless Charge. Spell Binding. Lin Fan stood still and directly threw out the Inferno Dragon. -1,360. -300. -300. -4,240. These undead were burned to ashes before they could even get close to Lin Fan, and the dark magic, spell Grudge Entanglement, that could reduce attack power couldn't even reach him. Lin Fan pushed his way across the stone bridge, and after killing more than 10 waves of small monsters in a row, Lin Fan suddenly stopped. Wait, why would I be stupid enough to run over to the boss? Lin Fan was stunned, amused by his honest passage. The extremely gorgeous golden palace in the distance was the boss lair, and it was only 3,000 meters away from him. What was he? Lin Fan, with a range of nearly 5,000 meters? He was a defense tower from a novice village. With this distance plus such a good view, wouldn't standing on the stone platform and directly bombarding the palace to lure the boss out be the end of the story? Thinking about it, he decisively started running back. The multiple elite bosses that were waiting in the distance to dismantle Lin Fan were all going to be confused now if they had the intelligence to actually have such a bullshit player. Come on out, old man. Lin Fan smiled with a smile. The palace target was so eye-catching that there was no need for him to pinpoint it. A brainless barrage of skills slammed in the approximate direction of the attack would surely trigger the hate value of the final boss. Who is disturbing my peace? A voice filled with majesty echoed through the dungeon. A huge black shadow appeared above the palace, and a bone dragon with a human face appeared. Feathered King Fren, level 25. Lordly creatures, HP 130000/13000000. Attack power? Skill? It's worthy of being a legendary copy that hasn't been first passed yet. The boss attack power and skills are all unknown. Lin Fan looked awestruck and didn't dare to be careless. When he came to brush his copy in his previous life, the mystery of feathering had already been taken down by the Heavenly Providence Club, and the difficulty of the copy had turned into an elite level. Now that the boss had a blood volume of 1,300,000, the difficulty had more than doubled as it went from elite level to lord level. Dingsheng Group, Divine Realm Project Branch. Yakancheng was awakened from the game by his assistant. You can't move him. At least not in reality. A middle-aged man in civilian clothes walked into the office, and Yakancheng looked at the other party with a cloudy face. The middle-aged man in front of him was unimpressive, but the two men standing beside him were wearing straight military uniforms, accompanied by the highest rank of military officers or a female major. Enough to see that the identity of this middle-aged man is not simple. Mr. CO, right? I'm not quite able to understand who you guys are talking about him. Empty City said blandly. Seeing that Yakancheng was pretending to be confused, Lao Su didn't treat him politely and said, his name is Lin Fan, number 1 on the Divine Realm ranking list, and he's now a member of our troop. So you understand, right? It's really getting more and more confusing. As far as I know he's not a trooper. Yakancheng's face was calm. In the face of this Mr. Su's sudden visit, Yakancheng was actually more puzzled than scared. But more than that, it was a kind of anger that sent people to the door to threaten Lin Fan to quit the god's domain, resulting in one bodyguard being lightly injured and several others fleeing. This was simply a strange shame for Ikong City. He couldn't swallow it. Not before, but now. Old Su responded with a stern face. Yakancheng sat up straight and said coldly, can I understand that you are threatening me on behalf of the military? As soon as the words left his mouth, the female major next to him couldn't help but laugh. No, if we were just representing the military, I wouldn't have personally accompanied Master Su on this trip. We are representing the Huaxia state. Representing the country? Yakancheng was shocked in his heart and was somewhat speechless. Master Su still had a poker face and frowned. Lin Fan and his friends and family are on our protection list. This is a red line you can only abide by. I can only say so much, otherwise it will involve state secrets. After saying these words, Master Su declined the invitation of the vice president next to him to stay for a casual dinner, and simply turned around and left with his people. One moment, please. Master Su turned his head suspiciously, and Yakancheng was silent for a moment and said, Lin Fan has interfered with our normal activities in the Divine Realm, so it's impossible for me, as the head of the project, not to make a counterattack. So please understand this. I can certainly understand that, so the fight between you is limited to the game. I'm just responsible for his life. Master Su squeezed out a stiff smile and shook his head. Young people do things with a thread, or else you'll bring about your father's doom. Yakancheng's eyes were grim as he sniffed and said faintly, I know. Thanks for reminding Mr. Su. The forces behind him touched every field, and as a young director of the Dingsheng Group, he had many friends in both the military and the government. The fact that the other party claimed to represent the country was nothing more than a scare tactic in his opinion. Admittedly, Lin Fan's appearance did disrupt his layout to a certain extent. However, as the headquarters continued to inject huge amounts of money into the god's domain, he believed that it wouldn't be long before, no matter whether it was in reality or in the game, he, Empty City, would be able to save the day. Vice President Li. VP Li looked back at him in shock. Yakancheng suddenly smashed the water cup in his hand right over. Furious as a fierce tiger, his handsome face became hideous, clutching the vice president and said sinisterly, take the people from the legal department with you and get out of here. Lin Fan, I want you to die a horrible death. Sacked the vice president. Yakancheng was full of hostility. The first time he was threatened in front of his face since he grew up. It made him simply mad. At this moment, Lin Fan was sitting steadily, dragging the boss that was thousands of meters away to the vicinity of the stone platform. Turn on Wind Whisperer for a quick AWAC output. Normally with such a long distance, a normal boss would have been kite to death by him halfway through the game. However, King Fren was different. In addition to having a ghostly face, his body was thoroughly dragonized, and not only did he move at an incredible speed, he also possessed the ability to fly. Switching to most players at this stage, it's hard to adapt to facing flying bosses that move at high speeds due to the slow flat A or skill trajectory speeds. Even a close output will result in a lot of MLSs. Relying on his years of experience of killing in the divine realm, Lin Fan completely treated himself as a humanoid air defense cannon. Each flat A predicts the boss flight path in advance, and will even intentionally empty some skills to make the boss follow the route he designed, thus constantly causing kills. The intelligence of the Lord Boss was not low, and after falling for the consecutive tricks, it began to fly and jump against the rocks on the outskirts of the dungeon, quickly looming within 1,000 meters of Lin Fan. Lin Fan was not surprised to see this. A quagmire suddenly rocked the wall, and King Fren stepped into the swamp to be forced to slow down. By the time it tried to grab the rock wall with its claws, the Sirank wind magic cracking wind sound snapped, and the wind gusts blew Voran off the rock wall. Fren tries to flap his wings to avoid falling. Try flying another one for me? Lin Fan laughed coldly, thoughtfully replenishing a shot of shaking stone vine, a huge pillar of stone poking out from the rock wall, smashing hard into Fren's bone wings, the huge body plunging headlong into the complex below. -50,000. A huge damage number popped up. Lin Fan revealed a bad smile. The skills he used were basically all auxiliary magic, but as long as they were utilized properly they could hit a killing effect comparable to A-rank magic. The Lord of the Feathered Kingdom had been teased by a mole cricket, and King Folan's angry roar spread throughout the entire underground city. What are you screaming for? Shut the fuck up. Lin Fan was still strong. Folan was still impotent and furious. He backhanded a shot of Inferno Dragon and smashed it head-on. His huge body was sent flying hard. Thunder. Lin Fan lightly drank. Berserk mode was turned on, and his normal attacks seamlessly connected with Explosive Inferno Fireball, combining with the group Fireball spells that came with the Inferno Dragon to strike a combined attack. Combo X20, Combo X70, Combo X100, Combo X199. Lin Fan's face sank, and King Fren's blood had just dropped by half, when suddenly his body was covered in green light, and he was forced to break free from the combo effect in the air. Bossy skills, the enemy of my life. Lin Fan was a bit speechless. His output was even higher and his operation was even better, but he was somewhat pale in front of the boss mechanism. Elite bosses after level 20 manned a class of hegemony skills, while the hegemony CD of lord level bosses was faster and had a more violent lasting effect. Many godly players in the attempt to single brush boss, the most afraid of this skill, wants the boss to open the overlord. 9 times out of 10 will be in a mess, so that the boss wave away. The boss has unleashed a B-rank dark magic death poison acid. Please dodge quickly. A prompt popped up in front of Lin Fan, and King Fren's abyssal maw enlarged dramatically, and a strange sound of poofing rang out. Holy shit! The attack distance is twice as long as in the previous life, and the coverage area is at least 3 times larger. Lin Fan couldn't help but explode. This boss shouldn't be too much of an asshole. The stone platform he was standing on was 100 meters, but the hundreds of venom bombs actually covered it comprehensively. The Fox Clan staff waved, releasing a blazing sun shield in preparation for a hard counter. -1000. The venom splashed on the shield with a zipping sound, and in an instant the shield, which could withstand 700 points of damage, blew up. The boss's venom sustained effect lasted up to 10 seconds in time, so even if the White Moon Empress came, she might not be able to resist it. Luckily, there was a certain distance between the shield and Lin Fan, which gave him the opportunity to hastily pull away and decisively back up to stand against the wall. A large number of venom rounds exploded in front of the body, leaving only the area against the wall untouched. Lin Fan let out a long sigh of relief. He had gambled right. The boss had been elevated to the lord level, but some basic clearance techniques could still be used. As one wave followed another, Fren once again flapped his bone wings and flew into the air to stare at him spitefully. The green dragon's breath brewed in its giant mouth, and the aura of destruction began to spread. Even with Wind Whisperer's enchantment, a shield is generated for at least 2 seconds. Did the Virgin die here? Lin Fan had a chill down his spine. D-rank magic really couldn't be relied on. The boss wouldn't give him a chance to finish stacking 9 shields. He really didn't want to experience any kind of death if he didn't have to. Lin Fan summoned an explosive fireball and shoved it straight into the boss's mouth in an attempt to forcefully interrupt the boss's spell casting. Who knew that after the fireball slammed into the boss, it was quickly bounced off by the hegemony mechanic. Failure to interrupt. Bad food. There's still 5 seconds left in the boss's hegemony duration. Lin Fan's heart went cold, seeing that the dragon's breath swept across everything to kill him. Lin Fan's mind flashed through multiple coping strategies. Lin Fan looked towards the broken bridge not far away, wanting to avoid the boss's dragon breath that burned everything. The only way to gain a ray of survival possibility was to jump off the cliff. This height even bosses have to lose 50,000 blood when they fall. With his small body, he definitely can't carry it. Lin Fan didn't hesitate and decisively chose to jump off the platform. His body free-falling, Lin Fan silently counted in mid-air. 5 seconds, 4 seconds, The moment he was about to fall to the ground, the terrifying dragon's breath followed him, and any area that was affected by the green dragon's breath was all annihilated, like a divine soldier slicing through the mountain. A large number of boulders smashed down together with Lin Fan. 10 deaths and no life. Seeing that he was about to fall into a pile of mush, Lin Fan suddenly let out a soft cry. Indestructible spiritual body. The muscles erupted with silver divine radiance, like stars falling into the world, lighting up half of the underground city. Attack immunity. Falling immunity. Smash immunity. The green dragon's breath swept his body, but strangely passed through his chest. A large number of boulders crashed into Lin Fan and shattered into pieces in an instant, as if they were blessed by the gods, and all the damage was cancelled out by this force. In the white light, Lin Fan held a mutilated statue in his hand, and the radiant white light emanated from this very object. Statue of the Elf Queen, indestructible spirit body, immune to all damage for 3 seconds. Lin Fan breathed a long sigh of relief. Even if this thing was a defective item, it was still a rare holy item. God knows how perverse the invincibility skill would be if the idol was not defective. King Fren was obviously a bit surprised, not expecting an adventurer to survive such a situation. Thus, it rewarded Lin Fan with another round of dragon breath. Damn, this game is no good against any creature that has anything to do with dragons. Seeing that the dragon's breath was brewing again, Lin Fan couldn't help but explode. Bone dragons can't really be talked about as true dragons, mostly being necromantic creatures transformed by high-ranking dragons with dark magic. But even so, the Lord-class bone dragon was still not to be underestimated. Dragon's breath. This kind of magic is comparable to A-class magic. Not only is there no CD time, and the power is amazing. A Lord boss's blue amount to come on the dozens and dozens of 20 rounds easily. Lin Fan's eyes chilled, revealing a look of anticipation as he waved his fox staff. Inferno Dragon Smash Me! Flying in mid-air, Etholoan had just opened his huge mouth when Lin Fan's Inferno Dragon appeared above its head and smashed down with a loud bang. The Inferno Dragon's massive size hit the boss squarely in the neck, and black smoke rose from Voran's mouth with a loud boom as the dragon's breath was forcibly interrupted and exploded violently in his throat. Backlash damage minus 100,000. Fren whimpered and suffered a tragic backlash from the dragon's breath casting, breaking a 2-meter wide hole in his neck and dropping a huge amount of blood. If it was said that giant dragons and other sky-soaring creatures had almost no weaknesses, with top physical attributes and perverted magical attributes, but dragon's breath is both the strongest means of output, and actually the weakness itself. Once dragon's breath is countered, not only will there be a huge amount of counter damage, but there will also be a weakness buff for at least 1 minute, having all panel attributes except blood. Lin Fan laughed. It was obvious that this boss had limited intelligence and wasn't very good at using this skeleton body. The dragon creatures I'd seen in my previous life were all old, cunning contraptions, most of which would turn on their dominant body and then use their dragon's breath to make themselves immune to the fatal flaw of spell casting interruptions. Minus 50. 000. The boss lands raising a large cloud of dust, then suffers additional damage from the massive fall. Due to the powerful inertia, the boss bounced slightly as it landed, and Lin Fan had already seen the right moment to send a burst of inflammatory fireballs. The fireball exploded and the boss body floated half a meter in the air. Lin Fan once again replenished his flat A and continued to raise the height of the knockback. If this kind of detailed micromanagement had fallen into the eyes of other mages, they would have cursed Lin Fan for not being a human being, utilizing the strike plane system in the divine realm simply to the extreme. Continuous attack x5, x10. Fren's body hegemony ended, and at the same time, he was heavily injured, and was all but unable to resist Lin Fan's floating combo. When he only had 0.5 base attack speed, Lin Fan was able to use his flat A to hang the Queen of Darkness up and connect her to death. Not to mention the 10 different attribute magic spells in his hands now. All sorts of fancy auxiliary magic plus flat A output, toppling the boss from floating half a meter high, all the way up to 100 meters in the air. Combo x200. Lin Fan counted the amount of boss blood and shook the stone vines to strike again. An almighty stick drilled out from within the rocky body and viciously poked at Voran's lung tubes. The poor boss freefalls to the ground again. Die. 50,000 points of falling damage took effect, and the titular Lord-class bone dragon froze to death. You have killed King Fren, gaining 80,000 experience points. Region announcement: player Mortal God is astonishingly talented, and has actually defeated the legendary copy boss, Lord-class, King Fren, by himself. Reward own attribute points 90, skill points 40, reputation 20,000, gold coins 100. The region notice appeared, and the lively world channel stood still for 3 seconds. Invincible much loneliness, single brush, legendary copy, my ass. Scars, who the hell can stop this guy? This game is run by his family. We're having such a hard time making a normal copy. and he's giving me a single brush with the Lord Boss. Master Kai's expedition, OMG mom. Isn't that our chairman Sama? Darn it, he's got us again. He's probably looking at the channel right now and giggling. Crazy lunatic, sand sculpture fat man. Don't hurry up and let him recruit people for the guild. I declare, those who have a grudge against the mortal god, want to take revenge directly to him, don't stare at the old man in the stronghold war to fight. Seeing the humming two generals' speech, Lin Fan directly to the whole speechless. They are purely responsible for demolishing his stage. This time, including Long Scar, the Grand Guild players were rare and silent. No one came out to choke and taunt. Single brush legendary replica. This kind of achievement is like a huge stone pressing on the nest of their heart, making it difficult for them to catch their breath. Going up to speak will only be met with mass ridicule from other players, which is tantamount to slapping yourself in the face. Lin Fan, don't beep. I've compiled a list and sent it to you guys. Check one by one LD private chat to ask them to join the club. Pulling the humbugs into the chat group, he sent the two vice president permissions to the two of them, and sent a prepared list of 10 names. Fatty, crap, you're inviting a level 10 priest player? You're not teasing us? Lin Fan, don't talk nonsense. I have to have these 10 people, and you guys can do as you see fit with the others. Guild core members. Lin Fan has long been planning. This list of candidates do not look at the current low level of combat power as poor, but in the future, each one is a unique road king. The key group of people are currently casual players. They are not restricted by other guilds and their identity background is more reliable. Crazy, treatment. What about treatment? Lin Fan replied calmly. Any player who joins Godslayer will be sent 10 gold coins and a set of level 20 to 25 blue suits for joining the club. And these 10 people will be treated against the core players of Dragon Trace. Fatty, don't you keep some of your wife's money? Getting married is a major event in life. Crazy, Naya, I'd like to call you the ultimate invincible megamind. The two living treasures were stunned. A guild of 300 people. This treatment according to the current prices of God's domain, is equal to sending out a few sets of big don't wild. Not paying much attention to the duo's beeping, Lin Fan dissolved the chat group and walked over to the bone dragging corpse. Collectible boss soul detected. Is it collected? Collect. Soul collection progress February 20th. Lin Fan held the collector for refining the demon ascension pill in his hand. According to the prop description, the higher the quality of the boss, the better the effect of the demon rising pill. So it was intended to be refined using the lord level or higher souls as the lead for the medicine. Slamming the boulder weighing down the body with a flat A, there was a muffled thump and several brilliant, strange lights exploded. 2 purple and 1 orange. Is the orange a legend suit? Lin Fan couldn't help but rejoice at the sight. This boss was quite competitive. It wasn't in vain that he had used the holy relic that needed to be cooled down for 12 hours before he could use it once to save his life. A level 25, Demon Stealer Assassin, Thief heroic weapon. And a level 25, Warlord shoulder armor, warrior defense. And one more. Shit, it's not legendary equipment. It's an A-ranked magic book. Lin Fan was shocked. A level 25 Lord Boss could indeed pop out a great magic book. But that probability wasn't much different from winning 5 million. The most conventional channel for most mages who want to obtain a rank and above spellbooks and don't have a large amount of gold to be able to splurge on them is to complete the Mage Guild's high difficulty serial quests to obtain them. Some people have calculated the brush 30 level below the Lord level boss. Burst orange props probability in only 0.1% 0.2% floating. Except, of course, for large, organized guilds. The last thing these guilds need is a liver emperor who brushes a copy hundreds of times. Lin Fan checked the battle log and the Orc Heretic title didn't trigger. Speculation maybe the first pass copy will have a hidden treasure drop rate bonus. From the previous first pass, Frightful Night, hidden level. Burst 2 holy relics is enough to illustrate the problem. Of course, no one would post such information on the forums in the previous world. And naturally, the administrators of the big guilds wouldn't allow it. Class A Earth Magic, God Falls from the Sky. Effect, consume 2000 blue points to summon a giant meteorite from an open area to descend on the battlefield, dealing 3000 points plus 2x spell attack power damage to targets within range. Cooldown 5 minutes. After Lin Fan checked the skill book description, he couldn't help but soar with expletives. Who the hell said that an Earth Mage is trash? 3000 points base plus double damage. That's if you hit another spell blast. And so on. If that, Elven Treasure Diamond, is successful in creating a legendary weapon once, it will come with a double/triple spell casting effect. Don't dare to think. 3 big balls fell from the sky at once. Even if it was the King of Heaven he would have to kneel down. Lin Fan decisively tapped Learn Skill, but didn't dare to tap Upgrade. A-rank skills were indeed strong, and the resources needed to be consumed for upgrading were equally amazing. 4 times higher than a normal C-rank skill, not to mention that there was a level limit. But it didn't matter now. The base value of Divine Meteor Heavenly Descent was high enough that non-top players couldn't resist it, and it would become a killing move in his hands. After resolving the final boss, Lin Fan went deeper towards the dungeon. It was a waste to leave so many elite mini-bosses unpainted. Originally, he had planned to try out the new skill effect, but this place was located in a dungeon, and the dome was a mountainous rock wall, so this skill was rather harsh on the release environment, so he could only give up for the time being. Swipe all the way up from the bottom of the stone platform, and when you come across stragglers it's Inferno Dragon smashing your face and stacking passives. Lin Fan climbed onto the roof, 1,000 meters away, counting the approximate location of the boss one by one named. Pullout is a beating. These bosses have a high blood volume, but the skill mechanics are relatively simple. The difficulty is much lower than the Bone Dragon King. The distance is far enough to brush it is not a bother. 2 hours later, Lin Fan arrived at the underground palace. A system alert appeared in front of him that there were a lot of mechanisms in the palace that were full of crises. Lin Fan walked forward and went out 10 meters then crouched down. A dense rain of arrows flew out from the interior of the palace. Enough to kill a level 20 transmogrification player in seconds flew past the top of his head. Then magical patterns sprang up on the surface of the palace columns, and 6 stone monstrous serpents that breathed fire appeared. Very bluffing 6 fire columns swept over. In exchange for the first time to see this scene of the player will certainly run back, but this will step on the mechanism. Immediately fell into the trap covered with blades were killed in seconds. Lin Fan stood still, not moving a muscle. Seeing that the distance of the fire column was less than 1 meter, a gap quietly appeared in the deathless fire column, and Lin Fan calmly stepped forward to avoid it perfectly. It's natural to be familiar with more deaths. Lin Fan smiled to himself. When the copy was brushed here, he had been reunited with his teammates for I don't know how many times. Of course he remembered how to position himself. The team's little nanny kept reviving them, and then they were once again killed by the organ in seconds, almost making people cry. Walking into the main hall with carved beams and painted phoenixes everywhere. Since the bone dragon had already been killed by him, this place was empty, with only the throne standing high at the top. Lin Fan hesitated slightly, mulling over the details of the strategy. After a while, Lin Fan walked up and moved the throne out of the way, and a secret door appeared underneath the throne. Inside the dark door, there was a spiral staircase extending downwards. Lin Fan smiled with satisfaction and resolutely lowered his body to enter. You've discovered the royal tomb of the Yuhua dynasty. After a few minutes, a system alert appeared that this was the exact hidden copy. Lin Fan had a foggy patch in front of him, and could roughly sense that the area was very wide. Magic fire candles lit up in the center of the huge chamber, gradually illuminating the place. The atmosphere around them was creepily silent and filled with an indescribably eerie aura. In exchange for a sister player entering this place alone, I'm afraid that she would have already cried out in fear. Lin Fan used to be most enthusiastic about treasure hunting at relics, often going in and out of some ancient tombs, fantasizing about finding a god-level soul seal to soar to the heavens. Instead of feeling afraid of this current environment, he felt an inexplicable affinity for it. These things are. As his vision gradually became clearer, Lin Fan glanced over and an offering table appeared in the chamber. A tall black coffin stood there, and 3 silver coffins were placed beside it, as if they were making a pilgrimage to the owner of the black coffin. Only coffins? Where's the promised treasure of the kingdom? Lin Fan frowned. With his eyes on a few coffins, Lin Fan's eyes gained an extra touch of eagerness, and he went up to pick and pull the large black coffin. Using the hero staff as a crowbar and a flat boost, this grave digging is top-notch. Ahem. The coffin slate slammed on the ground, and Lin Fan coughed twice, holding his breath as he looked inside. There were no remains inside the coffin, only a set of purple and gold battle armor sealed with a black snake pattern, and an extremely gorgeous sword. Lin Fan immediately brightened up. Built it? Make a fortune. These 2 items were not mortal at first glance. How could they be at least 2 high-level purple suits? Reach out to grab the hilt. Who knows that the fingertips just touched on? The sword suddenly appeared on the brown rust, holding force immediately turned into a pile of debris. Interesting, tease me. Lin Fan was a bit speechless, and his battle armor went up in smoke, pushing open 3 coffins in a row. All the once sharp, high-grade equipment turned to flying dust. But all 3 silver coffins contained human remains. I think the person in the black coffin should be King Florin, with his body mutated to be transformed into a low-grade bone dragon. Lin Fan secretly guessed. So here it is. Lin Fan found a treasure box behind the black coffins, each of which looked to be of great value and hadn't been ravaged too much by the ages. Extreme material, Heart of the War God X3. Description, the heart of the most prominent warrior in the Feathered Kingdom. Extreme material, Heavenly Feather Crystal Stone X5. Description, a very rare forged treasure of inestimable value. Lin Fan breathed a long sigh of relief. He thought that his luck was too bad. The previous bosses didn't explode these 2 materials. but it turned out that all of them were in this hidden copy. It can be seen how high the difficulty of the legendary weapons suitable for the holy relics, elf treasure diamond. Just simply pass the copy is not useful, only to discover the hidden copy to get the materials. However, just as Lin Fan was about to pocket the materials, his eyes suddenly shook, and shocking shouts of murder appeared in his ears. Lin Fan was stunned. Looking around, he had appeared in a chaotic battlefield. There were horrible black shadows skimming across the sky, and Lin Fan caught a glimpse of a 100-meter-long magical warship flying across the sky, and a round of warships shooting in unison seemed to be tearing the sky apart. Magic shells comparable to the explosion of a small nuclear bomb exploded. The earth trembled violently, and the explosions roared endlessly. Lin Fan's ears were shaken, and upon closer inspection, he realized that this was a reappearance of the images of yesteryear. It's just that he's standing in the first-person perspective, and everything seems especially real. Lin Fan wasn't too shocked. Many special episodes would have similar CG transitions. From the fact that these magical soldiers were holding the Black Serpent battle flag and going forward to kill in the distance, it could be inferred that these soldiers were precisely affiliated with the Feathered Kingdom. However, when he looked out at the target that thousands of soldiers were killing towards, he still couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. That was surprisingly a black demonic dragon, its huge black wings unfolding, practically covering the entire half of the sky. Those warships in front of it is simply like a toy. Casually flap its wings can be overturned and then crushed by sharp claws. Dark Dragon King, against the blood. Level, unknown. Lin Fanrun was dumbfounded. This was the legendary Dark Dragon King, divided by boss class, ordinary, Lord, Domain Lord, Holy Lord, King, and God. This was a true king-level creature. And the Dragon Master in his previous life who could summon a 9-headed dragon had a giant dragon under his command that was only at the Domain Lord level. It was nowhere near as violent and terrifying as this king-level creature. Doesn't it mean that the Feathered Kingdom didn't set itself on fire en masse? Rather, it was slaughtered by the Dark Dragon King? Lin Fan froze for a moment as 4 figures in the distance swooped down on the Dragon King and their warships. The 4 were exceptionally powerful. Waving their swords could set off a party of wind and clouds. But in front of the king-level creatures were just larger ants. And it didn't take long for them to lose the battle. Only one middle-aged man with a crown on his head managed to escape, and the entire Feathered Kingdom army collapsed. Towns were plundered by the Dark Dragon King, and wherever they went, plagues and curses were frequent, and millions of living beings burned to death and died of disease. The screen turned and Lin Fan appeared in the Dungeon King's palace. The body of the king who had returned from serious injuries began to mutate. Bone spurs drilled out of his arms one by one, and his skin began to crack with signs of necromorphism. The man who served the king brought a crystal-clear red fruit, and when Voran took it, the process of necroticization slowed down, but it still didn't stop the curse from spreading. This fruit is actually a holy relic? Lin Fan was a bit puzzled and tried to check the fruit's attributes. The fruit of life of the divine tree of reincarnation. Quality, sacred. Effect, increase blood level by 1000 points after taking it. Can take 0/3. Good stuff. Lin Fan couldn't help but covet it. Since Folan had taken this item, he might be able to find this item here. Daughters live well. Before he died, Folan clutched a treasure box and murmured, taking out a black runestone as endless remorse appeared in his eyes. Before Friend was completely transformed into a necromantic creature thereafter. The priest placed him inside this dungeon mausoleum. Lin Fan winced and broke free from the illusion of the past. This CG screen is a bit informative to watch. Lin Fan shook his head, thinking of the black runestone that appeared in the image, and once again checking the treasure box that the friend was holding before he died. You have found a key to the door to the unknown. Effect, unknown. This can't be the key to the Dragon's Lair treasury, can it? Lin Fan froze. The key was very uniquely shaped, made of extreme obsidian, in the shape of an inverted triangle, covered with obscure magic patterns. In his previous life, he had seen something similar in the black market auction house, and it was finally bought by a godly man who spent 100,000 gold coins, and it was said that afterward he really found the dragon treasure blood earned dozens of times. Dragons are above most creatures in the divine realm, and dragons are inherently lustful and also greedy for money. A similar base setup seen in many games. Even if it was just a treasure of a lower dragon race, earning a few small goals would be normal. The treasure hidden by the demon dragon king's reverse blood. There is this possibility. Lin Fan forced down his ecstasy and put the key into the package. It's hard to say whether or not you can find the Dragon's Lair treasure trove, but at least this is a sure thing in your hands. How come the size of the chamber seems to have gotten bigger? Lin Fan frowned and looked back. The surroundings were still foggy, but there seemed to be candlelight lit up in the distance, stretching all the way to the southwest. After searching around the chamber one more time and confirming that nothing was missing, Lin Fan began to walk towards the place where the candlelight was lit up. I don't know if it was a hallucination or real, but Lin Fan followed the tunnel all the way forward. There was a vague sense of music coming from the end of the tunnel, far and near, inscrutable. The gods don't set up useless details in their copies, and the more puzzled you are, the more vigilant you must be. Lifting your hand and firing a flat A into the darkness from which the sound came, the light emitted from the fireball lit up the front, and Lin Fan was taken aback that with his exaggerated range he hadn't managed to get the flat A to hit the end of the tunnel. Wow! As the fireball rushed out, the sound of organs being triggered startled, and all sorts of swords and spears as well as falling rocks killed out from the walls. Cold sweat broke out on Lin Fan's forehead. It was fortunate that he was vigilant, or else he could have really planted himself on top of these organs. That's not right. I got all the loot in the hidden copy. How can there still be an organ? This was clearly not in line with common sense. Lin Fan thought so. After delving forward for more than 10 minutes, the candlelight disappeared completely, and 3 forks appeared before them, while the sound of music, as if strings were plucked, became more and more distinct, with a poignant and godly flavor. It felt especially creepy to hear in this deep tunnel. Lin Fan did not fear. Looking at the 3 forks of the road in front of him, with the gods' urine 2 will be the road of extinction. Only 1 will be the road of life. A series of flat A's hit in 3 directions. Fireballs in 2 directions hit the wall and disappeared after a few seconds, and a series of mechanisms were triggered as the entire royal mausoleum rumbled. Lin Fan secretly gulped saliva. The strength of this organ is simply a big which compared to the palace above. If it is not, his length is amazing. Otherwise there are a few more squads together under the copy that is also sent to death. No movement on the left. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Not being careless, he decisively put a full 9 shields on himself, and took a step towards the left fork of the road to go deeper. No more organs triggered along the way, which proved his judgment right. After a few minutes, a curtain of white magical light dropped down to block the way. Lin Fan tried a flat A shot and hit it. The fireball did not explode when it touched the light screen. Instead it went through without a sound. Lin Fan considered slightly for a while. This light curtain could not easily tell if there was any risk, but thinking that the legendary equipment materials have already arrived, even if you walk over to be killed in seconds, that's nothing more than an early return to the city. Solely hardened his head and walked over. His body touched the light curtain, but there was no unexpected menace. Lin Fan smoothly passed through. The image in front of her eyes shifted and intense light spilled onto her face. Lin Fan was taken aback. This place was lush with birds and flowers, and patches of flowers appeared in front of him. Looking back to the curtain of light that he had entered, the exit was still there, but he had no idea where he was. This is a small world? Lin Fan whispered in thought. The only thing that could connect a party of small worlds was space magic, and this space had been artificially opened up. In the Divine Realms setting, in addition to the 4 basic magic systems and the 2 major factions of light and darkness, the magic involving space and time was the most special. The teleportation arrays within the Light Dragon Empire were masterpieces of space magic, but most of them were also ancient relics that few players or NPCs could master. As for time magic, that was more like a legend, having never heard of anyone being able to use it in their previous life. Thousands of years ago, the kingdom of Fei Hua was able to use space magic to open up a pure land, which means that its own national strength is very strong, but unfortunately, it has invoked the existence of a horror to end up with the Fei Hua of the whole country. You have come to the Feathered Kingdom, the Feathered Pure Land. A prompt appeared before his eyes, and Lin Fan was stunned. It's actually the hidden copy of the hidden copy. What are you doing here? Gods? Lin Fan couldn't help but spit in his heart. Looking around, this space wasn't too big, giving him a flavor of a paradise. Just hearing the sound of the zither and not seeing the person. Is this considered a BGM? Lin Fan muttered. He rolled over the hill that blocked his view, and not far away a large grey tree stood above a sea of flowers. Its branches and leaves withered and yellow, with a few red fruits hanging from them. Only most of them had dried up. Reincarnation God Tree. Lin Fan's scalp tingled. This red fruit he had seen in the CG footage. It was the very same thing that prolonged his life after King Fren took it. It's a holy relic. Each one of them increases your life value by 1,000 points. Lin Fan was so excited that he rushed over to pick the fruit. -200. However, as Lin Fan rushed to the divine tree, damage numbers popped up on his head, hitting him head-on with a bag, and an invisible barrier blocked him. Lin Fan was a bit anxious to check the situation. The fence that was hexagonal in shape around the god tree had some sort of magical boundary applied to it, making it impossible for him to get close. At the same time, he noticed a long dead harp nearby. In a trance, he saw a woman of great natural talent sitting on the grass and stroking the strings of a zither. Her red lips slightly opened, and a melodious singing voice came out, and there seemed to be a trace of longing spreading in her singing voice. It's this voice. Lin Fan's heart fluttered. This scene was the same illusion of yesteryear. This woman is an elf? Lin Fan noticed that the woman was not dressed gorgeously, but she had an innate nobility. Her eyes were otherwise dusty and clamorous, and she had a pair of pointed ears unique to the elfin species. Lin Fan tried to check the woman's attributes. Earth Elf Queen, Hollow Moon, Queen of the Feathered Kingdom, attack power? This woman is even the wife of the old bone dragon? Lin Fan is a little confused. This woman's status is honorable, absolutely gorgeous. This posture is a pity that it is cheaper for the old man. Of Folan. Shit. I'm infected by fatty taking dead fat nerds. Lin Fan shook his head repeatedly as the illusion of the past lifted and everything around him returned to normal. I didn't expect this copy to be so interesting. I don't know if the Heaven's Providence gang found it in their previous life. Lin Fan secretly thought. His eyes moved upwards and stared at the fruit of life on the reincarnation god tree. The corners of Lin Fan's mouth rose as he withdrew backward to a few hundred meters away and began to flat A attempt to shake the boundary to see if he could shake the fruit out. -1. -1. The divine tree boundary was very perverted. With Lin Fan's current attack power of over 700 points, he actually only dealt 1 point of damage. Advanced Chaos Boundary. Life value, 300 million. Protection, 10,000. Holy shit. Lin Fan saw the boundary attribute. People are numb. No wonder only 1 point of damage can be dealt. Dare I say that this thing is no different from invincibility. However, he keenly noticed that although Ping A couldn't cause substantial damage to the boundary, the entire reincarnation tree was gently trembling, and the fruits on it began to sway as if they would fall off at any moment. There's drama. Lin Fan was overjoyed and began to flat A more vigorously. The boundary emitted a pleasant sound that seemed to resonate with the zither played by Queen Empty Moon. This made Lin Fan a bit puzzled, but he didn't think much about it. Flutter. A fruit fell down, and Lin Fan was overjoyed as he changed his angle and continued to flat A, trying to shock the fruit on the other side down as well. This time the flat A produced a slightly lower sound, but what made him even more surprised was that the flat A actually rebounded and nearly blasted on himself, so he was shocked that he hurriedly stopped. There's a problem. There's something very wrong with this copy. A startling thought flashed through Lin Fan's mind. This almost invincible boundary seemed to be breakable. Dorami Shiver Law. Shit, I think I got it. It was as if an electric current passed through Lin Fan's body, and he thought of the piano lessons he had taken at the orphanage when he was a child. The 6 corners of the knot have the potential to represent 6 tones, combined with the sound of the zither that was constantly ringing in his ears. Lin Fan roughly understood that this was guiding the adventurer to join with the Queen of the Earth Elves across the millennia, thus breaking the insoluble knot. However, there was another question that plagued Lin Fan. Why did the attack bounce back? Just because he played the wrong note? Lin Fan shot fireball flat A's in the other 5 directions, and they all bounced back without exception. No, this boundary seems familiar. Lin Fan was stunned in his heart and casually released the Inferno Dragon skill. The fire genus bit in the hexagram immediately bloomed with dazzling light, while the other 5 corners of the formation became dim, and the position of the fire genus was at the exact angle he had just used when he had hit the knot with his flat A. Nima. The old man is the genius. This suggests that each corner of the formation of the knot not only represents a different note, but likewise a different magical attribute that needs to be struck. Lin Fan was shocked by his guess and switched his flat A mode to Windblade in order to verify the guess. Mages can switch between the 4 basic faction flat A modes from level 1, and with the existence of the Flame Scorch talent skill, Lin Fan rarely switches to flat A with other attributes. This time, the attack bounced back once again and was counteracted by the shield on Lin Fan's body. Seeing this, Lin Fan didn't die and proceeded to release his wind Ping A towards another direction, and another pleasant sound came out. -10. A very small damage number appeared, but Lin Fan became exceptionally excited. His guess was correct. Switch to Earth flat A, Stone Cone. The attack worked again. The damage becomes -50. Lin Fan was ecstatic and switched his flat A to Water Bomb. The damage figure rises again in multiples, 250. What an auspicious number it is. 3 fruits dropped this time, and there were a dozen more on the tree, and there was no doubt that each one of them could be sold for a sky-high price at the auction house, which was an extra life value boost. However, Lin Fan now simply does not see the district a few sacred fruits. He had big plans. What he wanted was to break the boundary and then take the whole divine tree, uproot it and bring it home. That was what Lin Fan wanted now. Wait. Or not. Just very soon Lin Fan is stupid. The 4 series of flat A all hit. It seems that his mother is still missing 2 formation corners. What should I do? The hexagrams represent each of the 6 mainstream magic attributes. Water, fire, wind, earth, light and darkness. If he wanted to lumber to bring the reincarnation divine tree home, then he was still short of 2 attributes, or else he definitely wouldn't be able to break the boundary. Just as Lin Fan thought, after hesitating for a few seconds and exceeding the time limit, the boundary blood level quickly became full. Meanwhile the piano in the BGM re-enters the loop. Lin Fan didn't die and continued to analyze silently. The best way to break the knot is to pull people into the copy. Then memorize all the BGM tones and join forces to lumber together. Now that player levels generally exceeded level 20, the number of mage priests who had switched to the sanctuary light system was not small, and it was not impossible to find someone to help. But it is the dark profession is a bit troublesome. After all, this attribute and magic affinity, once the transfer class curse mage profession, will be treated differently by the Light Dragon Empire. Besides, even if we find a candidate, how can we be sure that the other party won't give the information away? One must know that the large tree in front of him was a reincarnation god tree, a rare treasure of suspected divine quality. Ha ha. Have someone. Lin Fan slapped his thighs and cursed himself for being a bit stupid. Wasn't the fat guy the best candidate? Light and Dark Sword Envoy. Both light attribute and dark attribute. Holy Sword Envoy Glacier's own big disciple. Whatever you're doing right now, chicken hair, get in the team and come to the copy quickly. Lin Fan killed Fatty with a single private message. The fat man who was busy selecting guild personnel at this time scolded. You found an egg. Do you know how busy I am as the vice president right now? A bunch of people are waiting to flatter the old man. I'm sick of it. Don't beep. Your father, I found a divine treasure. Lin Fan scolded. Fatty, really can't leave. Ha, Shinzo. I'll be right fucking there. Fatty shouted in the guild channel. Crazy woken you, damn it. Don't be busy picking up chicks. I'm going to go to the copy to help Shaolinzi get busy. You recruit people on fire. Crazy lunatic, hurry up and get lost. Your sister. You can do whatever you want just because your pinch face is handsome. Ha, I put up with you for a long time. Light Dance Dream Feather, Kai Master don't go. Your cell phone number, how many at a chant? Frosty Snow, Brother Kai promised to brush the monsters with me. Why did he run away? Wait for me. Lin Fan saw the channel and the sister players some confused. Not. When the guild howls so many sisters what the hell is wrong with these two? Crazy, sisters don't go with him. I've seen him in reality. He's a 5 feet 8 inches, 280-pound gouger. Fatty just took a step and froze, frowning and muttering, shit. Brother Fan, he betrayed me? After pulling Fatty into the team, Lin Fan spent half an hour repeatedly utilizing his pitifully little knowledge of vocal music to record all the note sequences to post in the team channel. Knowing that the fat man's brain is not very good, but also thoughtful in the divine tree under the boundary painted light/dark formation corner of the mark. Just need to listen to his command. Two people should be able to cut the tree smoothly. Fatty, Naya, a rock that breathes fire? It looks like I'm going to hang. Wait for me to run right over. Let Lin Fan never expected is the logging plan has not been implemented. The fat just to the Dungeon King's palace overturned, directly roasted into a suckling pig, even with Lin Fan's tips to his ears. Fatty, the do-down monkler, still planted 5 times on top of the organ, and without a priest to revive him, he can only run back and forth for 5 times. After a full 2 hours, Fatty was finally relying on his level 20 heroic suit, a powerful resistance feather blood boost, and barely survived the organs, finally joining up with Lin Fan in the Pure Land. Crap big time. The fat man in black armor screamed strangely in excitement at the sight of a divine tree. He thought Lin Fan was bragging, but it turned out that there really was a divine tree. Take it and eat it. Lin Fan did not have the good taste to throw over 2 fruit of life. The fat man caught it, and did not care what it was, just gulped it into his mouth. Against all odds, 1 blood level is increased by 1,000. Fatty was pleasantly surprised. He would have been transferred to the S-level profession. Blood thick batch. More than 7,000 blood crushed the vast majority of the same level of warriors. And now the 2 fruits of life go down. Blood approaching the 10,000 mark. Try again to see if you can eat it? Lin Fan threw over another one. The fat man froze for a moment and tried to stuff it into his mouth again, but then stopped and shook his head. I can't eat it. I've reached the limit, but the hint is that I can still eat one. Me too. Lin Fan had taken to himself, and he thought that it was because he had low growth in his basic career attributes, kidney weakness, that he couldn't take the full 3. Now it seems that even Fatty, an S professional, can't eat the full limit, indicating that there are other restrictions. It feels like it should be tied to level. Eat once at level 10? Fatty guessed. Lin Fan was stunned. The fat man was straight in the gut and had a sense of great wisdom. His guess should be right. After giving Fatty a clear explanation on how to break the boundary, the two of them stood in their respective positions. Stand on my command. Switch back and forth between light and dark systems. You should be more familiar with this maneuver than me. Lin Fan said. You can't be abused hundreds of times without getting familiar with it. Old tree monster, watch the move. Fatty hemmed and hawed. But it's easy to say in theory, but it's quite a challenge to do. The first few times the two either didn't follow the pitch or there was an overlap in the fit, so they had no choice but to wait for the BGM to replay again. Repeated attempts to keep logging. fire, wind, water, or water. Lin Fan struck 4 notes in a row and immediately shouted, dark. Fatty switched his dark sword and drew a slash. The sound of the zither was moving. Brilliant notes flashed on the boundary, and Lin Fan shouted again, light, slash, -6,000. Fatty stabbed out with his sword. The boundary blood drop progress skyrocketed, and a bunch of dried fruits fell from the tree. Lin Fan's eyebrows fluttered and his heart was ecstatic. His guess was completely correct. As long as the method was matched properly, it was indeed feasible. The two of them struck more than 10 attribute rounds one after another, and the entire reincarnation divine tree began to shake drastically, withered fruits falling in large quantities. I'll top you. Fatty transformed into a stingy martial artist in place, and a magic sword chi blasted out. This time Chaos Boundary dropped a full 30 million blood. Boom! As Fatty's chop fell, the sound of glass shattering came, and strange light rushed through the sky within the nearly invincible boundary. Is this considered a success? Fatty muttered to himself in surprise. It should be a done deal. Lin Fan responded, the Elf Queen's smile with hot tears appearing before his eyes, fading with the wind with a smile of relief. The next second only saw the reincarnation divine tree rapidly wither in age, its branches and leaves rapidly falling off, and the tree began to crumble as large swaths of decaying wood disintegrated. Build it, my fortune tree. Lin Fan broke his defense on the spot, not understanding how the divine tree could crumble because of this after having cracked the boundary with great difficulty. That doesn't make sense. The two of them looked at each other. Dare they tinker with half a day of work for nothing? What do the gods mean by this? Only the fruit and not the tree. On what grounds? Congratulations, perfectly clear. The riddle of feathering. Is the region announcement released? Is anonymity used? The tone appeared, but Lin Fan was not happy at all. There's no point in having a perfect pass. Without the tree, how can they get rich and powerful? This was a divine tree that could bear holy fruits, and Lin Fan had always fought the intention of wanting to transplant the divine tree to the future guild stronghold. Everyone is guaranteed to add 3,000 life points. This is in the early stages of the game where players are generally anemic. High blood will have a decisive effect on combat power. Finished? Damn. I'm so angry. Lin Fan couldn't help but burst out. A total of more than 20 fruits of life were beaten down from the divine tree, which is really counted as an amazing treasure. But, compared to the real divine tree, this is not a little bit worse than half a point. Region announcement. Players Fan Shin and Master Kai's expedition are superbly intelligent and have combined their efforts to crack the legendary copy, Mystery of Feathering. Reward 10 points of talent, 30,000 points of reputation, and 200 gold coins. Announcement released. The whole service players sensational. The copy actually rewarded 10 points of talent, which can be more valuable than the reward attribute points. 10 points of talent skill bonus. The use of the right to be able to produce a qualitative change in strength between a consolation prize is still good. Fatty followed a wave of light. See Lin Fan dazed and did not move. Out of the mouth to comfort him not too upset. Nope, there's still drama. Something's glowing in the rotten wood. Lin Fan stared straight at the divine tree fragment, and a bit of very different emerald green caught his eye. It's really something. Fatty saw it too. The two hurriedly got together, and this time, without the knot in the way, easily went over the fence. It was a small sapling that was only as long as a little finger, like a beautiful jade, distinguishing it from the surrounding greenery. The sapling is green. There is a unique mist lingering. Vaguely can also be seen in the mist there is a magic pattern flashed. At a glance it is not something mortal. Lin Fan cupped it in his palm and checked the attributes with a face full of excitement. Reincarnation tree seedling, quality, divine object. Description: the first tree in heaven and earth was born out of the branch buds, every 1,000 years to reincarnate the newborn. Reincarnation divine tree, the tree matures to produce 6 types of holy fruits. Fruit of life of fire, fruit of magic of water, fruit of agility of wind, fruit of resistance of earth, fruit of strike of darkness, fruit of luck of light, cultivation sacrament, rootless water, heavenly divine soil. Currently there is a lack of cultivation conditions, and transplanting to soil only produces the fruit of life. OMG, my goodness, it really is a god tier thing. This thing is so unbelievable. Fatty excited strange scream. Light to life fruit added 2,000 blood. This if this divine tree cultivation success. Other attribute fruit eat together. Increase a large number of additional attributes. That is not invincible. A great deal of money. Indeed. Lin Fan's breathing was slightly rapid. It wasn't just as simple as harvesting a divine tree sapling. What's more important is that he knows where to find these two holy things to cultivate, so as to grow into a real reincarnation divine tree. The rootless water is in the northern desert forbidden area, and the heavenly divine soil is hidden in the holy light church in the imperial capital. Lin Fan whispered in his heart, but even if he knew the exact location, he simply couldn't go to these two places with his current level. Moreover, the location of the rootless water is a Jedi. All day long the divine fire burns in the sky. Players or NPCs with a slightly inferior combat strength will be burned to death if they get close to it. As for the holy light clergy that is the foundation of the Light Dragon Empire, it is rumored that there are holy light dragons entrenched, and those who offend will be killed without pardon, regardless of whether it was an inferior or superior dragon in the divine realm world. Any lifeform with the word dragon in its name was ridiculously strong. Now that he knew the cultivation conditions, Lin Fan had no intention of giving up, and sooner or later, he would go on a journey to these two places. Carefully storing away the divine tree sapling, Lin Fan and Fatty exited the copy. There had been quite a delay in the copy, and at this point, there were less than 6 hours before the Battle of the Strongholds was to be fought. Lin Fan glanced at the list of guild members. 6 of the Road King he listed out for Fatty to find were already in place. The remaining 4 people Lin Fan told the madman to pull in at all costs, no matter what the conditions were first agreed to. Well, the main thing is to trick people into the guild first. Raw rice plus sugar-coated. Lin Fan will not be able to. They do not from. Lin Fan walked out of the frozen valley and returned to the ice plain. In the few hours of work that he had spent getting off the copy, there were quite a few players who had brushed up against it. The level of this group of players had generally reached level 20, and close to half of the players had completed their professional awakening for the guild stronghold war, and their combat power had skyrocketed, and a group of pairs of people dealing with the elite monsters were quite comfortable. However, there are still some players who have reached the awakening conditions and didn't immediately choose to awaken their professions. These types of people are very confident and are not willing to get only low-level professions and are still waiting for the opportunity to awaken their hidden professions. This pastor I enthusiastically horse. Are you giving me blood or cursing me to death? Why are you outputting me? Brother Knight, I know you're in a hurry, but please hold off. My skills are a bit special. Fuck, you milked my face, and my blood level is dropping like crazy? You're toxic. Lin Fan and Fatty stopped their steps back to the city, and the scene that happened in front of them made both of them confused. Fatty rubbed his eyes and wondered. I'm not seeing it wrong. How is that little priest's healing spell making his teammates bleed? It seems like it's really dropping blood, not too infrequently. The knight drops blood 3 times before milking it out once, and the additions aren't as much as the subtractions. Lin Fan was a bit dumbfounded even though he thought he had seen a lot. He had never seen such a strange priest before. 6 people squad to beat up 3 elite small monsters. With the magic creature panel here is already very not easy, but there are 3 professional awakening in the team. Dealing with it should not be so strenuous. As a result, with the help of the little priest, the front row of knights cursed constantly, and they ate red potion fiercely, and they were almost going to be milked to death by their own priests. I'll beat your mom. Slaughter him. This man is intent on doing bad things. I've never seen such a pitiful teammate. Right, if you want to live. Archers quickly shoot him to death for me. A group of people fought to the death to cut down the Ice Plains demon wolves, at which point their teammates realized the end of the story and turned the tables on the Pit-B priests. That small priest was scared back and forth. Panicked to explain, big brothers don't be angry my skill is really like this. Need to drop 90% of the blood before they start to power. You guys believe me Spicy chicken leg burger, I am the first emperor of Qin. Do you believe me or him? Small priest LD called female bedchamber god of war. See, the momentum is not right to pull the leg to run. But how can he a priest run over the chicken leg fort archers? Raised his hand as a shot 3 consecutive shots. Kill to the back of the small priest. Chicken legs bird's attack hit accurately. Yet the bizarre scene appeared again. Plus 233. Plus 233. Plus 233. Instead of losing blood, the little priest actually added a lot of blood. Spicy chicken leg burger, I shit. There's a hang up. The 5 teammates all froze. And Fatty pointed at the little priest with his mouth wide open and shouted, "Real hammer, this time it's absolutely solid. I told you that someone must have hung up in this game." The mage in the group didn't believe it and smashed out several wind blades in succession, but he was still bleeding the little priest. Crackling, a whole bunch of skills hit the little priest still. Female dormitory god of war, don't fight. Oops. Dying, really don't fight. I genuinely have a bit of a problem with my skills. 2 great gods help. These people are unreasonable and want to kill me? I don't know where I offended them. The female Bedlam war god ran as she spoke, stumbling towards Lin Fan and the 2 of them. Fatty looked at Lin Fan to ask his opinion. Lin Fan pondered for a while and said, "There's something about this priest. Those 5 people you're okay with taking on solo? Ha ha, 10 or 8 more is not enough for Master Kai to stuff his teeth." The fat man laughed and stepped in front of the little priest. A head of silver hair is eye-catching. Cold face bloomed evil smile. Hands slightly raised. A bright and a dark 2 possessed swords appeared in his hands. Seeing this, Lin Fan commented, "Not bad, the guy thing has grown some more." Handsome but not 3 seconds of the fat man almost a stumble planted. Twisted his head naive smile, height of 1 meter 8, 18 centimeters. I'm kidding you? Will you die if you don't brag? Lin Fan said without any good humor. Spicy chicken leg burger, what do you guys mean? You don't see this guy deliberately delaying us from brushing monsters? It's not much fun. A few people bullying a priest is nothing. Have the guts to try bullying me. Fatty teasingly smiled. And the other party was not the least bit abashed. Sneering, a B-rank magic swordsman is amazing? I'm still a B-rank light ranger. This bright ranger was also chicken thief enough. Suddenly switching out the enchanted arrows in between speaking. A cluster of light arrows broke the bow and rolled up a large amount of wind and snow. The power was not bad. Fatty looked calm, casually lifted his dark sword and casually swung it. Dark light surged, and with a clanging sound the light arrow was shattered to pieces. Gridlock. The light ranger was a bit surprised that this move, which did at least 700 points of damage when it hit a small monster and shot so fast that it was hard for anyone to react to it, would actually be caught easily. The back row C-rank storm mage lashed out, compiling a great web of gale force winds to pounce on Fatty. Fatty's two swords of light and darkness were combined, actually combining into a broadsword of light and darkness. A sword chopped out across sword on. The gale's great net tore apart, but the sword attack did not decrease. The storm mage 30 meters away stared in disbelief. Magic swordsman who can attack remotely? Double strike minus 3,200. A chilling damage value surfaced, and the storm mage was instantly turned into white light and was seconded. Double blast. What the hell is this skill? How come I haven't heard of magic swordsmen having this move? Chicken leg castle people went numb. Several people with cold hands and feet all subdued. Come, who else wants to go on? Brother will teach you to be human again. The fat man's broadsword pointed remotely at the crowd, a pair of starry eyes shining coldly. S-rank professions are really sick. Even Lin Fan couldn't help but spit out the fact that double blast was an exclusive trait of the dual blade stream warrior, but it required the consumption of a large amount of blue as well as a bit of luck in order to hit it. This can't be used until at least level 30 for fighters with low blue values, but the S-rank profession light and dark sword envoy, with a higher amount of blue than an awakened mage, was able to allow Fatty to use this move mindlessly. Of course, to say that the downside of this move is obvious. 2 enchanted swords in one become a broadsword, and attack speed / shift will be drastically reduced. This would be very fatal in an expert killing duel. Facing the next attack can only be hard to resist, but the fat guy covered up extremely well, stood in place to receive the move to pretend to be a supreme strong posture. Coupled with the other side is also enough vegetables. This wave was really pretending to be him. Look at Master's LD. If you don't want to die, get lost. The fat man boldly showed the Kai Master label. The chicken leg fort ranger froze for a moment. S-class professional. He's the vice president of Godslayer. Guys, rip it up. Hearing that the group of S-class professionals were terrified, all of them hugged their heads and disappeared near the ice field. I can kill a dozen of these kind of rookies, Master Kai. Fatty put away his enchanted sword and shook his head in good humor. Big brother is so fierce. Add a friend. Let me hold a thigh first. The female dormitory god of war was very uptight, and her horse's ass instantly followed, patting Master Kai in a beautiful way. It's fate to know each other. Whoever dares to bully you in the future, report your brother's name. Fatty patted the little priest's shoulder and laughed. The latter was another flurry of heavenly ass to make Master Kai happy. Business mutual admiration. Your kid is also enough. Other priests to save the dead and wounded. You priest specializing in backstabbing his teammates, in a way is also a wizard. Where? Master Kai overpraised. Your sword swings Chinkun is what's called awesome. When the two finished friending each other, Lin Fan then interrupted the two to continue beeping and inquired, did you get the soul seal? Ah. The female Bedlam war god was instantly startled, her face showing panic, and suddenly her body shortened, as if she was an arrow off the string instantly flashing. Shake the stone mines. Lin Fan saw the situation, whispered. A stone wall immediately across the female bedchamber god of war. The other party tried to overturn but because of agility is too low to turn up. Head twisted to hurry around the road to continue to run. The fat man frowned. Little guy smashed you, this is not generous. Ask you. You girl run what? Fatty grunted coldly, and rushed up in a single stride to yank the female bedchambered war god. His face said to change, and his lightsaber was pressed against his neck. Big brothers, spare your life. It's hard for me to die once and upgrade. The female dormitory god of war wimped out in seconds and raised his hands in surrender. Don't be nervous. Take out the soul seal and I'll take a look at the attributes. Don't worry. This thing has long been bound to your character, unable to be dropped. Lin Fan walked over with a smile. Won't fall off? Well, that's okay. The female bedchamber war god was slightly relieved when she heard this, and her gaze was cast towards Lin Fan in order to speak. Damn, you don't even recognize the mortal god? With that shit on you, He's not going to pop your equipment? The fat man was impatient, feeling a little disappointed that the little priest had cheated Master Kai of his feelings. Triple Crown King Vanguard. The little priest was stunned, noticing Lin Fan's blood-red LD. Let's go. There are too many little monsters here. Change places. As he spoke, a group of Ice Plains thieves surrounded him, and Lin Fan smashed out the Inferno Dragon without looking back, and the little monsters burned in flames and screamed continuously. Minus 1,160. Minus 4,330. Huge amounts of damage popped up, and in 3 hits all the little monsters were reduced to ashes. Good TM. Raw. The female Bedlam War God was dumbfounded. This damage value was simply inhuman. This was a man who dared to arm wrestle with Long Scar, and the silver-haired handsome guy next to him was still an S-ranked professional, and the two of them were simply like heavenly gods in his eyes. The 3 of them walked to the clearing where there were fewer small monsters, and the female Bedlam War God squirmed and said, I can show you the soul seal, but I can talk first, so don't laugh when you see it, okay? Damn it, didn't let you touch the birdie out. Look at a broken soul seal, what are you bitchy for? Fatty cursed breathlessly. The female Bedlam Warlord's face burns and she sends out a panel in the team channel. Right hand of the Cursed King, Spirit level. Passive skill 1, release healing on target probability trigger curse healing. Target blood reduction up to 90% of blood volume. Teammates full attribute increase by 90%. Current curse healing trigger probability 50%. Comment from the gods, cherish your teammates, stay away from curses, and walk the talk. Passive skill 2, curse takes effect when verbally abused by the target, gaining 90% of the target's blue value, and 90% of the teammate's blood value when attacked by the teammate. Comment from the gods, pit teammates. I think it's fine. This. Gods seem to be unable to look at it. Why do I have the urge to beat him? Fatty had a dumbfounded look on his face. Snap. Snap. Lin Fan directly applauded, originally thinking that his super god level soul seal was strange enough, but he hadn't thought that this one was even more awesome. That said, come to our Godslayer guild. We happen to be short of a powerful priest like you, Lin Fan said with a smile, throwing out an olive branch to the female Bedlam War God. The female dormitory god of war was surprised. Can I do it? As you can see, there aren't many teammates who can stand up to me pita. If I say you can, then you will, Lin Fan said calmly. The quality of this soul seal of the little priest had reached the Yingling level, second only to the god level soul seals, and the skills were so outrageous that he had never seen them before. But there's one thing to be said for any infernal class soul mark that can't be junk. Pit the blood level to just a thread of blood to trigger a full attribute boost. This is not just attack power enhancement. Even agility, blitz, and even blitz damage and so on will be a full surge. This skill would be quite terrifying if it could be utilized properly. The second skill is, needless to say, a life-saving skill at the expense of others. What doesn't get me screwed over will eventually make me strong. The origin of this soul seal in the hand of the female Bedlam War God was very interesting. He stumbled upon a fishing guy in the novice village and went up to the old man and climbed into a conversation. The old man is the village church of the old priest. Leisure time favorite fishing, but 9 times out of 10 are Air Force, but also often caught some strange and weird things. Fishing out corpses. Magical beasts belong to the normal operation. The old man was very troubled by this, and decided that he was caught up in a curse, and spouted off to the female Bedlam warrior goddess. Hearing these words he naturally did not take them seriously, thinking that the old man was a lousy fisherman, and being a veteran fisherman himself, he helped the old man to fish and show off his skills. Who knows that fishing for a whole day is still no harvest? Just when the female betting god of war some discouragement, big fish is finally on the hook. The results of fishing up is actually a jade arm almost put him scared urine. Before he could react to what was going on, that arm burrowed into his body and inexplicably acquired the spirit-level human soul seal, right hand of the cursed king. The female Bedlam war god returned to her senses and tried to find the old priest to inquire about the situation, but the old priest disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. You think I'm a 3-year-old child? The Yingling level soul seals are so easy to get. What kind of mythological story are you blowing with me? Fatty had a face of disbelief. Female Bedlam warlord, I really didn't lie to you. I swear to God, it's this crap that caused me to get kicked out of the team dozens of times. It's really too hard to mix it up to level 20. Lin Fan could not help but want to laugh. Teammates do not understand the soul seal attributes of the situation. The small priest is indeed very easy to cause misunderstanding. He just now but almost milked the team's knights to death, brewing a tragedy of regimentation. What he said should be true. There are many channels to obtain a soul mark, and chance is one of them, Lin Fan said with a smile. He himself is an example. Who would have thought that relying on open book question and answer can also get the super god level soul seal? It can be understood that this is also a kind of divine domain chance. I'll send you an invitation to join the club. Lin Fan said. Great God, I'm pitted against you. No, I mean as your follower. As Fatty glared, the female Bedlam war god smiled in embarrassment and hurriedly changed her words. There is a Triple Crown King cover, not to say that you can walk sideways. At least in the future, to team up to play copies to be much more convenient. The three of them rushed towards the City of Air. There were only a few hours before the stronghold battle would be fought, and now the World Channel was full of messages recruiting experts to join the guild. The first guild stronghold war is crucial. Happy to spend a lot of money to recruit a few guilds, but really large guilds' 300 people quota has long been full. Level 20 or more as a hard indicator. Everyone is the best of the top experts. Lin Fan checked the list of guild personnel. Currently there are less than 50 people. Female life players account for the majority. Apparently it was the fucking idea of the two lewd men, Crazy and Fatty. However, Lin Fan was not in a hurry. The influence of God's domain was far from comparable to other online games, and there were countless ex-professional experts who entered the game one after another. Many of the experts were currently only a dozen levels or even just a few levels, and aside from the 10 King of the Road players, these were all the candidates he needed to secure. The game is only in its opening phase at the moment, and the difference between becoming whether or not you've had a career awakening and whether or not you're a first-tier high level isn't really that significant. What Lin Fan wanted was an Operation Monster and Stream of Consciousness expert who could truly stand alone. Female Bedlam Warlord, so many red names. How come there are so many red names here? The crowd stopped in their tracks as red-named players appeared on the outskirts of the ice field, gathering more and more in less than 5 seconds, numbering at least on the scale of a small warband. Questioning Sword Nank. Questioning Sword Guild members are temporarily evacuating the Ice Plains brush point. Move fast. The Shura Club's coming. The Questioning Sword Guild that was at the nearby brush point heard the boss shouting, and the 50 or 60 people evacuated the brush point. The other casual players' scalps exploded as they cursed. Will these sons of bitches play the game or not? What's the point of killing and exploding equipment all the time? But he cursed and defied on his lips, but he withdrew obediently from the vicinity of the ice field. Shura Club? What the heck? Is their aura that strong? Hundreds of people are afraid of a few dozen of them? Fatty frowned and cursed, realizing that the first few red names were staring at him, and immediately drew his light and darkness dual swords. Lin Fan's eyes flickered with a cold light. This group of red names had spared the other players, so it seemed that the target of the hunt should be the few of them. The Shura Guild was a group of red name player organizations. In addition to robbing ordinary players to explode their equipment, one of their biggest businesses was to take employer bounties, specifically targeting players who offended the godly hoi polloi. Once targeted by this group of vultures with superb operation and not bad equipment, few casual players can resist, and Lin Fan remembers that in his previous life there were quite a few players who were killed by this group of people until they withdrew from the game. Shura Water God, Chairman. It seems like these are the same people. Although the LD is anonymous, but that magic swordsman should be Master Kai of Godslayer, an S-rank awakened profession? Looks like a tough bone to crack. At the head of the group was a level 23 Grand Thief, wearing a black cloak with sinister eyes. What is this? This? Should we follow and run? The female dormitory war god's mouth was asking. Her body was frank to the point of outrageousness, and she withdrew a dozen meters away early. Fatty scolded. Get your ass over here. Can't you see that we've already been flanked around the back? You went over looking for death. The Lady Bedlam Warlord was startled as two teams of red names circled around the hillside next to the ice field, ready to intercept their retreat. You are the mortal god? The Shura Duke's boss. Ishian said in a cold voice. Lin Fan nodded his head lightly and said, That's right. Dare I ask whose order you took? It's you then. The rest is a trade secret. You're ready to wait for death. I'll wait for you to come out at the resurrection point when I finish this order. Shura Ishian laughed. Oh, doesn't it mean that killing me once is not enough and you have to block my spring? Lin Fan laughed playfully. Shura Water God, laughing. Listening to your tone, could you still run away? Give your Triple Crown King a face. Delete your own number and retire from the game. Lest you become a clown by blocking the spring water burst kill. Fatty didn't spoil him and thrust his light and dark double swords in front of him. Come, let's see who retreats from the tour. You Master Kai will stand here to kill a try. Shura Water God's eyes changed. S-class professionals were rumored to be very powerful, but he didn't believe that just 3 people on the opposite side could make any waves. Come on, hurry up. I'm pretty busy. Lin Fan's face was calm, and his excessive boldness caused the crowd of the Shura Club to frown, wondering what he had to rely on. Ready to run away at any time, the female dormitory god of war found the backbone, and ran back on his ass, following the fat man's example and yelling, Big deal. What are you guys pretending? A bunch of unqualified trash. I'm sorry. Lin Fan, someone paid 5,000 gold coins to take your dog's head, Ishian said in a deep voice. Just you dare to call yourself a FA god? Give me all of them to die. the Shura water god cursed, starting a round of water magic, wave. A huge turquoise blue wave churned endlessly, slapping towards the three. The hexagrams lit up, and Lin Fan stepped forward, the blazing sun shield crossing in front of him, easily blocking the wave attack. Didn't break the defense? Shura water god froze for a moment. This strike could have dealt at least 600 points of damage, but it actually didn't even break the opposite side's shield. I'll take care of the enemies behind me first, and leave the front to you. Lin Fan said it fatty. What about me? What am I doing? Or should I milk a few times? The female dormitory god of war was a bit overjoyed, and Lin Fan quickly shook his head. Don't. You'd better sit and watch. This dude jokes. It would be fine if the little priest could get them both to trigger the full attribute enhancement, but one bad grasp and they would be milked to death by him. Now Lin Fan hanging red name LD. Once triggered the red name, body things will all fall out. Equipment and so on does not matter. For fear of reincarnation of the divine tree was exploded on the big trouble. How is that good? Hey, I am a drag. The female dormitory war heroine muttered to herself in a funereal manner. Seeing this, Lin Fan patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, don't think like that. In my eyes you're the secret weapon. It's not time for you to power up. The female dormitory god of war lit up in front of her eyes and muttered, I am a secret weapon. And the strong are naturally the last to make an appearance. It is indeed correct. My master's greatsword has long been hungry and thirsty. Fatty grinned and turned into a stray arrow with his dual swords in hand, and in the twinkling of an eye, he killed in front of several front row melee fighters on the opposite side. The back row archers of the Shura club drew their bows and locked onto him, and more than 10 raining arrows fell. Fatty's dual swords danced wildly, blocking off most of the arrows, and although he was shot with a few arrows, he didn't have to care at all with his bloodline of close to 10,000 blood. Backlight triple chop. The sword blade of light flashed, and the extreme speed triple slash was instantly completed. -880, -1100, -1300. Light and Dark Sword Envoy's exclusive B-rank sword skill, where the damage of each strike increases proportionally. What the fuck kind of outrageous output is this? The Great Knight with 6,000 blood was shocked and backed up, feeling like the broadsword in his hand was going to be cut off. This knight was experienced in killing, and he turned on his taunt skill to enhance his resistance to resist damage. Just this? That's it? The fat man smiled smugly, completely took the opponent's psychology and easily guessed the color of the opponent's bottom. Horizontal chopping Dark Sword flat A. Dark Sword touches the opponent's armor. A jet of black gas splashes out. Dark Magic Curse makes the knight's defense lower / strike resistance lower. Fatty roared all over the place, swallowing mountains and seas with his breath, his dark sword cursing his opponents, and his lightsaber increasing his own panel. Another sword thrust hit with 2,000 bludgeoning points. A wave of output takes it away. Shura Ishian looked stunned. Templar Knight was seconded? Whether your people called by Tian Chi or Long Scar, all I can say is that you brought fewer people with you. Lin Fan laughed softly as his staff waved. Fire magic power rippled. An inferno dragon fell from the sky, and the Shura player in charge of intercepting it let out a scream. Yen Long was like a hungry wolf that had killed its way into the sheepfold. The fireball smashed down in the sky, and the flames burned his body, just like an inferno on earth. -1,100, -4,300, -4,300. 7 or 8 white lights flew by, all flying back to the resurrection point. The female dormitory god of war gulped and marveled. Super thigh. I'm fucking hugging it. Mom won't worry about me having no one to brush copies anymore. The distance is at least 500 meters. How did he do that? Shura Ishian was in a cold sweat and couldn't think twice about bringing his elite assassins forward. Earth Mage, use the slowing skill. Don't let him get away. Shura Ishian roared. He had hunted and killed quite a few Earthbound players and knew that the output ability of these people was not comparable to ordinary players. But a stronger mage was a dish in front of an awakened thief. Eat down as much as you want. This was the mutual restraint between professions. This was the unbreakable law of the divine realm. Run? What to run? You guys are all red names like me. Killing red names makes money fast. Lin Fan said blandly, fearless of the earth magic, mud puddle, that appeared on the ground. Slowing down was slowing down, and he had no intention of moving up half a step for a defense tower anyway. At the same time, Lin Fan had a feeling that this group of people from the Shura Club were indeed powerful in hunting normal players, but trying to hunt him and Fatty, an S-professional, was purely an act of looking for death. There was no way that the person who found the Shura Club to post the hunting list would not know this. A hint of teasing flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. Screw it, this was just a test. The other party wanted to use the Shura Council's hand to obtain information about him. To be exact, it should be the Soul Seal's general attributes. It was thought that whether it was Chi Ziyue or Yi Kongcheng, they should have noticed that not only did he have a Soul Seal in his hand, but also that the soul seal was of an unusual quality. Therefore, he wanted to use the Shura Club to find out the situation and target it in the guild war. Shura Ishian led a group of thieves in a mad dog-like charge, with more than a dozen ghostly shadows attacking from all directions. Seeing so many red-named thieves, a normal mage would have been confused, whether it was by one or a few thieves getting close to them. Then they could already give up struggling. However, Lin Fan remained calm and stood still. There was little difference between running and not running in front of the thief player. In case bringing an attack was the way to go. Get the fuck out of here. Damn it. Die. Seeing this, Fatty, who was in the middle of a big kill, immediately tried to go back to defense and protection, but he was quickly surrounded by the crowd, who were trying to hold him back even if they couldn't beat him. Going into sneak, cultivation of a thought cold snort. More than a dozen black shadows suddenly disappeared. The air seems to have stood still in general. The murderous intent still pervades the ice plane. The reason why their group of players could do no harm was because close to half of the members were all thieves. If you encounter a small group that you can beat, you will be haunted like a nightmare. And if you encounter a large force of other guilds, you will be able to evacuate by sneaking and stealthing out of the way if you can't beat them. Madaka, blades and swords, ringing sounds, all sorts of hollowing out attacks. However, Lin Fan was still and didn't see any attacks launched. But on the contrary, Shura Ishian and the others panicked. Shield, shield, still TM is a shield. Shura Ishian almost spat out blood. Is this person in front of him a mage or a heavily armored knight? When it came to comparing who had a rogue fighting style, he, Lin Fan, had never lost to anyone. The skill Blazing Sun shield was not quite enough now, and it took 2 seconds to stack shields each time, so it was hard to give him the chance to stack all 9 shields when he encountered a strong enemy. However, from the very beginning of the fight, Lin Fan was strong in his mouth, but secretly he had prepared everything, clicking and stacking shields furiously, with tens of thousands of gold coins on his body, plus a whole bunch of treasures. He didn't want to cheapen these red-named players. Storm Blade, Lin Fan whispered softly. Suddenly, heavy rain fell from the sky, and the rain turned into knives spread out in a circle with Lin Fan as the center, covering a range of 20 meters. -230, -230. Dense damage numbers popped up. More than a dozen thieves all revealed their true selves, and Cultivator 1 thought was shocked. Dual system mage? Did the person who let you take the order not explain the situation clearly? Or perhaps you've been punked? The corners of Lin Fan's mouth rose as he sighed softly. The thief's sneak skill is really tough on mages, yet has a fatal flaw. Both, it will automatically reveal itself once it takes damage, and the sneak will go into a long CD. Shura Ishian's face suddenly changed, and a creepy feeling came over him. Naya, what if I can't break the shield? The other thief had just soldiered on to break the shield, only to have another shield appear in front of him, which could literally piss people off. Wind Whisperer, the sound of cracking wind. 2 more hexes blossomed into glory, adding to the attack speed and blowing the fly-like swarm of thieves away from his body. 3 kinds of magic at the same time? He's out of his mind. Shura Ishian's complexion shook dramatically, while an absurd thought flashed through his mind. Is this asshole's blue amount infinite? The man in front of him started with a variety of AoE wide-range magic, and generally the larger the area covered by the magic, the more blue it consumed. But this guy not only didn't show any fatigue until now, but he didn't even drink a bottle of blue returning potion. Even an awakened archmage couldn't do it. Can't fight at all. This person is even more terrifying than the rumors. The Shura water god was shocked that the chairman had joined forces with so many thieves, and the situation had actually been suppressed instead. He rushed up with a few mages, intending to set fire on Lin Fan and help the chairman and the others break the shield. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, his eyes cold and icy as he casually blasted out with a flatty shot. Shura water god was stunned. 800 points of damage? That's not a low output, but it's definitely not invincible. However, in an instant, the flames on his body began to boil, spreading and burning towards his entire body, and the Shura water god screamed strangely as if he had seen a ghost. This is impossible. How can passive damage hit for 300? After saying that, he instantly fell to the ground and flew back to the spring. Had enough fooling around? If you've made enough noise, it's my turn. Lin Fan's gaze was like a torch as he looked towards Shura Ishian and the others who had sprouted a desire to retreat. Cultivation of the first thought was cold all over his body, and he led the people just wanted to retreat. But suddenly the ground trembled, and a U-shaped stone wall rumbled up on the ice, surrounding all of these thieves. At the same time, Shura Ishian and the others were still deadlocked by the quagmire. The advantage of thieves over mages was mobility and sneaking ability, but now they were being plucked out one by Lin Fan with skill sets, and it would be hard for these guys to make waves again. 4. For system full cultivation mages. The crowd of the Shura Club was completely shocked. What kind of a maniac was this? actually daring to learn all 4 types of magic. The explosive fireball in Lin Fan's hand began to take names. Shura Ishien's face was full of overwhelm. And Lin Fan was enough of a murderer to deliberately avoid Shura Ishien, allowing him to watch his men fall one after another. Wow. A lot of money dropped. Just the equipment is too trashy. Level 15 blue suit and you guys are still treating it like a treasure. One by one, the equipment fell off the ground. But Lin Fan was disgusted. Except for the gold coins, he really didn't have a few pieces that he could look at. Shura Ishien's face was blue. It had always been the Shura clubs that had tormented the other players, and now it was actually their turn, which was undoubtedly a kind of ravaging and trampling. UTM, if you don't give me money, I'm going to chase you all the way. Cultivator Ishien showed his teeth and roared, completely cornered. That's for another time, but we're not done for today. Lin Fan revealed 2 rows of white teeth as he sniffed. His smile was brilliant to the extreme, but it made Shura Ishien tremble, and there was an extra wave of fear in his eyes. What do you want to do? Send you all to retreat. Lin Fan smiled cruelly. Shit, that was fun. On the other side, Fatty was killing it big time, with a few more splashes of red on his black armor, carrying a large amount of output and fighting his way forward. Nearly 10,000 blood was down by 2/3, while a full row of Shura Club melee fighters lay at his feet. Without the protection of the front row, the mages and priests in the back row were living targets for sword practice in front of him. The jig is up. It's a one-sided slaughter. Lin Fan cast his gaze in the direction of where the city of air was, and keenly realized that there were a few people standing on the city walls. A valiant and extraordinary man holding a legendary treasure bow stood out from the crowd and was highly recognizable. The one observing the battle from afar was no one else but the Dragon Trace boss, Ikong City. The 2 men looked at each other with indifference, without saying a word, but they could feel the desire to bite off a piece of each other's flesh. Let's go. Yakancheng didn't tangle with Lin Fan and led the people away from the city walls. How strong is he? Empty City inquired. Standing beside him was a level 21 archer with a blue equipment that looked mediocre. It was awesome, and for a while it made me question the balance of this game. Broken Thousand Army said, with a heavy brow. The blood quantity situation is unknown, but from the fact that he didn't move an inch in the face of the siege, it shows that he has confidence in his blood quantity, at least higher than the first-tier mages. Broken Thousand Army analyzed. What about the other aspects? Empty City nodded. Much as he had judged, many mages would have all of their free attribute points piled up on attack/blue quantity, and with Lin Fan's heroic equipment enchantment, his blood quantity must be quite a bit higher than that of an ordinary mage. Top-notch operation and game sense. More than a notch stronger than Zhu Frost. Especially the use of skills is incredible. Broken Thousand Army said. He had seen someone Earth Mage use the skill, Shaking Stonevine, but it was not as delicate as Vanguard. And what concerned him the most was the Vanguard's fighting sense. It was as simple as an adult beating up a child, playing the Shura Club's gang of veterans to a T, taking the initiative to attract the group of thieves to surround them, and then laying traps, ringing them up and not giving the other side half a chance to live. It's only temporary, Xu Shuangshang beside him said irritably, and Broken Thousand Army didn't care, stating that it was just a matter of fact. I don't need you to tell me those words. Yakancheng's face was gloomy. He was an extremely proud person and thought that his level of operation was close to that of a professional player, but in front of Lin Fan, he could only be described as childish. I understand, President. Broken Thousand Army laughed lightly. He was a tactical master personally hired by Empty City, a leader in multiple strategy online games, and also proficient in data analysis. Broken Thousand Armies, from the known intelligence, he possesses a divine grade soul seal, the effect of which is to stack range and blue volume. Whether it adds attack power and bludgeoning attributes is not clear for the time being. God-level soul seals. Xu Shuangshang and Wartianchi were shocked. This was something they dreamed of getting, just that no one could say anything about the specific channels of obtaining it. Even though Ikongchang was sitting on hundreds of billions of dollars and had connections in the Divine Realm's official propaganda team, he still hadn't been able to get any valid information about the divine level soul seal at the moment. Not bad. I've seen similar soul seals that can match mages. The Lord level increase is up to 300 meters. The spirit level is not clear. I don't think it will be too much higher. Broken Thousand Army said frankly. Wait. I can understand when you say he can stack range. What's with the blue amount? Empty City frowned and asked. Broken Thousand Armies, based on the analysis of the damage value of his fire basic talent, Fiery Scorch, he has over 40,000 points of blue in his bear suit. How is this possible? Monsters? Xu Fanswan looked to the blue quantity value she was proud of, 4,000 points. That's even with her wearing a blue volume hero outfit. And a mortal god's MP value without equipment is more than 10 times hers. What kind of international joke are you? You stepping on a horse? 40,000 000 MP points is higher than a law lord boss? War Tianqi cursed with a horrified face and went up and clutched the collar of this unreliable analyst. Broken Thousand June was filled with contempt and said, Chief Warrior, believe it or not. Or you can just find a random fire mage and ask. Stop. Ye Kancheng coldly reprimanded. And only then did War Tianqi resentfully loosen his hand. What do we need to watch out for against him? You say it all at once. Empty City looked towards Broken Thousand armies. He had a sense of crisis. He had to curb the development of Lin Fan as well as the Godslayer gang, or else it would definitely become an obstacle to his hegemony in the future. Although he is ostensibly cultivating all four systems, analyzing the damage values, he is mainly relying on the fire passive talent for his output. Broken Thousand Army revealed a look of sophistication and continued. My suggestion is to purchase a large number of fire magic resistance related potions and equipment, and then try to force him into a solo melee battle, which can be won with a sea of men. Well, just the thing. Empty City nodded its head in approval of this plan, then took out a green-colored stone from its parcel. The item belongs to you. Come to our guild. After saying that, Empty City kicked out a level 23 B-Job warrior in the guild and launched an invitation to join the Broken Thousand army. Boss, are you sure you want to give it to him? This soul seal was bought by you for 100,000 gold coins. Warrior Tianqi's heart jumped as he tried to persuade. Zhu Xuanshang knitted her willow brows and agreed. This soul seal perfectly fits your S-class Demon Breaker Archer attribute. Giving it to him is too uneconomical. Lin Fan uses divine level soul seals. Am I inferior to him? Joke. Empty City swept a disdainful glance at the soul seals in his hands. The spirit level soul seals that were enough to drive other godly players crazy were like trash in his hands at this moment. I like to make deals with cool people. A 1-year membership contract. I agree. Broken Thousand June was instantly ecstatic. If it wasn't for the soul seal, how could he have disbanded his guild and willingly condescended to join Dragon Mark? On the other side, Lin Fan was completely unaware that his bottom had been stripped and was still cleaning up the battlefield with Fatty. It's so ferocious. The Shura Club was almost wiped out by the group. They're just 2 people. No, there are 3 of them. And that priest looks unimpressive. Maybe he's a great god too. That's right, it's never some ordinary player who can hang out with the mortal gods. The players who had been forced to leave the monster spot earlier gathered around, and their gazes were directed at the mysterious master, Little Priest. I'm a secret weapon. I need to be confident. I can't give Boss Van any trouble. The female dormitory war god's old face burned as she straightened her back and tried to put on her very strong stance. The bad food. Their treasurer seems to have run away. Otherwise they could earn a reward order money. Fatty shouted in pain. The other party took a big order of 4,000 gold coins. Even if they didn't complete the hunting mission, at least a quarter of the deposit was collected. This was the line of red name hunting players. God's domain at this stage to open the warehouse conditions are very harsh. Players can only gold, equipment and other items put in the package. Red name organizations like the Shura Club, in addition to directly cashing in the gold obtained, the rest of the gold and rare props will be designated for safekeeping. Otherwise the red name once killed, that will be a huge loss. After picking up half a day on the ground, a total of just over 300 gold coins were harvested, as well as a bunch of broken equipment. They can't run away. This money is how can we easily miss out on our building fund. Lin Fan smiled. Resurrection points usually don't have Imperial guards. They can hide in the safe zone and not come out. Fatty had a puzzled look on his face. Shura Water God, stinking fake tournament stuff. Come on, aren't you strong? Come and fight at the resurrection point of E-City. Shura Tien, the world knows that trash like Fanshin can only abuse vegetables. When he meets a foreign team he pulls the rug out from under him. And even if he pulls the rug out, he still loses on purpose. See what happens. Shura Suagami, I admit it's not easy to get you, kid. Pay attention. It's feasible to hang your guildies up and hold them? Shura called his father. TSK, Brother Shui is mighty. I heard that the girls in their guild are all sluttier than each other. Ha ha. A dozen or so slain Shura Club players on the World Channel started barking, threatening to avoid Lin Fan for killing his guild's girls. I'm going to chop them up. Don't ever let me see them outside the city. Fatty was so angry that he exploded. But those girls were licked one by him and the madman. The other guilds didn't say a word, all hiding behind the curtain and peeking in. I can kind of see that this mortal god is relying on a little bit more experience in the game to pretend to be AB when everyone hasn't figured out the game yet. What's there to pretend to be? But no, this kind of fake race dog. A few years ago I can see clearly. Can domestic win the championship is not heavenly other people's background there. Blocked dog thing, caused me to lose $200,000 that year. Who added the Godslayer Guild C once killed once? Shura Club's people a mouthful of a fake Psy brother. Bring the rhythm to play the mouthpiece. This group of people is the king level. A lot of look at Lin Fan is not happy with the loose people to join the scolding war. I'm so angry. The little priest was not a good person to listen to. The tiger was bullied by the dog. That gang of red-named players were by no means any good. What should we do? They don't dare to look for us. But that group of living players is going to suffer. Fatty, a belly of fire, no place to spread. More worried about the future is not good to recruit life players. After all, most of the life players are scenery party, do not like to fight and kill. Continuously killed will certainly withdraw. You two go into the city and report the coordinates. Lin Fan said coldly. What's the point of reporting coordinates, old brother? I know you're long, but there's a boundary in each city. The attack can't get in. Fatty was stunned. Then look at this. Lin Fan smiled bashfully and a stone appeared in his hand, the southeast orientation boundary stone. Fatty gave a thumbs up and grinned. You're awesome. Can you hit it from this far? Great God. The female Bedlam war god had a confused look on his face. Even if he was bad at math, the southeastern outer city was at least 2 to 3,000 meters from the resurrection point. Is this dude a mortar or a mage? Young man, watch. What does it mean to be the length of a FA god? Fatty rattled with a strange laugh. He had seen the length from a farser before when he brushed the demon group with Lin Fan. After saying that, Fatty yanked the female Bedlam war god with one hand and rushed towards the city. The two of them split the labor ahead of time, one with specific coordinates and the other picking up the loot. I saw them. A few minutes later, Fatty spotted the crowd from the Shura Club. These guys are standing next to the healer NPC with their mouths open spewing all kinds of shit. Anyway, it's all about tenacity and per capita rhythm mastery even if you're physically beaten up. All sorts of smearing remarks about Lin Fan were coming out on the World Channel, and even players in the guild began to approach Lin Fan to inquire about the situation. Nothing. Everyone collectively come to the East City Resurrection Point. How much equipment is exploded and how much gold is dropped, everyone is free to distribute. Lin Fan Guild shouted. Everyone was unsure, but once they heard that there were equipment and gold coins available, it would be foolish not to take advantage of a bargain, and they all put down their hands to return to Edgar City. What is the Kingslayer up to? Egu. Sister, come and cuddle in brother's arms. Brother gives you warmth. The Shura water god spotted the surrounding Godslayer players and lewdly smiled grimly at a few of the sisters. This man's character is so ugly, and he's wearing a shroud on his body. Jimmies, I'll you first. I only love my Kai Kai. Kai Kai is the most handsome. Yes, little Kai Kai is handsome and gentle. He even took me to brush the monsters. A few girls didn't care at all about the lewd man harassing them, and their attention was all drawn to the big handsome guy sitting on the floor. Damn it, don't delay the president's big plan. Go. Get out of the way. Master Kai was quite upset and used his hands to peel away the clutches of a few girls who were grabbing at random. Wow, great style. Learned. So many sisters. I love it. The female dormitory war god's saliva is almost flowing out. Lewd dog's true face is exposed, followed by gathering around to join in the fun, genuinely wanting to learn a trick from Kaishin to get a girl. What the hell are you adding to the mess? Get the hell out of here and get ready to pick something up. Fatty glared and cursed angrily, kicking the little priest in the ass. Bossy dead spice. KK is so handsome. However, his rude behavior, in the eyes of the nymphomaniacs, it was clearly the style that a domineering man should have, and once again caused a burst of screams. The fat man was dumbfounded. It wasn't like he didn't have a girlfriend, but he still couldn't fathom a creature like a woman. Why isn't Crazy Man here? Fatty asked. Humph, don't mention it. That creepy guy actually wanted Xiaomei's cell phone number. He didn't even look at his own looks. That's right, how shameless. And bragging that he received a super hidden profession quest. A blonde girl scorned, saying that she went up and took the fat man by the arm. The fat man did not have the good sense to push it away. Who knew that the other sister touched up again, which can make the small priest next to the envy of the miserable. Egu, S-class warrior is so cocky. Have the guts to guard here for the rest of your life? As long as you go away, your sister, I'll help you love her. Shura water god taunted up the fat man. Standing in the safe zone, he was emboldened. Yeah, you guys don't get off the line if you dare. Fatty sneered. No head iron rushed in to kill people. In the healer's aura within the player in accordance with the percentage of blood per second. Even if he can carry and fight, rushed in will only be set on fire seconds. The group of people from the Shura Club had almost all gathered at the resurrection point. It wasn't that they wanted to stay here, but the Imperial Guards were nearby, and as soon as they stepped out of the blood returning aura they would immediately be hunted down. Shura Ishian had received 1,000 gold coin deposit from the Dragon Trace Guild, and was unable to take down Lin Fan and Fatty for the time being, so now he could only show off with his mouth. Coordinates 117. 12, we are in position. Fatty sent out a coordinate message with a sullen face. Lin Fan got the news that he had long since rushed to the outer city where he had previously brushed the swarm of demons and began shouting to the guild channel. Everyone back off 20 meters so that I don't accidentally injure them. Not really hit here? Is that such a stretch? The little priest still couldn't believe it. 2 to 3,000 meters of range. How much difference could there be between this and those big dragon bosses recorded on the official website? Don't want to die, all stand behind me. My buddy, he's going to send waves. Fatty hemmed and hawed. One big hand. A dozen guild girls all hid behind him. Xingfeng stood beside him as fascinated as the little priest. He had seen Lin Fan's scolding battle with the Shura Club earlier and brought a few of his newly accepted apprentices over to take a look at the situation. Looking at the yellow dot on the minimap, which was exactly what the president's icon showed, he roughly estimated that there could be a distance of 3-5 kilometers, and he couldn't figure out what Lin Fan could do to the red-named players in the safe zone. It's no fun. I thought I'd be able to reap some benefits, but it looks like the Triple Crown King is just a mouthful. The guild knight called Divine Iron Cavalry shook his head. Iron Rider, you just stare at it with wide dog eyes and look properly. Don't talk so much nonsense. Fatty swept him a glance and sneered. Fine. I'll watch. I'll quit the guild if I lose the guild war later. Iron Rider sneered. He was one of the top 10 roadkill listed by Lin Fan and had joined the guild for a level 20 heroic knight heavy sword. Otherwise, with his A-rank career awakening and the strength of his conversion to high-playing MT, the top guilds he could squeeze in. Back off. You can back off now, but after that I'll cut you once I see you. Fatty raised his eyebrows in mockery, and the Iron Rider's forehead sprouted veins, speechless because he had been cut over 5 times in a row by Fatty during the previous initiation cut. Enthusiastic horse. Comet hit the earth. An exclamation of surprise interrupted the clash between the two, and the young priest who voiced it looked to the sky with both eyes glazed over. What is this? My god! The Iron Horseman went numb, and his cold hairs stood on end. The god of light is above. The scalps of all the guild members present exploded, and even the NPCs all looked to the sky. Call ah, give me continue to scream ah. Why do not you say words? The Shura water god screaming and cursing came to an abrupt end, only to see that a meteorite with a diameter of 100 meters appeared in the sky above the city of air. The surface of the meteorite rubbed violently against the air, erupting a large number of sparks, and a huge shadow was cast on the faces of the crowd, each of which was filled with fear and uneasiness. Back up, back off at least 50 meters for me. No, 200 meters to be safe. The fat man snapped back to his senses and yanked the two sisters to lead the crowd in a wild turnaround. Holy shit, Van Lau, you're pulling my leg. You want to smash us all together. He swore that even the livestock that summoned this meteorite, Jedi, didn't expect the skill power to be this amazing. I made. How can it be so scary? Outside the city, Lin Fan himself was subdued. Great a skill, Divine Meteor Heavenly Descent. He thought it was just a slightly overbearing name, at best a large stone ball, but it turned out that 2,000 points of blue had summoned such a large meteorite. All those who saw this scene were dumbfounded. Where the hell was this long-range AoE skill? This is clearly the end of the natural disaster. The coming of the god of law. Boom! The meteorite crashed into the ground with a loud bang, sending up layer after layer of shockwaves and flattening a large number of NPC buildings. In the space of a single glance, the members of the Shura Club, along with the onlookers, had been seconded, and Lin Fan's sin value had climbed crazily. The entire city of Edgar shook violently, as if an earthquake had erupted. Dense meteorite fragments spewed out, completely indiscriminate mass killing. Minus 4,400, minus 4,400, splash 1,500, splash 1,500. Lin Fan's combat log ghostly tumbled as over 400 kill numbers popped up in front of him. A large number of mixed physical debris smashes in addition to direct magic damage. The killing effect was completely beyond his expectations. The small half of the city collapsed and more than a dozen buildings were destroyed. The power of this was comparable to an S-class minor forbidden spell. Lin Fan couldn't be calm inside. He suddenly thought that the laws of realistic physics in the God's domain world were equally applicable. General Earth mages definitely couldn't achieve such an effect even if they had mastered this skill, as their range limited the power of Divine Meteor Skyfall, because no one but him can carry a meteorite 4 kilometers away to a high altitude. It was the gravitational acceleration that caused the stone ball to explode when it hit the ground, turning it into thousands of meteorite fragments with splash damage. Lin Fan unlocked the attribution lock on the drops, and the gold coins all over the ground were the benefits he had given to the guild members. Brothers and sisters, Mr. Chairman is bursting with money for us to spend. Hurry up and act. What are you looking at me for? Grab it. Fatty and his group fully developed the spirit of bandits and swooped into the midst of the pile of loot with a brain. Fortune, this heaven-breaking wealth will be inherited by Sister Me. Who's the one pulling my pants? Mama, are you people? I just robbed over 100 gold coins. Why are you robbing me? Several female players who looked white and beautiful, not waiting for the female betting god of war to put the gold coins in the package, swarmed up and caught him as crazy robbery. The players who were eating next to the melon looked dumbfounded, and called out that the Godslayer guild was eating ugly. But the most upsetting thing was why there was no share for them. All useless guys, really stupid. Gold coins are not worth as much as equipment. Fatty slyly smiled. On the basis of moving fast enough, a big charge. The other people have not yet reacted to what happened. Grabbed the dropped purple armor and stuffed it into the parcel. Level 15 armor small earned 500 gold coins. Xingfeng saw Fatty get the most valuable thing. He was also very itchy in his heart, but due to the title of the newbie godfather, he was too shy to do it. But soon he sensed that the guild was poisonous. 1 bandit per capita. There is no such thing as reasonable distribution, and how much you can rob is all up to you. Whatever, get in. Xingfeng clenched his teeth, and regardless of humility, he jumped up and stepped on the shoulders of the Iron Horseman, diving headfirst into the pile of equipment, and dividing all the loot cleanly with the others. The crowd gathered at the tavern in the city, and Master Kai waved his hand, directly 20 gold coins to pack the room. Now he is also considered a dignified character, the faction that must be set up enough to be able to do. Today this operation to kill red names was a complete success. Here as Vice President I would like to say the following 3 points. Fatty was ready for a long speech. However, when he looked up a bunch of people were chatting and drinking. No one was paying attention to him. No fight. Cheers. The Divine State Iron Rider raised his keg of beer at him, and the fat man froze for a moment, grinning. Good boy. Made a lot of money, didn't you? Hey, not much, laughed Iron Rider. Fatty is not a careful person. Pulling the Iron Rider with the wind, a few people paddling wineboxing. A group of people push the cup, play a lot of fun. With the experience of besieging Red Name together, the gang quickly formed a cohesive bond. Where is he? Chairman? It's not like he can't enter the city with a red name, right? A sister in charge of making potions asked. With the exception of a few members, no one else had ever seen the president in person and were very interested in the rumored Triple Crown champion. With the famous scene of summoning a meteorite regiment to destroy the Shura Club before. Even if the Triple Crown King grew 2 heads, they felt that it was not surprising. After all, that thing was so outrageous that it wasn't even a battle power that an average player could achieve. The fat man said with a big grin, "Don't tease. Who dares to stop my brother in the city of E? That old bastard of a lord will have to weigh it." At this time, Fatty received Lin Fan's private message and got up and said, "Xingfeng here is all yours. We'll meet at the stronghold battle receiver outside the city in 4 hours. Iron Rider, huh? With just this many of us and so many living players, how can we fight the stronghold battle?" The female Bedlam war goddess ate the roasted meat and skimmed her lips. "My big brother is using 1 person as 1,000. I am feeling that there is not much of a problem." Fatty almost didn't burst out laughing when he heard this, and raised his hand to give the little priest a hammer to the head. "Really treating your boss like an old bull?" The little pastor blushed and giggled and said no, and the crowd couldn't help but laugh. Fatty finished going offline at light speed. A phone call then reached Lin Fan. "Are you sure you can recruit powerful members? I see that the current top set of people have all gone to the 8 guilds." "It's fine. You uploaded the video first." Now a large number of high-level players are gathering in the forums to check the stronghold battle information. "It's not hard to dig in at this time." Lin Fan replied that with the latest game pod sent by the Immortal Spirit Hall, it was finally possible to make in-game phone calls. AI. "It's true that we have too few people, but what if we encounter a traitor who mixes into the guild? It's simple. After the fight starts, you and Crazy are the supervisors. Find one and kill one to finish it off. That's fine. Time is rather tight. Not to mention recruiting 2 warbands. At the very least 1 warband of 60 people can handle it." Lin Fan smiled bashfully and hung up the call, turning into the red-bearded dwarf's smithy. "The Grey Dwarf King lives. How did you come back?" When Dwarf Vader saw him coming, the panic in his eyes flickered away, and with a smile on his face he greeted Lin Fan with a bear hug, which was dodged away by Lin Fan rolling his eyes. "You submitted forging materials." Lin Fan threw the war god's heart and feathered crystals to the dwarf and said, "Here's the stuff. What's the success rate?" Probably. Or, maybe." Vader looked at this pile of superb materials with both eyes, but his mouth was vague. "Power Sacred Mirror set, overall success rate of 40%. The system alert came. That's your self-proclaimed 100% success rate?" Lin Fan's face sank, hating to weld 200 fine iron in his hand on the dwarf's head. The other players really scolded the right person. "This dead dwarf is really unreliable. I didn't think you'd actually survive a bone dragon, either." Vader forced a smile and drank beer to ease his inner panic. "Oh, I kind of get it. You're planning on keeping me unable to pass the level so you can keep the elfin diamonds for yourself?" Lin Fan's eyes narrowed, savoring down the flow of the quest. If he didn't have the strategy in hand, he might have to be grossed out by Vader with the elven treasure diamond. Even if he passed the level of the old bone dragon, he wouldn't necessarily be able to discover the hidden copy of the royal tomb, and obtaining the two extreme materials would be out of the question. Lin Fan underestimated the intelligence of the senior NPC. According to the Divine Realm setting dwarf clan, very covetous of the very best materials, elf treasure diamonds and other holy things were found by them. That is certainly managed to take it for themselves. You have recognized the Grey Dwarf's trickery. You can make a claim against him, and the claim items can be gold coins, mount skills, and one purple weapon. The prompt appeared again. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Gold coins he wasn't lacking right now. Purple weapons were worth a bit of money, but it wasn't important to him right now. The mount clues are kind of interesting. Riding skill is one of the life professions, which can be realized by purchasing horses and keeping magical beasts for the function of transportation. There are currently some tycoon players who spend gold coins in the stables to learn this skill. The mount skill is a different thing from just riding. The mount skill tames magical beasts suitable for transportation as well as allowing them to act as combatants. However, it is only after players reach level 35 that they successively get this skill through quests/gold. Those unbeatable dragon knights in the previous life were the ones who had raised this skill to the master level, having the capital to tame a dragon as a mount. However, riding dragons was a professional privilege of the top divine riders. Learn early and enjoy early. Running the map all the time was indeed tiring enough. Lin Fan decisively chose the mount skill. You have learned the skill, beginner beast mastery. Lin Fan got the skills but still not satisfied. Put on a face of displeasure to slap the table. Not enough. Just a broken skills pit me half a day. Something back to me. Old man equipment does not do. Vader was stunned as Lin Fan opened the panel and took back the elven treasure diamond. Turning his head, he left the smithy without looking back. Don't be angry, young man. There's something to discuss. Now Vader was really anxious. That was a holy elven treasure diamond. Far from those trash rags he usually came into contact with can be compared. Creating a weapon inlaid with elven precious diamonds. That was his lifelong goal. Ah, that pit Redbeard kneels to the player. Cool, that old thing also has today. This master's face is too big. Truly a dick. Lin Fan was a bit dumbfounded, and the surrounding players were in a state of shock. Looking at the hot-tempered dwarf artisan actually half kneeling on the ground, hugging the thighs of a mage player without letting go. Dwarf Vader has a clear conscience and guiltily attached a pair of rare saddles, war beasts will, to you. Do you accept? Rare saddles. This compensation broad to broad. Lin Fan forced himself not to laugh out loud. This was the most eye-catching treasure for non-knight profession godly heroes. Not only does it drastically accelerate the progress of harness upgrade, but it also comes with a cool dwarven war drum sound effect. Of course, the most important thing was the characteristics of war beast's will. The will of the beasts of war. Quality, rare. Description: when a war beast is fitted with this item, it is pressurized by the remaining aura of the Grey Dwarf King, doubling the proficiency gained in beast mastery and ignoring the war beast's restriction on profession. In his previous life, he didn't know how many people had exploded their livers for countless days and nights to brush this thing, and the price was once speculated to over 60,000 gold coins, and there was still a price for it. Turns out to him, for nothing. 40% success rate is 40. Just 40. Even if it explodes, the holy relics of the forging body can be retained. Lin Fan's face eased, and seeing that the dwarf had lowered himself like this, he gave all the materials to the other party. Vader smiled broadly with a thieving grin and told Lin Fan to come pick up his equipment in 5 hours. Hopefully, we'll be gear by then. Lin Fan had no choice. Going to the opposite kryptonite store not only required drawings, maybe the success rate wasn't as high as the dwarves here, so he could only gamble on it. On the other hand, Fatty contacted the Divine Realm Raiders moderator after he got offline and spent $20,000 to put the Mortal God Meat Fighting Coil Cave Spider Essence post on top and add essence. Of course, if Lin Fan saw that this bastard calf had made such a post name, he would probably be able to blow his head off. At first the post didn't cause too much of a stir, knowing that 5 out of 10 posts on the forum nowadays can have labels like Mortal God and Triple Crown King attached to them, and then clicking through to show you a pile of shelter. Clown posts like this pompous as hell rarely get any attention. However, after only 10 minutes, the first player watched the whole video, holding the phone forehead sweat straight, gasping for a long time, cannot be calm, can only burst out an expletive to express the feelings, immediately, decisively retweeted, commented, favorite a key triple, trying to make more Mage Big Brother over to be discussed today. Chaotic Sins Wang Junlang, your horse. Dark Queen was hit 956 times in a row. A flat A all the time can levitate a monster like that? This is a Lord Boss. Enigmatic opponent, sees the key to the problem. I can understand how an archer with high shooting speed can hit a combo like that, but he's a mage with pure initial attack speed. Who can do that except for a hot man? In the blink of an eye, the number of viewers broke the 100,000 000 mark. The number of likes broke through the sky, and the players downstairs were frantically bursting into foul language, expressing their admiration for the ancient god of sword journey, the mortal god. Fatty smiled smugly, thinking it was his eye-catching title that did the trick, leaving his name on the front row of the first floor. Welcome high-level main battle players to join, Godslayer. My humble master Kai welcomes you all to join. If you want to watch the live God's domain to learn the technology, you should find Dark Silence, and engage in the program effect that you must follow the mortal god to learn. That's not true. Heaven's first pyromancy Dark Silence. Single brush level 20 mini-bosses can also be live-streamed. Mortal gods can't compare then can't compare. At this time, within the Heaven's Providence Club, the head anchor Dark Silence looked at the statements under the post, and instantly the person was about to crack. His face red as he clenched his fists. Why can he be so strong? Why can't I do it? Why? He was only 16 years old, and his face was still young, but in the past few years he had become a representative of the violent mages of Heaven's Providence, not only in the live broadcast platform sitting 10 million fans, but also by the fans once thought to be able to succeed the mortal god. Even he himself thought that Lin Fan had just debuted earlier, when player operations were worse, and that's why Lin Fan stood out in particular. As a result of this needy post, Dark Silence turned into a clown in situ, comparing the 2x2. It was as if all those single brush copy videos he was so proud of were laughing at his ignorance and ridiculousness. Just yesterday, Dark Silence had heard that Sister Zua, Brother Tsong and the others had been ambushed by Lin Fan. He actually said with self-confidence, "The mortal god is also better in terms of equipment and soul seals, so I'll help you guys take revenge when my career awakens." The face comes too fast. The video in front of me is pure technical flow. According to the video, Lin developed the zombie flat A, seamless combo. This degree of stability of the operation, not to mention the combo of 900 plus, even if it is 1900 plus, can be hit out. Shaoan, what are you crying for? Who messed with you? Sister will give you revenge. A beautiful woman with a pure face and a beautiful figure walked over and rubbed Little N's head with a light smile. I feel like I'm afraid I'll never reach his heights in my life. I've let everyone down. Sister Sydney. The more N talked, the more upset she became and started bawling, startling half the club. Ha ha, your kid must have been abused. Who has the guts to do that? It's okay, I'll help you back. We're not familiar with this game. It's normal to lose a few times to others in PK. A dozen or so Heaven's best profession brothers surrounded them, comforting Shaoan not to be too upset, even if they were bullied in the divine realm. Then there would be a group of older brothers and sisters like them to find their way back to the scene. Him, that's him, and pointed at the LD on the screen with a childish look on her face. The air became instantly quiet, and a pin drop could be heard. Wu Xuanyi's smile was a bit stiff as she walked away. The professional brother who threatened to help Shaoan take revenge froze and awkwardly touched his nose. Mesa, I'm not really sure I can help you. Young man. 2 simple words LD. They all knew anyone, and some of the older members had even fought alongside this man. It was an insurmountable peak for the Tenchi Club, and they had watched this man take Tenchi to amazing heights. Don't be discouraged. With your talent you'll be able to surpass him sooner or later. Shaoan is the club's key training target, and Shi Ziyue has heard about it. Smiling, he began to analyze the video frame by frame for him. Look closely at his flat a jitter is too obvious, indicating that his skills have been wasted for the past few years and that there are problems with his stance. The tolerance for error is too low, and once he misses, he will be smashed by the boss. It seems to be true. It seems that his operation is not flawless. Shaoan wiped away her tears and finally found a little light in the darkness. Wu Shui and I stood by the windowsill, habitually lighting a female cigarette, her clear and moving face tinged with worry. Shi Ziyue calmed down Shaoan and walked over to next to Wu Shui and I, asking her for a cigarette and lighting it. What? Thinking about that man again? Shi Ziyue laughed delicately. Sydney Wu avoided her sharp gaze and frowned. You shouldn't have lied to that kid. The burden you guys are putting on him is too heavy. No, I just said what I saw. Shi Ziyue's face was beautiful, but between her eyebrows there was a firmness that was rare among women. Don't fool people. He's not unstable with his flat A shaking. That's controlling the height of the boss knockback. On purpose. Feeling that the other party was hypocritical, Wu Shui and I coldly revealed the truth. What standing position problem being easy to be smashed to death by the boss? That's because my master is traditionally conceited and never believed that he will make a low-level mistake. You spent so much time with him, so long that you're on the verge of assimilating his foul temper. Shi Ziyue's face smile does not reduce, elegantly spit out a smoke circle. Words a beat, you know, even if you like him anymore, but his eyes only that little girl. He never cared about you. Wu Xuanyi's heart tightened as she felt a stabbing pain. Shi Ziyue smiled lightly and lightly. Don't forget your dad went bankrupt in business, and the whole is who helped you get money together to make up for it. How long are you going to threaten me with this? Wu Shui and I said indignantly, ruthlessly extinguishing the cigarette in her hand. The corners of Qi Ziyue's mouth rose, her eyes filled with a sense of seduction as she said, silly girl, of course it's forever. By the way, next time if I see you letting off steam again when dealing with Lin Fan, I won't let you off lightly. These words, coming from Qi Ziyue, who had always played the role of a knowing sister, seemed to have no fire in them, but they made Wu Shui and I tremble from the bottom of her heart. It's easy for Qi Ziyue to destroy her, and her parents will be implicated as well. Figured it out? Qi Ziyue said with a smile. Wu Shui and I lowered her head to suppress her emotions, looking as normal as ever, and said, I'm sorry, Sister Ziyue, I know, we'll have to make time to get a renewal from the squire. Lin Fan appeared at the entrance of the Mage Guild, redressing in his imperial vestments that were due to expire in a little more than 10 hours, and transforming himself to become Boss Lin once again. I have to say that with a big red name hanging on his body, Boss Lin's camouflage is really good. The soldiers on patrol even greeted him cordially to come, who let him be the mage master among the NPCs. Listen up, the 1-minute time limit test is about to begin. All testers stand by. Inside the mage training ground, players lined up for the awakening profession test. Seeing that the guild war was about to start, all the major guilds had flocked to the training ground in large numbers for the sake of instant combat power, and the thousands of mages had made the place overcrowded. Shattering the magic crystals on the training ground is then rated by the NPC magician, with D-rank professions being the lowest and A-rank professions being the highest. Usually A-rank professions require multiple retests and are eventually graded jointly by the 3 great magical guides of Edgar, who are all human beings with a very high level of understanding of the mage profession. For the fairness of each school of mage, not output ability is strong to get the senior occupation, which will also be assessed, such as skill accuracy, finesse, control of the amount of blue and so on. I'm speechless, we're just 20 meters away. The red crystal is 50 meters away, and the target is made so small that God can fucking hit it? Let's try to break the blue crystal in one shot, but it's not that difficult. It'll take at least 10 flat A's to burst it off. It's too hard. I should have known to play a knight. I heard that they tested charging on horseback and poking the target to get the B job. Dozens of test players lined up and stood on the training ground complaining about various things. The first round of the test was very simple. It was to use a flat A to shatter 20 meters of green, blue, yellow, and red crystals within a 1-minute time limit. Green crystals are the largest and easiest to hit, while blue is set in a doll's head and requires quite a bit of flat A/skill accuracy. The third citron ramps up the difficulty, with 2 scattered across the mannequin, and requires a sequential flat ace. As for the red crystal, it was even more perverted, only the size of a fist at a distance of 50 meters away, set in the palm of a stone sculpture, let alone being able to hit accurately. Many mages don't have that range right now. Most players stood in front of the blue and yellow crystals, and those who broke the yellow crystals would be able to move on to the next round and hopefully fight for a B-tier career. The strength of a B-tier profession doesn't mean becoming a god of the divine realm. That's at least the potential to become a first-tier elite player. Lin Fan stood in the crowd and looked. The red crystal was the most difficult to shatter, but there were still more than a dozen players standing there. Blind guessed that these people either had rare weapons that added range, or they had special soul marks added like him, or else ordinary players wouldn't be able to touch the red crystal at all. The test began and the crowd began to slam their skills into the targets, and soon enough someone broke the first 2 crystals, and in front of the red crystal. These players, even if the range is enough, but the mage's flat A trajectory is inherently difficult to control, need to manually carry out a certain amount of time to guide the attack landing point. Attack after attack misses the statue's feet or parts of the statue's body. It's too hard. Very few Mage A job awakenings passed, hitting the red crystal 10 times in a row. Is this something that can be done? A player exited the test, his face full of frustration. Lin Fan did not feel surprised. The mage profession is both a big kryptonite. The operation is also much more difficult than archers, priests. Players do not have a few weeks' time to polish really difficult to pass the test. After a few rounds of red crystal shattering, only 2 people passed. However, this was only the first round of the test and the next test would be even harder. I said, what's going on here? What's with the NPC mixing in? I haven't heard that NPC mages need to be tested too? Crap, it's really an NPC. A few players who had just retired froze as Boss Lin got his test serial number and walked straight to the training ground. He stood in a very unique position, choosing to stand in the very center of the training ground. After testing tens of thousands of adventurers, someone finally noticed? A lousy old man standing in the stands stretched his head out. He was clad in a dirty gray robe, clearly not the same as the well-dressed magicians around him. The old man's cloudy eyes flashed with brilliance, and he recognized Boss Lin's poor disguise at a glance. Old Terry, I'll take this person. The bad old man revealed a mouthful of scanty yellow teeth with a slightly lewd smile. Is it your turn to speak here, heretic? A shady-faced magician looked at him coldly. Had. What heretics? We're in the same boat. The bad old man didn't care, and turned his gaze to an old man clad in star robes. There were no ripples in Ison's face as he blandly said, even if he found out about the testing metaphysics, I don't think he's going to go with you. No one's going to accept that from you. The bad old man blushed a bit awkwardly and said, magic has no limits. There are always people who pursue the extreme like the old man. Doesn't anyone care? There's something wrong with the game program, isn't there? Everyone get out of the way. This NPC is out of his mind. Yes, so as not to be injured by mistake, the Shura Club was inexplicably attacked by a magical meteorite, which gave the Godslayer gang a chance to reunite. The players standing around Linfan were like seeing a ghost, and hurriedly dodged away for fear of being killed for their equipment. Linfan saw the players around him get out of the way, which in turn went his way. Start switching to flat A mode. Raising his hand, a wind blade shot out and hit the largest green crystal, which showed a drop in blood bar. Raising his hand again, a shot of water balloon smashed into the blue crystal, and a magic pattern appeared on the surface of the crystal before disappearing. What's he doing? What's the point of playing two crystals? That's not right. Nothing lines up when I hit it. A bunch of players didn't see it coming. Linfan switched flat A again. This time it was 2 rounds of stone cones, one after the other, hitting the 2 citrines with unerring accuracy. Ding! The magic pattern reappeared, and the light became brighter and brighter. And this was just the beginning. Linfan was calm and the fireball was thrown. I wipe. This is the strength of an Imperial Mage. 50 meters so far and so fast. The crowd was astonished as the fireball hit the red crystal, which was the most difficult, with precision, and the entire stone statue trembled with it. Amidst a chorus of gasps, Linfan once again repeated his previous move. Wang Defa. This is the difference between players and NPCs. Che, it's just a setup program. If I were Al I could still hit a target 1,000 meters away. Each of Linfan's flatta shots were precise and accurate, and the magic pattern on the crystal gradually became clearer, looking extraordinarily divine, with 4 shadows vaguely projected onto the earth. How does this work? The magic guide who reprimanded the bad old man was full of surprises. According to the Mage Guild's S-rank hidden profession standard, once an adventurer discovered the wonders of the test crystals, namely, each crystal corresponds to 4 different attribute magic elements. Hit the crystals in sequence with different flat A's, only needing to keep the hit rate at 70% to trigger the quest. But the man in front of him had no bullets and didn't seem to have done his best. The surrounding players and NPCs were silent, only the magic roar that constantly resounded from the training ground. Linfan smiled without saying anything. In his previous life, a player discovered this mystery and got not 1 S-rank hidden profession clue, but 2. The first one was the Mage Guild's S-rank career clue, dual system homeopathic / single system extreme school, elemental mage. The second one was a chaos sect S-rank career clue, all 4 faculties, chaos mage. Go and send word to this man. The Mage Guild needs such talent, the magician said to his men. The bad old man got up with a prancing sound, his eyes glowing fiercely. I'll take this person. Whoever dares to snatch it from the old man, I'll damn well make Edgar City a living hell. After saying that, the bad old man in front of the body lit up a hexagram array, and players release skills when the white hexagram is different. This hexagram is a strange dark red. The array in the middle of the shadow of a chaos god can also be seen vaguely. What do you want, old bastard? A touch of gray mist enveloped the heads of the mages, and all of them were startled, taking out their staffs and preparing to fight for their lives. Yen Tianxiu, you are misguided. In time you will only harm him. With a casual wave of his hand, a sentry brushed the crowd with wisps of holy light, and the chaotic aura was counteracted with it. You have obtained a hidden career clue. Option 1, enter the Mages Guild chamber to enter the career retest. Option 2, leave the Mages Guild. The system prompt appeared, and Lin Fan, after a moment's consideration, chose the second one and declined the invitation to the next round of testing. You're the one who's full of crap. Old man has his own way. Yen Tianxiu sneered and scurried down the stands amidst the hostile eyes of the Mage Guild's crowd. Sure enough, those 2 old men are at each other's throats. Lin Fan glanced back at the stands, then walked out of the training ground in front of the astonished gazes of the crowd and leisurely sat at the entrance and waited. The Mages Guild believes in the 6 elemental gods, corresponding to the 6 basic elements, and the Chaos Cult also believes in the elemental gods, only, believe in the 6 elemental gods his mother, the Chaos Virgin. It was for this reason that the bad old man was regarded as a heretic by the other mages, believing that the Madonna of Chaos was simply a fictional false god. Lin Fan wasn't clear on whether or not the Holy Mother of Chaos existed, and without exception, All the people who had attempted to awaken the S-ranked profession Chaos Mage in their previous lives had failed. The little guy has ambition. There is a future. Joining the Chaos sect will be the best decision of your life. Elder Yen came over grinning a few rotten teeth and laughed strangely at Lin Fan, saying something about packing his bags to make him the strongest mage in the Divine Realm world, saying that he would become the new sect leader on the day his chaos magic became a great success. It was like becoming a grand magician of the Mage Guild, and the entire Light Dragon empire of hundreds of thousands of NPC mages would be at his beck and call. Sounds awesome, doesn't it? Lin Fan's head was full of black lines, because the whole fucking sect was just this bad old man alone. Even if he succeeded in his career awakening and then boiled the bad old man until he died of old age, he was still just a bare-bones commander. Come with me and prepare for the power of chaos. Yen Lao opened his hands, his eyes shining brightly. It was just not hard to see from the despising gazes of the surrounding NPCs that this old thing was doing extremely badly in his city. This old thing was still on his hands, pinching Lin Fan's cheeks for a while, and inspecting his hands for a while, like he was picking pork on a plate. Cut the crap and lead the way, Lin Fan said without any good humor. Elder Yen led him slowly and leisurely into the teleportation array, and the two of them arrived at a village near the city of Ei. In front of a semi-abandoned building, Elder Yen stretched out a hand and said with a hefty smile, "It can cost quite a bit of money to build a sect's residence. Do you have any extra loose gold coins, little one?" Task 1, you need to provide funds to build a church for the Chaos Cult. Yen Tianxiu asks you for a number of gold coins. A digital input window popped up in front of Lin Fan, with no specific amount labeled on it. Lin Fan frowned and tentatively entered 1 gold coin. Yen Tianxiu is hesitant about you, suspecting that you are not the person he needs to find. Looking at the tips, Lin Fan was stunned. Damn, are NPCs all so realistic? He claimed that he was gifted and would be an excellent choice to be the successor of his mantle. Lin Fan hesitated and entered 100 gold coins. Yen Tianxiu gradually became disappointed in you, believing that you were not devout enough to the Holy Mother of Chaos. Lin Fan almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. He hadn't heard that other players had to pay fees to awaken their professions. Moreover, this bad old man was simply greedy for money to the point of being outrageous. If other people saw that 100 gold coins couldn't be handled, 80% of them would have already chosen to give up. No wonder no one can handle this profession. I don't know how many heroic men will be defeated from here. Lin Fan secretly spat. It was a good thing that he was mentally prepared. This was an exclusive quest for godly mages, and it seemed unlikely that he wouldn't hemorrhage money. Lin Fan very helpless input 10,000 gold coins. This can be a whole 10 million. Cannot put him meet pain death, but in order to hide the profession can only endure. Wow. The package was missing 10,000 gold coins in round numbers, and Lin Fan's heart dripped blood. Worthy of being the legacy that the old man has his eye on, the dawn of the empire, the hope of the human race. Yen Tianxiu was overjoyed. The contrast between before and after was huge. You have completed the S-rank profession Chaos Mage Quest I. Task 2, raise 4 different attributes of C-rank or higher magic to level 10. I'll give you 3 days. I'm sure you will be able to do it easily with your qualifications. After saying that, Elder Yen was about to take Lin Fan to visit the sculpture of the Holy Mother of Chaos. Lin Fan was too lazy to pay attention to this pitiful old thing and sat down in place and began to furiously point his skills. You have consumed 7 skill points / 4 gold coins and magic has been raised to level 7. You have consumed 12 skill points / 14 gold coins and magic has been raised to level 10. Lin Fan had long been preparing for this moment for a long time, and he had stocked up on 380 skill points over the past few days, which was enough for him to quickly fill up his skills. Shaking Stone Vine has been upgraded to level 10, and you have gained a C-rank Earth Awakening Magic, Earth Shaking. Voice of Cracking Wind has been raised to level 10. Awakening Magic, Wind God Sigh. Tides of Chaos raised to level 10. Awakening Magic, Raging Waves of Bloodlust. Aside from Inferno Serpent's Touch, which had already been pointed to full level, the other 3 attribute spells had all been pointed to level 10 to gain the awakening effect. Shake Stone Vine becomes Earth Shake, will be able to summon 2 stone vines at once, and the initial cooldown has been reduced from 1 minute and 45 seconds to just 1 minute, which will allow for greater maneuverability. The other skills are similar, with the original effects being greatly enhanced. Okay, I'm done. Lin Fan patted the dust and stood up. That's done? The bad old man stared at him in disbelief. Not even a once-in-a-millennium magical apprentice had this kind of maneuver. Task 2 completion prompt appears. Humph. Young man, you have a lot of potential, no less. I'll give you the same 3 days to complete this thing. Elder Yen secretly snickered. Coldly and deliberately posturing as a mentor, he threw over a scroll of handwritten notes. You have obtained the Chaos Scroll Remnant. Lin Fan took it and opened the handbook, and a grayish-brown mist gushed out, as if a world was contained within. Lin Fan's eyes condensed. Vaguely a shadow sat on the stone platform. It was impossible to see the specific face, but vaguely could see the human head and snake body. You opened the crippled magic talent tree. Tapping on the talent page to check, the original magic tree disappeared, and instead there was a broken skill tree, only the root part of the tree to be exact, and surprisingly there were only 2 talent skills on it. By completing the conditions for awakening, you will temporarily become a primary chaos mage. Awakening condition, successfully open the talent tree. Lin Fanrun was stupid. After spending so much money and skill points, he was given this crap? And so on. Temporarily become? Doesn't that mean the career is still limited? Lin Fan was dumbfounded. There was a very small line of notes next to the gray magic tree. Since the chaos scrolls are remnants, you need to retrieve the remaining 2 remnants within half a year. Hell level hidden mission triggered. Quest description, in the middle of the scroll of remnants, you need to obtain a Dragon King's horn and give it to Yen Tianxiu's disciples in exchange. For the next part of the scroll of remnants, you need to obtain the ancient titan's magical vertical eyes and head to the Imperial City's black market to exchange them as a trade item. By recovering all the remnants of the scrolls and lighting up the talent tree, you will be granted as a SSS ranked priesthood, Chaos Master. Time frame of the mission, 6 months. Renunciation penalty, you will not be able to professionally awaken again. Quest prompts rang out one after another, and when he heard that he would be able to become a god tier profession, Lin Fan was not half as excited. This is fucking shameless pie painting. Letting a level 26 player get the Dragon King's horn? How the heck is that different from one person taking on an aircraft carrier solo? And it was also specified that it wasn't killing an inferior dragon, but a terrifying existence of the same level as the Dark Dragon King reverse blood that he had seen in the illusionary realm of yesteryear. As for the ancient titan's eyeball, that's even more bullshit. This creature was known as the ancient god race in the divine realm, not to mention whether or not it could be fought. This creature had long been extinct in the divine realm's background setting, so where was he going to get the eyeballs? Old thing. I want to kill you. Lin Fan stood up indignantly, angrily glaring at Yen Tianxiu's pitiful thing. Yen Tianxiu's face was thick-skinned, and he laughed strangely at him. I believe that you are the chosen one. The old man's vision will not be wrong. Lin Fan this sort of understood why no one had ever really awakened to this profession. Hellish difficulty. The second most difficult quest in God's domain. Second only to the unearthly legends that could only be accomplished by non-human players. And most God's domain players were not qualified to touch it even if they entered hardcore mode. Those 4 systems of Big Mage God Ho 80% is defeated in this level. All by the exaggerated task to achieve the conditions to scare back. Can only choose to delete the number to play again. Dragon King's horn. Titan's eye. These super saint level materials, just by the sound of it, felt ethereal. This was more like a legend. With the financial strength of these players, there is no S-rank profession that they can't get if they are willing to spend money to find information. So they can't afford to die with this trash profession. 3's careers. Hey, that's a big pie in the sky. Most of the SS professionals in God's domain appear in the late game, such as the Forbidden Spell Mage of Erosive Bone Awakening and the God Monarch Archer of Ekong City are SS level professions. As for the 3's profession, also known as the God tier profession, it had only been described on the official website, but no one had ever awakened it. Now that Lin Fan had really stumbled upon it, he really didn't know whether to be happy or cry. I chose an NM. Lin Fan was a bit annoyed, and intended to immediately have to take action. For the majority of players, for the people to get rid of the harm, to save them all from being victimized by this old thing. However, as soon as the killing intent appeared, Yen Tianxiu's attribute panel crossed in front of him. The level was as high as level 80, on the same level as Holy Sword Envoy Glacier. It was true that the amount of blood was not as exaggerated as the Holy Sword Envoy, but it also had a staggering 30 million blood, which made Lin Fan's stomach of fire instantly dissipate. I'll endure. When I get up in strength, I'll be the first to destroy you, old bastard. Lin Fan cursed in his heart. God's domain world is weak and strong. Cannot fight, then have to goat. Big fist is the truth. Know that by this old bastard pit can only endure. To open the chaos magic tree, you will need to expend 15 talent points. Prompt text popped up in front of him. Lin Fan took a deep breath to calm his mind, knowing that this profession required high talent points, and didn't care too much about it. The wood has sunk. If you give up the quest, will never be able to career awakening. This is the same as practicing the very best number to waste. Even if he was running headlong into a south wall, he could only be frothing at the neck and charging forward. Congratulations! You have become a junior chaos mage. The chaos talent tree lit up. A layer of gray mist lingered. And finally the first basic talent was seen, the Chaos Manosphere. Lin Fan was a bit surprised that becoming an S-ranked professional didn't result in any world announcement prompts. Lin Fan couldn't help but have a bitter smile on his face. It seemed to have something to do with the handwritten notes being incomplete, and for the time being, it wasn't considered to be a true S-rank career awakening. Is this a flat A effect enhancement? Lin Fan was startled in his heart and checked the talent description. Chaos Orb. Effect, when normal attack is changed to Chaos Orb. Flat A / skills will be attached to water, fire, wind, and earth elemental main characteristics. Water elemental, blood drawing trait, currently level 1, 1% blood drawing. Fire elemental, scorch trait, currently level 10, 10% scorch, filled. Earth elemental, slowdown trait, currently level 1, 5% slowdown. Wind elemental, attack speed trait, currently level 1 o'clock. 2 attack speed boost. This talent is a bit outrageous. Lin Fan rubbed his temples, very reluctant to admit that this talent was a bit perverted and strong. Chaos Orb is like integrating the advantages of the 4 elemental schools, and one output can trigger 4 special effects. If these talents are taken out individually, apart from the fact that Lin Fan has a super high amount of blue, resulting in an explosion of fire elemental burning effects, the other individual effects can only be said to be average, but when integrated together it's a bullseye explosion, especially the water elemental blood absorption. After raising it to level 10, 10% blood absorption, if he slammed down a wave of skills, if he hit tens of thousands of seconds of damage, the blood absorption alone would return a large few thousand. However, since it was a quadruple talent effect, Chaos Orb required 4 talent points per upgrade, and a full point would cost 40 points. Since Fiery Scorch had already been filled by him, he still needed 30 more points to get to full level. Move your eyes to the second Chaos talent, Chaos Chains. Effect, fuses multiple different elements together with a 0.5% chance of generating Chaos Chains, which will deal double true damage to targets the Chaos Chains spread to within 5 seconds. Double true damage. I have to admit that this 10,000 gold coins is somewhat worth spending. Lin Fan laughed to himself in embarrassment. It was difficult to escape the law of true flavor. What was more difficult was that the same 4 talent points were needed to level up one, and the probability of triggering was a bit touching. There wasn't much to deliberate on, and the only 10 talent points left were ordered on these 2 talents. Estimated that it would take 70 talent points to fill 2 talents. This could be different from the easily accessible own attribute points, which normally only got 1 talent point per level up, even for S-rank professions. Aside from cracking hidden levels like Feathered Mystery, talent points mostly come from chance quests. This type of mission was unattainable for others, but it wasn't a big deal for Lin Fan. The biggest trouble at the moment was still the 2 items, the Dragon King's Horn and the Giant's Eye. If he couldn't get these 2 things within half a year, no matter how much effort he spent on pointing chaotic talent in the early stages, in the end, all of it would be a waste. This is undoubtedly a big gamble. Betting on the right god-level occupation to hand, betting on the loss of a full plate of loss. Whatever, that's it for now. Lin Fan said to himself. Well, my personal great disciple. Old man's eyes are as sharp as ever. Elder Yen smiled and came up, reaching out to him to continue to hold him a bit. That's right. Who made you the Lord Patriarch? Lin Fan skinned and smiled. Being swindled by this old thing was very unpleasant. It's good to know. Half a year will depend on your destiny, young man. Elder Yen smiled grimly. Lin Fan ignored him and raised his staff to hit a flat A. A chaos chi rushed out and crashed straight into the broken church. The mixed elements of the chaos orb erupted, with the fire element bursting, the water element impacting, the wind element dancing wildly, and the earth element spreading, with a variety of characteristics manifesting at the same time. Half of the church's already crumbling walls collapsed. What are you doing? Yen Lao's expression changed and he stepped forward to try to dissuade him, but Lin Fan appeared on the other side with a sidestep and laughed coldly. Don't you old bastard want to repair the church? I'll help you bulldoze it first to facilitate your rebuilding. After saying that, the 2 stone vines mixed with multiple elements rushed out of the earth layer, as if they were 2 savage dragons wreaking havoc inside the church. It didn't take long for the entire church to be in ruins. Even the foundations were lifted up, and it was quite an atrocious sight. Lin Fan was still not relieved, so he summoned the Yen Dragon and set the entire village on fire. The surrounding villagers ran out to curse and wanted to demand compensation from Jean. You're trying to piss off the old man. How can you be so reckless? The bad old man was so angry that he jumped to his feet and cursed. Lin Fan, however, put on an innocent look and said, Lord Sect Leader, our chaos sect is rich and powerful, destroying a few buildings. How many buildings have you burned here? The bad old man blew his beard at him. The sea of fire in front of him, the villagers brought buckets of water to try to extinguish the fire. But where to extinguish the chaotic flames? Lin Fan was very clear that as long as the player didn't actively attack the neutral NPC, then the NPC would not make a move against the player even if it was strong. Even if Lin Fan burned down the villagers' houses, but because it belonged to the player's attack, the bad old man could not interfere with the fire that could not be extinguished with magic. and could only look at the fire as it burned bigger and bigger. What's only a few dozen residential houses? The size of the Chaos Church was supposed to be the largest and most luxurious in the empire. Burning down the houses just frees up the foundation. The more Lin Fan talked, the more energized he became. He burned down all the people's houses without doing anything, and let out. I am the Chaos Sect Yen Tianxiu's own great disciple. If you are not happy with that, you can find my master, the Chaos Sect Master, to settle the score. Mixture at $$. I'll fuck at $#. A bunch of villagers were angry and cursed, surrounding Yen Tianxiu and cursing very hard, directly treating the Chaos Sect as an imperial heresy. Retrograde. Retrograde The house was completely destroyed. Yen Tianxiu looked up to the sky and was so angry that he almost rose to the sky in the same place, and tried to squeeze out a smile to go to the villagers to buy land. Pit me? I can't pit you. You old bastard. Lin Fan smiled smugly. Anyway, he had already given 10,000 gold coins. The rest of the matter had nothing to do with him. Crazy lunatic. Hey, is old Iron there? I'm inquiring about career awakening. Got the hidden profession? Lin Fan had left the village, was looking around for monsters to try out his skills. Well, sort of. I'm still thinking about taking the career. The madman paused and continued. If this profession is S-ranked, but appears to be rather obscene and is basically useless for PK fights, would you learn it instead or not? Lin Fan somewhat did not understand. As far as he knows, there is not a S-level profession that is not strong, not to mention that the thief profession is supposed to be obscene, which is the nature of the profession. Don't tell me it's another career of sneaking in and picking locks, Lin Fan said with a frown. In his previous life, the madman was because of this trash profession affects the combat power. Otherwise his understanding of the thief can compete with the blank. Damn. What do you mean again? Buddy, I listened to the advice, did not choose to pick the lock. As a result, this beggar gangmaster provided S-level hidden profession to me. The madman cursed irritably. So, roughly what are the occupational characteristics? Lin Fan asked curiously. Stealing. The trait of stealing things from people is called wonderful hand stealing. Crazy people embarrassed a batch always feel that playing this game with the word steal cannot get around. Crap. Lin Fan couldn't help but burst out, saying excitedly, is the skill description like this? There is a certain probability of stealing all living targets. Even bosses and NPCs are able to steal? Yeah, how did you know? Didn't you say that there are very few online strategies for hidden professions? The madman was a bit puzzled. I've studied the various career raids more thoroughly. Lin Fan was stunned and hurriedly stopped, not wanting to dwell more on this topic. Learn it immediately. This profession will be awesome when utilized properly, Lin Fan said with certainty. Mythical thief S-level hidden profession. Claim to be able to steal the sky. As long as the contact with the target's body will have the probability of obtaining one/multiple props on the other party's body, and ignores any level and battle power gap. The premise only needs to touch the opponent for 3 seconds to take effect. The higher the proficiency in stealing, the higher the success rate, and you can even steal some of the opponent's attributes when fighting bosses. In a way, Myriad Hands was stronger than some SS-ranked hidden jobs. Build it? Really? Good thing I didn't choose to say no. Hearing Lin Fan so sure, but the madman is still a little hesitant. After all, there are still some limitations in this profession. Touching the target for 3 seconds. It's easy to say and hard to do. Once the other party notices the stealing behavior, their own attribute panel will be drastically attenuated for a certain period of time, and it's easy to get a slap on the wrist. You're right to listen to me, Lin Fan said firmly, once again emphasizing for him to get this profession. The madman answered and immediately chose Mythical Thief. He didn't forget to give Lin Fan a precautionary shot, stating that if this profession is garbage, then he will eat Lin Fan's and use Lin Fan's in the future, and keep gnawing on his father until he dies. Being in a blessed place is not a blessing. Lin Fan shook his head and spat. The madman's skill really couldn't be considered a main combat profession. It was somewhat skewed towards an exploration type of profession. If he is relied upon to personally steal from a target, he will indeed run into trouble if he fails to do so. But isn't this covered by his mortal god? Put the mace to the target's head, threaten them not to move, and then have a brother go up and commit a theft. No, I should say robbing. Just ask the other guy if he's scared. One more thing. Go take a look at the auction house magic resistance potion market. Crazy said. What's the problem? You'll see. Lin Fan listened to the madman and opened the auction house, finding the magic resistance potion category. A vial of fire magic resistance potion for a minimum of 50 silver coins? Why don't you go rob a bank? Lin Fan was taken aback, stunned by the exaggerated prices. Opening the list of fire elemental immunity magic pills again. The price was surprisingly high at 1 gold coin. This potion counteracts the effects of Fire Scorch for 10 seconds and can be crafted through the apothecary player at a cost of a mere 10 silver coins. In the first guild Stronghold war in his previous life, there were indeed a lot of pyromancers, but back then it was only 20 silver coins apiece. Now it's actually a full 5 times the price. Lin Fan clicked on the refresh list. The player with the lowest price to sell had just placed 100 up, and in the next second there were only 32 left. Are apothecaries that profitable? Lin Fan said, skeptical of his gaming experience. The apothecary in the guild netted 200 gold coins in 3 or 4 hours. And Tai Z still can't tell who the medicine buyer Ben came from? The madman sent a helpless emoticon. It's not going to be me, is it? Other than your passive damage being so high, who else could be so perverted? Big brother. Lin Fan was rendered speechless. Was this the way Ecom City came up with to deal with him? Ha ha. I want to go sell magic resistance pills. Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh maniacally. Crazy, if you can't hit the output, we'll be in a tough position. Now we've added in 120 main battle players, but it's hard to beat TM's hundreds of hands with 2 fists, and blind guessed that at least 4 guilds are going to beat us. It's not much of a big deal. Just prepare for the battle at ease. The overall command is in your hands. Lin Fan laughed. Don't come to me if you get abused. The madman shrugged it off first. Lin Fan knew how he was. He had all sorts of excuses on his lips, but once he got into a fight, he roared more fiercely than anyone else, saying goodbye to the madman. Lin Fan continued to look around for high-level monsters to brush. There were still 4 hours until the dwarven blacksmith delivered the equipment, so take advantage of that spare time to brush up on your soulmark proficiency. The current proficiency of Left Eye of the Giant Spirit God is still 3,000 monsters short of brushing it to 50,000 points to reach advanced. I can't imagine how scary it would be if this thing was boosted to advanced and combined with Chaos Spell. As for the other guilds trying to target him by frantically buying magic immune potions, it might limit his output to a certain extent, but only by limiting the Flame Scorch effect. He still had 3 elemental passives waiting for the other side to feel. Enchanted Antelope, level 28, HP, 9000/9000, attack power, 350, skill, Rampage. Lin Fan found his target and flat out, hitting the target with a shot of Chaos Magic Orb, minus 820, Deceleration, Cauterize, minus 4500, attack speed boost, Vampire MLSs. The demonized antelope was covered in demonic flames, and there were mud puddle effects appearing underneath its feet, while the water attribute effects turned into an elemental leech. The Mother of Chaos Blessing buff appeared on Lin Fan's status bar, with multiple traits stacking, and no blood dropping and blood sucking effects automatically MLSs. You have killed the demonized antelope bull. Experience value plus 400 inch. You killed. With his current output, brushing these normal monsters would be almost instantaneous seconds, and elite monsters would only last for 2 rounds of Scorch. Lin Fan continued towards the riverbank swamp, where the level 25 elite monster, Demonized Crocodile, would be refreshed. The demonized crocodile with a blood level of 30,000 in the distant water pool poked its head out, its blood-red eyes staring at Lin Fan. This area now players will rarely come. Elite monsters are all heaps of refreshing out. There is no strong meat tank. Front row will be very easy to group destruction. Wild Wave Bloodlust, Lin Fan's staff raised, and Chaotic Tidal Wave advanced appeared, raising layers of blood-colored waves in the pool of water. A dozen crocodiles erupted in ferocity and began to launch themselves towards the nearest of their kind, tearing them apart. A large series of damage numbers popped up. The duration of chaos was twice as long as before, and the most outrageous thing was that it could still trigger Flame Scorch, which was like a control skill turned into a group damage skill. The surrounding demonized crocodiles gathered more and more and soon reached a number of more than 30, and even if a fully hero-suited knight came, he might not be able to resist. Lin Fan saw the right moment to summon the Inferno Dragon, and the giant object fell into the water, picking up large ripples. The original crimson-red Inferno Dragon looked even more demonic and powerful as its body was covered in grey chaotic mist under the influence of chaos magic. Inferno Dragon splits fireballs to kill indiscriminately, with considerable damage values. Suddenly a black aura flashed past his eyes. Lin Fan's heart fluttered as he saw a black chain appear on one crocodile. Then the chain split in 2 and spread to other crocodiles. In the blink of an eye, it turned into more than a dozen chains, and all the crocodiles in the entire area were chained up. Chaos chains. Lin Fan looked shocked. A god platform appeared in the center of the chains, and sitting on it was none other than the Chaos Holy Mother's silhouette, and more than 30 demonized crocodiles were caught in the chains, as if they had lost their souls and automatically swam towards the god platform. True damage minus 1,700. True damage minus 9,500. With a swish, the chains disappeared and a large number of true damage numbers erupted. killing all the crocodiles within range. This talent is so horrible? Lin Fan was shocked. From the actual battle, Chaos Chains was not as simple as simply doubling the real damage. There should also be a 2-second long group drag height effect. These 2 seconds are enough for a good mage to throw on 2 rounds of skill output, and will play a decisive role in PK. The only shortcoming is the Chaos Chains. Each level up can only increase the trigger probability by 0.5% at most, and the full level is only 5% trigger probability. Of course, if you're in a one-on-one one-shot, the odds of that are a bit of a gamble, but if you're in a melee, it can be a bit scary, as long as you're hitting damage so often that if you're not paying attention, you're going to be killed until you're killed by true damage/control. The area was cleared of demonized crocodiles, and Lin Fan continued to go deeper to find monsters to brush. Unfortunately, his brushing speed was so fierce that after a round of brushing the monsters, he still had to wait for the refresh point to refresh, and soon a large vacuum appeared in front of him. Too slow. The efficiency of brushing monsters was too much slower than he had imagined. After brushing for a full 3.5 hours, he had only brushed 2,000 elite monsters, and his soul mark was still short of more than 700 before it could be upgraded. It seemed that the dream of upgrading the soul seals before the guild stronghold battle started was dashed. However, if his efficiency was known by the others, they would probably chase after him for a few days. At this stage of the game, if players come here to brush, they will only be unable to brush, and if they don't pay attention, they will also be bitten to death by the demonized crocodiles that are good at beating up groups of people. Looking at the time, there was still an hour left for the battle to start, and the guild members began to gather at the stronghold battle receiver. At this time, the receiving NPC was bustling with activity. A massive amount of players blocked the entire main road, and 10 regional sublines appeared, with as many as hundreds of thousands of players ready to engage in battle. Fatty, shit, as president can you be more positive? People are almost here. We've put together 3 level 20 elite warbands. Isn't that awesome? Coming soon. My legendary weapon should be ready. Lin Fan replied. Then, you hurry. Legendary weapons? Fatty a shock pursued. Crazy, shit, so you're damn busy making legendary weapons? How many levels? Shenzhou Iron Rider, count on it. How much does it cost to build? I'll get one when I have time. Just you? Wash your hands. You think the legendary weapons are cabbage? There are only 9 of them on the weapon list now, all of which are held by guild bigwigs. Fatty despised. Divine State Iron Cavalry, don't fucking look down on people. Anything is possible in the Divine Realm world. Seeing them bickering, Lin Fan didn't have the heart to tell them that it was actually the legendary trio. Level 20. I mean, with a little bit of luck, you should be able to take a legendary weapon into battle. Lin Fan laughed bitterly, unsure if Vader had a pitfall. Kiyoshi, looking forward to your performance. President. Robin Wu. Shinjo, begging the Meat Emperor to take us off. Tang Sek's second marshal, yes. With the Meat Emperor around, casually taking down 3 or 4 strongholds would be a handful. Begging to be taken flying. Meat Emperor? Lin Fan had a black question mark face. Hey, don't bullshit. Hurry up and come just short of you. Fatty laughed strangely. There were quite a few new faces in the guild. Only the way he was addressed made Lin Fan unable to accept it for a moment and wondered where it had gone wrong. Lin Fan changed his skin and entered Edgar City, heading straight for the dwarven blacksmith store. Standing in the doorway, Lin Fan's brows tightened as he realized that the blacksmith store was closed. Naya, is there a single NPC in this game that's normal? Lin Fan was frantic, seriously suspecting that the dead dwarf had failed to build and now rolled up his elven treasure diamonds and ran away. Lin Fan refused to die and went up to kick the door in anger. I can't believe you left the door unlocked? Walking into the darkened blacksmith store, Lin Fan felt around. Dead dwarf, come out and suffer death. Coming. Ha! A tired voice rang out, and Lin Fan winced, only to see a dark thing squatting in the corner, almost not scaring him off the line. Up close, it was none other than that dead dwarf Vader. Turning on the magic lamp made the workroom much brighter. With a haggard look on his face and both eyes bloodshot, Vader clutched his beer and slammed a few large gulps into his stomach. Failed? Seeing him in such a sorry state, Lin Fan had planned to raise an accusation, but with this appearance he didn't have the good sense to hold back. Well, at least Vader had compensated him with a piece of War Beast's will. Even if the forging fails, the big deal is to find new materials and keep building. There is always a time when you can build it. Although taking the legendary 3-piece set would make him stronger, even without that 3-piece set, with the Super God Grade Soul Seal and the S-Grade Profession boost, he was equally confident in sweeping the battlefield. It's done. Vader shook his head and crossed his short legs to begin the inquisitive Versailles. I didn't think it would be so easy. Perhaps the equipment level is too low to be difficult for this master now. Pretend you, sister. Lin Fan cried and laughed, taking a long breath in his heart. According to Vader, He had never built a holy relic-based equipment before, and the predicted success rate was indeed only 40%, but the actual building process turned out to be 80%, so it must be the hidden attributes of the holy relics that doubled the success rate. Vader handed over the equipment to Lin Fan. It was an azure-colored staff with an ornate and slightly ostentatious shape, and the magic stone set at the end of the staff was none other than the Elven Treasure Diamond. Scepter of Power, Holy. Quality, Legend. Grade, 20. Profession, Mage. Spell attack power, 600. Attack speed, 1. 1. Strike rate, 15%. Effect 1, skill cooldown reduced by 30%. Effect 2, 20% chance of triggering 2 additional normal attacks/skills. Set activates the only awakening skill, War Roar. Effect, consume 1000 MP to make friendly troops gain a roaring aura. Within 10 minutes bludgeoning damage is increased by 1x. Life recovery speed is increased by 2x. And blood absorption is added by 5%. Cooldown time 30 minutes. That's quite a skill. Lin Fan's heartbeat accelerated. This staff had perfectly inherited the attributes of the Elven Treasure Diamond, and the basic panel attributes were top of its class. But the most anticlimactic of all was the skill Aura of War. Blast damage was doubled. If this was combined with Fatty, once he had double blasts and triggered double blast damage, the damage shouldn't be too scary. Together with wearing Fox Clan jewelry, the awakening skill Swiftness, cooldown reduced by 10%. With the 30% cooldown that comes with the staff, the Roar buff vacuum will only be a few minutes. It is a great killer in melee and can greatly enhance the strength of guild members. For himself, with a hand of Fox Awakening, Thunder, 100% blitz within 1 minute, which if stacked with the double blitz damage brought by the Aura of War, within a minute, Lin Fan could guarantee that no guild would be able to resist his indiscriminate bombardment. The other 2 legends of the Holy Realm defenses are very good, with panel attributes a notch higher than the Fox robe and shoulder armor. The 20% double resistance has been increased to 30. And the defense and life value have also increased considerably. However, compared to the legendary staff with the word holy in its name, it was clearly more than 1 level behind. Changing into his new equipment, Lin Fan checked the character attribute panel. LD, Mortal God. Race, Human. Level, 27. Spell attack power, 920. HP, 5700/5700. MP, 49200/49200. Attack speed, 1. 3. Agility, 40. Defense, 240/30% double resistance reduction. Strike rate, 28%. Range, 4,922 meters. Free attribute points remaining, 350. Skill points remaining, 100. Allocating the 350 own attribute points saved in his hand, 180 to attack power. The panel attack power reaches 1,100 points. The remaining 170 points are split evenly between blood, agility and attack speed. Attack speed breaks 2.0.2 flat A's a second, and the high attack speed doesn't improve much for schools other than wind spells. However, Lin Fan was an exception. The Chaos Chains staff came with a multi-strike effect that required frequent damage to be triggered. The blood level was raised to 6,000 points, enough to rival a normal A-class professional. Agility was added to 60, which came with a 2-point boost to blitz rate, rounding up to the full 30%. Lin Fan put on his new equipment and packed the 3 Fox Clan sets and listed them on the auction house. After doing so, Lin Fan lifted the door of the blacksmith store and prepared to meet up with the guild members. But the moment he opened the door, Lin Fan's eyes changed slightly as several old acquaintances of the Heaven's Best guild blocked in front of him. Sorry, Lin Fan, you can't fight this stronghold battle. Chi Ziyue looked at him with a smiling face, a pair of beautiful eyes flickering with coldness. Lin Fan? Master, I don't recognize it. Get out of the way. Seeing that it was Tianqi and his group, Lin Fan waved his hand with an impatient face, pretending to be a fool with the Lin Boss LD, and took the opportunity to pull away from both sides. We've been following you for a long time and saw you change your disguise outside the city, so you should stop acting. Chi Ziyue laughed softly, staring at him with a calm demeanor, with no immediate intention to make a move. Lin Fan's eyes changed slightly. The other parties seemed to have some kind of reliance. With the output ability he had shown, sending Tianqi and his party to stay at the spring immediately had no problem. There was no way that Chi Ziyue, a woman with a heart of gold, wouldn't be aware of this. Master, I think you'll affect the balance of this matchup. Why don't you not participate? Wu Shui and I stepped forward and said calmly, Master? Lin Fan's brows tightened and he laughed teasingly. I'm not worthy of being your master. Tianqi main member and rookie of the year. Shui and I Wu. Wu Shui's cheeks were burning. She was able to make a name for herself in Tianqi, all thanks to Lin Fan's handful of pointers, but she knew that she had hurt Lin Fan deeply, and it was also true that she had entered and participated in the fake match. Wu Shui and I didn't say anything. Even though she was feeling guilty, she was still maintaining a confrontation with Lin Fan, which was enough to explain her current position. What's the point of talking more nonsense with him? Why don't you hurry up and do it? He Tsong coldly grunted. Wearing a legendary great armor, he spoke with a strong voice. Lin Fan's eyes were icy cold. The corner of his mouth raised in a cold smile as he blandly said, "As I said, not only will I participate in the stronghold war, I will also make it impossible for you to get a single stronghold." With a wave of his hand, Lin Fan lifted off the imperial vestment disguise on his body. He Tsung's face suddenly changed in shock. The first place in the legendary weapons list is actually in this bastard's hands. In order to surprise a group of old rivals, he had also chosen to anonymously ascend the equipment rankings, but that didn't seem necessary now. More than just the legendary weapon, he has 2 pieces of defense on him. Shi Ziyue's face became grave. In addition to the level 20 power Sacred Realm shoulder armor and law robe, the 2 pieces of equipment were also the first place on the defense sublist. At this stage, a legendary equipment is a heavenly price. The Heavenly Providence Guild purely than the financial strength is not considered to be the top of the divine realm. And now the hands of a total of only 2 pieces only. One was the scepter in her hand, and the other was the battle armor on Heatsong. Not to mention that without putting together a 3-piece set, it was just a stronger attribute panel, and the actual combat ability was too far off compared to the set on Lin Fan's body. With the Legend of Power Sanctuary 3-piece set and the Fox Hero 3-piece set of equipment, and the 3x3 Dual Awakening skill enhancement, Lin Fan could walk horizontally in the City of Air. Who dares to stop me? Please ask. Lin Fan's face was expressionless as he slowly stepped out of the blacksmith store. A who's who aura pressing down on the Tianqi crowd feeling suffocated. "I dare you!" A bellowing cry came from behind Lin Fan, and Lin Fan's face turned cold as a small level 20 thief sneaked around the back. Just one? Doubts arose in Lin Fan's mind. Although the Tianqi crowd was very strong, they had long ago suffered the loss of a regiment. How could just a small thief dare to sneak attack? There is definitely something fishy going on there. Lin Fan opened his blazing sun shield to ward off the attacks, and the thief's damage didn't hit effectively. The thief named Gold Hunter No. 17-inch revealed a sinister smile, and suddenly made a false move, quickly throwing out a concealed weapon. Naturally, Ryfan was fearless in this kind of trick, and accurately predicted the trajectory of the dark weapon with a flat A shot. However, after hitting the concealed weapon with a flat A, the Chaos Mana Orb actually went through it and hit the thief directly. Blitz 1900, Scorch 4800, Gold Beater 17 was easily killed. Lin Fan frowned slightly as the concealed weapon hit him at the same time, quickly enlarging as if it was alive, turning into a pair of snow-white shackles locking his hands firmly in place. This thing looks a little familiar. Wasn't it the same forbidden magic shackles he was put in after being arrested by the NPC earlier? Warden, special skill, Forbidden Demon Cage, triggered. You will be unable to use any attacks, props, or skills for 20 hours. Lin Fan was shocked in his heart, and his face was somewhat dismayed. Thief hidden profession, Warden. One of the 20 most trashy hidden professions in the Divine Realm? Warden, this profession is trash, with only a palatable E rank. Not only was the rating horribly low, there was no boost to the player's attributes, and they could only get a special skill, Forbidden Demon Cage. And this skill can only be used once in a lifetime. When Lin Fan first saw this profession on the forums, he didn't know what the hell it could be, and picking this hidden profession had basically been a waste. Lin Fan faintly shook his head. There really were no trash professions in Divine Realm, only players who were not good at utilizing them. Little Lee, just go to the management to get the character compensation, Shi Ziyue said to the corpse of the thief on the ground, who disconnected and directly deleted his number. Ha 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 ha, finally landed in our hands? You kid, try calling me another one. Aren't you good at pretending? Heatsong laughed wildly in triumph. The Lin Fan in front of him would not be able to escape even if he was strong in battle. This good news must be relayed to N, so that silly boy can have a few days of fun. What law profession number 1? The Phoenix Man turns into a grass chicken to be slaughtered in a second? Nonsense. At least we have to call out to others as seniors. Without him there would be no Tianqi today. A few of Tianqi's professional players laughed playfully, singing along and taunting Lin Fan with all sorts of sarcasm from the side. Lin Fan's face was as normal when he sniffed. This bit of intensity of abuse and ridicule had no ripples within him. Thinking back to that year, the World Tournament fiasco was smeared as a fake Psy brother by millions of black fans, and the social media crazy net violence has long made his ability to withstand to the exceptionally strong. Using your teammates as tool people and having people awaken trash professions just to trap me for 20 hours, Lin Fan said with a smile. Shi Ziyue, this woman's city is very deep. When the fake race matter planted in the hands of this woman, even his female disciple has become the other side. No means really cannot do. Since you can create a guild on your own and have so much good equipment on you, I guess Team Lin is quite rich now, right? Chi Ziyue laughed chirpily, her face filled with a victor's smile. With a sin value of at least 5,000, it must be able to pop out a lot of good stuff. Hitsong looked at Lin Fan with bloodlust, drew out his twin swords and came striding. The demons that had plagued him for years. Today it was time to cut them off. Suddenly a powerful wind blade swept between him and Lin Fan, cutting a hideous dividing line on the ground. Hitsong looked back with a resentful gaze. Are you out of your fucking mind? Keep your mouth clean, Hitsong. It was agreed that we would only trap him and keep him from entering the stronghold battle. Are you going to go back on your word? Wu Shui and I said in a deep voice. Hypocritical stinking biker. Get the hell out of my way. Hitsong stormed out, fearless of Wu Shui's obstruction, killing Lin Fan in stride. I said no. Wu Shui and I coldly grunted and raised the heroic staff in her hand, and a fierce wind swept around her. Sydney Wu radiated a greenish-colored glow as if she was going to become one with the gusty winds, and the A-rank profession, Wine Emissary, multiplied her battle power. I'm sorry, Sister Sydney. Chi Ziyue gave the others a look, and 5 or 6 high-level players blocked in front of Wu Shui and I. Still lying to me? Chi Ziyue, do you have any credibility to speak of? Wu Shui's face turned white as she angrily stared at Chi Ziyu. There's a lot at stake. I'll explain it to you later. Chi Ziyue's face flushed as she urged Hitsong and the others to take action immediately. Ha! Actually talking to this bitch about credibility? Stupid. Lin Fan was fearless in the face of Hitsong, who stormed over, indifferently swept a glance at Wu Shui and I and laughed. Put away your bit of hypocrisy. My relationship with you has been severed since that fake match. Wu Shui and I smelled bloodless. These words let her like a thunderbolt. The last trace of illusion in the heart broken. Son of a bitch. Die for me. Hitsong let out a roar of fury as he maximized the output of his dual blade attachments. He was going to slash this bastard to pieces with thunderous force. The corner of Lin Fan's mouth sketched out a smile, and the moment before the double knives were about to slash his face, he waved his hand. I'm sorry. We'll see you in 20 hours. In the next moment, Lin Fan disappeared in place, having disconnected from the game link. Disappeared? How is that possible? All of Tianqi's people were dumbfounded, unable to understand how any player could forcefully disconnect and go directly offline during a combat state. It's important to realize that in a combat state, even if someone unplugs the game pod in reality, the player character doesn't immediately disappear. Will be penalized in place for 5 minutes so that players don't maliciously go offline to avoid death penalties in a copy/PK. Crap. That idiot didn't do any substantial damage just now to drag him into a fight. Chi Ziyue's complexion was grim as he quickly reacted and said in a chilling voice, have the people from the gold beating studio come over to stand guard in place, and as soon as he comes online he will be killed immediately. Ugh. Is so shady. With a sigh, Lin Fan reached out and opened the game hatch, moving his stiffened limbs. Prolonged immersion in playing the game, even with the support of nutrient fluid, still left him a bit overwhelmed. He was used to a world where reality and virtual fusion was the norm, and the current God's Domain world always gave him a false sense of goodness. Beautiful things are always fragile, and while players in God's Domain could care less about dying, the fusion world is very different. Now that it was just getting light outside, Lin Fan stretched out and found the freezer in the villa and took a bottle of milk for some energy. The villa arranged by the Immortal Spirit Hall had a great view. Lin Fan stood by the pool with a face of enjoyment as he watched the sun rise in the east. The feeling of the sunlight on his face put him in a very relaxed mood. Not long after, the fat man started the life-taking chain of cues. Lin Fan walked inside and found his cell phone. I say, Brother Fan, can you be more reliable? We've all teleported to the Savage Mountains. Where are you? Lin Fan smiled and said, as of now I've been red-carded. The stronghold battle may depend on you guys. Ha, did you get gross again? Fatty panicked. Lin Fan told what had just happened. The fat man was so angry after hearing it that he went on a profanity rampage and greeted all the ancestors of Chi Ziyue's gang. Don't worry, it's not too late. It's just 20 hours offline. The stronghold war will last for a day. Lin Fan said. Fatty froze for a moment and said, not brother. Teleportation receiver will disappear in an hour. After that, if you want to travel to the Savage Mountains you can only walk. Are you sure that 4 hours is enough time? That should be enough. You guys have a good time. Even if you can't make it, I'll be following your live battle. Are you sure you're not watching us make a fool of ourselves live? The lunatics estimate that there will be at least 4 or 5 guilds that will want to fuck us. Even if Master Fatty is very strong, there are too many people to top it. Fatty said with great concern. God's Domain Guild Stronghold War will be an annual feast. God's Domain Publicity and Development Company. The world's major live broadcast platform will be real-time live broadcast. To witness the birth of the King Guild of each region. The number of viewers will exceed 500 million. Make a fool of yourselves. $500 for each man killed in battle and $1,000 for each man killed. So please fight hard to empty me out. Lin Fan watched the fun, and in his opinion, since he couldn't enter the battlefield for the time being, he couldn't miss this rare opportunity to practice. The Godslayer Guild was basically full of newcomers, except for a few veteran, King of the Road players. Usually the group rushes ordinary copies, not much help for skill improvement. The only way for these brats to grow up as soon as possible is to fight in blood and iron. That's good. I must die 810 times here before I can count on you. As soon as Fatty heard that there was money to be taken, he immediately became energized. After eating breakfast takeout, Lin Fan had nothing to do and sent a message to Xiao Xian. I learned that she was in good spirits today, so I plan to pick her up and find a place to watch the Guild War live. On the way to the hospital by taxi, the commercial street building was full of huge posters about the God's Domain Guild Wars. God's Domain. The duel will never end. Make this a normal Saturday and crush almost all entertainment. Stepping out of the net car, Lin Fan spotted Xiao Xian, who had changed into casual clothes at a glance. Her purely delicate face and delicate figure harvested the attention of passers-by like an actress. The only thing was that his face was a bit sickly pale, which made Lin Fan feel worried. As the day of the operation was getting closer and closer, he didn't dare to think of any bad results, and could only try to squeeze out a smile. Hey, your brother's here. Lin Fan reached out his hand and was just about to call out to her when suddenly his eyes once again experienced severe pain. Still the same left eye that had inexplicably flashed back to two worlds last time. This time it hurt so much that Lin Fan almost fainted, his hands strongly supporting his knees, trying to keep himself from lying down in a sorry state. Shouldn't I be going fucking blind? Lin Fan gritted his teeth and cursed, opening his cell phone camera to check the condition of his eyes, a touch of light blue color lingering floating above his eyeballs, for a time making Lin Fan think it was a hallucination. You can see me, can't you? Then you and I are in the same boat. A voice sounded in the back of his mind as a dark-haired teenager appeared before him, his face covered in blood but smiling brightly. The young man's figure appeared among the pedestrians, and between the time and space, he appeared above a sea of blood battlefield in the next second. A thick black mist filled the sky above the battlefield, and the teenager suddenly hissed like a madman, "You and other curmudgeons. Die, die, die." He held a black war halberd and threw it violently towards the black fog. A burst of brilliant beams of light exploded, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked, and a huge sound shocked the heavens. Lin Fan's heart jumped as he got a clear picture of what was in the black mist. It was actually a huge-bodied heavenly demon. He was simply too familiar with this horrifying creature. It was this thing that didn't know how many trialists it had slaughtered. Tens of thousands of heavenly demons were obliterated by the black war halberd. An array of light finally appeared in the sky, but more heavenly demons soon appeared, once again annihilating this ray of hope. You are? Lin Fan tried to make a sound, but couldn't do it at all. Then he saw an even more horrifying scene. The dark-haired teenager knew that his time to die had come, but still wore that cruel-looking smile. Spinning around, he reached down and gouged out his left eye, then his right. Two silver-colored divine lights rose up into the sky, temporarily forcing back the heavenly demon army. Then the teenager knelt on the ground, reached into his chest cavity, actually dug out his own heart, and whispered through tears of blood, "Find the gift I gave you, and with my share of hope, live." "Hello, Lao. Hey, are you okay?" Xiao Xian's concerned voice came, and the illusion before his eyes suddenly disappeared. "Why are you crying?" Xiao Xian tilted his head to look at him and took out a tissue to help him wipe his tears. Lin Fan smiled awkwardly and wiped away the tear stains along his eyelids, still able to feel a burning sensation, as if it was this left eye that had penetrated 2 dimensions. "No, it's nothing, a stroll through the park before the game." Lin Fan adjusted his mind to reveal a smile. "I want ice cream. You get it for me. You eat a stick. You're going to have surgery in a couple days." On the way to the park, Lin Fan was a bit soulful, wondering who that teenager really was. Why, who himself is all the way with him? Is it a reborn like him? But the teenager's attire didn't look like a modern person at all. It's weird. It's too much of a coincidence. The super god level soul seal that he had obtained was called the left eye of the giant spirit god, and it was his left eye that had caused him to experience severe pain and hallucinations. Lin Fan began to wonder about his real self, as if he was merging with his character in the game. It's something that would be out of this world to anyone else, but as someone who has experienced the fusion event, it's not really surprising. It's all just a matter of time before it happens. Not to mention, the very existence of the divinity games is incredible. So, Lin Fan reached out his hand divinely and tried to hit a shot of chaos spells. "Why are you hitting me? If you don't want to eat, you don't have to eat." Yi Xiaoxian was walking in front and his but was slapped by him. Full of shame and anger, he turned back to look angrily at Lin Fan. With that said, the ninny went straight up the leg and ran behind him to reward him with a kick. The two were laughing and joking around in the park as usual. Lin Fan looked at her heartless appearance. A silly smile unconsciously appeared on his face. It was hard to imagine how he had survived those 5 years in his previous life. On the bench, Lin Fan bought her favorite cotton candy and lazily basked in the sun. Yi Shaoxian got up and threw away the wooden stick. Suddenly cheekily came into his arms. Lin Fan glared at her. If you have a fart, let it go. Less of this set of pampering. Ice cream is no good. Brother, what should I do if I don't have one? No more. What's no more? Lin Fan did not react for a moment. Yi Shaoxian propped up his body, gazed at him in a serious manner, and said, I am saying that in case the surgery fails, my person hangs up. Hang up? It means ga-up-ah. Yi Shaoxian rolled her eyes and pouted. Lin Fan sniffed and tried to avoid this heavy topic by getting deliberately angry. Yi Shaoxian, however, refused to let him go, and said seriously, can you promise me not to give up on yourself? And that you will live well on your own? Lin Fan didn't know which one of this girl's tendons was wrong. He had an intuition that this silly girl seemed to have a premonition that there would be this calamity in her destiny. I promise you a great deal. Ouch. It's going to hit someone. It's going to start the incompetent rage. Seeing that his old brother's face did not look good, Yi Shaoxian predicted that he would punch someone and decisively climbed up from the chair to bugger off. Lin Fan sighed helplessly, looked at the back of the silly girl, and muttered to himself in his heart, no matter if you are reborn once, 10 times, or 1,000 times 10,000 times, I won't let you die in front of me again. The barbaric mountains are wild and pale. Huaxiao Warzone, 3 battlefields, more than 1,000 guilds, competing for 99 strongholds. This is a battle feast, but also a bloody fight. Who can ask to be king? Who rules in the realm of the gods? In front of the giant screen in the downtown gaming hall, the small area was crowded with onlookers, and Lin Fan and Xiao Xian found a seat to sit down. OMG, Dragon Trace recall empty city in less than an hour. Kills broke 100, just a squad of 6. Are they trying to attack a stronghold where a guild stands? On the screen, Yakancheng held a golden bow and arrow as if Hoi had descended to the earth. An arrow was shot, magic light emerged, and the front row of warriors were shaken away by a terrifying force, 100 meters away from each other. It was surprising that the boss of the opposing guild was found among a bunch of players. Minus 900, Blitz minus 1800. Blitz minus 1800. 4 arrows in 1 second. With an overwhelming momentum, they actually killed the Yi Bijou, president in 1 arrow. S-rank Sate ruler archer is really strong. It's said that this hidden profession is not in the least bit weaker than the dual S-rank hidden professions. The attack speed is frighteningly fast. The attack speed reaches 3, 5 or more. This ghostly beast pulling the bow not only knocked away the knight shield wall, but even had split damage. 4 mages followed and were crippled. The 3 commentators looked at each other in dismay. Although they were surprised by the strength of Empty City, it made sense. He was a ruthless person who had smashed a whole set of level 15 legendary sets in 1 day regardless of the cost. Dragon Trace has a horrible strength backed by top consortiums, naturally becoming the favorite of God's Domain's official propaganda department. And the live broadcasts are almost always images of the Dragon Trace Union attacking and killing strongholds. Kill. Empty City's expression was cold as it raised its hand to point at the senior players of the entire 2 battle groups of the Yi Bijou guild. They were only 6 people, yet they had the ambition to fight for the Divine Realm world. And even more so, they had super strength. Lethal hail. Xu Shuangshan was protected by a heroic outfit. Her aquamarine staff waved, and her magic hexagram cooled with a light blue luster. There was an extra touch of coldness in the air, and under a blast, the B-rank magic lethal hailstorm lashed out. Countless waist-thick snowballs fell over the heads of the opponents, instantly smashing down a large number of players. War Tianqi initiated the charge. Lone led the knight deep into the enemy lineup. The 2 of them matched their battle skills and attacked with great force, and the people of the Bijou Guild were harvested like wheat. How do you fight? How the fuck do you even fight? The Bijou Guild's boss was revived by the priest with great difficulty, only to be cut down again when he stood up, and his teammates around him even fell down one after another. His equipment wasn't bad, and he also had 3 hero suits in his hand, but whether it was operation or battle power, the 6 people across the street completely crushed them. Retreat. Quickly, Dragon's Breath Castle can't be beaten. Damn it, the opposite side is full of perverted and strong godly bigots. Seeing this, the other guilds that had originally planned to attack Dragon's Breath Castle didn't even have the guts to go and encircle Memory Hollow City, and all of them switched their targets towards other strongholds to kill. The 6 people of Ikong City have the Dragon's Breath Castle all to themselves. Surprisingly, no one dares to compete. Throwing 10,000 prestige to build the outer wall of the stronghold is a wise decision. This is a Jedi. It's easy to defend and hard to attack. The Dragon Trace Guild has done enough raiding. so the other guilds won't be able to attack in. Yes. But apparently his ambitions don't stop there. The rest of the Dragon Scars Guild is heading towards the first battlefield, which the Raider's book suggests has the most strategic value. Yakancheng stood above the stronghold in a bright silver legendary armor, and with the injection of a large amount of prestige value, the wooden city began to appear in the stronghold that was originally a wasteland. I'll leave this place to you. Broken Thousand Army, don't let me down. I have a score to settle with Godslayer. Empty City said indifferently. Don't worry. I'm here. Whoever comes will die. Broken Thousand Army said calmly. Obtaining the spirit mark of the Yingling level had caused his strength to skyrocket, and one person with one bow was enough to deter the guilds that stole the stronghold. Live screen switching. The first battlefield. Crouching Dragon Mountain Stronghold. It was rumored that this place was an ancient battlefield of the Divine Realm where a dragon emperor had once reigned over the place. Hence the name. Grass. I can't kill them all. I'll do it. A bunch of gutless bastards who only know how to engage in human warfare. A curse caused several commentators to froth and the players on the floor to burst into laughter. Well, it's unbelievable. Light and Dark Sword Enabler Master Kai kills 134, which is higher than Ekong City. The commentator exclaimed back. He's so strong. A melee fighter actually managed to achieve more battle results than a long range. God's domain melee killing. Front row melee is always the most miserable profession. The hand is born short. It is difficult to touch the other side of the brittle profession, but also need to take damage for the war group. But the light and dark sword make a difference. Skills than ordinary melee much farther. Double blitz professional characteristics even if the enemy knight is also difficult to block the attack. The Wulong Mountain Stronghold was one of the 3 strongholds with the most resources and the largest area in the first battlefield, and the madman had invested his heavy forces here at any cost. And the Godslayer crowd is really impressive. In a large number of fine equipment, fat enemies an hour even cut 2 guilds of strong enemies to occupy the stronghold. The rest of the living players, led by Crazy and Clear Wind, were trying to steal other strongholds so that the Wulong Mountain Stronghold would not be lost in a change of heart. Master Kai sat on top of a boulder and looked down at the densely packed enemies below. At least 3 more guilds were closing in and he felt pressurized. The body's bloody thousand hands had long been dyed red. This was the set passive skill, Endless Bloodlust, effect. The more enemies one killed the stronger the ability to draw blood. Brother Kai, don't you move. I can't milk you. A healing spell fell from the young priest, just as the fat man got up to avoid the healing. Fatty glanced at the little priest in a bad mood. Hurry up and curse the old man. I'm going to get on with it. The little priest was wearing the heroic suit that Lin Fan had given him, and he looked majestic, but having a goat lying beside him was very hard for him to understand. Okay, big brother Kai. The young priest smiled bitterly and casually gave the goat a healing spell, which lit up with a green light. Seeing the successful addition of blood, he turned around and gave the fat man another cursed healing shot landing on his head. Minus 999. Another healing shot to the goat, turning back to curse heal the fat man and continue to reduce his blood count. This goat looks ordinary, and in fact, it is also ordinary. It is a neutral creature that the little priest picked up on the side of the road. However, in the divine realm, neutral creatures generally have a terrifying blood quantity of more than 300,000, which can act as a mat for triggering the cursed king. This was a playstyle he had researched with Fatty, which could somewhat stagger the probability of the curse healing failing. The fat man will be reduced to 90% before the other decent priests milk him full of blood. It was by relying on this move that Fatty killed in all directions and was simply a player reaper. No one could block his nearly doubled and terrifying battle power. Iron Horseman, something's not right. These guilds aren't mixing it up? It's not possible to join forces, is it? Below the Wulong Mountain Stronghold, the 3 guilds formed a 500-man medium-sized battle group, all staring viciously at Fatty. Damn, this S-profession is just outrageous, costing us half of our people with 10 minutes to revive. Don't panic, they're the only one Master Kai can rip off a bit. Everyone else is trash. That shrinking violet of a mortal god seems to be away, and the fake race dog runs an organization that is a man to step on. The people from the guild below were red-eyed. A pile of corpses on the ground were all caused by the big battle just now. They didn't expect to lose so many people without the presence of the mortal god. Kill for me, the Godslayer guild will die. The war chief roared, and hundreds of fighters rushed up the hillside to launch a general attack. Just you dirt dogs, get out of here. Fatty's blood recovered, and he leapt from the boulder like a thunderbolt exploding in the center of the enemy formation, with both swords attached to kill. Don't try to be a hero, Keiko. I'm coming. The Iron Horseman roared and brought his guild members to support Fatty, holding the entrance into the stronghold as tightly as possible, or else the opponent's numerical advantage would be dramatically magnified in the open area. Fatty killed until he went crazy. There was not a single enemy in his hands, and at the same time, He was also attacked by the other party's back row DPS set fire to him, and his blood bar fluctuated up and down violently. Cool. A mouthful of resistance potion. The pressure is reduced. The two swords together. Open the broadsword mode standing in place. Crazy absorption of the opposite side of the blood, like an immortal god of war. Suddenly, a shocking bolt shot in, and the fat man's face showed horror as he attempted to swing his sword to block. With a clanging sound, he was shocked back a few steps, while that golden arrow actually split into 5 in midair and once again killed against his face. -600. -600. The splitting arrow dealt 3000 damage, scaring a few priests of Godslayer to hurry up and raise the blood level of Fatty. Almost the strongest combatant of the guild was lifted away by an arrow. No good. Ekong City is here. The Dragon Mark army has arrived. Fatty's eyes glazed over as a man-thousand-sized warband came to attack in the distance. Dragon Scar. Dragon Lance. Dragon Soul. Fatty and the others were dumbfounded. The 5 guilds starting with the word dragon were all Dragon Trace chapters, only because the guild could not be upgraded at the moment. The full quota was only 300 people. But Empty City was so rich and generous that it created a full 5 guilds in one breath, almost all of which were main battle players. Ekong Chang rode a black BMW like a demon lord descending into the world and said aloud, "Let Lin Fan come out to fight. Empty City, give him a chance to fight me one-on-one, and as long as he can win against me, I will immediately take my people away." Ekong Chang's face was like a crown of jade, elegant and graceful, with an unrivaled aura of a king. Despicable assholes. Iron Rider sniffed angrily. "Ya Conchang, I ox your old sister." Fatty cursed. "Remember the Empty City, that bastard knows that Brother Fan is not online, deliberately put here to pretend." It was to make the others mistakenly think that Fan was afraid to meet the battle, giving the others the false impression that Fanshin was inferior to him. Oh, it seems that the Triple Crown King also has times when he is afraid of battle. What a pity. Ekonching shook his head and said, raising his arm and raising the divine bow in his hand, "Kill, kill, kill, kill." The 1,000-member battle group under the command of Yakoncheng has a stunning aura, and the aura of killing seems to break through the screen, making countless viewers across the country moved by it. "Crazy, you can pull out. Come to the Phoenix stronghold. We can fight it out here." The madman with command authority realized that Long Scar and the others were killing, and immediately sent a retreat message to Fatty, knowing that there was no need to make unnecessary sacrifices. "I'm TMD so upset. Yakoncheng, this dog thief, I'm going to chop him up with my own hands." Fatty roared unwillingly. "Crazy, calm down Kaiju. The game has just begun. We can redeem ourselves if we find the right opportunity." Fatty took a deep breath and swept his possessed broadsword across the roadblockers, quickly withdrawing inside the stronghold with Iron Rider and the others before descending down the mountain through another path. Ha, fleeing without a fight. Everyone remember, this is the Deicide's demeanor. Just this kind of trash organization still dares to occupy Wulong Mountain. Ridiculous and shameful. Make way for the big man of Empty City. This place will be dominated by Dragon Scar. Amidst the mocking laughter, the guilds that were previously besieging were very self-conscious and chose to get out of the way to surrender their stronghold to Dragon Scar. At this moment, the true number one person in the Divine Realm seemed to have a candidate. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the pop-up interaction. Yeah, the pop-ups are going to be great now. Deicide is a guild created by a certain former professional champion, and now that the opening round has suffered a 1-9 defeat, it can be understood. But I didn't expect this Triple Crown champion to not show up. Seeing a scene, the two uneasy commentators started to bring the rhythm, contempt written all over their faces. "Shirazi, speak. Whitey, aren't you guys watching the live stream? Say something." Laughing my ass off. The president of the guild Stronghold Battle Regicide is actually not online. 66,666. The sand sculpture Mortal God ruined my youth. I really thought that trash was going to rise. Ha, maybe it's the Gaming Association that has stepped in, and Godslayer's strongest mortal god has been banned. The live guide fires up. A sea of pop-ups pop up on the big screen, and the audience lets out a loud, piercing laugh. Lin Fan, who was analyzing the battle situation in his mind, was stunned as Yi Shaoxian reached out his hand to cover his eyes, not wanting him to see this scene. "Nothing. I don't care. They can laugh if they like." Lin Fan removed this girl's small hand and smiled blandly. Yi Shaoxian said angrily, "Humph. I don't know what they call it. The stronghold battle will take a day to fight, and having an advantage in the opening may not be enough to hold it. Besides, Wulong Mountain is surrounded by 5 strongholds and is naturally in a state of siege, so taking this place first may not be a good thing." Lin Fan guffawed. This girl, although she didn't have time to play the game, but she hadn't visited the Divine Realm forums much, and she had some insight into the Stronghold War. The fierce battle continued, with 10 top guilds such as Dragon Trace, Heaven's Providence, Chaotic Sins, and How You making a big splash. and all 3 battlefields had their figures. The live streaming platform knew what content the audience wanted to see, during which it interspersed footage of Fatty and the others being rounded up from time to time. Fatty and others, even if the operation, equipment online, cannot hold the wolf's bite, often just occupy a stronghold. Not 10 minutes will be surrounded by a number of guilds. In this process, the fat man's number of enemies broke 400, ranking high in the first place, but he himself was also killed in action more than 10 times. Many times disconnected from the team, failed to be saved by the little priest. Once a participating player has been killed in battle multiple times, the time for each resurrection will be extended. Lin Fan silently watched this. Being brutally beaten all the time was undoubtedly a pain, but the more painful it was, the more potential it could inspire. Practice that will continue in constant death. Crazy, fight and run and we'll come back. If they don't let us have peace, we'll make them crazy. The madman, a senior student, was finally in a hurry and used the ancestral craft of the Huaxia Military Academy, guerrilla warfare. The enemy advances. I retreat. The enemy retreats. I disturb. The Godslayer crowd split into smaller groups and constantly formed detachments to harass other guilds. You don't get greedy when you've just knocked down a stronghold. You take the initiative to pull out and then wait for the enemy to come in, then circle back and kill the other guy for a while. By the way, you can accumulate kill scores to get merits, after which you can exchange the scores for various rare props. This rogue plays, hits and runs and continues to do so. The angry group of guild leaders jumped and cursed, but there was nothing they could do about it. Of course, the madman understood that it was nearly impossible to take a stronghold with such a fight. Just standing within the stronghold was tantamount to being passive and would be targeted by Yikong City, and it was hard for them to stand firm with their lack of combat power. Deicide is finished. There's still 8 hours left for the stronghold battle to end, and now that they haven't gotten a single point, the tide is turning. What Triple Crown King? A jumper. Stronghold War dare not fight you. Play Hook 8 God Domain. Even if he came, what would he change? The Divine Realm is not the Sword Expedition. His time has long passed. Looking at the scrolling pop-up screen, today has become a day of Van Black Carnival. Yi Xiaoxian's small face red with anger, so angry that he could not eat, hastily settled the bill, pushed Lin Fan to urge him. You hurry back. I want to see you win. Cannot win, beware of me to beat you. Yes, don't push it. Lin Fan had a bitter smile on his face. There was still some time left for the Forbidden Demon Cage to expire, but he couldn't argue with this silly girl, so he could only send her back to the hospital to return to the villa, drinking tea and taking a bath. All was well, and Lin Fan still wasn't half as impatient. Cooked myself a bowl of instant noodles and lay down to sleep. DDT. The alarm rang, and Lin Fan washed his face and pinched his way into the game pod. We seemed to be losing. At this point, the madman looked tired, and he was reluctant to admit this fact. 3 battlefields, 99 strongholds, almost every one of them he had taken his men to. Even if every member raked in a lot of merits, the strongholds were firmly held, and not being able to get them was tantamount to a void. Echidna, when the last 30 minutes are up, you guys come to Lookout Pond and this stronghold will be yours. The madman was a little surprised to receive the message. He knew that the Kong family compound was friends with the mortal god, and the other party was strong enough to take down 2 strongholds. But I didn't expect the offer to be so generous as to give them one unconditionally. It was important to know that strongholds in the god's domain could be sold, and a medium-sized stronghold like the Skywatch Pool would cost at least a few $100 million to buy. Crazy, even if I accept it, the kid won't. Echidna, why? Crazy, that grandson is proud as hell. I agree. Can he? Echidna was speechless. Indeed, with the arrogance of the Triple Crown champion, he would never accept such a favor for nothing. I'll try to break through from somewhere else. The madman sighed bitterly. The vast majority of guilds had long since reached a consensus that as long as they attacked either stronghold, the guilds occupying the adjoining strongholds would come to assist in their defense. It was obvious that they were regarded as public enemies. No one wanted to be neighbors with the Godslayer guild, and no one wanted to see them grow bigger and stronger. Fuck! Fatty let out his anger by striking his sword through the giant tree in the sky, with a golden title, 1,000 Enemies, on his head. The exclusive title of killing 1,000 enemies was majestic, but he himself was not happy. I am going to be topsy-turvy and ready to wash up. The Divine State Iron Horseman yawned. The members hiding in the grass together were silent. Almost everyone had killed over 100 enemies, but now everyone had lost their fighting spirit. Ding dong. Your friend Mortal God is online. Just as the crowd fell into despair, a clear beep sounded, and everyone only felt a shiver run through their bodies. Ding dong. President Mortal God is online. If you don't come, we'll be finished. Fatty was pleasantly surprised and immediately shouted in the guild channel. Crazy, 4 hours you can run over? Most of us have died 7 or 8 times. and it's going to be a long time before we get hit with a resurrection penalty again. Hold your horses. You guys go ahead and find a stronghold to knock down and stall as long as you can until I get here. Good. Put up a fight. The madman had exhausted his options. He couldn't find any hope of turning the tables, but he was sure that some dead pervert he would have a handle on it. Don't even fucking hang up. Quickly look at the mini-map to find my location and gather. Crazy man yelled at the top of his voice. He had never suffered such a big loss when he was studying in the military school. He couldn't swallow this breath. Robin Wu. Shinjo, I don't know what to talk about. How useful can one or two people come? Divine Iron Horseman, to put it mildly. Let's wait for the next stronghold battle. There's no chance. Let go of your mother's bullshit. Iron bastard, you're a wimp. Afraid of death you roll now, Fatty said with displeasure. Seeing Fatty's outburst, the rest of the guild didn't say anything at the sound of his voice. The Iron Horseman had a helpless look on his face, having been at an absolute passive position, and now even though the president was online, it was a fact that the crowd's battle spirit was low. As soon as they showed their heads they were met with a thunderous attack, and guilds frantically mobilized people from all sides to surround them, and there were so many enemies that their hands were numb from killing them. Don't worry, Keiko. Just do what the chairman says and stand a stronghold as long as you can. The madman calmed down and comforted Fatty not to be reckless. This time they immediately turned to defense once they got a hit. With their overall level, 2 or 3 guilds were able to block it. Crazy, don't hang your head in shame. The president has put out the word that there's money for deaths or kills. And you guys are having trouble with money? Hearing this, a smile appeared on the faces of the Divine Iron Horseman and the others. Yeah, there's no point in dwelling on whether or not you'll be abused when you're dead or alive anyway. The Godslayer crowd was once again on the move. And on the other side, Lin Fan appeared in front of the blacksmith store. You have triggered the hidden quest Unearthly Legend. Search for the Holy Soul Seal, Right Eye of the Giant Spirit God. Searching for the Divine Soul Seal, Heart of the Giant Spirit God. Clue, unknown. Penalty for failure, unknown. As soon as Lin Fan came online, he was surprised that there was an additional Holy Soul Seal search quest in the quest list. How is this possible? Lin Fan's scalp exploded. He hadn't even been online before. He hadn't experienced any special events. How could he have triggered the Super God Tier Soul Seal follow-up mission? And it's still the highest difficulty quest in God's domain. Was that really a quest that players could accomplish? Lin Fan was skeptical. Lin Fan was vaguely uneasy in his heart. Thinking about the scene in the morning, the dark-haired teen said it was a gift for him. Shit, this bee is really online. The time for the forbidden magic effect seems to be over. What should I do? Hurry up and notify President Zua. The fake race dog is online. A few barks interrupted Lin Fan's thoughts. More than a dozen people from the Heaven's Best Gold Beating Corps had been guarding his side, not even participating in the stronghold battle. These people were just like him in his previous life. They were just the guild's gold beating players and were not valued by the Heaven's Best Club. They exist solely to work for the big boys to put food on the table. The same people are at the end of the world. Lin Fan knows how hard it is for gold beaters, and he doesn't want to make things difficult for these players. We're outnumbered. So what the hell? Let's do it first. He's the one who's a former pro, right? I'm most offended by pro brothers. Who knew that this group of players were tired of living long enough to feel out their weapons and jumped at the chance to fight him? It's not my fault. Lin Fan let out a light sigh. The frontmost knight player holds up his shield to block and reduce damage, and the back row of priests are always ready to follow up with healing. At the same time multiple archers snapped, arrows raining down to try and block his alignment. The 2 earth spells started casting spells to slow down. Lin Fan shrugged his shoulders helplessly. He had no time to fool around with them. Starting Chaos Manosphere. It crashes into the knight's great shield, spreading quadruple effects. Strike reduction minus 1400. Scorch 4700. Dead. Knights who aren't really well geared won't help even if they have a shield wall on. Flatted damage can be blocked but not burn. The jaws of the few people in the gold fighting group dropped to the ground. A flat as second B-Job Templar? Lin Fan casually waved his hand and the dark red chaotic hexagrams lit up as an Inferno Dragon was summoned first, followed by the Saint Realm Power Staff emitting light as 2 Inferno Dragons drilled out of the spell formation together. Double skill split? Each skill possesses full damage? All the players who saw this scene looked dumbfounded as 3 Inferno Dragons slammed down, sending everyone within 50 meters flying. Hundreds of fireballs flew through the air, brutally strangling all living targets. This person is a mortal god. Why doesn't he go to the stronghold battle? So damn strong. It's too bad. Such a strong strength actually doesn't dare to ascend to the stronghold battle stage for a battle. Now the whole network is laughing at him. Some of the passerby players let out a sigh of relief as they watched the man turn away. Lin Fan walked out of Edgar City, and since the guide had disappeared, he had no choice but to run the map. The Divine Realm map was frighteningly large. And the Savage Great Mountain was on the national border of the Light Dragon Empire, so if he didn't make a teleportation array, he wouldn't be able to catch up even if he ran for a dozen hours. So, Lin Fan decided to fly directly over Death Mountain, level 30 elite monster area. Lin Fan ascended the mountain peak and a bunch of winged lizards appeared in front of him. Red Lizard, level 30, HP, 50,000/50,000, attack power, 750, skills, Bite, Inferno Bomb. This monster has a red head, and when it attacks, the ones around its neck spew out large inflammatory bullets, and it is very good at launching surprise attacks in flight. A dozen or so ruddy lizards spotted the intruder and stood on the edge of the cliff, letting out a sharp whine. Lin Fan's staff lifted, Quagmire slowed down, and two stone vines combined to form a canine dome, making it impossible for these little monsters to take off, and they were firmly trapped inside. With a 2.0 attack speed, 2 flat A's a second and over a dozen chaos spells killed it. Without much effort, the cliff was emptied of all the red lizards. A low roar suddenly sounded, and a giant lizard twice the size of a normal monster flew over Lin Fan. This large lizard flapped its wide greenish-white wings, startling all the surrounding small monsters into scattering and fleeing, vaguely having the might of a king of the sky. King Chilian, level 30, elite level creatures, HP, 300,000, skills, haste, inflammator, claw rip. The red training king opened his mouth and spat out a brown mucus. Before the mucus fell on Lin Fan's body, it immediately turned into a terrifying pillar of fire, and the ground could not withstand the high temperature had cracked. Lin Fan smiled bashfully. This skill was similar to the traditional talent of the dragon race, Dragon's Breath, except that it was much less powerful. Turn on the Wind Whisperer and summon the Inferno Dragon. The Red Reach King reacted quickly, avoiding the Inferno Dragon smash effect in the air and hovering in the air trying to burn Lin Fan to death. Lin Fan dodged the pillar of fire with a dodge. The Wind Whisperer skill was added, and he began to walk A to pull, unable to be bothered. The Red Real King charged down and used the skill Sharp Claw Rip. The Wind God Sigh. A burst of green ripples surged, and the wind quickly grew larger, forming a green tornado that directly ripped the Red Lightning King out of the air. Smash, 20,000. The Red Training King smashed on the ground and howled miserably as Lin Fan pulled away 100 meters and outputted continuous flat A's with an expressionless face. A great chain appeared. Chaos Chain triggered. Doubling blast true damage for 5 seconds. True injury double storm minus 2,200. True wound searing double storm minus 9,300. Under the berserk output, the Chiltern King was reduced to a crippled blood. At this time, Lin Fan suddenly stopped, and the contract magic pattern appeared in front of him, turning into a blood contract in the air. This is the beginner's harnessing technique that you get at Vader's, which is, to put it bluntly, to make the demonic creature sell itself. Seeing the blood contract, the Red Devil King let out an angry roar, and a pillar of fire destroyed the blood contract book. Your beast mastery level is too low. The success rate of taming elite bosses is less than 3%. The system prompt came, and Lin Fan didn't dodge, using the 2 blazing sun shields to ward off the damage. The higher the level of the demonic creature, the harder it was to be domesticated. This was something Lin Fan had expected, and he had the capital to spend with the Red Reinforcement King. Substitute number 1. You don't listen. Lin Fan helplessly shrugged his shoulders and pulled back to wait for the Red Lightning King to passively return blood. When he recovered to 20,000 blood, Lin Fan hit with a flat A. The chaos flame spread, and this big lizard was burned to the point of howling miserably. Another blood contract book flew past and was once again burned. It went on like this for half an hour, and the Red Reaper King was so pathetic that he had even run out of blue bars, but he still couldn't threaten the asshole in front of him. Substitute 1. Last chance. Cherish it. Lin Fan's patience was almost worn out, so he could only tame the elite monsters, which would have a much higher success rate. The Book of Blood contract reappeared, and this time, the arrogant Red Reinforcement King hesitated. As a fire controller being abused to the point of being covered in charcoal, there wasn't a single piece of good flesh on his body. It was a shame, yet nothing proved that the human in front of him possessed the strength to crush it. The Book of Blood contracts glowed brightly and disappeared into the head of the Red Reach King, and the blood began to recover rapidly. Congratulations, you've successfully concluded a Warbeast contract with the Red Lightning King, and the Warbeast, gray icon on Lin Fan's interface was successfully unlocked. Looking at the well-behaved Red Reinforcement King that was like a dull goose, Lin Fan took out the rare saddle in his parcel, Warbeast's Will. The saddle is black, with the Grey Dwarf King's Warhammer war banner hanging from it, and 4 ancient war drums. Lin Fan climbed onto the Red Training King's back, and bursts of drums rang out, making one's blood boil as one listened. The Ghostfire Jr. with stereo, bull and pulling both. Brother is here. Opening the mini-map labeled, Savage Mountain. the red reinforcement king rose up into the air, spreading out his fleshy wings that were 7 or 8 meters wide, and swooped over the Death Mountain with a swoosh. On the first battlefield, the Godslayer crowd was bathed in blood, and under the command of the madman, the defense line of the guild called Zhongxiang was torn apart. The fat man came to life, raising his sword and roaring, "His grandma, kill for me!" The Iron Horseman, Qingfeng and other melee fighters followed behind, and the two main battle groups bloodily battled the Horizontal World, main club and chapter of more than 300 people. Fatty doubled his attributes with the help of the little priest's cursed healing, and jumping into the crowd was like a thunderous explosion, and it wouldn't be too much to say that it was a one-trick pony. The madman, on the other hand, led the 12-member squad of the Assassin Corps to collectively stealth, scaling the wall into the local stronghold in the chaotic battle, specializing in slicing the enemy's brittle DPS that were cowering in the back. The Vertical Guild wasn't weak, but it had met such a bunch of fiends. The 10 Pathfinder Kings are led by the Iron Horsemen, all killers from various RGP online games. Fatty sent the video on the forum to find players, without exception, all the technical flow experts, or would not pay attention to the Meat Emperor video. For them, as long as the number of opponents is not too outrageous, everyone can fight more than one, typical of the old bird abuse game. Don't run if you're a man, let's fight again. The boss of the Vertical Flight fled with the remnants of his army, not forgetting to let out a message telling Fatty and the others to wait. Fatty and the others had a sneer on their faces, talking about a real man's battle. This bunch of stuff is clearly going to find reinforcements. A similar situation had happened many times before, with various groups of thousands of people surrounding them and not giving a damn about living dead on arrival. Crazy Man sighed. As of the end of the Stronghold War on the remaining 2.5 hours, still no sign of that kid. In the guild shouting also do not see hitchhiking. Fight to the death and let the resurrected people come to the chaotic demon heights as fast as possible. Fatty said. For today's solution, the only way is to die and defend. They have no choice. Whoever's equipment is busted, come up to me and claim it. The madman shouted. Killed in battle in strongholds will not drop equipment and experience value. However, a piece of equipment that is repeatedly attacked will still be broken and require a trip to the blacksmith store for repairs. 24 players came over, and the madman was speechless. I don't have this much equipment left. This is all I have here, so you guys take care of yourselves. After saying that, the madman flung out a large pile of blue equipment from his package, a dozen or so pieces. Gold coins? You're still popping gold coins, Vice President? A large bag of gold coins was flung out by the madman as well, and the crowd froze for a moment as the madman hurriedly picked it back up, coughing dryly. This doesn't count. Woken, you are really able to steal. Just now I said that the opposite back row died so slowly. So you were touching things? Fatty sent a private message, cursing the madman for being unorthodox. Crazy, Naya. Shut up. It's not my profession to practice proficiency. It's just smooth. The madman was obviously a bit weak. S-class, mythical thief, which is definitely a profession that pulls hatred. He wouldn't dare to be too vocal about it, if it wasn't for the fact that he was in the middle of a stronghold war and didn't have much spare energy to make a big fortune. Otherwise he would have picked on the vertical and horizontal president who was carrying a purple suit just now. Crap. Pills. So many people. Are they here to fight a stronghold war or are they here to fight us specifically? After only 10 minutes had passed, the enemy came from 3 sides of the chaotic demon heights, and the 4 guilds' main battle groups appeared near the jungle, and the players of the vertical and horizontal guilds who had not been killed in action were also among them. Where is the mortal god? Let him come out and die. A woman's voice caught the madman's attention. Frowning to herself, what the hell situation? We're not familiar with this Sacred Cliff Guild. Are we? It's going to beat us up too? Shi Xiaoban, I've been putting up with killing me in the novice village for a long time. Old me. I swoon. How many sins did Brother Fan create? This woman is so vindictive. The things of the novice village are counted? Fatty was speechless. Ha ha, Kiki is getting fiercer and fiercer. How can we, the heaven's best vanguard regiment, be missing from the crusade against street rats? Tianqi berserkers laughed. Shit, heaven's gifts coming. The crowd's hearts fluttered, and the atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. No one in the country knows the name of Tianqi, the top esports club in China. None of the players who were able to join were masters of masters, which was completely different from the guilds they had fought before. The madman couldn't help but change color. The reason why his tactics were able to win more with less relied heavily on the fact that the main battle members were mostly competitive veterans. However, when it really came to touching base with Tianqi's people, there was still a bit of a lack of energy. How come that's all you have? Shi Xiaoban looked at berserkers with dissatisfaction. Tianqi had merely come with only 1 battle group, and the common level was just a little over level 20. Don't panic, the big force is still behind. After taking the 4th stronghold, the chairman and the others will come over. Berserk Battle laughed. The 4th stronghold. The Godslayer crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. One of their strongholds hadn't stood still and the other side had gotten 4. Tianqi's financial strength was not as good as the top guilds, but it was victorious because the number of strong players was horrifying, and most of them were professional players, with their practical combat abilities far exceeding those of the average player, attacking and crushing ordinary players. That was the basic quality of every Heaven's best player. Why don't they attack right away? The little priest asked weakly. The madman stared into the distance with a sunken face and said, "These sons of bitches are stuck in time, wanting to wait for the moment before the end of the stronghold battle before pushing us flat, so that we don't have time to sneak up on the other strongholds again. Why the hell aren't you here yet?" The stronghold was taken, but we're all surrounded inside. The madman once again private messaged Lin Fan. How many people are on the other side? Have Tianqi and Dragon Trace's men arrived yet? Has not been seen to move. Lin Fan finally made a sound. The madman's face was shocked. Tianqi to a small war group. The opposite. Estimate has 1,100 people up and down. You in the end did what so many people want to get you killed. If Lin Fan was present, the madman estimated that he could rush up and strangle him. Thinking about the scenario where he expected 4 hostile guilds before, he now wanted to slap himself. There were at least 7 guild enemies in front of them, and the number was still gathering. It's not a particularly large number at this point. I don't think. I didn't do anything. Really, probably because the aura is overly attractive. Lin Fan returned a serious thinking emoticon. Fuck you. The madman cursed without a word. On the other hand, Lin Fan had encountered a tricky problem, which was why he didn't have time to return the message. Have a flying mount is the dream of every player, but the sky of the god's domain is often more dangerous than the ground. A little inattention will be a little life. Riding a level 30 red reinforcement king, he looked invincible in the sky, but in reality, he was like a grandson. Just as he reached the fringe of the savage mountain, he was sneak attacked by a stray blood-flying dragon. Don't look at the thing as just an elite monster, but with a level as high as 50 and a blood volume of 200,000. It wasn't weaker than the red reinforcement king in the slightest. Lin Fan cooperated with no one to start an aerial battle to return fire. Who knew that a leviathan beast had just appeared in surprise? This thing is shaped like a giant whale. The body is as huge as 1,000 meters, covered with hideous white scales, and when it opens its mouth and sucks, electricity flashes and thunder, as if it can really swallow the sky. The leviathan behemoth was as good as eating bugs. A mouthful of miscellaneous blood-flying dragons, followed by a lightning bolt that disappeared before his eyes. Lin Fan watched in a cold sweat. A demonic creature of this level was at least at the domain master level. According to the Divine Realm background setting, the Leviathan Behemoth was once a pet kept by the ancient titans. At this time, the first battlefield, the woman riding a white horse and clad in the white robes of the Holy Church appeared, and the entire chaotic demon heights erupted in a burst of cheers. S-rank Holy Spirit Priest. No wonder Heaven's Providence is invincible, with less than 10 casualties so far. One priest of the Huaxia region. Is he not comparable to a watered-down product like the mortal god? My goddess, to be so beautiful? The visitor. Qi Ziyue. Lead the heavenly warriors in person. Qi Ziyue was already a high-colored gaming superstar, and her appearance caused a kind of dead nerd frenzy. Ask for a group photo. Goddess Ziyue. Some shameless fans rushed up and tried to take a picture with the goddess. Qi Ziyue smiled faintly, and in the face of her fans' unreasonable demands, she showed her gentleness and generosity, greeting each other one by one or taking screenshots together. This game is coming to an end. Is the mortal god ever online? A gentle voice came. My god, this is a joke. The crowd of the Godslayer Guild was like falling into an ice cellar, and then the two allied armies of Dragon Trace and Heaven's Best appeared at one end of the horizon in great numbers. Everyone knows that the mortal god is spotty and bad. It's not true that he's one of us who came out of Heaven's Providence, but his existence is a discredit to Heaven's Providence. A pained look appeared on Qi Ziyue's moving face, and this scene was seen by the national audience, who all empathized with her. Qi Ziyue sighed and said quietly, the esports circle doesn't need the false honors he brings, and God's domain, likewise, doesn't need him. Good point, Ziyue. Whoever stands with the mortal god is an insult to Chinese esports. God Slayer's people should withdraw from the meeting. At the same time, the announcement loudspeaker appeared above everyone's head. An empty city said in a cold voice, does the mortal god dare to fight a fair battle? What's the harm in giving you a stronghold if you only win against me? Yukongcheng and Qi Ziyue rode alongside each other on horseback. The two of them looked like a divine couple, which was really enviable. Both of them smiled at each other and their acting skills were very much online. I'll guard Brother Van's honor. Sorry, crazy man. I really can't stand it. Fatty clenched his battle sword with a determined look, tears welling up in his eyes. Only he truly knew how difficult it had been for Brother Fan these past few years. The madman wanted to dissuade Fatty from answering the battle instead of the mortal god, but he didn't know what to say when he opened his mouth. The purpose of this group of people was not only to make the Godslayer Guild lose, but also to kill and kill. Let all players and die-hard fans of the God of Fans recognize the true face of the Triple Crown Champion, and let Brother Fans become the public enemy of all players. Laughingstock, Joker, I'll fight you, Fatty snapped, his extremely imposing voice resounding throughout the battlefield. Kaiser, charge me. Maybe he has a chance of winning going up to fight Ikong City. The Godslayer crowd was energized. Even if Yukongchang is full of level 15 legendary equipment, but also S-level Holy Monarch Archer, but has long been brushed out of the title of 1,000 people to cut the title of the Kai Master panel is not the slightest bit weak each other. And they have a hidden kill. The female Bedlam War God Soul Seal, right hand of the Cursed King, was able to make Fatty's attributes surpass everyone at this stage. Yukongchang this goods were so good to deal with. Before almost all the battles he did not put up much of a fight, but the number of kills has long broken 600, the madman muttered in his mind, his face very grave. It would be fine if Yukongchang was just a simple tycoon player, but the operation is still at a quasi-professional level. Light and Darkness Sword Envoy, number 1 on the kill list? Empty City gazed over and shook his head. You have good strength, but unfortunately, you're not the opponent I'm looking for. You still want to challenge the mortal god with just you? Go through me first before you beep. Fatty leapt up and rushed into the battlefield with a few healthy steps, his amazing movement speed causing the other guilds to be shocked. Crazy, melee as much as possible, don't ever get kite. You kid, defend yourself. I have my own measure. Fatty coldly laughed. Doubling his attributes made his self-confidence burst. The other side, if the group beating they have no chance of winning, only single combat has a ray of hope to retain the stronghold. Speak, dare you come forward to die? Fatty drew his hands together, his twin swords of light and darkness enchanted, and he assumed an attack stance, the title of 1,000 cutting shots gleaming above his head. Don't take this lightly, Empty City boss. This dude is strong. Just now, one person hacked over 20 of our melee fighters. Almost all of them were killed in seconds with a few swords. Boss Vertical reminded. Yukongchang indifferently glanced back at the other party with contempt in his eyes, and Battle Tianchi coldly grunted. Don't compare my boss to trash like you. You, okay? Then please don't go back on your word. The stronghold belongs to us. The vertical and horizontal boss held back his fire and said. In reality, he was worth over $100 million, but in the God's domain world there were countless strong people, so he couldn't be considered a big shot at all. Of course, my words have always been true. Yukongchang smiled faintly. A trash stronghold at the edge of the first war zone. Empty City didn't care at all. The purpose of this trip was only one, to dismantle the so-called Godslayer Guild, and to make Lin Fan completely lose his reputation. So what if there are people in the provincial military region? In the game world, I am the only true god. Empty City laughed coldly in his heart. Yukongchang jumped off his horse in a dashing manner and picked up the golden bow in his hand. Refusing to die? Then, I will fulfill you. This sword envoy on the opposite side is not in the right state. Since it's a fair fight, I'll help you guys out for once, Chizus said with a smile, waving her scepter to cast a spell. Magic collapse. Fatty's heart shook as 2 pillars of light enveloped him and Yihongchang respectively, and the gain buffs on both of them were removed. Holy shit, this bitch, this is bad. Crazy and female bedchamber war god wide-eyed, angry straight cursing. Still expect to rely on the curse buffing Yukongchang a hand. Who knows by Chizus that bitch recognized. Yukongchang was fully equipped with all level 15 equipment. Fatty's, bloody 1,000 hands, was a level 20 set. But the attributes of the level 15 legendary level equipment were a notch stronger than the level 20 heroic outfit. Even if both of them were very powerful S-rank professions, Yukongchang was level 24 and Fatty was only level 21, so they were at a disadvantage in terms of level. Trying to play mind games? You're too young. Hitsong sneered and laughed, noticing that the Light and Darkness Sword Envoy's movement speed had decreased drastically, indicating that the black buff on his status bar was very strong. Fatty's face sank and he clenched the hilt of his sword. Even though the buff was removed, still didn't shake his confidence. Dragonwalker approached Yukongchang, wanting to win only by dragging his opponent into a close combat situation. Golden Splinter Arrow. Yukongchang showed a smile on his face and used the awakening skill of the Golden Bow. It was this move that had caused the opponent to suffer a great loss before. Fatty rushed forward, facing the killing golden arrows in danger. His concentration was highly agitated, and his dark sword swung and slashed at the arrows. Swish! The arrows split into 5 as he expected, killing him again. Back like triple chop. Fatty slashed 3 swords quickly with his lightsaber in hand, and the holy light dazzled, surpassing his own attack speed limit. 3 splinter arrows turned into pieces. Then his body leaned forward to avoid one arrow, while the remaining arrow was blocked hard with high blood. -900. Yakancheng raised his eyebrows. The other party's comprehension of dismantling moves surprised him. Before he had not blocked a single arrow. The blood is so thick. Empty City felt bad. 900 points of damage were dealt and the opponent only dropped a small amount of blood. This was not in line with common sense. The hearts of the players present thumped as Fatty, with a face full of fury, killed Yakancheng, and with a wave of his hand, a sword unslashed Yakancheng. -700. Shit. It didn't hit a bludgeon. Legendary equipment defense is just perverted. Fatty cursed. 9,800 blood? More blood than a knight. A set of purple armor blood can be so high? His attribute point is not all pile of life value, but the damage is not low. Can cut Empty City boss 700 blood? Warrior Tanchi and the others were shocked, realizing that the guy in front of them was indeed not easy to deal with. You are indeed very good to have run into me, Empty City said blandly, his body moving back in an attempt to pull away. Run Nima. Fatty grinned and cursed as a lightning bolt flashed beneath his feet. The battle skill body technique, wind and thunder steps, allowing him to keep up with the speed of Empty City. Lion chop. Deadly strike. Demon shattering battle technique. Within a short period of time, 7 or 8 skills slashed at Empty City, dazzling people with the richness of the skills they had mastered. How many skills does this guy actually have? Even if he has the money to buy skills, can a warrior use so many skills with that little amount of blue? The people present were stunned, although most of these skills were empty, and Fatty himself was hit by consecutive flatty shots, dropping a large chunk of his blood. Fancy and useless. Empty City retreated calmly. He was strong not just with good equipment. His agility was upwards of 200 points and he was able to perform all sorts of unbelievable dodging maneuvers. What do you know? The fat man's eyes were fierce, not caring that the skill was empty. Yakancheng's face changed, finally noticing that something was wrong. His movement speed is far above his opponent's, and he fails to shrug off his opponent's big out-sustained kite output. He's using skill displacement. This guy might actually win. The madman looked surprised and saw the end of the story, not realizing that Kai Z, the idiot, had a pretty good brain. Light and darkness are one. Fatty's eyes became keen. Bulldozing in, he merged his 2 swords into one giant sword and opened up wide against his face. Go into double blitz rage mode. Swinging the black and white interlaced possessed broadsword, the terrifying crossword aura was unrivaled. Double blast -1,400. Double blast -1,400. What the hell is this? No way. Memory Hollow City is going to be seconded. Live long enough to see this white-haired swordsman so strong? Even if they were wearing legendary equipment, such an output could not be topped by anyone. Not even the Dragon Scar boss. Empty City. Yakancheng's expression froze, and he actually did fall backwards. Boss Longstreak was killed? All the players froze in disbelief at the scene happening in front of them. Fatty stood in front of the Long Scar crowd and roared. Just you still challenge my brother fan? Who the hell are you? I poo. I hallucinating? How? Are there 3 amnesia dog thieves? Before Crazy and the others could cheer, a cold voice sounded behind Fatty. Just like that you think you've won? The fat man turned around stiffly. His eyes were filled with full of shock. The Ekong City on the ground was still there, but there were actually 2 Ekong City standing. Saint Ruler Archery, Saint Ruler Split. The 2 memories of Empty City said in unison, both with calm smiles on their faces. To be able to force out my hidden job skill, you are proud enough to do so. This, the fat man was speechless and his face was white. 2 identical golden bows locked him down, and the stormy output made it difficult for him to move an inch. The fat man roared with unwillingness, but in the end, it was hard to escape being killed. Yakancheng looked at the corpse on the ground and smiled. I've bothered Ziyue to revive him. He still seems to be unconvinced. Chi Ziyu coldly and proudly raised her staff, surprisingly reviving Fatty once again, but with only 10% blood. Fatty opened his mouth and cursed. Nima, remember the Empty City. Still not convinced? Then continue. The cruelty of Yakancheng's tactics made the brains of the Godslayer crowd go blank. This is what happens when you go against Dragonmark. Battleweather said smugly as the other guilds around him laughed. Then another priest revived the fat man again. Yet again he was put down by 2 arrows. A soldier can be killed, not dishonored. Woken you motherfucker, charge me to save Keiko. The madman's eyes reddened at once, although Master Kai often robbed his sister. But the behavior of people like Yakancheng was simply scum. It's too much. It's just too much. It's not even a one-on-one fight. The young priest and the others were so mad that they rushed out of the stronghold after the madman, even though they knew it was a death sentence. Just then, a golden subtitle appeared to interrupt everyone's actions. It was actually a region-wide loudspeaker shout. You can win in a fair one-on-one fight. when it counts. But you guarded the corpse, my brother abused him. I, the mortal god, return the favor 100-fold. In the next instant, the sound of a magical beast hissing resounded, and the crowd's faces changed drastically as they looked towards the skyline in shock. Knock, 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 knock. The dull sound of war drums came from far and near, and there was a kind of flood of primitive air spewing out. The sound of the drum seems to come from the ancient times, and the frequency of the beating begins to become faster, actually resonating with the heartbeat of the crowd. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, a shocking sense of oppression swept across the entire first battlefield. Triple Crown King, Lin Fan, an unknown person in the allied forces shouted, and everyone's faces were both surprised and in awe. The man, he's coming. There is only one person, but it is like an army of 10,000. Just because he has created a gaming dynasty, that's all. Blackie talk, speak up. Woken, why isn't Blackie screaming? Isn't he good at getting high off his mouth? 666. Mortal god, this garbage out of the ordinary. But then what can be done? Ouch. Fake Sai is here to save the day. I'm so scared. On the Stronghold Battle live broadcast screen, pop-ups covered the entire screen, and the battle situation of the Stronghold battle reached a whole new climax. On that dragon-shaped creature stood a man, whose appearance caused the audience to erupt in excitement, both black and white all jumping up and down in excitement. The Triple Crown champion, who disappeared for 22 hours, will actually show up at this moment. Such a dramatic scene that even the three commentators were completely dumbfounded. Flying mounts? Holy shit, that red lizard is a level 30 elite boss. He actually domesticated it into a war beast. The war beast feature that only opens at level 35. How come he can have it at level 26? Without some fucking insider knowledge of this, I'm going to go upside down and eat shit. In the first battlefield, the players besieging the Godslayer guild were grasping at straws. Everyone else was still laboring on the ground to run the map, and just a few tycoons were able to spend money on mounts. But the guy overhead even had flying war beasts. Kongqing's face was cloudy, frowning as he looked at Chi Ziyue. Is this what you said about him not being able to come? I told you, it's the theory that can't come up. Chi Ziyue's willow brows were locked. Her heart was just as astonished, not understanding how Lin Fan had done it, and even tamed an elite boss. Beat him down for me. It's not this asshole's turn to show off here. Shi Shaoban of the Sacred Cliff Guild had a feud with Lin Fan, and the berserkers, who had befriended him, laughed coldly. Dare to kill my Shaoban sister. I think you're tired of living. He's just one person. You guys don't dare to make a move? The other guilds snapped back to their senses. There were so many of them, and there was also the main battle group of Heaven's Providence and Dragon Scars pressing on. No matter how strong the other side is, it's always just one person plus a boss. So what's not to kill? Hundreds of magical beams and arrows rained into the sky. Lin Fan was calm, and the red reinforcement king's wings flapped under his command, pulling up to a height of over 200 meters. As he expected, most completion players had limited range, and beyond range attacks would lose their guidance and fall short, naturally losing their accuracy. I'm wiped out. Flying warbeasts are so damn good. Watching Lin Fan teasing the opposite side several hundred long-range DPS, the madman couldn't help but show a silly grin on his face. You can't change anything on your own. Lin Fan, Empty City said. Chi Ziyue sniffed and said, that's right, this game doesn't need your participation, and Tianqi doesn't have you as a person, so please respect yourself. Coordinates, 11:43, Dragon Trace Square. Fatty suddenly shouted. What does it mean to report coordinates? Xu Shuangshan looked confused, and Battle Tianqi shook his head and said, there are so many of us, and no matter what goes wrong, the Godslayer guild will be removed from the list today. Coordinates 18:33, where St. Cliffs, Vertical, and a bunch of stragglers gather. The fat man ignored the duo and continued to report the coordinates. The fat man laughed heartily, and in the tone of a gallant and righteous man, cried out once more, older brother, feel free to fire at me, okay? Hard work, Sans Sculptor. Lin Fan smiled and shook his head. Immediately, his complexion was corrected, and the dark red hexagram zoomed in sharply. Below, Ekong City and the others looked up, and the demonic red light made people gasp a little. Could it be the move that exterminated the Shura Guild? The eyelids of Empty City jumped straight up, smelling danger. The Shura Guild's people claim to have been massacred by an unknown attack, but from analyzing the skill sets with multiple attributes, Empty City strongly suspected that the person who struck was Lin Fan. Disperse, all of them, Yap Kongcheng shouted, commanding all the people in the chapter to stay as far away from the hexagram coverage as possible. Late, Lin Fan's voice was like a hypnotic charm that spread across the battlefield. Divine Meteor, Skyfall. Lin Fan's long hair danced wildly, and the staff in his hand turned into as if it was lighting up the night sky with starlight. Its light was great, and its magical power was boiling. Meteorite. Meteorite. A meteorite of astonishing diameter wrapped in the mist of chaos. Sparks with lightning smashed down from the sky. Seeing this scene, even if the commanders of their respective unions didn't shout, the players below were terrified, and purely by instinct, they began to flee in all directions. Don't panic, all stand towards me. Chi Ziyue's expression was solemn, and all of the somewhat restless Tianqi and Dragon Trace allied forces drew closer towards Chi Ziyue, with more than 100 knights raising their large shields to protect the back row. Holy imperial possession. Chi Ziyue lightly drank. The holy light enveloped everyone around. This magic was also A-ranked, and could drastically reduce the damage taken in a short period of time. You guys are so unlucky that 20% double casting is something you can run into. The corner of Lin Fan's mouth lightly raised. The Holy Spirit priest was very strong, but it was not even close to him. His gaze was like a torch, and he stood tall, dominating the battlefield with the flip of his hand. Before the first meteorite fell, the second meteorite appeared, and this time even Chi Ziyue's face changed. Then there was the third meteorite drilling out of the chaotic hexagram, and Chi Ziyue couldn't help but feel a chill all over her body, a hint of panic flashing through her beautiful eyes. Even if she was very confident in her protection skills, could she really block the attack of this type of forbidden spell? What the hell is this? Is there such a thing as playing a game like this? Even if it's a bug, it's not this appalling, is it? The other guilds didn't have Holy Spirit priests to sit in on them, and thousands of players were scared out of their wits, fleeing frantically like ants on a hot pan. How much difference could there be between a magic attack of this level than the SS rank forbidden spell introduced on the official website? If you don't run, you'll only die. If you like to scream, then let's scream a lot. Lin Fan said calmly. His hand was ruthless, and the Sacred Cliff Guild was his first target. Kiki Savage, how the hell does this son of a bitch play the game? Rumble. Deafening explosions came. The meteorite split into countless fragments splattered in all directions. Players instinctively let out miserable screams, and pieces of people fell to the ground in seconds. Dense damage numbers rolled, and at least 200 same cliff players were either smashed or splatterbombed to death. Lin Fan's merit value had risen straight up, and in a single shot, he had squeezed into the top 100 of the kill list, and his ranking was still soaring. Seeking revenge on me? You worms deserve it? Lin Fan's face was indifferent, not bothering to look at the sacred cliff line. The giant doesn't need to understand the death of an ant. The second meteorite blasted into the Heavenly Dragon Marks Coalition. The meteorite didn't disintegrate under the protective influence of the holy light, and it isolated most of the damage. Lin Fan laughed coldly at the situation. Under his control, the third meteorite suddenly accelerated and violently slammed into the meteorite in front of him, the two colliding and bursting out with a violent glare. Boo! The two meteorites exploded, and the debris mixed with chaotic attributes spread out in waves, mindlessly harvesting the lives of the enemies. Less than half of the multi-guild coalition army of more than 2,000 people were left alive. This was still a meteorite that was too large a target and took too long to fall, giving many people a chance to escape. Otherwise not many players would have survived at all. Crazy, it's getting sicker and sicker at a time, and I'm fucking humanly stupid. Female dormitory war god, my big god brother, he's invincible. Wow, ka. Heavenly thighs. It's up to me to hug them. God's iron horseman, it looks like. Withdrawal will be postponed. Qingfeng, unsolvable player. Manpower is unbeatable. Dying so many times and watching fireworks once is worth it. The Godslayer crowd collectively gulped down saliva. In their eyes, Lin Fan, this goods is not human at all. This output, even if it is a fucking NPC that comes, then it has to be abused to the point of fainting. As the dust settles, the battlefield is full of souls flying around. A scene that resembles a tadpole looking for his mother. Ha, this can't even be killed? Bullshit. The madman was a bit freaked out. To one's surprise, Yokongcheng and Chi Ziyue were not killed in battle. The elite members of his army were bloodied, but they were quickly milked by the priests without hurting the fundamentals of the two allied forces. Lin Fan didn't feel too surprised and sighed softly. With a level drop of 5 and a skill effect strengthened by 2 times, Holy Spirit priests are indeed very disgusting as long as they give up their experience to respawn. Isn't that bitch level 24? How come it's only level 19 now? The madman looked at the gray-haired Chi Ziyue and wondered a bit. In fact, the moment the Skyfall Divine Meteor struck, Chi Ziyue made a bold decision. Taking the initiative, she unlocked all of her equipment protection, allowing Empty City to shoot her to death with a single arrow. Then using the Holy Spirit priest's exclusive skill of resurrection, at the cost of losing 5 levels, he allowed his full attributes to temporarily rise by 2 times, and only then was he able to barely resist Lin Fan's raging output. This is an A-rank earth magic, Divine Meteor Heavenly Descent, with a wide-range AoE effect. Even if I don't know why he was able to copy two of the same skill, I can determine that the skill itself is CD long. Chizu's mental quality is very strong, and immediately and calmly analyze the pros and cons of the opponent's skills. Take advantage of this moment to charge. The S-rank light and darkness sword envoy that fool is already dead. There's only one mortal god left, they can't go against the heavens, Hitsong said in a deep voice. Yeah, it's good to die some tongue-tied stragglers. We can still take one more stronghold. Dark Voiceless, who held a red staff in his hand, had a disdainful look on his face. The other heaven's best players nodded their heads. They were very ambitious. If they took 5 strongholds, such an achievement would make them good enough to be compared to Long Scar. In addition to the other guild players who were holding their heads in their hands, they also had an allied army of more than 1,000 people, each of whom was 100 battles elite, a force that was enough to bulldoze through all the guild alliances in the first battlefield. A mere remnant of the Godslayer guild was not enough to fear. What do you think, Sister Sydney? Chizu's eyes looked sharply at Wu Shui and I. She had been silent since the stronghold battle started, but the number of players killed had already come to 500. Wu Shui and I looked up at the dragon shadow above the sky dome, as if she was muttering to herself. He doesn't do things he's not sure of, and his appearance represents both the bottom line. Bottom? In the first battlefield, I am the bottom line. Empty City snorted coldly. The Tianqi crowd looked at him with some consternation, and Yi Kongcheng said nonchalantly, relying on you guys is not as good as relying on myself. You guys have disappointed me greatly. Damn. Can you talk? Without our president, Yuikong City would have been smashed to death by a meteorite long ago. Hitsong sniffed angrily. Shut up, Ho Chung. Shi Ziyue interrupted in a cold voice. The corner of her mouth raised a sweet smile as she said to Yi Kongcheng, it was my blunder to not completely trap Lin Fan, but I believe that with young director's tactics and underpinnings, it's just a harmless matter. After saying these words, Yi Kongcheng's face improved, indifferently looking at the Tianqi crowd. In his eyes, these professional players were just tools to be utilized. Heaven's best guild channel. Hitsong, what difference does this dog make to Lin Fan? The sightless bastard. Dark Voiceless, forget it. Brother Tsong, cut the crap. There's no need to bother with people who are stupid and have a lot of money in their gold. Currently players have limited range. Does the young director have any brilliant ideas to bring him down? Shi Ziyue asked curiously with an innocent smile on her face. And next to her, Wu Shui and I cursed her disgust. Shi Ziyue is not only very deep in the city, but also very good at camouflage, and not many men can resist her pouty and lovable look. Yi Kongcheng's face was calm. Ignoring Shi Ziyue's pouting, he reached out and snapped his fingers. How is the progress of the boundary arrangement? Boss, we'll be right there. A female player in the Dragon Scars battle group answered, and beside her stood 3 mages who were also level 20. In the Dragon Scars battle group where the general level reached 23 or more, such a low level seemed a bit unusual. A rank hidden job boundary master? Chi Ziyue's willow brows slightly knitted. This hidden job Raiders Club analyst had studied for a long time, but had not been able to get the information, and there were as many as 4 in the Dragon Trace camp. According to the Divine Realm setting boundary division profession, the output attribute is mediocre. The defense attribute is not as good as the advanced Earth Law. Casual players get this profession is almost useless. However, boundary masters have the ability to set up magical boundaries, which can not only be used as a group defense, but also set up killing formations to constantly kill opponents. The only drawback is that it takes time to set up a boundary, and the only way to compensate for that is for multiple boundary masters to work together. Boundary magic, Winter's Fury. Boundary magic. The female boundary master let out a low chant, and the other 3 boundary masters followed suit. A frost hexagram enveloped the entire battlefield, and a curtain of light rose up on all sides, causing snowflakes to fly and the temperature to plummet. Nima, why is it snowing? The madman reached out to touch the snowflake. A 50-point damage appeared in his arm, showed signs of freezing. It's fine. The boundary masters are popping up. Lin Fan stood on the back of the Red Reinforcement King, and the blazing sun shield above his head was like an umbrella blocking the snowflakes. Influenced by the boundary magic, the Red Reaper King's flight altitude has been reduced. The light curtain began to undergo compression as the Red Reaper King's flying altitude began to decrease downwards, and Lin Fan raised his hand to hit a flat A against the light curtain. MLSs. A boundary that restricts alignment with frostbite and slowdown effects. Lin Fan frowned and muttered to himself. Under the influence of the light curtain, the area of the battlefield began to shrink, and the Chiltern King's flight range was severely limited, and at most, he could only fly about 100 meters into the air. Yi Kongcheng sat on his BMW and raised his hand. The Dragon Trace Heavenly Providence allied forces followed and entered the boundary. Boss is awesome. I said, what's the point of awakening so many boundary masters? It actually has such a wonderful use. Warrior Tianqi clapped his horse and shouted, worthy of a young director. I appreciate it. Cheesy US said with a smile. The Tianchi crowd was a bit surprised. All along they had looked down on the so-called godly Ho, but this man in front of them seemed different. The opponent's intention was also very clear. That he wanted to limit his super long range so that he couldn't do whatever he wanted in the air. What the hell? What the hell? This broken boundary keeps dropping blood. We're trapped. The boundary can't be broken. It's over. It's going to be leveled. Crazy and the others tried unsuccessfully to attack the boundary, and the crowd's newly raised hopes were extinguished. Under the shroud of winter's wrath, the Godslayer crowd that was blocked in the stronghold was unable to escape the boundary, and the opposite side was catching their father in a jar. But Lin Fan smiled indifferently. Once the boundary was opened, the boundary linker would not be able to interrupt it for a short period of time. Therefore, this can be both a cage for your side and even more so for the other side. Lin Fan landed on the ground and stood at the forefront of the crowd, raising his staff high in his hand and saying, "Die fighting, die, to death." The madman froze for a moment, and followed by yelling at the top of his lungs, "Holy shit, can you guys scream louder?" Fatty yelled in the channel while he was busy running the map. "Damn Kaiser, you don't know the situation. You call a chicken." Iron Rider cursed in displeasure. The Godslayer crowd looked at the Blackened Coalition army in front of them, their heartbeats speeding up and their voices seeming understated. Lin Fan did not blame the crowd. They only had a total of over 200 people, and many of them were living players. The main battle players were just two small warring groups. They don't think they can win, which is part of a normal player's judgment of the situation. But he, Lin Fan, is not in the normal player category. Both sides entered within 1,000 meters, and Ikong City suddenly stopped its attack. Its golden bow and arrows raised high as a kingly aura emerged. "In the name of the arrow Saint Skyfeather, I burn the last of my holy blood to grant the archer the vision of the eagle," Yakancheng said aloud, his aura like a dragon, making people's blood boil. Cheesy Yue heard very tacitly, and immediately said, "In the name of the war Saint Bulky, I give warriors the power to live and die." 4 divine lights fell from the sky in a row, and the 2 assembly presidents consumed 20,000 prestige values and used the guild battle buff. Warrior strength plus 300, archer's strike/range 20%, mage blue plus 1000, add 300 to the knight's defense. Oh bugger, this is a kill. This is not letting a certain tyrant with seconds all over the map have half a hope of winning. The spectators who saw the scene had goosebumps all over their bodies, and as the Dragon and Heaven Alliance army was bathed in divine light, a landslide of cheers spread throughout the 4 fields. "Ha, playing stacking buff with me?" Lin Fan in the distance had a more than a touch of eccentricity on his face, and the madman beside him and the female Bedlam war god looked at him expectantly. "There isn't much prestige, so save it and spend 100,000 points first," Lin Fan said indifferently. 100,000 points? The crowd's jaws dropped. This Nima all of them combined didn't have 100,000 reputation points. Consume 3,000 points of prestige to obtain the Battle Saint's blessing. Cut. What garbage. Opening the guild's combat skill panel, Lin Fan spat out, saw a buff at the very end, and laughed. "This is it." Crazy battle intent surfaced on Lin Fan's face, and a divine demonic voice resounded throughout the first battlefield. "The eternal, unquenchable fire of vengeance. In my name, mortal god, burn out all incoming enemies and create an everlasting dynasty." A sobbing aura appeared on all of them. Crazy Man and the others were at a loss for words with their mouths open. Everyone's attribute panels skyrocketed, and the slowdown buff from Winter's Wrath disappeared. Xingzhou Wu Yanju, Chairman, it's too obvious that this hanging is open. Shenzhou Iron Rider, really? Hurry up and turn it off. It's really too fake. Wogan, region-wide notice, the Godslayer, President, Mortal God, consumed 100,000 reputation points to obtain the guild buff, Supreme Imperial Dynasty. For 1 hour, all guild members have plus 50% to their full attributes, have their negative statuses such as stiffness, slowdown, and knockout disabled, and receive a chance to resurrect with full blood. Abra, someone please tell me what's going on. Drowning Snapper, 100,000 reputation. Whoever says that the mortal god is not a planner again, I'm going to get angry with them. Brother Blade, my stomach hurts from laughing. This dude is a thief. Countless players on the world channel are sending out question marks. 100,000 prestige value burned clean at once. Simply unbelievable. Some of the guild masters who were still in the battlefield for the final struggle glowered, not understanding what the mortal god was trying to do in his dying struggle. From every aspect, even with the addition of the advanced guild buff, the Kingslayer guild's chances of winning were still very small. A change appeared on Empty City's face. He had underestimated Lin Fan's determination in trying to hold on to the chaotic demon heights, and said in a cold voice, "Overrate yourself. What's the use of a bunch of trash players with enhanced attributes? Don't underestimate it, it's a full attribute enhancement. Enough to make a living player a main combatant, Chi Ziyue reminded. Yakanchang didn't say much and jumped off his horse, his face full of a solemn killing aura. Charge, crush them for me. The coalition army of thousands of people killed the chaotic demon heights with great vigor, and the deafening shouts and killings were powerful and extraordinary. What are you waiting for? All of you, give it to me. Strip off Chi Ziyue that bitch's clothes, the madman roared. His tone was obscene. Right, I'm going to have a close encounter with her. Go on, cut them down and let Keiko die with peace of mind and peace of mind. Wort Mar. It's not dead, wait for me. Don't kill them all. A bunch of people started to scream obscenely and strangely, and when Fatty heard this he cursed directly in the channel, but no one paid any attention to him. Who, my fellow diehards, can resist making out and interacting with a female superstar? Who can resist the temptation of beheading the #1 divine magnate in the divine realm in our technological stream? Like Dan Xiaoyao, whoever can kill those female mages across the street. I'll privately send out portraits for 3 points. Boobies, charge duck. Nishioto, who wants my cell phone number? Kill 2 people to get it. Fuck them up. Lunatic, northern noses. I love you. Sisters, fuck off. Except for the molesters. Crazy. Linfan people stupid. A group of girls players take the initiative to sacrifice. Shouting voice than male players even more ferocious. The crowd was so passionate that they wanted to be able to crush their opponents with their teeth. The Godslayer crowd gave up their stronghold defense and started killing in a purely physical, close quarters battle. What tactics? What strategy? None of it fucking matters. Getting 1 killed counted as 1, and getting 2 killed would allow you to brag to your sister in the guild. So why not? I'm convinced. You guys are the big brothers. Lin Fanrun was dumbfounded. What kind of players did this guild recruit? How come there were no decent good guys like him? Saying that, an inferno dragon from 800 meters away smashed into the enemy formation, destroying the formation of the allied forces and serving as a trailblazer for the crazy bees under his command. Magic immunity potion. Empty City coldly grunted as the 1,000-man coalition army neatly organized themselves and collectively took medicine to immunize themselves against Lin Fan's insoluble passive scorching effect. Fire demon immunity? Sorry then, I'm a chaos mage. Lin Fan's starry eyes flickered. Berserk flames flew. A finger of his staff was a hypnotic spell. 2 stone dragons broke out of the ground, toppling over a dozen melee players at a time before heavily slamming them into the ground to cause fatal fall injuries. Chi Ziyue's pretty face was filled with coldness as storm blades began to descend from the sky, and the battle group's sudden advance was hindered by the storm. The magic collapsed. With a flick of her legendary scepter, she instantly removed the negative buffs. Quagmire, Lin Fan said in a cold voice as the large swamp once again trapped the players on Tian Chi's side, and then stood 800 meters away from the flat. A roll call. -1,700. Blitz 3,400. This output is too scary. I'm not going to be able to carry it. Even though the allied forces had guild buffs plus Chi Ziyue a Holy Spirit mage resistance bonus, the front row of knights still had difficulty in fixing Lin Fan's output after he gained an increase. In the twinkling of an eye, all 6 melee players fell to the ground. On the other side, the Divine Iron Cavalry, Qingfeng and the others powered up. Qingfeng blocked 3 in a row with exquisite technique, killing 3 people in a row, also killing Red. The Iron Horseman's great shield slammed down, and an amazing suction force gathered the enemies in all directions. The back row mages and archers were playing hard to smash skills into the crowd. Even if the opposite priests had strong milk power, it was still difficult to stop the crowd from gathering fire. Long Scar is so well equipped, how can he not be able to top it? Pills, battle damage ratio regicide 1:5. No, even higher. The players watching the battle were shocked and stared at the screen incredulously. The 2 major guilds, whose numbers held an absolute advantage, actually collapsed at the touch of a button. They are too jealous of Lin Fan. All their attention is almost entirely on Lin Fan. It would be strange if they don't get killed if they rush forward with a brain. A commentator explained helplessly. Not good. The president's position is exposed. A heavenly knight was shocked, and Chi Ziyue, who was originally surrounded in the center of the most protective position, had all the melee fighters in front of her all fall down. Protect Sister Ziyue, Hitsong shouted angrily, leading his men to try and block the gap. Looking for death. Lin Fan snorted coldly as Wind Whisperer turned on, and his attack speed / spell casting speed increased once again. With the full attribute enhancement, he was now a true spell machine gun. Among the series of chaos spheres, there were multiple split burst inflammation spheres interspersed with them to kill Hitsong and the others. Bang, 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 -1,600. Blitz -2,650. Chi Ziyue's expression was stunned. The healing aura smashing down still failed to save Hitsong. This horrifying output efficiency completely exceeded her expectations. When she had just pulled Heatsung up with her resurrection spell, she only heard a clattering sound of rusty chains dragging. Gray chains began to spread rapidly in Heatsung, and the Chaos Sacred Mother sank and floated on the stone platform. Chaos chains trigger. Spread out. Don't stand so crowded. Chi Zus sensed a sense of crisis and hurriedly shouted. Can't move. Heatsung had a panicked look on his face as his teammates around him were caught in chains and began to compulsorily move towards the stone platform. True wound double storm minus 5,000. True wound double storm minus 5,000. Put. Lin Fan counted on the time when the magic immunity potion failed, and the chaos mist surrounding him suddenly struck out. Almost a flat AA head. No one could stop him. I see you have a few more levels to drop. Lin Fan's eyes were cold and stern as he twisted his head to scan the battlefield. The numerical disadvantage had been temporarily smoothed out by the powerful buff, and he needed to add another fire, being suppressed by all the major guilds. Are you willing to do that? Lin Fan shouted. Ungrateful. I'm going to get them killed. What a cockamamie guild. Die die die. All have only one life. Oh no. I have 2 lives now. Bigger than theirs. Crush their balls. The Godslayer crowd screamed and fought, their strikes becoming more and more vicious, as always, making Lin Fan's head full of black lines. This very day, let all our enemies tremble at the sound of our name. Lin Fan said. We are invincible. Godslayer invincible. Godslayer invincible. Lin Fan let out a roar of fury and murderous intent. The elven treasure diamond erupted in a burst of strange light, and the crowd raised their arms and cried out. Unleash the legendary awakening skill, War Roar. Double strike plus bloodsucking. Once again pulling the Kingslayer crowd to full strength. The Godslayer crowd was ruthless and talkative. It was a bunch of battle crazies. It was a sharp blade forged by Lin Fan, stabbing hard into the heart of the allied forces. They are unstoppable torrents. They are regicide warriors who cross the battlefield. Get out of my sight. Lin Fan coldly whispered, his knife-like eyes looking at Chi Zue Kongqing and the others. The large chaos hexagram lights up overhead, and Dodd's fall from heaven cooldown is complete. Interrupt his spell casting. Hurry! Chi Zue shouted in a near scream. Disorganized for the first time, the Holy Spirit revival skill was still on cooldown, and she didn't dare to imagine what would happen if this blow landed. Sydney Wu, Shaoan, kill him. Chi Zue took out her bottom card, and between the chaos, Wu Xuanai and Dark Silence unexpectedly appeared behind Lin Fan's side. You're dead, Lin Fan. And Yakoncheng stood 100 meters away, the full moon bending his bow. Killing aura. This strike would be a sure kill. You're not invincible, Lin Fan. Dark Voiceless stared at Lin Fan with a burning gaze, surging fire magic power lingering around his body, as if even his body had been set ablaze by fire magic power, and his limbs had even turned into a fire elemental state. S-rank hidden occupation Burning Sky Mage, the only S-rank profession currently awakened in the Mage Guild, with the ability of defense-breaking attribute, burning and scorching effect. All defensive skills will be disintegrated. Plaza Cryptic Jobstorm Mage, the school with the strongest single output ability. There's still the S-rank Saint Ruler Archer. The mortal god is already in a situation of certain death. Peak to peak, hundreds of millions of viewers across the country scalp fried. This is clearly the gods and goddesses fight. Is other players simply cannot reach the heights. Crazy, crap, how could we miss someone? Human meat shield for me. Without waiting for his reminder, the crowd recklessly rushed towards Lin Fan, spontaneously trying to block the bullets for him with their physical bodies. However, all of this was clearly in Chi Zu's calculations, and it was completely too late to return to defense from such a long distance. Just then, Lin Fan's cold voice spread to every corner of the battlefield. I, Fan Shun, president of the Godslayer Guild, will honor my word. Whoever insults my brother will pay back 100-fold. Those who bully me will be killed without pardon. Whoever loses me will never have to use it. Sacred artifacts, indestructible spiritual bodies. Lin Fan's body was transparent and absolutely invincible for 3 seconds. 3 stunners ran through Lin Fan's body, but he didn't fall down, and multiple MLSs appeared. Lin Fan leapt up, and the Red Reinforcement King let out a gust of fury as the rush skill was turned on, doubling his flying speed. Countless attacks passed through him, and at this moment, he was the demon god dominating the battlefield. Guys and gals, leave a 5 positive feedback in the review section, and the nickname will most likely become a character in the book. Invincible. Why is he invincible? Dark Voiceless stared wide-eyed as the B-ranked inflammation magic, endless explosive inflammation, passed through Lin Fan's body, and that one man and one demon came straight towards him to kill him. He has some sort of secret treasure on him, but the more powerful the immunization effect, the longer it must not last. Wu Xuanyi's eyes were determined, judging the change in status on Lin Fan in the shortest time. Lin Fan hadn't bothered to look at her since the beginning, and this kind of disregard clearly chilled her to the bone, and Wu Xuanyi finally recognized her position. Gale feathers. Wu Shuianai rose up into the air, and with the power of her control over the wind element, 2 green-colored light wings emerged behind her, intercepting Lin Fan's sudden entry from the air. As her staff continued to sway, Sydney Wu softly drank, Guardian of the Wind. The red reinforcement king roared and spat out a pillar of explosive fire. Yet a wall of wind crossed in front of Dark Silence, blocking all of the red reinforcement king's output. Dark Voiceless reacted in time. His feet set off waves of fiery air, and his movement speed skyrocketed to take advantage of the opportunity to pull away. He who negates me, dies. Lin Fan's heart was like iron. The Saint Realm Power Staff raised a finger, and the Chaos Mana Orb prejudged the trajectory of Wu Shuianai's flight. Wu Shuianai hurriedly ate the fire resistance potion, only to hear a bang in the air as Lin Fan was knocked down. I know. How could I not? Wu Shuianai's body fell heavily to the ground, barely escaping death by relying on her gale-feathered wings. Knowing that he was not Lin Fan's opponent, he decided to leave the killing opportunity to the 2 S-rank hidden jobbers. Dark Silence and Empty City. Wu Shuianai tilted her head to look at the cold man, with mixed feelings of guilt and even more anger inside, and her tactical purpose had been accomplished by dragging it out until the end of Undying Spirit Body. Another round of chaos spells blasted down. Sister Shuianai, Lin Fan, you son of a bitch, I'm going to burn you to death. Dark Voiceless roared in agitation at the sight, but he was powerless to stop it. There was no suspense as Sydney Wu was struck down with a miserable smile. You could have helped me. Lin Fan sighed softly. In his previous life, Xiao Xian was seriously ill and needed money, and the first person Lin Fan found to borrow money from was Wu Shuianai, but he couldn't figure out why she would reject it without mercy. That amount of money was obviously just a handful for her. In his previous life, Lin Fan couldn't understand what exactly she was suffering from, and in this life, he need not understand. The Spear of Destiny, held in one's own hands as the Supreme King. I and you challenge you to a fair one-on-one challenge. Heavenly scum, do you dare to take it? Dark Voiceless growled with a burning gaze, yet the only word in response to him was, get out. The S-class Burning Sky Mage was certainly strong, but Lin Fan, who had reached the Fire Mage ceiling many years ago, didn't give a damn, and started his hand and smashed the Inferno Dragon. Dark Silent was called the second of the mortal gods, naturally very confident in the operation. Cold Snort, position hard to avoid the inflammatory dragon smashing range, starting with a burst of fireballs towards Lin Fan to kill him. Lin Fan's face was expressionless as he struck out with the same shot of explosive inflammation fireball, and the 2 fireballs collided and exploded in the air. Dark Voiceless showed a look of arrogance. The Triple Crown King is nothing more than that. Then 2 fire phoenixes rushed out of the staff. This is the Great Inflammatory Magic, Phoenix. Both conceal the opponent's position, but also the 2 can be united in a single decapitation. Very strong. But soon Dark Silence was stunned as Lin Fan unexpectedly slammed his physical body into the 2 fire phoenixes. A damage number raised above his head. The B-ranked Inferno magic damage was indeed considerable, but Lin Fan's 3 Blazing Sun shields resisted it hard and only dropped less than 200 points of blood. This is almost harmless? Dark Voiceless was dumbstruck. Lin Fan said quietly, in a situation where the panel values are absolutely superior to the opponent's, no one would want to fight for the operation. Lin Fan relied on his 6,000 points of blood to harden against the damage, and his staff probed, triggering the double split effect. 3 poofs. Even if Dark Silence had taken a magic immunity potion it wouldn't help. Hard damage direct dunking. Blitz minus 1100. Lin Fan frowned as a golden arrow pierced through the Blazing Sun shield. Even with the shield protection it still caused him considerable damage. The one who opened the bow and shot the arrow was none other than Ekong City in the distance. Don't be in a hurry. It's your turn next. The Chaos Dharma orb jumped in Lin Fan's hand, and the golden arrow was burned to ashes. Plus 333. Plus 333. Lin Fan casually exploded inflammatory fireballs towards the killing crowds. Wherever he went not an inch of grass grew, and pieces of allied players were burned to death. With the aura of war and the mana passive, the blood absorption was over 10%, and the dropped blood was quickly sucked up. In melee, when a violent mage has a group blood-sucking effect, he will no longer be a long-range DPS, but a bomb thrown in to kill the enemy. Use the enemies around you as a blood bank at all times, and keep pumping blood for renewal by constantly throwing skills. Damn. So brave. It's so good. Chairman, this guy is a head dog. I just crippled the opposite side. Head all collected by him. Mixed assists have gross meaning. Everyone ignore the long. Let him go to send. Anyway, he can't die if he can suck so well. The madman and the others had their heads picked off by Lin Fan, and each of them was furious with their mouths full of biao expletives, no longer caring about the death of the chairman Sama. He caught the coalition players who were burned and barely survived and beat them up. Lin Fan smiled in relief. In front of him this was a group of wolf soldiers who could fight and dare to fight. In the midst of a desperate situation they had finally metamorphosed. This was the result he wanted. Kill. Everyone focus on Lin Fan. Chi Ziyue removed her lady disguise and vociferously demanded to gather fire. Wanting to kill Lin Fan at any cost. A huge amount of skills poured towards Lin Fan. Such a horrible set of fire. He knew in his heart that even if he could suck again, he would be instantly seconded. And his coping strategy was very straightforward. Decisively jumping off of the Chiltern King. Lin Fan calculated very clearly that players would be killed in seconds by the fire set. But the Red Reinforcement King was a level 30 elite boss, so it could still eat this amount of damage. Is there any mistake? Tai Zi is really not alive? The God of War went to save that SB. The madman had a dumbfounded look on his face as he watched Lin Fan fall from the sky. With a 100-meter drop, anyone else would have to fall to their death. Lin Fan's demeanor remained calm as he relied on delicate micromanipulation, using the blazing sun shield as a landing pedal, and then slowing down to land successfully by bombarding the ground with a series of fireballs. When he looked up, dozens of heaven's best players surrounded him. Is Chi Ziyue ready to level 0? Lin Fan stood firm, his gaze pointing straight at Chi Ziyue. Don't think you've won. You don't think that's all we have, do you? There are still reinforcements on the way. Wait to die. Chi Ziyue coldly snorted. Aid? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. There were a large number of Tianqi and Dragon Trace chapter warbands that had come to participate in the battle, but it really wasn't all of them. After all, the number of players in the 3 major battlefields was huge, and it was impossible for the strongholds they had previously fought off to be undefended, and this part of the population could indeed be called reinforcements. I dare say your wish will be granted. Lin Fan smiled blandly, continuously leveling a melee players close to him, all without a single enemy. Everyone 20 meters in front of him was swept away. Protect the president. The Templar panicked. Is she your mom? Loved him so much. Get your ass over here for a fight. The madman let out a fierce laugh and showed up with a squad of assassins, biting into a group of Templars with a double war aura buff, preventing them from retreating back to support the Holy Spirit priests. Shenkuan has not yet been decided. Lin Fan, I admit that you are a very strong enemy, but in front of capital what you are doing is just an ineffective struggle. Chi Ziyue said icily. Yes? Lin Fan said blandly. Falling Sky Strike. Chi Ziyue was unwilling to sit back and wait for death, and several holy lights attacked the top to sneak in. Lin Fan idly began to walk, and as soon as his foot landed, there would be a blast of holy light behind him, yet he was never able to actually hit him. The Holy Spirit Priest's offense and defense is truly unbeatable, but it has one fatal drawback. The casting forward swing is too slow. Facing a mage at Lin Fan's level was like playing with a big sword in front of Guangong. Sister Ziyue. Lifting his hand, Yen Long slammed down again, and a bunch of Tianqi's back row outputs tried to help Chi Ziyu block. Now that's what I call an ineffective struggle. Lin Fan revealed a teasing smile. The ground shook. The 2 stone dragons snapped together under Lin Fan's control, as if they had turned into a simple sarcophagus, surrounding all of the group of heaven's gift outputs. Roar! The blood-covered Chilean king rushed in. Without the protection of the front row of knights, these long-range professions with even the best equipment would just be food for the Red Real King. One head dug into the interior of the sarcophagus, waving his sharp claws and splashing blood in all directions, launching a frantic massacre. In conjunction with Yen Long's group fireballs, Lin Fan easily broke Chi Ziyue's body protection skill and turned his opponent into an icy cross. Lin Fan stood on the cross looking out over the battlefield. Chi Ziyue never dreamed that she would be abused in the same way, and she was once again in a dilemma of whether or not to resurrect. President, we'll be right there. Please make sure to support us for 2 minutes. Someone shouted in the Heaven's Best Guild channel, and Chi Ziyue was like a drowning man grasping for a life preserver. In the distance, the allied forces of Tianqi and Dragon Trace reappeared, numbering more than 1,000 people, and with the current white-hot battlefield situation, these people were enough to change the balance of victory and defeat. We are winning. Such a thought flashed through the hearts of Yi Kongqing and Chi Ziyue at the same time. At the same time, Dragon Scar's 4 boundary masters ran out of blue, and the Winter's Wrath boundary shattered. Reinforcements from outside went along to kill the battlefield, attempting to deal a final blow to deicide. Motherfucker, do you really think we have no one in the Ho family? However, an angry curse interrupted the beautiful dream of the 2 of them in Empty City, and a dual-sword berserker warrior took the initiative to meet the coalition troops that came galloping in. 1v1000. Deicide. Everyone froze. Even if Master Kai was more powerful, he couldn't possibly be so heaven-defying, right? A hearty smile appeared on Yi Kongqing's face, but unfortunately it only lasted for half a second. Whoever dares to bully my master, I'm going to kill him by 1,000 cuts and hang him up in the sun for a whole year. A mage in a fox suit wailed. and was actually followed by a large number of players who couldn't be seen at a glance. Empress how you, that was a lively fight. Looks like we came at the right time. Chaotic Sin Imperial Demon, hahaha, the 4 Guilds Alliance. I'll see where you, Ikong City, are going to run away to. The Kung family compounds 1,000 man warband rushed to their aid. The Hayu Guild's 500-member battle group rushed to their aid. The 1,000-man battle group of the Guild of Chaotic Crimes rushed to their aid. Close to 3,000 players appeared. Each one of them was a battlefield elite. And that wasn't all of Lin Fan's backhanders. It's not good. Sky Demon Fort is under attack. There are too many of them. We can't hold them back. Stormy City is in an emergency. We only have about 60 people. Chairman, you guys come back quickly. Dragon's Breath Castle is under attack. And if it won't pull back, I'll have to abandon the stronghold. In the next moment, messages asking for help popped up in the channels of the Heaven's Providence Guild and the Dragon Scars Guild. An empty city froze in place. As the one godly hero of the divine realm surprisingly became at a loss for words. How dare they offend me? They shouldn't dare offend me. Yakangcheng muttered to himself incredulously. The Dingxing Consortium was so powerful that the forces behind other large guilds should not dare to mess with them. Yet at this moment, more than a dozen guilds collectively stormed out and began to push across the strongholds fought down by Dragontrace in the 2nd and 3rd battlefields. This is certainly heavy news. Never thought that such a big change would happen in the last hour of the stronghold battle. This shouldn't be. They should be acting on impromptu intentions. With Empty City monopolizing the 9 strongholds, this has pushed the other guilds to the brink, going so far as to join forces with Godslayer to fight one of them. Dare I say that these guilds have been conserving their strength for the previous 20 hours or so, just waiting for this moment? Live on air, the 3 commentators were sweating profusely, comparing the battle that had taken place in the last hour or so to the one that had pressed on for close to a day ahead. Holy shit, what the hell? We shouldn't be able to regiment them. With the sudden change in the situation, even the madman and the others were a bit at a loss, while on the other side Erosion Bone, the Empress, and the Emperor Demon had already launched their charge. It was a long-planned targeting. You lose. An evil smile lifted up on Lin Fan's face as he rode the Red Reinforcement King to find Ikong City in the crowd. On the way to the battlefield, Lin Fan was not idle at all. He had calculated that Tian Qi and Long Scar would target him, so he approached the Empress and Ebonized Bone. The 3 of them had a little bit of a plan, and they took advantage of the other guild's dissatisfaction with Dragon Scar and decided to do a big job. Under normal circumstances, large guilds fought alone, and in order to grab limited resources, few guilds could actually join forces against Dragon Scar. Because the financial strength and manpower of the Ding Shang group is not comparable to theirs, it is impossible to fight one-on-one with Long Zheng, or even one-on-3 with Long Zheng. At this time, there was a need for someone to be able to stand out and show them that Long Scar was not invincible. Lin Fan was that person, leading a district of over 200 people in a deadly battle with the allied forces of Dragontrace and Heaven's Best, instantly decapitating 2 S-ranked powerhouses, and strangling 1,000 players almost single-handedly. This kind of record is enough to prove everything. The other guild leaders were not fools, and knew very well that once the allied forces were bitten by deicide on the front line, the 2nd and 3rd battlefields in the rear would be their chance to rise. Various guilds have risen up and spontaneously banded together to attack the strongholds occupied by the allied forces. Everyone knew that Yakancheng and Chi Ziyue couldn't withdraw back, and what awaited them would be chronic death. It's like the big picture. It all started when Lin Fan broke the invincibility of Dragon Mark. That's the real backhanded, overwhelming power. However, to Lin Fan's slight surprise, the overall strength of the Chaotic Sins Guild was strong enough to compete with Heaven's Providence, and had actually heard about it and followed the Empress to kill in the first battlefield. So it seems that President Emperor Demon is not like a simple battle madman. Strategically, he also has a big spirit. After all, this is a direct declaration of war with the capital behind the Dragon Trace. Yakancheng looked at Lin Fan as he killed. His eyes turned cold as he drew his bow and shot 5 arrows in a row. With a buzzing quiver, the 5 arrows united to transform into a golden deity pouncing on Lin Fan. A ranked archery technique Demon Slayer's arrow, with effects of stalemate, knockback, unblockable and uncounterable. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows and laughed. The one in front of him was the famous golden arrow god Ikong Chang. Lin Fan's knowledge of him even surpassed that of Ikong City itself. After all, he had been precisely pinched to death by the other party like an ant in his previous life, validating the old adage that those who know the most about themselves will often be the haters. Lin Fan maneuvered the Chilean King to make an emergency turn, and the Demon's Lair arrow directly penetrated the Chilean King's wings, and the Chilean King fell from the air with a wail. Smash, 20,000, Blitz minus 4,000, Blitz minus 1,800. Ikong City was on fire as a series of explosive damage popped up, yet even though the Chilean King was knocked down, It ate up all the damage under Lin Fan's control. Lin Fan slowly stepped off his mount, a smile spreading across his face as he said, "With your amount of blue, this level of output can only last for a few seconds." Another 4 arrows came in succession. Lin Fan sidestepped to dodge one arrow first, while then blocking it perfectly with the continuous fireball. Saint Ruler Split has a cooldown of 1 hour. You can't use it and you can't escape. Lin Fan continued. Yakancheng was chilled all over. What he thought in his heart was completely recognized by the other party. He forced himself to be calm. "You have absolutely no idea what you have done." "Of course I know. Know it all. You want to get back at me. At everyone. But is it really enough for you alone? This is a great power. You can't stop it," Lin Fan said in a cold voice. As he looked around at the battle situation, the front battlefield Dragon Trace allied forces began to rout, and were hard cut down by the Lunatics group. The players who came to support from afar were completely hung up by the 3 major guilds, and the defeat of the Dragon Trace Heavenly Providence Alliance was finalized. This is just the beginning. Don't think that you can go against the heavens. I only need to waste one of you, and the so-called great power in your mouth will disintegrate on its own. Conching said coldly. "Retreat! Retreat!" At the same time, in the Dragon Trace Guild channel, Memory of Empty City spoke out with difficulty. He, who regarded himself as the #1 person in the Divine Realm, now looked like he had been nailed to a pillar of shame, and did not hesitate to use delaying tactics to delay Lin Fan and the others from counterattacking. The allied players came and went as fast as the tide, choosing to collectively start retreating, going back to protect the strongholds that were being captured. "Trying to humiliate me? Go dream." Empty City suddenly laughed coldly. "Trying to kill yourself?" Only to see his opponent fumble for an arrow, unlocking all equipment protection towards his forehead. Lin Fan laughed, not giving him a chance, and blasted him with a shot of chaos spell. "Prepare for endless retaliation." Lin Fan. Yakancheng was so infuriated that he couldn't even commit suicide. Immediately, he turned into a wisp of residual soul and flew towards the nearest stronghold to resurrect. "I said, insult my brother and return the favor 100-fold. How can I let you get away?" Lin Fan muttered and turned back to the madman and the others. "I say, old iron. Let's counterattack?" The madman laughed with a bloodthirsty face. Lin Fan nodded gratefully and said with bravado, "A quick battle within an hour. Wherever Yukancheng and Chi Ziyue are resurrected, our swords will be swung. I'll kill them until their livers and guts are shattered." Lin Fan rode the Red Training King up into the clouds, his destination straight to the largest stronghold of the first battlefield, the land of the Crouching Dragon. How did the Empty City boss die? Can it be that he was killed by Lin Fan? He hasn't been killed in battle once. In the Crouching Dragon stronghold, Empty City had just resurrected, and the members of Dragon Trace who were guarding the point here had their jaws dropped. Aside from the fact that the man had struck out, they couldn't think of any player at this stage who could kill a top-tier godly man in a legendary outfit. Lin Fan, no matter what forces are standing behind you, you will surely die. The indignant and powerless roar of Empty City spread throughout the stronghold, and the players under his command didn't dare to breathe more than a breath. Even the domestic gaming ceiling of Tianqi, in front of his Memory of the Empty City, are difficult to raise their heads, can only become a pawn in the hands. But this brutal domination was broken only by the presence of one man. "Don't think too much. Go die in peace." An icy voice appeared. The sound of war drums stirred, and a man and a monster waited early over the Crouching Dragon stronghold. "Here it comes. That asshole is here. Prepare to meet the battle. For the sake of the boss. For the sake of becoming the strongest guild in God's domain. Kill." Hundreds of Dragon Trace players were enraged by Lin Fan's actions, but facing a Chaos Mage with a range of close to 5 kilometers, their roars would only turn into a song of lamentation. "Die." Lin Fan's hand rose and fell, and he came up with the strongest killing move, Skyfall Divine Fall. The entire Crouching Dragon stronghold was mercilessly destroyed, and as Kong Chang witnessed the terrifying meteorite fall, there was nothing he could do. This was the greatest disgrace in his life, and Lin Fan had completely rubbed his ambition to try and rule the Divine Realm to pieces. What Divine Domain's #1 Divine Magnate was only worthy of bowing down before the Holy Realm's power staff? Lin Fan was so spirited and empty-eyed that he watched wherever the remnants of Yikong City's soul flew to. He killed them. He was standing up for authority, letting every player see clearly that the myth of a hegemonic region did not exist in God's domain. Even if there was, he would have to break it. The Godslayer Guild is going against the grain. Doesn't he know what he's offending? A single strike is comparable to a forbidden spell. This really is rubbing Yikong City on the ground. This is the true meaning of chasing to death. Chasing until the members of Dragon Trace have to run when they see him in the future. Many people on the World Channel stopped brushing their monsters and upgrading, and all of them turned on the official real-time livestream. There was only one camera focus, and that was Lin Fan, who was chasing the remnants of the soul around in an air attack. Shortly thereafter, The four alliance armies of Godslayer, Hao Yu, Chaotic Sin, and Kong Clan ran to the major battlefields, according to Lin Fan's plan to fight the two guilds, Tian Qi and Dragon Trace. When he saw them, he swept all the way across the country and routed the two guilds. The other guilds that stood their stronghold shivered and took the initiative to contact the more talkative Ebonized Bones to beg to be spared. As a result, Echidna said, "You guys haven't offended my master, so it's none of my business." This was what barely reassured the other guilds. Crouching Dragon Stronghold. Master is back to kill again. Fatty laughed with great bravado. This guild stronghold battle he had become a god of killing. Countless players had seen the terror of the Light and Dark Sword Envoy through the live broadcast. He was able to force Ekong City into a desperate situation. And if the Saint Ruler's splits mechanism wasn't too invincible, he might have been able to take Ekong City into his hands. Apart from Crouching Dragon's Land, the four neighboring strongholds were all taken by the madman with his men, with Lin Fan as a terrifying trailblazer. It was hard for the Dragon Trace Guild to have a chance to fight back, and Memory Hollow City followed suit and died 5 times, each time in a different way. I go to Tai Z, you take it easy, and have to fly to the second battlefield to then fuck him? Too risky, right? The madman was stunned, only to see that the boy, the mortal god, did not have the slightest intention of stopping, and with a furious roar, the Red Reinforcement King set off once again. Joy to the world. Fatty gloated and laughed, usually stingy for saving his wife's book, understanding that his brother was avenging himself. Of course he had to show a little. Bath Center, KTV, 5-star hotel all in one. Little sister, order a dozen. Tonight, Master Fatty is buying the bill to treat you. Fatty shouted at Lin Fan. Wait to be viciously slaughtered by me. Lin Fan laughed. Fatty, you see to it. I have 1120 kills, plus the number of assists, 2,000 points of merit, and the money for the bill will be deducted from my paycheck. Lin Fan, QNMD. Hold it at all costs. On the second battlefield, Hitsong shouted with a red face, and below was a crowd of enemies running from all directions. Why did you lose so miserably? Dark Voiceless was filled with pallor. His mind collapsed, and even the spell-casting movements in his hand became sluggish. Their group of professional players had traditionally crushed ordinary players, but now they were actually surrounded and abused by ordinary players. One by one, the strongholds in hand were taken away, and a large number of members were sent to Resurrection to punish the time. Wind and Moon Fortress was the last large-scale stronghold in their hands, but at this time, it would soon be breached. I heard you're an S-class mage, and coincidentally, so is brother. The moment Dark Voiceless hesitated, a shot of ice pierced through the sky viciously forcing him back, and he was greeted by the same S-rank profession, Eclipse Bone. A few hours ago, Echidna went to the Mage Guild's career awakening, and inadvertently witnessed a certain misprogrammed NCP scenario of shattering a magic stone. He relied on a luxurious equipment plus skills to successfully replicate the operation of NPCs, and after 3 rounds of examination, he awakened the second S-ranked mage profession, Ice and Fire Holy Law. Dark Voiceless snapped back to his senses and cast his spell in place to start a magic counter. He operates with such skill that it's not unreasonable for him to be squeezed into the Tenchi mainstay at such a young age. Yet, he was facing an unreasonable godly man. Oops, it's empty again. Oh my god, don't run away. Ebonized Bone complained incessantly. His operation pulls the crotch. Even Flatta sometimes cannot be placed accurately, but he cannot help but his money is more skills. Thunder, Ice Seal. Echidna grinned. Starting with 2 awakening skills plus 3 B-rank skills, splitting the face with a paste output. Blitz 1200. Blitz 1200. After a minute of unrestricted violent output, Dark Voiceless was losing ground even with the priest's protection. The purple suit on Echidna was the very same Fox Clan 3-piece suit that Lin Fan had put up on the auction house. At the same time, he also got 3 other pieces of Frozen Lord, 2 awakening skills, 1 ice and 1 fire effect bonus, complementing his ice and fire sacred law profession, 2 sets of 3x3 purple, plus a pair of heroic rings to restore blue, a proper little law god. Very well, it's already won. Lin Fan appeared at the Wind Moon Fortress, and just by glancing at the situation below he knew that the victory had already been won. How come it doesn't hurt? A tall blonde woman laughed out loud. Her laughter was just like a magic voice through the ears. Lin Fan shook his head somewhat speechlessly. Can you brothers make some effort? I'm only 16. 000 blood. Not much at all. Come and hit me. The Kong family compound produces a fine product. Both men and women, without exception, are all maniacs who are out in the limelight. More than a dozen people surrounded the eldest sister. Who knew that the eldest sister's silver skeletonized battlesuit protected her body, and half of the attacks were unable to break through the defense? The shocking thickness of the bloodstain left Tianqi's group of experts helpless. Obviously, the equipment on her body likewise originated from Lin Fan. A couple of the other sisters in ebonized bones carry the word ho through to the end, and although they're pretty rookie, they're just mindlessly rich. At this stage of the game, with top equipment, top skills, and top professions, you can pile heaven's best up with money. In addition, there was also a female kitchen goddess who seemed to be keeping a low profile, but had actually gotten an S-rank life profession. The food she cooked could drastically increase a player's battle power, and with almost everyone in the Kong family compound having a dark cuisine buff, it was difficult for the Heaven's Best guild to effectively fight. This is the nightmare that comes with the man you love. Chi Ziyue was surrounded by a group of melee fighters, and his level had dropped to a paltry 8, but he still refused to surrender and die to defend Tian Chi's remaining face. She looked at Sydney Wu with anger in her eyes. How do you expect me to explain to my boss about such a heavy loss? I'm asking you. Wu Shui and I tilted her head to look at the divine figure in the sky dome and softly whispered, I've done my best. This isn't the sword journey, we can't dominate everything here. Echidna, get out of the way. My master is going to zoom in. Everyone run as far away as you can. The dark red hexagrams lit up as Lin Fan intended to let a wave take away Tian Chi. Chi Ziyue glared at him resentfully and led her people to quickly flee, doing her best to get out of the battle as fast as possible then go offline. Ha, brothers, continue if you don't want to live. I'll withdraw first. The players who had seen the might of the mortal god decisively bailed out. Lin Fan hesitated for a moment without striking. The people from the Chaotic Sins Guild had already arrived, and it was inevitable that he would accidentally injure them if he went down with this move. Region announcement, the guild stronghold war is over. The following merit list is posted. A distant bell rang out, and the 3 major battlefields simultaneously turned into temporary safe zones, and the players from the major guilds who were still fighting furiously could only stop unwillingly. The merit list has been released. 20th place, the Chaotic Sin Guild, Chaotic Sin Imperial Demon. Number of kills, 370. 178 assists. Gain 70 points added to own attribute points. 40 points added to skill points. 5 points added to talent. And 20,000 reputation value. 9th place, How You Guild Geese Without Trace. The number of kills. Lin Fan's heart fluttered at the words. The one on the list from the White Moon Guild wasn't the Empress, but a warrior player. If memory serves, this goose is an S-rank hidden job, belonging to the more orthodox sword and shield warrior. Once had the tendency to ask for the first warrior of the god's domain, but later on, when the second awakening of the 50th level was replaced by the Dragon Trace warrior Tianchi. 4th place, the Dragon Scars Guild, Memory Hollow City. When they heard this, the players on the World Channel were dumbfounded that the Divine Realm's first divine hero was only ranked 4th. Long Scar had gotten 9 strongholds at one point before, but now there was only one left, and it was none other than the Dragon's Breath Fortress that was guarded by Broken Thousand Army. No, he's only ranked 4th on the merit list, so who would be 3rd? Fatty? Lin Fan was surprised. In the previous generation, the Stronghold Battle Dragon Trace was dominated by one family, and the top guilds actually fought each other like crazy less often. Instead, the middle and lower reaches of the guilds were highly competitive. It's unlikely that Godhawk will take a large number of heads by himself, but now with him arching the fire, the last 2 hours of the battle were far more intense than before. 3rd place, the Guild of Chaotic Sin blank. Number of kills, 1,052. Hearing this LD Lin Fan almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. The bitch that dared to slap him actually ran to the Chaotic Sins Guild? 2nd place, the Godslayer Guild, Master Kai's Expedition. As soon as the fat man heard his big name on TV, the first time the guild shouted, I'm just asking, boobies, am I a bully? Rubbish, head dog, fork out by eating team gain. Crazy Man was the first to express his displeasure. The entire Stronghold battle down he equipment did not steal less, but just can not get the head. He was very angry. Light dancing yo-yo, G-Maze, fork the lewd man out. I think he's the one who hasn't put in any effort. Instead he's been mouthing off. I can testify that this crazy vice president exists in reality. Sister, I've been watching this lewd dog for 24 hours and he hasn't killed as many people as I have. So what's that say about SKK? The madman was instantly drowned in the sister's saliva, and he didn't dare to retort, which pissed the madman off half a dozen times. He has been a dedicated conductor, but in the eyes of his sisters, conducting is about as good as lip-syncing. 1st place, the Godslayer Guild, Mortal Gods. Number of kills, 360. 300 assists. Gained 150 points added to own attribute points. 130 points added to skill points. 20 points added to talent. And 150,000 reputation value. Evaluation, Mighty Barbarians. Lin Fan's battle results exploded out, and whether it was the Godslayer crowd, or the players from other guilds nodded up and ate a shock. Even if I know that this person is perverted, very perverted, I didn't expect to be able to kill so many people, and close to 4,000 kills are directly related to him. There were also a large number of enemies who chose to directly escape due to his appearance, and one person was equivalent to exterminating 10 guilds of people. Strategic-grade nuclear weapons. Even if 4,000 people were placed in front of me to cut, I would still have to kill for a few days and nights. Wang Mang is really chew. I thought Deicide was the biggest loser, but it turned out to be salty. Dream like smoke. Whoever says that someone from so-and-so guild is invincible again, I'll smack him to death with my ear. A group of players were talking endlessly, and most of the guild members deliberately avoided the word Dragon Trace. The two major guilds, Dragon Trace and Heaven's Best, joined forces and returned in defeat, with Dragon Trace only getting one stronghold and Heaven's Best even getting nothing. Such a strange shame. Anyone can predict will be remembered empty city behind the capital retaliation. Chaotic Sin Imperial Demon, not a wasted trip. 3 strongholds in hand. Happy cooperation. Echidna, hey, not much more than 2 on our side, but killing is kind of fun. In the Crouching Dragon stronghold, Lin Fan rejoined the crowd, and as soon as he turned his head, he spotted the blank chick beside Emperor Demon. Blank swept him a sidelong glance, the look of wanting to ride someone's output pressed into his eyes. Lin Fan smiled awkwardly and said, "No wonder you guys hit the stronghold so fast." So there is her presence. It is indeed out of my expectation. I would call blank the number 1 thief in the divine realm. I'm just working for her. Emperor Demon smiled triumphantly, getting a bargain. An hour before the battle of the stronghold began, blank suddenly approached him about joining the club. There were quite a few big thieves in the Chaotic Sin Guild, and very curious about the strength of the strongest woman currently at the top of the rank list, they initiated a one-on-one PK against her. Blank did not say a word. Spunky personality is revealed. Directly open the red namestate. 1v6 knife deadly. Kill a gang of thieves scalp numb. What first? The last one who claimed to be the first archer has already been knocked offline. The madman shouted in displeasure. The same thief profession thought that no one was weak. Blank heard someone provoking indifference to look at the madman. The two people who are not convinced by anyone. There is a big trend of wanting to singles PK. Lin Fan held down the madman's shoulder and said bitterly and incomparably, "You can't beat her. As of now." The madman looked at Lin Fan grudgingly and said, "If I hadn't listened to you and chosen this crappy profession, I really want to break my arm with her." "Don't listen. We can't have this thought. Just be honest and be your dog's head." Lin Fan squeezed out a fake smile and barely managed to persuade the madman to one side. Blank smiled disdainfully. "How gutless. I don't know why. Looking at women makes me so angry. I can't do it. I must kill her a few times and teach her to be a human being." The madman was instantly irritated and had to have a couple of moves with the blank. "Let's count the money and pay out the welfare. That's the right thing to do." Lin Fan coaxed the child, barely dragging the madman away. As far as Lin Fan knew, the madman knew him before he constantly challenged the blank in times. "I've died under the hands of blank chicks not 1,000 times but 800 times. It's really called a miserable experience. And I haven't been able to win even once. Otherwise blank wouldn't have been honored by thieves from all walks of life as a god-level assassin. You have obtained the 6 stronghold belonging vouchers of Crouching Dragon, Xuanwu, Black Wolf, Kanglin, Rakshasa, and Chaotic Demon." A system prompt came, and 6 more vouchers appeared in Lin Fan's package. Checking the belongings of the strongholds, Lin Fan snapped his head up, his eyes staring at D-Demon, who was dressed as a mangy man, and said, "Old brother D-Demon is so bold, taking 10 strongholds all by himself. Ha ha, this is called being rich and famous. I sold all my company shares for this game." Emperor Demon laughed boldly. Chaotic Sin Sinker looked at Lin Fan with mockery and said, "This is my big brother's vigor. Learn from it, mortal god." Emperor Demon did not hide his ambition, joining the temporary alliance that Lin Fan had organized. That was just him seeing the direction of the wind clearly and simply coming along for the ride. Chaotic Sin Sinker was the vice president of the guild, and he had previously had some verbal altercations with Lin Fan when he struck out for the Wandering Golem set. Lin Fan ignored a small character like him and narrowed his eyes at Emperor Demon. "Aren't you afraid that Ecom City will find you in trouble?" "How do I find it? In the game or in reality?" "It's not true that he's rich, and I'm a man with many brothers. He'll die if he dares to come to my territory." Emperor Demon smiled sinisterly. Chaotic Sin Sinker, that's right. Let the reality of empty city of memory come to Tianjiang City to take a chance and see if he can go home alive. Lin Fan nodded at his words. It was similar to what he had guessed. The Emperor Devil also has a layer of the identity of the big brother of the road. This kind of lord in the god's domain is not less, but really dare to have the courage to follow the Emperor Devil. Small fish swallowing whales, but there are not a few. Well then, take care of yourself. Lin Fan didn't want to continue talking more. This person, Emperor Demon, gave him an uncomplicated feeling and was indeed very powerful. Often, such people have the potential to evolve into a threat when their power swells. However, as long as the other party affected his plans afterward, then his so-called ambition, Lin Fan would personally dismantle the Chaotic Sins Guild. But with the Immortal Spirit Hall represented behind Strange Blank, why would she choose to join the Chaotic Sins Guild? This was something Lin Fan felt was worth scrutinizing a bit. If necessary, he would personally go to Elder Su to inquire about the situation. Master, what's next? Brush monsters or bosses? I'll accompany you. After Emperor Demon, Empress and the others left, Etched Bone playfully came over, followed by a bunch of pretty girls. The madman gulped at the sight. Hey, I said, is your guild short of people? Count me in. The fat man was succinct. Scum. Not for anything. I'm planning to sell the stronghold and earn him a couple dozen small goals first, Lin Fan said indifferently. Ah, you're damn kidding me, right? It's hard to fight down the guild you want to sell? Fatty and the others were dumbfounded, completely unable to understand Lin Fan's thoughts. I'll explain it to you guys later, Lin Fan said with a smile, and although Fatty and the others didn't understand, they still chose to respect Lin Fan's decision. This was not only because Lin Fan was strong enough, but also based on his trust in his brother. Immediately, a region-wide loudspeaker spread throughout the Divine Realm world. Tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, the 4 strongholds of Xuanwu, Black Wolf, Kanglan, and Rakshasa will be auctioned online, with a single starting price of 100,000 gold coins. Jiangchuan City, Star Studio. There was more than a little bewilderment in Lu Xingqian's pair of charming eyes. She stood in front of the window and muttered to herself. The number 1 person in the God's domain was still an employee under me a week ago. It's really funny. What on earth did I do for fate to play such a joke on me? This, Mr. Lu, do you have something to say to me? Chen Wei's voice sounded behind him. Lu Xingqian froze and looked back, the corner of his mouth twitching a bit, not knowing what to say. Chen Wei, my manager Chen, you're making it difficult for me right now. Lu Xingqian shook his head with a smirk, just about to get angry but forced to hold it back due to an action by Chen Wei. Lu Xingqian's line of sight shifted downward, only to see Chen Wei's waist straight, kneeling on the ground with a solemn face to ask for forgiveness. That awareness was quite high. You leave me speechless. Even the kneeling position is appropriate and favorable, practiced many times in private, right? Lu Xingqian awkward. Chen Wei followed her for 5 or 6 years, has always been known for its ability to work reliably. Who knows, just for a little bit of small gain spoiled her big event. I deserve to die. I have an old man and a young man. Please don't fire me. Chen Wei opened his mouth as choking and crying, a snot in tears to tell his various difficulties. He was indeed a smart man, and the more Lin Fan shone brightly in the Divine Realm world, the more he knew deep down that his sin was unforgivable, because he was the one who had forced the other party away by looking at Lin Fan with displeasure. So what? Didn't he Lin say that he would sell a stronghold to us at a low price? Chen Wei said stiffly. Lu Xingqian's face turned cold. Are you kidding me? He is now a Divine Realm giant. Long Scar Tianqi is not even his opponent when he joins forces. Do you expect him to pay attention to us little shrimps? I went up to his house yesterday to look for Lin Fan to talk about his sister, but when I got to the place I realized that he had moved. Chen Wei's forehead was in a cold sweat. Looking at Lu Xingqian's face, he no longer dared to say anything further. Lu Xingqian wanted to cry. The color of her intestines must be green now. If Lin Fan is still in the studio, she didn't even dare to think about how brilliant and glamorous she could be now. And those capitalists who looked down on her must have hated to lick her toes. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. Lu Xingqian sighed and put away the little bit of naivety within her heart. She understood in her heart that characters like Lin Fan were certainly not the stuff of the pool. Even if Lin Fan hadn't fallen out with Chen Wei, in the end it would be hard to really keep him himself. Get ready to tighten your belts and be human. Reduce the outflow of money, and fight the gold regiment in 2 shifts. Lu Xingqian shook her head inside. There were at least a few thousand small workshops like hers in the Divine Realm, and it was simply delusional to try to scheme for a stronghold with her small amount of financial resources. Buzz. The vibration came from the cell phone on the table, and Lu Xingqian dismissed Chen Wei with a dismissive wave of his hand. Hello, the Chaotic Demon Height stronghold is yours. I've already emailed you the stronghold vouchers. A clear and cold voice rang out. Who are you? Lu Xingqian sniffed his cold hairs erect, his heart thumping wildly, not daring to be sure who was on the other side. He hurriedly looked at his cell phone notes. Lin Fan, arrange for Chen Wei to transfer the money. $3 million. I still think I deserve that year-end bonus. Lin Fan paused and said meaningfully. Also, I don't owe you anymore. Boss Lu, what's the point of talking about this? We're all friends. Ha. Not to mention the 3 million year-end bonus. 30 million is not out of the question. The surprise came so suddenly that Lu Xingqian's fingertips trembled with excitement, and he laughed awkwardly over the phone. It's better to forget it. Thanks for giving me a bite to eat these past few years, Lin Fan said calmly. It wasn't true that Chen Wei had a conflict with him, but one size did not fit all. After the original fake match fiasco, he did become a street rat. No one dared to accept him as a plague to join the gold beating industry. Only Star Studio pulled him in at the risk. This was indeed a favor. And although Lin Fan was not happy about being squeezed, this was the truth. Adding to the fact that Chen Wei was very attentive in his treatment of Xiao Xian's surgery, Lin Fan decided to give the chaotic demon gang to Lu Xingqian as a way to return a favor to the other party. Talk sometime. I'm still busy. Okay, you're busy with you. I have already started transferring money on my side. Lin Fan guffawed as Lu Xingqian's tone of voice changed when he spoke to him. This was called status determining treatment. At this time, inside the Crouching Dragon stronghold, Lin Fan threw 20,000 gold coins to Fatty and asked him to tally the merit value of each member and distribute the rewards according to the prior regulations. The rest of the gold coins are given out as guild benefits in red packets. Iron Knight, the time to fight for hand speed and character has arrived. As the first knight of the guild, say long live boss Fan. Fatty gave him a blank look. I'm just meh. And I don't know who the hell has been clamoring for a split and run. Iron Horseman is also thick-skinned enough. A face of righteousness continued. The glory of Godslayer. Brother to guard, till death do us part. We will fight till eternity. After saying that, the crowd booed, saying that this red packet does not need to consider this person. The big guys have long removed him. After all the talking and fooling around, the first red packet was sent out in the guild channel, totaling a total of 1,000 gold coins, and 1 million tickets appeared. Everyone shut up for the first time and stretched out their fingers to furiously tap the channel red packets, wishing they could open a dozen more at once. Why are you selling the stronghold that Tai Zi we fought so hard to get? I still can't figure it out. Afterwards, the madman found Lin Fan in a very serious manner, and the fat man also came up with a puzzled look on his face. It's not true that the madman is greedy for money and sex, but there are some things that he thinks are more important than money and women, such as achieving a dynasty. It's simple, because small strongholds are useless to us. Even if we unify all the strongholds in the first battlefield, it's just chicken ribs, brothers for 2 lifetimes. Lin Fan could certainly understand the good intentions of the madman. The madman frowned and asked, how so? You didn't realize that there was actually a very important copy of the entrance in the stronghold? You're talking about the underground ruins, right? But each player can only enter once a day. Lin Fan smiled lightly. The larger the size of the initial stronghold the guild obtained, the higher the revenue that could be gained from the underground ruins. Unfortunately, too many strongholds held in the hands will only scatter the development resources in the hands when the time comes. Of the 99 strongholds in the 3 major battlefields, to say that the best relic resource was precisely the Crouching Dragonland under their feet. But have you thought about it? With multiple strongholds developing, there are bound to be more members than a single stronghold. Madman said, unifying the first battlefield is really tempting, and the number of members that can be accommodated by upgrading the stronghold will be multiplied. If there were multiple high-level strongholds in hand, once they fought with a hostile guild, the number of members would be several times that of the other party, which was a very big advantage. I understand your concern. It's nothing more than the fear that we'll be jointly targeted by multiple guilds again. The madman didn't deny that. In his perception, most of the games in the late stage, trying to save the day by one person's power, that would be difficult. After all, everyone is graduated equipment. The gap will be invariably narrowed. However, this is the world of God's domain, a magical cave of trials and tribulations for players. The strong will only get stronger, the weak will only be swallowed up, and the gap will only grow wider. Don't worry, I can tell you this, the value of the other strongholds in the first battlefield combined is far less than the Crouching Dragon's land under our feet. A confident smile lifted up on Lin Fan's face. Besides, there's one more thing. If we make it, we'll need a lot of money. A few billion might not be enough. Is that such a stretch? There's nothing different about this place being a bird's nest. Fatty had a suspicious look on his face. In his opinion, this place was just a little bit bigger than the other strongholds. There didn't seem to be anything different about it. Have you guys forgotten the description of the stronghold battle on the official website? A group of heroes fighting for 100 stars. Lin Fan looked at the two with a smile. 100 stars? 100 strongholds. The madman snapped. Unsure. Are you hardly telling me that there is still one last hidden stronghold? Not bad. It's in the land of the Crouching Dragon. Lin Fan smiled, and then his gaze went to the stronghold NPC, a middle-aged warrior who was not angry. I am a descendant of the Battle Saint. You may address me as Long De. What is your business? Long De stared at Lin Fan and the others with wide eyes. There were quite a few functional NPCs within the stronghold, But these NPCs were very indifferent to the players, much less participate in battles between players. The exception was the man who claimed to be descended from the Sage of War. And the president's personal questioning could yield some different answers. Take us to inspect the stronghold, Lin Fan said. Ryudai buzzed in response and stepped away to lead them on a tour of the stronghold's environs. This is the stronghold warehouse, now deserted and in need of prestige values/materials for restoration. This is the foundation of the magical tower building, now deserted. After taking the 3 to 6 places in a row, Lin Fan shook his head without getting what he wanted and simply said directly, "Take me to the cave of the legendary dragon." Really? When these words came out, the fat man and the madman were going crazy with excitement, and they forced themselves not to squeak. "Do you present the Crouching Dragon Stronghold Scroll?" "Show." Lin Fan sniffed and took out stronghold vouchers of incalculable value. This thing was said to be a voucher, but it was more like a stone of special material, somewhat similar to the secret key in his package. Ryudai led the crowd through the stronghold building, stopping at a place right next to a rock wall, casting a spell to lift the shielding boundary in front of him, and a huge cave appeared in front of them. Dragon's Lair. Is it hard to believe that there is a giant dragon treasure? The madman's mouth was drooling all over the place. If there was really a giant dragon treasure here, the value was indeed not comparable to ordinary strongholds. It's even more amazing than the giant dragon's secret collection. Lin Fan laughed lightly. In his previous life, this place was occupied by the Dragon Trace Guild, and it was from the discovery of the Dragon's Lair that Memory Hollow City was almost sealed as a god in the Huaxia region. The crowd entered the dragon's cave. The cave was very dark. Long lit a magic crystal and the bright light illuminated an area of more than 10 meters. Crap! It's so big and thick. Fatty let out an exclamation of surprise. Indeed, it is a good big. Lin Fan cried and laughed. What words fall into the mouth of the fat man can always change the flavor. Dragon remains? The madman was shocked. A complete skeleton of a giant dragon appeared in the deepest part of the cave, the length of which could reach 200 to 300 meters, and a single dragon's tooth could be as big as a man. However, in Lin Fan's eyes this was nothing. He had seen the Dragon King reverse blood. That size was called horrible. It was not too much to say that it covered the sky. This dragon in front of me had almost lost all of its teeth, so it should have died of natural old age. At best, it should only be considered a lower-level dragon in terms of size, completely incomparable to an upper-level giant dragon. The madman's eyes are greedy. I have long heard that the dragon is full of treasures. A smoke rushed up and swung his short sword to cut down the dragon's teeth, clanking. Fatty, your sister. Are you crazy? You're destroying artifacts. Wipe ah. How is it not pickable? If this is taken to make equipment then it shall not be rich. The madman's arm was so sore from the shock that it could be difficult to even knock out a white dot on the dragon's teeth. There's no need to try. This thing is invincible, and it will recover immediately even if you cut it down. Lin Fan shrugged. If there was such a good thing he would have done it long ago. This thing was merely a corpse. What about the mechanism that triggers the hidden stronghold? Lin Fan walked around the dragon's den and found neither treasure nor hidden stronghold trigger conditions. Fatty pointed at the dragon bone and wondered. Strange. There's something fishy about the posture of this dragon before it died. Why is it lying on its back like a doggy? Crazy man, you can't tell. There's scratches all over the ground. What's he doing? What's he doing? Digging a hole and burying himself? Ha ha, SB, you've got a sense of humor. The fat man was amused by this comment, and the madman said dismissively, silver-haired sand sculpture. Listening to the two flirting, Lin Fan eyes bright, full of scratches on the ground, can vaguely see some special symbols. Hurriedly, he asked Longdi to bring the magic crystal over to the ground for a closer look. You found the clue to open the hidden stronghold. You need to obtain 5 vouchers belonging to the Legion of Heavenly Gods. Crouching Dragon Voucher 1/1. Basilisk Vouchers 1/1. Black Wolf Voucher 1/1. Vouchers have been collected. Please place them in the alcove. Consecutive beeps rang out, and Lin Fan forced himself to hold back his ecstasy, following the glowing groove peacock prompts to embed 5 differently shaped vouchers respectively. Holy shit, it looks like this place is going to collapse. The sound of the mechanism being triggered came from the entire dragon's lair as it began to shake violently, and the madman was paralyzed with fear as he shivered. Seeing this scene, an imperceptible excitement flashed through Long Da's eyes. Taking advantage of the crowd's inattention to dash out of the dragon's den in a flash, Lin Fan received the evacuation reminder and hurriedly said, "Get out of here first. Just you are a wonderful thief. Can you have some insight?" The fat man set the madman up with a disgusted look on his face, and the crowd riveted to the outside in a mad dash. As soon as his front foot exited the dragon's den, the entire mountain immediately collapsed. A loud rumbling sound came from the ground at the same time. Even if the players did not fear death, such a big commotion still made the 3 of them unavoidably palpitate. My dragon's teeth, my treasure, is gone. What the hell did you do? Tai Z? The madman's heart was dripping blood. Still calculating whether he could steal the dragon skeleton out with his professional skills. Then he must not build a 10 or 8 legendary weapon saw? Wait for the good stuff, Lin Fan said with a burning gaze, casually summoning the Red Reinforcement King with a move of his hand and flying high into the sky to look into the distance. Immediately afterward, a brilliant bright light rushed into the sky, instantly clearing the sky and roaring with thunder. The mountain was connected to a plain area, and at this time, with the loud boom, the magical beasts on the entire plain ran wildly and fled like crazy. All of the players within the stronghold were shocked. The trembling coming from the depths of the underground seemed as if some kind of terrifying demonic creature was about to come out. The entire plain looked like the gods had scooped on a scoop of ice cream, and a giant hollow 100 kilometers in diameter appeared. The giant island in the sky rose up and floated high into the sky, and an atmospheric silver-colored palace could be vaguely seen standing in it. The bright light transformed into several curtains of light hanging down, filled with mist and aura. What the fuck is this? The madman's jaw dropped to the floor, and the fat man stared with him in wide-eyed disbelief. This can't be the final hidden stronghold, can it? You opened the Heavenly God Fortress. Crouching Dragon Stronghold has opened the teleportation array for teleportation to Celestial God Fortress. Successfully capture the city and you will become a Sky Lord. Lin Fan looked excited. This was the biggest secret of the Guild Stronghold War. A new copy seems to have appeared in the first battlefield. Should the brothers rush? How to rush? You tell me how to rush. Damn, did not see in the sky this how to go up Wicked. How come I didn't see such a big sky city just now? Who made this thing? Could it be one of the game's new material content? Rumors of the Sky God's Fortress soon appeared on the World Channel, and everyone was speculating what was going on with this sky city. The 5 stronghold vouchers flew back into his hands, and looking at the ancient giant city, Lin Fan couldn't hide his excitement as he muttered to himself, this is really a big profit. This giant city had been shot down by the Dark Dragon Empire, and now it had come back into the world, and he will hopefully become a Sky Lord. There were actually clues about Sky City early on. There are a total of 5 types of buffs that can be applied to the guild buff skills, except for Supreme Imperial Dynasty, and players must recite the Yingling Blessing to gain a battle power boost. In the Divine Realm backstory, 5 of these spirits are the powerful men who died in this ancient battlefield, all led by Sky Lords, with the land of the Crouching Dragon as the center. The 4 strongholds surrounding it correspond precisely to these 5 legendary spirits. This information was not clear to Lin Fan at first, until Ikong City and the others used the guild buff first. He suddenly thought of the image of Ikong City opening this giant city in his previous life. In the second stronghold battle, not long after Long Scar managed to take down these 5 strongholds, the Battle Saint Fortress appeared out of nowhere. From this, Lin Fan guessed that the 5 vouchers should be a kind of key to open the hidden stronghold. His suspicions proved to be correct. Region announcement, player Lin Fan has amazing luck and has actually opened the hidden stronghold, Heavenly God Fortress. Reward 10 talent points and 300,000 reputation points. No wonder that guy went out of his way to make a stronghold. Dare I say that he knows that a hidden stronghold exists. Where the hell did he get the strategy? Heavenly God's Fortress. Holy shit, just listening to the name is bullish as hell. From now on, I'll see who still compares the stream of dragon marks to the Godslayer Guild. So really don't touch the porcelain. A bunch of players on the World Channel fell into a stupor, and those guild masters instantly felt that the strongholds that were in their hands no longer smelled good, compared to the astonishingly large city in the sky above. The stronghold in their hands with only a few wooden buildings was no different from an outhouse. Crazy, old me is so ratty and chesty. Who needs a fucking bicycle when you have this Heavenly God Fortress? Female dormitory god of war, the thighs I hold are just heavenly. Thick legs and hairy touch. It was rumored that the Celestial God's Fortress contained endless treasures, causing the greedy dragon race to covet it. More than a dozen dark dragons besieged the Heavenly God Fortress, but almost all of them were cut down by the 5 great war saints, with only a few dark dragons escaping with serious injuries. It was thought that the dead inferior dragon in the cave was feared to be one of the survivors of the original dragon-slaying battle. That's why he reluctantly died defending the opening point and stayed up until his lifespan dried up and he died of old age in the dragon's lair. Lin Fan knew in his heart that just opening Sky City was not enough. He still needed to conquer this hidden stronghold. Lin Fan didn't have much in his heart. Sky City had been conquered, that was already more than a year later. Strong as Dragon Trace also repeatedly folded, enough to show how difficult it is to attack. However, since the hidden stronghold had been opened, how could we not go and try it? Lin Fan flew back to the land of the Crouching Dragon on the Red Reinforcement King and gave the crowd a rundown of the situation. Who wants to fight with me up in the sky? Lin Fan looked at everyone with a smile. Fatty, he's sister-in-law. Not to mention the battle in the sky. I'll also go to the battle in the drilling earth. Iron Horseman, brother's second enrollment, even if it's the sky. I can still help you poke a hole out. Xingfeng, okay, count me in. A bunch of militants wailed. And 24 hours of killing still didn't stop them. Who let that giant city in the sky is too conspicuous. Fearing that it will be seized by other guilds in the past, or else that how to brag to his sisters. Their worries were redundant. At this stage, if they wanted to get close to the heavenly god's fortress, other than the crouching dragon stronghold teleportation array, only flying mounts could barely get close. The other guilds could only watch with bated breath as they attacked the city. Attacking the ultra-high level strongholds with a sea of men was not very effective. So Lin Fan had the madman personally select a high-level small war group. The first attempt is not to take it down completely, but to get some useful clues. Lin Fan smiled and said, the others go offline first to rest. Combine labor with pleasure. It's time to enjoy. After saying that, he scattered another 1,000 gold coins red packets. Ness, boss wise. It's comfortable to eat and drink with the boss. A group of players rose up and shouted, and Lin Fan nodded with a smile. He knew in his heart that the days of being able to let these guys enjoy themselves were numbered, and all he could do was let them have their fun in time. Yao, I remember your secondary job as a gardener, right? Take this and plant it in the most conspicuous place in the stronghold. Lin Fan looked towards a female archer. Light Dance Yao was very surprised, blinking her eyes and said, boss, you even know my secondary occupation. Are you secretly observing me? People are single. Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Molesting my family Shao Kai every day. You can't even make me not remember you. Lin Fan was able to look up the side jobs of all the living members, and this light dancing yo-yo side job was very ordinary. It could only plant some herbs and make them grow faster. It just so happened that this was exactly what the sapling of the reincarnation god tree needed the most. How much does it cost to smash the skill to full level to find a madman? Lin Fan thought for a while and added, then you go to Purple Cloud City and look for a guy called Master Nameless. He'll tell you how to turn on the secondary advancement. Deputies can still be promoted? The eyes of a group of life players glowed. Most of them were some scenery and brick moving parties who only wanted to play the game to earn a little bit of money, so they did not know much about the characteristics of the profession. That's right, turn around and I'll comb through a rundown and send it out to the guild storage space, so it's easy for you guys to check it out anytime afterward. Lin Fan looked at these clueless guys and laughed lightly. Don't underestimate the potential of living players. Once they grow up they can even rival as hidden positions. The crowd was astonished, their gazes looking reverently at Lin Fan. After all, who wouldn't love a big brother with a budding newcomer? Life players, most of the energy is used in moving bricks, picking herbs, refining, etc. Their level, equipment is completely unable to keep up with the large force. Outside to mix wild team to play copies are often ostracized taunts. But this is not a problem in the Godslayer Guild. With Lin Fan's current monster efficiency, it's not difficult to bring a dozen people to level up at once. Lin Fan waved his hand and a bright green luster appeared in Yao Yao's hand. Wow, a divine object. This is too awesome. Are you kidding me? I've never even seen a holy relic. How could there be a heaven-defying treasure like a divine relic? The crowd gathered around, and the fact that a sapling that was only a little bit smaller than a thumb was actually a legendary divine object astonished everyone. Of course Lin Fan wouldn't just hand the divine object over to someone else. He had bound the permission to use the item to the guild's designated person, and as the owner of the item he was able to get it back at any time. This is considered a kind of protection for player props. Otherwise in other online games, once there are good things in the guild's warehouse, they will immediately be taken away by unqualified players to run away. If it wasn't for the fact that the major guilds needed living players to develop their strongholds. In fact, these living players of theirs probably wouldn't even be able to mix in a guild slot. Are you a monster, Tai Z? Why do you know everything? The madman looked at Lin Fan suspiciously and muttered in a low voice. You damn well can't be a traveler. Can you? Nima. Can't this crazy bastard be confused? As soon as the madman spoke these words, Lin Fan's brain almost died, trying his best to restrain the unnatural expression on his face. Either that or he's the illegitimate son of the owner of some Al development company? Al created this game. Well, so it makes sense to get some intel that no one else knows. The madman nodded to himself. The fat man next to him couldn't stand to hear it and jumped up to give the madman an earful on the brain. Great God, do you understand? The Triple Crown King's understanding of the game is not something you can speculate on? Damn. The grandson still won't let us talk. Ha! The madman covered his head and complained. The fat man playfully raised his eyebrows at Lin Fan and said with a bad smile, however, I still think my brother is hanging bee. Lin Fan blackened his face and lifted his leg to kick these two dumbasses off. Don't delay. Let's go up to the sky. The Godslayer's small battle groups were out in force, and they all stepped onto the teleportation array. There was a flash of light and the scene switched. The crowd came to a cemetery full of overgrown grass, with crumbling tombstones everywhere, each with rusty weapons stuck in the sea. You found it, the entrance to the Black Iron Labyrinth, the resting place. The gods watch all things on earth, and there is no escape for you, adventurer. A whisper like a demon's whisper rang out. A mist enveloped the crowd, and the madman's scalp tingled as he sensed movement at his feet. Prepare the guys, let's do it. A dry arm snapped out of the tomb, and with the eerie environment plus BGM rendering, the crowd almost didn't pee on the spot. The madman wiped his feet, instantly flashed behind the divine iron cavalry, and shoved. Don't be a wimp, old cousin. The Iron Rider went numb. Worry you immortal. Who wouldn't be afraid of such a creepy place? Big brother, you are an A-class Templar Knight Commander. Much longer than other Templars. Is there any point of professional dignity? Fatty spat with a serious face. A tall, armored dryad stood up, his battle armor covered in battle scars, each of which was enough to kill him. Legion of the Celestial God, Spirit Warrior, level 10. HP, 150 to 150. 000. Attack power, 900. Skills, Unquenchable Flame of War. Elementary Battle Saint Sword Technique. Holy crap! This panel of level 10 elite monsters is too scary. The crowd collectively drew to draw cool air. Then one after another of the infernal warriors climbed up in the cemetery, and in the blink of an eye the number reached 15. Give me extra protection. The divine Iron Rider was not a wimp either, and if he, the Grand Knight, laid down, he knew it would be a disaster. Taking the 6 priests other than the female Bedlam warlord, they began to add shields, attribute boosts, and resistance boosts to him, and me. Fatty shouted. His blood volume was high enough and his equipment was luxurious, so he was equally capable of rushing to the front as a meat shield. Then what do I do? The little priest panicked a bit, afraid that the failure to add blood would affect the crowd. Lin Fan signaled him to stay calm and reminded the others. These small monsters move very slowly. Try to fight in circles. It will reduce the possibility of being set on fire. Yingling warrior kills in front of him. Iron Rider opens the group taunt to resist damage. Fatty takes the opportunity to output and lure the 4-headed monster away, lest the Iron Rider can't block too many small monster attacks. The blood is steady. Nothing wrong with it. The Iron Horseman's blood bar ghosted around, but always stayed at a healthy bloodline. Lin Fan wiped a cold sweat. The strength of this monster is simply outrageous. Heck, too outrageous. Open the door. Throw out a round of Inferno Dragon output to the front row to share the pressure. With him as a machine gun joining in, the monster bloodline rapidly decreased. At that moment, a copper coffin in the distance emitted a movement, and a large, thick, green-colored hand poked out. A giant close to 5 meters tall appeared, its body covered in greenish sinews and flesh rather blown up, picking up a huge axe the size of a door panel, 2 ethereal fires dancing in its eye sockets. 1. 5 million blood? Level 10 boss. You're pulling a fast one on me. Fatty had a dumbfounded look on his face. My Emperor. Have you abandoned us? My Emperor. Tenjin Legion, Giant Patriarch, level 10. Elite level creatures, HP, 1. May 1st. 5 million. Attack power, 1500. Skills, Fearless Critical Strike. Rebirth of Amputated Limbs. Ilua Bean. This broken game cannot be more perverted? This side of the Yingling warriors just died a few. As the main T of the Iron Cavalry has not been happy for 2 seconds. I head up to see this big guy. If this is a board axe chopped, tomatoes have to be dried out. Ah, giants? Lin Fan's eyes stared. In the backstory this thing had Titan blood flowing in it, but it was still essentially an offshoot of the original dwelling humans. But he couldn't figure out how in the world the Titan, who was taller than a mountain, had gotten with the first human girl. So, doesn't this setup God seem the least bit fucking strange? Ha, this boss has a bag in his head, right? Why is he heading outside? Fatty was a bit confused and was about to try to see if he could slash the boss when the Giant Patriarch turned around and walked towards the fog. The crowd was all confused. It was the first time they had encountered such an anomaly since playing this game for so long. These monsters actually don't even bother to pop a single hair besides dropping experience. I'm so hard, the Iron Rider complained, taking the most beating and not even getting the loot. The words were just finished when the distant tombs drilled out the infernal archers and started rushing at the crowd with their bows and arrows, and the Iron Cavalry rushed forward and continued to taunt, lest the back rows be killed by the chaotic arrows. Lin Fan looked at the giant who was gradually walking away, and a stronghold quest prompt appeared. Please follow the Giant Patriarch. Lin Fan immediately shouted, Little priest, follow me. Going somewhere? Not with the group? The young priest froze, still holding the funny goat in his hand. Accompany me to see what this boss is up to. Good. These infernal warrior panels were high, but their attack movements were so clumsy that Fatty and the others had little difficulty dealing with them. According to the system hints, the resting place was a black iron level labyrinth entrance. This is similar to the ancient ruins in strongholds, organized by black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and diamond difficulty. Usually the only 3 levels of relics in a normal stronghold are black iron to silver, and the relics in the Crouching Dragon stronghold are silver difficulty. And inside the Celestial God's fortress, all 6 levels of labyrinths are available, and the harder it gets when you hit the back, the more generous the rewards will naturally be. However, this doesn't mean that you need to pass through the maze in order to take down the Celestial Fortress. Lin Fan guessed that if he wanted to get stronghold access, the main thing was to follow the stronghold quest prompts. Crazy, where are you going? Let's split into 2. You guys explore the maze and I'll find the clues to attack. Lin Fan replied back and quickly disappeared into the mists with the little priest. The giant patriarch didn't notice that they were following them, rather didn't give the ants a second thought, and kept striding towards the complex ahead. 10 minutes passed in this manner, when the giants suddenly stopped, and the mist began to dissipate before his eyes. You found it, a surveillance tower. The prompt appeared again. Inside a snow-white tower, the giant knelt on one knee. Lord Tianyu, has the emperor abandoned us? The interior of the tower was very wide and responded to it with nothing but dead silence. Arrow Saint Tianyu? Lin Fan's heart was startled. Could it be that there was still a living NPC in this tower that had been lost for countless years? Curse me, I feel a little off. There was silence in all directions. Lin Fan suddenly felt a sense of crisis welling up, and immediately asked the little priest to curse him with his soul seal skill. Yes, yes. The young priest put down the goat cub in his hand and began to apply healing spells to this goat. Lin Fan saw this and took off his equipment, making it easy for the little priest to reduce his blood level to 10% as fast as possible. Plus 1333. A healing aura appeared on the goat's head, and the little lamb bleated, seemingly very happy to be baptized by the holy light. That's not right. How did you exceed the upper limit of blood for this little goat boy? Lin Fan just thought it was comical and wanted to laugh. But who knew that he found that the goat's blood level had lifted slightly upwards by a knot, actually breaking through the limit value of blood that should have been there. I don't know. There's just more of it somehow. The little priest himself couldn't figure it out and joked. If this son of a goat of mine had taunting skills, I guess he could act as a superb sandbag to help me break my back. Lin Fan was a bit speechless. If the little priest kept treating this goat as a mat, maybe one day it would become the neutral creature with the most terrifying blood quantity. Little silly X. Had ha. The little priest hemmed and hawed, stroking its brain. Lambie began to scatter in place. There's something wrong with this little thing. Lin Fan felt that this goat was evil as hell. 400,000 blood was thicker than his Chilean king's blood skin. You have gained the blessing of the cursed king, plus 90% to all attributes. A black aura enveloped Lin Fan, and the values of all attributes skyrocketed. Lin Fan was secretly shocked, enjoying the little priest's curse package for the first time. This exaggerated numerical addition was simply perverse. The most crucial thing was that this soul seal of the little priest was still a primary level. If this was upgraded to a higher level, the attribute bonus would be even more outrageous. You and I are both brands of the empire long since worn out, and you are cursed, Tyrell. An ethereal voice startled, and Lin Fan gathered his mind towards the white tower. It was a woman surrounded by a silver glow, standing on a revolving wooden staircase. Her jeweled blue eyes flooded with emptiness. Her skin was like white snow. Her face was exquisite, and she wore a gorgeous to the core white light armor. She was supposed to be magnificent, a country of great splendor, and make countless imperial hombres crazy about her. But now she was more like a ghost, with her body in a translucent state, and with a single stride of her beautiful legs, she floated down into the hall. Tianyu held a bronze bow and arrow in his hand and raised it slightly stiffly, surprisingly locking it directly onto the giant patriarch. At this time, Lin Fan's mind moved, and he actually viewed the Arrow Saint's exact attributes. Legion of the Gods Arrow Saint Remnant, level 26. Domain Master Creature, HP, 20/20 million. Attack Power, 3500. Skills, Annihilation Shot. Absolute Ranging. Magic Eye Folding Mirror. Dragonslayer Arrow. It's not so bad if you don't fucking look at it, but you really feel the urge to turn around and run. Not to mention the exaggerated blood bar and attack power, but also the names of the skills on the panel. One was more scary than the other. Actually on my level? Lin Fan discovered a hint that the strength of the demons in some of the copies of God's domain would match the player's level. The higher the player's level, the stronger the battle power. The stronger the demon's value will be adjusted upwards to become stronger, which is not particularly rare. Lin Fan secretly pondered that perhaps the reason why Ecom City and the others were delayed in taking the Heavenly God Bastion was that their own level was too high and the monster attributes had become too terrifying. I'm going to miss you. Skyfeather sighed quietly. With a pinch of 2 fingers, the bronze bow erupted with lurid black light. The destructive fluctuation of magic power made Lin Fan and his duo feel suffocated, and all the sights in their line of sight all turned black. Only that one beautiful shadow lives on forever. Annihilate. Tyrell. Shoo. A cracking sound sounded, and Lin Fan dragged the little priest to hurriedly hide in the blind spot of the shooting, only to see the arrow of black light easily penetrate the giant's brow. -200. 000. An outrageous number raised, but the giant didn't fall, roaring low in delirium. T on you. I need an answer. Another silent arrow was shot out, and the amazing killing power instantly broke the giant's arm. +10. 000. +10. 000. The giant was also quite outrageous, already an undead creature in its own right. As severed limbs began to respawn and blood levels rose again, roaring angrily, he charged up again, wielding his giant stone axe to fight Skyfeather to the death. Panel attack 3,500 points. 1 arrow 200. 000. The gods play your old sister. Lin Fan couldn't help but spit out his words. Even if it was a plot mechanism decapitation, it wasn't so outrageous. But it was certain that this arrow saint would have to play out as soon as he shot him once and struck a bludgeon. The arrow saint Skyfeather flashed and moved with an incomparably dashing stance, just like an elf dancing on the tip of a sword, stepping on the giant's shoulders and firing a burst of shots at the vitals. It didn't take long to break the giant into pieces, disintegrating all of its limbs plus its head. Boss, slip away. We can't do this, big sister. Seeing this, the young pastor smiled awkwardly and was ready to leave with his goat boy in his arms. Capture the surveillance tower and gain access to the tower. As the quest progress refreshed, Lin Fan hesitated slightly and tentatively shot a flat shot towards Tianyu from 100 meters away. The soul flames in Tianyu's eyes pulsed as the spirit dodged away, saying proudly, "Ignorant undead, you have good range." Lin Fan, expressionless, once again hit a flat A. Tianyu raised one hand to hold the chaos orb, and his 5 fingers flexed to forcefully pinch and explode. Gridlock. Scorch 8,000. Scorch 8,000. The chaotic flames went out, and Tianyu had an additional stiff anger on his face. My name is Tianyu. I am the Dragon Slayer, the Empire's first arrow saint, and I can cut down endless chaotic devils from 1,000 meters away. So you dare to provoke me? Lin Fan didn't say anything and glared at the little priest to run away. The little priest turned his head and saw Lin Fan turn around in a dashing manner, stepping on the guardrail outside the White Tower and jumping 10,000 meters into the air in a single leap. Stunned, big god brother, you suicide are so handsome? As the words fell, a beastly roar rang out, and the Red Reinforcement King caught him steadily in the air. Lin Fan stood on top of the Chilean King and looked at the arrow saint in front of the White Pagoda Gate with a smile on his face, saying, "Slaying demons from 1,000 meters away? To talk about range, I'll have to teach you a lesson. You have angered the arrow saint Skyfeather. Berserk progress plus 10%. When the berserk progress reaches 100%, Tianyu's soul will be revived. Any taunt skills will be ignored after this, and you will be completely locked in by Tianyu until you die in battle." Lin Fan first frowned as he listened to the prompt, and then a bad smile suddenly appeared on his face. The woman was a raving broken woman, and he couldn't help but wonder what would happen if the honored one descended. I, Fan God, Chaos Sovereign, disdain nothing more than beating up women. Let that what's-his-name emperor come out and fight with me. Lin Fan continued to provoke. Responding to his thunderous attack, Tianyu's bronze bow emitted 7 consecutive chirps. What a fast attack speed! Lin Fan looked startled as 7 black lightning bolts rushed out of the tower, causing the entire sky to change color. MLSs! MLSs! Lin Fan almost laughed out loud. Luckily he was prepared. In advance, he made the Red Reinforcement King fly out backward 1,000 meters away, and the black lightning killed 1,000 meters when it fell out of control in a sharp downward spiral. Boom boom boom! Lin Fan's face turned green as the 7 black lightning bolts crashed down like cannonballs, hard chiseling out 700-meter-wide horrifying craters in the ground. If you were hit by an arrow, you'd be bruised and battered. You have angered the arrow saint Skyfeather. Berserk progress plus 10%. The woman in the tower let out a roar, her soul flame fluctuating violently. Really can't withstand provocation. What a simple woman. Lin Fan shook his head and muttered to himself, I hate it when people shoot me, so it's usually me who shoots others. Lin Fan said, always feeling that something was wrong. He couldn't care less, and stood outside of Skyfeather's extreme range to cast a spell, pouring a shot of Inferno Dragon into the interior of the White Tower. Tianyu's expression was cold and proud. He stood still and drew his bow in place, and with just one strike, he crushed the Inferno Dragon that could withstand multiple damage. Luckily, the Inferno Dragon was originally a pure fire elemental construct, transforming into countless chaotic fireballs and lunging towards Tianyu. As an arrow saint, Tianyu had absolute condescension, standing in the flames and letting the flames burn his body. -8,000. -8,000. Tianyu launched another attack, but how could Lin Fan who had long ago withdrawn almost 2,000 meters. Give the opportunity. This now made Lin Fan speechless. Always this arrow saint was just a wisp of residual thoughts, and his fighting style was like a rash. Standing inches away from the entrance to the White Tower, he didn't even bother to dodge his passive damage. Wait, why isn't she coming out? Does it mean she can't get out of the White Tower range at all? Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh out loud, and was worried that the other party had the ability to fly, and was even ready to use the range to fight a protracted battle. But the opposite side actually couldn't leave the range of the White Tower, so it wasn't like standing around for him to pinpoint. The corner of Lin Fan's mouth flicked up as he turned on Wind Whisperer to add attack speed, and his attack speed reached 2, 4. Raising his hand, he strikes a series of fireballs, casting a spell and then shaking it back to end the interval, replenishing it with 2 rounds of chaos spells, and finally a burst of fireballs, purely by casting skill hard 2, 4 flat ace per second, playing out close to 5 points of attack speed. In this way the output efficiency increased dramatically. In his eyes Tian Yu is a fixed target, do not need to think about other operations, as long as the attack can hit. A series of damage numbers raised up, and after just a minute of hitting a huge output that exceeded 1,000,000, Tian Yu's hate value came to 70%. To be in such good shape and to be so meaty, Lin Fan continued to mechanized zombie flat A, but the 20 million blood is really outrageous. If replaced by ordinary boss early hanging, this output can only be considered to wipe out the other side of the blood skin. In the eyes of the arrow saint Tian Yu, Lin Fan is undoubtedly the same as a bug, but the bug's annoyance is no less than that of the dragons, and every time he stings someone the damage is not high, but that insulting is pulling the whole thing. Tian Yu shot out more than 10 arrows in a row with a truly frightening power, and as a result, he couldn't even get close to the position Lin Fan was in. This was the ancient archery saint of the Light Dragon Empire, the number 1 in range. Where had she ever suffered this kind of aggravation? However, a wisp of residual thoughts of the arrow saint's limited intelligence, pure iron head of a child, but also put there to shoot endless. The key is that she also do not hide skills, have to take that surging life source zone hard resistance. See Lin Fan feel a little pity for her. The arrow saint Tian Yu's berserk value is about to reach full capacity and will have the strongest strength in a certain period of time before he was born. Please be careful to avoid the attack. Lin Fan hadn't been happy for long when the screen suddenly glowed red, and the blood-colored text began to remind him to stay as far away from Tian Yu as possible. What the hell? Could she really pop out of the White Tower range? Lin Fan was startled in his heart and didn't dare to be careless, stacking the blazing sun shield while outputting. He didn't dare to guarantee that his 10,000 odd blood, plus the 9 fiery sun shields would be able to resist Tian Yu's attack, and the fact that the ground over there at his feet was bombarded with swords was the best proof of that. Call upon my true name and bestow the harshest of sanctions upon the evil heretic. Tian Yu's blood dropped by 2 million, and her berserk progress reached the full 100%, as she softly whispered as if she was calling out for something. A golden light flashed from the top of the White Tower and instantly disappeared into Tian Yu's body. Her eyes were no longer empty, her body was no longer transparent, and her soul was reviving. Lin Fan's pupils contracted violently, close to a distance of 2 kilometers. His perspective couldn't see the mutations happening on the other side, but it was as if he saw a true god casting a shadow. It was a woman of great splendor, and in the virtual shadow, she was holding a bronze divine bow, with an arrow running through the sky. The sky was showered with blood, and one head of the dark dragons was shot and exploded, and even their bones were annihilated and devoured. Dragonslayer's arrow, Tian Yu murmured and whispered, the soul fire in his eyes calming down. Immediately, with her eyes wide open and her dashing and moving posture, she finally took out a bone arrow from her quiver. If Lin Fan had stood in front of him to inspect it, he would have been shocked that this arrow was actually a holy relic made from ground dragon teeth. Pull the bow round the moon, pneumatic mountains and rivers. A flash of black light appeared on the dragon arrow, which then rapidly expanded 2 meters in diameter, then quickly collapsed down until it turned into a bit of dark light. Tian Yu gently stroked the bronze bow, not bothering to look at the sharp arrows that were shot, and whispered, magic eye folding mirror. A small bronze mirror appeared in Tian Yu's hand, and with a single movement of his hand, the mirror turned into the shape of an eyeball and split into 2, tearing through the void to appear elsewhere. Lin Fan watched the little bit of black aura coming in. The attack speed was much slower than he had imagined. It almost felt like the attack speed of a level 1 archer hitting the ground. It's fishy. Lin Fan's heart was startled and he raised his head violently, only to see space crack open 100 meters above his head and a large magic ball appeared. The eyeball opens and closes and floats in the air, and a closer look reveals that it is not so much an eyeball as a mirror. A person's figure appeared in the mirror and Lin Fan froze for a moment. It was actually himself. Not. There's only emptiness across the mirror, so why would your own figure appear? Lin Fan immediately stood up with chilling hairs, and at the first opportunity, he drank at the Red Reinforcement King. Run! The Red Training King turned on its rush skill and carried Lin Fan as he fled in a frenzy, as if even it had a premonition that its master was going to be finished. Lin Fan instantly flew out a few hundred meters away and looked up again, only to see that the demonic eye still locked him in place, and the man in the mirror was still him. The demon's lair arrow flew slowly, as if it was a bit of glowing light, but it had unimaginable power. After flying out a few dozen meters, another magic eye appeared. The black light passed through the devil's eye and very abruptly appeared in another devil's eye, swooshing and suddenly rushing towards Lin Fan. Such a fast speed is simply too late to react. Lin Fan smiled bitterly. No. One token you to carry. I cannot top. It's. The Red Reinforcement King almost didn't cry to death, but due to the contract it had to follow, its wings vibrated and blocked in front of Lin Fan to harden against the dragon-slaying arrow. In just a single photo session, the Chilean King's legs were gone. Minus 10,000. Minus 20,000. Minus 30,000. Lin Fan was dumbstruck. No blood was seen spilling from the broken limbs of the Red Training King. Only black light was eating away at the flesh and blood substance of the Red Training King. The dragon-slaying buff appears on the head of the Red Reaper King. Effect, flesh and blood for food for 10 seconds. The incredible damage is still stacking up. Interesting. Finally I'm feeling a bit of difficulty. Lin Fan's heart tightened. The holy item Indestructible Spirit Body had just been used before and was still cooling down. Moreover, once the Red Lining King was swallowed up by the black light, then he would have to fall to his death from a high altitude as well. Lin Fan hesitated for just half a second and said in a deep voice, War Beast Space. The spatial rift opened again. This time it was a War Beast exclusive space that could force the War Beast to be stowed into it, similar to a player's stowage package. The Red Reaper King was immediately sucked in, and the Dragon Slayer buff countdown continued. But the Red Reaper King's blood loss had stopped. Lin Fan free fell in the air and was about to hit the ground. 3, 2, 1, out. The buff duration ended instantly, summoning the Red Reaper King once again. The Red Real King let out a long whistle and steadily caught him up to fly high into the air once again, while its broken lower half of its body had already recovered and its blood level was nearly half less. God's Domain is different from other online games. Even the collected war beasts have only one life, and when they die, they can only be tamed in addition. Therefore, many beast masters will be in the battle, once faced with the danger of being killed in action, will choose to put the war beast into the space, rather than hang themselves to save the war beast. After all, the player is able to resurrect themselves. Using war beasts to block negative buffs belongs to the basic operation of a good beast master, and it works wonders against some bosses that apply negative buffs. One wave after another, Tianyu once again attacked at the demon eye. Several black lightning bolts refracted continuously, locking Lin Fan once again. What the hell kind of skill is this? Lin Fan was being driven crazy. Magic Eye Folding Mirror has some sort of over-the-horizon strike ability. The two magical eyes work in conjunction with each other to act as a radar overwatch to lock him in place and hit him with an attack that exceeds his own inherent range, while at the same time the distance of the attack can be drastically shortened through refraction through mirrors. Minus 3,000. Minus 3,000. The blazing sun shield in front of Lin Fan's body quickly exploded. Unable to resist, it could only allow the Red Lining King to resist injury once again. Fortunately, this kind of perverted skill, Dragon Slayer Arrow, could not be released indefinitely, or else it would be too late to wait for the Dragon Slayer buff to disappear with the current flying altitude. Lin Fan looked towards the magic eye on his head. The bosses that were able to use props in the Divine Realm were invariably ruthless characters. This thing really scares him a million times. But, isn't this a skill he has dreamed of? Although Lin Fan now had an unrivaled range advantage, he could only output by feel after exceeding the locked sight distance, and at least half of a bunch of skills had to be wasted. And one of the hard knocks on ultra-long range is that the flight trajectory is too slow. It's fine against defenseless targets, but when it comes to targets that have already suffered or have high agility, it will give the opponent a long time to react. This is certainly a fatal flaw. However, the Magic Eye Folding Mirror, used by Tianyu, could solve this problem perfectly. How do I get this stuff? Lin Fan secretly calculated that killing a Domain Lord level boss would have a high probability of obtaining a generous amount of loot. But no one could say that he would be able to pop the demon eye out at once. After all, I've never heard of anyone having it in a previous life either. Analyzing from the skill effects, this thing was at least a legendary equipment / holy item, and even if it could be exploded, that would be a small probability. Just like the Elf Queen sculpture in his hand, it just happened to hit the 1% true drop rate attached to the title. It was never Lin Fan's style to pin his hopes on hitting the big time. Lin Fan began to switch from offense to defense, focusing all of his attention on stacking shields. For 10 consecutive minutes, Lin Fan was bombarded indiscriminately, but as long as the dragon-slaying arrow didn't come out, He was able to rely on his shield plus the red reinforcement king to resist damage. Lin Fan was busy, taking advantage of the chaos to throw skills to return fire. The output was not very efficient, but still managed to keep grinding down the boss blood. Stop pretending. It's just a strong crossbow. Hurry up and get back to normal for me. Lin Fan was very stifled by the beating and didn't believe that Tianyu could last too long at full strength. Otherwise, with a full-bodied arrow saint sitting in the heavenly god fortress, it would have been impossible for the previous life of Yikong City to take this hidden stronghold. Just as Lin Fan expected, it wasn't long before the locking effect disappeared and the magic eye folding mirror finally returned to Tianyu's hands. Berserk mode ended and Tianyu's eyes became dull once again. My turn. Lin Fan was completely rattled and grimaced as he rode the red reinforcement king to kite output once again. Thunder! Wind Whisperer! Lin Fan launched a violent output. The chaos spells in his hands poured down. 100% searing blast in 1 minute. Burning girls don't feel too good. And this time, Tianyu became much colder and less vocal. No matter how much Lin Fan taunted, there were few signs of a violent anger back. Lin Fan looked as steady as an old dog. But in his heart, he was also panicking. The Red Lining King only had less than 30,000 blood left, and was unable to block the next round of dragon-slaying arrows. He was betting that Tianyu Berserk mode wouldn't be turned on again, because Lin Fan knew that the gods wouldn't set up quests that players couldn't pass. Even if the difficulty was high, it would still have certain limitations. Chaos Chains Trigger. Double the output of real damage for 5 seconds. Coupled with the Cursed Healing, full attribute boost, Lin Fan was able to deal a rather explosive 5,000 plus damage with close to 20,000 points of burns per flat A. After 20 minutes had passed, Tianyu's 16 million blood volume was rapidly reduced to less than 3 million. Seeing that taking down the remnants of Tianyu had become a certainty, Lin Fan suddenly stopped his hand and shouted through the guild channel. How is it on your side? Female dormitory god of war, huh? Brother Deshin, you're still alive? Lin Fan heard directly, speechless. The little priest, this grandson pup, then he is still afraid of death. Let him escape, that is not hesitate at all. Early nimbly run to join with the fat man they went. Crazy, I'll beat his ants. Have you ever seen a meatball with 3 million blood? Iron cavalry, a poisonous gas basically melts when it touches someone. Luckily the female betting bastard added attributes to me. Otherwise I wouldn't be able to block it at all. Fatty, what about fans' promise not to be lazy? If you were in this labyrinth we would have already pushed across. I've figured out the last boss law. It shouldn't be too hard to pass. Well, that's good. Is Crazy Man free? Lin Fan inquired. What for? I'm the main output. Do you think I'm free? The madman replied in an ungraceful manner. These words immediately caused Fatty to be strongly dissatisfied. Opening the battle log to send out the output data. 6% output. And you're telling me about the main force? Wouldn't my 17% output be a super ace? That was a pure rubbing of the madman's face into the ground. In the copy, the madman rushed up and pinched the fat man's neck. I'm a part-time fucking commander. You're calling the shots. Jingzhou Wu Yinju, wow. Crazy brother, you still command. You've been stealing money from the mini-boss. How can we say half the loot is less after killing the boss? The madman was once again mercilessly exposed and changed the topic with a red old face. If I hadn't chosen this stupid X-hidden job, would I have to play only this much output? The madman was once again disliked by a group of people, and listening to the conversation between these people, Lin Fan could imagine how joyful this group of people were in the labyrinth. Stealing boss attribute success rate of 2%, but also often steal to temporarily increase the amount of blue. I'm a thief. No blue bar occupation. What the fuck do I take the amount of blue? The madman complained like a whiny woman. Blame me. Blame me. Now there is an honorable and great mission for you. Lin Fan cleared his throat and said, Crazy, if you're going to punk me, just say so. Nonsense. Would I screw over my own brother? Lin Fan was serious and continued. Actually, it's like this. Don't you want to find a female ticket? I suddenly realized that I don't care enough about you, so I introduced a female ticket to you. A female ticket? Are you sure? The madman instantly came to 120% of his spirit, and Fatty and the others were also surprised. This sister friend of mine is very spirited, and can still get on. Well, it can be touched. Yo, Lin Fan continued to follow the good advice. Lean in. The boss not only sends gold coins, but also sends extra girl benefits, and even runs free to touch? Shit, I want it too. I've been single for 30 years and I'm the best at moving my hands. Boss, if he doesn't want it then pick me. I'll love her. A bunch of hooligans have no shame. The sisters in our guild, stay away from them. A group of hungry wolves had begun yelling for Lin Fan to help them make arrangements. A few sister priests in the warband were not pleased, and all those who called for a sister were labeled as livestock. Don't argue, life's a big deal. You people play your copies honestly. Anyway, One less of me is no less. One more of me is no more. The madman took out his vice president's majesty to reprimand the crowd with a stern face and grinned. Righteous father, wait for me. My child will be here soon. Where's the girl? I said, where's the girl? The madman arrived at the map coordinates that Lin Fan had marked and stretched his head to the left and right, his lute eyes completely unable to hide. How about that, sister? It's right in front of the surveillance post. Please show your 18 divine stealing techniques. Lin Fan marked an exclamation mark on Tian Yu's head. My old swan. You asshole. Crazy man stretched out his head to look inside, saw the sister who was covered with wounds and a light armor was broken. He was not with hesitation to pull his legs and run. What are you running for? Stand still. The hatred is on me. She won't disobey. Lin Fan hurriedly told the bastard to stand still. Naya, is this the girl you were talking about? 20 million blood fried chicken big girl? The madman stopped very reluctantly and ripped his voice out, cursing Lin Fan for being unkind and causing him to be happy for nothing. Hurry up. Her defensive light armor was blown out by me. This is the perfect time to do it. Lin Fan urged. S-level hidden job, wonderful hand steal. Steal players will have the probability to be found. If the theft boss once failed to increase the value of hate, once the number of failures too many boss will turn to attack the thief. Even if the knight pull the taunt skill is useless. However, the good thing was that the quest hint said that once the arrow saint was in berserk mode, it would ignore any taunting skills after that, and would only be interested in him, Lin Fan. With one eye on him, Lin Fan does not believe it, even if the probability of successfully stealing the magic eye folding mirror is low again. Stealing her sister for a few days and nights, I do not believe that he cannot steal out of his fire control radar. You'd better not pit me. I see that this girl has a good figure and a nice face, but her face is a bit creepy. The madman gulped and panicked inside. Trust my judgment. Lin Fan smiled confidently. Crazy, it's better to believe you than to believe I'm Daniel Wu. But who let Lin Fan perfectly satisfied his touchable requirements? Crazy people curse and swear, but they are extremely good with their hands. Touch up with stealth on and go up and down on people. The madman quacked a strange laugh. North knows. I love you. Tian Yu was oblivious and was still struggling needlessly, continually building his bow and shooting arrows to try to shoot down Lin Laolu. Lin Fan was worried that he might accidentally hurt the madman, and had been edging up, always keeping an eye on Tian Yu's hate value towards him. Ding. Theft failed. Ding. Theft failed. Continuous burglary. A chicken feather did not touch out. The madman, some exasperated, scolded. Female big brother, you just from it. I also follow orders. Although, TSK, this hand feeling, this slap waist, TSK, this little arse, but I am a serious burglar. Listening to the strange screams of the madman drooling, Lin Fan's head was full of black lines. This sun pop said on the surface that the profession of mythical thief was garbage. But he was clearly a sand sculpture thing that was happy to be in the middle of it, with a heart and a mouth that was not the same as a heart. Well, what's the catch? Lin Fan was a bit anxious. A thief who was only level 20 or so to steal, domain master, creatures. It was indeed a bit difficult for people. Quiet. I'm working on it, the madman shouted in his serious manner. But Lin Fan heard him muttering something about these legs, this waist, this smoothness, or whatever. He, Lin Fan, didn't know much about the thieving profession and was a decent person himself, so he didn't ask much about it. In short, the madman got into the swing of things, bent on stealing, and determined to make a name for himself in the line of thieves. But to Lin Fan's secret delight, as the quest had suggested, Tian Yu's hate value towards the madman had not risen. This meant that his brother and sister could just keep getting stuck in the bug, and the lost soul of Tian Yu couldn't effectively fight back against him anyway. It's just going to be cheap for the crazy guy. Proficiency is going up so fast. Is this the charm of a super boss? The madman muttered to himself. After more than 10 minutes, the original less than 0.1% theft success rate rose to 0.2%, even if the probability is still too low, but there is always some hope. Lin Fan took advantage of the madman to study the method of fighting cap, once again reduced the boss blood bar, and finally controlled the blood level at 100,000 points, so as not to pay attention to the boss automatically back to blood. Fatty, crap, red equipment, crap, Qingfeng, OMG. First time I've seen a red defense, forbidden magic level equipment. An exclamation of surprise interrupted the duo's obscene actions. Fatty's side had finished and finally breached the boss of the Black Iron Labyrinth. At the same time, the World Channel region announcement appeared, and everyone in the war group harvested a lot of attribute points plus gold coins. Lin Fan and the madman were both startled and shouted in unison. Send it out for a look? Ancient Knight's Shield of the God of Heaven. Quality, Forbidden Demon. Grade, 10. Profession, Knight. Defense, 500 points. Life value, 2000 points. Effect, full defense. Attack power weakened by 80% for 10 seconds. Gain 70% damage reduction. Cooldown 1 minute. Set activates awakening skill, Knight's Resolve. Effect, resists all attacks for 3 seconds and returns 40% of the total damage of the attack to the opponent. Cooldown 30 seconds. The panel value is comparable to a level 25 legendary shield, and it comes with significant damage reduction plus counter damage. The madman was shocked and couldn't believe that this was an attribute that a level 10 equipment should have. It's indeed a rare and superb piece of equipment. I just don't know if the set is good enough to paint. Lin Fan nodded without being too surprised. The Forbidden Demon class was the strongest equipment in the Divine Realm and possessed very powerful special effects. It's common to see level 50 plus ruthless people in the late game with level 10 to 20 forbidden magic suits, but still able to stab a copy through the head. There is no doubt that this equipment will be taken out to sell by the god Ho Coaxing, especially set attribute anti-injury effect, is simply his kind of super high burst DPS nemesis. Robin Wu, Qingzhou, Woken Ah, how nice it would be if I were a knight. Divine Iron Knight, you don't say. You really don't say. As the first knight, I'm sorry boobies. The guild channel was filled with Iron Riders YD to the max laughter, and everyone shouted in the channel to show their disdain and contempt. Fatty, the stuff is in my hands. How to distribute it, brother Fan, you decide yourself. I don't care about this. The man, Iron Rider, is highly skilled, but often says demoralizing things and is always ready to part with the first man. But no one would deny that this one was strong and claimed to be the first knight of the guild. Copy opening. Preferential treatment of sandbags. This is a part of the Chinese online game culture. Most of the exploding equipment within the copy would prioritize the knight player, but Fatty just didn't trust him, so he threw the burden to Lin Fan. Still retiring? Iron Rider. Lin Fan said with a smile. No, I didn't. I'm not rushing to the front. Taking a beating against poison? The Iron Rider laughed awkwardly. If he didn't want to see Fatty fooling around, he was close to kneeling down for Fatty in the copy. He wasn't stupid as long as he got this equipment. At this stage he was the strongest knight in the god's domain. This was not an exaggeration at all. Fatty turned around and organized an offline contract and sent it to him, then stuffed to the Iron Rider. Lin Fan smiled faintly. You mean, sell out? Ha, Iron Rider was dumbfounded. Ha ha ha, okay, let's set $1 billion for the breach of contract. If you dare to defect I'll fucking sue you to death directly. Fatty couldn't help but laugh maniacally, calling this move brilliant. Although there was no king's law in the Divine Realm world, the laws in reality could not constrain player behavior. But another offline contract exists that's different, and the player is still required to make restitution in the event that a violation is substantiated. Sign, sign, sign. I'll die in the guild later, okay, blah blah. Iron Rider is going crazy. God's domain first forbidden magic suit holder. That shall not put the other Iron Bean envy half dead. Signing a contract counts for nothing. Moreover, the Iron Horseman was very shrewd, and there was no retreat for the people of the Godslayer Guild. After all, the president was not doing anything on the Stronghold War. As soon as he dared to withdraw from the guild he would immediately be targeted as a son by guilds such as Dragon Trace and Heaven's Best. After the battle group side finished fighting the Black Iron Labyrinth, one by one, they all thought about bursting the forbidden magic clothes and immediately went deeper towards the Bronze Labyrinth. However, the big drop was that a warband of close to 60 people hadn't even fought a level 20 janitorial elite monster. After several consecutive attempts or so, Lin Fan told them to go offline and rest first, while he and the madman continued to do great things. I want the forbidden magic suit too. Come on, North Nose, love me again. Even that fool Iron Rider had gotten his hands on extreme equipment, and Crazy Man was now very red-eyed and continued to go up and down on Arrow Saint. Ding! Theft successful. The madman froze. Hundreds of attempts actually did become one. You have gained an infernal grade soul seal. Crazy Brain dead. Soul mark? Wogan. The fun is over. I touched the treasure. The madman exclaimed as a soul seal that looked like a human finger appeared in his hand. So outrageous. Lin Fan was stunned and dumbfounded. This boss could still have its soul mark stolen? And it came up as a rare Yingling class human soul seal, on the same level as the female bedchamber war god soul seal? The madman posted the attributes on the channel. Ancient Thief God's Finger, Spirit Level. Passive Skill 1, gain 50 additional points of toxin damage per second for each boss kill engaged. Primary Proficiency 0/3000. Comment from the gods, poisoning, right? The traitor seeks death. Passive Skill 2, when attempting to pick locks, steal, poison, or other thief genre behaviors fails, the next success rate will be doubled. Primary Proficiency 0 out of 1000. Comment from the gods, I hate human thieves. The two were instantly petrified. Why did this soul seal feel so obscene? It seemed that the gods also had a deep hatred for thief players, and deserved that thieves belonged to the discarded sewer profession. I have to say, this is your exclusive soul seal. It's nasty and obscene enough. Lin Fan gave a serious nod of approval. Crazy, woken ah. Don't want to admit it, but you're damn right it's true. God-stealing profession with God-stealing finger. This is like a tiger with wings. Aircraft carrier with electromagnetic cannon. Lin Fan sked. Yingling level soul seal is perverted. Especially the first toxin damage. Kill a few thousand bosses, that additional toxin damage is not heavenly. Of course, where to find so many bosses to kill is also a problem. And it's not easy to get your soul mark up to high level. So, this belongs to me? The madman scratched his head in embarrassment. What do you say? Tai Zi is righteous enough. The madman laughed, knowing that if he hadn't met Lin Fan, he wouldn't have stumbled upon such a good thing. It was not an exaggeration at all to say that a soul seal of this level would start at least 100,000 gold coins when it was taken out for auction. Such an expensive props in other guilds encountered. In the ownership of the right to wrestle half a day, may also be torn because of this face into hatred. Crazy mouth does not say in the heart door clear. Just from this point it is not difficult to judge. Lin Fan, this kid is not an ordinary person. This broad-mindedness, at least he is not comparable. What are you waiting for? Keep going. Lin Fan urged. Crazy, well, I fucking today not to this girl little skirt touch out. I'm not surnamed Crazy. The two were so excited that they were the only ones tossing and turning when everyone else went offline. Ding. Theft failed. Ding. Theft failed. However, even with the soul seal, the success rate had increased from 0.5% to 1%, but the number of successful hits was still ridiculously low. Lin Fan also did not expect this touch to pass 10 hours. Both brothers were almost half dead from exhaustion. Not physical exhaustion but mental exhaustion. Thou wilt not let thee have thy way. Curmudgeon, thou art the first archer of the empire, and thy name shall live forever in the blue skies of the empire. The two lewd men are still taunted by the Arrow Saint from time to time, even if the equipment on this Arrow Saint's body is all smashed by Lin Fan, revealing a titillating torso with snow-white skin. However, their minds were not on this at all, and they only wanted to squeeze out the last bit of residual value from this boss. Crap, I've been sleeping and you two are still playing on the fort? Fatty teased, taking his sister from the guild out to brush up on her quests. You shut the fuck up. The madman cursed with a tired face. He hadn't touched the gold coins for most of the day, but the magic eye folding mirror that Lin Fan had said was still nowhere to be seen. This was an insult to his name of the Saint of Thieves. Give me another hour. I will definitely touch her all over. The madman was furious and his old face was a little embarrassed. Got to try a couple of times in the end. Maybe it's that thing that just won't steal. Lin Fan sighed. It was a waste of time to spend time like this. Not to mention that as the time for the stronghold auction approached, there were quite a few guild bosses chatting privately with him asking for specifics. 5 minutes. If you can't do it, you take the stuff and go to the auction first. I'll destroy her. Lin Fan lost his patience and his killing intent rose. The madman wailed. Good. Give the woman another chance to come clean. A minute passed. 3 minutes passed. For the last time, you're damn well going to pull the mirror out for me. The madman lost his mind and went completely insane. Riveting with all his might, he pulled out his hand back. Ding! The theft was successful. In the next second, a pair of mirrored earrings appeared in the madman's hands. Woken, you can finally pull it. My great northern nose, the madman yelled in a frenzy, jumping up and down with the jewelry in his hands in excitement. Lin Fan's scalp was numb, and he was about to give up, but he couldn't help but quip. You kid is really good. Level 25 forbidden jewelry. Is it worth 100 million? The madman said proudly, not even looking at the attributes and directly sending it to Lin Fan's mailbox. You will be cursed. Prepare for the wrath of the God Emperor. Tian Yu's soul fire began to tremble violently. As if sensing the loss of his most cherished item, 2 lines of teardrops slid down the corners of his eyes. This seemed to see the madman in the heart, and then on the hand and a touch. Comfort, how to cry. And what good things. Big sister and then reward a chant? Lin Fan decisively opened his mailbox, not caring about the boss who beeped endlessly. A token of love from the God Emperor. Quality, Forbidden Demon. Grade, 25. Occupation, Long-Range Occupation. Effect 1, Magic Eye Lock. Project the target in the mirror beyond a certain range of its own range, gaining the locking effect of an attack beyond sight. The effect lasts for 2 minutes with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Effect 2, Folding Mirror Traversal. Utilizes the common logic of 2 Magic Eye spatial mesh lanes to shorten the ballistic flight distance by 5 times. The effect lasts for 2 minutes, with a 5-minute cooldown. Effect 3, when equipping this trinket, the player's killing power against dragon-blooded units is increased by 100%, with no cooldown on the passive. Not a single panel attribute is added, and the specific effect is outrageously excessive. Lin Fan drew in his cool breath, truly shocked by the effect of the earrings. All along he had mistakenly thought that Magic Eye Folding Mirror was a single skill, but in fact it was 2. And before, Tianyu had used the 2 skills in tandem, which had almost caused him to turn over in the gutter. Lin Fan was ecstatic inside. As a man, he knew he was very lone, but there had always been a historical problem. That is, he didn't shoot accurately enough. Obviously this is a persistent problem that is difficult to eradicate. Now with Magic Eye, plus Folding Mirror, Sightlock plus Ballistic Acceleration, the persistent problem has been cured. This 200% bonus effect on the damage of dragon blood units undoubtedly allows Lin Fan to see a glimmer of hope for slaying dragons and pulling out their teeth. You will be spurned by the entire Light Dragon Empire, and countless Yingling warriors will inflict eternal curses on you. Tianyu angrily rebuked. Then I thank you. Yo! Lin Fan rolled his eyes. A wisp of residual thoughts twittered without stopping. This bitch just now but almost even killed his baby one. The revenge of abusing the pet had to be avenged. He will not move any compassion. Well, I shouldn't really be able to touch it this time. The madman sat down in exhaustion and went into sage mode. Lin Fan put on the Divine Emperor's earrings and summoned the 2 magic eyes, the corners of his mouth rising as he quickly comprehended the exact usage. A shot of Inferno Dragon blasted out at the Devil's Eye, which instantly burrowed into the mirror and appeared near the White Tower in the next second, with a trajectory that was way faster than before. Without any suspense, the remnants of Tianyu, who was low on blood, were wiped out. When a Domain Lord level boss was killed, it deserved to explode a huge pile of loot. As a result, the remnants exploded and very reluctantly crumbled out a couple of dimes. How many times have you stolen from people? Is there such a thing as wool gathering? Lin Fan couldn't help but spit. The madman giggled cheaply. Not much, just a few dozen gold coins. The rest is just miscellaneous stuff. Lin Fan was speechless, said it was sundries this guy but covered it tightly. Surely all are some good things. Otherwise with the personality of the madman early threw on the ground. You have gained permission to monitor the post. Progress in acquiring access to Celestial God's Fortress January 6th. The level of the Godslayer Guild has been upgraded from E to D, and the guild's population cap has been raised. Consume 5,000 gold coins and 50,000 reputation values to repair the surveillance post, and you will gain special skills. Do you choose to repair it? The prompt goes off. And of course, you choose to repair it. You have gained the special skill, Heavenly God's Vision. President's exclusive skill, Divine Vision. Effect, the divine domain is under the control of the gods. Being within the range of a surveillance post consumes 200 blue points per second to gain a view of the explored map. Leaving the range of the post to use this skill boosts blue consumption by 10 times. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. This skill was a bit interesting. Being able to observe the main quest passing through any field of vision. It was like having a satellite positioning system. Casually tapping on the area in the mini-map where the city of Air was located, a split screen appeared in front of him, and a bird's eye view of Air appeared in the image. MP200. MP200. As the field of view pulls in, the streets and alleys of the city of Air are visible. The most exaggerated is to pull in close to the limit of the field of view. You can see the hair on the body of the NPC/player, the details of their looks. Such an exaggerated resolution, don't be too intimidating. Peeping Tom's divine technique. Lin Fan looked shocked and looked up at the madman who was rummaging through the box. I wonder how many heartless things this guy can do if he gets his hands on this skill. Luckily, the thief player didn't have a blue bar, so even if he was given the presidency, he could only stare. This Heavenly Gods Legion really isn't an ordinary NPC organization. This hovering island floated at the junction of the 2 empires, and once the 2 armies went to war, all the strategic movements of both the Light Dragon Empire and the opposing Dark Dragon Empire would all be insight by the surveillance posts. This was just like having perspective on. No wonder the Heavenly God Legion was able to win the battle in the face of a dozen or so dark dragons surrounding them. However, the strange thing is who actually breached this island, and who sealed the Celestial God Fortress underground? Lin Fan pulled back his Heavenly God vision and looked down on the entire island, realizing that most of the buildings on the island had collapsed, and the area where the White Tower was located was still relatively intact. The end area of the island was covered with dense giant craters, as if they had been gnawed by termites, and only a small amount of rubble and debris remained from the complex above. The danger ahead is abnormal. Please raise your level to level 30 before exploring. Lin Fan intended to go deeper into the Heavenly God Fortress. However, many areas had level restrictions, so he had no choice but to return to the land of the Crouching Dragon first. Brother Fan Chiziua, that bitch is asking about selling the stronghold. She wants to pay a high price to take our main stronghold. Fatty came over and said, tell her to go back and wash her hands of it. Oh, Fatty answered. Lin Fan shook his head in dismay. This woman really wanted to be beautiful. Not to mention that the stronghold was not for sale. The key, both sides hated each other to death. Where did she get the courage to buy the land of the Crouching Dragon? She said that you toad wants to eat swan meat and told you to go to hell. How do I reply? Fatty asked in a naive manner. Holy shit, dude, you're so good at this. You'll go back when I tell you to. Ha? Lin Fan's face instantly went black. The fat man smiled deviously and raised his eyebrows. It's fine. Even if you are a toad in my eyes. It's a handsome be-toad. Get out. Lin Fan couldn't help but curse and casually handed the 4 stronghold vouchers to Fatty, telling him to go with the madman to the auction. Large towns and cities have player-specific auction houses. All players entering the auction house will automatically be anonymous. The details of the equipment blurred, so as to avoid conflicts of interest between each other out of town on the murder of goods. It feels good to harbor a dozen small goals. Why don't we call Iron Rider and we'll run away together? So much money to buy a resort for fun. Fatty too hemmed and hawed. Lin Fan was too lazy to bother with the two of them. Raising his strength/level was urgent. There was still an abyssal level copy clue on his body, so he planned to go to Purple Cloud City to finish the quest first. Shit, super big red name appeared. Everyone get him. Do you have eyes? You dare to mess with that person? Ekong City will have to walk around this guy. Red name dares to teleport inside the city. It's too raw. Lin Fan teleported to E City through the guide and instantly caused a commotion. A few players were still planning to explode his equipment, but were hurriedly stopped by their fellow teammates. After shocking the 8 directions on the first battlefield, there were only a handful of players who dared to take the initiative to find trouble with Lin Fan now. The patrolling guards of the City of Air caught wind of the situation, and more than a dozen NPC guards stopped him. Stop! Take him! A group of players rushed up to see what was going on. A big red name dared to wander blindly in the city of E. Lin Fan was considered the first person. Ugh! The disguise LD expired. Lin Fan frowned and muttered to himself. Otherwise he didn't want to be so conspicuous. As strong as a player is, I don't believe he won't be caught with so many guards. How about we take advantage of the chaos and sneak up on him? Kill him once, and then we'll make a big fucking profit and retire from the tour? A dozen or so of the same Union players got the wrong idea. The Triple Crown King has 3 pieces of legendary clothing known to all. Each piece of equipment is worth 10 million to start with. Kill him that is not motorcycle into the Cullinan. However, in the next second, Lin Fan leapt forward in the face of the patrolling guards, followed by a beastly roar, and the crowd present was in an uproar. Level 30 Elite War Beast. Holy shit. I didn't realize this mount was so big when I was watching the livestream. What a strong aura. The sound of war drums rang out. The chaos hexagram shone in front of Lin Fan, and the Yen Dragon slammed into a group of guards to strongly send them flying. The Red Training King opened his mouth and spewed out fire snakes. The flames filled the sky and burned the many guards wailing. Lin Fan stepped on the Red Reinforcement King to take off into the air, and with his hands, the ground shook and surrounded the guards. In the next instant, he turned into a stream of light and quickly disappeared in front of the crowd. It's too ruthless. It's simply too damn ruthless. A group of guards with over 100,000 blood don't even have room to fight back. This is the terror of a divine realm Dharma god. Who on earth can stop him? Ekong City can't. How about Jianzhan Shiguan comes? The crowd was shocked. No wonder as strong as Yakancheng had to be killed by the explosion. Who can match this kind of strength at this stage? Stop right up ahead. After a while, Lin Fan appeared outside of Purple Cloud City, and the Dragon Maiden icon flashed in the quest list, indicating that the quest clue was not far from here. Abyssal level difficulty copy, the Lost Kingdom of Frost Dragon Ruins. It was a hilly area, and the ground was filled with contaminated Morden flowers, which poisoned players and caused them to lose blood when they touched them. How would he know? Because number 1 had just landed. The blood was dropping wildly. The lizard's mouth was swollen several times, and the mold looked like a dog with wings. Lin Fan put the Red Training King into the War Beast's face. A devil tendril's flower exploded, and Lin Fan was nearly smoked over by a necrotic stench. -500. -500. The blood level couldn't stop dropping wildly, and the toxin ignored the shield, directly affecting the player himself. Enchanted Goblin, level 30. HP, 20,000/20,000. Attack power, 400. Skills, Poison Sting, Carnival Inspiration, Flurry of Shots. Soon a bunch of little things wowed and freaked out and killed from the surrounding grass. These little monsters resembled kobolds, but were smaller than kobolds, with extraordinarily long and thin fingers and limbs, and were equipped with small cannons and crossbows half a meter long and short. Goblins in the world of God's domain belongs to the neutral species, similar to the orcs, elves and other groups, with a certain degree of industrial technology. Very interesting and strange kind of existence. I pilled. I'm not going to have to kneel here. Lin Fan laughed bitterly as he kicked a landmine and the devil's tendril flower continued to blow up. Wooga! The goblin monster called for a charge. Standing tall and shooting, Lin Fan was speechless. This bunch of dwarfs had a low hit rate with their flurry of shots, but it was just annoying to hear the chattering. Seeing that there wasn't much blood, Lin Fan adopted a straightforward strategy, throwing out chaos spells in a frenzy. Minus 1,300. Strike minus 2,600. Minus 4,900. A burst of output lifted the blood level up quickly by drawing blood, hardening the path up the mountain. Chaos spells were ordered to level 7 by him, and water elemental 7% trait range was pulled full. Lin Fan brushed his way upwards and stopped outside a cave halfway up the mountain. Wooga! Wooga! Intruder! Intruder detected! Before Lin Fan could slow down, another large group of goblins appeared, numbering in the thousands, looking at him with dense phobia. These little things were only neutral creatures, but seemed to be hostile to outsiders, and rushed out carrying long guns. The king of Wooga is calling, kill! Lin Fan was just about to release the Inferno Dragon to brush the monsters when he suddenly froze his entire body. Only one player painted himself with the same green skin as the goblins and shouted along with the goblins. He was almost naked, carrying a mini magic cannon to rush over to fight Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked at the player with wide eyes. Even though he was well informed, he was confused. Nima, playing cosplay? Lin Fan froze for half a second and mounted the Red Reinforcement King and flew into the air to avoid the goblins gathering fire. Wooga! The gang of goblin boys all danced with excitement when they saw their enemies being driven away. Lin Fan reconfirmed that the guy dancing hotly after the goblins was indeed a player. Lin Fan sighed. If it's not that I'm blind, then it must be that the world is wrong. A big old man dyed his entire body green, wearing just a white pantsuit on his body, making a very exaggerated expression. A strange sight that was not often seen even in the God's domain world, where there was a lot of talent. Are you a player? The goblins were stupid, and Lin Fan shrugged his shoulders helplessly. Shame. At this point, the big man's shame was shattered. Night Zero, quiet. This is a friend of my clan. No one can hurt him. As soon as the words fell, the goblin boys all quieted down, tilting their heads to look at the goblin boss adoringly, like a kindergarten doll looking at the teacher's expression. Night Zero, I, the most powerful Woogie apostle of the goblin clan, command you to get back to work. Lin Fan sniffed a little confused, only to see that the huge number of goblin boys were really obedient, while wowed endlessly, like a tidal wave retreating back into the hole in the ground. You can command them? Lin Fan was astonished. This engine was only level 10, yet he was able to make a group of level 30 goblins obey orders. This was not something any player could do. I'm not talented. I'm just the temporary boss of these little guys. Night Zero laughed in embarrassment. Lin Fan looked the other person up and down. This kid wore a pair of goblin industrial style glasses, and the color on his skin was not dyed, but rather a dense greenish magic pattern, which looked rather bizarre. If it weren't for the long, big goblin nose, he could have easily been mistaken for a goblin leader otherwise. Say, what are you doing here? Lin Fan retrieved the Red Reinforcement King, not understanding how a level 10 newcomer could have appeared near Purple Cloud City. The monsters here are generally above level 30, and level 10 players will have to kneel down if they casually step on a magic totem flower, and those who run the map would not dare to be so flirty. Don't mention it, brother. Night Zero smiled a bitter smile at his words and said, I fell into a teleportation array just after leaving the novice village, and when I landed, I accidentally stomped on their boss, and as a result, I got the strange hidden position of Apostle of the King of Wooga. Awesome. Lin Fan wanted to laugh, but looking at how miserable Night Zero was, he forced himself to hold it back. There were so many hidden professions in the divine realm that even Lin Fan couldn't know them all. However, he had heard of the Wooga that the goblins were talking about, and it was set up as a god that the goblins believed in, possessing unimaginable power to create things. This maker trait is so screwed up that it boils down to two words. It's all in TMD's imagination. Faith in the god Wooga, if fervent enough, can allow goblin engineers to build powerful magical firearms out of the junkiest of materials. According to Night Zero, he would have been able to escape from here after he became the goblin boss. However, as a mechanical engineering student himself, he was very interested in the WOG creation talent, and willingly stayed in the crypt to do deep research on known technology. This magical turret before him was one of his masterpieces. I said, how this thing looks like an Italian cannon. Lin Fan was dismayed. Night Zero nervously scratched his head. Jen, or you know what you're talking about. Italian 75mm gun 1:4 replica. Lin Fan sniffed and became interested, checking the attributes of the magic turret. Goblin technology, magic cannon. Quality, heroic. HP, 5000/5000. Attack power, 2000. Range, 120 meters. Attack speed, 0.5. Magic cannonball, 200/3000. Effect, splash. Crush. Armor break. Wipe. This attribute is fierce. It's much stronger than a normal subweapon magic crossbow. Lin Fan was secretly astonished. God's domain is able to use magic crossbows and arrows, magic scrolls, etc. to act as secondary weapons after level 30, and the power can be large or small, depending on the crafting process and grade. But compared to this cannon in front of us, all magic crossbows had to be thrown to the ground. It only needed to be recharged with a magic infusion, consuming 100 points of magic energy per shell, saving even the money to buy enchanted arrows. The attack speed is low, but you can't afford to exaggerate the attack power. If this thing can set up 100 or 80 sets of racks in front of the stronghold, people will die. God will also have to fall. This way please, I'll show you around my manufacturing plant. It's not that I'm saying this, once I come out, it'll definitely cause the entire Divine Realm world to shake. That whatever Triple Crown King is a younger brother. Perhaps it was because he hadn't seen another player in a long time. Knight Zero boasted with his hands, looking very talkative and enthusiastic. That's. Lin Fan echoed with a smile. This kid shouldn't pay much attention to the World Channel, and was even less interested in any stronghold battles. He didn't recognize himself. You found the Goblin factory. Not 2 minutes into the walk towards the cavern, the scene in front of him opened up and a sizable goblin city came into view. As far as the eye could see, a line of volcanic lava ran through the Goblin factory, with all sorts of oddly shaped goblin creations arranged in irregular rows. Tens of thousands of goblins were not considered orderly, busy transporting ores or forging artifacts with magic energy welding guns. He's dead. The reason why it's not considered orderly is because production accidents happen all the time. Lin Fan watched as a goblin lost his footing and fell into the hot lava, burning to ashes in the twinkling of an eye, who drew hordes of goblins around him to start cheering and celebrating. Knight Zero, it's okay, no need to be sad. Dead gnomes will soon grow out of the ground. Do you see the word worry written on my face? Lin Fan was a bit helpless and froze for a while. Wait, grow in the ground? That's what you don't understand. Gnomes are essentially intelligent plants. Knight Zero had a smug look on his face. He had been observing these little things for a long time. Dead gnomes will turn into spores rooted in the soil, and they will grow out in less than 3 days after they land. And one dead one will split out more than a dozen of them. And so bizarre? Lin Fan really opened his eyes. A weak neutral creature like a goblin was something that almost no one would pay attention to, and he was no exception. Knight Zero, influenced by the power of WoG. Newborn goblins may become main battle soldiers, goblin engineers, and some unlucky ones are even born as rations and so on, mainly metamorphosing according to the needs of the entire community. But lately a big chunk of the newborn goblins get magically transformed into gargoyles, which is annoying, Knight Zero said with some concern. Just now he was running to exterminate the demonized goblins and rushed out, not admitting that he would bump into Lin Fan outside. Lin Fan thought to himself that it was true. A goblin could split a dozen or more just by dying. This would not scare people to death if they let this bunch of gadgets keep committing suicide and engaging in unlimited splitting. Besides, the best thing about goblins is not only their sheer numbers, but also their ability to assemble/create magical firearms. If this is massed up, it's the Imperial Army that won't be able to stop it. Roar! At that moment, a dull roar came from underground. The ground magma began to boil. A cold air gushed out from the cracks in the ground. Wherever it went, the goblins were frozen and instantly became an ice sculpture, scaring a large number of goblins into fleeing in all directions. Night Spirit's face changed. It can't be that ghostly thing running out, right? Little ones, push out my great killing weapon. Wooga! A group of goblins heard the order and pushed out a big guy from a shed made of broken brass and iron. Technical men are just invincible. Brothers, you're fucking talented. Lin Fan couldn't help but praise at the sight. The great killing weapon that Knight Zero was talking about. That fucking turned out to be a tank. Or a magic tank. At the same time, the Abyss copy icon flashed rapidly, and a crack appeared a few hundred meters away, from which the cold and gloomy air was constantly drifting out. Underneath this goblin factory is where the Frost Dragon Kingdom copy is located? Lin Fan gazed to himself. Not long after, a dozen or so humanoid creatures that were 3 meters tall and covered in white lindens appeared. A hybrid dragon race? Lin Fan's heart tightened. Frost Dragon Breed Guards, level 30, HP, 120, 000, attack power, 700. Skills, elementary frost magic, elementary battle techniques. These little monsters had ridiculously thick blood, had a miserable white human face, but it was full of fangs, and held various weapons in their hands, with a very primitive and animalistic nature. Since it was a mixed-blooded little dragon man, Lin Fan's mind had to conjure up that incongruous image again. How the hell do these things breed? One is so big and one is so small. The setting clearly doesn't make sense. Go, get in the car and blast them. Knight Zero was in high spirits. Obviously not the first time he had dealt with a hybrid dragon race, and after jumping onto the magic tank, He lifted the ragged hatch and invited Lin Fan up. Goblin Tech 1 Magic Tank. Player Night Zero creates. Quality, Heroic. HP, 500. 000. Attack power, depends on the power of the magic cannon. Terrifying as hell. 500,000 blood. How the hell was this built? Lin Fan's back was chilled. This Iron King's bastard was even thicker than his Chilean king. Lin Fan drilled into the hatch with a skeptical attitude. The interior of the magic tank was very rough. One could even say that it was simple to the point of being speechless. Just a steering wheel, and brakes and other simple devices. Lin Fan subconsciously looked up, realized something was wrong, frowned and asked, "You don't seem to have a gun barrel on this tank? Up for you. Watch this." With a smug grin, Night Zero burrowed out of the command room and yelled at the crowd of goblins. "Whoa ga! Whoa ga!" The tens of thousands of goblins then followed in unison with a demonic cry. In the course of a single glance, dozens of goblin boys were decapitated by the frost dragon guards, but the heads that fell on the ground were still screaming. Lin Fan's face changed as thousands of red lights began to converge towards Night Zero's body, and the demonic patterns on his body surface glowed greatly. At this moment he seemed to possess some sort of divine energy. A power of faith was added to his body, and Night Zero grinned. Why a synthesis? Lin Fan was dumbfounded at the sight. The magic energy cannon that Night Zero had pushed earlier split apart on its own, and then the barrel portion began to fuse with the magic energy tank. Soon a mini-tank destroyer appeared. I seek. This is completely illogical. Lin Fan muttered to himself in disbelief. This kind of goblin technology was also too bizarre. Neither scientific nor unscientific, let alone conforming to the laws of magical creation. It's just a bunch of yelling and screaming, and it's a done deal? Legend has it that on the day of the opening of the hardcore mode, a mysterious creator used his own strength to build the Eternal City Wall to guard China, and beheaded the endless heavenly devils besieging the Void Rift, which at one time was treated by the trialists as a miracle of the descent of the gods. Lin Fan was shocked in his heart. This scene made him think of this legend. Although he was defeated in the end, and the defense line was still breached, he also caused the heavenly demon vanguard to suffer heavy losses, and gained a few months of time for the many trialists to become stronger. Could it be him? Lin Fan was greatly shocked. There weren't few maker professions in the gods' domain, such as empire builder, magic artifact forging professions, boundary maker, and so on, but they were nowhere near as mysterious and bizarre as this, Wuga Apostle. The material of this magic tank was similar to the fine iron obtained from disassembling the green suit, actually blended together into a lump of iron. But in Night Zero's hands, he turned corruption into magic, and created a hero-grade magic weapon out of thin air. It's not entirely inconsistent with basic logic, can be the very essence of the power of WoW. Sit tight, brother is going wild, Night Zero exuberantly shouted, his eyes flashing with madness, and he actually bore some resemblance to the Goblin Kid. With a kick of floor gas, the magic tank rushed out, and Lin Fan was left with the words in his heart. Crap, so fast. Boom! Under the loud noise, a red magic cannonball blasted out, and a small dragon man was unfortunately hit head-on, its body being blasted out dozens of meters away by the cannonball. Armor break, 2000. Crush 1000. Wow. The magic projectile splash damage takes effect, and the magic energy shards spew and begin to split the kill. Another large string of damage values appearing. 3 consecutive cannons blasted out. A dozen or so dragon blood guards were blasted to pieces, but in fact did not cause too much damage. Always 120,000 blood there. It's a pity that it's just that the cannon is a little less powerful. Lin Fan thought to himself. Recharging in progress. Recharging in progress. Under Night Zero's command, a group of goblin boys rushed up to stall for time while he continued to inject magic power into the magic energy cannons. However, facing the powerful dragon blood guards, in the blink of an eye, hundreds of goblins turned into ice sculptures. It was not a level of killing at all. Why did you brush out so many guards today? Usually there's only 1 or 2 that fall out, Night Zero said in disbelief. Lin Fan turned his head to the side in slight embarrassment. No doubt this had something to do with the fact that he had opened the Abyssal Quest. Night Zero, who didn't have any blue boosting equipment on him, was far ahead of mages of his level in terms of blue cap, but even if they drained their magic, they had only been able to recharge their magic cannons for 15 rounds. Continuous magic cannonballs bombarded. The entire crypt gusted and trembled violently. Even after hitting 10 cannonballs in a row, it merely reduced the 4 guards to half-blood. Haha, Night Zero didn't die. Poking his head out with a strange cry, a gust of engine roar sounded, and Lin Fan was stunned as a dozen or so large goblins rushed out of the cave not far away. Goblin Techno Buster, level 30, HP, 50,000, attack power, 400, skills, militant, Goblin Tech application, devouring one's own kind. This group of large gnomes had a motocross bike in their hands, dressed up in a wild punk style, and Lin Fan gawked and muttered to himself, "It's getting more and more outrageous. Riding a gnome motorcycle guy. You made this outfit up, didn't you?" Lin Fan glanced at Night Zero with a black line on his face. The individual goblin technique buster still had a pair of pink rabbit ears on his head. His personal bad taste was a little too strong. Night Zero, ahem, idle. The goblin skill buster rode his motorcycle at a breakneck speed, juggling a team of dragon-blooded guards with a random flurry of unscientific blue flaming gatlings in his hands. It actually beat the dragon blood servant, whose numerical panel far exceeded its own. Backward. Night Zero hemmed and hawed. When the population of my Nightland Goblin clan grows to 100,000, I'll also be able to grow goblin big onlys. And that thing is much stronger than a technobuster. What a skillful bully. Big only man. Lin Fan was already powerless to spit, thinking to himself that he was still a little less knowledgeable. Kill! Night Zero roared, and countless goblins responded to the call and unleashed the goblin sea tactics. Seeing that he was about to wipe out the dragon blood guards, the beastly roar that came from earlier resounded once again, and a dragon warrior with a pair of horns stepped out from the rift. Dragonborn Forbidden Army Chief, level 30, elite level creatures, HP, 1. 3 million, attack power, 1100, skills, permafrost slash, domination, bloodthirsty bludgeon. The dragon warrior held a long-handled battle sword in a powerful manner, rushing out of the rift casually waving his battle sword. Several fan-shaped blade cut out. Pieces of goblins like cutting wheat were cut off at the waist. The goblin boys died and were heavily injured. It's this damn thing that killed half my workforce last time before I barely repelled it. Night Zero's face was grave as a few more dragon blood guards appeared after him. Night Zero looked back at Lin Fan and said, "The situation has changed. I feel that this time it's more than likely that it's going to be a disaster. If you hang up with a red name you'll lose a lot of stuff, right? I'll send a few goblin skillbots to escort you back to the city? No need. This little boss should be coming at me." Lin Fan bashfully shook his head and pointed at the magic energy tank observation port and said, "Can you use your WoW power creation to open a firing port for me? Are you sure? This level 30 elite boss is so strong that it's invincible. The output of just the two of us is completely insufficient." Night Zero said in disbelief. "It's fine. You control the tank movement. I'll hit the output." Lin Fan laughed lightly. Night Zero hesitated for a moment, but chose to do as he was told. And soon a firing port was generated. Not too big, not too small, just big enough to stick the staff out of. Lin Fan's old face was a little hot, and he stuffed the Holy Realm power staff in. It feels like there is a kind of unspeakable obscenity. First, or try the effect. A burning stick protruded from the magic energy tank, and even the Dragonblood boss's face changed a bit more in this scene. Oddness mixed with scorn. A bunch of vile and nasty inferior creatures. How dare they disturb the peace of my dragon race? The Dragonblood boss flexed its feet, and in the next second swept over the top of the goblin's head like a cannonball, raising its greatsword to slash at the magic energy tank. Cold weapons fighting tanks. You want to fart eat. Lin Fan was amused by this scene. The boss slashed out 8,000 points of enchanted damage, but this wasn't a big deal for a magic energy tank with 500,000 blood. Good. Stop. Lin Fan commanded Night Zero to adjust his angle. Target locked. And the earthly cannon activated. Pust. The chaos hexagon lit up and a shot of Inferno Dragon dislike face hit the Dragonblood boss. -1,600. -4,780. -4,780. The exaggerated damage value made Night Zero a bit confused. I say Ren, is the gunner you or me? And this damage is even higher than my Italian cannon damage? Lin Fan smiled and didn't say anything. With the protection of the magic energy tank, he was able to violently output without reservation. The Dragonblood boss was enraged and raised the sky, jumping up and freezing the Inferno Dragon into an ice sculpture with successive chopping strikes. Spinning around, a turn as fast as lightning struck again. Lin Fan's eyes were as cold as a sword, and the ground shook as his hands closed. Triggers the Scepter multi-strike effect. A full 6 stone dragons broke through and came out with such a great sound that the entire crypt shook more than once. A large number of goblin boys were sent flying, each dazed and colliding together in a more or less comical scene. Thick gift crab. What kind of magic are you doing and can I learn it? Night Zero was completely shocked and said, this game will become this strong once you rise to level 20 or so? Shit. I can. Next time I hit this skill book, I'll give it to you. Lin Fan laughed lightly. The downfall was also getting more and more ruthless. Turning on Wind Whisperer attack speed soared to over 3.0, and chaos spells launched a deathless bombardment for no money. Strike -2,400. Strike -2,400. Seeing that the leader of the Forbidden Army was trapped by the Stone Dragon, the Dragon Blood Guards behind him rushed up to rescue him. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow as the water element stirred and threw out wild wave bloodlust. Layers of blood waves churned and swept up the dragon blood guards, causing them to start killing each other without distinguishing between enemy and self. Turning back and continuing to output, the boss blood level was rapidly decreasing, and by the time it rushed out of the stone dragon blockade, Lin Fan had long since allowed Night Zero to drive the magic tank to pull away. Sustained kite output from 200 meters away, raising large blood-colored numbers. You can hit that far? My goodness. Brother, what's going on with you? Night Zero's jaw dropped in shock. This range was even more exaggerated than his magic cannon. I think he said to his roommate that the cannon he made was the best range in the divine realm, only to be smacked in the face by this guy with a hand cannon in front of him. Bold kite pulling distance. I can go further, Lin Fan said lightly. Night Zero was a bit skeptical, longing for how strong he should become after level 20. At least he could arm wrestle with this dude, right? Behind closed doors is not a long-term solution. I'm going to take the Night 1 clan out to seek development. Night Zero darkly resolved. Having been here in seclusion to create things made him realize that he was really sitting on the fence a bit. The speed of the magic tank surprised Lin Fan. Although this boss was not an agile creature, but the explosive power was very amazing. Actually for a moment did not catch up with Night Zero driving wildly. There's one thing to be said for a two-legged hybrid dragon that can't outrun a tracked chariot, which still seems to be pretty scientific as well. Night Zero car racing ability is not bad. All kinds of super high difficulty drift steering. Angry dragon blood boss rattling chaotic scream. The division of labor between the two was clear. Night Zero opened fire to kill the remaining bloodied elite monsters, and Lin Fan transformed his one hand into a cannon, specializing in bombarding bosses. Chaos chains trigger. Lin Fan's output began to double, with all sorts of outrageous true damage blasts watching Night Zero's mind reel. You should be pretty well equipped, right? You should be using a hero weapon, right? Night Zero naively asked. Listening to his roommate said that the big brother are using purple equipment. Could it be that the one in front of him is a small tycoon? Lin Fan smiled lightly at his words. Pretty much. I can barely make do with this set of equipment. Is your guild accepting people? Can you count me in? I'm weaker for now, but I have Goblin Boy to help me, and I'm definitely not dragging you guys down. Night Zero asked tentatively, indicating that he would hang out with Lin Fan when he went out. Good, add me to the guild. Spend money on building materials and stuff. I'll cover it. Lin Fan decisively agreed in one bite. He had deliberately sold his explosive output and was waiting for these words from Night Zero. This young master controlled divine techniques, but he didn't even know his own strategic value. A goblin apostle who could create things mindlessly, suspected to be the eternal Great Wall creator of the previous life. There was no reason not to take such a heaven-defying potential stock under his wing. In a way, this Night Zero guy alone could top a 1,000-man army. After all, he was the goblin boss and was able to mobilize an entire goblin colony. Lin Fan was a bit hot-eyed at the magic energy tank. This kind of heroic-grade magic weapon was not very useful to him, and it was also obvious that he could feel a lot of shortcomings. Slow attack speed, longer time to recharge and reload the shells and so on. But if you give better materials for Night Zero to modify, and then fucking build a few hundred units for the guild life players to use, that's a regicide heavy armor synthesis brigade, isn't it? Under the endless torrent of steel. What super mount? What giant dragon shall not be blasted into slag? Cool, he's going to die. He got away last time. This time, with Brother Rin here, let's kill our way into his lair. Night Zero shouted excitedly. The dragon blood boss, whose blood level had dropped to less than 200,000, actually chose to turn around and run. Night Zero immediately dispatched the motorcycle goblins to encircle and intercept them. The dragon blood boss shot out with hatred. Bloodthirsty Blitz turned on and entered the double blitz state. Out of the blue was the Storm Wild Chop. The two goblin skill bosses that blocked in front of them were chopped into meat dregs even with a car. However, the gnomes, to the death of the bloodthirsty in Berserk War is not a joke. It can be said that they are the other kind of eternal life. Woe ga! Woe ga! The three goblin skill busters hugged the dragonblood boss as their eyes flashed with a demonic red light, and their bodies began to expand rapidly. Skills, militant, playing with self-detonation at the drop of a hat. Boo! Self-explosion, 50,000. Self-explosion, 50,000. Wooga God bless my people. Charge! Night Zero's severe cold and hot tears and frenzy followed the roar. 3 mushroom clouds rose up in succession, and the blood dragon boss lost a large amount of blood and was inflicted with the disabling buff. The boss body is blown up to just the top half and continues to deal bleeding damage. Lin Fan gave him a surprised look. He could read Night Zero's unique feelings towards the goblins. It wasn't a feeling that players had towards normal NPC units. This kid is kind of a complete substitute for the goblin boss. Perhaps it was for this reason that legendary god of WoW chose him to become an apostle. Why else would the player who fell into the teleportation array not be someone else? Whether this was fate or a coincidence, Lin Fan did not dare to jump to conclusions. Boss red and white flowed all over the place. The picture was a bloody one. After the goblins blew up, a large amount of light green spores scattered in the wind. Some of the goblin boys took out their ragbags and began to collect these spores, waiting until the right time to plant them for a new life. Old 12. Old 18. I'll avenge you all. Damn you to hell. Night Zero's red eyes opened fire and whipped the corpse. Lin Fan patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Calm down. This copy just opened." After that, the boss corpse exploded, bursting out a level 25 purple staff and some low-level skill books. The purple weapon exploded. Night Zero said in shock, "Isn't this the little tycoon exclusive equipment?" Lin Fan smiled and nodded his head, as most of the output was from him, and with the two of them not teamed up, the right to attribute this was in his hands. "Take it. I'll have my guild brothers take you to level up later." Lin Fan handed the staff to Night Zero, who was watching with bated breath, and the latter quickly shook his head. "No, how can this work? This weapon shall not be several $1,000s off. It's too expensive, this I can't take it." Night Zero's eyes revealed to have the clear stupidity that was unique to University Mori. Several $1,000s. Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh bitterly. This dude was really a pure newbie. He didn't even know what to look at in the auction house. This staff was level 25, a heroic weapon of the same level, and the lowest selling price in the auction house amounted to more than $1,200,000. And it didn't have the same attributes as this weapon. "I'm not short of money, take it well, and if you want to repay me, then build me a magic army." The corners of Lin Fan's mouth flicked up, living like a dead trustee who tricked a child into a new game. P.S. Fix the previous bug. Got Emperor earrings for level 25 jewelry. Change has a long delay. Forgive me. Who is trespassing on the Dragon Clan's heavy? A dragon-blooded squire hadn't even finished his sentence when he was greeted by the relentless crushing of a magic energy tank. Doesn't do much damage and blows up insultingly. 7 or 8 stragglers, enraged, rushed up with their swords and cracked them against the magic energy tank. Night Zero laughed out loud. "Out of my mind. I love this kind of descending blow on a technological level." Lin Fan's duo teamed up and rushed into the replica, driving their tanks across the street, and wherever they went, the cannons were firing, blowing up a bunch of miscellaneous soldiers. These squires only had 50,000 blood out, not as strong as the Dragon Blood Guards, but each one of them was rash and hated the tank with their teeth. "You have discovered the remains of the lost kingdom of Frost Dragon. Hundreds of years ago, Ivan, the renowned Dragon Knight of the Light Dragon Empire, rebelled, and his heirs have been wreaking havoc ever since. Mission 1, kill Prince Ivan III. Mission 2, attempt to free the Dragon Maiden. Penalty for failure, none. Tip, this quest is too difficult. It is recommended to go in a group at level 35. One after another. Prompts rang out, and the purpose of the mission was very clear. Lin Fan thought for a while that there was something fishy about the setting of Copy Quest 2. It was just for the player to try to rescue it. Not that it couldn't be cleared if they couldn't solve it. Simply kill the final boss to complete the first pass of your copy. The conditions of such a mission can be characterized as very loose. However, Lin Fan knew in his heart that the abyssal level difficulty was no joke. No failure penalties often means a super low clearance rate. And with abyss difficulty it's not uncommon to die dozens or hundreds of times. The terrain within the replica was similar to the Goblin factory next door, though signs of NPC habitation could clearly be seen, with a number of wooden buildings erected on top of the ruins. More and more dragon-blooded servants rushed out of the settlement, and Lin Fan sat in the magic tank and outputted brainlessly. The overwhelming chaos magic smashed down, crazily harvesting the lives of small monsters, watching the Night Zero beside him dumbfounded, wanting to make a move without a chance to do so. The Divine Emperor's earring actually can't trigger double damage? Lin Fa frowned. He had realized this from when he had fought the Dragonblood Chief just now. According to the effect of the Divine Emperor's earring, he should be hitting double the output against Dragonblood units. Could it mean that the bloodline of these little monsters is not pure enough? Lin Fan secretly guessed. It seemed that this was the only possibility. Night Zero's level dawdled. Killing elite bosses coupled with a large number of small monsters, the upgrade speed was no different from sitting on a rocket, and in the blink of an eye, he reached level 13. Night Zero, level 25 is just around the corner. By then I'll be able to help without relying on magic weapons. Lin Fan laughed without saying anything. This silly boy was genuinely simple and scary. Your human soul seal proficiency has reached its upper limit. Having just burned down a dozen or so small monsters, Lin Fan frowned and opened his soul seal to check his attributes. The range and blue amount had both reached the intermediate limit value, and the soul seal panel had turned a gray color that could not be upgraded. You have triggered a new hidden quest. Travel to Purple Cloud City. Search for the witch Zen. and pass the Soul Seal Trial Advancement quest, and your Soul Seal will be further upgraded. Lin Fan shook his head. It was time to come. Generally, only Soul Seals above the Lord level had advancement restrictions, and the difficulty of the trial quests that needed to be completed were usually not low. If one were to follow the perversion of the Soul Seal attributes, his human Soul Seal, Left Eye of the Giant Spirit God, belonged to the Beyond God level, and I'm afraid that the difficulty of the trial wouldn't be much simpler than pulling a tooth out of the Dragon King's mouth. Lin Fan didn't think too much about it. With his current strength he might not be unable to pass the trial test. Driving tanks and singing songs, the two men are tigers killing their way into the flock. Well, the tigers of the Land Rover, focusing on a brutal inhumanity. The houses in the way were crashed and crushed by Night Zero one after another. The commotion was so loud that hordes of monsters kept killing. Lin Fan didn't bother to stop this kid from fooling around. Knowing that he wanted to vent his revenge, he let him go. Starting Stone Dragon to block the road. Inferno Dragon Grumpy Smash. More fish are just for him to brush experience to make. The two continued to go deeper into the ground, when suddenly the magic tank shook violently. Night Zero's face paled as he felt something huge lift the tank up. Night Zero bravely poked his head out to sea. Lin Fan only heard a muffled bang. Fortunately the boy reacted quickly to duck in, nearly being slapped to death. Holy shit, there's a monster! Night Zero exclaimed in panic and hurriedly stepped on the gas to reverse the car. Enchanted Earth Dragon, level 30. Elite level creatures, HP, 1. 5 million. Attack power, 1200. Skills, freeze, violent nature. Massive power increase. Heavy equipment. This is a huge gray earth dragon. For limbs supporting the ground, nostrils bubbling with icy cold air. The body flows with the dragon bloodline. No wings on the body but draped in heavy battle armor. Although the magic energy tank was not small, it was just like a toy in front of this earth dragon. It was this big guy who nearly toppled the magic tank to the ground with one claw. The strong sense of oppression made Night Zero's phobia of giant objects offend him, and he hastily backed up to pull away. Those who trespass will be killed without pardon. Trespassers. Lin Fan and his duo were taken aback. The earth dragon was still carrying a siege giant crossbow on its back, and there were more than a dozen spear-wielding dragon bloodguards sitting on top of it. These dragon bloodguards controlled the earth dragons to come galloping in, and every time they landed, the ground cracked and quickly froze, accompanied by a rumbling sound as if it was going to shatter one's eardrums. What to do? This fucking biotank. It's even more powerful than us. Night Zero panicked and continued to back up. Who knew that the earth dragon sprayed out a mist of ice, immediately generating a thick wall of ice in the magic energy tank's backward route. Roar! Armed as a hedgehog, the earth dragon's body streamed through, using the skill giant power increase, and whatever was in front of it, whether it was a rock or a building, was crushed into slag. Lin Fan looked calm and tried to use Yen Long to strike the boss. After all, there was no overbearing skill on this small boss, so he might be able to connect it to death in one go. The scepter triggered multiple effects again. Lin Fan was secretly happy in his heart. Good. The three-headed Inferno Dragon slammed down one after another, with multiple hit flying effects. The Lord Boss had to be forced out of his body even when he arrived, let alone just an elite boss. But the next second he was dumbfounded. The Inferno Dragon strike fly effect surprisingly only smashed up a few elite monsters, and the frighteningly large tonnage of earth dragons merely wobbled a bit. Lin Fan gazed at it. The black armor on the boss shimmered and seemed to have a notable protective effect. It was this thing that made the knockback nearly ineffective. Lin Fan started casting spells, pulling up his attack speed and blasting successive chaos spells on the boss. Minus 800. Strike minus 1500. Minus 3600. I'm dizzy. It's not so disgusting for me to only do this much damage and not explode for double damage, is it? The boss resistance was ridiculously high, and Lin Fan's output ability was weakened by at least 30%. What to do? I feel a bit unable to beat it. This goblin dragon is too OP. Night Zero shouted anxiously. Within the copy he was unable to summon the goblin kid, and could only stare in the face of this situation. Since he couldn't do any damage, Lin Fan had to change his strategy and calmly said, "Don't panic. Use the magic cannon to blast him. I want the armor-breaking effect." Yes. Night Zero saw the little tycoon, so calm and collected, immediately found the backbone. The magic tank, under his operation, drifted against the ice wall while firing its output. Armor break minus 1000. Resistance removal, 10%. Armor break minus 1000. Resistance removal, 20%. As the magic cannon kept hitting, Lin Fan saw that the negative buffs on the boss's status bar started stacking up, and immediately opened the hatch and jumped out. Night Zero opened his mouth with a stunned face. What are you doing, brother? Run? If a mage is not protected by a meat shield, isn't it just a case of being touched by a random boss and dying? This man Does he even know how to play the game? How come you don't have the least common sense in the game? Another beastly roar startled him, a dark shadow appeared in the sky, and the dull sound of war drums came. By the time Knight Zero reacted, Lin Fan was already standing on the back of the Red Reinforcement King. Knight Zero stared wide-eyed and muttered to himself, "This is a bit handsome blah blah blah. The mod also comes with its own BGM. He might have spent a few W's on this number. I'm Air Force. Your army. We're a combination of high and low." Lin Fan laughed playfully. A good RPG game froze by the two of them to play out the flavor of War Thunder, relying on the Red Reinforcement King's rapid maneuvering in the air. The one man and one beast poured out their output like crazy. The Chaos Mana Balls coupled with the Red Reinforcement King's Fire Pillars continued to scorch the demonized Earth Dragon. Minus 1,100. Minus 4,200. Just as Lin Fan had expected. With the presence of the effect of the Demon Breaking Bullet, the output immediately soared by a knot. However, the level of intelligence of these elite monsters was also quite high, and they actually adjusted their response strategies immediately. The Earth Dragon began a brute force charge, chasing after and wounding the dodging magic tank first, slapping it out of the way. At the same time, the Dragon Bloodguards reversed the orientation of their siege giant crossbows and started aiming to shoot at Lin Fan. Let a person's bones creepy air-breaking sound exploded. Lin Fan eyes sank. Early prediction. Early control of the Red Reach King air steering, but unfortunately the crossbow shooting speed is very fast. The Red Reach King is still by the giant crossbow shot in the buttocks. Minus 15,000. The damage is a bit scary. Almost got me seconded. Lin Fan frowned and muttered to himself. The Red Trainer King's red pupil roared in anger, and the arrow in his ass instantly provoked killing intent. Not waiting for Lin Fan to give orders, and autonomously swooped down. Two claws yanked viciously, throwing the two Dragon Bloodguards into the air with a miserable scream. Injured in a fall. 30,000. That's fine. Number 1. Lin Fan couldn't help but marvel at the fact that the Red Reinforcement King's pair of eyes were dead set on the Earth Dragon, once again letting out a ferocious roar, as if he was defending his dignity as a Beast King. The guards on the Earth Dragon's back continued to maneuver the siege giant crossbow, attempting to aim it at Lin Fan once again. Lin Fan's expression was cold. The range of the Earth Dragon's free skill was limited, and the only way to deal with high-speed moving targets was to rely on the siege giant crossbow. As long as all of these guards were killed, the Earth Dragon would not be able to pose a threat to him anymore. Rush! Lin Fan shouted coldly. The Red Reaper King turned on his acceleration skill, like a sharp arrow swooping downwards, sticking his face to the several guards with a mouthful of thick phlegm. Lin Fan immediately waved his staff and threw a chaos fireball to set the grease-covered guard ablaze, sustaining a double scorching enchantment that burned with glee. The Red Lightning King followed and grabbed the guards and threw them into the sky. One person and one beast, working together more and more harmoniously, quickly emptied the maneuvering station on the back of the Earth Dragon. Go back and reward you with a female lizard anyways. Lin Fan nodded and said. The Red Lightning King let out a snort of disdain and continued to set fire to scorch the guards below. Fire! What are you looking at? Come flip me over. I'll blow you away. On the other side, Knight Zero took the opportunity to open fire on the Earth Dragon and attacked it. The magic energy cannonballs continuously bombarding the battle armor on the Earth Dragon's body, continuously stacking high resistance removal effects. Relying on the advantage of strong maneuverability, the Knight Zero magical energy tank came with a wave of Qin Wang around the pillar against the huge-sized demonized Earth Dragon, and froze the Earth Dragon, which had lost its aerial target, and was unable to find its way. Lin Fan couldn't help but smile when he saw this. This dude looked quite civilized, but he had a spicy bit of Admiral Yunlong's style in his bones. Thunder! A thunderbolt flashed by, and Lin Fan turned on his fire blast mode and started hitting chaos spells in rapid succession. Blitz minus 2,500. Blitz 8,000. The demonized Earth Dragon's blood level was over half, and it was completely rushed by this shameless duo, using its skill-violent nature. The Earth Dragon roared with red eyes as if it were a raging rhino and began to rampage, gaining a considerable increase in movement speed and strength. But at the same time, it also began to become hostile. Whether it was the dragon-blooded retainers that surrounded it or the rocks that blocked the way all crashed into it. Divine Combat has extremely high penalties for damage rulings in the categories of falling, wrestling, and smashing. The best thing this Earth Dragon could do was to knock the target away and trample it. Once an ordinary player was knocked out of the knockout effect, even a 20,000 blooded knight coming in could be dropped dead in one fell swoop. Seeing this, Lin Fan had a brilliant idea, and shouted in the team channel, "Lead this big guy to run towards a dense settlement of monsters. Let it work for us, and I'll collect the blood." Hundreds of squires and guards swarmed in the distance, making this a great time to brush up on equipment and experience. On the old 6 it's still you, Jen. Knight Zero sniffed and giggled strangely. drifted through the corner on 1 foot of gas and reversed direction, heading straight for the settlement above the ruins. A waterfall of ice erupted from the mouth of the demonized earth dragon, and countless ice crystals as sharp as knives scattered in the air, crackling and slamming into the annoying toy car that had been driving in circles. Night Zero scalp numb, holding the steering wheel, all kinds of steering, hands busy non-stop operation. It wasn't that he was afraid that a tank with 500,000 blood could be blown away, but this Type 1 magic tank had a fatal flaw. That's the probability that once it's on its side, it'll be on its back and unable to move, and then it'll still be messed with as a blind box by the geoducks. Outrageous. That's a riotous car to drive. Lin Fan froze for a moment. Night Zero's windy maneuvering and fluidity, which for him, a person who hadn't even taken the Subject 3 test, Night Zero's driving skills far crushed him. The Earth Dragon crashed headlong into the settlement with such amazing destructive power that a large swath of small monsters were toppled over by him, and more than a dozen buildings in a row were all destroyed. Pieces of gargoyles smashed into the ground, all half dead. The chaotic hexagram lights up with the sigh of the wind god. The tornado swept through everything in its path, and everywhere it went the gargoyles rose into the air once more, and were slammed down once more. -30, 000, -20, 000, just like that. It easily took away dozens of elite monsters. Crap, the number of small monsters is also too much. This is simply an army stationed here. Night Zero sucked in a mouthful of cool air and poked his head out to take a look back. The small monsters with a blood volume of 70, 000 to 80, 000 were densely clogged together, and visually the number was at least 5 to 600, -700, -650. With a round of concentrated fire output from this group of small monsters, the magic tank was filled with spears, bows and arrows, and other messy things, and its blood level quickly dropped to only about half of what was left. Night Zero blanched as a cliff appeared in front of him, and had to brake early to stop at the edge of the cliff, but by the time he tried to back up, his behind was completely blocked by the demons. A group of small dragons stared at him with sinister gazes, stepping closer towards the magic energy tank. For a while, the war drums were beating and the beasts were roaring. A man like the king of the Sky King arrives. The ground in front of the cliff cracked and exploded. 2 stone vines drilled out to form 2 lines of defense, separating patches of small monsters from Night Zero. Inferno Dragon, Lin Fan said in a cold voice as a chaos demon descended, and a large number of small monsters were sent flying. At this point, the demonized Earth Dragon arrived late, still defiantly charging forward furiously, continuing to add to the deaths of its compatriots. A few moments later, there were still more than 200 small monsters still alive. Lin Fan sneered, "You're the one with thick skin, aren't you?" With that said, bloodthirsty frenzied wave blasted out, triggering the multiple casting effects, and 3 shocking waves swept across the entire group of small monsters. The group of small monsters first went into a trance, and then collectively aimed their spears at the most strikingly sized demonized Earth Dragon. -500, -500, -450. In the blink of an eye, the demonized Earth Dragon let out a miserable howl. Its battle armor had been torn to shreds by the frenzied little monsters. Its body was stuck with swords and spears, and it was almost dry crushed by the siege. Lin Fan's eyes were cold, not giving the boss half a chance to catch his breath, and the chaos hairball came whistling. Bang 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 bang, quivering sound endless. With the inflammatory dragon quickly harvest the small monster life, chaos chains triggers, forcing minions to be imprisoned in all directions. Centered on the demonized Earth Dragon. True wound strike -3000, true wound strike -10, 000. You have killed the demonized Earth Dragon. Experience value +60, 000. Your level has increased to 27. The demonized Earth Dragon collapsed to the ground with a loud bang, and 2 purple lights lit up as Lin Fan waved his hand to collect the loot. 2 Knight level 30 heroic defense gear. The attributes are not bad, but there is no knight who can wear it yet. So let's put it in the package first and see what the market is like. Show. Night Zero's jaw dropped, deeply shocked by Lin Fan's move of borrowing power, and with the high experience bonus, his level quickly soared to level 15. Lin Fan smiled faintly and said, "I'll fly over to the opposite side of the crack to check the situation. You wait here for me first. In front of us is a cliff, and on the opposite side is another piece of debris. Looking at the mini-map, trying to get through can only be done in a roundabout way. However, with the presence of the Red Reinforcement King, Lin Fan could ride it to cross over easily." "Okay, listen to you." Night Zero smiled nervously and looked at his old brother with some admiration. Who knows that the next second Night Zero's face suddenly changed and exclaimed, "Watch out." A flash of terrifying black shadow suddenly attacked and rolled up a gust of wind, and the Chilean king was like a small boat on the raging sea, flapping its wings furiously before barely stabilizing its shape. In an instant, A shocking crisis surged up, and Lin Fan's brows wrinkled as his expression stiffened and he looked back. Click! The ruddy king let out a mournful and miserable howl, and a huge mouth of the abyss bit down hard on its body, and the sound of clicking, bones breaking resounded once again. Lethal gnawing. -50. 000. -60,000. Greed bleeds. -10,000. -15,000. A line of red fonts popped up in front of Lin Fan's eyes, and the red lining king's blood level dropped wildly. That huge mouth made a creepy chewing sound, and with a tilt of his head, he actually ate half of the Chilean king's body. Lin Fan attempted to use the war beast space to stow the red reinforcement king. However, the feedback he received was a line of blood, dragon rider hunting in progress. Space skill failure. Who? The red reach king erupted with its last ferocity, its beastly mouth biting down on the neck of the giant thing with a deadly grip. At the same time half of his body shook violently, unexpectedly choosing to compulsorily throw Lin Fan off. A hazy voice sounded in Lin Fan's heart. Run! Lin Fan's body dropped. Stunned with a hint of incredulity. How can an elite boss level war beast talk? Lin Fan watched all of this, powerless to stop it. A kind of anger and powerlessness filling every one of his nerves. Holy shit, your mom! Lin Fan showed his teeth and cracked his eyes. His eyes instantly reddened. This sinful animal dared to eat his mount. Click! The owner of that huge mouth defied everything and indifferently continued to make chilling chewing noises, with only the head of the red reinforcement king left hanging on the giant thing. Until his death he still didn't let go, still defending the honor of the king of Death Mountain. Not knowing how long he had been falling downwards, Lin Fan's eyes became abnormally cold as he blasted a fireball towards the bottom of the abyss, which quickly exploded and briefly lit up the space below. Seeing that he was about to fall to the bottom of the cliff, Lin Fan's face regained its calmness and whispered, "Indestructible spirit body." The statue of the elf queen bloomed with divine light, and Lin Fan floated peacefully to the ground. You have acquired the rare saddle, War Beast's Will. The war beast died in battle, and the props automatically flew back to the package. The last trace of luck in Lin Fan's heart broke, and the death of the red reinforcement king left him with an unsettling intent. Even though the red reinforcement king was called by him as a substitute tool number 1, the truth was that Lin Fan had long regarded it as a partner, because after signing the master-servant contract, he could sense the unyielding and crazy will in the red reinforcement king. It was a determination that no matter how strong the opponent was, it would go up and fight to the end in a bloody battle, never fearing battle and never backing down. Even if the opponent was a huge dragon, it still had to go up and take a bite of the dragon's flesh to taste the saltiness. Intangibly this erasive will fit with Lin Fan's own character, and the death of the red lining king in battle was tantamount to chopping off one of his hands. Is it my hallucinations? Lin Fan frowned and muttered to himself. The Chilean king actually spoke before he died. As far as he knew, amongst the Fierce Beast series demons, only domain master level and above had a certain level of intelligence present. It's weird. The war beast is dead, but the symbol of the master-servant contract is still there, only that the text "unable to control" is now displayed. Night Zero, are you okay? Van. Nothing, just lost. Lin Fan shook his head to cast away the distractions and inquired, how are you doing? Is that thing that killed my mount still up there? That thing flew away. I got spiked by a big level 50 boss rushing out. Checking the attributes, I just saw that it was called Kane something. Night Zero couldn't help but laugh bitterly. His respawn resurrection point was very peculiar. While other players would fly to the nearest main city, he was resurrected in a goblin factory. Lin Fan frowned and asked tentatively, Lord Kane? Yeah. I checked the game assistant and it says he's the Lord of Edgar City. Night Zero said with certainty. Hearing this name, Lin Fan's face went cold. Just after arriving at Edgar City, he was assassinated by this old thing, and a large number of the top 100 players on the rank list were delayed in upgrading their progress as a result. Lin Fan had killed the other party's guard NPC and even searched for the Yi Soul Collector from it, and since then he had always felt that this Kane was not simple. It was just that I didn't expect Lord Kane to suddenly appear within an abyssal level copy and take the initiative to go after the players. Lin Fan secretly guessed that Lord Kane was afraid that there was an ulterior secret between Lord Kane and that Ivan III. The quest's background introduction stated that Ivan I had been a frost dragon rider of great renown, and his heir, Ivan III, might likewise be a dragon rider. The one who commanded the giant thing to eat the red reinforcement king should be him. Son of a bitch, killing my mount, I'll slaughter your whole family. Lin Fan took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down first. This was the intensity of an abyssal level copy. Anything could happen in the copy and he had to put out 120% concentration on it. Checking the minimap showed that Lin Fan had arrived at a brand new copy map. A gray unknown area lit up on the map, and Lin Fan followed the passage at the bottom of the cliff. Whoa ga, ha ha ha, a familiar voice rang out, putting a frown on Lin Fan's face. Why are there goblins here? A magical light was lit up in front of an iron door. And inside, groups of goblin engineers in 3s and 4s were feasting. It's just that what they eat is really revolting. And it's actually fellow goblin boys, also known as goblin mobile rations. You found the lab of the demonized goblins. The quest prompt rang out. Lin Fan's eyes stared. This group of goblins were all contaminated demonized species, more brutal and aggressive than normal goblin creatures. Lin Fan raised his hand and blasted a flat A at the iron door. The loud noise immediately causing the crowd of goblins to mess up. Kicking open the iron door, Lin Fan blackened his face and started killing coldly. The group of goblins were still thinking of counterattacking, but they were baked into jerky by the Inferno Dragon. Soon the entire goblin lab was emptied. What's all this? Lin Fan's complexion changed slightly. This laboratory was not small. It was the size of half a soccer field. There were various crystal vessels placed, and some strange and bizarre magical creatures were immersed in the culture liquid. Judging by the constantly touching torsos, all of these things are still alive. A creature that was almost exactly like the Dragonblood Chief boss made Lin Fan's heart flutter. View specific properties. Dragonborn Forbidden Army Chief, unknown rank. Demonization aberration in progress. A startling thought appeared in Lin Fan's heart. Could it be that these hybrid magical creatures were made by goblins? Soon found in other vessels with demonized ground dragon head parts, limbs. Most of the experimental creatures here are almost exclusively synthetic creations. Continuing deeper into the goblin labs and through a gate, it once again appears that there are dozens of goblin main combatants killing. With a cold face, Lin Fan picked up his staff and continued to give a furious bombardment, pushing all the way across the room to clear out a large number of small monsters. You found the cantonment room. Inside a huge white space, Lin Fan's back was chilled. I kind of know why the God Emperor earrings don't work. In front of them were displayed thousands of dragon blood guards with their eyes closed tightly. As many as 100 dragon species forbidden leaders alone. At least 20 demonized earth dragons. And even a few black-scaled pythons of astonishing length. It's not an exaggeration to say that once this legion of magical creatures is awakened, excluding some overpowered NPCs, this force can sweep through most of the cities in the Light Dragon Empire. The Divine Emperor's earring deals double damage to dragon-blooded units, but only to normal dragon-blooded creatures. These creations of goblin technology and some kind of dark magic are not in effect. Lin Fan stretched out his staff, but put it down again, unsure if launching an attack would activate these demons. Luring so many monsters at once at close range was tantamount to looking for death, so he could only choose to call it quits. Help! Help me! A cry for help aroused Lin Fan's alertness, and he followed the sound and walked over quickly. Lin Fan raised his eyes and looked. Within the dim dungeon, dozens of NPCs were weakly curled up in a ball, and the one who made the noise was a man with a yellowish face. A resident of Air City? Lin Fan checked the NPC's attributes and discovered the man's origin. Ronese, adventurers, let me out. We have been tricked by the Lord into this demonic cave. Son, dear man, I'm the son of a baron. If you save me from here, I'll be grateful when I get back. Choice 1, rescue the inhabitants, and you are likely to be rewarded with at least 3,000 gold coins. Option 2, ignore it. You will be verbally abused and condemned by the residents, and your conscience will be troubled. A hidden side quest popped up, and the reward of 3,000 gold coins was so generous that an ordinary player would definitely choose to take a gamble. However, Lin Fan's expression remained cold, and just by sweeping the dungeon, he had already determined that this group of NPCs was hopeless, for black monstrous claws sprouted from Lana's back, and other NPCs' faces were distorted and their bodies were horribly deformed. What made Lin Fan care more was that this group of people had a blood pack hanging from their heads. Light blue liquid was infused into the NPC along the conduit. It was this substance that made the NPC begin to magically mutate. Let me out of here, you vile bastard who sees death. Little scumbag, garbage. I won't let you go even if I go to hell. You're a disgrace to adventurers. Please, asshole, I'm begging you to save me. You loser. When a group of NPCs saw Lin Fan not moving, they instantly flipped and started cursing at him, their faces becoming twisted and resentful. If this scene had met a player with a clear conscience, I'm afraid that he would have been moved to compassion. However, Lin Fan's face remained unperturbed. I'm sorry, I'll take the third option and send you to the God of Light. The Inferno Dragon and explosive fireball raged within the dungeon as Lin Fan turned around without looking back. An icy beep sounded. You have recognized the mischievous intentions of the residents. By opening the cell door you will be subjected to a dark curse. Your level will be lowered by 10 levels and your base attribute points will be reduced by 50%. You have been blessed by the gods for your cold-bloodedness and decisiveness. Reward 10 talent points, 200,000 experience points, and 2,000 gold coins. Lin Fan continued to go deeper inside the lab. At this time, there was a rustling sound of talking in the corridor, and Lin Fan frowned when he immediately slowed down his pace. Lin Fan looked surprised when two I-Town guards appeared at the end of the corridor. Nightpuss, level 30, HP 100, 000, attack power 700, skills, heavy shield strike, fearless. Mage Wang Tang, level 30, HP 80, 000, attack power 800, skills, elementary fire magic proficiency. His lordship's wedding to Miss Evoya is coming up, so go back and drink for 3 days straight without getting drunk. Ha ha, that shall not go to Yachunyuan to have a good time in this hellish place, but I have long been unable to stay. A big wedding? That old pikey Kane marrying my top 10 giant murderous sisters? Listening to the conversation between the two, Lin Fan's face was full of oddities. He didn't remember Evoya becoming any kind of married man, otherwise those dead geeks in his previous life wouldn't have cried to death. Unlike other online games, though, Divine Realm does not have a fixed relationship between each NPC. Sometimes it will be because the player triggers a particular quest, or makes a particular choice, which causes a series of chain reactions. It's not impossible for Evoya to marry Lord Kane, but damn the thought of that stupid, sickly young girl actually marrying an old pimp with a mouth full of yellow hair. That scene is truly nothing to look at. Fine chaff being arched by pigs. I can't stand it for the majority of dead geeks. Lin Fan muttered to himself in his heart. Puss, go see if those trashy bastards are done yet. I'm going to my room to rest. Wang Ten, damn. These trash species actually eat each other's kind. I don't know what the hell Lord Kane is keeping these things for. The two NPCs turned into another passageway as they spoke. Lin Fan saw this and lightened his footsteps and followed. After trailing the duo all the way out for a long distance, they finally stopped in front of a black stone door. Wow. Wow. The cry of the demonized gnome came from inside the stone door, a burst of demonic red aura flickering erratically. The two NPCs stuck their heads in and looked in for half a day, cursing the trash seed scum in every mouthful. Lin Fan smiled bashfully and walked over to him, suddenly uttering, "Is it nice? Who's there?" Pusher was horrified and drew his knightly broadsword to slash at the shadows. Lin Fan's staff swung, the chaos hexagrams lit up, and a shot of Inferno Dragon sent out a deathwine that sent the two flying. Picking up the control and hitting the combo with a constant flat A, it very easily connects the two to death. You have killed a knight under Lord Kane's command. Experience value plus 4,000. You have killed a mage under Lord Kane's command. Experience value. These two NPCs were not even considered mini-bosses, and their experience value was very limited, dropping only a few gold coins. No increase in sin value? Lin Fan was stunned and a bit surprised. The sin value was actually reduced by more than 1,000. You have discovered Lord Kane's defection, and will gain good thoughts for killing his guards. A system prompt rang out, and Lin Fan came to a realization. Lord Kane didn't just want to refine the Demon Rising elixir, he was also intent on creating an artificial Dragon Blood Legion, and all the signs here indicated that it was only a matter of time before he betrayed the Empire. It's just that I don't know how much of a connection there is behind this with Evoya, and it was her who cooperated with Kane to set up an ambush in the Lord's mansion before, intending to eradicate Carol the City Slayer. But in the end, the boss unexpectedly escaped, allowing him to pick up a little slack. You have obtained the key to the sealed land. Lin Fan's heart moved. He inserted the key that burst out on the ground against the stone door, and with a casual twist, the stone door slowly opened. It was a circular altar that was very large and looked very old. So many demonized goblins. Lin Fan's eyes flinched as thousands of goblin engineers formed a circle, shaking their heads and using the power of Wuga, the eerie red light emanating from these very goblins. In the center of the altar was a magnificent golden cross. The power of Wuga all gathered at the top of the cross, coalescing into a bizarre magic ball that eventually seeped inside the cross like blood. Lin Fan's arrival didn't attract attention. All the goblins had a frenzied look on their faces and kept calling out to the goblin god. After 2 minutes, Lin Fan's eyes changed as azure-colored liquid gushed out from the crevices around the cross, sinking into the air in wisps. The goblin engineer stepped forward to gather it up in a vessel, a large portion of which was already contained within the half-man-tall vessel. Lin Fan tried probing the cross attributes. Bright Dragon Spell Boundary. Life value, nearly immortal. Effect, immunity to dark magic. Weakening of physical attacks. Weakening of magical attacks. Opened with the Holy Spirit Dragon King's key. Lin Fan was shocked. This boundary was perverted to the extreme. Almost unbreakable. This Holy Spirit Dragon King was in existence on the same level as Dark Dragon King Reverse Blood. Lin Fan guessed that the S-rank hidden job, Holy Spirit Priest, that Chi Ziyue had obtained. The probability was that it was closely related to this legendary Dragon King. Substances that had been refined from the boundaries he had seen in the dungeon were just nowhere near as pure as these liquids in front of him. Lin Fan secretly guessed that these liquids seemed to have some kind of amazing divinity, capable of both demonizing ordinary NPCs as well as giving the demons a substantial strength boost. Good stuff. That's natural to take for nothing. That's not right. If it's unbreakable, how come this group of goblins can extract substances from it? Lin Fan froze for a moment and quickly reacted. Gnome lords have unfathomable faith power and are not bound by the laws of the boundary to a certain extent. The strength of the Wog power is only related to goblin frenzy versus population size, which is a different kind of law power. Knowing that Knight Zero was only a level 10 mage, he would be able to mindlessly create magic energy tanks. And this group of demonized goblins were just the perfect candidates to steal this divine liquid. After figuring out what happened, Lin Fan stood high above the altar and slammed down with a bloodthirsty frenzied wolf. A large number of goblins below were hit and began to kill each other. Wind Whisperer. Thunder. Lin Fan turned on his violent output, and in a moment, a large number of chaos spells smashed into the goblin swarm. Strike minus 2600. Blitz 9527. The frequency of output determines the probability of triggering chaos chains, and even though the probability is low, hundreds of damage can always trigger at once. Chaos chains triggers, and the output goes up a notch again. With such a dense number of demons, the chaos chains could almost cover the entire range of the altar. And this group of small monsters were directly unable to find their way as they were beaten, and for a long time, they were unable to discover Lin Fan standing high above them. Run! Woe god dying! A little wit holding a bottle filled with divine liquid took advantage of the chaos to escape. Lin Fan's eyes flashed and the ground shook to unleash it. 2 stone dragons surrounded the demonized gnome, casually throwing out the inferno dragon. He continued to slaughter the remaining goblins. Lin Fan's experienced barsword, and after just a few dozen seconds, he quickly cleared the entire area. Whoa yeah! This demonized goblin intelligence was obviously higher than the other goblins, and when he saw the god-killing Lin Fan walking towards him, he actually took the initiative to kneel down and offer the bottle. Demonized goblin chief? Lin Fan's eyes narrowed, and just as he reached out his hand to catch the bottle, the goblin suddenly let out a sardonic laugh and pulled out a dagger and stabbed it towards him. Boo! Piercing strike. After a crunching sound, the 3 blazing sun shields in front of Lin Fan shattered apart. Minus 500. Lin Fan's face remained unchanged as his blood dropped a little. The damage of this strike was at least 3000 plus, and an inattentive normal mage would be seconded. A hint of humanized panic appeared on the goblin leader's face, and his legs trembled with fear as he pulled out and tried to run. Playing this with me? The corner of Lin Fan's mouth rose, soloing an abyssal level difficulty copy. How would he dare to come without 800 heart eyes? The inferno dragon slammed down, and the goblin leader was knocked away, and a floating combo output killed him. A B-rank thief skill book appeared and Lin Fan casually glanced at it and put it into his package. This is the benefit of brushing high difficulty copies. General copies are difficult to brush out of the purple props. Here the small boss drop probability will be very high. Something sealed by the Dragon King himself is a bit interesting. Lin Fan turned his gaze to the golden cross and looked around, spotting a gaping hole where a key had been set. Rescue, Dragon Maiden, quest update, you need to obtain the seal key to open the boundary. The quest prompt rang out, and Lin Fan gazed and pondered for a while. This gap is a bit of a match for one of the props I have in my hand. Immediately, he took out the secret key that he had found in the royal tomb of the feathered copy. With the idea of giving it a try, the secret key is attempted to be embedded in the notch. Lin Fan was astonished. He didn't expect that the secret key would be automatically sucked in when he just put it into the gap. The boundary was successfully broken. Reward 10 talent points, 50 own attribute points and 60 skill points. The sound of organs coupling appeared underneath the altar and the ground shook violently. Lin Fan immediately stepped back to stay alert. Any secret room or treasure chest in the world of God's domain follows only 2 principles: either the sky is falling, or you will be pitched. An arched platform rose up, and Lin Fan's mouth grew wider and wider, and in the end, he was completely dumbfounded. This Tama, Dragon Maiden? Isn't this Tramad? A grapefruit peel? A dragon egg? Doesn't look like it. Lin Fan was flabbergasted, and there was only a dried up sphere the size of a human head on an ornately carved metal table. This thing resembles a long overdue grapefruit, even down to the shell color. The promised life source of the surging dragon girl. Just give me a fucking look at this? Lin Fan was like a deflated ball. He envisioned many images, such as the frail young girl with a red face, gazing at him delicately and saying, or, a mighty and domineering dragon king war beast in the bag. An expired grapefruit wants me to save my ass. Lin Fan really couldn't help but spit. View properties. Dragon Maiden Tirith. Dragon egg form. Blood, 1/1. Skill, teasing me? It's really a dragon maiden. This is a dragon egg? Dragon's eye is more like it? Lin Fan was greatly disappointed. Harming no. One's little life and tossing half a day to get such a thing. With a flash before his eyes, Lin Fan entered the illusionary space. Is this man, that old man of the Feathered King? Lin Fan was startled as a handsome man appeared in the illusion. holding the hand of the Earth Elf Queen, and the two of them knelt outside a magnificent and incomparable silver hall. The two men knelt long, day and night, for 7 days. This is the General Synod of the Light Dragon Empire. Lin Fan's heart shook. He had been to this place. Legend had it that it was inhabited by the god of light incarnated in the mortal world, while there were king-level light dragons coiled in it. The backstories of the two copies are actually interchangeable. Although Lin Fan had suspected it earlier, he was still a bit shocked after actually watching the illusion. Legend has it that the Feathered King fell in love with an earth spirit, but was never able to produce an heir to continue his lineage, so he turned to the immortal Dragon King of the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit Dragon King was infected by this persistence and gave a drop of the Dragon King's precious blood to allow the two to leave. A year later, the girl named Dyrex was born. She was the pearl of the kingdom. The stars were all over her, and she was the heir to the Feathered Kingdom. That is, until one day, years later, when Dyrex was unfortunately taken by the minions of the Dark Empire while she was out on a trip. The Dark Dragon King against the blood found in him the scent of his nemesis and tried to parse the highest mysteries of Holy Spirit magic as a way to find a way to defeat the Holy Light Dragon King. At this time, the news reached the ears of the Feathered King and his wife, and the Feathered King led 3 great war gods and an army of 100,000 men to try to save Tyrese, and then the result Lin Fan had also seen with his own eyes. In front of the king-level creatures, all magical warships and the stream of war gods were all just ants. After the defeat, the Feathered King once again turned to the Illuminati for help, and this time it was forcefully rejected by the incarnation of God. Only the Dragon King of the Holy Spirit strikes alone, eventually rescuing Therese at the cost of serious injuries. But finding that Therese has been evolved into a dragon egg by the curse of the Dragon King's reverse bloodfall, attempting to transform her into a transcendent dragon race that combines earth elves, humanoids, light dragons, and dark dragons into one, creating the Dark Dragon Emperor who truly rules over all dragons. After that, Dyrex was regarded as a scourge by the church, and the Holy Spirit Dragon King forcefully used boundary magic to seal Dyrex in this place. And even better is yet to come, as Frost Dragon Rider Ivan I was originally the guardian of the sealed lands, but he is ambitious, attempting to tame this mysterious and unpredictable force and create a vast empire of his own, relying on the special faith power of the goblins. They kept pouring Frost Dragon blood to seal the dragon eggs, trying to hatch and tame Dyrex, apparently, until things fell apart and the kingdom of Frost Dragon was destroyed by the papacy. Though the plan is broken, his descendants are thieves. It was sought out again many years ago and retreated to use the divine power in the dragon eggs to batch create an army of dragon blood demons. Looking forward to the day when he and Lord Kane of Air City will take revenge on the Light Dragon Empire. The illusion lifted, and Lin Fan sighed. Transcendent dragons, godly creatures, in this broken grapefruit shell? Where's my old grapefruit shell? Lin Fan was suddenly startled. Turning his head to look at the expired grapefruit on the platform actually disappeared. Lin Fan's scalp went numb. He looked around and directly froze. Holy shit, my dragon egg grew legs and ran away, rubbing my eyes hard. I did see it right. Only a silly egg was seen. It bounced and ran towards the chamber door with great speed. Stand still, my god-level battle beast. Get the fuck back here. Lin Fan was in a hurry. No matter what kind of demon this Dyrex was, the fact that she was able to create demonic bosses in bulk was enough to show that this insignificant little thing was awesome. If I let it get away, I'll be sorry. Lin Fan was about to pull out his legs to go after him when the dragon egg suddenly braked to a halt and turned to jump wildly towards him at a faster speed. Is this stupid egg she has some kind of big disease? Lin Fan couldn't understand what this egg was doing at all, only to see a pair of feet only the size of a finger pop up within the translucent eggshell, and finally land steadily in his arms. But what confused him even more was that she went right into the package. Tirith has expressed her fondness for you and thinks you could give your humble life for her. Tirith has expressed her recognition of your courageous efforts and wishes that you, as an adventurer, would offer your small soul for her. A few lines appeared before Lin Fan's eyes. This cheeky, skinless tone is just too much to beat. Also, what the fuck makes a pet egg that can still burrow into a player's pants and drill? What's this? Lin Fan's entire body was petrified. What the hell was this nigga doing? Instantly transforming into a black-faced Dalong, he dug his hands into the corners of his coat in an attempt to yank out the dragon's egg. However, Lin Fan, who prided himself on being the king of operation and hand speed, was once again shocked when the dragon egg in the storage compartment actually began to go up and down, left and right, with all sorts of horizontal windy movements. The Triple Crown champion has less hand speed than an egg? Can't touch it. Can't touch it yet? Who am I? Where am I? I'm being operated on by a goofball? Lin Fan began to question his own operation and couldn't help but have a cold sweat running down his back, feeling that this egg was unusually evil. It was as if every move he made, and even every thought he had, was always captured by this egg one step ahead of him. He had seen all sorts of strange and bizarre divine realm creatures in his previous life, but none of them felt as absurd as they did now. The reputation of the Triple Crown champions instantly collapsed. Suddenly, an arrogant to the point of arrogance laughter rang out, and a man with blue hair like a waterfall appeared in front of the door of the secret room. His face was handsome, his stance was lonely, and he had a faint touch of femininity. The temperature around the altar plummeted, and the walls around him were crawling with ice crystals and frost just by him casually standing there. Adventurer, you impress me. The dragon spell boundary that my Frost Dragon clan hasn't been able to break for hundreds of years. You've managed to break it. The blue-haired man laughed lightly, his eyes filled with surprise. Lin Fan's eyes became stern as he inspected his opponent's attributes. Enchanted Frost Dragon Knight Ivan 3, level 40. Lordly creatures, HP, 7 million. Attack power, 2,300. Skill? You're the one who killed my mount. Lin Fan returned to his senses and said calmly, what kind of mount is a fire lizard? Have you ever seen a truly noble mount? The corners of Ivan III's mouth rose, outlining an evil smile, looking handsome but giving off a very sinister feeling. That means you killed it, right? Lin Fan smiled faintly. Domain Lord level Skyfeather remnants he had killed. Lord level boss even put up a stance that he had eaten him. This SB was a bit funny, so what if it is? Hand over Therese and I will let you live and give you a great deal of wealth. Ivan III slowly walked down the steps, the air freezing wherever he went, and azure-colored ice crystals constantly piercing the ground around him. He was like the god of frost, with magic at his fingertips. Option 1, hand over Tirith and you will receive 100,000 gold coins, a million reputation and a possible alliance with Lord Cain. Option 2, defeat Ivan III. The beep suddenly jams, and a slightly childish voice comes out. You will be favored by Tirith, and become her invincible, adorable, handsome, and dashing personal servant. 1DFA? Lin Fan's scalp exploded. This idiot could still tamper with the alert tone? Lin Fan quickly reacted. This little thing had the ability to read minds. Not only was it able to capture his operations in advance, but it could also read his thoughts. And don't look at the fact that it only has one life point, but it can use some kind of powerful space magic to travel freely through space boundaries. The storage package used by the player is essentially a small spatial boundary, which may have something to do with the fact that it had been blessed by the Dragon King of Holy Light. Silly Egg jumped on his head and shook his eggshell. Servant, offer your heart. Fight. Facing the approaching Ivan III, Lin Fan frowned and suddenly yawned and sat down, posing on the spot. Wouldn't I be disgraced if you said fight? You. Get up and fight. The childish voice sounded again, and the eggshell gave a shuddering look of panic. Want to live. This one's signed. Lin Fan looked calm and handed over the master servant contract with one hand, disliking the silly egg in front of him. Are you daydreaming? I, Tyrese, Pearl of the Kingdom, righteous daughter of the Holy Dragon, transcendent being, an existence destined to become the head of all dragons, sign a master servant contract with you? The silly egg wailed and began to gasp, feeling great humiliation as an icy mist erupted from the crack in the eggshell and the blood contract was torn. Ha, I love a dumbass with courage like you, so go fight him. I'll take the 100,000 gold coins people give me. Doesn't that smell good? Lin Fan then suddenly struck out and finally pinched Silly Egg in his hand, and Silly Egg hurriedly panicked to break free. At that moment, an imperceptible smile appeared on Lin Fan's face. So it's such a mind-reading mechanism, ah? You. Really think so? The fool was a bit surprised. She once again gained insight into Lin Fan's thoughts. There was really only one thought in the bastard's head, zero risk. Sell her for blood money. Or what? Lin Fan smiled faintly. Rather than being able to peer into the hearts of people, this silly egg was more like capturing the thoughts in the player's mind. This is evidenced by the fact that he was able to grab Tyrex, who just now had the thought in his head that the old man's head was itching to feel like he was going to grow a brain. So the palm swung over momentarily, and, treating the fool as if he had grown a brain, he grabbed the other man in the process. By the same token, as long as he didn't think about it deliberately, Tirith couldn't prejudge his behavior. Are you kidding me? He's not a tool man. Regardless of how awesome this egg was coming from, how could Lin Fan be willing to be enslaved by an egg? Dyrex, my Frost Dragon clan needs you, and you will not escape me. Ivan III sneered, ignoring the weak adventurer in front of him. His eyes were only on Dyrex. What to do? Ah. Therese anxiously hid behind Lin Fan. Lin Fan didn't say anything as he watched, roughly guessing the reason why the fool was afraid of Ivan III. Dragon Knight special skill, hunting and chasing. Once the prey is targeted by the Dragon Knight, it will not be able to use space magic to escape for a certain period of time. Previously, when Lin Fan tried to retrieve the Red Training King back into the Warbeast space, the reason why the retrieval failed was for this reason. Hurry up. Sign up for premium POW treatment or be enslaved by the demons. Your choice. Lin Fan handed over the master-servant contract once again, the corners of his mouth grinning to the back of his head. It's a young scheme. Even though Therese knew it was forcing her hand, she simply didn't have a choice in the face of Ivan III. Direx, Ivan III shouted arrogantly, his footsteps accelerating towards this place to kill. Ice crystals rippling around him, an arrogant aura coming out. I'll sign, get me out of here. Therese finally wimped out, suffocating to the point of wildly tapping her eggshells. By the way, add a clause that forbids prying into my thoughts. Lin Fan added a clause to the contract, even if he knew about the mind-reading mechanism, but he didn't want to bother, or else he was full of bad water to be seen in the eyes of people that how much it would affect his image. Cut the crap and take me to escape from the demon cave. I don't want to stay here anymore. This emperor wants to conquer the entire Divine Realm continent. As soon as the chartered labor contract was signed, the blood book immediately disappeared in front of Lin Fan. Yes, the battle beast Bitter Camp is back with a new staff. You dare to snatch my clan's greatest treasure. Asshole. I want you to die without a burial place. Ivan III's face suddenly changed. The layout that he had painstakingly worked on for hundreds of years was actually succeeded by a tiny adventurer, which made him hate it to the point of madness. With a swoosh, Direx scurried into Lin Fan's crotch. No, the space package. This little thing is such a pain in the ass. It's not even under control. Lin Fan shook his head. Even after signing the master-servant contract, he still couldn't restrict Therese's ability to travel through space. But with one thought from him, subject to the contract, Therese had to die. Frost magic was born out of thin air under Ivan III's feet, as if he was a frost god descending to the world, stepping on the arcane ice arch to kill Lin Fan at speed. Kill my mount. Suffer death. Lin Fan's eyes blazed as he turned on Wind Whisperer and quickly blasted out flat A's. 4 rounds of chaos spells in a second, each strike precisely bombarding the arcane ice at the boss's feet. With a crash, the basalt archway shattered open and Ivan III fell through it. The boss also moved extremely swiftly, with a twist in midair and a dashing landing, not allowing Lin Fan to deal substantial damage. Die! A touch of frost magic power converged in Ivan III's arm, and a dragon lance that was 4 or 5 meters long appeared in his hand, turning into a meteor aurora to launch another charge. Lin Fan went into serious mode and slammed his hands together. The ground shakes. The 2 stone dragons formed a rejection to block Ivan III. However, the latter's frost dragon lance had extremely strong penetrating power and instantly shattered the stone dragons. However, Lin Fan had prepared for this and pulled away in advance, and Ivan III's dragon lance stabbing strike struck an empty space. Lin Fan appeared high above the chamber, and as soon as the chaotic hexagram came out, the chaotic magic stirred up and rushed into the sky. A dragon of fire slammed down from midair, and Ivan III couldn't dodge and was sent flying. In the next second, Lin Fan's eyes flashed with thunderous light, as if he were the Thunder God King. Thunder. Blitz minus 2100. Blitz minus 2300. Blitz minus 9200. Lin Fan turned into a spell machine cannon, pouring out 50,000 plus output in a short period of time. But bosses like Ivan III with advanced combat awareness were hard to deal with. Bully. Ivan III was covered in blue light, and as soon as his dominant body opened, his levitation lifted and he coldly shouted, "Forbidden Frost." At that moment, more than a dozen spears hung in the air and locked Lin Fan, and swish swish swish, launched a wide-range AoE intensive strike. The killing intent in Lin Fan's eyes did not diminish, and the ice spears sticking down from the sky were like slow motion in the eyes of a trialist like him. Lin Fan was in danger and calmly took his position. The slightest mistake would kill him on the spot, but instead of bleeding him out, the seemingly deathless ranged skill didn't waste a single second of the thunder blast effect. A large number of chaos hairballs continued to blast at the boss. Sorry, it's better to wash your hands of this strength. Lin Fan sneered. Ivan III let out a roar, ignoring Lin Fan's damage like a hungry wolf pouncing in front of him, with a very clear thought process of making it impossible for him to pull away. Mages, are they necessarily weak in melee? The corner of Lin Fan's mouth rose lightly at the sight, and the blazing sun shield was used as a springboard to jump up high, and with one foot, he stepped on the boss's head to take off into the air and continue his seamless output. Most of the situations he faced after being reborn could simply be violently crushed by overwhelming equipment, skills, and soul seals. But that doesn't mean his skills are rusty. Rather, the more powerful the boss, the more it stirs his operating soul. Even though the mage couldn't utilize his range advantage in close combat, he wouldn't give this so-called Dragon Knight half a chance. Ivan III turned around and struck with anger. Striking with great speed, the dragon spear attacked Lin Fan's chest directly. The wind god sigh. Lin Fan chanted softly, delicately micro-manipulating. A whirlwind pushed away the dragon lance chopping angle instantly while also forcibly yanking Lin Fan high into the air. Seeing that he was about to be dropped to his death by his own skill, Lin Fan looked calm. Consecutive fireballs, aerial release skills, continuous deceleration, 5 meters from the ground, and then use the blazing sun shield as a pedal, a leap down, and once again expressionless zombie flat A. Under Lin Fan's continuous output, the boss's blood dropped by nearly 1 million, and once again roared. Ice Crystal Xian Armor, minus 800. Blitz Immunity. Blitz Immunity. Ivan used the defense skill, and the defense resistance and blitz resistance gained huge enhancements, and Lin Fan's output instantly dropped by a large margin. However, Lin Fan was not angry. Night class professions all had a common problem. The more powerful the defense skill, the more it would weaken their agility and movement speed. Not just the players, but even the bosses as well. Ivan 3 appeared to have temporarily resisted the damage, but in fact in Lin Fan's eyes it had only changed from a moving target to a stationary target. You take your time chasing after me. I'll count the talent points. Lin Fan calmly opened the Chaos talent tree and tapped the talent points he had gotten earlier to bring the Chaos Manosphere to its full state. Water Elemental, Blood Drawing Trait, currently level 10, 10% Blood Drawing. Fire Elemental, Scorch Trait, currently level 10, 10% Scorch. Earth Elemental, Slowdown Trait, currently level 10, 50% Slowdown. Wind Elemental, Attack Speed Trait, currently level 10, 2, 0 Attack Speed Boost. Full level comes with a 50% slowdown, which is nice. Lin Fan laughed as the chaos spells hit the boss continuously, and without the use of the earth slowing skill, it was difficult for the boss to move a step in its defense state. And the 2-0 attack speed boost, with Wind Whisperer on, reaches a terrifying 5-0 plus attack speed a second. At this stage, even an S-rank hidden job archer would have this attack speed, and no one would be able to surpass him unless all of his free points were spent on agility. A cold light flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. 5 shots of Chaos Fireball in a second, almost making the flat A output connect into a straight line, coupled with the mindless slowdown. He didn't know how else to play this rash boss. Chaos Chains trigger. Ivan was shocked to find the ice armor failing. Double true damage, ignoring any magic resistance or magic boosting skills. True wound strike minus 2600. True wound strike minus 10,000. The chain binding effect ended and Ivan 3 was furious. Adventurer, you are challenging the authority of the Dragon Rider clan. Lin Fan calculated the end time of the hegemony and laughed lightly. Not convinced? I'll wait for your next round of hegemony. Under the minus 50% skill cooldown enchantment, Lin Fan reached out and lifted his hand. His 5 fingers snapped together, and the Inferno Dragon slammed down once again. Inching the boss has no qualifications for dodging. Strong knockout. Explosive fireball. Continuous fireballs. The 4 shots have the hidden knockback fireball skill, further boosting the float height. This was the god of law. Every skill was used to its fullest, even if it was only a mere C/D rank. In Lin Fan's hands it was not even remotely worse than any A rank magic. Combo X10. Combo X219. After a short 3 minutes, Ivan once again used his hegemony to break free from control, and by now the blood level had dropped to 50%. The boss continuously suffered a big loss and gave Lin Fan a vicious look, this time actually choosing to take the initiative to pull away. Lin Fan gazed to himself. Entering boss mode 2? Val Arg, Ivan 3 shouted, suddenly looking to the dome. In an instant, a loud bang came from the dome, and a crack was quickly torn through the rock above the dome, the opening widening rapidly. Boom! A large boulder smashed down, hastily dodged away from the collapse range. It would be a lot of fun if he was killed by the boulder. At that moment, a behemoth poked its head out and revealed its true appearance. Lower Frost Dragon, Varag, level 60, 80. Domain Master Creature. HP, 60 million/120 million. Attack power? Skill? This is a huge beast that has gone through long years of killing. Greenish-gray scale armor covers the whole body, and the huge dragon head is full of traces of war. The wings could reach hundreds of meters in size when unfolded, and the very large size of the chamber became abnormally narrow. This is a true dragon, the king of the sky. Yikes, this damnable old dragon is relying on my precious blood to renew its life and hasn't died of old age until now. Run, Therese exclaimed. Lin Fan discovered the clues. This giant dragon was not in a normal state. Its level had declined drastically, which meant that its lifespan was about to come to an end. Looking unusually clumsy and sluggish, he nearly fell through the pierced dome, forcing his wings to flap before barely stabilizing his flight. Ivan 3 snorted coldly and stepped on the arcane ice arch to sit on the ancestral dragon, gazing at Lin Fan with a general aura of looking down on the world. Bang! An object fell from the neck of the dragon, and Lin Fan's eyes burst with killing intent. It was the severed head of the Chilean king. Lin Fan's face was as cold as frost, and there was a hint of puzzlement in his heart. The death of a war beast should have disappeared as quickly as an ordinary demonic creature. However, the Red Lining King did not. Ivan 3 sneered. Inferior beings are only worthy of being reduced to food. Lin Fan slowly walked over to him, and the red reinforcement king's mouth was full of light blue blood and flesh, all bitten off from the dragon's neck. Sighing softly, he closed the eyes of the Chilean king. Lin Fan's eyelids jumped. I don't know if it was an illusion or real, but he actually vaguely saw the Chilean king's severed head in a slight squirm. At the same time, the frost dragon glided and flew with a sky full of frost. The hard as iron rock was sliced through like tofu by its wings, and the dome rock layer was almost completely lifted up. Frost dragon breath. Ivan 3 pointed his dragon spear and laughed maniacally. The old dragon let out a hiss. A strong fishy odor hit his nose, and intermittently started coughing. Then a terrifying frost dragon breath sprayed out. The dragon breath spread zone everything withered and withered into silent death. Seeing this scene, Lin Fan loaded the head of the Red Training King into the war beast space. He then waved his staff, triggering the power Holy Realm multiple effects, and the 6 stone dragons ruthlessly smashed into Ivan 3. He knew very well that the giant dragon would be protected by the hegemony when it spat out its breath, and he could not block it or bring it down. The only way to get unstuck is to focus on Ivan. Just as Lin Fan expected, the frost dragon subconsciously protected its master and flapped its wings to turn, and a terrifying dragon's breath exploded behind Lin Fan. Minus 5,000. Lin Fan frowned. Just one ice crystal shard grazed his back and this strike almost killed him in seconds. It was evident that even an old aged giant dragon was extremely difficult to deal with. After one unsuccessful strike, Ivan roared in anger and maneuvered the frost dragon to swoop down and kill. The ice lance in his hand zoomed in sharply, vowing to pierce Lin Fan to kill him. Lin Fan casually struck the explosive fireball, which had yet to hit, and whirled around to use the Tempest Blade, which actually dispersed his own skill. And then, a large amount of water vapor exploded, creating a mist that obscured the boss view, causing the frost dragon to lose control and crash hard headfirst into the rocky body. Smash. 100,000. A huge damage number popped up. Lin Fan didn't stop and took advantage of this opening to immediately rush out of the secret room door. This was the subtlety of a chaos mage, where different attribute magic was stacked on top of each other, and a simple application of the laws of physics could strike an unexpected effect. Running into the goblin lab cloisters, the walls shook violently, and a constant barrage of attacks slammed in haphazardly. Lin Fan was in danger and took out the divine liquid he had snatched from the goblin chief as he ran. The blood of Therese. Quality, sacred. Effect unknown. Can it be saved? Lin Fan muttered and whispered. Give me back my precious blood and I'll help you save it. Therese suddenly spoke out. I would believe you? Lin Fan smiled contemptuously, judging from Therese's panicked tone. This fool was still trying to trick the holy relic from him. After all, the stuff was extracted from her by the goblins. It was due to being extracted from the precious blood for a long period of time, which led to Dyrex becoming in this miserable state. And once it fell into her hands, it would be the first to use it for herself. Lin Fan didn't care if the divine liquid was useful or not. He opened the lid of the vessel, released the severed head of the Red Reinforcement King and poured it on. It wasn't true that holy relics were precious, but if they couldn't be used, they meant nothing to Lin Fan. Therese shouted in panic, trying to dissuade. You're wasting it badly. Stop it. You can't use this much to resurrect a humble reptile. Please, do me a favor and save some for me. Therese started out pretty tough and ended up completely begging. Lin Fan wouldn't care what an egg thought. His mount had died in battle to protect him. There was no way he was going to sit back and do nothing. Not long after, a bit of strange light spread throughout the entire corridor, and power filled with divinity began to erupt. The next instant, a creepy breath sputtered as if a prehistoric beast was about to awaken from its slumber. It's so big. Lin Fan was stunned. With a mere stretch of his body, the walls around him were quickly bursting. A large number of chambers were destroyed, and his wings quickly propped up an open space. A pair of scarlet eyes then opened. The blood of Therese takes effect. Your war beast, token number 1, has undergone a regression. Level plus 10. Increase in size by 10 times. Metamorphose into a lordly creature. Dragon Necromancer Death Ogre. Dragon Nemesis Death Eater, level 40. Lord's War Beasts. HP, 5 million. Attack power, 2000. Strike rate, 40%. Skills, Destructive Spit. Overwhelming response. Binge-eating growth. The holy relic pours over the puppy's head, and the ruddy king metamorphoses into a death ogre. It's okay, little one. It really didn't let me down. A smile finally appeared on Lin Fan's face. At this moment, the Red Reigning King's entire body appeared a flame-like orange-red color, and his body size had skyrocketed by a full 10 times. A pair of flying wings were covered with dagger-like sharp black barbs, and between the dog's heads exhale and inhale, surging fire element boiled, making it look extremely oppressive and primitively animalistic. Even though its size was still far inferior to the frost dragon, it was even better when it came to its ferocious aura. Lin Fan's mind moved, and the skill panel of the Chilean king appeared. Destructive breath. Effect, unleash a stream of magical inflammation jets, directly inflicting 20,000 damage and double the attack power of the burning effect per second. With splash, spread, melt and other attack effects. Cooldown time 30 seconds. Overlord responding. Effect, gain 20 seconds of immunity to negative effects such as knockback, levitation, slowdown, etc. And gain 50% blood recovery at the end of the hegemony effect. Cooldown 10 minutes. A dragon breath-like skill, plus an enhanced dominance. Both new skills are very strong. They're just both disciples within disciples compared to the last one. Overeating grows. Effect, exclusive skill of the Tyrannos, devouring the corpses of magical creatures, NPCs and other targets. Will gain 0.1% to 100% full attribute growth, judged based on the devouring target's strength and life. When the acquired attribute reaches 300%, using the dragon crystal will further metamorphose it into a domain master level warbeast, the ancient demon shadow. It actually turned into a growable warbeast? The old man is a blessing. Lin Fan's heart called out that it was worthy of being his #1 transportation tool, and it was really perverted enough. Warbeasts can be upgraded by killing monsters just like players, but usually the initial level of the warbeast determines the upper limit of the battle power. It's as if a kobold could rise to even 100 levels or so, and that's not likely to be stronger than a low-level hatchling. Beast masters can usually only increase their battle power in small increments by leveling up their warbeasts and playing on their skills. However, the situation is different for warbeasts with growth-type skills, which can greatly pull up the upper limit of potential and constantly break through the class ceiling. The overeater awoke and shuddered, a great deal of house debris shaking off. Twisting his head, he looked straight at Lin Fan, a pair of demonic bloodshot eyes containing a fierce aura. A creepy spit began to brew in his mouth, and the incomparably scorching heat instantly melted the surrounding area, forcing a hollow zone to dissolve in the wreckage. Geez, backbone, are you trying to rebel? Lin Fan froze for a moment. In the hands of countless mage players, red in the eyes of the legendary staff instantly turned into a disciplinary staff, jumped up and was a stick to whip the dog's brain. Spray me to try? Woo, woo. Little one's brain took 3 sticks in a row, and the destructive spit in his mouth was forcibly interrupted, slightly obscenely shrinking his head and letting out a whimpering sound, like a small hyena being punished by its master. It's just that the size of this earth dog just doesn't make it look half as cute. Oh, you want to kill the goofball? Lin Fan reacted as the silly egg hid in his package and shivered, claiming to be the lord of 10,000 dragons. Naturally he would become the greatest mortal enemy of the overeaters. Leave him with an egg life for now. There are still some uses for keeping this gadget, like as a mobile blood bank or something. The corners of Lin Fan's mouth rose, a bad smile on his face. A precious egg that could squeeze out holy blood at any time was something he couldn't really part with right now. Moreover, Direx's origin was not simple. The 4-in-1 bloodline dragon race. If this hatched her out, it wouldn't earn her a few hundred pounds of divine blood. I saved you. You have to call me mom. Drinking my supreme precious blood and turning the other cheek is truly looking for a fight. Minion, continue. Seeing that little one was defeated, Therese immediately jumped out to fox around and stood on Lin Fan's shoulder and shouted, "They're all my employees. Don't fight." Lin Fan smiled helplessly. Little one depressedly gouged the ground with his sharp claws, cutting a furrow in the ground, but just didn't dare to make a scene in front of Lin Fan. Assholes who only hide their heads and tails have the guts to face me head on. Don't adventurers have any semblance of chivalry left? A constant stream of secret chambers were being devastated, and Ivan III was screaming more and more, trying to force Lin Fan to show himself with his crude mouthpiece skills. All the knights of God I've ever seen in the end times who had half a midichlorian spirit, they'd all be knights of death. Lin Fan smiled disdainfully. In the divine realm world, there was only one iron law: success is king or failure. It's the winners that have a voice, and it doesn't matter what means are used. As he spoke, the space where Lin Fan was froze, and Ivan III once again pursued him. A frost dragon breath swept in, and the tyrannical predator Red Reaper King snapped his head up, roaring furiously as a mouthful of destructive dragon breath topped it off, forcing it against the wave. Yet there was always a level/class gap, and the tyrannical eater fought it off for just under 2 seconds before the destructive flames were completely suppressed by the frost. Get to work! Get to work! Lin Fan grunted coldly as the warbeast's will was reassembled for the tyrannical eater. The war drums rumbled, and the demonic shadows rushed into the sky. Lin Fan was a little surprised. The basic skills that the Red Reach King had before it metamorphosed and returned to its ancestors were still there. Only now it had become an instinct of its body, and it could achieve a hasty effect without having to release it intentionally. The demonic blood shadow ignored the narrow underground space and rushed out of the collapsed zone in a rampage. Rejoin the airborne battlefield. Hand over Therese and spare your life. Ivan III screamed again. Riding the dragon made him think he had a sure victory. A dying old dragon that has been passed down for 3 generations is all you have to offer? Lin Fan smiled and shook his head. The frost dragon with 60 million blood was indeed strong, but the copy boss itself with only 3 million blood left was not worth mentioning at all. When enemies met, the Red Reinforcement King saw the frost dragon and killed it in a hurry with red eyes. Seek death. Seeing this, Ivan III was not surprised but pleased, and once again applied the Dragon Knight special skill, Hunt and Chase, to the Red Reinforcement King. Wielding the dragon lance he attempted to try and decapitate it first before dealing with Lin Fan. However, he was not the only one who thought the same way. Lin Fan coldly smiled, casting a spell from a super long distance. Explosive fireball plus tempest blade once again created a thick fog effect. The Red Reef King's figure flickered. His large size did not hinder his exaggerated flying speed in the slightest, and in the twinkling of an eye, he disappeared within the range of the boss's attack. Taking advantage of Ivan III's daze, Lin Fan indifferently whispered, "Bloodthirsty berserk wave." One person and one dragon's mind appeared to be lost for a short while. Ivan III reacted extremely quickly and immediately used his body to lift the state of indistinguishability between enemy and self. But the frost dragon that had long been old and dying was unusually slow. Its huge mouth opened and with a click it violently bit half of Ivan III's body. Not to be outdone. Chew on it. The red-reaching king swept through in a diagonal thrust. Not as large as the frost dragon, but speed was its absolute advantage. Dodging Ivan III's roiling ice spear blast, he twisted his head and a destructive spit incinerated everything. -18,000. Strike 6,700. Continuously inflicts 4,000 plus burn kills per second, which is pretty impressive damage. The only downside is that the 30-second CD is too long. Bastard, give me death. Ivan III roared and suddenly stabbed out his dragon lance, and the Red Lining King's sharp claws swung out, easily snapping the magical dragon lance. Lin Fan's face was cold as he turned on Thunderbolt to match and deal a lot of damage. A flame scorch and a destructive spit. The double scorching damage climbed with each other, and the boss blood dropped close to 500,000 under the light of day. However, it would have to be the frost gargoyle that hit the hardest. Just mouth horse is not too much. Open mouth as a round of frost dragon breath dislike face output their master. -40,000. -50,000. Just as Lin Fan expected, there was a problem with this dragon's status. Apart from the ancestral mastery dragon breath, the other skills not only had a much longer cooldown than normal dragons, but even the timing of the skill release was puzzling. Even after being controlled by a charm-type skill, the first time, he failed to open the most basic overbearing uncontrol. Ivan III was shocked and turned on his ice armor to reduce the damage, and hurriedly stepped on the arcane ice arch bridge to escape the range of the dragon's attack. The amount of blood fell wildly, if it wasn't for his own thick skin. Otherwise he would have become the first dragon knight in the history of God's domain to be bitten to death by a warbeast. Ice armor state of Ivan III defense perverted. Lin Fan trigger to hit the chaos chain, ignoring all defense to hit double real damage. Otherwise for a moment really cannot take him. Who knew that at this time? A voice came from the distance with a strange shout. "I'll do it. Look at my brother's newly developed RPG magic penetrating rounds." A shoulder-mounted RPG supercharged into the sky, hitting the boss with precision from 300 meters away. -1000. Gain removal. I count you in. Lin Fan people are looking dumbfounded, riding a motorcycle and carrying a missile on his shoulder. The man who was watched by Wuga returned for a limited time. Night Zero, without me as a reinforcement, it's true that you'll have a hard time fighting. That's. Black lines sprouted from Lin Fan's forehead. This kid was really accidentally sexually pulled full. The magic energy launcher he was carrying in his hand had average attributes, with an attack power of just 1300 points. Not as good as his Italian cannon. However, there was a gain buff removal effect similar to the priest's magic collapse, which was best used against night-type bosses that were known for their defensive prowess. Night Zero, how did your mount get so much bigger? Holy shit, that one across the street can't be a giant dragon, right? You're planning on slaying dragons at level 20-something? Night Zero, speechless. Is this game's dragon so worthless? So what? Can you conveniently tame one for me to ride? This dragon looks pretty good. Listening to Night Zero's trolling, Lin Fan once again gave the dude a thumbs up. If this game is opened by me, I must give you the whole GM as a pawn. More than I will think. Overpraise. Night Zero tossed his head in a dashing manner, thinking that he had made a little tycoon like Lin Fan handsome. The ice armor was removed, and Lin Fan manipulated the Red Reach King to launch another onslaught. Split the two bosses. Lin Fan's intentions were very clear. The boss had lost its dragon mount, and its combat power was only equivalent to that of an ordinary Lord boss, so choosing to break it down one by one was the best way to go about it. Soon, Ivan III's blood level dropped to less than 1,000,000, and once again he used ice armor to save his life, this time learning the hard way to command the Frost Dragon to go ahead and kill Knight Zero. As long as Knight Zero, who was able to remove the ice armor defense, was killed, he would only need to passively defend and leave the rest to the Frost Dragon to destroy everything. This is also a little too big. Hit me to do what? I ride a motorcycle shopping cannot Knight Zero hurriedly rode the motorcycle with the intention of flashing. But how can the ground run faster than the king of the sky? A dragon's breath is like the coming of winter. The small monsters that Knight Zero attracted were all frozen into ice sculptures, and then continuously exploded behind him. The terrible whistling sound resounded through the copy. Knight Zero knew that it was hard to escape, turned back and intended to fight for his life, and did his last bit of strength to help Lin Fan kill the boss. Seeing that he was about to be frozen by the frost, Lin Fan suddenly shouted in the team, "Don't turn back! Charge forward as fast as you can! I'll take you off!" Really? Really? Knight Zero heart tightened. Do not care to think about other afoot throttle to the end. Pull the bomb motorcycle jet magic energy crazy acceleration. Not far away is the cliff where the Red Reinforcement King was killed earlier. Knight Zero couldn't help but scream and shout, "I believe you, ghost." Lin Fan smiled faintly and whispered, "Magic Eye." A meteor flashed in front of Knight Zero's heels, and he went straight through a void of space. What the hell? I'm in outer space? Knight Zero was confused. It was an unprecedented experience. The key to the sparkling river of stars. As he drove his motorcycle through the web of space, the nebulae around him brushing against him, was so marvelous that it was mesmerizing. When the next second came, he suddenly appeared 100 meters in the air, and the folding mirror projected him onto the back of the Chiltern King. Then, fell headlong into the abyss of 10,000 feet. You bad old man bad. Knight Zero's hands and feet scrambled and grabbed, only to pass through the flying magic eye in the air again and enter the SpaceNet channel again. As expected, no matter if it's a skill attack or a living creature, it can still cross into the space of the magic eye folding mirror. Lin Fan muttered to himself in his heart. In this way, there is a lot of room for the God Emperor's earring to operate, and the use of the two mirrors will allow for an incredible offense to be played. He named it, Crossing Strike. Don't be nervous, just fire at the target. Lin Fan comforted. Can this not be stressful? Having traveled through space multiple times, Knight Zero's mind was on the verge of collapse, and he was about to die of fright. However, under Lin Fan's intentional operation, the two mirrors kept adjusting their angles, causing the Frost Dragon to twist into a twist, constantly twisting its head around to find an attack target. But even if the dragon spit was invincible, it couldn't cross space to destroy the enemy. Continuously traversing the Knight Zero's scalp numbness, he found a cruel fact. In someone's operation he surprisingly want to fall to death are difficult. Solely began to follow Lin Fan's wishes, carrying the RPG in midair to lock onto the turtled and defended boss. The frost gargoyle was like a cat that had seen a ball of wool, with its attention only on the fluttering lost target. Ivan III stifled a yell. Xian ice armor. I'll do it. Knight Zero struck a dashing pose in the air. -1000. Gain removal. The ice armor was just forming when a shell knocked it back. The boss continues to apply the protection skill. Knights him. Here I go again. -1000. Gain removal. The boss was about to descend into madness and pulled out its crushing protection skill, Frost Dragon Shelter. I'm fucking doing it again and again and again. -1000. The abyssal level copy boss had his 3 views blown up, unable to believe that he was being teased like a fool by a level 15 player, but he was unable to do anything about it. This skill and this dude is invincible. Lin Fan gave a neutral evaluation, especially when rushing out of the folding mirror. Knight Zero's speed on the motorcycle could skyrocket 5 times. This speed is as fast as a beam of light. Green to the heart. Simply riding on the head of the two bosses to pull that with that. The effect of the God Emperor's earring skill was about to end, and Lin Fan finally spared the thick-skinned University Sen and sent him back to the ground. Then, watching him get mobbed and thrashed by a bunch of gargoyles sends him back to the Goblin factory once again. Sorry to come back to the guild to make it up to you. It's been a bit hectic. Lin Fan laughed bitterly. It really wasn't him that caused this. It was only because this kid rode a motorcycle too fast, and accidentally made too many waves himself. A shot of Inferno Dragon slammed into the bloodied boss, and the Frost Dragon was finally smart enough to see this, immediately charging at Lin Fan on the Red Reach King's back with his Overlord on. The Red Reach King's head iron remained the same, still sworn to protect, and once again fell into the giant mouth of the abyss. Lethal gnawing. Greed bleeds. Dragon might. The Red Reach King's blood level instantly dropped to below 1,000,000. However, this time was different from before. The Chilean king in his new form was full of energy, deep in the sharp teeth of the giant dragon, his neck poking out violently, his bloodshot eyes full of madness. Stabbing. A bite exploded the eyeball of the frost dragon Varag. With a casual tug, a large amount of dragon's blood spurted out. The frost giant dragon instantly became furious, being completely energized by its primal instincts, abandoning its dragon breath to return fire, intending to crush the opponent who dared to challenge him to death by the bloodiest means possible. A human cunning flickered in the eyes of the red reigning king, and a golden light erupted above his massive figure. Hegemony reply. The blood instantly skyrocketed by a large amount, and then forced to break free from the abyssal mouth, very cunningly chose to bugger off, sitting and waiting for a certain unscrupulous master to wrap up. Global announcement. Player Vanguard led a team deep into the dragon pool, killing Dragon Knight Ivan. A few words, as if with heavenly magic. In an instant, global players were completely shocked. Thin Ice Brother, decapitating Dragon Knights. Old me is still fighting level 20 blood-sucking demons back and forth, and he's this strong? Hard-hearted as a knife. A global announcement. That would be a first, right, man? I'll beat your mom. Sick game. I'm with Crazy Devil. We can't just let our national players be disgusted. We must let our overseas grandchildren be properly disgusted as well. God's domain world Dragon Knight, whether it is NPC or magic boss, to the players that is the existence of the high and mighty. Not to mention the attribute panel that the dragon couldn't match. Even the Dragon Knight himself that was so strong that it suffocated the player. But now there is someone who has broken this myth, and has even spread his great name to the global regions. This undoubtedly makes the national service players both excited and find it inconceivable. And only now can they truly understand that Yakangchang, Shizua and their loss is not unfair. There are also weaker dragon riders, such as the dragon inheritors, who rely on nothing more than their ancestral glory to ride a dragon. That's right, I've seen the dragon knights gathering in the hidden copies, and the two inheritors of the empire's purple and gold dukes and the golden family are child knights who are only 13 or 14 years old. The death of Ivan III shook players around the world, and Korean players were the first to jump out and state that Vanguard's battle record was watered down. We, the king of the Orochi, are the first to be unconvinced. He's an SS professional casually crushing this mortal god. Isn't it just killing a dragon knight? What's the big deal? Sit down and start a war to show those people in Huaxia what is meant by the power of the emperor. The Japanese players were rubbing their fists. The player who was the number one beast master in the Japanese service was their biggest dependence. A domain master level war beast was enough to destroy all their opponents. Huaxia region looks like it's playing a wonderful game. We also need to speed up our progress. In Northern Europe, the people of Sword and Soul Guild fought against the group of heroes and took over the entire 20 strongholds of the first battlefield. What arrogance and dominance it was for one of the 6 main players to take over a city. The terrifying strength of the group made their extranet social media hit, causing countless people to repost the video. However, there are also Nordic players who think that the Chinese mortal gods will be a threat to them. But such voices are quickly overshadowed by comments such as underdogs and Oscar-winning actors. A handsome and extraordinary blonde man laughed calmly. Fan Shun. He's still as strong as ever. And I think that Ekong City is no longer the biggest threat in the national war. He was wearing a level 20 legendary suit, which was even more rustic than Ekong City. But it wasn't just the financial power that was the most amazing. The first battlefield, the first stronghold, with 1 for 1,000, killing the hostile guild's livers. Far stronger than ordinary professional players' operation method. Unremittingly combustible S-class occupation. Let him become the Nordic region recognized as the strongest warrior. Sword and Soul Guild may be relatively unfamiliar to the national service players, but if we talk about the guild's predecessor, the STT team, that was definitely like a wall of size across the front of the national service esports enthusiasts, making the enthusiasts incomparably suffocate and despair. That was their heartthrob, the opponent of the unabled Battle Saint. They were the double champions of the Sword Journey World Tournament, the STT Battle Team. Back then, in that elimination match, Tian Chi faced this team. The result was obvious, with almost all of the team faking the match. Team STT took down Heaven's Best and went all the way to the finals to take the top spot. Fatty, tell me this isn't true. I'm so angry that my ultimate dream in the Divine Realm has been preempted by Old Six. Crazy, I said how half a day no one. Called on me to steal his mother 3 days and 3 nights off. Qingfeng, yes, this is indeed very counterintuitive. Mage Melee Dragon Knights really have it in for you. Chairman, Iron Horseman, I am online to undertake the services of picking up loot, chatting with you, and kissing your ass, all related to President Godslayer. The people of the Godslayer Guild took a rare high-profile turn, and the crowd showed up on the World Channel en masse. Lin Fan was in charge of the show, and they were in charge of pretending to be B. It was like a 1-2 punch. I'm on TV too. Night Zero ghosted through the channel. excitedly yelling Wooga, Toho brother bull. At the same time, under the command of Knight Zero, the goblins twisted a big bag, with a pile of broken copper and iron to raise the clan to relocate. The destination is exactly the stronghold where the Godslayer Guild is located. Bursting with golden light, 2 golden rays of light appeared in front of Lin Fan's eyes, an A-ranked magic book, and a 30-ranked legendary defense gear. Lin Fan didn't have time to check the attributes and stuff the loot into the package with a brain. As soon as he looked up at the amazingly tonnage frost dragon Varrig, Lin Fan had an extra greedy smile on his face. Things must be done, and once the bow is fired it is impossible to go back. A dragon rider he was going to kill. So how could a creature like a gargoyle that was covered in the finest materials miss out? Kill. Lin Fan rode the Red Reinforcement King, raised his staff and pointed, and the chaos spells bombarded the frost dragon that was as old as it could be. Since we have to go against the grain, then we'll go against the sky to the end. With the body of a mortal, he slayed demons and cut down dragons. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen chaos spells struck the giant dragon, but the killing effect was like rain falling down, making it difficult to set off any ripples. The Red Reigning King's body size skyrocketed tenfold, but compared to that majestic to the extreme, it could only compare tonnage with a thigh of Varrig, the difference in grade visible to the naked eye. With its master dead and completely free, the Varrig seemed much more lucid, and ice blades covering an area several hundred meters wide took shape behind it. A random blow is the strength of A-rank ice magic. Such a big battle made Lin Fan's heart flutter. The Red Reaper King's magic boiled and gleamed as he fled the striking range overhead at an extremely exaggerated speed. Hoo hoo hoo! Death roared, the sky collapsed, and the entire copy instantly became a world of ice and snow, and the terrain was churned into a pot of porridge. Lin Fan's eyes flashed as he summoned the Inferno Dragon to slam up and try to bring Varrig under control. The staff's multiple casting triggered, and the 3-headed Inferno Dragon transformed into a hole under Lin Fan's operation, slamming into the big boss that was flying in from below. Unexpectedly, the normally invincible Inferno Dragon, which had struck the Frost Dragon's head squarely, only made the other party briefly stiffen for a moment, and the terrifying dragon's body didn't even wobble for a moment. Varigg's flight speed slowed down and was attacked by the Chaos Hairball's negative effects, but he still chased after the Red King with an unrivaled sound. Blitz 2000. Scorch 4200. The Red Reef King continued to accelerate, and Lin Fan turned on the Wind Whisperer like a turret to continuously output from 1,000 meters away. But no matter whether it was facing slowdowns, knockdowns and other controls, this old dragon shook its wings and the buff all disappeared. Exaggerated negative effect resistance existed, and even if it didn't open a hegemony, it was extremely difficult to deal with. Roar! The death of the last generation heir of the Ivan family had made Varrig ironclad to fight Lin Fan to the end, and opened his mouth to strike a dragon's breath to wither all matter from a distance. Chaos chains triggered and a barrage of true damage raised. The Varrig was briefly caught in chains that would normally cause it to lose control of the plane and crash, yet it was still able to flap its wings to keep its balance, only to slow its pursuit posture a bit. True wound double storm minus 3000. True damage double storm 10,000. It was a good thing that under the true injury effect, the burning was still outstanding, or else upon seeing this scene, Lin Fan would have already developed a desire to retreat. The terrain here is not conducive for no one to utilize his speed advantage. Change the battlefield. Lin Fan's eyes were cold, and he made the immediate decision to have the Red Reinforcement King fly vertically upwards. At this time, the Red Training King let out a low roar in pain. His body was struck by the Frost Dragon's breath. His wings were frozen in an instant, and he lost his balance and brought Lin Fan down headlong. War Beast Space. Lin Fan was not afraid of the danger. The first time he recovered the Red Reinforcement King, the next instant the negative effect was removed. He summoned it again and continued to fly towards the Underworld Dome. The Red Reinforcement King once again caught Lin Fan, and the one person and one beast began to flee, but in reality, they intended to do a big job. Destruction spit, Lin Fan said in a deep voice. The Red Lightning King opened his mouth and blasted out a burning everything spit at this wall, and the rock was instantly melted like glue, hard chiseling out a flight pathway in the wall. You are about to leave the copy. The beeping tone came. Lin Fan's face was calm, and behind him, the Frost Dragon followed and plunged headlong into the rock layer, relying purely on the dragon's brute strength to drill into it, bent on tearing the one man and one beast to pieces. A few moments later, the Frost Dragon broke through the mountain with brute force, raising the sky in fury as the dragon's might spread. The dragon's might appeared, and the demons avoided retreating. No matter if it was a neutral creature or a powerful demonic creature in the vicinity of Purple Cloud City, all of them began to tremble. Under the pressure of the King of the Sky, most creatures would not dare to resist even in death. This was the might of the dragon race, which had long ago engraved an invincible soul mark within the bodies of all creatures in the gods' domain world. However, An even more high-pitched beast roar rang out, and it was even more ferocious and violent. Even against the gargoyle creatures he was undaunted, even tearing out one of his opponent's eyes a few minutes ago. How dare you challenge the authority of the Dragon Clan? Varric roared again and flew toward the airspace where the sound had been made. After flying out for a few minutes, however, a glimmer of confusion appeared in what was left of Varric's one eye. What about bugs that are as weak as chili fries? Put. Before it could regain its senses, dozens of chaotic fireballs appeared out of nowhere, blasting one after another into Varric's injured eye socket. Varric looked around in pain for Griffin's whereabouts, but all he got in response were whistling attacks. Wave after wave after wave. A shot of destruction spit was like a laser. A precision headlock that burned Varric's blue head to a charred black color. Somewhat comically, it could sense the scent of the Chilean king. But where the hell was that damn hot rod? Varric roared with rage and began to indiscriminately unleash his skills back indiscriminately. But it can't even find its target. So how can it hit? A mirrored flash of light shimmered deep within the clouds, and the form of the dragon Varric was reflected in it. How dare you chase out the copy? Come on, go on. Isn't that what they say? You're lucky you found us. Ow 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 ow. 7 or 8 kilometers away. A man and a beast screamed obscenely and strangely. The two obscene monsters kept releasing attacks towards the magic eye, and after reflecting through the folding mirrors in the clouds, the ballistic flight speed was increased by 5 times, not giving the frost dragon half a chance to dodge at all. The frost dragon is moving away from you. You survived the mouth of the dragon by a fluke, gained 20 points of your own attributes, 2 points of talent, and reached the achievement, Survivor of the Dragon's Mouth. Listening to the tips, Lin Fan was rendered speechless. What was meant by a lucky escape? This system actually misjudged and thought he was fleeing from the dragon's pursuit, and triggered the egg achievement. But in fact it was clear that he was walking the frost dragon all the way to the fierce hammer. Lin Fan's own range reached to 5 kilometers that made people call out that he had a hang-up, and with the Divine Emperor's earrings to add to it, theoretically his range could reach an unbelievable 10 kilometers. This distance, not to mention an inferior dragon. Even Dragon Slayer Tion you would have to be blinded. Magic Eye Folding Mirror, 5 minutes on cooldown, allowing Lin Fan to output mindlessly for 2 minutes, and still be able to accurately lock onto the frost dragon. Lin Fan knew that if the skill went into cooldown, once the boss was out of combat, the speed of recovering blood would be terrifying. Therefore, as long as the Divine Emperor's skill cooled down, he would immediately ride the Red Reinforcement King to intentionally close in on the attack to attract hatred. Anyway, with the current flying speed of the Red Reinforcement King, he could show this old dragon's father and mother to be unrecognizable. Varric releases his dragon's breath again to shoot through the clouds, and the Red King lets out a disdainful snort. Crap! I'm begging you to stop showing off. Lin Fan's forehead broke out in a cold sweat as the Red Reinforcement King's wings spread out, showing off Varric in front of him, and surprisingly coming around the dragon's breath ice pillar in a wave of encircling climbs. Roar roar! The Red Reinforcement King roared low in triumph, and Lin Fan directly wiped his sweat in order to express his speechlessness. Since dying once, although the Chilean king is still ferocious, it has invariably become much more cunning, and its perverse and arrogant character has become more and more inscrutable. Deadly enemies of the Dragon Clan. Lin Fan stared at the Red Reaper King status bar and muttered to himself. This buff didn't have any bonuses, yet it was somewhat similar to a player's soul seal talent. When he thought about the system's hint of ancestral return instead of evolution when the Red Reinforcement King metamorphosed, it forced him to doubt the origin of the Red Reinforcement King's bloodline. After all, there had been many races in the Divine Realm backstory that were able to call the shots of the gargoyles. For example, the Leviathan behemoth that nearly ended them both in a single bite, as well as those legendary king-level ferocious beasts, and even godly beasts, had all slaughtered dragons in the Divine Realm setting. I'm afraid the Death God Mountain has amazing secrets, Lin Fan thought in his heart. The Death Mountain, to which the Red Reaper King belonged, had very few players going to brush the elite copies over there since most of the demons were flying beasts that players hated the most. Lin Fan only knows the general distribution of demons in the Death Mountain, and knows very little about the copy of the raid, and has always been considered by him to be a waste of time to go to this copy of the Gold Fighter. However, after discovering that the Chilean king spoke when he was dying, as well as the current phenomenon of returning to his ancestors, it seemed necessary to find a chance to make a trip there. No. One needs dragon crystals to promote to Domain Lord. This old dragon must be killed, Lin Fan said mentally. He knew that with his current strength, even with the help of the Red Reinforcement King, the two of them wouldn't have any chance of winning against a giant dragon in perfect condition. The so-called speed advantage of the Red Reed King that is only the opponent is too old. Facing the strong age of the dragon 5 kilometers range may not be a safe output distance. 2 minutes later, Lin Fan once again turned on the folding mirror and chased after the scarred frost dragon and continued to explode the hammer. Lin Fan venom transformed, the corners of his mouth grinning to the back of his head. The frontal operation did indeed make one's blood run cold, but he preferred this taste of being an old six. What's the point of a giant dragon being strong? If you can't touch him, you're like a mountain of meat. You can only be passive. An hour had passed, and Varrig's 60 million blood froze until he had ground down to only half of it. The Great Dragon Slayer is about to be completed. 10 million blood left. Lin Fan took a deep breath and began to meditate with his eyes closed. For his part, the Red Reaper King continued to divine the sky at will, continually harassing the almost double-scorched and roasted Varrig. Lin Fan shook his head helplessly. As a battlefield perpetual motion machine, there was also a moment when he ran out of blue. With his 50,000 plus blues even against multiple lord bosses, that wouldn't run out of blues. And the dragon race focuses on highlighting more blood. High attack. Dragon breath does not consume the amount of blue all kinds of brainless set in one. Attention! Frost Dragon Varrig has cast Dragon Whisper. A sound of obscure dragon language rang out. Lin Fan's eyes snapped open and he muttered. Unrivaled apostle of magic. Honorable guardian of Purple Cloud City. Your Highness the Purple Dragon. I, Varrig, request your assistance? Lin Fan's eyes flickered. This old dragon, Varrig, would never have dreamed that he, Lin Fan, had been a trialist and had explored quite a few dragon ruins, and could roughly understand some of the dragon language. During the chase, Lin Fan had arrived at an airspace that was hundreds of kilometers away from Purple Cloud City and EI City. Varrig tried to call for help by howling alone, apparently unable to get his voice through. And the dragon language secret technique is an exclusive skill of the Dragon Clan, which can call out to the same clan from a distance, and is equivalent to an encrypted telegram between the Dragon Clan. In the name of the Dragon King of Light, I ask the Guardians of Edgar to exterminate the Dragonslayer, and I will offer you the treasure I have accumulated over my life. Varrig continued to whisper. Lin Fan wouldn't spoil him, and with a flourish of his staff, the wind and clouds changed. Magic Eye Folding Mirror. God falls to heaven. Double Divine Fallen Skyfall. The magic eye zoomed in sharply, and the 3 meteorites went straight through. With 5 times the acceleration, 3 rounds of pyrokinesis appeared abruptly above Varrig's head. Varrig's massive, mountainous body took 3 hard lumps and crashed straight down to the plains below. Minus 5,000. Blitz 12,000. Smash, 500. 000. Minus 2,000. Minus 2,400. Massive damage values popped up, and Varrig's torso was set dead into the ground, with less than 5 million blood remaining. At this time, the ghostly demonic pattern suddenly flickered, and in the twinkling of an eye, it brushed past Lin Fan's body, splitting in 2 to fly towards each of the 2 large cities. Bad. The dragon language casting is over. Lin Fan was alarmed. Purple Cloud City. Warrior Guild Forbidden Land. A giant beast with a purple body opened its vertical eyes. Bubbling magic power fluctuations drilled out of its body surface, and the azure sky suddenly gained a touch of heavy purple color. Flying birds passing through this place fell down one after another, and their flesh and bones were decomposed by the poison and turned into black rain and mist. Fark! What's this? I'm going to be poisoned. Bad. Bullshit. This rain is toxic. Run. A group of players who were passing the occupational awakening test were dumbfounded. Each drop of black rainwater had a full 2,000 plus damage, and a 10,000 blood grade knight carrying a knight's shield was melted even with his equipment. The crocodile dragon hesitated for a moment and whispered with disdain. What treasures can a poor countryside wild dragon have? If you should have died long ago, hurry up and die. Don't delay my sleep. Immediately, the purple giant crocodile once again fell into a deep sleep. At the same moment, the city of Edgar, the Lord's mansion was bustling with activity. Lord Kane's wedding was about to take place, and there were many people guarding the outside of the mansion. All of them were players who were preparing to come to the wedding banquet to obtain quest rewards. Kane, who wore a silver crown on his head, snapped his head up to the sky as an overshadowing shadow swept overhead, ignoring the moat boundary. Baby Chen's otherworldly book, Mom, Dragons. There are dragons. Everyone, look. Rinworld, crap out. Good Gil's big. Attributes can't be viewed. Eyeballing it as at least a world boss level ferocious thing. Shi Ziyue and her group, who had just come out of the auction house, froze, and Shi Ziyue's face changed as she muttered and whispered. This is the guardian of the city of A. The earth giant dragon Eurus. Could it be rushing towards Lin Fan? Dark Voiceless, the person who killed the Dragon Knight, received the wrath of the heavens. Sister Ziyue, should we go and take a look? Heatsong, how so? The background setting has giant dragons helping each other, so it's 80% that son of a bitch is in trouble. Chi Ziyue's willow brows were locked as she weighed the pros and cons. So far Lin Fan had shown himself to be invincible, and they had just paid a sky-high price to buy the stronghold from the madman as anonymous. Now taking advantage of the might of the giant dragon to rob Lin Fan was indeed a good opportunity, and might be able to break Lin Fan's invincible golden body, but once he failed, he would definitely be retaliated by Lin Fan again. She was hesitant to take the gamble. The Earth Dragon will surely become our guild leader's mount, and if something happens to the mount, that means something happens to our guild in King's Landing. That's right, it's no good whoever comes. I don't believe a real dragon can't destroy that kid. Oops, I accidentally received a mission to protect the Earth Dragon, so I can't go. Without waiting for Cheesy Yue to make a decision, more than a dozen players on BMWs quickly followed Ubers, each of them saying the nicest things with their mouths, but in reality, all of them were hitting on the idea of taking advantage of the fire. This group of people from the King's Landing Guild are very rich. They entered the game relatively late, but more than $2 billion to buy 3 strongholds is really a big deal, and it really does have a bit of the meaning of King's Landing, no less than the Ding Shang Consortium's big power support. Now the idea has hit the 3 Crown Kings' head. Have they not seen how the 3 Crown Kings slaughtered the Dragon Scars and Heaven's Providence allied forces? Some players were talking about the fact that the boss of the King's Landing Guild was rich and extravagant. On the contrary, the current Long Scar had suddenly become low-key, and Ekong City would rarely appear in the public area. The boss of King's Landing, Drunken Dreams, has a hidden tendency to overshadow the No. 1 God's hero, Memory of the Empty City. According to insiders, a few minutes ago, the Godslayer Guild organized an auction, and Tianqi was supported by Empty City, planning to take 4 strongholds but encountered obstacles, 3 of which were snatched away by the boss of King's Landing. Originally, the only remaining, Pale Blue, stronghold would still be in the bag, but Chi Ziyue personally approached the other party, and in the end, the stronghold was ceded to Chi Ziyue, at the cost of only 1 date in reality. Who is the master of the Divine Realm world? He's strong, but I'm not weak either. A player with the image of a teenager was freshly dressed, holding a legendary lance with the characteristic magic pattern of the dragon race showing on it. The Earth Dragon is heading towards Greenstone Town. There's a teleportation array over there. A member shouted. There's no need to worry about being retaliated against. Kill the mortal god first. Drunken Dream laughed aloud. If you want to fight, then fight. Who's afraid of who? Behind the more than 20 guild players are all real elites. Player level is generally more than 25 levels. There are many A-class professionals as a very strong force. And not too long ago, Drunken Dreams brought people to continuously open elite level copies and take the first pass. He faced 2 lord bosses capable of merging without losing a single step, and his terrifying blood quantity and high attack power was astonishing. On the other side, Lin Fan's brows were furrowed. He had received a system warning. Guardian Ubers are on their way. With things having come to this, Lin Fan did not have any way back. The dragon, he was bound to slay. The frost dragon below, which still had a few million blood left, had long since become his private trophy. Whoever comes, dies. The chaos hexagram shown. Lin Fan turned on his violent output mode, skill picking up flat A and mindlessly blasting towards the ground. He wanted to rush to do away with the guards before they came. At this time, at the Yichun courtyard in the city of Ei, a bad old man suddenly popped up from the pile of women. Guardian, you want to die. You dare to touch the disciple of the old man. Yen Tianxiu was enraged and blasted a large hole in the room with a single strike. This old thing looks like an old arm and leg, but in fact, it is exceptionally agile and leaps in the air. And a huge black tiger catches him downstairs. Kill 1,000 old bastard. You haven't settled your bill yet. I thought you were rich for nothing. Get back here. Guards, stop that lousy old man playing bully girl. A group of Ichuan Academy girls rushed out of the courtyard, pointing at the place where Yen Tianxiu had left, jumping and cursing. Who said I don't have any money? With my disciples, the old man can spread coins everywhere. Yen Tianxiu cursed and casually threw his hand. A few hundred gold coins were scattered, instantly calming the anger of the crowd. At the same time, the frost dragon Vareg stood up undeterred, and against Lin Fan's gusty chaos attacks, he once again tilted his head back and charged the red reinforcement king with his dragon's breath. The ruddy king hissed and destructively spat in response. Even though it couldn't win against the wave, it was smart enough to know that it could slow down the dragon's breath wave. The Akira dynasty flew sharply in the rear, exiting to snipe again at a high level 1,000 meters away. The Wind Whisperer's attack speed in his state was amazing, and the chaos spell stacked with the explosive fireballs looked like a series of rocket bursts that smashed the ground into 100 holes. The frost dragon let out an unwilling wail, its blood level dropping to around 1 million, its pair of dragon wings being broken and tattered. Where was there any semblance of dragon majesty? Even as a frost dragon, it has no low resistance to flames and can reduce direct flame damage significantly. However, this couldn't protect against Lin Fan's Chaos Scorch, which was up to 5,000 points per second. And the frost dragon once again attempted to take off and escape. Get off! Lin Fan closed his palms together and multiple ground shakers blasted out, forcefully knocking the frost dragon down once again. Up, eat it! Lin Fan dropped to the ground and executed the final blow. The Red Reef King was fierce, and the dragon unit was undoubtedly an excellent tonic for devourers. Suddenly, a thunderous roar came from the rear, and the Red Reinforcement King alertly dodged as a terrifying ground spike that was 100 meters long nearly stabbed it through the ground. The Red Reaper King snapped his head back, and a huge beast that was even more physically superior to the frost dragon Varag appeared, with a large magic crystal set at the dragon's head. Guardian of Air City, Ubers, a true peak inferior dragon. Lin Fan's heart was in awe. This dragon had 150 million blood, without any sign of weakening. The strength of the battle force was far from comparable to that of a Varag. Adventurer, you have crossed the line, and the dragon traders deserve to be dealt with by the guardians of the main city. Ubert spat out his human words in an overbearing manner. Guardians, huh? Nothing more than a greedy treasure hunter. Lin Fan snorted coldly and looked up indifferently. Try killing one of me, and as soon as I'm revived, I'll slaughter all of Edgar and lift your dragon nest. Edgar City malice value plus 1000. You have disrespected the guardians of Edgar City and will be hunted down upon entering this city. The system prompt rang out. Lin Fan's face was calm. The guardian was set up to prevent players from massacring the city and causing trouble for other players and NPCs. Although the guardian of each city is not the same, there are dragons, sacred beasts and even human powerhouses, but without exception, they are all players are difficult to shake the existence of. Their presence is both a symbol of invincibility. Old you, why talk so morally if you want the treasure of the Varag? Try touching one of his fingers and I'll let you pass away. A black flash appeared at first, and Yen Tianxiu appeared riding a giant tiger. Ha, old thing? Lin Fan was stunned, not expecting the pit tutor to show up and make a move. Yen Tianxiu, recently the church repair work again and again. Again the phenomenon of shortage of funds. The old man I raised funds from all walks of life. Alas, unfortunately still short of spicy tens of thousands of gold coins. Yen Tianxiu is asking for gold coins from you, and the amount of gold coins will determine your loyalty to the Chaos Sect. The panel for entering gold coins reappeared, and blue veins popped up on Lin Fan's forehead. This is clearly extortion. He knew the old bastard couldn't hold back any good farts, taking advantage of the situation, plus levying protection money. Lin Fan, who had suffered a loss once, would not fall for it a second time. I don't have any money. Whoever has money you can find. I'll just resurrect once. Lin Fan decisively tapped cancel input. It cost him 10,000 gold coins to get SSS hidden job 1/3 of the talent tree, and he had to face the old bastard's blackmail at any time. When will this come to an end? Lin Fan was too lazy to take care of this old bastard, and without doing anything, in front of the two giant ferocious beasts, he continued to command the Red Reinforcement King to get close enough to tear into the Frost Dragon. How dare you, Yen Tianxiu, in such a hurry to meet your holy mother of chaos? Aren't you afraid of being beheaded by the guard's joint efforts? Ubers fumed, a sharp dive wanting to run over Lin Fan, the bane of his existence. Oops, just remembering that you're the chosen one. That's all. Yen Tianxiu crossed his legs and yawned, fumbling out a plain burning stick from under his straddle as the mega chaos hexagrams lit up. The mountains and rivers instantly changed drastically. A terrifying aura was surging, and in the distance, a mountain exploded as a colorful chaos giant descended. Holy shit, the summon has 300 million blood, and it's even immune to all magic below A rank. Lin Fan was stunned. The mountain-sized giant's chaotic aura lingered, and physically it was even bigger than the Earth Dragon. The chaos giant took a single step, and heaven and earth changed color, and mountains crumbled. Come on, try it. Old me hasn't eaten dragon meat in years. Yen Tianxiu showed his yellow teeth and laughed. Lin Fan swallowed his saliva violently. Although he knew that Yen Tianxiu was at least in existence at the level of Holy Sword Envoy Binghe, he did not expect to be able to be so raw, and not even the peak inferior dragons were the least bit afraid. Ubers withdrew back thousands of meters, shocked by the chaos giant's aura. Ubers, the chaos old gods have long since become a thing of the past. Yen Tianxiu, you are digging up the ground and burying yourself. Pass you Dragon Balls. Hearing this, Yen Tianxiu's face instantly sank, his turbid eyes flashing with killing intent as he said, "Scram!" Two more chaos giants descended, and the guardsmen were instantly frightened and flew back wildly, surprisingly fleeing the battlefield at the first opportunity. Yen Tianxiu glanced at Lin Fan, narrowed his eyes and said, "Good boy, you really dare to slay a dragon? Isn't this what you stepped on and said you wanted the Dragon King's horn?" "I'm practicing." Lin Fan glared angrily at this old fellow. "In the future, don't say that you are my inheritor." "Well, old me, I am also afraid of death." Yen Tianxiu sighed and shook his head. Lin Fan said without any good humor, "You can even summon a chaos giant. How much of a threat can a giant dragon be to you? Hey, slight trick. Learn it, lad. Yen Tianxiu smiled obscenely. The chaos mist dissipated. The scene of the mountains and rivers crumbling in the distance disappeared, and the chaos giant acted as if it had never existed. And everything went on as usual. Illusion magic? Lin Fan froze. This type of illusion belonged to the branch of water magic that was capable of creating creatures that made the enemy fearful. The highest level of this type of magic was only B rank. But creating such a large-scale illusion also required the support of a strong mana strength in order to do so. Yen Tianxiu smiled smugly, stating that this kind of profound illusion technique performed by him was something that even a giant dragon would not be able to recognize. Yen Tianxiu urged him to find the Dragon King's teeth and titan eyes as soon as possible, and then he rode the giant tiger to disappear again. Sure enough, Chaos School mages have no way out and actually bluffed their way back to the enemy. Lin Fan secretly shook his head, but one foot had stepped into the chaos pit, and the other foot had to proceed to step down. The frost dragon was about to die with bloodstained, and a group of uninvited guests appeared behind Lin Fan. Do you all want a piece of the pie too? Lin Fan said without looking back. Prodigal Icemark, Uber seems to have flown away? How come it didn't kill the kid? Sister from Never Deeper, that dragon is going to die. Now kill him and we'll take it all. The people of the King's Landing Guild were ecstatic. A boss with more than 100 million blood fell, and God knows what kind of extremely valuable equipment would be popped out. Moreover, this person in front of him is the boss of the Godslayer Guild, with a big red name on his head. Killing him is equal to picking up a divine treasure for nothing. It's heavenly temptation. Ha! Drunken Dream's face stiffened a bit. In his envisioning this was a big battle. Killing low-level dragon knights would have to be surrounded by at least dozens of elite warriors like them, and finally winning with great difficulty. As for dragon slaying, that will be at least 1,000-strong guild. Each person's respective duties tacit cooperation, and finally pay a lot of casualties, then dislike the dragon with your life to have a chance. But what's going on here? A man and a beast? Taking on the frost dragon Varag alone? Although Lord-class war beasts were exceptionally powerful among the player group, they were simply not enough to stuff their teeth in front of the domain Lord Gargoyles. We are just passing by to take a casual look, and in the meantime, we are looking forward to the elegance of the Triple Crown King. Drunken Dream pretended to be calm, and after saying that he was going to ride his horse and lead the people to leave. Prodigal son Icemark, what are you doing? Boss, that dragon only has 100,000 or so blood left. It'll be too late if we don't do something about it. The player from the King's Landing Guild couldn't help himself, and without opening a team channel, he directly expressed his dissatisfaction in front of Lin Fan. Sister Never Deeper, I also feel the same way. If it is afraid of war with deicide, I said that I can rush to the forefront. Rushing to the front of the line for me to kill? You are not qualified. Lin Fan turned around and smiled evilly at this female warrior. How dare you pretend to be a tiger? Do you think we are scared? Yukongcheng lost to you, that's because he is rich and brainless to mess around. Your kind of thing will work in front of our boss? Sister Deep Love coldly snorted. Don't say it. Drunken Dream grimaced as he was given the S-rank hidden job as a temporary dragon rider, and in the future Ubers would be one of his candidate mounts. However, that's just the future, not the present. Moreover, there were as many as a dozen players who had gotten the temporary dragon rider profession along with him, and every one of them was not a character to be messed with. To truly ride the dragon that is Ubers, Drunken Dreams will need to become stronger before he can do so. But now, he received a system alert. Ubos fled without a fight. Please stay away from the player named Mortal God so as not to bring disaster to the Night Guild. What the boss says is what the boss says. What do you guys who just joined the club want to do by pushing all the time? Prodigal son Ice Trace, laughing. What's wrong with Shinkakai? Is it weaker than you? It's foolish behavior not to take advantage of a bargain. Sister Never Deep, screw no joke. Who is not a professional player? The Triple Crown King I am really not afraid of. Fight or not? A group of King's Landing players disagreed and began to show signs of infighting, with a few senior players who had just joined ignoring Drunken Dream drawing their weapons. Seeing the guild's people bickering, 10,000 grass mudhorses were running wild in Drunken Dream's heart. Is this a fight they can fight? It's not like they're just sitting here giving away their heads. Drunken Dream, a misunderstanding. I'll withdraw first. Who knew that as soon as this was said? Immediately some people scolded him for being a shrunken head turtle. A fallen Dharma god is just a single person. I don't know that Drunken Dream is afraid of some kind of chicken feather duster. How dare you call yourself a dragon knight with this, the QNMD? It's not impossible for a few of us to go solo. A thief player cursed with a red eye and made the final choice between the King's Landing Guild and the Gods Hidden, instantly entering sneak mode. Who told you to leave? Lin Fan smiled blandly, and Drunken Dream stopped dead in her tracks. Lin Fan shook his head and looked at the crowd. To run so far just to come and see me? You guys are so sincere. How can I not spoil my fans? Prodigal Son Ice Trace, prepare to strike. Lin Fan accurately predicted and slammed down an Inferno Dragon. And the thief who had sneaked around the back was knocked away. Blitz 3800. Scorch 4800. Holy shit, what the hell kind of bullshit damage is this? That thief howled miserably and was instantly seconded. The two warriors following him lay down their guns and were affected by the fireballs spread out by the Inferno Dragon, and were bounced to death by the scorching in 2 hits. I'll show you a meteor shower. Lin Fan's eyes were cold. His hands moved. His staff sank. And the chaotic 6 mansions above the sky enlarged rapidly. A meteorite covered him with all the people of King's Landing. This asshole. He is not afraid of being smashed to death by his own skills? Drunken Dream watched the terrifying meteorite fall and couldn't help but blanch. This was the first time he had seen such a ruthless tactic. Candidate Dragon Rider. You're too weak. There are at least 3 contenders better than you in the early stages. Lin Fan sighed softly as the demonic eye appeared in front of his body, and he took a step to cross the starry universe. By the time he reappeared, the person was already 1,000 meters away. Empty. Space magic? How can the teleportation distance be so far at this stage? Even for a space mage? A group of King's Landing players were dumbstruck. With a rumble, the crowd of the King's Landing Guild was tragically annihilated. On the other side, the Red Reinforcement King disliked the face destruction spit that killed the Frost Dragon and roared up to the sky. His sharp claws stepped on the dragon's head and tore it apart, and he lowered his head to have a feast. You have successfully slain the Frost Dragon, Varrig. Experience value plus 6 million. Leveled up to level 28. Leveled up to 29, etc. The 4,998th Lin Fan. The 4,999th Lin Fan. 5,000 stupid Lin Fan kill training complete. Inside the legendary copy of Purple Cloud City, Blank sold her efforts to cut down the last zombie, Lin Fan, and she finally breathed a long sigh of relief. This kind of special training had been going on for her for many days. Brushing the monsters was tiring, but by treating the little monsters as if they were someone, the instant fatigue decayed drastically. The effect of her divine level soul seal was related to her level and proficiency in killing small monsters, so she was frantically brushing monsters almost whenever she could. Continuous battles allowed Blank to renew the bleed buff indefinitely, and by the end of the day it was almost a slash and burn when faced with small monsters with 200,000 blood. Blank raised his delicate little chin and arrogantly clicked on the rank list to check the rankings. Being only 3 levels ahead of that asshole isn't enough. I'm going to keep brushing until I make him despair. Blank muttered to himself with determined eyes. Blank then took a deep breath, intending to enter the replica again to pop his liver. Who knew that the next moment, an announcement appeared to extinguish all her good wishes. Region announcement. Player Vanguard is like a god of killing in the world. Killing fallen dragon Varrig and perfectly clearing the abyssal copy, Dragon Maiden. Reward 200 free attributes, 300 skill points, 100,000 reputation points, 3 million experience points, and 2,000 gold coins. Blank stared blankly at the world channel as a player's level jumped ghostly on the level list next to him. Level 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. Little Jew was blown up and Blank stood alone in the wind at the teleportation point. She suddenly screamed with tears in her eyes and killed the copy again with paranoia in her pair of beautiful eyes. As soon as the Frost Dragon died, Lin Fan rose a full 6 levels in a row, leveling up to level 34. It accidentally rushed to the top of the rankings. Dragon Slayer. Fuck. It's really Dragon Slayer. Instantly leveled up 6. There's no need to continue arguing. At this stage, the mortal god is the first person in the divine realm. What kind of empty city of memory and blankness all stand aside for one stop? Alas. As of now only those top perverted players in the foreign service can be compared to him. The players on the world channel who had been the top existences of other online games were all sighing, deeply fearful of the existence of hot men. If it was said that beheading a low-level Dragon Knight, it could still be said that Lin Fan had been a top professional player, and would have operated a few notches stronger than most players, and then utilizing some of the duplicate mechanisms for the takedown would be considered a reasonable achievement. But a level 20-something mage completing a dragon slaying was terrifying just thinking about it. After all, a dragon standing in front of ordinary players, even if he is allowed to brainless output, but the problem is that the output is not as fast as the speed of the boss back to the blood. But also talk about what dragon slaying dream. Warrior Tianchi, this son of a bitch must have found out about the stuck game bug, or the dragon was supposed to be bloodied by him picking up the slack. Wish Frost, well, that's right. I see the official website describes even the most trashy inferior dragons. The blood volume is measured in billions. It's impossible for a normal player to do that. Long Scar and his party were very low-key, having just first passed the legendary copy, Dusk Poison Barrier. They returned to Air City and teleported to the guild stronghold. There's no need to say such nonsense to comfort me. I'll personally get back the lost face. Yokanchang looked calm as he watched the notice, and the others immediately closed their mouths at the words. He took out a black soul seal and placed it in his hand to scrutinize it, muttering, Dark God Corpse, assembling this item will allow you to bring people to defect to the Dark Dragon camp. Confidence resurfaced in Yikoncheng's pair of starry eyes. He firmly believed that he was born to be the king of the divine realm, and that no matter how strong his opponents were he would surely achieve the final victory. He was a born king, and even though he had been ruthlessly suppressed by Lin Fan, he had always believed that Lin Fan was nothing more than a litmus test for himself. The day I rejoin will be the day the divine realm world trembles. Yikoncheng laughed softly. Black light shone from his brow until it ran through the entire sky. The long scar crowd looked to the sky in surprise as layers of demonic shadows descended to project, and the void rift was opened. A magical battleship that seemed to have traveled across eternity and space came towards them, and the thousands of players belonging to Dragon Trace raised their arms and shouted, Dragon Trace, invincible! Waves of black light spilled down, and all Dragon Mark players received an invitation from the Dark Dragon Empire. Rebellion against the Light Dragon Empire? Broken Thousand Army stared wide-eyed, somewhat in disbelief of this fact. Join the forces outside the main camp, Light Dragon Empire. The official website did have a similar introduction. And the Chinese Warzone God's domain world is not just two empires. There are dozens of countries/racial tribes in the surrounding large and small, but ordinary players, if they have no other opportunities, will always serve the Light Dragon Empire in the future, and their entire guild joining the Dark Dragon Empire, which is hostile to them, will mean, player Empty City has joined the Dark Dragon Empire and has been blessed by the Dark Dragon King's reverse blood, gaining 150 free attributes, 200 skill points, 15 talent points, 200 000 reputation, and 1,000 gold coins. Another powerful announcement was made and all the players collectively went crazy. He, Yikoncheng, was going against the heavens. Lead the Dragon Scars crowd to raise the world as an enemy. The vast majority of players will be their mortal enemies. What kind of grandiosity is this? Running away if you can't beat them? That's indeed Dragon Mark's demeanor. Fatty saw the situation and directly opened the loudspeaker to taunt. Even if the Dragon Trace people no longer belong to this world, the people of the Dark Dragon Empire cannot receive news from the opposing camps, but the addiction is still to pass. Crazy, Egu, who in the family understands? What can we do about Sister Zua? Fatty, with the Dragon Trace gone, the Heaven's best army will still be the grandsons. It's over. The two continue to turn on the big dislike face and taunt Ramen in a sing-off. At this time, Chi Zua's face was very ugly. The said alliance all of a sudden turned into her lone struggle. She simply did not dare to think that after that will be God-slaying guild suppressed into what kind. Even if she was good at socializing and knew how to wield power, there were still many guild leaders on the main campsite who had a good personal relationship with her. But the Godslayer guild was so powerful now that not many guilds dared to mess with it. A few minutes ago, the boss of King's Landing, Drunken Dream, was so spirited that he led his men to witness someone sharpening his sword and slaughtering dragons in the wilderness, and with just one more glance, he ended up in a regimental demise. Run away. Keep running away. I'll see how long I can run away. Lin Fan bashfully swept the chat log. Yikoncheng would still be caught by him and blasted and hammered even if he escaped to the ends of the earth. Now since it has become a complete hostile camp, kill it that is even more a little heartburden will not have, lest it has been remembered Empty City who himself deliberately targeting him. Collectible soul detected. Is it collected? Lin Fan took out his soul collector and a strand of dragon soul drilled into it. If this was to be taken when the Red Reinforcement King was elevated to the Domain Lord level, he didn't even want to think about how terrifying the Demon Rising Dan could end up being if it was refined with a Lord level boss and a Domain Lord Dragon. The Red Training King transformed into a devouring monster, and the giant dragon's corpse began to decompose, turning into a large amount of flesh and blood matter that burrowed into the Red Training King's body. Ho ho ho! King Chilian's small shrimp eats an elephant, but his stomach shows no sign of bulging. Your War Beast Substitute 1 has devoured the corpse of a giant dragon and gained an attribute growth of 100%. Not long after, the crimson body gained a touch of azure color, and the Red Reinforcement King's muscles cracked, as if it had turned into a giant egg. Click! A flood beast broke out of the cocoon. Elevation again soared. Wings can reach up to hundreds of meters. The head even grew a blue-colored horns, making it look even more hideous horror. It's 10 million blood. Not bad. It's not bad at all. Lin Fan smiled faintly. The giant dragon was covered in treasures, and to the Chilean king who possessed the devouring skill it was heavenly treasures. You have obtained the ultimate material, Dragon Horn X2. You have obtained the extreme material, Dragon Spine Bone X1. You get. A bunch of materials and equipment exploded on the ground, and Lin Fan stuffed them into his parcel in a brainwave and slowly examined them. You have gained the holy relic, Dragon Crystal X1. You have obtained the S-rank Frost spellbook, Ring of Ice Prison. Lin Fan's eyes lit up as this magic book gave off a red glow. S-class skills. At the same time by the players called Small Forbidden Spell. Is the general god mage dream of ceiling skills? As for the real forbidden spell even the ordinary god heroes do not dare to think about. Ring of Ice. Effect, consume 3000 MP to open this aura. Consumes 200 MP per second. Aura range is determined depending on your range. No cooldown for this skill. Spreading to the limit of range without dead angles centered on itself. Targets within the aura will experience negative effects such as freezing and stiffness. At the same time, the 9 hells of ice will be temporarily opened, and the target will face an attack by a massive number of jailers, with the number summoned depending on the spell's strength. This skill is a SS level forbidden spell for me. Lin Fan's heart was beating wildly. This skill fit perfectly with the left eye of the giant spirit god. General mages now even if they get this skill, I'm afraid that it is difficult to even open the aura effect. The highest 2000 blue per second of ultra-high blue consumption. In addition to him almost no one can top this consumption, and the halo range is judged by the attack distance, which will mean that within 5 kilometers, all hostile players will be as happy as New Year's Eve. Learn. With a flash of red light, the super freeze aura was in place. Ding dong, you have received a hidden quest clue. Message for help. Hello adventurer, I'm Evia. I'm sending you a heavy bounty quest for your help in getting me out of this mess. A heavy reward? Then why isn't it a heavy reward for a child, causing me to be happy for nothing? Lin Fan was stunned. The district of 500 gold coins of the task pay. This makes him very disappointed. At least the reward should be attached to the body of what is appropriate. Lin Fan took a moment to consider. Accept. There was no two reasons for this. Not because he was in a hurry to see the life springs, but because this quest had to do with Lord Cain. From the content of the letter, it appears that our giant murderous maiden was forced to marry Lord Cain for the purpose of the marriage between the two families. The giant fierce girl would rather die than comply, and is now at the point where she's going up to the house. Moreover, this message was not directed at Lin Fan alone. All players with a favorability of 10 or more with Evoya received such a message asking for help, with the same quest payout and no penalty for failure. All players will assemble in 20 minutes at a secret hut outside of the Lord's mansion in air. This is supposed to be an oppositional task. Lin Fan immediately understood that the players who went to the Lord's wedding should have received the corresponding hidden quests. One party was responsible for guarding the wedding as normal, while Lin Fan and the others needed to disrupt the wedding. Lin Fan mulled it over for a while. He had rescued the fool Direx in the Abyssal copy, destroying Lord Cain's plot, and he was on the opposite side of the fence from Cain. And that old Earth Dragon team of the Guardian of Air City was hostile to him and almost interfered with his great plan of slaying the dragon. It was natural that this account could not just be forgotten. Not to mention that he was also curious about what kind of airplane this lord was working on, actually secretly colluding with the demons to create an army in bulk. This is not taking advantage of a person's illness? This is not going to fall on the wrong side of the tracks? Let's go. To air. With a wave of Lin Fan's hand, the Red Reinforcement King landed in front of him and lowered his head. The Chilean King, whose entire attributes had gained explosive growth, was now flying at a ridiculously fast speed, as if a red lightning bolt had cut through the sky, and soon flew within the area of the city of Ei. However, just as Lin Fan was planning to force his way in, the city protector boundary suddenly lit up, blocking one person and one beast from the boundary. The city has more than 1,000 points of ill will towards you. You cannot enter Edgar City through the boundary. The tone came. Lin Fan frowned. The main city evil thought value was different from the general killing NPC and player evil thought value. Once the main city's bad thoughts value is too high, players will not only be unable to obtain any services from the city's NPCs, but they will also be prohibited from passing through the boundary. The only way to remove this type of bad thought value is to get a lord's pardon and fight off a major attack by a demon. That's all it takes to stop me? The corner of Lin Fan's mouth lightly raised, holding one of the cornerstones of the city guard boundary in his hand. It was nothing more than a different reverse entry. Stop. Death to the wicked thief. Dare to invade Edgar. Lin Fan had just retrieved the Red Reinforcement King when a dozen guards greeted him, slapping his head. Lin Fan was a bit helpless, almost forgetting that he was a big red name and would be arrested and killed if he entered the city. Humph. With me guarding this place, both demons and villains will be turned into the dead. A neutral voice rang out. The visitor's status is not low. Full face beard is very eye-catching. Lin Fan was worried about violently fighting his way into the city, but then his eyes flashed. Ha, there's an acquaintance. Ha ha. It's me. Don't you recognize me, old brother? Lin Fan grinned and scowled at the head guard. Wang Mang. You kids still dare to show up. Wang Mang froze for half a second and hurriedly made eyes at Lin Fan. Lin Fan followed Wang Mang's eyes, and it turned out that he was accompanied by several noble mage lords. Just from the attire, these few mages were of a very high segment. They should be strong people affiliated with the Mage Guild. Even the flighty and domineering head of the guards were a bit scornful. There is such a vicious and evil person in the city of E. Why don't you quickly take him down? A level 40 mage lord snorted coldly. Wang Mang raised his neck and said with a righteous face, "Take it down. Definitely take it down. Spreading wildness in my territory is definitely a capital offense." Lin Fan's eyes stared as the guy turned his back on the mage lord and subtly raised 4 fingers, then winked at him. "The head of the guards, Wang Mang, is asking for a bribe from you, and the risk of keeping you alive is not small, so you need to make connections with all parties, and said that for a mere 4,000 gold coins, I could help you out of your troubles." Lin Fan's forehead emerged 3 black lines. As he expected, Wang Debei is only profit-oriented. As long as the money, he will do everything for you. Able man. They're all damn capable. This rotten light dragon empire. I want to rebel. Lin Fan skinned his face and smiled. The background setting of the light dragon empire was stormy. The emperor was only 6 years old, and he was still being held hostage by the Holy See and the major dukes. The roots of this empire have been corrupt for a long time, and it's not impossible for players to buy a few cities for fun as long as they have the money. Almost every NPC that had some contact with him was like having heavenly eyes, and could see right through his money bags were full to the brim. Wang Mang drew his battle sword and stood forward. The chi of the king's bastard splashed out, and Lin Fan immediately covered his chest, his face turning white. "This unrivaled warrior chi is too powerful. My body is stiff, my legs are weak, and I can't move at all. Squire Wang, so strong, such battle power is comparable to the 3 great holy sword ambassadors. I am convinced." Lin Fan thumped and withdrew a few steps back, a look of indignant humiliation on his face. Such a raw performance. If Fatty and the others saw it, they could laugh for a whole year. But it was practically flawless in the eyes of a few NPCs. A small 30-level player. In their eyes, if like a mole cricket, tied up and afraid is the real situation. Wang Mang toed in, and Lin Fan took the opportunity to whisper, "A permanent LD status, or else no deal." Wang Mang dryly coughed and whispered, "Bear with me, my god of wealth elder, save you out soon. Why don't you hurry up and kill this person?" the mage urged. "Humph, ignorant curmudgeon, be good in your next life." Wang Mang was a playwright, turning his back on the mage master to isolate his own wrist and chopping down at Lin Fan in a smooth manner. "Ah, what a kill. I'll die in peace." Lin Fan collapsed with eyes full of disbelief. Wang Mang turned back and flung his hand in a single motion, deliberately flinging blood into the faces of a group of mages. Several mages immediately showed expressions of disgust, then turned around to inspect the rest of the area. A few minutes later, a man with a handsome face, clad in the characteristic white robes of an imperial mage officer, appeared at the dungeon door. With the NPC blue symbol on his head, Lin Xiaolu. "Lord's house, council chamber. Young lord, the emissary from the Xin family has arrived at the front hall, and the wedding banquet is ready," a rough man said respectfully. If the people from the Godslayer Guild were present, they would be doubly surprised to see this person, who was Long De, who claimed to be a descendant of the Battle Saint. Effie's parents still refuse the union of the 2 families and are preparing to travel to the royal capital to seek the help of the Lord of the Court of Judgment to withdraw the marriage contract. Long De continued. Kane smiled with no waves on his face. His eyes were cold and deep, and he said in a deep voice, "Whoever spoils my reclaiming of the ancestral heavenly god's fortress, whoever is dead, don't worry about it, I just need a result." Long De, currently the Adventurers Guild, has taken down the surveillance post, with their strength although nowhere near as strong as you. Young lord, you need to be cautious and watch out for that dragon slayer. Humph, I am a descendant of the imperial lineage, the rightful heir to the light dragon empire. Why should I be afraid? Kane coldly swept a glance at Long De, who immediately lowered his head. Then Long De left the council chamber, and Kane, who was covered in a golden lion robe, stood up, a different kind of luster emerging from a pair of golden pupils. "Adventurers, a marvelous life form that descends from other worlds. With 1 foot I will step through the door of truth, and I will gain insight into the deeply buried secrets of the gods." At the same moment, inside a private house outside the Lord's mansion, "Only I am the most wildly handsome. Don't argue. Listen to my command. You guys are responsible for covering me. I will go to grab the kiss and run. As long as I live to leave the city of EI, our mission will be completed." "Durian, don't bullshit. I let my friend take a look at the wedding banquet guards. That horse at least on several hundred NPC guards. There are thousands of players waiting for us. Who give you the opportunity to rush in to grab people to run?" Tion love to do. "Personally, I suggest that the drunken Dream brothers lead the team. He has as much as 50 points of intimacy with Evoya. and he might be able to trigger any additional rewards by going to contact Evoya. Not to mention that the Dragon Knight's strength isn't something to brag about. Yeah. Dragon Knights can carry and fight. Can those players on the other side be as strong as the mortal gods? Birds. Boss Junlin is a man who can resist several outputs from a mortal god. All eyes gathered to cast a drunken dream. You guys arrange it. He stood alone in the corner, the words sounding both like a compliment but more like a taunt, and he was practically rooted to the spot to hear them. So many players across the street were invited to the wedding banquet. They only need to keep still to get the rewards. We are just a few dozen people and no NPC help. This mission is too unfair. A player couldn't help but sigh. That's right. The people from the Godslayer Guild seem to be over there as well. I feel like we're 80% going to be cold. As soon as the players present heard about the Godslayer Guild, their scalps immediately went a little numb. Those sunpups were the brutes that drove Empty City to the point of turning against the water. Even though these people of theirs were not bad, and there were also candidate Dragon Knights sitting around, there was no bottom at all in their hearts. Click! The wooden door was suddenly pushed open, and the crowd's eyelids jumped in shock, only to see an NPC mage walk in. Archmage, still a fire archmage, level 34. There's a little chance of winning. Level 30 plus fire NPC mages are extremely perverted. Burning people and monsters is crushingly powerful. I've followed the group during demon hunting quests. The crowd was pleasantly surprised. The mage named Lin Xiaolu had a good appearance and was very elegant. NPCs that are not ordinary goods at a glance must be the opportunity to complete the hidden quests. I know how to raid this quest. Mad Handsome, who had been screaming for someone else to cover for him, rejoiced and said, "Let pyromancy set fires everywhere to create chaos. And then let's take advantage of the fire to grab a kiss and interact with the giant murderous sister in a flurry of intimacy." Nice. It does seem like a possibility to me. Don't all other online games have quests like this? I'll definitely save you from the water. The group of male players laughed obscenely and strangely, a wave of restlessness overtaking them at the mere thought of the surging, unrelenting fountain. May I ask, brave adventurers, which of you is responsible for mobilizing the men? Lin Fan looked at the crowd with a smile on his face, the characteristic dull expression of an NPC on his face. The players turned back en masse, all looking at the Lord Dragon Knight. Lin Fan was instantly stunned. Wasn't this the drunken dream old brother he had just sent back? Seriously, he really almost couldn't keep from laughing, because drunken dream old brother's Dao heart was shattered. His entire body now looked that haggard. It's as hard as a rich kid with a face worth $100 billion having his girlfriend snatched up by a screwball punching boy. He couldn't figure out on what basis. I'm a Dragon Knight candidate. Old man. S-class professional. Behind it was the supportive forces no less powerful than the Ding Shang Consortium. Even if you enter the game 2 days late. But in the case of wearing a piece of superb equipment, why would you be used as a muggle mess seconds? Is there any justice in this game? Is there any real respect for the godly players? Drunken dream, I'll do it. After saying that, he sighed. Because of some coincidences, he had been doing a series of quests related to Evoya's parents, and also had a not-solo intimacy with Evoya. Ness, I feel like this wave is solid, Mads called out. The crowd was excited. It was said that the first pass efficiency of the first pass of the King's Landing Guild copy was the first in the entire service. Even strong people such as Dark Silence of Heaven's Providence and Kong Clan's Etched Bones weren't as fast and steady as him in leading people to conquer difficult copies. His research into copy mechanics was pure, far surpassing that of an ordinary knight player. Adding the Dragon Knight profession, as long as he does not die in the team will not fall or be destroyed. Drunken Dreams not only has a quest bond with the Earth Dragon Ubers, but also as long as the successful completion of the current hidden quest, his affinity with Evoya is 60 points or more, and he comes to the key stage of preparing to give birth to monkeys. He can also trigger the subsequent Dragon Rider quests. Lin Fan smiled without saying anything, clear that this mission was very important to Drunken Dream. The Sheen family is known as one of the 5 platinum families of the Empire, and the family is full of Dragon Knights and Light Mages. Drunken Dreams will be favored by Evoya's parents and will tame the undead Silver Dragon, Solomon. Later in the game, Lin Fan looked deeply at Drunken Dream and whispered in his heart, Silver Dragon Knight King. Drunken Dream, super spare tire, died in the 2nd year of the hardcore apocalypse, a lovable victim under the powers that be behind the Guild of King's Landing. The man is a hunk of man. Lin Fan silently commented in his heart that Drunken Dream again was only at the bottom of the end times heavily ranked strongman list, but was the most bloodthirsty Dragon Knight, and the world honored him as the last man of the Platinum family. While the other Platinum family Dragon Knights were trying to preserve their strength, everyone was afraid to face the heavenly demon army. He kills the devil's pile with 1 man and 1 dragon. 7 in and 7 out. Stirring up the wind and clouds. Kill until the dragon's head is chopped off. kill until the silver blood floats, and still not letting go of the mountains and rivers by an inch. It was a pity that the King's Landing Guild was strong on paper, but had always been known for its intense infighting. The Silver Dragon Knight King's lone army was sold, and the person in charge behind the King's Landing Guild couldn't be blamed. Drunken Dream, a show of leadership temperament, said, "I'll trouble the mage to create chaos. Wild Marshal, you lead the people to rob the bride. The front side has me and my priest friend to hold back, and immediately withdraw from the copy when you get it." With that said, the group determined a division of labor and left the hidden hut in turn. This way, adventurers. Soon, Evoya's valet came by and the crowd received a prompt to enter the wedding copy. The scene shifts and the sky darkens. Dozens of figures changed into sneaking costumes, able to reduce the possibility of being discovered by the guards. Thick gift crab. So many guards. This his grandmother's marriage. Or kidnapping my giant murderous sister. The crowd was taken aback just as they entered. The map was densely packed with red dots. Not only were there players but there were also a sea of guards present. Among them there were also several unusually powerful hostile units. Drunken Dream said in a deep voice, "Don't mess with that group of NPCs wearing silver dragon robes. I've looked at the life value at 3 million to start with. Lord level intensity." The people nodded their heads with a small chicken peck, and Drunken Dream sat in the command seat of the warband. And in order, let the people enter the Lord's mansion in a row, first standing in advance to facilitate the action. The corners of Lin Fan's mouth rose and he stayed where he was. "Thank you, Fire Mage." Drunken Dream glanced back at Lin Fan and was suddenly stunned, inexplicably feeling that the other party looked familiar. At the same time an invisible pressure spread out, and Drunken Dream only felt uncomfortable all over. Lin Fan nodded gently, thinking, "I'll give you a hand if I can." There were still 2 years until the Night King tamed the Silver Dragon, but as long as the intimacy increased fast enough, the process would be advanced by quite a bit. When the crowd dispersed, Lin Fan sat down on the ground outside the enclosure. Suddenly, both eyes widened. Master's domain expand. Ice prison Dharma ring. Where did you go again? I threw all the money from selling the stronghold into the guild warehouse. The lunatic popped in for a group chat, and Lin Fan was stunned. Terminating the minor forbidden spell, Master's domain, and opening the guild warehouse to take a glance. After deducting the auction house fees, there were still 2 million gold coins left in the account. 32 small goals. On the surface this is a lot of money, but for any large guild, this amount of money is just a normal strategic reserve. Lin Fan scratched 200,000 gold coins from his account, leaving 3 million gold coins permissions to allocate to the Crazy and Fat duo. "Crazy, the money is here and I'm ready to go abroad to further my education." Fatty Group squeaked. "Good. Fan brother told me. Your family lives in Sichuan City Riverside crossing West River Road 27X. Your brother is planning to college entrance exams with you. Read a school. You run. Worry, you immortals. You guys are investigating me?" A mouthful of old blood came out of the madman. Fatty sent a nose-picking emoji and said, "It's necessary for me, as a fellow vice president, to grasp the specific background of the speculators, and both you and the Iron Rider are the key targets for investigation. You might as well go to hell. Scumbag." The madman ran away from the big plan fell through. The fat man a taunt that people like him can actually graduate from the military school. It is simply an insult to the famous school. Fatty suddenly said, "So, what's with the bullishness of these newcomers you've recruited? All day long, they've been screaming on the guild channel." Lin Fan sniffed and checked the guild member list. The number of members had doubled from before and was about to reach the maximum number of member slots. The leveling equipment looks good. There are 4 A-rank hidden professions, as many as 20 normal A ranks, and even 1 S-rank professional. The strength of these A-job players was not bad. Most of them had the level of a normal guild's top combatants, and some of them were even originally guild managers before. In the Battle of Stronghold War, Kingslayer had struck fame and prestige, and these players defected to Kingslayer. Upon seeing the guild channel chat, Lin Fan realized what Fatty was complaining about. "Heavily domain Jiajiazi, you guys say that I'm a heavily domain, top 3 battlefield player. It's not too much for me to compete for the remaining 2 vice president positions, right? I'm riding a donkey looking for a girl, just you, a Kryptonite online game top 3? Laughing. The Triple Crown King beat you. This kind of rookie can play 10. Sword Conquest, national runner-up that year defeated him. Vice president should have a place for me. Dynasty Oldine, you guys laugh at old me. Dynasty, 7 number topped the first of all servers. Am I proud? Dynasty Oldine, since Boss Fan often doesn't participate in activities, I'll take charge if he doesn't care. It's not too much to compete for the guild leader, right?" Lin Fanrun was dumbfounded. He hadn't been back to the stronghold for only a few hours, and these people were already ready to fork him this away. But Lin Fan found a few familiar LDs. Like I'm riding a donkey to find a girl who had met him in the National Offline Solo King Finals. However, he said that the defeat is a lot of water. In fact, he is a thief. A 10 o'clock misery with a mage to do just. I vaguely remember this dude crying his eyes out at the post-game conference, but his mouth was still rock solid, and he insisted that there was something wrong with the live holographic helmet that was affecting his operation. It is said that later Buddy 3 days did not eat the next meal. Lin Fan in the spirit of humanitarianism, full of it, commissioner to send him love breakfast to come. Iron Rider, I'll just smile and not say anything. Chingfeng, practice your skills. This game is different from the games you've been exposed to before. Alas. A bunch of new members will be a few old people to the whole speechless. These people have only heard of the Triple Crown King Bull, but no one has really seen the Triple Crown King in the end bull wear. And to summarize with a quote from Master Kai, other presidents have dicks once in a while, but Fan is dicking around all the time. And he's never stopped since his debut. But these stupid kids just don't believe it. So what can be done? Crazy, any more nasty crap and I'll kick all of you out of the guild. It's okay to roll your own if you don't do the quest. The madman knew that a certain animal was watching the channel, and felt his face fall off. And after a reprimand the group finally didn't keep beeping. Watch the battle for the stronghold on the livestream, with the battlefield to experience the care from the lawgiver. These are two concepts. It was reasonable for this group of people to not fear him. Lin Fan. To be among the top players in their respective fields means that they are the god of law in their world. Lin Fan could very well understand this mood. Besides, the comrades he wants must not be soft. Is to have this kind of no matter who his sister came? The old man will be hard to do the fierce force. Hold it. Say madman, are you at the wedding reception copy? Lin Fan asked. Yeah, how do you know? Why do you ask? I'm bringing a bunch of newbies over for some practice. It's okay, I saw it on my friends list and I just asked. Hearing this, the corners of Lin Fan's mouth were harder to suppress than AK-47. Crazy people with that bunch of newbies are actually on the hostile side. At this time, the wedding banquet site, singing and dancing. The madman's group was strong enough to be online, and had enough backbone that while the other players were waiting in tight formation, they were still drinking and eating meat, and even drying out their paddles. The madman smoothly touched 5 gold coins on a noble NPC, and suddenly looked puzzled. Why do I feel a cold chill on my back? Drunken dreams, are your fellow thieves in position? We're already waiting on the outskirts of the main hall. Mad Marshal, long ago touched the back of their ass. Only a few tens of thousands of blood of the guards, a few seconds of the problem. Drunken dream, please ask the fire archmage to create chaos and set all the premises behind the banquet hall on fire. I'll carry the players and NPC guards inside the banquet hall. Lin Xiaolu, okay, adventurer. Lin Fan smiled faintly as the chaotic hexagram surrounded his body. His eyes erupted with azure-colored light, and the mist in the air around him was instantly condensed, frost spreading along the walls and floor. Wherever the blue frost mist went, the pool water froze and the snakes and ants went still. The snow falling from the sky seemed peaceful and serene. The world seems to have returned to a barren glacial epoch. The guards who were patrolling heard creaking behind them and subconsciously turned around to look. A stunned expression spread on their faces, and the next second their expressions solidified into ice sculptures. This is a silent killing attack that can kill a person without a word. Crap, how come I can't move? A level 27 Grand Knight's body froze and immediately resisted with the enhanced toughness skill, moving his body again, only to be frozen again. He opened his mouth to shout, "There are old 6 steel chicken." But who knows that a simple move has now become extremely difficult, and even the mouth is also sealed. And that's not even the scariest part. Once the ice prison spell ring effect is on, it can trigger the chaos spell effect, while taking freezing damage. A quagmire floats underneath his feet, and he is once again entangled in a 50% slowdown. At the same time, the chaos fire spread, a ghostly fire sticking to its target and searing it, only to watch as it was burned into a pile of white bones. You slay Lord Squire Norton. You killed the player Kia's main body. You killed. Lin Fan witnessed everything through his magic eye and frowned as he muttered to himself, what a pervert. Then try this effect again. With a wave of the staff in Lin Fan's hand, a void rift opened in the Lord's mansion. The Nine Hells ice prison reappeared on Earth, which was one of the forbidden places in the god's domain. Inside the portal, a slime-like pile of creatures squirmed, clad in black battle armor of unknown age, their hands ringing all sorts of mind-numbing instruments of torture. Lin Fa raised his spell strength to 1500 points, just enough to summon 150 jailers, or 2 cursed feral spirits. Each normal jailer was equivalent to a level 30 elite minion. 2 cursed feral spirits were equivalent to a level 30 elite boss. It's true that the panel values aren't that strong, but it's a good thing that it's so damn ugly. These jailers had pus and maggots all over their bodies, with all kinds of negative buffs, bleeding, freezing, slowing down, attack attenuation, necrotic poison, and so on. The main focus is one that scares people to death, then disgusts them. Mad Marshal, the wedding guards have been resolved. Set fire to it. Sand sculpture NPC, you set fire to it. When Drunken Dreams saw that Lin Xiaolu did not move, he wanted to ask about the situation. He jerked his head, and his eyes widened. Ah, what is this? A dozen or so thieves had somehow sneaked up behind him and were about to prepare to knock him out. Who knows? But suddenly stopped 5 meters away. His hand still maintained the action of drawing a knife and stabbing someone, and then was ignited and burned to death by a ball of ghost fire. In the clearing, the ghostly blue portal opened wide, and a bunch of strange things crawled out and burst right into the wedding hall. Drunken Dream's scalp exploded as he saw the hint. Lin Xiaolu summoner? Not. Where's the promised fire archmage? Ice prison, as an aura-type skill, did not have a high output on its own, only a measly 500 points of damage per second. However, strong is strong in the fact that the summons are nasty enough, and the mindless control effects they can provide. As long as you have enough blue, your opponents will continue to be frozen if they don't have a powerful control-free skill. Lin Fan's eyes flashed as he controlled the ice prison aura within a range of 2 kilometers. Blue consumption is precisely controlled at around 1,000 points per second. Even if this isn't the highest output power of ice prison aura, it's still going to be drained if you switch to the average player and drive it for 2 seconds. However, Lin Fan had 50,000 plus blue, and the 2% blue return that came with the Power Sacred Realm shoulder armor was exactly the same as the consumption when the aura was turned on. Within 2 kilometers, he was the absolute in-domain lord, coupled with its own 5-kilometer range. He's the super defense tower with his own chaos freeze aura. The thieves have the audacity of a dog. Dare to trespass on the lord's house. I see you are living. The elite NPC was frozen before he could finish his sentence, and the priest behind him immediately used magic collapse to get him out of the trap, and continued to approach Lin Fan against the roiling ice fog. A group of melee NPCs took advantage of the opportunity to rush forward and kill out a distance of 400 to 500 meters. Lin Fan looked at the mini-map and did not panic. Magic scatter is a good way to deal with negative aura, but the downside is that it has a very limited duration and a minute-long cooldown. The Knight Commander NPC at the front of the line was once again frozen, and even more ghostly was the fact that while his body was clearly frozen, fire began to emanate from his body's surface. -500, -4650, -4600, ice and fire. It was literally hard to move an inch, and you could only watch as the blood bar continued to fall wildly. I have nothing to do. I'll just stroll around. Don't be so impulsive. Lin Fan smiled lightly and walked idly towards the depths of the City Lord's mansion. Heaven's Domain Jedi Z, things aren't quite right. Why is it snowing outside? It's so damn cold. I rode a donkey looking for a girl. Why are the guards out there holding torches gone? It's like there's some kind of ghostly thing crawling this way. The madman's brow furrowed as a squire rushed in a panic, rushing over to Lord Kane and whispering something. Kane's tiger eyes rounded and he left the banquet hall through the back door with a few of his elite cadres. At the same time, Crazy Man and the others received a quest prompt telling them to defend this place to the death, and that they would be rewarded handsomely for successfully holding it. The quest reward has been upgraded. Triggering the colorful egg? Riding a donkey to find a girl was a surprise. The madman sniffed but his face was gloomy, cursing, this fucking reward boost is so much. No less than clearing a legendary copy. A simple guard task can have such a generous reward? Ha ha, with Godslayer's brothers taking the lead. This mission looks like a sure thing to me. A bold voice rang out as more than a dozen players from the Chaotic Sins Guild walked over, and at the head of them was none other than the Black Boss, Emperor Demon. We pressurize the formation? Don't think too much. But it's you, Big Brother D-Demon, who has thick skin and flesh, so we'll have to leave this to you. The madman hemmed and hawed and gave Old Ian and the others a wink, telling them to back away from the defensive position at the entrance. Heaven's Domain Jedi Z, I'll let a hair on their heads. Are they the only ones who are outnumbered? It's enough to have the 6 of us here. Dynasty Old Ian, sorry, man, I can't move my ass. If you want to move the vice president, you go ahead. The madman was almost exasperated at the words and mentally cursed. A few stupid asses. These 5 Kingslayer newcomers have first-class equipment strength and operational awareness, but the only thing about his mom is that her brain doesn't work very well. The number of guards on the map had inexplicably decreased by half, and suddenly the quest reward had doubled several times. How could this be justified if there wasn't something fishy about it? The madman was also planning to give up spots and try to get the other guilds to test the waters first, and if he found out that things weren't right, he'd immediately take his people in bulk to avoid any problems. You should know that this copy has a built-in resurrection point, which means that even if you are killed within the copy, you will be resurrected immediately. Sounds like a good thing? But if you're facing an opponent who can beat your team, you're going to get beaten up in the springs, right? Chaotic Sin Sinker, young man, I suggest you show some respect. Don't give your face away. Don't think that no one will dare to touch you guys just because you've joined Deicide. Riding a donkey to find a girl, come. I've long heard that the Mad Knight is a bit of a cowhide, and my brother has recently gotten the Earthfire Knight, which is an A-ranked hidden position just like you. When the people from the Chaotic Sins Guild heard this, killing intent immediately emerged from their eyes. Previously, in the battle for the stronghold, they had nothing more than the same interests as Deicide, so they would go to Deicide's aid, but it didn't mean that they would have an alliance with each other. And now that Dragon Trace has lost the Dark Dragon Empire, they have vacated a large number of monster brushes, copies, and opportunity spots, giving a number of guilds the chance to develop and grow. The Chaotic Sins Guild had 10 strongholds alone in the Stronghold War, and the total number of people in the guild currently reached a terrifying 3,000 or more. It could be compared to the previous Dragon Trace. As the Godslayer Guild grew stronger day by day, a clash with the Chaotic Sins Guild was almost a foregone conclusion. Take a chance. You can be resurrected in the copy anyway. Don't wimp out on the Chaotic Sins Guild. Between the smiles of the Heavenly Domain Jedi Jezzy, he touched the level 25 Heroic Scepter. He was a very rare Violent Milk playstyle, with an extremely low amount of milk and a horrible single unit output. A Violent Tit with no milk. A little something, but sadly not much. An A-ranked Raging Flame Mage on Chaotic Sin's side stood out, and Jedi Jezzy and the others' complexions changed slightly. These dozen or so people around Emperor Demon were almost all A-ranked professions. There was also an S-class Berserker Warrior Emperor Demon sitting in the town. Riding asses and other people did not show cowardice at the situation, each touching out their weapons to wait in a strict line. They are extremely high-hearted. No one is not convinced. Not to mention that the other party was the Chaotic Sins Guild boss. Even if their own oldest, the mortal god, was here, they wouldn't put it in their eyes. Unless, of course, it's a good idea to beat them until they're convinced. My warm horse. The madman's forehead is blue, shaking his head and sending a message to Emperor Demon. They're a bit bloated. Emperor Demon, old brother. Don't you laugh. Unpacked. Quite an underprivileged bunch of dumbasses. The number of kills for this quest would determine the reward cap, and with several hundred players in the entire banquet hall, there would definitely be a situation where there were too many monks and not enough gruel. Obviously whoever could hold the direction of the entrance would get a higher number of kills, and the further back in the queue the player had little chance to make a move in turn. They were able to get this excellent defense position not by virtue of their superiority in battle power, but by having the title of Godslayer hanging on their heads. The other guilds could only respect them. Emperor Demon, who hasn't been young before? I still have this bit of temperament. Somewhat surprisingly to the madman, the Imperial Demon stopped his men with a single look and led them away to continue eating the meal. Pop. As soon as the Emperor Demon man turned around, the madman jumped up and one person's head was a large plate. Last chance. Don't stay in Deicide if you don't want to. Riding a donkey and looking for a girl's neck flinched. Feeling unable to hang on to his face, he raised his head and glared angrily at the vice president. Beat me? Where do you qualify? And then beep to see the president eye also cut. A cold light flashed in the madman's eyes, and he was just about to make a move to teach this fool a lesson. With a swish, several cold white auras appeared. Blitz 3400. True wound bleeding minus 1500. Clicked 4 slashes. Slashing blasts plus bleeding. As an A-ranked Grand Knight, riding a donkey to find a girl was shocked, and his 20,000 blood was instantly cut down to less than 2,500 points. The mortal god's dog's life is mine. Riding a donkey looking for a girl sucked in a cool breath as a phantom shadow swung past him, the sharp dagger zipping against his armor and cutting a burst of sparks. Blank's footsteps slightly lurched, slightly sideways. The cold eyes under the weird mask faintly swept him a glance. Little furry thief. Tell that man to prepare the dog's head on his neck. I'll come and get it. A petty thief? Nima. This shrew's output has gotten higher again. A chill swept through the lunatic's legs, and he couldn't stop his wrists from shaking. The madman wanted to rush up and tell the shrew a few heartfelt words, but he knew he wasn't even a match. The operation and panel output were too far off. All of the people in Deicide's party were shocked by Blank's tactics, and the scene was very awkward. At that moment, a voice ghosted through the door. Hello? Is there anyone in there? It's so cold. Could you let me in for a drink to keep me warm? Hoo-hoo. Outside the house the wind was cold and the snow was heavy. A white-robed mage with a big smile on his face pushed his way in. Lin Xiaolu? All the players present as well as the NPCs froze. Is this person actually a hostile NPC? Or is it a friendly NPC? Chaotic Sin Ling Xiao, the level is only 34. Not strong or weak. If there's a follow-up quest on him, then we should have received the appropriate alerts. Possibly from a hostile party. The mage who had nearly fought with Jedi Jezzy earlier spoke up to analyze the situation. and the crowd secretly nodded their heads in recognition of this statement. This NPC has a very fishy appearance, talks in a superficially intelligent way, and seems to have a spicy bit of high fashion. The vigilance of the people present was drawn to full strength, and Donkey Rider and the others were immediately ready to make their move. When the madman interrupted them with a deep voice, "Wait a minute, his attribute panel cannot be read." Jedi Jezzy and the others' expressions suddenly changed. There were many reasons why the NPC/demon attribute panel in the Divine Realm could not be read. However, there are two main reasons for this: the difference in strength between the player and the NPC is too great, or the target has some sort of special quest that leads to it. Trigger a special mission? There was no reason for a level 34 Imperial Mage to be ridiculously strong, and the crowd immediately turned their thoughts to the second. "Why are you guys so far away from me?" Lin Fan looked around the crowd with a smile as he sat alone at a wine table, picking up a wine pot and pouring wine for himself. The sound of the wine being poured into the cup was clearly audible. "Am I interrupting the fun? That's so sorry." Thousands of eyes on the scene were staring straight at him like this, and Lin Fan was drinking to himself in style. Blank's eyes stared, an unspeakable killing intent emanating from them as he muttered to himself, "This NPC makes me uncomfortable." Emperor Demon looked at the white-robed man with a sullen face, letting his men go over to try the depths of the other party. If they didn't have to do it, that would be the best. While doing it, they were still unafraid. "Messy crime sinker, playing God, I'll meet him." Saying that, Chaotic Sin Sinker screwed a bronze war halberd and approached, while making a stance to raise his shield to block at any time. "Take it easy, young adventurer, and please have a few drinks with me to ward off the cold." Lin Fan carried a subdued aura, and his smile was like a spring breeze, seemingly harmless to speak of. "Give me the quest and you can drink as much as you want." Chaotic Sin Sinker sneered. Lin Fan smiled bashfully and looked at the crowd. Good talk. Good talk. Whoever can drink with me to the fullest can take away the hidden quest clues." "Really, hidden quest clues? Is this a hidden level in this copy?" The hearts of the crowd were ecstatic, and the players sitting at the back immediately surged over, only to be stopped by the cold eyes of the Chaotic Sins crowd. "Good, I'll do it." The corners of his mouth rose as he immediately walked towards the seat opposite Lin Fan, who knew that with a shot of holy light through his body, a 2,300 points of damage lit up on Chaotic Sin's head, and the violent Milkman Jedi Z struck. "Holy shit, that's priest damage? If this is going to hit a blaster, it's not going to take away a crispy skin with a single shot of holy light?" A rank hidden job temple priest, high output and high blood quantity. The only shortcoming is only a low milk quantity. The hearts of the people present were shocked, and even the Chaotic Sins sinking and floating had a shocked look on their faces. He was a mad knight who wore a level 20 hero outfit with very high double resistance, yet he was hurt by a priest. "If you want to die, just say so, crazy man. We've already given you enough face." Chaotic Sin Sinker said angrily. "Slip of the hand." He slipped. "I swear." The madman gave Jedi a frantic wink, so close to putting a knife to his head. Did slip and report a sliver? Old iron." Jezzy heatedly laughed grimly, and the donkey rider next to him followed with a strange laugh and said, "I'm drunk, so you can't blame me if I cut the wrong person later. Shall I send them out?" Blank said flatly. Emperor Demon shook his head and said, "Take the mission first. Besides belonging to the same camp, infighting will only give the enemy a chance. This bee is so cautious." The madman marveled in his heart. The ruthless man who dared to take 10 strongholds really couldn't be judged by common sense. If this is replaced with other guild bosses, a word of disagreement, has long swung the knife to start cutting, but the Emperor Devil, this old man steady, genuinely scary. Blank frowned and urged, "What are you waiting for? Sinker, drink and get the quest." Sinking? What the hell? Shouldn't it have dropped? The crowd of Chaotic Sins were suddenly stunned, only to see Sinking float seemingly dropped off the line, keeping one hand in the action of holding the wine pot, like a statue standing there, with a strange red light lingering on his body. -500, -500, -4,300. Priest. Emperor Demon's face suddenly changed, and the team's priests immediately rushed out to give healing spells. As a result, in the next instant, the two priests entered the offline state just like Sinking float, and their blood counts dropped wildly. 3 souls flew out of the banquet hall, and the crowd saw the cold sweat on the back of 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 the cold sweat straight up. This TM how to die. Lin Xiaolu shook his head and sighed bitterly. Alas, can anyone have a drink with me? Lonely, lonely. Donkey ride, what the hell is going on here? Aren't you a good commander? Crazy? Analyze it. I'll analyze it, Jill. Crazy man wiped the cold sweat on his head, and muttered in his heart. This tone, this pretense of B maneuver, I'm familiar. I'm too damn familiar. I'm really sorry boobies. I suddenly feel a bit of a stomach ache. I'll go offline first. Go you. Jedi Jezzy and the others were dumbfounded. The madman instantly disappeared in place and actually went offline for real? A few people stood in place wide-eyed, unable to figure out what was going on in their heads. Woo! The mutation was sudden. Blank struck swiftly. The sound of breaking air sounded. Two snake-shaped daggers were like two bloodthirsty fangs, attacking the blind area of vision behind Lin Fan. Master's domain, diffusion. Lin Fan spat out magic words, and runic patterns emerged around him. And with him as the center of the circle, the sharp frozen light suddenly spread. Blank's figure stalled as the terrifying freezing effect caused her facial expression to freeze. However, as the one divine realm thief was not just a name. Before being completely frozen, he touched the ice magic immunity potion and drank it in one gulp, and his body quickly returned to normal. Berserk Battlebreaker. Emperor Demon lightly grunted as black light surrounded his body and a black god of war silhouette emerged behind him, similarly forcing the control to be lifted. Jedi Z, it's over. This NPC is poisonous. If you get close you'll be seconded. Riding a donkey, drinking. I drink your sister Dynasty Oldine, that crazy son of a bitch must have sensed something. That's why he went offline at light speed. That asshole, he sold us out. Aside from the few who reacted, the others weren't so lucky, and Jezi and the others were frozen in an instant by the ice resistance potion quickly. The Imperial Demon was very calm, and when he saw the blank response method, he opened his mouth to remind the crowd, allowing the only remaining priest to resist the ice fog with magic dispel. Pust. On the other hand, Blank coldly struck a lightning strike at Lin Fan. Vital strike burst damage doubling plus defense piercing plus true wound bleeding triple effect. Too much killing. A big no-no for thief players. Lin Fan smiled faintly as a minus 1500 damage value lit up on his head. The 2 layers of blazing sun shield were pierced, but avoided the opponent's vital strikes and bleeding. Blank eyes surfaced in amazement. She did not die. Once again bullying into the body. The body of the ghost is possessed by the undead. Magic eye. Fold the mirror. As soon as the magic mirror came out, he stepped forward in a dragon-like manner and appeared in front of the Lord's throne across the starry universe. Lin Fan's eyes were like torches as he looked at Blank this silly girl and said aloud, Ice prison Dharma ring, cursed fierce spirit. Buzz. Chilling cold air erupted, and the void was torn apart by a great force. A ghostly blue void gate appeared in front of the crowd, and 2 deathly ghostly shadows floated out of the portal. Blank's eyes flooded with panic as he dodged and backed out dozens of meters away. View ghosting information. Ice prison, cursed spirit level 1. Elite level creatures. HP, 50, 000. Attack power, 4000. Skills, ignore physical attacks. Ignore dispel magic. Soul lock. Sobbing spell seal. Ever since the Stronghold War, someone had bombarded the 3 major battlefields indiscriminately, which had caused God's domain players to develop a good habit. Whether it works or not, you must have a bunch of magic resistance potions on you. And this once made countless mage players curse all day long. Every opponent is hard to beat. It is simply miserable. A burst of resistance aura lit up on the players, and the priest players immediately gave healing to the bloodlifting and resurrection lifters. It's only an elite boss with 50, 000 blood. Go! Fuck it! A player shouted. What do you need to say? Ugly monster, give master back. Riding a donkey to find a girl took the lead and charged up. The big sword in his hand was tigerish. The cursed ferocious spirit let out a chilling shrill and floated towards him with its bony claws outstretched. Riding the donkey grinned and decisively opened the taunt skill to prepare to resist damage. Behind him Oldine and the others obediently stood in formation intending to set fire. However, to everyone's surprise, Riding Donkey's face changed, and the big sword in his hand chopped into the air, cutting the table into 2 halves. Then the cursed ferocious spirit instantly passed through his body. He stiffened and looked back as the fierce spirit grasped a humanoid white spirit in its bony claws. I can't fucking move. Riding Donkey's back went cold, affected by the soul lock effect, and was confined for 3 seconds. The ferocious spirit let out a strange laugh that made one's teeth sink, and the spirit body let out a miserable sound as its bone claws slightly clenched. Soul strike minus 4000. Blitz 8000. How stupid. Blank grunted coldly and backed into a corner to wait and see what would happen. Crap. What kind of bullshit attack is this? Physical immunity? The donkey rider went numb and his blood plummeted. Not abracadabra. Brother originally flat thou still less milk. Actually also healing effect halved? Jedi Jitsuko rushed to put healing on him, but he was a violent milk by nature, and healing was not his strong point in the first place. Coupled with the fact that the cursed fierce spirit came with a healing reduction buff, his little amount of milk was just a drop in the bucket, and he could only watch as the donkey rider's bloodstain was emptied. MLSs. At the same time, more than a dozen melee players saw that the elite boss only had 50, 000 blood. and each one of them was so red-eyed that they pounced on it to grab the loot. As a result, the other cursed fierce spirit turned into black mist and pierced through the players' bodies one by one, and soon had a bunch of player souls in its hands. It's quite brutal to pinch and pop one by one. Riding a donkey to find a girl, deceitful. Before he finished, the Godslayer guild people gave full play to the spirit of the tree-toppling monkeys scattering a sinking ship. Early MTD ran out of sight. It's okay, brother, you dropped equipment, I'm responsible for picking it up for you. Let's resurrect and die with this boss. Faith bungee jumping, stay green and don't be afraid of no wood to burn. Brothers rip who? A group of people crashed through the gate and rushed towards the resurrection point. Even if it was a mass destruction, that would have to be the Knight Elder brother at the front to die a few more times first. Great. Like to save your strength, huh? Under my leadership, please exceed your limits. Linfan sat on the Lord's throne with a kind smile written all over his face like an old father, maneuvering a cursed fierce spirit to follow after him. Ha, you guys run slower and cover me. The back row output. The Kingslayer archer called Faith Bungee cursed and was forced to turn around and fire a shot of enchanted arrows to hit the feral spirit. Blitz minus 1800. Blood drop. I know how to fight this boss. Brother Bungee turned his head with the intention of greeting his teammates and fighting the boss to the death, only to turn around and realize that the team's priest was on his feet and escaping faster than him. Nima. The bungee jumping brother's eyes were closed, lifeless, and tragically killed by the ferocious spirit. If your heart breaks, brothers, save your soft sister warriors. A sister warrior who has just joined Kingslayer is in despair and experiences caring from her older brothers. Originally 4 people ran apiece. Who knew that the murderous spirit kills instantly? The other holding a few old brother tacit understanding, immediately towards the surrounding area to separate and flee. Will be simple heartbroken sister directly sold. Ah. Yeah no. The heartbroken sister bared her native language. A few old brothers gulped in unison, cursing in their hearts. Even if the chairman of the Tama is here, he won't try to stop me from running away. I built it. Why isn't this damn thing chasing after anyone else? Why is it chasing after us? Yeah, I didn't even touch him. So what gives me the right to come after us and kill us? Could it be that any one of the 3 of us is overgrown in looks? Even the dead ghosts can't look at us. With the resurrection point close at hand, Jedi Z and the others realized something was wrong, and each felt that the problem must be on the other side. Or else where the fuck did this hate value come from? Hate value suspicions have arisen, and the inevitable dumping session comes next. Old Ian took the lead. Jezi told you not to blindly release holy light to hit people. Now it's good. The hate value is all on us. Jedi Z, I'll hit you with a big rhino. You're an 18-year-old rash. You have to pinch a bad old man mage character. If it's not your problem, whose can it be? Old Ian, Mage Gandalf, do you understand? I call this orthodox face pinching. Perfect substitution game. The two argued, while the other archer was more direct, rushing at the feet of the fastest running duo with 2 arrows each, forcing them both to a halt. Hee Changzhou, I'm sorry. I put a lot of money on me, and when I hang up, I explode gold coins. I'll do it. Vile. The 2 people were so angry that they jumped and cursed, and just as their speed slowed down, the cursed fierce spirit pounced on their faces, and they were killed in seconds without any suspense. Riding the donkey is over to you. You resist my output. This boss eats magic damage. I'll use enchanted arrows. At the resurrection point, old brother Donkey Rider was successfully resurrected. His tiger body shook and his battle armor burst into crimson light. Flame armor comes with a magical burning effect and a special effect that restrains necromantic creatures, and belongs to one of the signature skills of the Earthfire Knight. Hoyi Sungju thought he was savvy enough to just wait until the night arrived and he could kill the boss with his brainless output. Finally burst out of the equipment he an archer. More than 300 agility. In the case of the captain offline, then flying over to grab things. Who can win him? Who knows? He's vicious, and someone else is even more cranky than he is. Fuck off. I need you to remind me that I'm going solo. Head on. He was crippled by 2 slashes from Donkey riding open red clicker, forcing him back. Riding the donkey sneered. Whoever gets in the way will then go on to resurrection. Hee Changzhou was dumbfounded. What the heck? Are these guys sure they're in the same guild as him? Sell it. Keep selling the old man. Retribution. Jiezi gloating and laughing. Riding a donkey as a person rushed to the boss, with the protection of the fiery armor than the previous firm. Minus 400. Minus 500. Even though the broadsword swings couldn't hurt the cursed fierce spirit, the donkey rider still relied on his superior positioning and used the fiery armor aura against his face to cauterize the boss. And for a while, he had already gained a certain upper hand. But although the fiery armor was strong, it had a shield value cap, and under the perverted attack power of the cursed fierce spirit of up to 4,000 points, cracks soon appeared in the fire armor. I'll allow one shot. Milkman, you're on. Riding donkey said cheekily. Unfortunately, He had overestimated his deterrent power, and the others sniffed and greeted him with an attunement attack regardless. What tacit cooperation? What team spirit? That's not even a hint. Relying entirely on their own techniques, equipment, and skills to harden themselves against the cursed evil spirits. Above them a magic eye floated in streams of light, and someone took over the operating privileges of the cursed ferocious spirit. The dark hexagrams lit up, and Jedi Jiazi's expression shook. Get out of the way. He's going to reduce his healing. Taking medicine won't stop it. The crowd was chaotic, but they reacted quickly, decisively spreading out and pulling away. The hexagram that had just lit up suddenly disappeared, and the crowd was stunned. Canceling the spell on its own? The cursed fierce spirit let out a miserable shriek and suddenly disappeared at the heels of the donkey rider who thought he had pulled in the hate value, prioritizing the bloodied archer, Sunju, to take him away. In the next instant, the cursed fierce spirit rushed towards Oldine in a hurry under Lin Fan's control. He was the only mage in the crowd, and posed the greatest threat to the feral spirit, which ignored physical attacks. Old Yin's eyes sank as he raised his hand to the Earth-derived school, Earth Mage. A B-rank skill, Gravity Implosion. Can make the target slow down plus gravity pressure top double effect. The power is very not bad. The disadvantage is the blue consumption is high. The result was dumbfounding, as the cursed ferocious spirit changed its target once again, attacking the Jedi who was disconnected from his teammates on one side. This scene froze Old Ian in his tracks. I'm convinced, this old six. Where is a boss that intentionally cheats people's skills? I'm out of blue. 6 people, 3 A-rank professions, who prided themselves on being first-rate experts in the divine realm, were now being played by an elite boss. I'm a piece of shit. With a grip of the bone claws, the donkey-riding old man fell down once again, his face unsightly. He had been born with this sense of despair again since the brutal bloodbath of a solo match. Jedi Jitsuko, this boss is sick, and it's a big one. Oldine, I can kind of see it. You guys see that the other players at the resurrection point ran away a long time ago, and he's still out there waiting for us to get out. The 5 people could not cry. The cursed fierce spirit just recognized the 5 of them to kill as if it could not see the other players. If Heartbreak said with a bitter little face, I think it's the resentment of the vice president's crazy lunatic. We're all cursed by him. Agreed. Seriously agree. That lewd dog, the sellout, looks the same as the skeleton murderous spirit. Everyone was stunned at first and couldn't help but burst out laughing, a statement that was unanimously recognized. Donkey Rider, who hadn't said much, sighed. I propose. So what, let's just fight properly. Jedi Z, damn it. Let's just fight this asshole boss like he's the president or vice president, and fuck him in the face. Once these words came out, the big guys immediately came into the spirit and finally stopped fighting on their own. You dare to attack me? Do you know which great clan we come from? Inside the wedding hall, a Cheyenne family NPC stood out and stared at Lin Fan with a fierce glare. Vickers Sheen, level 35. Platinum family warrior leader. HP, 3 million. Attack power, 1800. Skills, Bright Warhammer, Sword and Shield Counter. Hegemony. We are the Sheen family guardians, one of the 5 platinum families, and by attacking us you have set foot on the path to severed heads. A woman with a pretty face and purple hair said proudly. Mira Sheen, level 35. Platinum family magician. HP, 2 million. Attack power, 2000. Skills, Wind Magician. I know. Lin Fan nodded with a smile, his eyes looking at the messy banquet hall. The cursed feral spirit was physically immune and almost always killed in seconds against ordinary players. Half of the people from the Chaotic Sins Guild were killed, but it was clearly not enough to use against Blank, Emperor Demon and the others. Blank seduced the fierce spirit into attacking, relying on his stance for extreme dodging and constantly creating output moments for his teammates. As for Emperor Demon, he was holding a legendary Great Berserker blade in his hand, and his body was surging with dark golden fighting aura. His battle power was amazing. This was a battle technique unique to high-ranked warriors, which did not belong to the realm of magic, but was still able to inflict a large amount of damage on ferocious spirits. It was only a matter of time before the cursed feral spirit's blood level was emptied. How dare you make a scene knowing that? Get off the lordship yet? Mira angrily scolded. The marriage between Lord Kane and Giant Fierce. Cough. Evoya. I don't agree. Lin Fan dryly coughed. A dignified NPC almost uttered an anticlimactic nickname. You don't agree? What are you? It's only right that the Sheen family should unite with the descendants of the Emperor. It's a blessing for the Light Dragon Empire. That's right. A descendant of the Emperor should be honored as the leader of the Light Dragon Empire, leading us towards a glorious heyday once again. How can I allow you brats to talk too much? The 2 strongest members of the Sheen family sniffed and were greatly annoyed, and the other invited NPC spewed angrily. Don't push your luck. As far as I know, it's not just me who doesn't agree. Her parents don't agree with the marriage either. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows and snorted coldly. The brows of the NPCs present tightened. The Cheyenne family emissary became infuriated. And Weeks cursed angrily. Yellow mouth. Even if you're an Imperial Mage, I'm going to smash you today. You have angered the Sheen family emissary. Lord Kane has withdrawn. Ding dong. You have obtained a new clue for wedding banquet. Lin Fan's eyes stared. And he was informed that not long ago at the wedding banquet, Evoya's parents had left angrily, attempting to seek the help of the Imperial Inquisitor. However, they were hunted down and besieged by the people of the Lord's house halfway across the country. And originally, with Evoya's strength, it wasn't difficult to leave this place. Mage Guild magician Terry tried his best to make this happen, even going so far as to seal Evoya's magical power and personally send Evoya to the Lord's mansion. What is a master like this going to do? To actually give a good disciple to an old piker? If you're going to give it away, why don't you give it to me? Lin Fan was instantly enraged, thinking of Evoya's simple to outrageous character and the surging. As long as he was a man he couldn't endure it. Quest 1, escape the Lord's mansion as fast as possible with NPC/opposing players in pursuit. Mission countdown, 10 minutes. Quest 2, travel outside of Edgar City. Near coordinates 220. 18 to rescue Evia's parents who are under siege. Mission failure condition, death of either of Evelia's parents. Quest punishment, you will be hunted by the Sheen family forever. Quest prompts rang one after another. Lin Fan faintly shook his head. It didn't matter who was chasing him. He thought about how much benefit he could get. There were a lot of treasures on the NPC. Ignorant. The Platinum family is not to be desecrated. Don't run if you dare. At that moment, warrior leader Weeks, holding a pair of basalt steel warhammers, came up with a big stride to kill. Speechless. I'm sitting right here. Where did I run? Lin Fan frowned slightly. Facing this kind of heavily armored warrior NPC, pulling away he could show him off until his mother didn't even recognize him. The biggest threat to him was actually the wind magician on the other side. Boo! A lone shadow came swiftly to kill. He had a great instrument and a dashing figure. The body transforms into a swimming dragon. A perfect combination of power and beauty. Picking off the warhammer with his dragon lance in one hand, he swung his shield violently with his other free hand, knocking Weeks back with a burst of sound. If you want to kill him with your hands, please go through me. Drunken Dreams battlesuit shown. His sword brows knitted. This rescue pose was a handsome mess. Even Lin Fan was a bit awed by this one. My good spare tire. Courageous. A vulnerable mage like me lacks a protective beast like you. Lin Fan said mentally. It really wasn't unreasonable for this guy to be honored as the last man of the Platinum family. It's just that if Drunken Dreams had known what he was thinking, he'd probably go up and strangle him right now. Seeing this, Weeks let out a low roar, and the warhammer in his hand erupted with an eye-catching luster. Using the battle skill, Bright Warhammer, the ability to blind an opponent for a certain period of time, and the next attack will come with effects such as armor shatter, heavy damage reduction healing, and so on. This guy operates well. It seems that his strength was not utilized at all when he was seconded by me before. Lin Fan was stunned. Only Drunken Dream reacted quickly, skimming his head to avoid the warhammer blinding effect, anticipating Vex's heavy hammer attack with his intuition. His torso shook violently, and he drank. God's body is unbreakable. Damage reduction -500. Damage reduction -400. A recoil knocked Weeks back, while an armor removal buff was added to the status bar. Grade A battle skill, Divine Body Unbreakable, for 2 seconds. Damage is mitigated by 80%, while subtracting a large amount of defense to the opponent. As soon as Drunken Dream raised his shield to block the Wind Magician's attack, he said to Lin Fan, Evoya has been saved by us. Let's go. Go? Why do you want to go? Lin Fan was stunned. If you don't go, are you waiting to die? I won't last long. Drunken Dream had a question mark on his face as he received a quest prompt that required him to flee the chase to rescue Evoya's parents. That being said, killing them will allow you to obtain extremely high-quality equipment and skill books. As an adventurer, aren't you moved? Lin Fan asked rhetorically as the corner of his mouth turned up. Old Ian, I lost my robe. Check it for me. Riding a donkey, I can't pick it up. Heartbreak, help him pick it up and throw it to him. Quick, boss still has less than 8,000 blood. Heartbreak, oops my brothers. I lost my gauntlets and breastplate. I'm just giving them away in the past. A few of the other animals turned back for a second at the sound of his voice and looked towards his heartbroken sister, only to see Heartbreak's hands wrapped around his chest. His skin was snow white. His figure was marvelous. And that terrifyingly huge thing that couldn't even be blocked. The crowd all gazed wolfishly. Dropped, yeah. Heartbreak gazed at the newly resurrected Jedi son. Milkman, I'll leave it to you. You're the safest one. Jie had a difficult face, crying and shouting. My damn weapon was exploded. How am I going to pick it up? The crowd was speechless for a while, He Yachengzu who betrayed the crowd earlier sighed and helplessly struck out. I beg you guys don't live the whole thing. I'll put my life on the line to help you guys pick it up, and beg for a speedy kill of the boss. Sungju turned on his body skill to move at a great speed, circling the boss and picking up equipment furiously, twisting his head and throwing it towards the big guy. Immediately, the cursed ferocious spirit ran in and did away with it in a single shot, but it also gained the crowd valuable output time as a result. 7,000 blood. 5,000. 2,000. Oh by God, it's not easy, we've finally beaten it. Riding a donkey. The cursed ferocious spirit that had killed the crowd a dozen times in a row was finally finished off by the crowd's joint efforts. Come out, forbidden demon divine armor. At the very least, you have to pop a legendary weapon for me, and an A-rank skill book isn't out of the question. The crowd raised their arms and the group was excited. Such a strong elite boss. At the very least, you have to earn him a few million to make it worthwhile. The cursed ferocious spirit's body swelled, and with a soft poof, it then exploded into a cloud of black mist that dissipated into the wind. The big guy was full of expectation, waited for 3 seconds, but the result was not to mention a fucking golden light. Even the blue light was not seen. Where's the old man's extreme equipment? Nima, how come there's no experience value? Old man give a knee. Sand dollar game. Ruin my youth. I, Gandalf, defy you. A bunch of people were so angry that they sprayed blood in place. Riding a donkey nervously muttered to himself, indeed, it is a curse from the vice president. I hate you in the haha. Your summon, cursed fierce spirit, has been slain. Your summoner. At the same moment, Emperor Demon, blank, and the others resolved another cursed fierce spirit. Emperor Demon, something weird. This boss is very much like a player's summon. Chaotic Sin Lingxiao, not bad. I've fought summoner type bosses before, even if the loot that pops out is again. At the very least, there will be silver coins with experience. Everyone was surprised. How could a powerful elite boss not lose any hair? If this is a product of summoner player conscription, then may I ask who is battling the NPC? Blank said indifferently. Lin Xiaolu. The players present looked at the place not far away. Lin Xiaolu was still sitting calmly on the Lord's seat under the protection of Drunken Dream. Drunken Dream faced 2 NPCs in a clinch, and there was an endless stream of violent collisions. Drunken Dream maintains the balance of the situation with his superb maneuvering and with a variety of Dragon Rider exclusive battle techniques. However, the discerning can see, in the face of 2 Lord-level powerhouses surrounded by attack, Drunken Dream can again resist defeat was killed just a matter of time. This person wears Imperial Fire magic robes but has both Frost magic, and he can even summon powerful bosses? Does this exist again in the Divine Realm setting? The freezing skill that froze and sank just now is at least above A rank strength. An S rank might be possible. The crowd speculated about Lin Xiaolu's origin. Blank willow brows furrowed as she looked at the man with a smile on the corner of his mouth and a calm and relaxed look. And a certain asshole's demeanor in her mind began to overlap with it. It's that asshole. Blank's heart fluttered. Murderous aura emanating from his eyes as he gritted his teeth and entered sneak mode, ready to launch a deadly attack. Very good. To actually kill my Pipia with only this many deaths. Lin Fan smiled indifferently and suddenly looked at Emperor Demon and the others. Who exactly are you? Emperor Demon's brows furrowed into a chuan. Nobody. Lin Fan's expression was indifferent as he reached out a hand and lifted it, and a void rift was slowly opened. If this person was a player disguised as an NPC, then he naturally couldn't be some nameless person. The previous magic attack killed Sinker and the others in seconds, and summoned a boss with outrageous mechanics, so strong that it could almost be compared to a certain monster player. The crowd of the Chaotic Sin Guild felt their scalps go numb. Just one mortal god had already caused them to throw in the towel, when seizing the game resources left behind by Dragon Trace. He had to weigh whether direct competition with the Godslayer Guild would annoy the mortal gods and cause retaliation. Emperor Demon repeatedly emphasized to his members that it was not appropriate to prove conflict with Godslayer at the moment, but with the guild's power expanding dramatically, he knew in his heart that sooner or later, he would explode into a thunderstorm. Now there was another horrible summoner disguised as an NPC, which gave him a big headache. Summoned Beast Space. Chaotic Sin Lingxiao exclaimed that there were currently quite a few anonymous players who had awakened their summoning class professions, and one of them had a hidden job rating of S rank. He suspected that this person was the S-rank summoner. Your opponent will be my mount. How should your excellency respond? Lin Fan said with a smile. When these words came out, Emperor Demon and the others had a very ugly face. Besides the few S-class professionals present, the other players were at least first-tier players. How dare you just be worthy of fighting the other guy's mount? Although they felt extremely unpleasant, Emperor Demon and the others didn't dare to be careless and stared at the void rift with a vigilant expression. Whoever dares to hurt my servant, eat my lady's egg. A childish and arrogant voice rang out. and all the players and NPCs present froze as an egg screamed and jumped out of the rift. I, the Supreme Dragon Emperor, command that you and other ants submit to. Teres' dad yelled in full force, who stumbled and fell to the ground, nearly dying on the spot from egg-crushing community. She got up shakily, holding the eggshell steady. Submission, all submit to this lady. This is, what the hell? Egg? A summoned beast with only 7 life points? Lin Fan covered his face and put on the pain mask. No wonder the silly egg hadn't come out to make a mess. It turned out to be hiding in the war beast space. Blood up 6 points? Looks like it's gotten a little bigger. Lin Fan came back to his senses and noticed a hint of abnormality. The egg body became more and more crystal clear. The magic pattern on the surface of the egg shell gradually became clearer, and the runic marks of 4 colors swam on it like tadpoles. Check out the Direct's properties. Dragon Maiden Tirith. Dragon Egg Form. Blood, 7/7. Skill, Hatching Progress, 6/50. Lin Fan's eyes lit up as the little thing had an extra hatching progress panel. It seems to be tied to one's leveling up, which means that 44 more levels are needed for the silly egg to potentially break out of its shell. 4 bloodlines added to the body. What on earth could this hatch out of? Sorry, wrong call. Not this time. With a red face, Lin Fan forced himself to salvage his pride and grabbed Directs and stuffed it into his pants pocket. The players present were confused. There was a summoner who operated like this to pull his crotch? Wild Marshal, what the hell are you guys up to? Evoya will be out of the city soon. Brother has brought someone to save you. At the same time, the Mad Marshal and the others split into 2 groups and kicked open the door of the wedding banquet hall, just in time to see the image of Lin Fan putting away dire straits. The Mad Marshal was stunned and immediately exclaimed, "Holy shit, if I'm not mistaken, that's a rare dragon egg." With this shout, all eyes fell on Lin Fan. Even if the opposing players were killing had become no longer important. Dragon egg. God. Someone actually got such a heavenly treasure and killed him to burst it out. As long as he's a player in disguise, even if he can't burst out by killing him once, he'll inevitably be resurrected within the duplicate, and can be killed until he bursts out the dragon egg. The eyes of the crowd immediately turned red, and the Wild Marshal and the others decisively aimed their spearheads at the sand sculptor mage who couldn't set fire to anything. Kill. Take the dragon's egg. There was an extra dash of fury on the Emperor Demon's face. This kind of temptation was undoubtedly fatal, and even the city-deep Emperor Demon was unable to restrain his greed. A dragon egg in one's hand was equal to having a giant dragon war beast. Alright, God's domain world. Killing people for treasure. It's only natural. Lin Fan sighed and opened the war beast space once again, laughing softly. If you want a dragon egg, then prepare to have your level zeroed. Number 1. Out to feed. Lin Fan's face chilled as the war beast space suddenly enlarged countless times, and the roof of the banquet hall was instantly propped up to burst open. A flood beast opened its bloody eyes. A piercing chill began to spread in everyone's heart. A roar of rage resounded through the Lord's mansion, which was destined to be a fiasco. A dragon. No, an oversized fire lizard. The Red Reed King's wings can reach up to 100 meters with a single spread, and the large wedding banquet hall seems very narrow. All the players and even the NPC soldiers were all shocked by this explosive hostile aura to the point that they retreated back and forth. The Red Training King gathered his blood wings full of barbs. A pair of beast pupils held contempt. His long neck slightly closed, and a mouthful of destructive flames shot out. Boom! The spit entrained with lava substance swept across everything. Minus 4,000. Blitz 8,000. Blitz 8,000. The 4 melee players' faces showed horror, and in an instant, their armor melted and their blood bars plummeted. It's extinction. Also despair. Emperor Demon's face was grim as he checked the attributes of this furious beast. Dragon Nemesis Death Eater, level 40. Lord's War Beasts. HP, 10 million. Attack power, 4,000. Strike rate, 80%. Skills, Destructive Spit. Overwhelming Response. Binge-Eating Growth. Nima. What kind of attributes are these? A 10 million Blood Lord boss? Are you kidding me? 8,000 plus second wounds. A mouthful of thick phlegm. All of us will die. The players who had been screaming about killing for treasure a moment before were chilled all over. The Wild Marshal who was previously backtracking gulped hard. The sand sculpture mage's summoned beast. No, Dharma God, it's a divine realm mage god. Wang Jun Bao, Mad Marshal, you've changed. You've changed so fast. You've changed so hot that we're at a loss. Wild Marshal, whoever dares to rob the dragon egg, will first step over my corpse, my broken body. The other backwater players were speechless, having been screwed over inside and out by Mad Marshal. The situation once again changed subtly as the players with Lin Fan Drunken Dream once again aimed their spearheads at Emperor Demon and the others. This ability to see the wind and make the rudder counts on your kid's quick reaction. Lin Fan stood on the dog's head and rolled his eyes. Manipulating a mouthful of destructive spit from the Red Real King, he mandatorily separated the drunken dream, who was about to be punched to death by a chaotic hammer. Looking down at the two strongest members of the Sheen family, Lin Fan stood tall, giving the gang of hostile targets a full sense of oppression. And Direct stood even higher than him. Directly Eggshell Riding Head continued to yell, Missy with the size of the war beasts arrived. All give kneel down and kowtow. Tackle the thief. It's true that the summoner is strong, but the main panel is just a big crunchy one. Not bad. Once the summoner's original body dies, the summoned beast immediately disappears with it, and there will be a long cooldown restriction on summoning again. There were several large guild elite players who made the analysis. After saying that, the 4 great knights with a blood level of over 10,000 raised their shields and charged forward. This group is good in real life, working with long-range DPS to release skills to disrupt the Red Reaper King Spit. The Dragon Breath-like skill has a short build-up time, and once successfully interfered with or even interrupted, it will deal a large amount of backlash damage to the body. However, the Red Lining King was able to tangle with the old gargoyle, so his actual combat ability was not comparable to that of an ordinary boss. Feigning to open his huge mouth to spit, he immediately terminated his spitting spell casting and blocked with his broad wings the moment the long-range arrows and spell balls blasted over. A slap slammed down then, grabbing a small knight and shoving it into his mouth. Click here. -4,000. Blitz 8,000. Bones broke, blood splattered, and red and white things were scattered all over the ground. Substitute 1. Using skill, overreading growth. Mobility 1. The Red Training King's fighting style inherited someone's legacy, and his application of destruction spit was even more versatile. As a short burst of spit blasted out, suddenly exploding in mid-air and causing a large number of players to suffer burns, the iron barrel formation put up by the players was rushed through a gaping hole. The Ruddy King jumped and landed, a couple hundred yards of Bigfoot stomping down, grabbing a little friend and shoving it into his mouth. Vomit. Shit. I want to go home. This is a horror game. What happened to the promise of a peaceful death for the player? When a player is bitten to death, the body actually doesn't disappear and is eaten right by it. The scalps of the players were numb, even if they knew that the big deal was that they could still be resurrected if they died in battle. The way this fire lizard killed people was too brutal. The image of the gourmand beasts feasting was a real blow to these young minds. It can be resurrected anyway, so consider it an early adaptation. Lin Fan calmly muttered to himself. He had seen far more bloody and brutal sights than this, as the heavenly demons swept through the fusion world, with millions of floating corpses and rivers of blood wherever they went. It only takes 10 minutes to kill and eat a small city. What a strong mount. Drunken Dream slammed 2 mouthfuls of big red pill to regain blood, and tilted his head in amazement as he looked up at the Red Training King. He had something to say about it. It was literally his idea of a godly ride. The Red Reinforcement King sensed his gaze and violently twisted his head to lock onto Drunken Dream, his brutal nature showing in his bloodshot eyes. Drunken Dreams blanched, not daring to meet his eyes. Sweating it out, young adventurer. Lin Fan laughed lightly. The Red Reaper King was known as the dragon's mortal enemy, and instinctively rejected the special aura of the Dragon Rider. Kill them all. Silly creeps, hurry up. My lady is still in a hurry to sleep. Therese bounced around, specializing in flag waving. Roar. The Red Reinforcement King roared at her, and a fishy wind hit her, nearly making Lin Fan vomit. Even though Therese was also an employee of the drudgery camp under Lin Fan's command, the Chilean King still maintained a strong hostility towards her, who made her smell the most like a dragon. Suddenly a cold aura killed out, and blank struck again, but this time the target was Drunken Dream. Drunken Dream, who had just recovered a little bit of blood, twisted his sword brows. Gridlock. Madaka. Blocking again. Lin Fan's eyes changed slightly. This Drunken Dream's operation was beyond his expectations. He didn't use a skill, yet he was able to dance the dragon spear in his hand to create a residual shadow. In a flash of lightning, the block was successful a full 7 times in a row. This fighting instinct was also too terrifying. Lin Fan Yama stayed dumbfounded. You have to know that Blank is an ancient martial artist. Even if you don't use skills, just relying on stances and flat slashes, ordinary players can't even fight. Worthy of a godly spare tire. True Hook 8 can stop bullets. Get out. Drunken Dream coldly grunted. His chi swallowed the mountains and the tip of his spear pointed to the ground. A wave of chi coalesced into a beam, forcing Blank back. The blankness disappeared again. Shoo shoo shoo. With consecutive dodging and sudden stabs, Drunken Dream gradually began to be passively beaten, and was finally stabbed in the shoulder by Blank. With the double effect of bludgeon plus bleed, Drunken Dream's blood level dropped to just under 500 points left. Blank, Emperor Demon. I'll kill the Dragon Rider first, and you hold the summoned beast. We can win. Can we win? Lin Fan teasingly whispered. Emperor Demon nodded his head with a gloomy old face, his body surrounded by black light. Black Berserker possessed. his blood level dropped to just 0.1%, while his panel attributes received an epic enhancement. -8,000. Blitz -16,000. Berserker exclusive battle skill, life looting. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed. The Berserker profession ranged from B rank to S rank. The genre was characterized by high blood absorption and damage reduction, but the most perverted was the S rank Rage Warrior. Life looting. Looting 50% of the blood volume of damage inflicted within 5 seconds. The higher the skill level, the more horrifying the blood looting value. The Emperor Demon's blood suddenly skyrocketed, leaping to a terrifying 30,000. Several bloody marks were slashed on the Red Reaper King's body, and he hissed in pain, lowering his head to return fire with a volley of destructive spit. Emperor Demon's expression was cold and extremely lordly. He swung his battle sword to block. The legendary Warblade was immediately burned red by the destruction spit. Ding! The Imperial Demon's hand raised, sparks flying in all directions, bouncing the destruction spit away. With a rumbling explosion, 5 long-range DPS innocently lay down and were burned to death. Bull, raising a sword as a fire lizard dragon's breath. Emperor Demon Big Brother is so ruthless, that what Kai Master counts what warrior first person. No mortal god he shit is not a, or my Emperor Devil invincible fierce. Several players stared in disbelief. This kind of maneuver was a bit difficult for them to merely raise their swords in defiance, let alone letting them attempt it. On the other side, Blank saw a gap, and suddenly his figure flickered to appear in the blind spot on Drunken Dream's side. Seeing that they were about to take him away with a single slash, 2 strong members of the Cheyenne family who had been observing for a long time suddenly made their move. The Lament of the Wind God. The hexagram in front of the Wind Magician lit up, electricity flashed and thunder roared, and a giant storm took shape above the heads of the crowd. Bright Warhammer. The Cheyenne warrior leader and the magician worked together silently to use the blinding blindness skill again. Wild Marshal, crap, my dog eyes are being blinded. I can't do it. Lord F-Ation, I can only abandon you. In the midst of the chaos, a pair of blank eyes emerged in a moving luster, which was the pleasure of revenge. Blank brushed against Lin Fan and whispered in his ear, "You're dead, Lin Fan. As an assassin, never jump to conclusions before your target is dead," Lin Fan said indifferently, looking up at the storm gathering in the sky. With just the naked eye he could determine that this move would surely kill him if he received it. However, NPC powerhouses were different from players in that the more they unleashed large-scale magic, the longer the pre-shake casting time would be. Once this period is interrupted, the Wind Magician will be countered by his own skill. Immediately, Lin Fan maneuvered the Red Training King back to defense. "Stop that summoned beast at all costs," Emperor Demon shouted angrily, recognizing Lin Fan's intention to use the summoned beast to ward off damage. Messy Sin Sinker returned from his resurrection and said in a deep voice, "All knights listen to my command and counterattack with the shield wall. Push the summoned beasts away." More than 24 knights swarmed up and collectively raised their shield walls to encircle the Chilean king, forming an impenetrable human wall. The battle technique aura lit up, and all the knights were neatly aligned, their knight shields holding against the force of the Red Reaper King's tail flinging to break free, and suddenly lashing out under a muffled grunt. Ooh, ooh, ho! The crowd collectively exerted their strength. Everyone exerted their utmost effort, and the shield wall emanated waves of rising and falling magic patterns. The Red Reinforcement King's magnificent size was actually pushed away from Lin Fan and the others. The command was outstanding. Lin Fan's brows furrowed slightly. Shield wall counterattack was only a D-ranked knight skill with the effect of knocking back the target. When dealing with large bosses, it's actually hard to make a difference when a single knight's panel value isn't strong enough. However, with the combined strength of more than 20 knights, even a lord boss would have to be pushed around. Wild Handsome, bad food. Damn it, let me through. No Man's Star, it's over. The NPC guards outside are rushing over. We're pinned down. Mad Marshal and the others attempted to rescue Lin Fan and the two of them, but they were blocked by the people from the Chaotic Sins Guild with their men. They were also not greedy and adventurous, and only needed to wait for the outer NPC guards to converge, and then they would completely form an encirclement. Swish, as Blank reappeared, waiting for a chance to sneak around the back. Lin Fan turned his head slightly and whispered, "Inferno Dragon." With a rumbling explosion, the Inferno Dragon slammed towards Blank. "I knew you'd do this. I know all about your skills." Blank smiled smugly at the sight and his body suddenly vaporized, as if a ghostly mist was drifting around Lin Fan. Disillusionment assassination. For a while, Lin Fan's surroundings were filled with blank residual shadows, making it impossible to catch the real movements. Blank's eyes became even more murderous, and he killed with a blow that took out his heart. Boo! The pretty face under the blank mask was filled with astonishment as she and Dragon Knight Drunken Dream simultaneously took a few steps back, while the attack was perfectly blocked by the Dragon Lance. Blank was shocked and frowned. "How can you see my moves clearly in the blindness state?" Lin Fan was also stunned. Drunken dream. This dude's battle intuition was too terrifying. He saw the dude block with his eyes closed, blinded head-on by the warhammer of light, with total loss of vision, and still able to block a B-rank assassination technique? That wasn't all. The Night Shield in Drunken Dream's hand was nearly completely destroyed in the face of the warrior chief's onslaught. He was in danger, his stance still dashing, and by instinct he hurled his shield, plunging it hard into the warrior chief's chest. Blitz 2000. The damage wasn't great, but it was a shame that it made the warrior leader, who had been unable to attack for a long time, storm out of the room. As soon as he ripped off the knight's shield from his chest, he kept roaring at Drunken Dream. You don't stand a chance. Drunken Dream squinted, barely regaining some vision. Meeting Lin Fan's uncomprehending gaze, he calmly said, "There's no need to look at me like that. In reality I'm a blind person. Hearing and recognizing voices is very simple for me." Put. Lin Fan and Blank made a blood-spitting gesture at the same time. No wonder this dude had horribly strong intuition, always able to anticipate the angle of someone's attack half a beat ahead of time every time. After all, if a normal person relied on his eyes to observe the moves, it was obvious that the reaction speed was far less swift than hearing the voice. It's not too much for a successful Chaos Mage to accept a Dragon Knight as a protective beast, right? Lin Fan's heart muttered to himself. Drunken Dream, you interrupt the magician to cast a spell first. I'll block the warrior leader. I can hold it for at least 10 more seconds. Lin Fan shook his head as he sniffed and said, "No, I think you can single-handedly beat him up. Pyromancer, you're a real joker." Drunken Dream's forehead was in a cold sweat. The knight's shield had been dried out. Facing a highly intelligent Lord NPC, even a Dragon Knight would surely die in single combat. Lin Fan was succinct, "Trust me." Immediately, the staff in his hand sank and his hands came together. The earth shakes. The two stone dragons let out a roar and tore through the floor of the ballroom to slam into the wind magician. Barbarian whirlwind chop. Seeing this, Emperor Demon snorted coldly. His robust body transformed into a tornado, spinning rapidly, and with a wild and arrogant strike, he chopped one of the stone vines. Unwilling to show weakness, Chaotic Sin Sinker raised his shield and continuously stabbed with his battle halberd. Mad Demon Frenzy Kill. Wow! The one remaining stone vine was shattered. Emperor Demon, no matter who you are, when you fall into my hands, the only thing waiting for you is the word death. Lin Fan didn't have time to pay attention to his mouthpiece and laughed softly. Ice Prison Mana Ring, maximum power. Zip. The hexagram in front of Lin Fan lit up with a death singularity. Time and space seemed to be frozen, and the ice fog spread rapidly, freezing eternally wherever it spread. There's that trick again. All the pills. The Imperial Demon didn't mess up. One hand quickly crawled with frost and immediately took the ice resistance potion again. Hundreds of hostile players were prepared for this, and their bodies were once again released from control before they were completely frozen. However, apart from the players, the NPCs in the banquet hall and the soldiers that surrounded them all turned into an ice sculpture. Seeing that the wind magician was about to be frozen, the warrior leader stepped forward to block the ice mist with his body, and instantly used his bully again to force an uncontrol. Lamentations ring out. Die. The magic chanting ended, and a full 7 terrifying tornadoes descended, toppling the roof of the banquet hall and sweeping away the broken rubble. Minus 9,999. Minus 9,999. Berserker, damn. I'm out. I knew I shouldn't have trusted you guys. Sand-sculpted mages. Sand-sculpted dragon riders. A series of damage numbers raised up, and all of Berserker's and his party were swept up into the sky, and were torn to shreds in a matter of moments. Lin Fan and Drunken Dream were similarly covered mercilessly, and as the tornado gradually closed in, they would have no way to retreat. Drunken Dream refuses to die, and tries to break out with Big Crunch behind him, but is quickly smashed back by the warrior leader with a warhammer. He couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the terrifying storm. Ugh. Lost. Said. Trust me. A voice rang out and Drunken Dream looked at Lin Fan incredulously, only to see that his gaze was soft and no anxiety could be seen on his face. Lin Fan tilted his head slightly, raised his staff, and blandly said, Tempest Blade. The watery blue light emanated, and the rival mages present froze at the scene. What is he doing? Using C-rank magic to fight A-rank Wind God's Lament? What's so funny? Chaotic Sin Sinker, the jumping clown is still not dead. Let's go to the resurrection point and wait for him. Wait for her to resurrect and kill him until he drops the dragon egg. Yi Fan, am afraid of no one, boy. The staff in his hand seems unusual. How come it looks a bit like the number 1 on the weapon list? The crowd was stunned at the words, but they didn't think too much about it as the dragon egg tempted them. Double casting effects trigger. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. The 20% probability was finally the most crucial hit. A drop of rainwater fell slowly. Blank subconsciously reached out and wiped it. His eyes stared. This is slightly suspicious. She noticed that the water droplets became cold, and in the next instant they completely froze into azure-colored crystalline frost. Amusing to the master. He panicked. Ha ha, the skill actually smashed towards the tornado. A player burst out laughing. A series of 3 hexagonal arrays appeared on top of the tornado, and the smile on Emperor Demon's face froze, vaguely sensing that something was unusual. Tempest Blade Trio, Lin Fan said aloud. Countless rain blades poured at the tornado, and the originally gray tornado instantly turned blue. The tornado made a chilling sound, a reaction to the large amount of water element mixed in. The wind god's lamentations revs plummeted, and the tendency to merge was noticeably slower. That wind magician was sweating profusely. The magic that was clearly released was now actually starting to go out of control. Seeing this situation, a shocking sense of crisis spread through the hearts of Emperor Demon, Blank, and the others. Run, all of you get out of here immediately, Emperor Demon exclaimed. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, countless rain blades were thrown out from within the tornado, running towards the crowd as if they were bullets. What kind of detail operation is this? Enhancing your own killing power with the help of enemy magic? Drunken Dream's face was shocked, and her gaze toward Lin Fan turned into awe. Like a magic resistance drug? Control is solvable. So is pure mixed kill solvable? Lin Fan said with a smile. That wasn't all. A sea of rain blades were thrown from the dragon whirlwind. It turned to be frozen once again by the ice prison Dharma ring and turned into countless ice crystal blades. The number of sharp blades was in the millions. Mixed magic. Emperor Demon and the others' hearts raced as they watched in disbelief as this scene unfolded, but they were powerless to do anything about it. That wasn't all. The sea of rain blades had just been thrown out, and in the air, they were once again frozen by the ice prison mana ring, turning into countless ice crystal blades. Each ice crystal sharp blade was shaped like a normal attack and didn't seem to be much of a threat, but it was just an outrageous amount of millions of ice crystal sharp blades spewing indiscriminately. A group of knights and warriors raised their shields to resist, and in an instant the shields were riddled with holes. Unavoidable. Unstoppable. The body armor was all blown to pieces. Minus 1,200. Blitz minus 2,400. Scorch 4,500. The most terrifying thing was that once he was hit by the ice crystals, he would also be scorched by the chaos flame in the next moment. Simply like a maggot on the bone. No one can last more than a few seconds with the exception of invincibility skills. This combo move, not to mention that the players present could not withstand it. Even he, Lin Fan himself, could not. He had borrowed Magician Myra's A-rank magical prowess, and with the huge number of ice blades, even Lin Fan was unable to do further detailed micromanagement. Don't look up there and follow me to the top and wait. Lin Fan patted Drunken Dream's shoulder as the Red Training King placed the bitter master on his back against the roiling ice blades. Good, good. Drunken Dream then snapped back to his senses, only to realize that he was being held in the claws of the Chilean King. The Red Reinforcement King swept its prey in its hands with fierce light. If not for Lin Fan's interference control, this kid would have been pinched and burst by it. Stop right there. Blank kept dodging through the ice blades that shot by. Even if she was agile, it didn't help, and she was plunged by the ice blades as soon as the words left her mouth. Spamming your ass's skills. Lin Fan looked down indifferently, only to see pieces of players and NPCs fall as someone shouted out the mysterious code. SBNPC. In the blink of an eye, a full 800 players were killed in action, and the floor of the wedding hall, which had almost been moved flat, was full of shiny loot. It wasn't a mere difference in strength, it was a lapse in strategy, and I'm convinced, blood as thick as the Rage Warrior Emperor Demon, only lasted for 5 or 6 seconds, kneeling on one knee, unwilling to drink hate. The entire Lord's mansion was as lively as fireworks, and a large number of players had their souls killed out of body. You return to full blood. We only have 5 minutes for one of us to single-handedly brush a Cheyenne family powerhouse, Lin Fan said lightly. My friend, although I consider myself a good operator, is it too much to ask me to eat a Lord NPC alone? Drunken Dreams is busting at the seams and starting to feel less confident. He was panicking, even the Knight Shield had been broken, and this mysterious NPC was asking him to go solo with the warrior leader. Sure, he wasn't being asked to make a fool of himself? An old standby can't help but come to mind. You go and get rid of the Tang monk's teacher and disciples. It's not too much. There's no way an S-ranked profession would be weak, and you haven't realized the potential of the candidate Dragon Knights. Lin Fan closed the nuclear radiation range, even with his exaggerated blue amount. In the case of the limit output of the magic ring, blue amount is also a bit unable to top. Your fighting instincts are good, but you also have to trust the skill mechanism. Lin Fan lightly glanced at the other party. Drunken Dream smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, I can only promise to die as slowly as possible. Lin Fan tried to cheer him up, saying, my young mount, a ride? Drunken Dream suspected that she was hallucinating. Lin Fan immediately changed his tone and said seriously, Adventurer, be confident. There are still giant dragons waiting for you to conquer. Lin Fan secretly said that he was hanging on by a thread, and accidentally said what was in his heart. Luckily, Drunken Dream, the little blind boy, is simple-minded. Until now also thought that he was an NPC, enough to see that this child is really damn good at cheating. Lin Fan could tell that Drunken Dream was highly skilled at Dragonlance Flat A, but rarely used skills. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't want to use it, but he was unskilled and didn't dare to use it. Dragon Rider skill output/control ability is very strong, but the casting of spells before shaking after shaking lengthy, inevitably will let itself appear broken. A little inattention will be the opponent hit a combo counter kill. The warrior leader roared, "How Cheyenne is not to be desecrated. Mira, force him down." Magician Mira summoned dozens of wind blades in an attempt to knock the Chibi King out of the sky, and Lin Fan followed nature, advancing instead of retreating, maneuvering the Red Reinforcement King to dive down sharply. Sharp claws loosened. Drunken Dream tumbled to the ground and met the warrior chief once more. Lin Fan stepped on one foot and landed on the ground by stepping on the dog's head in a fish leap. The delicate operation caused Drunken Dream to look sideways in amazement. That said, this mysterious friend, is he a mage, a summoner, or a thief? Lin Fan starts chaos spell outputting Mira. Blitz minus 2800. Blitz minus 2800. The two NPCs had thick skin and flesh, only dropping over 300. 000 blood under the ice crystal sharp blade's furious output. However, the defense equipment on his body was almost completely destroyed, which made it much easier for Lin Fan to output, and he was able to strike a bludgeon with almost every attack. Go watch the gate. Come one and eat one. Come two and add more. Lin Fan shouted at the Red Reinforcement King. The Red Reed King's ferocious light was revealed, and somewhat obscenely, he poked his head out of the banquet hall, ready to snipe at the players who had come back to life with destruction. Dynasty Oldine, kill it. I've heard that someone inside has a dragon's egg, so won't my presidency be secure if I grab it? Riding a donkey and looking for a girl, then you should go to the front. What's the point of pushing me around? Can't you see that so many people are resurrecting en masse? There must be something fucking fishy about this. Boom. A shot of destruction spit, sweeping across the resurrected players from 100 meters away. Death by touch. Riding a donkey froze for a moment. Just want to retreat. A few unscrupulous teammates cannot care about him so much. Sandbags will have to top the front. This is the divine realm truth. Of course, it's only appropriate to die at the front of the line. So they pushed him onward. Heartbroken sister, brothers wait for me. Brothers, how to lie down again. Ouch. I swear I'll never team up with the vice president again. I fucking swear. Resurrection point. A few of them are about to cry. A little benefit did not get, not to mention. A broken copy of the collective dropped a level and a half. First he was hunted down by the curse of the madman, and then he was killed by an inexplicable AoE. How can I play this game? Clanking. On the other side, the dragon spear slammed into the warhammer, bursting into a shower of sparks. Warhammer of light. The warrior chief is up to his old tricks, but that's irrelevant to a blind boy. Drunken Dream's eyes were slightly closed, subconsciously trying to output with a flat A. Lin Fan immediately stopped it. Rude dragon shaking the earth. Knockback plus stalemate effect. Prioritize breaking block first. Drunken Dream's expression was shocked, and he wondered how an NPC knew so much about the Dragon Knight's professional skills. Could it be that the mysterious friend is related to the Imperial Dragon Knights? Or, one's own chance properly triggered a certain task, the mysterious friend specially for its present to carry on the actual combat guidance, even though there are thousands of thoughts. The Drunken Dream operation is still online. The dragon spear penetrates the ground, and the arm violently shakes, and the ground cracks and the mountains crumble. The warrior chief stumbled back, his body assuming a rigid form, his hands drooping from his warhammer. Flat, a triple hit for a knockout fly effect. Lin Fan shouted again. Drunken Dream's eyes sank. His dragon spear rose. 2 jabs plus a final heavy strike slapped the ground, and the lanky warrior chief suddenly floated into the air. The height of the knockout is not high enough. Use Overlord unloading again, Lin Fan said in a deep voice. Drunken Dream instantly complied, giving up a thunderous punch that once again sent the warrior leader flying. The floating height rose to more than 4 meters, which was right at the limit of the Dragonlance's flat A distance. AA plus Angry Dragon Pierce. Then hit a triple strike. Comet Dash. Then Rude Dragon Shake to pick up AA and hit a cycle. Lin Fan was multitasking, his eyes constantly switching viewpoints as he dodged the wind blades, adding, until the NPC dominates and uncontrols, then walk away and wait for his bright warhammer. That's his strongest state, and also his stupidest skill. Drunken Dream was first stunned and dumbfounded. Infinite combo. I've realized it. Lin Fan saw him gradually getting the hang of it, and his staff proceeded to furiously output. Multiple special effects triggering. The Inferno Dragon pounced on Mira. The latter's wind magic deepened and her movements became exceptionally light, dodging 2 Inferno Dragon strikes in succession. Just when the opponent thought he had dodged it, the twin dragons suddenly exploded and a large number of fireballs crashed down. Not to do much damage, just to simply block the alignment. Mira's walking footsteps were disorganized, and she began to move according to Lin Fan's preset script until she appeared where she was supposed to be. The last of the Inferno Dragons suddenly appeared overhead, and by the time she realized it was too late. Strike fly. Minus 2100. Scorch 4700. Lin Fan's face was expressionless as soon as Wind Whisperer was on. His attack speed was pulled to the extreme and he blasted the magician into the sky for a floating mauling. The staff erupted with thunder flashes as Lin Fan coldly said, "Thunder! Blitz minus 2900. Blitz 9500. Multiple effect triggers." Lin Fan now had 5.0 attack speed plus multiple flat A triggers. 8 shots a second was not a dream. The attack speed exceeded that of any S-rank archer at this stage. The dark red mana orbs were linked together like a dark and deep river of stars, forming a splendid spectacle in midair. Wind Magician Mira screamed and was met with flat a sustained knockback, and Drunken Dreamer, who was standing next to Lin Fan, had his jaw dropped and nearly broke his combo. This is too fast. Worthy of being a mysterious NPC, the hand speed of jerking a staff far exceeds that of a player. Drunken Dream let out an exclamation. "Wild Handsome, what's going on? Didn't we kidnap Evoya? What's with the fireworks in the Lord's mansion?" The players outside the wedding hall were full of dismay, just feeling strange setting off fireworks just to set off fireworks. How come there are still girls screaming? Could it be that the mission has been accomplished and now the lords are in the cave? But that's a lot of noise. Combo X90. Combo X130. The wind gods have given me unfettered wings. Wind god flash. Mira let out a chortle as a burst of green light brushed across her torso, forcing her out of levitation control. Lin Fan looked indifferent at the situation and closed his hands once again. The ground shakes the mountains. The 2 stone vines transformed into rushing dragons, one after the other, knocking Mira out of the air and down to the ground once again. Minus 30,000. While hitting the falling damage, the landing connected with a shot of mud swamp, and the magician struggled to get up, but his feet were struggling to move deep into the mud. Ice Prison Spell Ring. Lin Fan counted the blue consumption and adjusted the limit power to a range of 100 meters. The ice fog spread and the magician was hit again. Inferno Dragon. Lin Fan was as calm as water. His hand lifted and fell heavily, and the Kagom's magic guide flew up and down. Continuous Fireball. Go ahead and start the mind-numbing infinite combo. Lin Fan knew very well that although the mage, archer, and thief professions possessed a certain degree of uncontrollable skills, they definitely wouldn't be as good as the melee profession's class domination skills. A mage's uncommand can only be uncommanded for a moment, and will not gain immunity to control effects for an extended period of time. On Drunken Dream's side, the warrior leader once again broke free of the combo with a hegemony. Drunken Dream began to retreat and hide behind the wreckage, dragging his feet to cheat skills as Lin Fan had said. However, the head warrior of the Sheen family was brave and thick, and completely ignored Drunken Dream's hide-and-seek behavior. With a single hammer blow, the wall collapsed, and against the damage from the falling stone, he went straight for Drunken Dream's death. Slightly unprepared, Drunken Dream raised his dragon lance to block, but failed to fully hit the stance. Damn, this boss is so brainless. Drunken Dream stifled a grunt. His body flew out a dozen meters like a broken kite, and ruthlessly smashed into the stone wall. Blood was crippled. Run far away, young adventurer, Lin Fan said in a distracted voice. Drunken Dream failed to understand what he meant, but still subconsciously turned and ran. There are still 5 seconds left in the hegemony time, and coincidentally, my casting time for the shot takes 5 seconds as well. Lin Fan's eyes flashed as the chaos hexagram erupted with dazzling luster, the earth element around him floating with the frequency of the staff's swing. Buzz. A terrifying shadow loomed over the ballroom as meteorites with chaotic mist fell from the sky. This is... Drunken Dreams looked up into the sky, a move he couldn't have been more familiar with. He snapped his head back to look at the back of the hot man, standing between 2 NPC powerhouses, with a blood bar that could only be described as fragile in comparison to the boss. But in the eyes of Drunken Dreams, this man exuded a shocking aura between his hands and feet. Self-importance. Fearless. Invincible. Drunken Dream, a body rose a layer of goosebumps. Face became bitter. Finally recognized this NPC as who. He smiled to himself, his mind blowing up a bit. It wasn't so long ago that he himself wanted to take advantage of the fire and had the delusion of comparing operations. People are out to second the whole map. He takes his head to operate with people. Lin Fan's eyes blazed as he said in a chilling voice. Skyfall Divine Meteor. The 2 strongest members of the Cheyenne family sensed that it was not good. and for the first time, they did not choose to fight hard to the end, and began to try to run out of the meteorite's coverage area. The Red Lizard King, who was feasting at the doorway, turned around and spat in destruction. The pillar of lava fire forced it back. The moment the meteorite fell, Lin Fan idly stepped into the Devil's Eye webway and grabbed Drunken Dream's shoulder to shove him in. You can get slaughtered 7 or 8 times if you meet a blank with this frequency of days. Lin Fan sighed helplessly. He was still planning to try to see how long he could carry the meteorite fragments with his Drunken Dream's intuition. Too bad the kid looks like his brain is whacked out right now. Sorry, I'm dragging my feet. Drunken Dream was stunned to realize that he had actually come to an area several hundred meters away. He was puzzled how this was possible. A space mage? How many modes does this big guy have? Drunken Dream shook his head with a bitter smile. Keep killing. Hurry up, there's still a minute left. Lin Fan frowned, dissatisfied with his humanoid mount's performance. Then he stuffed the Drunken Dream into the magic eye and once again turned back to the battlefield. The Sheen family won't leave you alone. We're the Platinum family. We're the uncrowned kings. The warrior leader spat out blood and let out a low roar as he was hit head-on by the meteorite with a large number of fragmentation kills, and his blood level dropped to less than 300,000 units. You guys are a lamplighter. If I remember correctly, Evoya's father should be the rightful heir. It's just that you guys have hollowed out the power. Lin Fan said coldly. So what if it is? Do you still want to vindicate him? The warrior chief showed his teeth and cracked his eyes as he glared at Lin Fan with a fierce smile. Lin Fan helplessly shrugged his shoulders and smiled slightly. Not great. It has nothing to do with me. I just fancy the equipment on you. As soon as the words fell, this time Drunken Dream was finally resourceful for once, holding the dragon lance and quickly bursting over, firing left and right to send both of them flying together. As he fought Lin Fan and gave pointers, the two became well matched and kept hitting mindless combos. Drunken Dreams roared soundly, with an unearthly aura that shook the surrounding hostile players who tried to lean up. Good for you, young man, good for you. The corners of Lin Fan's mouth rose. This was the effect he wanted. One day, his humanoid mount, the Silver Dragon Knight, will be able to wipe out his former shame. Riding a donkey to find a girl, exploding gold light, woken for golden lights and a field of purple loot. Dynasty Oldine, what kind of monster NPC is this Lin Xiaolu? If we don't go up and grab a handful of these, won't Drunken Dream's asshole earn hemp? Jedi Z, either way it's a death. Fight it out. Sports car into a flying Boeing 747. 4 golden pillars of light shot straight up into the sky, and the players who saw the scene were red-eyed to the point of madness, and instantly had the Kill Dragon Knight, unbind loot effect. Wild handsome, holy shit, you forced me to jump left and right sideways. Grab it and earn it. Tennessee loves to do it. Report a sliver of it. Master of none. The one who can do it. The player on the same team as Lin Fan also started to have a seizure, decisively turning on red with the intention of killing his teammates to capture the treasure. The dragon egg was too distant and extravagant for ordinary players like them, and even if they snatched it, they would be forced to hand it over by Emperor Demon and the others. Even if you harden your heart and don't pay it, it might be true offline the next day. But this equipment and skill books were different. With the segment of the Chaotic Sin Guild and Godslayer Guild, it wasn't so bad that they would go offline to make things happen for a few pieces of equipment. Chaotic Crime Sinker, boss, sister bye. Get down to business. At least this shipment is worth at least 100,000 gold coins. I don't need you to tell me how to do things. Emperor Demon's expression was grim as he swept a glance at him, and Shinfu speechless did not dare to talk nonsense. Emperor Demon wanted more than that. This was just small money to him. The dragon egg was the most valuable item. There are so many things. Can you pick them up? Drunken Dream brother? Do you want us to help you pick it up? That's not true. How tiring for one person to carry so many things. Besides, it's the rule of the god's domain that those who see it get a share. Hordes of thousands of players pressed towards Lin Fan's duo, each with greed in their eyes. It's only been a short time since the opening of God's domain, and stories of overnight riches are played out every day, with everyone dreaming of the opportunity to fall in front of them. And now, this heaven-breaking opportunity for riches has finally arrived. Shameless and vile goods. Drunken Dream had a frosty face as he spotted familiar faces in the crowd. Wushuan, Crane City. Are you guys trying to betray the guild? Do you guys have any conscience left? I still pay for your equipment to be matched. Among the people who were ready to go out and beat up the group, there were also his brethren from the King's Landing Guild, which made Drunken Dream a bit unacceptable. Don't say that. In your shoes you'd be just like us when it comes to this kind of opportunity. A bunch of crappy blue suits. Don't want them. I'm at least a B-rank mage. Your bit of buying people's hearts is better to save it. I'll go to whichever guild doesn't still have people wanting it. A few King's Landing Guild players opened their mouths with a mocking tone, and as they said so, others threw their blue suits. which had been smashed by the ice blade, onto the ground. I am so blind to know you. Drunken Dream was furious to the core. He thought of people too simply. Lin Fan scratched his head at the words and patted Drunken Dream's shoulder and whispered, "Young adventurer, you are blind yourself. It's normal to not be able to see through people." Drunken Dream froze for a moment, his head full of black lines. With his temperament should have been furious, but in the face of this old brother behind him, he really did not dare to have the slightest thought of resistance. The two are not on the same level in terms of attribute panels or operational awareness. Drunken Dream was a little blind boy in reality, but he could still tell that the mortal god didn't have bad intentions for him. After all, it would be a matter of minutes before the Triple Crown Champion would slaughter him. Before the chance encounter, Triple Crown Champion Dragon Slayer, really do not blame him, because he really did not. Long eyes. "Hey, who wants to pick up something? Come here and I'll take you." Lin Fan yawned and spoke. A group of players looked at the Red Reinforcement King beside Lin Fan in fear. Many players had been eaten alive by this thing more than once earlier, and were now beginning to have a psychological shadow. There are many of us, and even if the summoned beast is strong, I don't believe he can kill all of us. Right, if the Ice Blade just now hadn't been an NPC blindly hooking 8 random skills, how else could we have died? Kill him with a potshot. Lin Fan had a teasing smile on his face. The players present were drumming non-stop. Everyone was shouting rush, but everyone was waiting for others to rush. No one was stupid. Even though this place was close to the resurrection point, resurrection took time. Whoever is killed first, this is definitely increasing the probability of success for the person behind them. Why not wait for someone else to go first and then go up and pick up the pieces while you can? All players listen up. I only want the dragon eggs. You guys roll the dice to split the rest of the loot. First send these 2 back to the spring. Emperor Demon suddenly opened his mouth. He had predicted that this would be the case with his old wisdom. That's a good idea. No one can be cheaper than Drunken Dreams. His family has plenty of money anyway. He doesn't lack that. We, the Vertical Guild, agree to this proposal. Seconded by the Hall of Yellow Springs. The players of the major guilds immediately stepped forward to vote. These guilds could not be talked about as top guilds, but they were still a considerable force here. A crippled dragon knight, plus an NPC with a summoned beast. Not to be feared. Let's go. We can't beat it. Blank indifferently spoke out, and a pot of cold water was poured over the hearts of the crowd. Chaotic Crime Sinker, can't beat it? We haven't even officially made a move yet. And you're saying we can't beat it? Are you kidding me? Sister Bai, it's no fun for you to say these demoralizing words. Dragon eggs. Do you know what dragon eggs mean? To boast of being the #1 thief, yet unable to take down even a single mage. Imperial Demon Elder Brother is afraid that he's looking at the wrong person. When the people of the Chaotic Sin Guild heard this, they acted very angry. Their group were old men who had transferred from other games with Emperor Demon. In their perceptions, nothing that the Imperial Demon boss wanted fell by the wayside. You can't beat me and that's it? Do you really think that the Guild of Chaotic Sin has no one to fight? Blank's attitude remained cold. Sneering, he's teasing you. A bunch of idiots. Kick her out of the guild. The Chaotic Sins Guild doesn't need this kind of trash that runs away without a fight. Sister Bai, it's not appropriate for you to hit everyone like that. Chaotic Sin Sinker frowned tightly. The Blank's power he had seen. With her existence, Chaotic Sin Guild bottomed out even more. Yet Blank is disintegrating the military, which makes him question the boss's cooperation with Blank. A bunch of brothers, even if the head hit the blood. The big thing is to have something to carry together. Not to fight and flee is not the style of the chaotic crime. Stupid and unsalvageable. Blank swept a contemptuous glance at Sinking Float and grunted coldly. I told you that he's teasing all of you. And you're actually stupid enough to stick up and cooperate. Why should a family fight when they're at peace? Lin Fan sighed. If it wasn't for the limited time, he really wanted to tease Blank them more. Facing the gawking crowd, Lin Fan stopped pretending and directly showed his cards. The imperial vestments came off. The sacred realm of power suit gleamed, revealing the sinful full, big red name number on its head. He wasn't too tall. His eyes were calm and steely, and the 2 words above his head said it all. Mortal God, Triple Crown, President Kingslayer, the man who had left many mages to compete for the second mage god of the divine realm. It was also the heavenly ranked ruthless man who had driven Ecom City to the brink of backsliding. Lin Fan. Emperor Demon's complexion shook dramatically. Even though he had doubts, he was still very shocked when he actually saw the real body. Wild Marshal, Wogan, I'd become a clown. Cough. Who turned on the red just now? Please come forward and confess. I'll spare your life for the god of law. Lin Fan smiled with the corner of his mouth, carelessly picking up an A-grade magic book on the ground, Brahma Blaze, and learning the skill live in front of thousands of players. Nice. Waiting for that. Lin Fan nodded and waved his big hand to collect the loot. 3 A-rank skill books. a level 35 legendary warhammer, and 8 B-rank skill books, 14 pieces of level 30 hero equipment, over 700 gold coins, and hundreds of props/equipment that had popped out of the player in bits and pieces. Lin Fan secretly nodded his head. It was indeed better for NPCs to give up more than lord bosses. Looks like we'll have to do more of that in the future. A man at the top doesn't necessarily have to scream and announce himself. The look of fear on someone's face will do the talking for him. Drunken Dreams muttered, truly realizing what a Triple Crown champion is. Put, I'm hitting Nima. Seeing this scene, old Ian, who was also a mage, had his mind explode once again, and a mouthful of old blood sprayed out 3 feet high. Jedi Z, my TMDs is why the said madman is running. The opponent is the president. Can he not run? After half a day's trouble, first betrayed by the vice president of the lunatic, and then faced with the ultimate boss is the chairman of the grandchildren. Pissed off. A few of them had nothing to live for, and it was hard to accept this harsh reality for a while. Riding a donkey to find a girl nervously muttered to himself, thinking back to the year. I lost a few moves to him and succumbed to the solo tournament runner-up. Silver content is still rising. Hey, Imperial Demon old brother. Lately the days are getting more and more nourishing, with such a white chick by his side. I'm enviously miserable. Lin Fan packed up his things and showed 2 lines of white teeth at Emperor Demon, waving his hand in greeting. Emperor Demon squeezed out an awkward smile. His hand was as if it was frozen by the ice prison mana ring, and he stiffly raised his hand. It's okay, not as nourishing as you are, that is. I think it's time for a battle. Please follow me and kill him. As soon as Blank heard this, she instantly became energized. Wanting to be slimed and slapped by some son of a bitch was driving her crazy. Emperor Demon regained a trace of his composure and said in a deep voice, stop her. Finding trouble with him now is tantamount to sending him to his death. Chaotic Sin Sinking reached out to stop. Who knows that the face of a change. Countered by the Blank open red click 2 knife blasts to finish. Die. Blank Insanity muttered to himself, killing Lin Fan regardless. Lin Fan waved his hand with a smile. Still too tender. Keep up the good work, little assassin with a nose. The sound of war drums was heard, and sparks carried lightning. By the way, what did you do to the girl? The Red Reinforcement King howled, and his great body swung, pinching the gossip-filled Drunken Dream in his hand. Lin Fan opened his magic eye to vanish into the spatial net channel and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. The moon is dark, the trees are full of shadows, and it's another night of killing. You have arrived at the mass grave. Evoya's parents are under siege. Please send reinforcements. Suggested 60-man battle group size to go. The beeping tone came, and Lin Fan stood on the dog's head and looked into the distance as a burst of magical fluctuations spread out several kilometers away. Drunken Dream, should we wait for them? The Mad Marshal is chatting me privately, asking where we went. Lin Fan laughed unkindly at his words and said, wait for them to do what? Come over and sell you again? Drunken Dream was pinched in his claws and managed to poke his head out, smiling awkwardly and bitterly. That being said, if you want to accomplish difficult tasks, utilizing each other might be the best option. Clever, it feels like you should be getting the hang of it. Not too rigid. Lin Fan nodded appreciatively and maneuvered the Red Reinforcement King to land on a high ground, muttering, mutual utilization words personally indicate that it is more appropriate for me to utilize you. Use me for what? Drunken Dream was stunned. Something not quite right in her heart. Get your status back to full. I'll wait for the skill CD, Lin Fan said, the young mount catching his eye. Oh, at your service, big guy. Drunken Dream scratched his head in embarrassment. He was considered to be completely convinced by Lin Fan's maneuvers. Just that earlier wave of infinite consecutive pointers alone was better than the special training he had previously spent money on to find a professional player. Recovered yet? Personally, I suggest you bring more big red medicine, Lin Fan said with a smile. Drunken Dream, need me to front row while you output? It can be roughly interpreted that way, but your mission is to open horizons. Open vision? Drunken Dream nodded with seeming understanding. Start when you're ready. Lin Fan waved his hand, and the Red Training King swaggered over to Drunken Dream, holding back his killing intent and rushing at him with his mouth open. Drunken Dream's scalp tingled. It didn't feel good to be clutched in her claws like a toy all the time. Fly, Tai Z, conquer the divine realm skies, Lin Fan shouted righteously, sending him off with Star Studios' standard chicken blood movements. I'll take a breather. Before he could finish his sentence, Drunken Dream's voice came to an abrupt halt as the Red King came in with a rough slap, clutching his future Silver Dragon Knight in his claws as he took off once more. Drunken Dream, big brother, can your summoned beast stop rubbing me all the time? I'm going to get disc wrapped. That's out of my hands. It looks like number one likes you a lot. Lin Fan watched the one man and one beast take off, revealing a kind smile like that of an old father. Drunken Dream, are you sure? What does it say when it's rubbing its teeth against my head? Ahem. A way for it to express its liking, I guess. Lin Fan smiled awkwardly and kept suppressing the Red Reinforcement King's bloodlust with operational commands. One person and one beast arrived over the battlefield, and the Chilean king entered a hovering stance. A group of people below were in the midst of a fierce battle, and elemental auras bursting apart could be seen everywhere. The trees around the chaotic graveyard were set ablaze. Shouts of murder rose in all directions, and NPCs clad in the Cheyenne family's attire were constantly cut down to the ground, attacking a core member of the Platinum family. You are guilty of a capital offense, an unruffled mage said indignantly, wearing a special Imperial Platinum family badge on his chest. Humph. You, a clan leader loser, can't represent the Cheyenne clan. Dying in a mass grave is your destiny. A black-robed warrior let out a grim smile. The warrior's giant sword in his hand was incredibly powerful, and several Cheyenne guards came forward to rescue the mage, but they were directly cut down at the waist by the giant sword. The aftermath of the sword attacked the lone mage once again. Light spell. On the other side, a woman who looked similar to Evoya, but was more mature and fuller, suddenly struck out. She radiated a surge of light-based magic, and her continuous priest plus protection skill shielded the mage. The blade bounced back towards the black-robed warrior at a faster speed, and it looked unavoidable, when suddenly a black giant wolf rushed over, and the giant wolf knight's large shield lifted up, emitting a violent trembling sound to block the rebound blow. The Platinum family is nothing more than that. If you go against the descendants of emperors, you need to pay the price in blood. The tribunal can't save you either. Give up resisting. Then more than 20 strong black-clothed assailants showed up. The Sheen family guards were all killed, and Evoya's parents were surrounded. Are we at the location yet? Lin Fan sent a private message to Drunken Dream. Here we are. There are a lot of people on the opposite side. At least 4 Lord-level NPCs. Why don't we call some people? Drunken Dream frowned. Well then, get ready for the airdrop. Airdrop. What's that drop? Lin Fan grinned at his words and said lightly, of course it's you. When Drunken Dream 1 heard this, a cold sweat ran down his back and he bitterly laughed. Thousands of meters in the air. I'll fall to my death. Big brother, you can't die with me. Drunken Dream thought Lin Fan was joking. Who knew that in the next second? The Red Train King made a sharp dive through the clouds, and his claws were loose. Ah, my ass. Crap, Mom. Drunken Dreamer went numb, panicked and cried out for his mother, his hands clawing everywhere as he free fell through the air. At this moment he began to regret why he had played the game. Why does he get this damn vision after the game pod connects to the neurons? And why would you choose to trust a certain animal? Seeing that the future Dragon Knight was about to be dropped to his death, a mirror appeared 200 meters from the ground. Lin Fan's immediate field of view split into 2 pieces, and he began to overvision for skill release. The difficulty of this kind of operation requires a high degree of skill proficiency and precision, and the slightest slip-up in drunken dreaming will result in a living death. Blazing Sun Shield. Blazing Sun Shield. The Wind God sigh. 2 fiery sun shields appeared under Drunken Dreams as one after another, slowing down the descent. The last skill was supposed to be a damage skill, but Lin Fan used the effect of a support skill to blow up Drunken Dream, who was ready to die. This isn't even dead. Holy shit, Drunken Dream couldn't believe it, and with the help of the updraft, he saw the right moment to land smoothly with a roll. Drunken Dream looked at the minimap for the first time, and the distance between him and the mortal god was actually a full 2 kilometers apart, and casting a spell at a distance of more than 4,000 meters still bailed him out? This game can still be played like this? Drunken Dream swallowed saliva hard. This kind of operation is simply unheard of, only to feel that the other player's evaluation of the Triple Crown King is only low and not high. In the Battle of the Stronghold, the hot man didn't even use his full strength. Elder Father, Adventurer, I am grateful for your righteous help, but this is not the place for you. Leave quickly. Candidate Dragon Knight, not bad potential, but it's a pity that he chose the wrong camp. Suffer death. The black-robed warrior saw the situation and removed his disguise. This person was none other than Longde. Not waiting for Drunken Dream to slow down, all the Lord's House NPCs locked him down and attempted to set fire on this unknowing adventurer and decapitate him. Suck the monsters. I'll try the skill. If you can't carry it, keep an eye on the folding mirror position. I'll pull you back. Lin Fan said blandly. Longde charged ahead of the others with a huge sword in hand, accompanied by a number of thief NPCs sneaking behind him, while the other part of the group continued to attack Evoya's parents fiercely. Evoya's parents were losing ground, and even though they weren't low-leveled, they were all brittle mages who had a hard time invoking the siege. Indestructible god body. Drunken Dream's sword brows twisted as he sniffed, and his tiger body vibrated, surrounded by divine light. -400. -300. Gridlock. A large number of skills poured in, and Drunken Dream's divine body did not fall. gaining a large damage reduction boost and briefly withstanding the fire gathering. I'm not going to be able to top that. The difference in level and equipment was too much, and the drunken dream a divine body buff had just been lifted, and in the blink of an eye, more than 10,000 blood was lost. The folding mirror twisted, magnifying in size by more than 10 times, and the mirror was aimed at Ryudai as well as Effie's parents. Did you even kill a friendly NPC? Drunken Dream had seen this move of his and was immediately startled. Lin Fan indifferently whispered, "How can a horse get fat without eating night grass?" The new era of good youth of the Drunken Dream of the three views of fear cracked. This in the end how no sense of decency to do this thing into the folding mirror. Come back. Lin Fan continued, and Drunken Dream glanced back at Evoya's parents, gritted his teeth and leapt, burrowing into them and disappearing. This is the forbidden weapon of the Divine Emperor. Long Dit and the others trembled, their faces filled with horror. Brahma Blaze, Lin Fan said in a cold voice, approaching a distance of 4 kilometers and firing at the demonic eye. A terrifying destructive fluctuation rushed out of the elven treasure diamond, and the 2-kilometer area above the chaotic graveyard was lit up. In an instant, all the NPCs were creeped out and collectively looked up into the deep night sky. It was like a small sun. Boo! The Brahma Blaze exploded, or countless flaming meteors, and rushed out of the folding mirror at 5 times the speed. It's a real meteor firestorm. It is more of a divine flame that dispels all darkness and evil spirits. Blitz -2700, -1340, Scorch 5800. Under the loud noise, the chaotic graveyard turned into a sea of inferno and fire, and the black-clothed NPCs, covered in fire, let out miserable cries and rolled on the spot in an attempt to extinguish the flames. But the chaotic flame could not be extinguished just by saying so. It burned until the flesh and blood dried up, until the bones were charred and did not see to stop, with a large amount of burning damage showing up every second. It didn't take long for half of the black-clothed NPCs to die or be injured, with only a few surviving, led by Longda. This is a forbidden spell, isn't it? Drunken Dreams exclaimed. As the fire glowed in the distance, the fire element roared and raged, and the entire earth burned. The night sky was as white as day, and even though they were far apart, they could still feel the burning heat. It's just a mere A-ranked magic. If it was an SS-ranked forbidden spell, the ripple effect would be at least 10 times as wide as this. Lin Fan laughed blandly. Drunken Dream sucked in her breath and asked curiously, "Can you put one on and see?" When he finished, he was greeted with 2 rounds of sugared chestnuts from Bon Bon. "If I want to know forbidden spells, I still need you to suck monsters and directly write number 1 throughout the god's domain to spread it around." Lin Fan spat out in a good-natured manner. "Terrar, it's a good thing you don't know how. Otherwise how would these NPCs still live?" Drunken Dream touched his brain, feeling grateful for the Divine Realm Aborigines. Class A Fire Magic, Brahma Blaze. Effect, consumes 1500 MP to create a wide area burst kill that deals equal damage to its own spell attack power and inflicts a continuous burning effect of 500 points/second on the target for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 4 minutes. This A-rank skill is not overly strong when you look at the panel alone, and the burst damage is not even as good as the Earth System's Divine Meteor Heavenly Descent. 30 seconds of sustained burning effects totaling 15,000 points of damage may seem like a very impressive value, and the Scorch lasts an inordinately long time, and can link with the Chaos spell, Fiery Scorch, with the 55,000 blue that Lin Fan currently possessed, without taking magic resistance into account. Together with the 500 points of scorching damage that Brahma Blaze came with, it dealt 6,000 points of passive damage per second. The scariest part is that the process lasts a full 30 seconds, theoretically removing Flame Scorch for every 3 seconds of scorching and going into a 2-second cooldown. At least 100,000 damage could be dealt out of this one skill alone. Of course, with a Cleric and Magic Resist potion, it's not difficult to clear the burn buff, but in case fire resistance skills/potions are on cooldown, even if you hide in a spring, you'll get stuck and burned. The Red Training King came whistling, and the two of them, Lin Fan, once again hovered over the chaotic graveyard. Geez, how come this is the only thing that burned? Lin Fan frowned. The reality was much worse than the ideal. Emu was a priest profession. A magic collapse cleared the burn. The people from the Lord's house also died, a bunch of stragglers, and some scattered equipment fell on the ground. Drunken Dream, that's still not enough? Even the magic creatures at the brush point next to it laid down and died over 200. Yeah, this is sort of a secondary disaster. It has nothing to do with me. Lin Fan shook his head and said. Lin Fa's eyes stared, checking the attributes of the surviving target. Lord's Private Army Ryudai, level 35. Descendants of the Saints of War, HP, 1. 7 million/3 million. Attack power, 1900. Skills, Killing Sword, Fear Shock, Rising Dragon Strike, Buster, Lord's Private Army Ruji, level 35, Paladin Descendants, HP, 2 million/4 million, Skills, Penetrating Spear, Blood Surge, Overlord, for Lord level NPCs, 2 melee, 1 Beast Master and 1 Archer. The battle power was a shade stronger than the strong Xian family member that he had just killed. It was no wonder that they dared to come and surround Evoya's parents who were ranked as high as level 50. Evoya's parents weren't weak, and the exact panel couldn't be viewed, so she could only be informed that the blood count was around 5 million. However, Evoya's parents didn't have a reliable front row to protect them, and after fighting with Long Da's group, their blood had dropped to just less than 200,000 left. Platinum family level 50 NPC. There are 4 level 35 Lord level best. This if all slaughtered. Lin Fan's eyes flashed with essence, and Drunken Dreams asked naively, "Big brother, you seem to be drooling." "Nonsense. It's too windy up there." Lin Fan forced his mouth to be hard. "Chicken stealing rat. Come down." Below, Long Da was burnt to a crisp and spotted Lin Fan. "The chicken thief. Curmudgeons. We can't allow you to interfere when we're rounding up Imperial rebels," Long Air coldly said, holding special weapons in his hands, which were 5 ebony-colored magic energy javelins. Ruji let out a low growl, his brawny muscles nearly ripping through his shirt as he gripped his javelin and threw it violently into the air. Woohoo! The sound of air braking exploded, and a golden rainbow crossed the sky, killing the Red Reinforcement King hovering in the sky directly. "Fly upwards," Lin Fan said in a deep voice. The Red Real King climbed sharply toward the sky above, and the Drunken Dream under his claws gave another strange cry. The javelin was thrown out at least 1,000 meters, but the flying mount was just rogue, and Lin Fan let out a long sigh of relief as he watched the javelin lose momentum and fall. "Watch out, behind you!" Drunken Dream suddenly exclaimed as a golden eagle with a wingspan of more than 50 meters rushed out of the clouds, its chilly and cold sharp claws attacking Lin Fan's back. "Actually have this hand?" Lin Fan was taken aback, and the Red Training King wanted to turn around to meet the protection, but it was already too late. Just as Lin Fan hesitated to use the sacred item of invincibility, Drunken Dream aggravation violently broke free from its bonds. The bird monster seeks death. Drunken Dream's eyes were sharp, stepping on the Chilean King's body to continuously borrow strength. The dragon gun in his hand ruthlessly probed, and the cold aura instantly arrived. Pust! The golden eagle let out a hiss as one of its eyeballs was pierced by the dragon lance, and the rhythm of its attack was interrupted. The Red Reinforcement King let out a roar of annoyance, daring to make a fool of itself in its territory. This was a provocation to the Death Mountain Beast King. Twisting his head around, he disliked the face with a wild spray of destructive spit. With a snap, the huge body swung, and a sharp claw grabbed the golden eagle's head in a deadly grip. Hissing and firing, a hand pinched its head to burst. The giant mouth of the abyss opened and began to bloody feed in the air. "Not bad, not bad, my fine mounts." Lin Fan smiled with satisfaction and made the Red Training King swoop down to catch the falling Drunken Dream. "Bastard, killing my summoned beasts. I'll set your bones on fire. Come down here if you have the guts." "Little man, have the guts to fight me head on." Below, Long Da and the others jumped and cursed when they saw this, and Long Air was furious, constantly using his magic energy javelin to try and knock Lin Dan and the other beasts down. But Lin Fan, who had prepared for this, would not be struck again. So, they seemed to be in an impotent rage, which means, the corners of Lin Fan's mouth rose. He wanted to smile, insight into a shortcut to pass. Once the Beastmaster's flying warbeast died, Long Air's javelin couldn't reach him. It showed that the other party was very lacking in air defense capabilities, and facing a monster player like him with over-the-horizon ground striking capabilities, Long Da and the others could only be passive. Air to ground. This is a one-sided slaughter. Get ready for the artillery wash. Lin Fan laughed. Drunken Dreams a dumbfounded look at Lin Fan. He saw this man drooling again. The sacred realm of Power Staff is pointed, and Wind Whisperer plus Thunder opens. Lin Fan's magic power stirred around him, and a sea of chaos spells poured out, launching an overhead cannon fire to wash the ground. Blitz minus 2,800. Blitz minus 2,700. Blitz plus 11,000. Below, Long Da and the others had their chickens flying, running around and not even being able to fight back. Drunken Dreams a jaw-dropping. "Say, big brother, we are not considered to be stuck in a bug. We'll be blocked, ah?" Lin Fan smiled without saying anything. "A bug? Do you need a card for the bug thing? Being a loophole in the entire God's domain world is enough." Chaos hexagram shines in the sky, multiple effects are triggered, and 3 inferno dragons smash the ground, specializing in picking off brittle skin and sending it flying. Beastmaster Dragon 4 floated up with a miserable howl, and the chaos spells continued to pour out their output. Paladin Dragon 2 leapt high into the air and tried to protect Dragon 4, but he was intercepted by 2 stone dragons, and the 2 of them were sent flying together. Otherworldly rats, do you dare to fight with me one-on-one to the death? Longde shouted angrily with red eyes, his huge sword chopping at the stone vines in an attempt to break the siege. Lin Fan smiled indifferently. Master was a biofighter pilot. Would he bother with a heavily armored filler? Staff ghostly twitching, Lin Fan continued to output. 1 dragged 2 consecutive floating 2 people. Chaos chains. With the high attack speed bonus, it hit the chaos chain spreading effect, and the 4 of Ryudai were collectively locked up. True wound double storm minus 3000. True wound double storm 11,000. Beastmaster Dragon 4 was the first to be crippled, and Dragon declared angrily, "No, stop, usurper." Being descended from the same heavenly god legion, Longde and the others were close, and seeing his brother about to die a horrible death, his eyes were filled with murderous anger that he could not wait to tear Lin Fan into pieces with his eyes. Usurper? Do you mean the celestial fortress belongs to? Lin Fan laughed softly. From the moment the celestial god fortress was opened and Longde suddenly disappeared, he felt that there was something wrong with this NPC. Now it seemed that he wasn't the only player interested in the celestial god's fortress, as Cain, who claimed to be a descendant of the god emperor, had also begun to plot to take down the celestial god's fortress. Ryudai kidnapped Effie's parents and tried to use them as a bargaining chip in exchange for the lives of a few of his brothers. The quest prompt rang out. Lin Fan's eyes flinched, only to see Longde holding a huge sword, cutting Evoya's parent him to a crippled blood. The blade of the sword was set in front of the 2 of them. Do you agree with the deal? Lin Fan didn't say anything. Drunken Dreams received the same prompt and frowned. What should we do? If Evoya's parents die at the hands of Longde, the rewards will be zeroed out, and at the same time, the goodwill with Evoya will also be zeroed out. Master, refuse. Agree to what? This is the god's domain. Are you sure the NPC won't play tricks? Lin Fan said coldly. Drunken Dream is somewhat speechless, muttering in his heart, if you want to explode all the equipment of the positive and negative NPCs, just say it straight. Although Lin Fan had this intention in his heart, it was not uncommon for NPCs to propose a deal and then renege on it, and similar situations were not uncommon. The more highly intelligent the NPC, the more so. I refuse to trade with betrayers. Don't forget that you yourself are only an NPC of the Wulong stronghold, while I am the lord of the Wulong stronghold. Lin Fan looked at Longde with a smile. Drunken Dream, there's one way to put it. You're making me feel a little physically ill. Old man, just get used to it. Lin Fan smiled faintly and continued to float and output long air in the others. Choose to finish the hunt or save your brethren's dogs' lives. Betrayer, make your choice. Lin Fan said in a cold voice. He was the master of this heaven and earth. He didn't care about the death or life of any NPC. Even the loot and quests were all secondary in his opinion. The way things are going, with him being the 1/6 in power of the celestial fortress, it's only a matter of time before Lord Cain goes head to head with him. Marrying Evia to pull in the Sheen family to expand their strength is the best proof of this. In his previous life, when Ikong City occupied the celestial god fortress, it had been besieged by a mysterious force, which nearly led to the fall of the celestial god fortress. It was thought to be the handiwork of the descendants of the god emperor in conjunction with the Sheen family. Right now, Longde and the others might not pose much of a threat to Lin Fan, but they were slaughtering ordinary players that was purely as simple as eating and drinking. Therefore, chopping off Lord Cain's right-hand man and weakening his power while he was at it was the way to go. The Earth Mana ring lit up, and Divine Meteor Skyfall was about to strike. Battle Saint Guardian. Longde roared. His body shook violently, and a large number of bizarre white runes surged out from his body surface. Hidden skills? Lin Fan was shocked in his heart. A few NPCs had hidden exclusive skills that could only be triggered under special plots. His body transformed into a stray arrow, forcing the chaos spheres to disperse against Lin Fan's output, terminating Lin Fan's floating combo. Lifespan 700,000. A huge damage figure appeared as Longde sacrificed half of his own life value, allowing Long C and the others to gain an invincibility effect for up to 10 seconds. Oh, exempt. Group invincibility skill. Sorry about that then. You've been tricked. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows and laughed teasingly, interrupting the divine meteor heavenly descent from casting the spell. With a raise of his hand, the divine emperor's forbidden weapon flashed with light. Magic eye. Folding mirror. Lin Fan kicked Drunken Dream into the spatial mesh channel and said, keep those 2 NPCs alive. They might be of great use in the future. Great use? Can you say it all at once? I feel like I'm going to grow a brain. Damn it. Drunken Dream spat, completely out of tune with this lord. He only knew that since receiving this person's instructions, he had either been used as a hard laborer or become an aerial thrower, and he simply hadn't had a single minute of peace and quiet. Ryudai, who had rushed to reinforce his brother, was dumbfounded that the expected magical attack didn't fall. When they looked back, Effie's parents were running away, escorted by dragon riders. You shameless bastard. Lowly dilettante. Longde growled and cursed, starting a new round of incompetent rage, wishing to grow wings and kill the sky, but unfortunately he didn't have the ability to do so. Lin Fan sat on the war beast's aspiration, and playfully looked down at the movements below. The group invulnerability skill is awesome no doubt, but he is a flying unit, so he just needs to wait for Battle Saint Guardian to finish. As the white light converged, Lin Fan raised his staff and continued to lick the ground furiously. Lin Fan, who had been baptized by the end of the world, knew what it meant to be a lion fighting a rabbit and still need to do his best, and it was hard for such things as falling off the chain at critical moments to appear on him. Inferno Dragon, Brahma Blaze, God Falls from the Sky, Ice Prison Fellowship Ring. Multiple magic spells wreaked havoc on the chaotic graveyard, and one move was even more vicious than the other. You have slain the Lord's Privateer Dragon 4. Edgar City Malice value plus 1000. You have slain the Lord's Privateer Dragon 3. Edgar City Malice value plus 1000. Your malice value against the city of Edgar reaches 4000. Obtained the title, Scarlet Butcher. A title with a blood drop pattern appeared, and Lin Fan's eyes lit up as he checked the attributes. Scarlet Butcher. Effect 1, when this title is turned on. When attacking an Edgar City NPC, your attack power increases by 1000 points. Effect 2, by killing an enemy NPC you will have a 10% chance to loot one/multiple skills that the NPC has. Note, the city of Edgar/Guardian Burn/Lord Kane has declared war on you. Once killed by a hostile main city NPC, you will lose all your levels/protocols/gold. Lin Fan muttered to himself, this title is just fine. It's either you die or I die. The effects of this title are as sick as the side effects. The Battle Saint Guardian, special skill possessed by this type of highly intelligent NPC like Longde. This would be at least an S+ grade warrior skill book if he looted it. Only stronger than a normal S grade battle skill. Atrocious. Too atrocious. My god. As Drunken Dream looked back, a bizarre chaotic demonic soil formed within 1,000 meters of the entire chaotic mound. Fire and frost coexist, and this is where death passes through. More than a dozen golden/purple rays of light rushed through the sky. It was a great harvest. Usurper, you shall not die. You will be liquidated by all the descendants of the heavenly god legion, and the rest of your life will be spent wandering in panic and despair. Longde knelt down on one knee and looked resentfully at Lin Fan. Half of his body was burnt into charcoal, and his huge sword was stuck upside down on the ground, no longer having the strength to hold it. That's. Lin Fan helplessly shook his head and casually waved his hand. The Red Reinforcement King pounced on Longde with its berserk aura, and the rest of the NPC corpses were not spared as well, quickly devouring them. After successively devouring several Lord-level NPCs and a large number of players, the Red Reaper King's life value came to 15 million. It's true that the growth efficiency isn't as good as just eating a gargoyle, but it beats the fact that Lord-level corpses are a bit easier to obtain. Then he used the Soul Collector to include all of the Lord-class souls in it, and was one step closer to refining a high-quality Demon Rising pill. Bring the NPC over. Lin Fan sent a message to Drunken Dream. Drunken Dream, submitting a quest. Right, okay, coming right over. When he father saw his savior, he immediately said with gratitude, Great adventurer, I'm really grateful to you, such a great favor. The Cheyenne family will never forget. There's no need. This favor is good to forget now. Lin Fan whispered with a smile, turning into a venom monster in seconds. Chaos Hairball directly battering his face to kill. Boo, boo. Drunken Dream's brows tightened, his heart angry with a nameless fire, and he wielded his dragon lance to scatter the spellball, quickly blocking Evoya's parents behind her. She angrily said, how can you still go back on your word? My friend, there's something wrong with your 3 views like that. What's the point of having 3 views cracked off? All I have to do is be strong enough and the world will reshape me. Lin Fan said with a smile on his face as the Chaos Dharma orb attack became more and more intense. Gridlock. Drunken Dream kept receiving and blocking. From initial surprise to anger in just a few seconds. The man in front of me was a madman. A maniac who had played the game silly. The paths are different. Not the same. This kind of friend. Don't want it. Although Drunken Dreams has been blind since he was a child, he has always harbored the heart of a sword in chivalry. Aspire to be a prawn who helps out when he sees the road. Previously, when Lin Fan wanted to wipe out all the NPCs in one go without any explanation, he was able to understand that it was just a moment of greed. As long as one is an individual there will be times when they are greedy. But now that all of the Lord's private soldiers have been killed, and they actually have to take action against a friendly party for a few pieces of broken equipment, Drunken Dreams awakened to the fact that this person is not worthy of being in his company. Searing damage. Drunken Dream a frown. The chaos flames on top of the dragon spear burned towards his palm. Just how perverse this move was, he had already seen it just now. This skill is breakable. Phew! Drunken Dream suddenly took back the dragon gun into the parcel space. Lin Fan's eyes glazed over when he saw this. Not bad. I'll score 99 points for this resilience. There's still 1 point for fear of you expanding. This move was similar to Lin Fan briefly retrieving the Red Lining King back into the War Beast space in response to a fatal blow or a negative sustained buff, both of which were similar. Spatial wrapping and War Beast space were all types of spatial magic, capable of isolating most negative statuses. In the next instant, the dragon lance reappeared in Drunken Dream's hand and continued to disperse the fireballs. Whenever the flame scorch spreads, he will retract his gun again, and so on and so forth. In the face of Lin Fan's insurmountable attack speed, Drunken Dream could not help but sweat and let out a low roar, focusing all of his attention on resisting to the best of his ability. At the same time, Effie's parents were instructed to withdraw as quickly as possible towards the mission delivery site. Inferno Dragon. Lin Fan lightly drank, and the Inferno Dragon descended from the sky with an astonishing sound and smashed into Drunken Dream. Overlord unloading power. Drunken Dream's expression shook as he rushed the sky and blasted out a power-storing punch, a shockwave dispersing the Inferno Dragon and exploding it. Elder Father, brave one from the other world, on behalf of the Cheyenne family, I thank you for your great kindness. You, adventurer, will be a guest of our Platinum family, and I hope that in the future you will come as a guest of Householder Cheyenne. Your proximity to Bas Sheen has increased. Your closeness to Mirisa Sheen has increased. Drunken Dream's brows were locked tightly. The man in front of him was so strong that he was suffocating. He didn't even care to listen to the system prompts. He used all of his mind on defense. Then why not the offense? Because he can't fucking fight. It's a freaking mage on the other side. Move it. Stop inking. Drunken Dream twisted his head and chided. These two NPCs milled around for half a day before running out a dozen meters, and also made so much noise that his brain hurt. The corner of Lin Fan's mouth rose as he threw a burst of fireballs, and Drunken Dream subconsciously raised his gun to stab. Boo! The fiery fireball exploded. Not good. Cold sweat broke out on Drunken Dream's forehead, and he was considering whether or not to remove his battle armor to isolate the flame scorch, when a downpour of rain ensued. Storm Blade. Pffffffffffffffff. Explosive fireballs were extinguished by the rain blade. The surrounding mist quickly spread out. Drunken Dream arm goosebumps straight up. Visibility under the fog less than 2 meters. He simply closed his eyes, intending to listen to the sound. Born with blindness that grants him a powerful sense of hearing, he is confident that any blinding skills will be ineffective against him. Listen carefully. No matter how well he positions himself, he's bound to rattle. Drunken Dream whispered confidently. However, some of the old sixes are far more lewd than Drunken Dream elephants. Lin Fan was on the verge of cracking up laughing in the mist as he unleashed the mud swamp skill at his feet. Another hidden effect of actively slowing yourself down is that the sound of your footsteps will disappear. Lin Fan slowly and leisurely walked past Drunken Dream, who was still holding a stick, stiff limbs, and posing to look cool. Why don't you attack me? Why? 2 seconds later, Drunken Dream got really anxious as he snapped out of it. Crap! He's killing towards the NPC. Madaka! Guns out like dragons. A Drunken Dream. The dragon lance deadpan Lin Fan's staff as Drunken Dream gritted his teeth. You've gone too far. After saying that, Drunken Dream kicked Lin Fan out of the queue. He was really furious this time, and had always despised those who held the strong and weak. Father Effia continued to beep. Honorable Braveheart, are you protecting us with your life? Evoya is truly favored by the goddess of fortune to have a friend like you. Emmy, the god of light protects the great and brave. Your closeness to Bas Sheen has risen to 60 points. Your closeness to Bas Sheen has risen to 70 points. Your closeness to Mirisa Sheen has increased. At this moment, Evoya's parents were pulling silk out of their eyes as they looked at Drunken Dream. Drunken Dream froze for a while at his words, but Lin Fan didn't give him a chance to react, suddenly pulling away and clasping his palms together. The ground shakes the mountains. The vocal two-headed stone dragon killed the left side of Drunken Dream. Lefty? Drunken Dream was dumbfounded as his dragon spear opened wide, shattering the left stone dragon with a strong series of strikes. Spinning around, 2 shots of chaos fireballs attacked the right. Now even if the Drunken Dreamer was stupid, he reacted to the sudden attack on Evoya's parents, which was clearly a big show choreographed by the Dharma God. Your closeness to Mirisa Sheen has risen to 80 points. Drunken Dream's scalp tingled. He had to admire the Triple Crown King's brain circuitry for discovering the fastest shortcut to building up intimacy with NPCs. One person sings the red face and one person sings the white face. Meet the judgment of doom. Lin Fan shouted with a middle-aged air and a round of Brahma blaze exploded in the air. Drunken Dream immediately opened her undying god body to resist a large amount of damage. Guts. God bless His Excellency the Great Drunken Dream. Emmy releases, magic collapse, to dispel the scorch buff. The Dragon Knight's back was turned to the beings. His prim and majestic figure unmistakably tall. In the eyes of Evoya's parents, he is a divine messenger. He is the King of Knights, and he is the legendary brave man of the world of God's domain. You have obtained a hidden quest clue. Is it viewed? Density quickly brushed up to a full 99 points. Is the brush full? Linfan asked in private chat. Full of it. But my friend, I really thought you were going to kill me just now. Drunken Dreams laughed bitterly. The back is the act, and the front is the test. Linfan didn't shy away from it, then pompously shouted, "Damn it, how dare you force me to run out of blue? Dragon Knight, we'll fight another day." The Red Reaper King flew past close to the ground, and Linfan leapt forward to stand on the dog's head and fly away. Drunken Dream was shocked. How did the Triple Crown King play the game differently from mortals? Evoya's parents have invited you to join the Sheen family. Time frame of the mandate, none. Mission penalty, none. Note, joining the Sheen family will likely affect your future camp affiliation. Is the offer of Ba Sheen accepted? The beep sounded and Drunken Dream hurriedly chatted privately with Linfan to ask for advice. Nonsense. Naturally, you need to join. You need to marry Duke Sheen's eldest daughter. That will bring you endless benefits. Linfan laughed lightly. Things were developing as he envisioned. And Silver Dragon Knight Drunken Dream would always join the Platinum Clan. Linfan was just speeding up the process by a factor of n. The Duke's daughter? Is it okay to change it? Drunken Dream was a bit difficult. Linfan said yin and yang. Yo, your kid is quite picky. That woman is one of the 7 beauties of the Light Dragon Empire. Visually, it's a bit prettier than Chi Zua. Linfan added. Chi Zua. I have an appointment but if the game is on, is Yafuya okay? Drunken Dream a cheeks burning. He likes the lowly this bite. Roll. No way. Linfan reacted very strongly. Startling Drunken Dream. Could it be that you like this one too? Bullshit. Old me only wants to leave a small flame of hope for the countless dead otaku in Huaxia. Linfan forced himself to be decent and sternly reprimanded Drunken Dream for his unorthodox thoughts. Region announcement. Player Drunken Dreams and others won the high difficulty rivalry quest, Wedding Banquet. Rewarded with 50 free attribute points, 70 skill points, 5 talent points, and 300 gold coins. Player Drunken Dream has distinguished himself in battle, single-handedly repelling the rebels and successfully rescuing Evoya's parents, rewarding freedom, and gained the favor of Evoya's parents to join the Sheen family, one of the 5 platinum families in the Light Dragon Empire. Bad. I become a chaotic thief. Linfan saw the region notice people numb. Although the card density of the practice is not too decent, but this broken game will not be chaotic thief shitpot kowtow to his head, right? Wild Marshal, single-handedly, Drunken Dream old brother shouldn't have taken out even the mortal gods together blah? Wild Handsome, if so, that's fantastic too. I've had my eye on him for a long time. The players who had previously teamed up were pleasantly surprised, and they all gathered around Drunken Dreams to cheer. They were more happy to lick the stupid, money-grubbing boss of the King's Landing Guild than the mortal god that everyone feared. Heaven's best berserker, awesome my big brother. There's no mortal god on the winning list. Was it really done away with by Drunken Dream? Dark Voiceless, people are cheap. Yes. Then what god must have been attacked by Drunken Dream's sudden sneak attack? A mage who dares to stand with a Dragon Knight. Isn't he looking for death? Come on, keep killing me. This is retribution. Just your fucking seconds all over the field Ha ha, for the masters to see the joy. Evil Slam, big red name number. If I'm not wrong, he is now a full equipment all fall out of the light. The strength is greatly reduced. There was never a shortage of people falling on their sword on the World Channel, and when they saw that Linfan wasn't on the reward list, there were immediately people who stood out and mocked wildly. Yes, you're alright. Linfan to completely whole speechless. The corner of his mouth raised a bad smile. Simply go along with the idea of this group of silly children. The scepter of power changed hands. It's become anonymous. The power shoulder armor is also anonymous. 80% of it was sold by the King's Landing boss. My god, how many gold coins did that perverted staff have to be sold for? 30,000 gold coins apiece. Collect the legendary suit on Deicide Online. Old man 30,001 gold coins raised the price. The World Channel players collectively fell into an orgasm that was simply uncontrollable. Simply because Linfan had set all of the equipment attributions to be anonymous. This undoubtedly gave the crowd the false impression that the mortal god had fallen and all of his equipment had been exploded. After all, in the eyes of the average player, wouldn't it be death-seeking behavior for a big red mage to give his back to an S-rank Dragon Knight? Fatty, brother, you say something, the equipment is gone. Let's rebrush You don't want to be autistic. Crazy, say something Sandy. The Kingslayer Assassin Core draft is complete and ready to steal a fucking boat from the King's Landing Guild. The two humbugs sent a message at the same time. Very worried that Lin Fan would be devastated by this. The extreme equipment on his body was important, but they believed that with Lin Fan's ability, it wasn't hard to fall down and want to get up again, but only if it doesn't go down in flames over this. Heartbreak, brother, you say something? I'm willing to let you jack a few more staffs, please. I just added the guild. Old Ian, I told you don't pretend. This is good. Abuse us against others. Iron Horseman, not talking, are you? The big plan to divide the family take place immediately. A large number of private messages poured in, and Lin Fan sighed as he rested his cheeks. A bunch of sand sculptures. Mortal God, lousy, not dead yet. Drunken Dream is lousy's mount. What are you guys screaming about? Lin Fan patiently explained, explaining that he had withdrawn from the team of his own accord. Fatty, crap, are you all perverted to this point now? Writing people. Crazy, 6. Heartbreak, it's so perverted and over the top. I love it. A group of people again heckled and made a mess. Lin Fan's scalp numb. This are a bunch of what the hell. I'd better step in and explain some of it. At least prove that the two of us are allies. Drunken Dream sent a message, attaching a blushing emoticon. Drunken Dream is in a frenzy right now, and the members of the King's Landing Guild are all congratulating him on his success in slaying the devil. At the same time, the popularity of the entire King's Landing Guild has soared, but the hot man is the existence of the memory of the empty city cannot be dealt with. But by the Drunken Dream sneak attack succeeded. But the more he boasted, the more he was weak, and could clearly feel the insurmountable gap between himself and the Triple Crown King. In the end, in front of Lin Fan, no matter if it was technique, game layout, or thoughts about the enemy, he was as juvenile as a rookie chicken. Kill him and blow up his equipment? What the fuck am I supposed to do? There's not much need for that. But you're right about one thing, we're allies. Lin Fan smiled lightly and said after a pause, do you want to live through the struggle of the Chi family's descendants? You? How did you know I know everything about you, the eldest son of the hidden mansion Chi family. You deserve to be the heir of the Chi family, but a few of your younger siblings have different opinions. With a calm face, Lin Fan asked again, do you want to live? At this time, Drunken Dreams, surrounded by the crowd, his face as white as paper, forcibly held back his heart to ask after the mortal god how he could know all this. In reality, Drunken Dreams lay in the basement of the estate, surrounded only by an old butler. Ever since the death of the Chi family's old man, Drunken Dream had been in fear every day, constantly on guard against the other Chi family descendants. He was afraid of dying, and even more afraid of dying somehow. That's not important. What's important is, are you willing to be someone else's dowry? Lin Fan's voice seemed to have some sort of magic, constantly echoing in the ears of Drunken Dream. What do you say, my friend? Drunken Dream tried to calm down, his face filled with bitterness. If he had a choice, he would even give up his inheritance and would rather swim in the divine realm forever. But his parents didn't agree, and several uncles in the Chi family wouldn't agree either. Even if he was just an invalid, there is so much at stake. Then do as I say. I bravely sit. Friend. Lin Fan narrowly escaped his mouth and closed the private chat channel after receiving an affirmative reply. After cleaning up the battlefield, Lin Fan nodded his head in satisfaction, and in his hand was an extra red skill book of S rank, Battle Saint Guardian. But the book is a little less effective than Ryudai's use of it. Level 1, Battle Saint Guardian, requires a 70% blood sacrifice and merely applies a 2.5-second invulnerability effect to players within range only. To get to the point where the Dragon Grand Collective is invincible for 10 seconds, you need to consume a huge amount of skill points/gold to level it up to full. None of Lord Kane's personal armament is weak, and the props dropped are all good. Lin Fan wouldn't be polite with the rich male Drunken Dream and accepted it as it was, together with the huge pile of things that exploded in the Lord's mansion. This vote was really a crazy profit. Lin Fan threw the level 20 purple suits that didn't have much value into the auction house, and the better equipment props were stuffed into the guild warehouse in a brainstorm. President Kingslayer has stored a legendary weapon. President Godslayer deposited an A-rank skill book. President. The guild channel had just subsided for a while when it blew up again. OMG. Boss, is this a ransacking of the Imperial Treasury? 3 level 35 legendary weapons, 2 pieces of defense, more than 20 pieces of purple clothing below level 30, and a dozen B+ skill books. The guild members watched as a large amount of equipment appeared in the warehouse, all of them half craving and drooling. Just take out a piece to sell, not to mention the exchange of sweets, at least can earn a few 100,000. Riding a donkey to find a girl, Madfark. As your former rival, I dare to ask, can you break bones and sell me some of these extremely valuable props? Not for sale, Lin Fan said indifferently. Riding a donkey looking for a girl, fuck you. There weren't a lot of landed players in the guild. And when they heard this, their mood instantly dropped to the bottom. If you don't sell it, why don't you put it on display? Isn't this a proper show of wealth? Not for sale, but it can be given away. Lin Fan laughed. Once these words came out, the Godslayer crowd decisively and shamelessly extended their claws. Jedi Z, ho 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 ho. Boss, the two-handed giant sword matches my temperament perfectly. Please give priority to me. Crazy, why don't you go to shit? A priest with a big sword to pop heads? Lunatic serious face, suggest considering me. My humble all-around player. No career barriers. Fatty, if you guys are shameless, then don't blame me for being shameless. It's not like the dual sword flow is not expansive. Among the equipment dropped by Longde and the others, the best was the Giant K sword, equipped by Longde. Fitting level 35. Panel attributes enough to rival the level 40 legendary swordblade. Comes with broken armor. Broken front dual skills. Very violent, a legendary sword. The key thing is that the styling is so overly powerful that you can attract a crowd just by playing it cool in your hand. Let's wait until you guys get to level 35 first. One by one. If you don't practice diligently, how can you swing the Divine Realm world? Lin Fan said disdainfully, dispelling the crowd's dreams. At the end of the day, the main reason they weren't allowed to sign a Wraith contract to take this equipment was because there weren't any suitable members of the Megazord stream. In the Warrior School, there are a lot of players in the extremely racy double sword stream and the more cost-effective blade and shield stream. The Giant Sword School is difficult to operate and has a slow attack speed, resulting in very few players being able to play the Giant Sword School well. Lin Fan glanced at the experience bar. There was still 17% experience to level 35. The level 20 power set on him at his current level could still continue to be used, but the Fox set on him was starting to get lackluster. It was fine to deal with ordinary players, but it was obviously not quite enough to deal with high-level NPCs and domain master-level powerhouses. There are 2 pieces of level 35 mage defense in the warehouse, but they just boost the panel when worn without sets, and are not very meaningful overall. Lin Fan made a slight calculation, and first entered the City of Air in disguise to find the Grey Dwarf, preparing to make 3 pieces of level 35 defense gear first, and then put together 2 sets of trinkets. As for the materials, should not be a big problem. The dragon spine bone and dragon teeth in his hand were undoubtedly all excellent materials for building equipment. And after that, head to Purple Cloud City to find the witch for the left eye of the giant spirit god upgrade clue. Compared to the extreme legendary equipment, in Lin Fan's opinion, equipment such things brush copies, even if the probability is low, will also burst, and then do not help directly spend money to buy on the end of the matter. It's the soul marks that are the key to boosting your battle power. Half an hour later, inside the underground boundaries of Edgar City, young Lord Longde and the others died in battle. The mission was not accomplished and Evoya's parents are about to leave for the royal capital. After listening to the report from the scouts, Kane's eyes flashed violently with killing intent. Golden light erupted on the surface of his body as if he was a golden lion, and his strong aura made a group of subordinates tremble. He quickly calmed down and resumed his seat on top of the throne. The death of Longde and the others in battle was nothing to him, but this is certainly an act of provocation. Effie's parents have some of your secrets and have traveled to the royal capital to seek the help of the Inquisition court, and I'm afraid they want to get rid of you on charges of heresy. A strange-looking man with red scales all over his body said, "A bunch of make or break things." Kane's face sank like water as he said in a cold voice, "Pass my orders down. Prepare to gather the heavenly god army. In 7 days, retake my ancestors' divine artifact. As long as we take the celestial god fortress, the entire light and dark empires will welcome the divine emperor's king's arrival." The strange man shouted fervently, "Good. The Inferno Dragon's Nest will fully support young lord. The Nest of Earth Dragons will surely help. The line of Duke Sheen would like to help." In front of Lord Kane, several great silhouettes appeared in a curtain of magical light, with 2 dragon silhouettes being particularly spectacular. Region announcement: Lord Kane of Edgar City will be leading a large army to attack Celestial God's Bastion in 7 days. Please prepare the members of the Godslayer Guild. Region announcement: after 7 days, the temporary safety zone of the first battlefield is lifted. Region announcement. Several red messages appeared on the World Channel in a row. The Godslayer crowd was stunned, completely at a loss for words. This announcement actually only targeted their Godslayer Guild. Heaven help me. I knew that today would be the end of the Godslaying rats. Great. Just got blasted and killed by the King's Landing boss. Now the NPCs have to go follow and step on it. It's fantastic. The Deicide Guild's delisting is in 7 days. Let's wait and see. A bunch of players who had crossed paths with Godslayer jumped out on the World Channel. To them tonight was like New Year's Eve. For those who were the best of the various professions and guild bosses were all breathing a long sigh of relief. Even though some of them hadn't had a conflict of interest with Lin Fan for the time being, out of their own interests. No one wanted to see Godslayer dominate, especially that eye-catching and incomparable celestial god's fortress. Hell, I don't know how heaven-defying the exact power of this sky island is. Instead of letting the mortal gods take it into their hands, it would be better for everyone if the NPC took over. That's human nature. The first battlefield safety zone is lifted, and I seem to smell an opportunity to step on it. Inside the Air City Tavern, Hitsong laughed grimly at his companions. Brother Satoshi has a point. I just couldn't swallow this. Luckily we caught our chance. Dark Voiceless raised an eyebrow playfully, then looked at Chi Ziyuat who was busy answering the phone. What does Sister Ziyuat say? Should we step on it? Now that I have the soul seal in my hand, I won't say I'll defeat that person, but I can at least hold him back. Ho Chung, who called? So preoccupied. Chi Ziyuat raised her hand to signal everyone to be at ease, and after a while hung up the extra cabin voice call. You'll know in time. Now I have an important announcement to make. Chi Ziyuat smiled faintly, her smile sweet and moving, causing the hearts of several Heaven's best male players to swirl. No one will be allowed to go offline for 5 days. All of them will raise their battle power and level, and all core members will be uniformly fitted with level 30 heroic suits. Day 6 is a critical point where we will execute the outplan, Chi Ziyuat said with a light smile, and the Tianqi crowd was like a pack of hungry wolves, rubbing their fists in excitement. The so-called out-of-the-game plan is an unlimited pursuit of regicide players, can do everything possible to weaken the enemy's combat power, and all the battle losses can be reimbursed by Dingsheng Group plus gold rewards. Chi Ziyua's brows were radiant as she continued to speak with a smile. At least 8 large guilds will be on our side by then. Ha ha, after suppressing it for so long, I've finally waited for this moment. Hitsong laughed excitedly. After saying that, Chi Ziyuat looked out the window at the endless starry sky. She hadn't been in such a good mood for a long time, and the boulder that had been pressing on her heart was about to be shattered. It's what everyone wants. This is the unanimous desire of the vast majority of large guilds. Fatty, what's the situation? How did the Lords of Ijon hit our stronghold? Crazy, I'm not sure. Maybe it's your beloved Van Sins again. Jedi Z, pills. Lord Kane is a high-level NPC, at least level 50, with tens of millions of blood, and many powerful henchmen. What should we do, boss? The crowd's scalps exploded. The Heavenly God's fortress had only knocked down a single surveillance post, but it was actually able to cause the Lord of the Elder City to lead a siege. Are you sure this is the way to play this damn game? Lin Fan came out of the blacksmith store and looked at the announcement with a frown on his face as well. It was inevitable that Kane would go after Celestial God Bastion, but he didn't expect it to come so quickly. At this stage, the guild's main combat members, except for him, the others are around level 25. Such a low level even if the equipment is good. Want to resist the high-level NPC army is too difficult. Lin Fan took a deep breath and did not give a reply in the face of the crowd's inquiries, and then after pulling Fatty and the others into the group chat, Lin Fan said, no matter where you are right now, come find me at my residence tomorrow morning. I want to talk to you face to face about your future plans. The next day, early in the morning, Lin Fan's great separate field, backbone members of the Godslayer Guild are assembling. Tang Kai, you'd better be honest with me. You will live under my surveillance. Dare to mess around with surname Lin. Humph. Fast white cut chicken. You know. Look at what you're saying. Don't worry. Xiao she'll be right there. She'll keep you posted. At the heel of the pool, the fat man warily held his phone and said this, while behind him a jade leg quietly aimed at his ass. Flutter. 200 pounds of fat into the water, immediately becoming a veritable depth charge. A handsome guy who was diving with his water goggles on was blown out of the water. He revealed his head and pointed at the fat man and started cursing. Woken, you two big masters. It's not easy for me to enjoy the life of a rich man. You TM want to die. The handsome man's features were handsome and angular, and his dark eyes were as black as night. The handsome man climbed out of the pool with an irritated look on his face. He was long, typically 185, with 8-pack abs and claimed to have 18 centimeters of truth. But it was when he cursed. He always gave people a sense of defiance that revealed viciousness and obscenity. The difficulty of entering water is 9. And the power is comparable to a forbidden spell. Master Kai is awesome. A petite, delicate-faced lowly covered her mouth and snickered as she continued to splash water at the output of the fallen fat boy. Tang Xiao, your membership application has been delayed. The fat man was about to get mad and climbed up the pool with difficulty, only to be kicked in the head and stuffed back down again by a passing big handsome pot. My TM, crazy person, you go online and wait for me. I'll chop you to death. Fatty exploded with anger. It was hard for him to accept the harsh reality. In the game, he was an invincible handsome guy, but in reality, God was blind and let some scum give birth to a good skin. Heaven was unfair. He was really angry. Fatty nature, impotent rage, fuck off and play. You two grandpa go upstairs to the sauna. The madman laughed in triumph. This was the happiest day of his life. In the guild he was ostracized by the entire guild of female players for being too lewd. The girls are blind but they're all over Master Kai. He's been cursing this be reality as a dead fat bastard. He didn't expect his dream to come true. This sand sculpture is still true. Don't. I want to join the club now. And I want to take a picture with the Triple Crown champion. By the way, and an autograph. The lowly girl beamed with a flowery mouth and said. Fatty shook his head somewhat breathlessly. Deicide doesn't suit you. We're either in a fight or on our way to a fight. What are you doing here as a scenic party? Who says I can't fight? I've risen to level 23. If it wasn't for my occupation awakening quest being too difficult, I would definitely 1v1 storm you. Cousin. Xiao Xiao frowned her willow leaf brows and said, beat me up? Fatty smiled disdainfully. He light and dark sword envoy. 10,000 enemy titles. The thorn in the side of the major guilds. Really thrashing you. S-level hidden job mission. As long as I can complete it not weaker than you. Good blah blah. Tang Xiao Xiao tugged on his collar to keep him from leaving. Fatty frowned at that. Are you sure you're right? S rank? 1,000 times over. Same level as you in your hidden position. Fatty's eyes shifted slightly, and when he saw that his cousin was so persistent, he said, wait until it's online. And if it's true, I can come and help. Tang Xiao Xiao, thinking too much. You're a rookie chicken, surely can't help me. I'm a vegetable? You don't bullshit. Fatty sneered. The little cousin simply had eyes to recognize Master Kai's greatness. Weakly ask a question. When I was a child in the National Martial Arts Museum you were I beat crying how many times? Less than 100 times blah? Tang Xiao Xiao stretched out her white and slender jade feet, her eyes sharp, locking the fat head of the fat man with a high degree of difficulty. God's domain world game combines with reality. Don't think that playing the game more than me is powerful. You. That is I am afraid of hurting you. The fat man's face was green, and he walked away with a strong taut face. Brother, you let the Triple Crown King from me bah. You two are so close. Seeing that the threat didn't work, Tang Xiao Xiao stomped her feet and started pouting. And Fatty, annoyed by her, stalled and said that he would let Lin Fan go to the hospital after delivering lunch. Whose Mercedes is that outside please? Can you move it? Thanks. It wasn't long before someone knocked on the door and walked into the living room. The madman came out of the sauna upstairs and looked over with a yawn. He instantly came to life. His dog-licking nature exposed. Wait a minute. My car. I'll move it. Pretty girl, why do you feel you look a bit familiar? Are you some kind of actress? The madman straightened his back, bath towel over his shoulders, his breath sinking into his chest, showing off his 8-pack abs, intentionally or not. The beautiful woman at the door has a goose egg face, danfang eyes, a slender body wearing a green floral dress, and has a special classical beauty temperament. She also spoke in a soft voice that made the madman's ears soft and comfortable. The pretty girl said with a smile on her lips, it's true that she's appeared in a few small-budget movies and TV shows. By the way, at the risk of asking, are you Lin Fan? I'm Zhou Yao, LD Light Dance Yao Yao. Zhou Yao, the heroine of Rebirth of the Kingdom? Wait, you are the tree-planting sister in the guild? The madman's jaw dropped to the ground. What small-budget movie and TV drama? This is one of the annual fire drama in China. Being teased by her brothers as a pretty tree-planting sister, she is actually the lead actress of this drama. A proper big star. Light dancing Yao Yao frowned slightly, inexplicably hating the Triple Crown King in front of her, and implicitly said, tree-planting sister? Let's just say, I quite like this life occupation. Hello? Anybody? Anyone? A head popped up outside the patio fence, eyes revealing timidity and cowardice, fearful of embarrassment by looking in the wrong place. So what? I'm the female dormitory. Warlord. The youth was carrying a travel bag and was having some difficulty speaking. The reality of exposing himself to this name made him awkward to the point of gouging his feet. The little priest is here, isn't he? Crazy man gave him a blank look and said in a bad mood, change your own shoes and come in. If your feet smell bad, go outside and air it out before you say it. Don't bother brother to get rid of his single. Ha, am I allowed to wear shoe covers? No, play alone. The madman's attention was all on light dancing Yo-Yo, raising his hand to lift his bangs, his eyes focused, intent on conquering his opponent with pure androgyny. Are you really Lin Fan? The real deal. My face says it all for me. Sorry, I may be in the wrong place. Light dancing Yao Yao's pretty face had more than a touch of panic. She felt that the Triple Crown King in front of her was playing a rogue, but she had no evidence. She had paid little attention to the gaming scene before and didn't know what the Triple Crown King really looked like. Hey, don't go. Soon everyone will be here. Let's have a meeting. Seeing that the big star was about to leave, the madman hurriedly stopped her. Light dancing Yao Yao lowered her head and took her cell phone to do a search. She took a long breath and finally searched the jade photo of the Triple Crown King a few years ago. Disliking the phone in front of the madman, he said indifferently, "You're not as handsome as he is, and your temperament is much worse. You should be the vice president." Lewd mad dog. Imbecile mad dog? Who stepped in and gave the handsome vice president such a nickname? Don't act crazy. The fat man changed into a clean t-shirt and walked over, using his size advantage to squeeze the sparrow-like lunatic out of the way. Warning, don't scare people away like a psychopath. There's a new slipper at the chaplain's door to change into, and Night Zero will be right there. Your KK. Light dancing Yo-Yo froze for a moment when she saw Fatty. Fatty's eyes averted, feeling a little ashamed. After all, he was a handsome mess in the game to come. I'm sure someone else, an actress, would hate the fact that she doesn't look good, right? You in person, you look so cute. Light dancing Yo-Yo's eyes changed. Then she quickly rushed over and jumped up to embrace Fatty. Fatty subconsciously will be light and delicate body to catch, but at the back of the more stern killing aura attacked. From the wildly rolled white eyes in the Shao demon spirit? My brother seems to be planning to cheat. Light dancing Yo-Yo removed her lady disguise and pinched Fatty's cheeks intimately. I knew it. You're the cutest and most righteous in person, just like in the game. The old man couldn't take it. The madman saw the situation and shriveled up, doubting his life as a dog licker, muttering, the world is going downhill. Even aesthetics are crumbling now? Fark. Thanks for your hard work, Dean. I'll leave my sister's affairs to you. With the money power working, the matter of the kidney source was quickly taken care of, and the sister's surgery will take place the day after tomorrow. Lin Fan came out of the dean's office and took a long breath, walking out of the hospital and about to take a cab. A familiar horse-faced man greeted him. Manager Chen. Lin Fan said with a smile. He was much less hostile to Chen Wei. There was no one who ran the hospital more diligently than Mr. Chen during this period of time. Manager of what? I'm just a stinking part-timer. Chen Wei smiled slightly awkwardly. Little Chun came to see Little Xian again? Chen Wei turned back to a flat-headed burly man not far away and familiarly pulled out 2 packets of huazi and stuffed them to Lin Fan with the burly man. The burly man was the security officer Su Lao had arranged here, and he was considered to be no stranger to Chen Wei. A few days ago, Chen Wei sneakily wandered outside Xiao Xian's hospital room, causing a misunderstanding among the security staff. Chen Wei was also beaten into a panda eye. If it is not Xiao Xian, no Chen Wei. Otherwise this kid must be broken 3 legs. Stopping by to take a look, Chen Wei scratched his head and laughed nervously. What, by the way? He's been squatting here since morning. He knew you'd be coming over today. The burly man shook his head and taunted. He has seen people like Chen Wei who are self-centered and have a thick skin. Brotherly, don't tear me down. See, Xiao Xian's sister is real. Waiting for Brother Fan to come to catch up is also sincere, Chen Wei said cheekily, then invited Lin Fan into the seat. On his lips, he said that he would send him back by the way, but Lin Fan heard some strings. As the car traveled on the road, Lin Fan spoke blandly. Let's get something straight. Manager Chen, you're the type who doesn't have any profit. Hey, don't make me sound so mercenary. I can only keep my job thanks to your brilliance. Lin Fan twisted his head and swept him a glance. Chen Wei felt self-conscious about patting his horse's ass on the hoof, and digressed. I have information about a few big things that the Heavens Providence Club is planning to do, and we have the exact channels to be able to guarantee the authenticity of it. Let me guess. Planning to take advantage of the NPC legions besieging us and then joining forces with the other big guilds to besiege us? The corner of Lin Fan's mouth rose as he continued. Or prioritize weakening us in the field before the NPC attacks. Right? High, truly high. Even knowing this, worthy of being the Godslayer leader. Chen Wei couldn't change his nature of kissing ass. Lin Fan was too lazy to pay attention to this. If this was what was called intelligence, then Lu Xingqian's intelligence network was lagging behind in time and someone had revealed everything to him long ago. Details down to exactly what guilds, what staffing levels, when, and the exact information that will be used to hang members of Deicide. Just when Lin Fan thought that Chen Wei had nothing to say, the bastard turned his words around and laughed mysteriously. There's something else you don't know. Oh, tell me. Lin Fan's eyes stared with skepticism. The last stronghold battle Heaven's Providence lost granules, and when they retreated they had members who discovered a shocking secret. Seeing Lin Fan's interest, Chen Wei said with a smug look on his face, it just so happens that our 007 was also there. Lin Fan glanced at him, worthy of being Lu Xingqian, 800 hard eyes playing games. All the major guilds have your eyes, right? Chen Wei nodded his head triumphantly, which was not unexpected by Lin Fan. Lu Xingqian hard eyes play very slick. Insert 007, which is considered a traditional talent of the Star Studio. However, Lu Xingqian was too stingy, and most of these 007s were just some minor guild players, and the information they could obtain was very limited. Have you ever heard of the Great Region Teleportation Formation? A brilliant light emerged from Chen Wei's eyes. You mean? Lin Fan's scalp went numb. He had already guessed what Chen Wei was talking about. That's right. It's the spatial teleportation formations of the Divine Realm connecting various regions. And the one they found connects to the Eastern region. Crap. Lin Fan was secretly shocked. The main storyline and story background that players from each region of God's domain needed to experience in the game were different. But the gameplay was roughly equivalent. The regions are connected by ancient teleportation arrays, but are protected by magical boundaries, and will only be opened before the first anniversary of the opening of God's domain and the start of the World Gold Cup. By then global players will only have to pay a hefty fee for region interoperability. Under normal circumstances, however, the probability of a player discovering an ancient teleportation array is low. This is because the region teleportation node is not in a fixed location and disappears every so often to refresh to other regions. However, listening to what Chen Wei had said, Qi Ziyue had obtained the means through the Holy See to be able to confine the teleportation array in place. And we have made progress in breaking through the boundary. It won't be long before we will be able to break through the boundary barrier with the Eastern region. This kind of thing does come up in some of the smaller countries and regions. Lin Fan frowned. If what Chen Wei said was true, this was indeed a tricky problem. This means that out-of-region players will be in direct competition with in-region players. Even some of the smaller player base and weaker regions will be ruled directly by the stronger regions. You know Tianqi's background better than I do. They were originally behind the Japanese holdings. Chen Wei shook his head, looking a little helpless. He was actually more unkind to Tianqi than going to flatter Lin Fan, who had humiliated him. Once you let her go dark and make it so that the Eastern players can intervene, you can't afford to lose this battle, Chen Wei said bluntly. As a Chinese, he didn't have any good feelings towards the Easterners. But he couldn't deny that the Eastern region did have strength. With the current intelligence analysis from the Divine Realm International Forum, Eastern players can squeeze into the world's top 10 in terms of overall strength. I know what you want to say. National righteousness, right? Lin Fan shook his head and laughed. Chen Wei nodded without denying it. At this point actually Lin Fan recognized it more thoroughly than he did. He had been the Triple Crown champion of China's sword journey. And even if he lost the world championship 10 times, the sense of shame and public pressure he needed to endure was actually far less than losing once to the East in Goryeo. This is true of any gaming or sports program, because this is the last bottom line of the Chinese. Lin Fan stepped out of the car when he reached the entrance of the villa and muttered, "Indeed, it's a battle that can't be lost. But, what if you win? Ditto. That would be an epic word-of-mouth reversal. What do you guys want?" Lin Fan looked at Chen Wei with a smile on his face. It was impossible for the other party to give such important information for nothing. Chen Wei smiled like a wild fox as he sniffed and lowered his voice. "Help us annex 2 medium-sized guilds and we'll work closely together to provide you with the highest quality intelligence network at all times. I'll think about it." "Okay, just waiting for your words." Lin Fan smiled faintly. It was obvious that Lu Xingchen wanted to hold on to his thighs all the time. "All here?" Lin Fan walked into the villa with a smile on his face. A group of people were gathered in the living room eating fruit plates and chatting. The little priest twisted his head to look and said excitedly, "Boss, you live in such a big villa, how not to say earlier so that I did not buy the betting. Intend to live in the hostel to come. Ugh, if I don't come I won't be able to calm them down. You little Euro, come back to me." Fatty clutched Xiao Xiao's double ponytails, and Xiao Xiao showed her little tiger teeth and yelled, "You're the little Euro. Spread your hands, I've finally met the living mortal god. I want to take a picture with him. I want to interact with him intimately. It's not like I can't. So what, Chairman? If it's too much trouble for you, I'll take care of this little ninny." "Thank you, lewd mad dog. Fork it out and chop it up." Crazy man with a serious face said he was going to reach out to sell his color to seduce the little lowly, but he was suppressed by Yao Yao and Fatty's combined efforts, skimming his arm over his back before he became more honest. "Brother Fan, please take a picture with me. I'm your 10-year-old fan." Tang Xiao Xiao jumped and ran to Lin Fan. "Your cousin?" Fatty nodded his head honestly. "I really can't help it. My girlfriend had to send her over to spy on me, and she even yelled that she wanted to join our union." Lin Fan was stunned. In his previous life, Fatty had mentioned to him by chance, saying that her cousin had had the opportunity to awaken an S-rank giant swordstream warrior, but it was a pity that the difficulty of the task was too high and there were no reliable helpers to give up. Right now, the giant K sword was just missing a suitable owner, so maybe this little sister could bring him some surprises. Tang Xiaoxiao pouted her little mouth and continued to stare at him with bawling eyes. "My cousin has been slandering you for your private life. Dishes still love to play around, saying you can't lift or something like that. Don't worry, I don't dislike you." "Can't lift?" Lin Fan was shocked. Immediately, the fierce god turned his head and glared angrily. "Fatty Tang, I fucking need an explanation. The fat man was full of weakness. Stammered. This is not. That what? I am afraid that you scourge her well, but I am thinking too much. It should be that she scourges you. I have tried my best to stop her. If you can't, you just say so. We're all brothers. Why hide it? Crazy bad smile to take advantage of the opportunity to make up. Lin Fan face speechless. Take him with the fat man, these two really have no temper. All of them were amused by Lin Fan's annoyed look. The crowd introduced each other for a while, and it wasn't long before the last member, Night Zero, was in place. Wow, guys. First time meeting, much appreciated. Night Zero, who was dressed as a youthful college son, held up his glasses and nodded with a red face. He was completely substituting the role of the Goblin King, and if it wasn't for a look from Lin Fan, he would have had to wah 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 wah. The stinking king is here. Flash! The little priest shouted with a start, and Light Dance and Fatty both immediately backed away, as if the young man in front of them was some kind of flood beast. Stinky king? Please don't get nicknames. Lin Fan finished greeting Night Zero and looked at the nervous crowd without a good look. This was indeed a bit impolite. I don't blame them for this, and I'm very sorry for the trouble I caused yesterday. Night Zero smiled awkwardly and apologized to the crowd once again. What in the world? Lin Fan frowned at Fatty. Fatty scratched the back of his head, bitterly smiled and said, he brought a large ticket of goblin boys to the guild stronghold yesterday, and the stench was simply too much for people to bear, and these guys nicknamed someone Stink King. Lin Fan was stunned, and carefully thought about that odor on the goblins. Did have so much horror, realizing that he was being a bit rude. The little priest compensated with a smile. There is one thing to be said for that. It's the first time I've ever seen a player summon so many goblins. It's even better than a beastmaster on a certain level. Night Zero explained in a serious manner. It's not really a summoning. It's just that they'll keep following me around. There's no way I'm being treated like their boss. The madman pulled Lin Fan aside and lowered his voice. I can understand if you let the little priest come. He at least has a hand for curse healing, while Light Dance is a good hand at managing logistics. But can you call a mage who just joined the guild not long ago just because he can gather a large number of low-level goblins? Lin Fan smiled faintly at his words. His potential belongs to the Divine Realm's unique class in a way. Are you kidding me? That kind of small goblin old man slashes one at a time. And even if the number is large enough to face a group of AoE masters, it's all for naught. The madman had a disbelieving face. Then you're underestimating him. All I can say is that he's an ace in our hands. Whether or not we can hold off the NPC army will need to rely on his play. Lin Fan patted the madman on the shoulder and said with a smile, I don't do things I'm not sure of. The Fatty Raider file can be sent to them. Lin Fan said, Fatty, I've sent the document to your mailboxes. Everyone take the time to take a good look at it. And remember to keep it strictly confidential. Pastor Jr., what strategy document is so mysterious? Fatty and Lin Fan looked at each other and smiled, squinting and laughing. That's awesome. All the copy triggering conditions, playing methods, and hidden level cheats for the elite level to the abyssal level of the Purple Cloud City and the Sacred Maiden City. Is that mysterious enough for you? Holy shit, less than 1/10 of the players are hanging out in these two cities at this stage. So how can there be detailed strategies for all the copies? The young priest was astonished, and the others found it equally unbelievable, even if most of them had never been to Xiannu City. Don't look at me. We have the presence of the chairman, the big hanging bee. This is the key to our victory. Fatty heatedly laughed, scowling at the big hanging wall. The madman stared at Lin Fan with a serious face and said, honestly, what kind of relationship do you have with the officials that are so hard? This is by no means something that players have explored on their own. The crowd looked at Lin Fan in disbelief, while Lin Fan had already thought of what to say and said with a faint smile, have you guys forgotten that I have a flying mount? The speed of my map is n times faster than yours, and I had been guided by a mysterious switch that allowed me to peek into some of the secrets of the Light Dragon Empire. Mystic witch? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, and the madman raised an eyebrow. The Witch of Purple Cloud City. It is rumored that someone did receive guidance from this NPC and received an S-rank hidden job clue as a result. Yeah, I've seen that witch too. And there are many players who try their luck there every day. The little priest took over the conversation. Lin Fan nodded his head with a smile. The left eye of the giant spirit god advancement quest would require going to the Purple Cloud City witch, and he knew that this witch was actually a seer, belonging to the Strange Encounters class of NPC. Some players need to pay a price to be able to collect clues such as duplicates/professional awakenings at the witch. After allaying everyone's concerns, Lin Fan had each of them check out the cheats. Facing the siege from guilds such as Lord Cain and Heaven's Providence, the first order of business was naturally to raise their battle power. The first pass copy will bring a lot of experience, skill points, own attributes, which is undoubtedly a short period of time to enhance the fastest way to combat power. Their goal will be to clear within 7 days. All the difficulty copies of the 2 big cities and get the first pass rewards. Hidden level rewards. Each of the 10 Roadrunner Kings brought their squad members to take on as many as 30 replicas in 7 days. The overall coordination will be under the command/firefighters of Fatty and Crazy, doing their best to leave the other players far behind in the meantime. So what am I doing with Light Dance? Fighting is something I can't seem to help with at the moment, Night Zero inquired. Since joining the Godslayer Guild, through the Stronghold battle videos he realized how terrifying the strength of Lin Fan, Master Kai and the others were. What little tycoon? Big tycoon. These few people were simply the top set of powerhouses in the divine realm. It was hard enough to think of myself as a teeny tiny mage, even to fight the logistics. Very simple. Lin Fan laughed softly and called Light Dance over. You two need to work together silently. The combination of the two of you is invincible. Ha, how do I fit him in? Yao Yao's little face turned white, and she was a little scared at the thought of the scary-looking, gibbering goblins. You've already gotten the Holy Imperial Gardener, an S-rank life profession, right? Lin Fan said. Light Dancing Yao Yao smiled and nodded. Well, thanks to Kai Kai's help. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to deal with those tree spirit bosses. How much is the planting/cropping rate added now? It's roughly 10 times what it was before. And if we provide another billion points of funding, it can be raised by up to 50 times. Light Dance playfully rubbed her fingers, the meaning of which should not be too obvious. Just say how much, and I'll do my best to transfer you and pull the rank in the shortest time possible. It will probably cost 50,000 gold coins. Light Dance said carefully. It's not much. I'll have the maniacs allocate it to you. Lin Fan didn't even bring a frown to his face. Isn't this a lot? Light Dancing Yao Yao's small face was astonished. This could be a whole $50 million. Even if she was a small star she didn't have so much savings. On your side, the last time I told you about the magic army build, give me a rough estimate of how many gold coins it will take. Night Zero broke his fingers to calculate the cost of materials and said, Me, I went to the NPC black market and looked around. It would probably cost 200,000 gold coins 1,000,000 gold coins to establish that the magic props can be upgraded. Well, it's true that gnomes save money by using broken copper and iron. But the fact that props can't be upgraded is also a problem. I'll give you 300,000 gold coins first, so you'll see what you can do. Lin Fan thought for a moment and told Night Zero to go online and get this done. There's another problem. What if I don't have enough goblins? It's possible that the construction period will be delayed a lot. Night Zero asked with a frown. The population of the Goblin clan directly determined the strength of the WoW power that could be erupted. If you want to build magic props in bulk in a short period of time, the Goblin population problem has to be solved. 300,000 gold coins. 3 billion ah. The Light Dancing Yo-Yo who was listening on the side was about to faint, while Night Zero had a calm face. That was purely because he didn't have any concept of gold coins. By the way, how exactly are the two of us going to work together, and how to solve the population dilemma? You haven't said it yet, Night Zero pursued, looking at the pretty young lady beside him with her face burning. Don't be so dead in the head. Lin Fan gave Night Zero a round of sweetened chestnuts and smiled. Don't forget that your goblin kid is essentially a plant, while this young lady is an expert tree planter. Get it? The two of you working together is just scattering beans. Yeah, planting trees. How could I be so stupid? Night Zero One was stunned. A slap on the head suddenly realized. The wolf-like eyes made Light Dancing Yao Yao's cheeks burning. After arranging everything, Lin Fan brought the crowd to the game room. Apart from the game pod used by Lin Fan, the other 5 game pods and other equipment Su Lao had already sent people to arrange for them. As for Tang Xiaoxiao, she had long been ready to set up camp for a long stay, and brought Fatty's gaming helmet over early in the morning. At 12 noon, Lin Fan's group of 7 people went online collectively. The scene switched, and Lin Fan returned to the outside of Air City. The Raging Dragon Sacred Law set. Even after using the dragon horns and bones the success rate is actually so low. Lin Fan frowned and found the Grey Dwarf last night with the materials dropped by the Frost Dragon. The drawings were still provided by the Grey Dwarves, but it was just a level 35, Angry Dragon Holy Law, set with a mere 35% success rate, though there was a way to increase the success rate to 70%, and that was to build the sacred item, Dragon Crystal, as the main material. However, Lin Fan didn't think that this method was desirable. After all, after the Red Reach Kings, overeating growth, reached 300%, it would likewise require Dragon Crystal in order to be promoted to a Domain Master level War Beast. From the level of battle power enhancement, it is obvious that the Chilean King is to be prioritized to build the legendary 3-piece set. Moreover, using the Dragon Crystal was only doubling the probability. It wasn't like it would succeed 100% of the time, which was obviously too low in terms of cost effectiveness. Whatever. Let's upgrade the soul seal first. Lin Fan shook his head and muttered to himself, saying so with his mouth, but in his heart, he was calculating how to find an opportunity to finish off Guardian Burns, that is, the Earth Dragon. The only way to solve the material problem is to slaughter a few more dragons. Wearing a disguise and leaving the city, Lin Fan summoned the Red Reinforcement King, Lord Level War Beast. I built it. This big brother hua. We brush a level 22 monster with no need to summon this thing to rob it? Lin Xiaolu? Isn't this that whoever the mortal god is? Outrageous. A boss with more than 10 million blood is actually his war beast. Lin Fan mounted the dog's head, causing a crowd of players who were brushing monsters outside the city to gasp in surprise. The huge body of the Red Reinforcement King made one's scalp numb, and at the same time, it also made one's eyes hot, fantasizing that one day he too could ride a war beast and reign over the divine realm. Ha! What's the point of him being arrogant? Besides having this silly war beast still following him around, his entire set of extremely valuable equipment is all blown up. That's right, now you can't even take off your disguise. What? Afraid we'll see you wearing a piece of crap? Ha ha. Of course, more players showed gloating faces. The Triple Crown King was firstly exploded by the Dragon Knights, and soon after that, the Heavenly God Fortress was attacked by the NPC army, and naturally, other top guilds would not be able to help but fall down on the city. In the eyes of these players, regicide has become a past tense. The sun is thinning. As for the mortal god will become a lot of players after dinner laughingstock. As Lin Fan listened to the painless gossip, he indifferently swept a glance at the players present to brush the monsters and smiled without saying a word. He purposely didn't remove his imperial vestment disguise, intending for these people to think that he just had a weak heart. Buzz. The gale swept through, and the Red Training King's wings spread out for hundreds of meters, blowing a cadre of melon-eating players to bits and turning into a crimson gale that disappeared into the sky. After a short 10 minutes, Lin Fan arrived over Purple Cloud City. Poisonous rain? Lin Fan's eyes glazed over as a purple rainstorm suddenly fell from the sky. Poisoning 1000. Poisoning 1200. Purple poisonous rain damage gradually increment. Lin Fan swept over with a glance. The purple gas filled the sky above the city, making it impossible to see the specific scene in the city. The reason why Purple Cloud City is called this name is precisely because of this highly poisonous fog, which naturally forms a poisonous fog barrier to protect Purple Cloud City in it. The wind god sigh. With a wave of Lin Fan's staff, the gale blew, and the poisonous clouds above his head were quickly blown away to stop dropping blood. Bloody Butcher Fan God. You are not welcome here. A thick male voice entered Lin Fan's ears. The guardian of Purple Cloud City? Lin Fan's face had an extra touch of gloom on it. Knowing that, why don't you go now? The man said in a deep voice. The guardian of Purple Cloud City was a poison/thunder dual attribute ferocious beast named Crocodile Dragon. Despite having the word dragon in its name, it was not associated with the gargoyle race. The main body is actually a large snapping turtle with a highly poisonous attribute. Because of its strong strength, yet it can become a guardian just like the lower giant dragons. You, Purple Cloud City, also want to follow the example of City Lord Edgar and declare war on me? Lin Fan sneered. The crocodile dragon didn't sniff and didn't reply. Lin Fan looked calm. I came to Purple Cloud City with a mission. Dare to touch a single cold hair of mine, I'll exterminate you. Humph. Slaughtering an aged wild dragon and you dare to make a fool of yourself in front of me? A muffled sound came from the sky clouds. A purple thunder suddenly crossed the sky. Lin Fan's eyes changed. The space around him exploded and the destructive aura erupted. The Red Reaper King tilted his head and fired a destruction spit hard at Purple Thunder. Who knew that this purple thunderbolt was as if it had a life, and even split into more than 10 small lightning explosions? The Red Reinforcement King hissed and stretched out his neck to actively receive the damage. Signs of festering immediately appearing on his crimson scale armor. Poisoning 10,000. Poisoning 15,000. Constant damage. Exaggerated damage numbers jumped up, hitting nearly 100,000 toxin damage in a few breaths, which was quite astonishing. Are you sure you want to make a move on me? Fine then. Lin Fan's eyes were filled with more than a touch of madness as the purple mist filled the air, although he couldn't find where the crocodile dragon was hiding. But since the Purple Cloud City didn't have any boundaries, it wasn't his fault. Suddenly, the giant hexagram appeared over Purple Cloud City, and the surging fire element dispersed the poisonous mist away. Lin Fan's complexion was icy cold. His hands were raised in vain, and the Saint Realm power staff sank in front of him. Brahma! Stop! The people of the city are innocent. Don't be impulsive. Adventurer. Seeing that the singularity fireball was about to appear, the crocodile dragon could no longer remain calm, never expecting Lin Fan to be so vicious and to slaughter the city at the drop of a hat. Late. Lin Fan's words were as cold as ice. A bloodthirsty aura surfaced on his face, and singular fireballs appeared. lighting up the sky above Purple Cloud City in an instant. At this time, Lin Fan's eyes slightly condensed. A huge figure twisted in the purple mist. Obviously that was where the crocodile dragon was hiding. God falls from heaven. Lin Fan whispered as meteorites fell from the sky. Multiple special effects triggered, and 3 meteorites under his control smashed straight into the Purple Cloud City Knights Guild. He didn't care about the opposite side of the world. What, innocent or not? Inexplicably poisoned by this old bastard. How could he not get a little interest back? Asshole boy. The crocodile dragon let out a roar and suddenly leapt high, as if its mountainous body had actually jumped and flew up hundreds of meters high. The huge moss-covered head snapped. Lin Fan's eyes widened. This guy had actually eaten the Brahma Blaze in one bite. Then, once again, he jumped in place, and a large number of houses and buildings collapsed and crumbled as a result. Frozen ate the remaining 3 meteorites hard. Lethal blow, 3 million. A counterintuitive damage number popped up, and Lin Fan was dumbstruck. This old bastard is so ruthless. 4 A-ranked magic spells blasted inside the crocodile dragon, striking an extraordinary output. This could only occur if the skill was infused into the boss. The triggering conditions were very harsh, and the total amount of damage would be more than double that of a normal bludgeon. That is, in exchange for most lord bosses, this strike alone would be killed in seconds. Burp. The crocodile dragon opened its mouth and spat out a large smoke ring, surprisingly not taking much damage. Witch-sama has been waiting for a long time, please, the crocodile dragon said with a belch. Seeing this scene, Lin Fan's eyes glazed over as he checked the attributes of this behemoth that almost filled the training ground. Guardian of Purple Cloud City, Ancient Crocodile Dragon, Level 90. Domain Master Creature. HP, 497 million. Attack Power? Skill? Breaker? You're a little thinner and shorter than I thought. A red-robed sorceress walked into the training ground, and the poisonous mist emanating from the crocodile dragon shied away on its own. She was holding a black crystal ball in her slender hands, covered in a layer of radiance, looking quite mysterious. The witch spoke in a very pleasant voice, and her figure was relatively wow. It was the red robe that covered most of her cheeks to see her face. Skinny, want to hear what you're talking about? Lin Fan frowned tightly. This NPC didn't understand the gold content of 178 male enthusiast. Of course, compared to those NPC sluggers who were casually 2 meters up. His original paint looks did seem unremarkable. The breaker? Did you recognize the wrong person? Lin Fan looked up and down for an angle to see the girl's face, and this which was also very interesting. Lin Fan cocked his head to survey her, but the other party intentionally avoided his sight. The scene was more than a little comical as the two began to shake their heads from side to side and up and down. Couldn't the one who caused the laws of the divine realm world to crumble be called a breaker? The witch asked rhetorically. Lin Fan was stunned at his words and laughed. If you mean someone starts a war and I step in to fight back, then I recognize this unique title. That's just one of the reasons. Adventurer, you'll ruin the world, the sorceress said softly. Nothing D said. Lin Fan was powerless to spit out the fact that NPCs like witches in all online games would always say something godly. Besides, this world is destined to merge with reality, and to some extent destruction is only a matter of time. What does it look like? Anyway, it's rumored that not many people have seen what she really looks like. On the contrary, Lin Fan was more concerned about her looks, thinking, it couldn't be a big dinosaur, or maybe the gods are even too lazy to pinch people's faces, and behind the hat is an empty shell, that's why it's been covered up? Lin Fan, I don't advise you to pry into the witch's face. You might get poisoned by that big turtle. A haughty voice came, and the How You Empress, dressed in bright silver armor, walked with a smile on her face. You've come to do a quest too? Lin Fan was curious. Was about to send you a message that the quest, Witch's Heart, is related to the Scarlet Butcher. So we came early. Empress How You smiled. Still as pretty as ever. Still with her double A's. Us? Who else? Before the words were finished, a black-robed mage pounced over. My master, I see my master again. This time, wherever you go, I'll go. No one can separate us. You roll. Lin Fan stretched out a hand against this big drooling face, and the imposter was none other than Etched Bone, who he hadn't seen for a long time. Young master, it's time to eat. The female kitchen goddess remained indifferent, carrying a frying pan in her hand, skillfully stirring as she walked. Earth dragon meat, Biyun herb, enchanted Ganoderma, fried rice? Lin Fan's eyelids jumped as he found more than a dozen rare ingredients in that frying pan, most of which could be taken directly and were able to increase various basic attributes. What a dirtbag. This bowl of fried rice costs at least 100 gold coins. 100,000 just to fuck a bowl of rice? What a family. Echidna, dry rice. Yes, dry rice matters, and sooner or later I'll catch up with my master's length. After saying that, Echidna hugged the fried rice and started to show off. his mouth full of rice grains, giggling at Lin Fan. Range plus 1 meter. Range plus 1 meter. Lin Fan was shocked. This special fried rice that could increase the range? He knew that the god's domain chef profession was bullish, but he didn't know that he could also add range in this way. When I dry a few thousand more bowls of holy rice, master, you'll be waiting to be surpassed by me. Ebonized Bone heatedly laughed, his eyes burning at Lin Fan. Holy rice? Lin Fan almost petrified on the spot. This damn sure not called leftovers? Seeing that Lin Fan was so curious, Etched Bone took the initiative to introduce that this bowl of fried rice called holy rice cost a total of over 100 gold coins. Eating it all in one sitting can add 5 meters of range. And if you can eat 3 big bowls a day, you can add a 15-meter range a day. However, after eating 100 bowls of fried rice in a row, the effect decays dramatically. It also gives him at least over 500 meters of extra range. Full. Rest for 2 hours. Have a bowl of magic blood soup and continue to add blue volume. Etched Bone patted his stomach, intentionally pretending to be an X in front of Lin Fan. Lin Fan's super long range /CMP. These intel have long been disclosed by hostile guilds, and Erotic Bone regarded Lin Fan as his idol, with all his attributes all benchmarked against the Triple Crown champion. Awesome. Poor people rely on mutation. You damn well rely on having a mine at home. Lin Fan can't help but spit out. He is relying on the left eye of the giant spirit god to increase the range/blue amount. This kid actually rely on direct dry rice. Of course, this kind of stacking of attributes was far from being comparable to a super god level soul seal. After all, characters in the divine realm setting are set for satiety, and too much satiety will prevent them from eating consistently. How you Empress sighed and said enviously, alas, having money and people is good. How good is it for the kitchen god to go to our How You guild? We have more female players thieves. Before the words were out of her mouth, the female kitchen goddess Cargo fished out a chicken leg and shoved it in her mouth. Empress How You was slightly reserved, but she still received the enchanted chicken leg and gnawed on it. Blood plus 50. Blood plus 50. Defense plus 10. Lin Fan was aghast in his heart when he saw this. This female kitchen god was a bit clueless. It wasn't just the Empress who was trying to abduct her to the guild, but now even he himself was somewhat moved. With such a godly cook in the guild, as long as there are enough and precious enough ingredients, boosting players' battle power will be very fast. That said, looking at the girl's looks, the crocodile dragon will kill? Lin Fan inquired. The Empress spread her hands. Just ask Etched Bone. He knows best. Echidna watched it 5 times. Each time it was just a little bit worse, and each time it was killed in seconds. Master, I know you're an old SP, but really please respect yourself. You don't want to see it, do you? Master, just to see. Lin Fan's heart crossed and he disliked the witch, and with wide eyes, he probed straight into the origin. The witch was startled and hurriedly withdrew several steps back. Lin Fan had a green light in his eyes and just wanted to see the real thing before giving up. Dare to disrespect the sorceress Sama. Bastard boy seeks death. The crocodile dragon immediately became furious. His body shook, and a large amount of poisonous mist transformed into all kinds of ferocious beasts and pounced on Lin Fan. The Knights Guild doesn't want it anymore, does it? Lin Fan's eyelids lifted, and the chaos hexagram enveloped the Knights Guild residence. The crocodile dragon had a more humanized scorn in its eyes and growled low in annoyance, forcing away the toxins that could corrode the air. I hate to see people hiding their heads, and since they've waited so long for me, they should show their true colors. Lin Fan forced the witch to the base of the wall, and the witch's delicate body trembled, her beautiful hand holding the crystal ball shaking. Lifting his hat, Lin Fan froze as the witch gradually regained her composure, and instead of dodging/attacking, she just stared at him silently. It's ugly, right? Satisfied? Breaker. Reporting a sliver. Personally, is okay. Lin Fan smiled awkwardly, the wolfish light in his eyes dissipating. Echidna immediately came up and also wanted to see it. And it was too much of a bummer to have a sister who couldn't look at it. What are the kids looking at? Go play in the mud. With a poke of his staff, Lin Fan hit Echidna squarely in the head, and with an apologetic face, he put the hat on the witch. Is it good looking or what? Don't keep poking me with a stick. Echidna was frantic with impatience, her jugs tightening in a tight defense against the stick strikes. Half of the face was destroyed. Originally it should have been quite good looking, but unfortunately, it is a pity. Lin Fan laughed bitterly. Ding dong, left eye of the giant spirit god, advancement quest triggered. Due to your debauchery, the difficulty of the quest has been increased by 1 level, and the legendary level has been raised to abyssal. Hearing this beep, Lin Fan immediately exploded. Wang Defa, this is going too far, isn't it? I've already apologized. Level 30 legendary copy, Inferno Volcano, purge the Inferno devils that are messing with the party. Change in progress. Change successful. Level 40 abyssal copy, Nest of the Inferno Dragon. Retrieve the bones of the witch's elder brother Albert. You will be traveling with the player associated with the quest, the witch's heart. Ebonized Bone and the others also received a difficulty boost alert. Echidna, master your 2 charming blah blah blah. Difficulty increased. Reward doubled. The female kitchen goddess was silent for a moment and bubbled out the mysterious letters. SB. How you Empress did not have a good temper. Lin Fan. Look at the stupid thing you see. Level 40 Abyss copy just the 4 of us? It's my fault that the witch lured me to look at her. If you don't believe me, you'll probably be grinning from ear to ear when you lift her red head. Lin Fan laughed awkwardly and scratched his head, even saying that he reported a trace. If Lin Fan remembered correctly, the Inferno Dragon's Nest was a Jedi, adjacent to the Inferno Demon Volcano. This was the lair of an Inferno Dragon, with at least 3 Inferno Dragons entrenched here. Empress, it's a good thing it's just for you to retrieve her brother's bones, not for you to actually slay a dragon. Otherwise the difficulty would be at least hellish. Echidna, what's wrong with slaughtering dragons? My master, and not without slaughter. What broken dragon? Ah. Come one, my master, cut one. Good apprentice, you have been released from the master. Later I will sit down and you come and sharpen it for me. Lin Fan nodded his head in a serious manner. An etched bone wimped out on the spot. Don't. I want to see more of my master's valor. Dragon slaying, what? Wait for my second awakening and then discuss it. No need. You're a grown man and deserve to be on your own. Master, do you want to look upon my remains? Echidna clutched his thighs and wailed. The kitchen god next to him and the Empress looked at each other, and the two of them had a tacit understanding. 2 sand sculptures. Empress, the replica is so far away. It will take at least 2 hours to ride over there. What horse to ride? My master is here. Let's experience a wave of airborne invincible and wild big lizards. Ebonized Bone immediately came into the spirit when he heard this. He didn't even know how many times he had watched the video of Lin Fan riding the Red Training King on the stronghold battle to kill the 4 directions. He was envious. Good. Save time. I'll take you there. The spatial rift opened, and the Chilean king reappeared. A pair of bloody pupils locking the crocodile dragon and began to roar ferociously. With the exaggerated size of the crocodile dragon, the Chilean king was just like a large chili dog, but it still didn't affect the violent nature of this thing. Echidna, wagon. I'm going to ride the dragon's head and no one is going to take it from me. Empress, what a big one. Much bigger than the last time I saw it. Well, a few people curiously surveyed the Chilean king, and instantly felt that the sweat-blooded horse they had spent a lot of money on at the stables didn't smell good anymore. Interesting. The Death Dragon Clan, a life form that has long been extinct for countless years. The crocodile dragon playfully whispered, yawning and closing his eyes, ignoring the Red Reinforcement King shouting, the Death Dragon Clan? Lin Fan was struck by the words. The Purple Cloud City Guardian in the Divine Realm background had lived for tens of thousands of years. Its strength could crush the lower dragon race, and it knew many of the secrets of the Divine Realm world. Big Turtle, don't be appetizing. What is the Death Dragon Clan? Lin Fan inquired, wanting to extract more information from the crocodile dragon about the Red Reaper King. The Death Mountain Fire Lizard is a very good flying warbeast that many beast masters will prioritize taming. After all, there are so few warbeasts capable of flight in the first and middle stages of the game that having air superiority over ground targets is a descending blow. There weren't quite a few tamed Chiltern Kings, but there wasn't any of them that could achieve a similar existence of returning to their ancestors like number 1, the prehistoric ferocious beast that has already gone extinct in the last epoch. Kid, you will be heading toward extinction with it once again. The crocodile dragon smiled grimly. After saying that, he stopped ignoring Lin Fan's question. When was the last epoch referred to? A layer of white-haired sweat rose on Lin Fan's back. In his previous life, he had explored many ancient ruins and had indeed seen some unbelievable civilization ruins. For a moment it gave him a bold guess. It was just a guess he wasn't sure of in his previous life. However, when he heard the crocodile dragon say last epoch, this suspicion seemed to be confirmed. That is, the arsenal of all beings, God's domain, was not open for the first time. And the world of God's domain may have appeared many times in those forgotten years. For example, the owner of the Giant Spirit God series Soul Seal, that black-haired teenager, was a proof of that. His dress was decidedly not modern, leaning stylistically toward the Qinhan period. Aha! A strange, bone-crushing cry interrupted the thoughts. This stupid kid rode up on the nose of the ruddy king, who was blown off his feet with a sneeze. Young master! The female kitchen god was shocked. Seeing the young master fall, she wanted to follow suit and jump down several hundred meters into the air, but she was stopped by the Empress. Put him in first class. Lin Fan shook his head with a smile and maneuvered the Red Reinforcement King into a sharp dive, clutching the silly child erosion bone in his claws. Is the master's mount for sale? I'll offer 1 billion. Etched Bone shouted excitedly. Lin Fan rewarded him with a blank stare, once again letting the Red Reinforcement King release his claws. allowing the dilettante to free fall before grabbing in mid-air again. The kitchen goddess and the empress watched in horror, thinking Echidna would cry and beg for forgiveness and stop bleeping. Oh so fucking cool. Echidna giggled strangely as he blew the gale. The taste was dozens of times more exciting than riding a roller coaster. The empress sighed. Alas, a level 40 abyssal copy. How can I team up with a fool? The female kitchen goddess had no choice but to sigh along with her face. The group frolicked around and arrived near the entrance of the replica in no time. You found the Inferno volcano. The crowd sucked in a mouthful of cool air. In the distance, a volcano of amazing height towered into the clouds. Strands of black smoke spewed out, and all sorts of demonic creatures of various sizes and shadows emerged. Something smashing through, Echidna shouted. Woohoo! More than 10 fireballs came from far and near. The diameter of the fireballs was more than 5 meters, far too much bigger than the fireballs released by the players. Destruction spit. Linfan calmly maneuvered the Red Reinforcement King and shattered the large fireball very easily. More and more dense fireballs then came, and the Red Lining King opened his haste skill to quickly weave through them and dodge them. Low-level Inferno, level 35. HP, 50, 000. Attack power, 1800. Skills, ranged strike. Intermediate Inferno mastery. Dozens of Inferno demons stood up from the lava, their bodies glowing with fire. Their Inferno magic stirring, constantly throwing fireballs towards the uninvited guests. These demons were only of ordinary level strength, but their attack power was terrifyingly high, and a round of fireballs couldn't be carried by most of the players at this stage. Great big hail. Echidna waved his legendary staff, and the B-rank, hail spell, summoned more than a dozen snowballs towards the low-ranked Inferno. Minus 1,300. Strike minus 2,600. Frozen 500. Hail smashed down a large number of Inferno. Etching Bone rushed at Lin Fan scowling. He is a dual system of ice and fire archmage. Dealing with these miscellaneous soldiers that is naturally a breeze. Young master is awesome. Awesome. The female chef goddess screamed in excitement. The BGM played, and stood on top of the Chilean king and danced a professional Korean dance in support. The empress watched the kitchen god scratch his head, the corners of her mouth twitching as she covered her face in pain, wanting to kick the odd duo off. What? I'll tell you this output. Has it got your old style? Echidna smiled smugly as the ice and fire elements erupted, continuously transforming into a spell machine gun and outputting furiously at the Inferno. A little something. Lin Fan secretly nodded his head. This kid now had a range of 300 meters plus, a blue amount of at least 8,000 points, and a level 20 legendary suit, which allowed the spell cooldown of bone erosion to reach a staggering 60%. There was indeed a spicy bit of his mortal god's demeanor, but it's still a billion points short of me. The corners of Lin Fan's mouth lightly raised as the Red Training King landed on the ground. Suddenly, a blue-colored ice mist spread out from Lin Fan's body surface, and he smiled at the crowd and said, "Welcome to Master's Domain, ZZ." In an instant, hundreds of low-level Inferno demons stopped moving, the flowing magma broke off and condensed, and the entire Inferno demon mountain was covered in a layer of eerie blue color. Fark, S-rank ice magic ice prison falcon. Echidna was shocked. He had seen this ice divine skill on the Mage Guild stone carvings. It was a rare magic that not even ice NPC magician had been able to master. You have killed a low-level Inferno with plus 700 experience value. You killed. That's good experience by normal monster standards. Lin Fan muttered to himself. The Empress, who was planning to take out her Knight Shield to resist the damage, was speechless, and resentfully retracted her Knight Great Shield. Okay, you guys play. I'll continue to gnaw on the chicken leg, turning on the ice prison Dharma ring to clear monsters along the way. Wherever Lin Fan went, snow filled the sky. Flames were extinguished, lava solidified, and all the demonic roars came to a screeching halt. In less than half an hour, the thousands of Inferno demons were all killed, and Lin Fan smoothly rose to level 35. The crowd passed through the Inferno volcano, and instead of heading towards the top of the mountain where the monsters were more intense, they instead passed through the Inferno volcano and arrived at a low-lying area. You found the Inferno dragon's nest. Task 1, retrieve the skeletal remains of Albert's corpse. Quest 2, recover the Junction cornerstone stolen by the dragons 0/4. Background, Witch's older brother Albert was once the lord of Purple Cloud City. 5 years ago, Witch, in escorting the Boundary Cornerstone on the way with the dragon of the inflammation of the encounter. The Boundary Cornerstone was the dragon of the inflammation of greed to take away. Albert led the army and the dragon's lair launched a bloodbath undefeated. The witch was seriously injured. Albert God fell. The quest prompt had just appeared when the Red Reinforcement King suddenly burst into agitation and frantically hissed at the depths of the depression. Lin Fan's complexion changed and he raised his head to look into the distance, where a reddish-bodied Inferno dragon was napping on the corpse of a gigantic beast in the distance. Inflammatory elements boiled between breaths. His body was like an active volcano emitting a roaring sound. and the bones of the corpses underneath him were rapidly melting, all of which emphasized the strength of this giant dragon. Before the crowd could slow down, Lin Fan kicked eroded bone and rolled down the slope. Apprentice, I'll leave it to you. Master will press you.